You are clearly the only emperor-level powerhouse left in the world, but you insist on living as an ordinary person in the mountains for thousands of years. You never ride a sword when traveling, only use a bow and arrow for hunting, all because you know too well that this world is too dangerous. Although 99.9% of cultivators are weaker than you are still afraid of being slapped to death by an invincible powerhouse in the Saint Realm, so you have lived a meager life for a full 80,000 years until today. 99 heavenly thunderbolts strike down, and you finally succeed in crossing the tribulation, becoming the invincible Saint Realm powerhouse of the present era. Your weathered face instantly reverts to the appearance of your youth. You are very satisfied with such a result and feel that it is time to go back and see the prosperity of the family. However, when you are ready to break the taboo and come out of the mountains, you see the current leader, Nangong Junyi, resisting the heavenly thunder. It turns out that in the past 80,000 years, the family has been losing the protection of you, the ancestor, and the Nangong family's position in the martial arts world has been declining day by day, while the Li family has been relying on the presence of the respected strong to openly try to swallow the 1,000-year heritage of the Nangong family. Helpless, Nangong Junyi can only agree to marry his daughter off in order to exchange for time to break through to the realm of the respected strong. However, he clearly overestimated his own strength. A bolt of heavenly thunder strikes down from the sky, and the image of the respected strong that was originally reflected in the sky begins to rapidly decay. Nangong Junyi also spits out blood under the impact of the lightning. Seeing this scene, the clansmen nearby all show difficult expressions, which means that the destruction of the clan is not far away, and you, standing aside, finally can't bear to watch any longer. With just a wave of your hand, a vast essence of the universe directly merges into his gradually decaying body, and in just an instant, his condition returns to its peak. Nangong Junyi looks at you in shock and disbelief, only to see a golden avenue extending from a distance. After seeing the face in the golden light clearly, Nangong Junyi is shocked. Are you the ancestor? The ancestor of the Nangong family? It's me. You walked up to me and pointed to the sky. There is still a heavenly calamity. Be careful to deal with it. However, at this moment, Nangong Junyi's confidence doubled, allowing this final calamity to strike his back. When the thunder light disappeared, Nangong Junyi couldn't help but look up to the sky and let out a long roar. I finally succeeded in crossing the calamity. But before he could be happy, suddenly a golden light flew from outside the forbidden area, and a disciple knelt down to report that it was from the Li family. The Li family's welcoming team had arrived. Upon hearing this, Nangong Jun snorted coldly. The despicable and shameless Li family dares to come and seek death? With that, he flew towards the Nangong mansion. Outside the Nangong mansion at this moment, a few short and rough-looking men with a green sedan chair looked impatiently at the guard Nangong Feng at the door. They were the team specially sent by Li Yulong to welcome Nangong Yu for marriage. Is this how you welcome a bride? Do you think all the people in our Nangong family are dead? Nangong Feng, the guard, was furious and blared fiercely at the Li family members. He did not expect the Li family to be so disrespectful. They promised a marriage alliance, but only sent a few people to welcome the bride. There was no dowry, no ceremonial escort, not even the basic decency of a wedding procession. It was truly too much. What? You think you can stand out too? Boy, times have changed. The women from the Nangong family marrying our young master are only fit to be concubines. Yes, just a concubine. Your Nangong family should not expect our Li family to treat you with respect. The people of the Li family are all mocking and disdainful in their words. They do not think that the current Nangong family can still cause any great waves. The Nangong family is already in their pocket. However, as soon as they finished speaking, the entire Nangong family descended with supreme power. Bastard! How dare you! Upon hearing this angry shout, the people of the Nangong family were both shocked and delighted, quickly half-kneeling and respectfully welcoming the head of the family. The faces of the Li family's descendants changed color. Incredulous. They had only felt such a powerful aura from their own ancestor, the emperor. But the head of the Nangong family was clearly at the level of a golden immortal. How could he have reached the level of an emperor so quickly? However, they soon became arrogant again. They must be using some treasure to show off here. The Nangong family, Li family are not to be trifled with. Are you ready to back out with such intimidation? They all had mocking and disdainful expressions on their faces, very dissatisfied with the Nangong family's pretentiousness in front of them. Since you all don't want to live, then I won't be polite either. After the descendants of the Li family finished speaking, a majestic voice resounded once again, followed by a huge palm shadow descending from the sky, forcefully pressing down towards the Li family. Seeing this scene, everyone from the Li family was shocked. Emperor's realm? How is this possible? And in the instant when the giant palm descended, all the powerful cultivators in the great wilderness divine realm sensed the movement in the Nangong family. They were stunned beyond measure. How could they not expect that the Nangong family had just fallen an Emperor Realm powerhouse within a few months? And as a result, another Emperor Realm powerhouse had come out. Recalling that when they and the others had previously used their divine thoughts to test the Nangong family's secret realm, they had been cut off by an unknown force. They were more and more certain that the Nangong family's secret realm definitely contained some kind of exotic treasure. Otherwise, the Nangong family wouldn't have been passed down for tens of thousands of years and was already standing. Thinking of this, the crowd of immortal cultivation powers who were unwilling to be the ones to stand out had turned their hidden gazes towards the Li family. Junior, how dare you? The Li clan's ancestor naturally sensed the Nangong clan's movements as well. Nowadays, the Li family has been striking out against the Nangong family for a long time. No matter what, he must not let this time's planning come to naught. The moment the huge palm pressed down, a huge black mist-like shield appeared over the heads of the Li family members, firmly protecting them. Ancestor of the Li family, is this the attitude of your Li family in wanting to join forces? Nangong Junyi, who had appeared in mid-air, looked in the direction of the Li family from afar and spoke coldly. The might on his body was so sharp that it terrified everyone present. The old ancestor of the Li clan sniffed and swept a glance at the few Li clan children who had gone to welcome the bride, and gritted his teeth, secretly annoyed in his heart. This Li Yulong is also too bold. Not even lazy to do the surface work, just send such a few crooked and want to come to welcome the bride. What kind of youngster dares to impersonate a member of my Li family? Old ancestor. With a sudden cry of fury from the Li family's oldest ancestor, only those few Li family children who had just survived Nangong Junyi's slap, before they could finish their words, they directly let out a miserable scream and became flying ashes. Hiss! Nangong Fong and the others couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when they saw this, not expecting the Li family's old ancestor to be so ruthless. These people are not my Li family's welcoming party, so don't be mistaken. Nangong family head. The Li family's old ancestor looked at Nangong Junyi sorrowfully. Now the situation was stronger than the people. His old wounds from spying on the Nangong family's secret realm had not yet healed, and he was categorically not wanting to fight hard with Nangong Fong, who had reached the Empyrean realm. After all, the Li family's ultimate goal was still to annex the Nangong family. The union is waived. Nangong Junyi wrapped his hands around his chest and couldn't help but snort at the words of the Li family's oldest ancestor. What kind of people you Li family are? We in the Nangong family know everything. Junior, don't be too wild. The Li clan's old ancestor was enraged at his words. It was hard to wait until the Nangong family had a decline and was able to take advantage of the opportunity to annex it. How can we let this duck in the mouth fly away for nothing? The Li clan's old ancestor is really powerful. At this moment, Nangong Haotian couldn't help himself in the Nangong family's secret realm. In his eyes, the sun and moon rotated and the stars and rivers twinkled. The invisible aura caused the entire secret realm to vibrate. If he were to follow his temperament in the 21st century, this kind of leaning and brazen old boy would have been slapped on the ground by now. What's going on? What exactly happened in the Nangong family's secret realm? The various great powers who were observing the battle between the two sides with their divine thoughts had horrified faces. They had all sensed an earth-shattering aura erupting from the Nangong family's back mountain secret realm, which was millions of miles away. This kind of aura was difficult to resist even for them who were at the Empyrean realm, and a few moments of fear could not help but arise in their hearts. Sure enough, there are exotic treasures in the Nangong family's secret realm. The Li family's old ancestor faced Nangong Haotian's monstrous might. Not only did he not fear, but instead, greed arose in his heart. He recalled that when he was young, he had once read the description of the Nangong mysterious realm in the Li clan founder's secret book. It said that in this Nangong family secret realm, although they were all places where successive generations of Nangong family masters and members of the Nangong family had buried their bones. However, it also recorded and collected quite a few gungfu senses of the Nangong family members. There were even many heavenly treasures that were rare in the divine realm. Thinking of this, the Li clan's old ancestor's figure emerged from the Nangong clan and rushed towards the Nangong secret realm without hesitation. Elder ancestor of the Li family. You! Nangong Junyi didn't expect this Li clan's old man to appear directly in the Nangong clan. Moreover, he didn't hide his greed and directly rushed towards his family's secret realm in full view of everyone. Good timing. This seat will start with you. Nangong Haotian, who was in the secret realm, snorted coldly and raised his hand to point at the Li family's ancestor. Immediately afterward, a purple cold aura was like a sword blade that tore apart a pike, slicing through the gray and cloudy secret realm, directly rushing towards the Li clan's old ancestor. Just as the Li clan's old ancestor had reached out and touched the entrance to the Nangong mysterious realm, his entire body was immediately chopped in half by the violet light that flew out of the mysterious realm. This Li family ancestor has fallen. The great powers that surrounded this battle were stunned, especially when they saw the purple light that flew out of the secret realm and cut the Li clan's ancestor in half in the blink of an eye. They were all dumbstruck. They even gulped after they couldn't sense the Li clan's old ancestor's aura at all. It should be known that any cultivator who has reached the Emperor realm has fallen inadvertently except for a breakthrough through a tribulation. Usually when fighting with other immortal cultivators there were means of preserving their lives as well as backhanders. It was impossible to just be beheaded so easily. Old ancestor. Nangong family. My Li family and you don't share the same fate. The Li family residence. Li Yulong couldn't help but be shocked and furious as he watched the old ancestor of the Li clan's life-preserving jade token shatter before his eyes. The Li family patriarch was even more pale, with a murderous aura in his eyes. Not to mention the other members of the Li family who were gnashing their teeth and could not wait to choose someone to devour. They knew that the peak battle power in their family, the old ancestor, had completely fallen in the Nangong family. A great powerhouse with the strength of the Emperor realm had fallen so easily, and it was too late to even use the soul transmigration jade medallion prepared by the family. Father, the revenge for the old ancestors' fall in the Nangong family cannot go unrevenged. Li Yulong took a deep breath, knowing that the situation of the Li family and the Nangong family had swapped now. If he and the others didn't take advantage of the opportunity to take down the Nangong family, when the Nangong family reacted, the Li family was afraid that they would not be able to escape. The head of the Li family nodded and looked towards the Li family's children in the hall, prepared to depart immediately, and take down the Nangong family in one fell swoop to avenge our old ancestor. Yes, House Master. All of the Li family's children nodded their heads, echoing the Li family head's promise, and immediately left the hall. The head of the Li family sighed and looked towards Li Yulong, who had a furious expression on his face. Will the hopscotch sect make a move? Master said he would bring some of his disciples to help. Only what? The harmonious cultivation sect wants half of the treasures of the Nangong family's secret realm after the siege. Hearing the grim-faced Li Yulong, the head of the Li family was also showing veins at the corners of his forehead, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. If it wasn't for the sudden fall of his family's oldest ancestor and the strength of the Nangong family head reaching the Empyrean realm, he would never have shared this piece of fat meat with anyone else. To hold back the Emperor Exalt realm's Nangong Junyi, the only reinforcement the Li family had was the harmonious cultivation sect that Li Yulong had worshipped. Although, this harmonious cultivation sect was notorious in the Great Desolate Divine Realm. However, there were 3 great powers in their sect alone with Emperor Realm strength, and it was rumored that there was also an old ancestor who had reached the quasi-saint realm sitting in the town, and it was an existence that other sects and families would never dare to easily mess with as well. The Li family had pondered for a moment and nodded, sort of agreeing to the conditions put forth by the harmonious cultivation sect. The battle between the two families, which had spanned tens of thousands of years, was finally being fought at this very moment. The next day after, outside the heavenly sky city where the Nangong family was located, the Li clan crowd and the hopscotch sect disciples were outside the city gates in a vast crowd of 1,000 people, eyeing them intently. What? Your Nangong family just sent some people of such strength and you dare to stop us? Li Yulong took the lead and stood out, looking towards the hundreds of Nangong family's children standing outside the city gates with a mocking expression on his face. He was a heavenly physique realm body refining expert, and the hundreds of good and bad Nangong family children in front of him alone were not enough to hurt him. Humph! Our Nangong family is open and honest. How is it like the likes of you and other cockroachers and thieves, who work together in collusion? Nangong Feng, who led the Nangong family's children, had a righteous face and swept a disdainful glance at the Li family and the Hushu sect's crowd. Li Yulong's face sank as he spoke with a scowl. Speaking out of turn even at the end of your life. I'd like to see how far you Nangong family can hold out. After saying that, Li Yulong's figure flashed and directly rushed towards Nangong Feng. Nangong Feng quickly drew his sword and met Li Yulong. However, between just a few moves, he lost the wind. With your heavenly immortal realm strength, in front of me, it's not enough to look at. Li Yulong knocked Nangong Feng to the ground with a palm strike. At the same time he showed no mercy in his hands. He transported all his aura and fiercely slapped towards Nangong Feng who fell to the ground and spat out blood. Die for me. Humph. With a woman's cold snort, several sword lights came towards Li Yulong. Li Yulong's heart jumped violently, immediately stopping at Nangong Feng and quickly breaking the sword light that was attacking him. Morong Yu stood in front of Morong Feng with a white light armor, her willow eyebrows crossed and her face cold. The crowd raised their eyes to look at her, only to feel that she was like a cold, proud and lonely, standing on the top of the Tianshan Mountain snow lotus, daunting and out of reach. Who did I think it was? So it's my unmarried woman. What? Showing up in front of me specifically so I can pamper you? Li Yulong looked at Morong Yu with a salivating look. He could sense Morong Yu's cultivation in front of him, just one last step away from the golden immortal realm. Moreover, Morong Yu had unexpectedly awakened the once-in-a-lifetime Xianin body. If you can get her and use her as your cauldron, then it would never be difficult for himself to reach the Emperor body realm in the future. Just you. Moronyu looked at Li Yulong in disgust. She was incredibly glad that her old ancestor had stepped in to save the day and rescue the entire Nangong family. Otherwise, if you really let yourself marry Li Yulong, you might as well die. Moronyu was not polite and directly swung his sword to make a big killing move, only to see a huge long sword appear in front of her, carrying the momentum of wind and thunder to directly blast towards Li Yulong. Li Yulong's eyebrows jumped and he immediately cast a spell, forming a shield to wrap him in. The long sword blasted at Li Yulong's body, directly seriously injuring him on the ground and violently spitting out a mouthful of blood. Little girl, not bad strength. Surprisingly, she was able to injure my beloved disciple. It just so happens that this elder is still short of a cauldron. So let's take you on top. After Moronyu executed a sword move to injure Li Yulong, a feminine-looking man with a pale face instantly came before Moronyu's eyes. His eyes were similarly filled with greed for Moronyu, and he reached out to grab Moronyu into his hands. Elder Yuan of the Harmonious Cultivation sect has come to visit. Why don't you let me teach you a thing or two? Just as the man's hand was about to touch the corner of Moronyu's coat, a cold light flashed through, immediately forcing the hopscotch sect's Yuan elder back several feet. Nangong Junyi appeared in front of Moronyu and looked coldly at Elder Yuan. For this infamous, evil-doing hopscotch sect, Nangong Junyi had always hated it. The two looked at each other and struck out almost simultaneously. What ensued was a fierce battle between the two sides. In the meantime, Nangong Haotian in the secret realm looked towards Nangong Yu, who had some enlightenment, and lightly shouted, "Rain girl, if you don't come to your senses at this time, when will you wait?" His words resounded in heaven and earth only. Both sides of the warring parties froze at the same time, and both of them could not help but look towards Nangong Yu, who was guarding in front of Nangong Feng, who was tempering and recuperating from his injuries, only to see countless light flashes surge through Nangong Yu's body, especially the celebratory clouds floating above her head. A long sword was gradually manifesting. This is the Emperor Realm. Elder Yuan of the Hopscotch sect looked incredulously at the changes that had occurred in Nangong Yu's body. He gritted his teeth, knowing that he could not let Nangong Yu succeed in his breakthrough no matter what right now. If the Nangong family had two Emperor Profound Realm powerhouses, I'm afraid that the task of exploring the Nangong mysterious realm that the old ancestor had explained to him would not be accomplished. Elder Yuan of the Harmonious Cultivation sect's figure flickered and ghostly appeared behind Nangong Yu. In the midst of the crowd's astonishment, he formed his hands into claws and attacked towards Nangong Yu, who was in the midst of a breakthrough. At great speed, the Harmonious Cultivation sect elder's face was grim, and his body radiated an astonishingly chilling murderous aura. He would never allow the Nangong clan to possess another Empyrean realm powerhouse. If this were to happen, the balance between the clans would be broken in an instant. Thinking about this, the killing intent in the eyes of that Harmonious Cultivation sect's Yuan elder grew a few points more. Stop! Just in the nick of time, the sound of a cold whore fell from the sky. A silhouette slowly stepped out as a terrifying aura blasted down. In an instant, those with low cultivation were pressed by that pressure and had their heads lowered. Nangong Junyi? When Elder Yuan of the Harmonious Cultivation sect saw this person, golden auras intertwined in his gaze, and a touch of cruelty crossed the depths of his eyes. This Nangong Junyi is also a genius of the Nangong family, although there is no Nangong Yu this kind of demon. However, at a young age, he stepped into the realm of the Golden Immortal, that is, the Emperor Realm, and can even touch half a point. In that case, you can stay. With a cold snort, the killing intent in the eyes of Elder Yuan of the Harmonious Cultivation sect skyrocketed. He didn't mind slaughtering all of the talented generation of the Nangong family. Kill. Nangong Junyi did not speak nonsense. His cold and pretty face was filled with biting coldness. He let out a low gulp, and then stabbed out with his sword. Wow! 10,000 feet of sword awnings cut through the midair, exuding a cold and terrifying aura. Raging power blossomed out, transforming into a rolling and monstrous aura that pressed towards the Harmonious Cultivation sect elder. Boom! The sword on gulped out, like a meteor falling down. The light was so bright and dazzling that the entire void was illuminated, splitting into two, as if yin and yang were separated. The 9 swords of heaven and earth. This was Nangong Junyi's famous skill. He had once been able to kill a heavenly immortal realm powerhouse horizontally when he was at the Xianxian realm, causing countless cultivators to be shocked. And today, with the 9 swords of heaven and earth coming out again, everyone was expecting what kind of power he could explode into. Humph! Elder Yuan of the Harmonious Cultivation sect's expression remained unchanged, and the corner of his mouth curved into a bizarre arc. When the heaven-swallowing sword shadow attacked, Elder Yuan of the Harmonious Cultivation sect had one hand behind his back and one hand outstretched. He slapped out his palm. Monstrous palm shadows surged up. Endless spiritual energy surged out from his body, and a terrifying aura filled the entire heaven and earth. In the next moment, an arm that covered the sky and the sun spanned the eternities, tearing through 10,000 feet of emptiness and appearing in front of the world. Hiss! Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. All of them were shocked. The hopscotch sect's inheritance was unknown for tens of thousands of years, and its heritage was not inferior to those worldly families and great clans' holy places, but I didn't expect that an elder would be able to exert such a shocking worldly power. The mind trembles. Boom! In the next moment, the two forces collided head-on, erupting into an earth-shattering ringing sound, and rolling waves of air rushed out, stirring in space. In an instant, the air broke apart, revealing an endless void. Mountains and rivers crumble. The sun and moon turn upside down. Just one strike was so terrifying. I'll help you. Right at this moment, an extremely gloomy voice sounded at first, and as the words fell, a 10,000 feet long whip whistled out, pumping in the space, and immediately countless air collapsed and shattered. Boom! Nangong Juni's face changed violently. Rolling spiritual energy was running. A silver giant shield coalesced. As the long whip blasted down, the giant shield directly shattered and turned into pieces, disappearing into the air. However, the momentum of the long whip still did not decrease by the slightest bit, and the monstrous breath blasted towards Nangong Juni, landing on top of his torso, and he was instantly drenched in blood and bloody flesh. Nangong Juni let out a cry of pain. His expression was hideous and his body was trembling. Jia Jia. It seems that all the strength of the Nangong Juniors are not bad. At this time, another voice rang out. The words fell. From the void, a figure stepped into the air, 10,000 feet away. But a few steps and came. The man was dressed in a nighttime outfit, revealing only a pair of eyes that were eerie to the core. Although he was only standing in mid-air, the aura exuding from his body was able to cause the air around him to fluctuate fiercely, with an intimidating aura. Phew! Seeing this scene, Nangong Juni let out a deep breath. His eyes filled with determination. His body's battle spirit shook out, and an ocean of spiritual energy blossomed from within his body. Then he let out a low roar. Dragon Elephant Prison Suppression Technique. As the words fell, monstrous spiritual energy rolled behind him, and two divine objects instantly coalesced. A giant elephant stepped through the void, with a body of 10,000 feet, and that elephant trunk curled up, and then all the endless spiritual power was turned into pieces, becoming its nourishment. And on top of the giant elephant, a golden dragon issued an impassioned sound of dragon roar, shaking the sky to the ground, as if the whole world in this moment, all things seem incomparably small. Dragon Elephant Prison Suppression Technique. When Elder Yuan of the Harmonious Cultivation sect saw the scene, his eyes were filled with greed. Dragon Elephant Prison Suppressing Technique, but one of the Nangong family's best techniques. It was rumored that in the ancient times, an old ancestor of the Nangong had refined two divine dragons and elephants and rehearsed them for several epochs. In the end, only then was such an amazing feat forged. Ha! Elder Yuan laughed coldly, his greed unabashed. Then around him, rolling black mist lingered, filling the sky with intertwining black air and finally transforming into a shocking demonic shadow. This is the unique skill of the Hopscotch sect, the 10,000 Devil's Body. Seeing this scene, someone opened his mouth in shock. Rumor has it that in order to cultivate the 10,000 Devil's Body, the Hopscotch sect has to find 100,000 boys and girls every year and absorb the essence blood from them for 10,000 years, so that within the Hopscotch sect's secret realm, it will coalesce a 10,000 Devil's blood pool, in that which practiced the technique of the body of the 10,000 devils. Such an evil thing is spurned by the world, and everyone who builds a devil's pool is punished. However, the Harmonious Cultivation sect master was an Empyrean powerhouse, and his heritage was even more important, not to be underestimated. It was a holy land on one side, and the opponents had to be afraid of it for half a minute. At this time, their opponent was only one, the Nangong family, and it was by no means possible for them to unite their efforts to attack the Harmonious Cultivation sect. Seeing this scene, Nangong Juni's face was gloomy, but behind him was Nangong Yu. If he retreated, Nangong Yu would go off the rails in a light manner, or in a heavy manner. The Tao would directly disappear. Mo said that Nangong Yu was his junior and he had to do his duty to protect him. Moreover, she was now about to break through the Emperor realm, and he would never allow the Harmonious Cultivation sect to destroy the Nangong family's long-lost return to pomp and circumstance. So, he can't back out. With a low roar, Nangong Juni catalyzed the divine dragon giant elephant, and the two divine creatures roared out, stepping through the void as they stamped towards the Harmonious Cultivation sect elder. Negative. Elder Yuan looked unafraid. The devil behind him came out in a shocking manner, and the mournful hissing sound from his mouth even tore through the long river of space. The pitch-black demonic chi rolled across the entire void, and above the dome of the sky, the black chi rolled, and the sky instantly clouded over, as if it was the end of the world, come to die. Accompanied by a calendar the The divine dragon giant elephant and that devil head collided head-on, blossoming with dazzling light in the pitch-black void. After one strike, the void was shaken and everything was annihilated by the devastating breath. Those cultivators with weak strength were even directly bursting their bodies, killing and injuring countless people. Boom! After the strike, waves of air rolled in. Nangong Juni's body wildly retreated 10,000 feet away in the dust, drenched in blood and bloodied, but his eyes were filled with an exuberant battle intent. Pride lives on and never quits. If you want to touch someone from my Nangong family, you have to step over my corpse. Nangong Juni forced himself to endure the pain and took a step out, landing in front of those cultivators, his icy voice coming from his throat, his biting gaze like a never-extinguished light. Seeing this scene, that harmonious cultivation sex Yuan elder's scalp couldn't help but tingle. If the Nangong family were all like this, what would happen? This son must die. At that moment, the killing intent in the eyes of the harmonious cultivation sect elder grew even greater as he sneered. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill you. As the words fell, the awe-inspiring spiritual energy was like monstrous water converging above, forming a huge black hole. That black hole seemed as if it could swallow everything in the world. Rumble! Above the dome of the sky, a muffled sound came from the sky. The void exploded, and a terrifying aura ravaged the entire space. The black hole grew larger and larger, and in the end, it seemed to have transformed into a bottomless abyss that enveloped this world. Jia, let you become the sustenance for this hole of nothingness. In the void, the harmonious cultivation sect elder let out a piercing sardonic laugh, greed and killing intent lingering in his eyes. All things in this world, no matter who they are, as long as they go into this hole of nothingness, their divine sense will be obtained by the owner. At that time, the Nangong family's dragon elephant prison suppressing technique would still be at his fingertips. By then, when the divine skill had been cultivated, his status in the harmonious cultivation sect could also rise quite a bit. Elder Yuan's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he was almost ready to laugh wildly. It was as if he had already seen the honorable stance of being one person and 10,000 people above him. Boom! But, just then, a sword uncrossed the sky from the heavens. It traveled through the air from eternity. 10,000 feet of light, as if a golden crow had risen, bursting into a dazzling light. A sword fell with 1,000 splendors of light. The stars fell from the sky, and the black gas shrouding the dome of the sky dissipated. Rumble! Sword shadows attacked. The endless light of the sword intertwined together. The cold aura flickered and gulped out, blasting down on the ground. Rolling power was vented, stirring up the entire void, and the air in a 10,000 feet radius shattered, turning into an endless void of space. The mouth of the black hole, moreover, directly turned into pieces and disappeared. Put! As the black hole dissipated, Elder Yuan of the harmonious cultivation sect's face turned white, and a mouthful of reverse blood spurted out from his body. His bloodshot eyes were all over his eyes. His chest stumbled and fell, and his cultivation realm became extremely unstable, as if he was about to fall at any moment. But with just one sword, it was so terrifying. The eyes of those who watched the scene under the dome of the sky were all filled with shock. That aura of death enveloped them, and the crowd that had been clamoring non-stop were all shutting up at this moment, their faces pale and trembling. Dare to touch my Nangong family? Seek death. In the next moment, a voice surged out from all directions, landing beside the ears of the crowd, as if thunder rolled over, as if a shock of thunder appeared, vibrating in the mind and soul for a long time. Afterwards, a young man stepped into the air. His steps were radiant, and a world-shattering power lingered all over his body. Within his eyes, there were golden auras intertwined, and wherever he passed, the divine charm was dense and everything was born. Nangong Laozu. Seeing Nangong Haotian, the Nangong family's expressions were all delighted, and Nangong Juni's taught mind is even more soothing down. As long as the old ancestor is there, any enemy are just demons and monsters, unbearable, and Nangong Yu's realm would be able to make a smooth breakthrough this time. And today, the Nangong family was bound to re-emerge amongst the immortal sect families. The Li family and the harmonious cultivation sect crowd, sensing the endless pressure around this young man, as well as that terrifying sword just now. Fear spread to everyone's heart for no reason, and all of their bodies trembled. Who are you? Seeing Nangong Haotian's aura that was as deep as the sea, even Elder Yuan of the harmonious cultivation sect couldn't help but get nervous at this moment as he let out a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Me? Nangong Haotian let out a laugh, his icy complexion falling on the crowd. The people below were all at the strength of the immortal realm, and they suddenly felt a cold, bone-piercing chill spreading out. I am the old ancestor of the Nangong family. Nangong Haotian. Nangong Haotian's clear and cold voice was like a thunderous explosion word by word. Moving my juniors? Die. Along with the last word death falling, Nangong Haotian's eyes were intertwined with refined auras, and then with one hand probing out, there was a huge palm in the void that covered the sky, tearing through the 10,000 feet of the sky and pressing down towards the enemy. A terrifying pressure shook out, and even emperor powerhouses felt the threat of death at this moment. Elder Yuan's face changed drastically. If he received this palm, he would definitely die. Escape! In this instant, that was the only thought that filled his mind. Thinking about this, Elder Yuan's body erupted with unparalleled strength, wanting to escape from this place as fast as possible. But Nangong Haotian's cold laughter echoed in midair, as if he was looking at tiny bugs, and his indifferent voice came out of his mouth. Escape? Can you escape? As the words fell, that palm probed out, and wherever it went, the airwaves crumbled and trembled, dissolving into the endless void of space. Before Elder Yuan could react, he was shattered by this palm and turned into pieces, annihilating into the air. Great Elder! This horrifying scene caused the other elders of the Harmonious Cultivation sect to be enraged, looking at Nangong Haotian with endless killing intent in their eyes, which then transformed into substance and covered over towards Nangong Haotian. Humph! Nangong Haotian's complexion was ancient, coldly snorted. The sky full of killing intent suddenly dissipated. The cultivator underneath's face turned white. Reverse blood spurted out. His expression was shocked. The Nangong family dared to kill our sect's grand elder. From now on, the Hopscotch sect and the Nangong family are incompatible. One of the elders still looked unconvinced, his heart burning with rage. A terrifying killing intent lingered in his eyes, and his shouting voice made Nangong Haotian's heart raucous. He swung out a palm, the sky full of palm shadows so that people could not retreat. That elder finally turned into a blood mist have fallen, but its divine sense was stripped by Nangong Haotian imprisonment. Ice-cold gaze fell down. Nangong Haotian coldly opened his mouth. Like a Sanskrit chant, the words fell, and then the visions were constant. A single term of evil cultivation in the district. Everyone will be punished. It's good that I didn't trouble you guys. How dare a small Hopscotch sect try to get its hands on the Nangong family? Since that's the case, I'll let you watch with your own eyes how the Harmonious Cultivation sect was slaughtered by me. As the words fell, under the horrified gazes of the remaining elders, Nangong Haotian brazenly struck out, lightly swinging out a palm. Terrifying power stirred up, and all the people from the Harmonious Cultivation sect were annihilated by Nangong Haotian's palm. No half-life left. The people of the Li clan at the bottom had long since looked dumbfounded. Under the lifted eyes, there was a shocked look. They were as untouchable as mole crickets in front of this person. Boom! Nangong Haotian looked indifferent. Only his hand launched a palm. Monstrous palm shadow set off mountains and seas of airwaves. Visions were born horizontally. Under the palm, that Li family crowd was annihilated. At this time, the Li family and the Hopscotch sect crowd that had come to besiege the Nangong family were eliminated cleanly. Boom! Just then, a shocking voice rang out. On Nangong Yu's body, a radiant light flew out, like thunder in the 9 heavens, enveloping the entire heaven and earth. The divine aura filled the sky. The sky was auspicious, and there were dragons and tigers flying through. There seems to be a Sanskrit singing, the sound of music through the void, falling as in the ears of the crowd. Wow! As the Sanskrit sound fell, it was as if the people of the Nangong family were washed, and many of them even had a direct epiphany and broke through the realm barrier, and a strong aura erupted in the middle of the Nangong family. The emperor became a man, and the vision came out. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with ecstasy, and in looking at Nangong Yu, they were filled with admiration. As of this moment, the Nangong clan had produced another emperor. Phew! After a long time, Nangong Yu woke up, and an overpowering aura erupted from her pretty body, shaking between heaven and earth, and the endless void was torn apart by that overwhelming force. Seeing this, Nangong Haotian waved his big hand. From between the skies, a palm that covered the sky descended, caressing it lightly, and the boundless void cracks were instantly smoothed down. Seeing this scene, the Nangong family was even more shocked and admired. Old ancestor, I've finally broken through. At this time, Nangong Yu stood up and took a step out, 100 feet away, but between the whiskers, and landed in front of Nangong Haotian, like a well-behaved child waiting for a parent's praise. Nangong Haotian was all smiles as he spoke in appreciation. To be able to break through to the emperor realm at such a young age is truly an amazing talent. Nangong Haotian wasn't bragging about Nangong Yu, knowing that at her age, to be able to cultivate to the golden immortal realm was a supreme genius. Instead, she had stepped into the Empyrean, and was able to go hand in hand with the old monsters of those Holy Land clans, so her talent could be imagined. It's really a world-class talent. After Nangong Yu broke through to emperor, he went into seclusion to stabilize his realm. Nangong Haotian, on the other hand, convened a meeting of the elders. In the hall, a figure sitting on top of the futon, the breath emanating from the body, is incomparably terrifying. These are the most powerful generation of the Nangong family strength. It was also them that allowed the Nangong family to stand in the immortal cultivation world for eternity. And in front of them, Nangong Haotian's eyes were closed and he didn't utter a single word. But the aura emanating from his body was causing their hearts to palpitate. No one of the elders present knew exactly what realm Nangong Haotian had stepped into. Even more, they felt that the great desolate divine realm was unable to restrict him, and that their old ancestor had stepped into another whole new level. It was so that a blazing fire was burning in everyone's eyes. If that was the case, then wouldn't they, the Nangong family, no longer have to fear any of the family forces in this divine realm? Boom! Suddenly, Nangong Haotian's eyes opened, and the essence in his eyes scratched, and the divine charm flowed and disappeared into the air. I have come to you today to discuss a matter. Nangong Haotian's expression was misty and indifferent, and between his words, his voice was like the grand music of the West, as if the sound of Brahma had fallen, and countless visions crossed his eyes, and the reincarnation of the 10,000 lifetimes seemed to be quietly contained in his eyes. One of the elders spoke. Old ancestor, please speak. Although the Nangong family is still an old family in the great desolate divine region, there are already quite a few forces spying on my clan's secret realm. Along with Nangong Haotian opening his mouth, everyone quieted down and listened intently. In my eyes, these people are nothing more than ants who covet the moonwatch, and since they want to get their hands on my southern palace mysteries, they will have to pay the price. As the words fell, there was a streak of killing intent flowing out of Nangong Haotian's eyes, and his voice was also a few points colder. On the seat on the old can be solid golden immortal powerhouse, but at this moment, they seem to grow in the cold winter months of the shoots in general, not cold and trembling. Nangong Haotian paused and suddenly spoke. Nangong Junyi. Nangong Junyi stood up with only endless admiration in his eyes. Earlier, he was completely bowled over by Nangong Haotian's sword. The sword came from the 9 heavens and blasted anything in the world. You order. Let all the surrounding immortal Holy Land all come to my Nangong family pilgrimage. Become my Nangong family vassal force. Who dares not from kill without mercy. At the end, a voice with an extreme killing aura resounded in their ears. As the words fell, everyone's complexion changed, and horror rolled over in their gazes. They hadn't expected Nangong Haotian to be so domineering. Straight up make the surrounding clans vassal clans? I'm afraid there will be voices of discontent among these forces. Yes. After freezing for a long time, a flash of excitement flashed in Nangong Junyi's eyes as he led the way and opened his mouth. As a martial arts nerd, his favorite thing in life was fighting. That harmonious cultivation sect? At this time, Nangong Junyi seemed to have thought of something and spoke again. Because of the previous battle, Nangong Haotian had annihilated countless cultivators of the hopscotch sect, and I'm afraid that after this, the two forces had formed a deep hatred. Upon hearing this, Nangong Haotian's expression was flat, his gaze not seeing any half change. There is no need to worry. A mere hopscotch sect. I can destroy it with just my hands. You go down and make some preparations. At that time, I will personally exterminate the harmonious cultivation sect and let them know that the Nangong clan is not something they can afford to mess with. Hearing Nangong Haotian's words, everyone looked impassioned and stood up to respond. Yes, if it's alright, you guys can retire first. Seeing this, Nangong Haotian nodded and spoke indifferently. As the words fell, the group of elders retreated. As for Nangong Junyi, he went to prepare things for Nangong Haotian for his trip. Nangong Haotian was sitting on top of the futon. His expression was calm, his eyes were intertwined with divine rhythms, and his body's aura was like a vast and boundless ocean. His strength had long since exceeded the limitations of the great desolate divine realm. A mere hopscotch sect, he could destroy it with a snap of his fingers. However, the most important thing for Nangong Haotian to do on this trip was to erect prestige, to erect the majesty of the Nangong family. Therefore, personally going ahead as an old ancestor to exterminate the harmonious cultivation sect would be more likely to alert the great clans of the divine realm and cause them to curb their intentions of annexing and coveting them. However, in a moment's time, Nangong Junyi arrived in the middle of the great hall and handed the old ancestor a spatial ring, looking respectful as he said, "Old ancestor, the things you asked for have been prepared." As he spoke, an odd color crossed Nangong Junyi's eyes. When they stepped into the mortal realm, they would be able to abstain from eating any more food, and at their level, they would not be able to do anything even if they did not eat for eternity. However, Lao Tzu asked him to prepare the kitchenware. If we were talking about finding divine pills and divine weapons, the Nangong family was all over the place. But, cooking utensils for cooking, can really waste Nangong Junyi 9 cows and 2 tigers. Nangong Haotian felt it with his divine sense. He nodded in satisfaction, put the spatial ring on his hand, and spoke faintly, "Cultivate well during my absence." Yes, When Nangong Junyi heard this, he bowed and lowered his head, speaking with a respectful expression. When he raised his head, Nangong Hautian had long since disappeared. The great desolate divine realm was strangely large. Among them, I don't know how many empires are situated in them, in which the Holy Land sects are even more countless. That is, the Nangong family, such an ancient family, are not less than a palm, and after millions of years of evolution, there are still places in the great desolate divine realm where creatures have not set foot to this day. One day, a figure appeared in the middle of the barren ridge, which was so large that even Xianxiani mortals would have to fly for months to cross it. On the other hand, Nangong Hautian was slowly and leisurely, as if he was walking through the barren ridge, in which the ferocious beast's aura was thick and raging, but he was unimpressed. If he casually intercepted and killed a ferocious beast, then in the future, when the ferocious beasts of this barren ridge saw Nangong Hautian, they would be like seeing a natural enemy and would avoid it. With Nangong Hautian's strength, from the Nangong clan to the harmonious cultivation sect, although it was a long way, as long as he wanted to, he would be able to step in and out in the space of a single breath. However, it was clear that Nangong Hautian did not intend to do so. After being closed for I don't know how many long years, I must take a good look at this heaven and earth. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too boring? Roar! And right at this moment, in the middle of a barren ridge, a majestic sea-like spiritual energy erupted out, rolling power like a tsunami, flooding out in all directions. Countless ancient trees collapsed in an instant, and the surrounding birds and beasts fled all over the place in panic. A lingering aura filled this heaven and earth. There was a morose chill that filled the air, and all roads were suddenly filled with killing machines. Interesting. Seeing this scene, the corner of Nangong Hautian's mouth curved up into an arc as he let out a faint smile. Afterward, he took one step and his figure disappeared into the middle of the original place. And somewhere in there was a wonderful young girl with beautiful eyes and white teeth, and her skin was as fair and translucent as a diamond. Her pretty body was clear and graceful, dressed in green clothes, with 3,000 green threads falling around her waist, and holding a green-colored long sword, and above her circumference, an ancient and mysterious aura lingered. The breath was cold, as if it could cut through the void and annihilate everything around it. Cold feather sword technique. At that moment, that young girl's vermilion lips gently opened, and her beautiful eyes blossomed with golden aura. In that instant, it was as if there was a great Tao evolving, and the spiritual energy around him was like a monstrous wave that coalesced and surged away from the sword. And then, the young girl slashed out a sword, several feet of sword shadow heaving up, surging momentum, carrying a fierce force, like a ferocious beast running, emitting a thick and lingering breath, towards a golden-winged rock. Nico! The golden-winged rock let out a majestic and terrifying sound. The air seemed to shatter before the young girl's eyes. The terrifying aura shook between heaven and earth, transforming into a huge net that covered the sky, lingering in this space and rising towards that golden sword shadow, surging in all directions. Boom! In the next moment, an earth-shaking sound erupted from the middle of the barren ridge, and a wave of air, like a mushroom cloud, exploded here, stripping away hundreds of miles in all directions and shaking the void. At this moment, it was as if heaven and earth were connected, and countless ferocious beasts were annihilated under this wave of air. Damn it! After the strike, the terrifying airwave shook the young girl back 10,000 meters away, and scarlet blood flowed out of her pale skin. Her eyelids fluttered and her cherry lips condensed slightly, revealing a look of pain. This golden-winged rock is quite a bit stronger than I thought. If senior brother and the others were here, I wouldn't be in such a mess. The young girl breathed heavily, her eyes falling on the golden-winged rock. It was important to think about the latter's weaknesses. Otherwise, if she continued like this, she would surely be killed on the spot by it. Nico! That golden-winged rock struck again. Its wings flapped violently, rolling a gust of wind and waves. The giant wave swept up the million-pound boulder like a feather, lightly inciting it into the air. Instantly, countless stones filled the space above, like a rain of swords, bursting down towards the young girl. In the next moment, the air was torn apart, and countless stones annihilated everything, emitting a terrifying to the extreme aura. Phew! The young girl let out a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. And then, she mobilized the spiritual energy in her body, and that rolling spiritual energy was like an ocean, surging and surging, transforming into a silver giant shield that enveloped above her circumference. Boom! Countless stones were still coming, and the next moment they landed on top of the silver-colored giant shield, accompanied by muffled and dull sounds. The earth instantly cracked, revealing channels of gullies. Ka-ching! In an instant, the silver-colored giant shield also began to crack, with cracks spreading in all directions like a spider's web. The young girl was drenched in fragrant sweat, her pretty face pale and incomparable. Panting heavily, her beautiful eyes filled with unwillingness and despair. Boom! Right at this moment, a sword surged out from the sky, slicing through the void and coming far across. The 10,000-foot sword was like a blazing sun, making all creatures unable to open their eyes. When the light dispersed and the stone rain stopped, that golden-winged rock let out a cry of pain, and all of a sudden it was dripping with blood, as if it was seriously injured. Seeing this scene, the young girl's eyes trembled in shock. That sword just now was too terrifying. She even felt that it was the monsters of the Holy Land that never came out that were just like that. And then, in the midst of her gaze, a young man stepped into the air, and under the sunlight, a handsome face was reflected in the golden light. This person was no other than Nangong Haotian, who had never made a move. The golden-winged rock is a race of ancient times. The purebred bloodline of the Rock clan possessed incomparable fearful power, and under equal cultivation, the golden-winged rock could instantly kill clan cultivators. But, in Nangong Haotian's eyes, it was just a lamb to be slaughtered. You, who? When the young girl saw Nangong Haotian appear in front of her, the icy aura made it a little difficult for her to breathe, and her eyes were filled with trepidation. This person seemed incomparably young, but it made her feel a deathly threat. Nangong Haotian ignored her. The golden aura in his eyes swept towards the rock as he slowly opened his mouth. I heard that you are a purebred bloodline of the Rock clan, so I think you shouldn't be a slow runner. So if you become my mount, I can spare your life. Nangong Haotian wanted to enjoy the beauty of the great desolate divine realm, but relying on himself to wander slowly, he was afraid that he would have to walk for quite a while. It just so happened that he came across the golden-winged rock at this time, so he wanted to subdue it as a mount. Hearing this, the golden-winged rock instantly developed a trace of scorn towards Nangong Haotian, but, the next moment it raised its head and roared, and its roar echoed across the sky. Long and long, the golden-winged rock, that was one of the ancient races, the noblest of existences, was actually being asked to serve as a mount? Nangong Haotian's words provoked a monstrous rage in the golden-winged rock's heart. Nico! A furious roar came from that golden-winged rock as it danced its wings. The body that covered the sky attacked, and in an instant, the entire dome of the sky grayed out. The golden-winged rock exuded a lingering aura around his body, and a terrifying forceful aura stirred above the void. Out of your depth. Nangong Haotian shook his head. He had already given this golden-winged rock a chance. Since the latter didn't give face, he had no choice but to step in and stew it into soup. When I think about it, the last time I drank the broth of a swift race was tens of thousands of years ago. It's amazing how much time has passed and how much I miss it at this moment. Boom! Between thoughts, Nangong Haotian slapped out a palm. The monstrous palm shadow exuded a supreme aura. The golden giant palm was as if a god had descended, and the terrifying power shook above the void. Only a shocking sound could be heard as the palm shadow blasted down, striking above the golden-winged rock, which fiercely let out a cry of pain and fell straight to the ground. Seeing this scene, the young girl in the distance had long since frozen in shock, a pair of beautiful eyes filled with incredulity. She couldn't even tell which one of them was the Taiku fierce beast for a while. One must know that the golden-winged rock was also a top-ranked existence among the ancient races, not to mention that the strength of this golden-winged rock in front of him was even more mysterious and unpredictable. But, in front of this teenager, the golden-winged rock, however, was like a plaything. This person is the holy son of which holy land? The young girl's pair of beautiful eyes were filled with doubt. Boom! At the same time, Nangong Haotian grabbed the wings of the golden-winged rock with one hand and fiercely exerted himself. His body erupted with terrifying and incomparable strength. Using his body as the axis, that golden-winged rock even directly rotated around in the air, and then smashed on top of the ground. Rumbling sounds erupted as if it was an earthquake, and the surrounding mountains all collapsed in the next moment. That young girl had long been astonished beyond words, and her pretty face seemed to have gone numb. She froze in place, forgetting for a moment what she had come for. I am willing to be your mount. The golden-winged rock was completely convinced, its heart filled with shock and astonishment. What kind of monster was this person in front of it? He himself was like a chicken in front of him, and had no room to make a move at all. It's horrible. However, Nangong Haotian snorted at his words. Sorry, now I've changed my mind. As the words fell, Nangong Haotian took a step out, and the land around him crumbled away, dust rolling and spreading. Immediately afterward, his body landed on top of the mid-air, an endless ocean of spiritual energy surging away, and in his eyes, thunder seemed to be declared. And then, Nangong Haotian held out a palm, and crimson flames burned and burst. The fire spread across the void, and in an instant, the ocean of spiritual energy behind him turned into an endless sea of fire. The sea of fire that filled the sky seemed to have the power to scorch everything, and under Nangong Haotian's icy gaze, the sea of fire descended, not on top of the barren ridge, engulfing everything in front of it. The young girl on the sidelines looked utterly dumbfounded. The golden-winged roc, as strong as the ancient races, was lost to the fire just like that? The young girl's face reflected the fire in the sky, shocked and confused, and for a moment she suddenly felt how this could be so crazy that you can't believe your eyes. Collect. Within Nangong Haotian's eyes, there was an endless sea of fire intertwined, and at this moment, he murmured softly. The sea of fire then dispersed, 10,000 feet in a radius. They all became wreaths and fragments. The golden-winged roc, moreover, was directly roasted by the sea of fire. Nice. A tantalizing smell of meat filled the air. Nangong Haotian nodded, stepped into the air and landed on the ground, pulling out a piece of golden-colored meat from the golden-winged roc's body, and took out seasonings from his spatial ring to start seasoning it. But in a while, a burst of refreshing meat flavor filled the air, and didn't enter the young girl's nose. The young girl couldn't help but swallow her saliva. But she didn't dare to take a step forward. Do you want to eat it? At this moment, Nangong Haotian suddenly spoke, handing her a piece of golden-winged roc meat. At those words, the young girl hastily shook her head and half moved her feet, not daring to agree. Just kidding. This is the meat of the golden-winged roc. If she eats it, I'm afraid that the golden-winged roc clan will go crazy and come to the door to find their own trouble. At that time, not only her, I'm afraid that even the division will die without a burial place. In this world, I'm afraid that only this teenager in front of me would dare to do so. Seeing her refusal, Nangong Haotian let out a laugh and didn't say anything more. After eating and drinking enough, he used his space ring to put away the rest of the meat, and he was ready to go on his way. Little girl Chiu Shuecheng, I don't know what you call yourself? Seeing Nangong Haotian leave, that young girl hurriedly stepped over to follow him. After all, this barren ridge was full of crises, and the strength of this teenager in front of him was so terrifying. If we could travel together, the road might be a lot safer. The teenager spared no words as he spoke. Nangong Haotian. Nangong Haotian. Chiu Shuecheng's pair of beautiful eyes blossomed into streams of light. Her mouth murmured his name, and she gave a light smile, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Then where are you going? Hopscotch Gate. As the words fell, Chiu Shuecheng's pretty face instantly turned cold. A cold aura blossomed in her eyes, and dots of killing intent lingered in her eyes. What? Are you going to kill me? When Nangong Haotian saw Chiu Shuecheng's face change, he suddenly felt some amusement in his heart and couldn't help but flirt. Upon hearing this, Chiu Shuecheng didn't say anything, but a pair of icy eyes seemed to have told Nangong Haotian. The Hopscotch sect is a cult that everyone has to kill. They cultivate breakthroughs are led by women, evil to the extreme. Therefore, when Nangong Haotian uttered the words harmonious cultivation sect, Chiu Shuecheng's eyes revealed his killing intent. Nangong Haotian didn't continue to tease her and spoke. I might have to disappoint you. I'm going to look for trouble with the harmonious cultivation sect. Some time ago, that evil cultivators sect came to find trouble with my Nangong clan, so I'm going to make them bow down. Seeing Nangong Haotian's serious look, Chiu Shuecheng suddenly snorted out a laugh, and her white eyes were filled with a clear smile. Just you still kill people from the harmonious cultivation sect. It's not enough for them to kill you if you go. After knowing that Nangong Haotian was not from the harmonious cultivation sect, she relaxed for a moment and even joked about it. Seeing Chiu Shuecheng's disbelief, Nangong Haotian rubbed his nose and did not say anything more. It just so happens that the sect I'm in is right next to it, so we can travel together. If you've really come to kill the harmonious cultivation sect, I can accompany you forward. After all, with my identity, I can also keep you safe if you get into trouble. When the time comes, it will be a way to repay you for saving my life. Chiu Shuecheng smiled with a beaming smile. She didn't believe what Nangong Haotian had said, but since it was on the way, it would be better to go there together. Since she was alone here in crisis anyway, it's still nice to have a strong bodyguard. Along the way, many ferocious beasts had become food in Nangong Haotian's mouth. Chiu Shuecheng also ate a lot after him, and in just a few days' time, her cultivation level had risen quite a bit. Reaching the realm of the Golden Immortal was just around the corner. Nangong Haotian ate the news of the golden-winged roc spread all the way, full of ferocious beasts in the barren mountains. In the encounter with Nangong Haotian, this god of fury, are full of mountains fleeing, avoiding, for fear of becoming the food in this mouth. In the meantime, the depths of the wilderness, a roar shook the sky and echoed in midair for a long time. Boom! And then, a figure that covered the sky appeared in the sky, and that figure stirred up its wings, and suddenly, a fierce wind kicked up, and the surrounding ferocious beasts prostrated themselves on the ground, all in a submissive posture. Wow! A golden light crossed, and the figure transformed into a ray of light and radiated down to the ground, and all of a sudden, the rubble shook and dust rolled. When the dust cleared, a man in gorgeous clothes appeared, and he had a chilling aura about him. Jia Jia. This person is really good. To the extent that he can slaughter the golden winged rock. This young man can consider taking him as a slave. This way, it can also humiliate the golden winged rock clan. The man in fancy clothes let out a loud laugh, evil and arrogant. In front of him, the figures of Nangong Haotian and Xiao Shuecheng appeared above the crystal ball, and the two of them seemed to be talking about something, talking and laughing. This man, a member of the golden mythical beast clan, was named Night Chen, and like the golden winged rock, he belonged to the ancient race of creatures. Moreover, the two races are incompatible, and wars have broken out over the years. And now that Nangong Haotian had killed a golden winged rock here, he would definitely want to take Nangong Haotian as a slave, so that he could properly humiliate the golden winged rock clan and show off the glory and might of the golden mythical beast clan. Boom! Night Chen took one step and transformed into a gigantic mythical beast. The mythical beast was covered in red flames, stirring in midair and emitting a lingering aura of extreme coldness. But in an instant, the mythical beast disappeared into the land. In the meantime, as Nangong Haotian passed through a clearing, a huge golden winged rock, which covered the sky, landed in front of the two of them. Those lingering eyes, like a blazing sun, emitted a glittering light that fell on the duo. The golden rock's icy voice came out from its mouth. Human, how dare you touch my golden winged rock clan? I will refine you into a human slave for 10,000 years. That golden winged rock transformed into a figure, holding a long sword in its hand, and above the blade, an ancient and mysterious aura lingered. Killing intent filled one of his eyes as an endless river of spiritual energy surged away from within him. It then landed on top of the long blade. A slash! Boom! Accompanied by a loud sound. The shadow of the blade came down in a mountainous trend, splitting the entire world in two. Above the heavens, the light swirled away as if only white remained. The terrifying to the extreme aura of death came to the surface. Xiao Shuecheng's face changed suddenly, and her pretty face turned pale in a flash. However, Nangong Haotian's face remained calm and indifferent, just slapping out a palm. The ferocious spiritual energy was like a sea of ocean, exuding an unending aura. That majestic spiritual energy transformed into a golden giant palm. The palm shadow crossed the sky, and countless visions evolved in the void. When the golden rock saw this scene, he was violently startled, and the spiritual energy within his body surged even more ferociously. The shadow of the sword in his hand skyrocketed out to 10,000 feet, sprawling in mid-air, as if heaven and earth looked small under this sword shadow. Boom! Along with the two forces colliding head-on, a wave of air rose up to the sky, vibrating in the mid-air. The void instantly shattered, and the surrounding scenery was reduced to pieces. Boom! After the strike, that golden-winged rock retreated wildly 10,000 feet before he could stand still, his eyes filled with shock and annoyance. He was an ancient race, and he was actually repelled by a tiny human cultivator? Where does that leave the face of his golden rock clan? Human, I want you dead. Accompanied by a roar, the golden-winged rock's body erupted with a burst of golden light. The light shrouded between heaven and earth, and the wild winds whistled around them, exuding an air of supreme majesty. Boom! In the next moment, the golden-winged rock appeared in the void, and that huge figure covered the sky, and for a moment, the entire world grayed out. Come to die. The golden-winged rock let out a piercing chirping sound from its mouth, and its head turned slightly as a huge wave of light filled with heaven-destroying might roared out from its mouth. Boom! The light pillar was grand and carried supreme pressure, whistling towards the Nangong Haotian duo, as if it had the ability to annihilate everything. Xiao Shuecheng's pretty face was incomparably white, and her beautiful eyes were filled with panic. She felt the threat of death in the scent. It was a scent that made her heart palpitate. From beginning to end, Nangong Haotian's face was always indifferent as one. Only when the light pillar blasted down did Nangong Haotian lightly raise his hand, and the spiritual energy within his body surged and turned into a golden compass. Under the endless spiritual power, the compass suddenly skyrocketed, reaching several feet in length, and stretched out above the midair. That golden compass was engraved with all living things, vividly lifelike, as if it was a world. The golden-winged rock was horrified to perceive that there was actually the aura of time flowing on the compass. The way, this human has actually realized the great Tao. At this moment, the golden-winged rock was in a state of shock, and his worldview was about to collapse at this moment. Ave! This was the most mysterious existence in the great desolate divine realm. It was those emperor powerhouses who could not realize the power of the great Tao in their entire lives. And this human cultivator in front of him was actually able to exert the might of the great Tao. Could it be that he had already surpassed the emperor realm? No. No way. If he had surpassed the emperor realm, he himself would have been annihilated by his palm long ago. Moreover, there were only a handful of emperors in the entire great desolate divine realm. Those were all old monsters that would never come out. How could he be so young and reach the Emperor Power Realm? It must have been some kind of great Tao Dharma treasure in his hands to be able to exert a hint of the great Tao's power. Thinking about this, the golden-winged rock's eyes filled with endless greed as it looked towards Nangong Haotian. The golden rock laughed wildly, his eyes containing a sneer, and said, "Kid, hand over the great Tao magic treasure on your body. I can leave you a whole body. Otherwise." He revealed a morose smile and didn't continue, but the meaning was already self-evident. Meh. Nangong Haotian stood with his hands in the air and let out a cold smile. "Then we'll see if you have the ability." As the words fell, Nangong Haotian slapped out a palm. The golden compass bloomed with a brilliant light, like the heart of the world, flowing with the aura of all living things. Boom! A sound that shook the heavens and the earth rang out. A mushroom cloud rose above the void, and this world trembled uncontrollably. The endless emptiness was annihilated, and the 10,000 miles in every direction were reduced to pieces. A terrible aura of death stirred in the space. At the same time, there were the rolling waves of air, like huge waves, whistling up and shaking the air above. Boom! In the next moment, the golden-winged rock's body wildly retreated 10,000 feet away, dripping with blood. A terrifying aura stirred in his body, like a volcano that was about to erupt, and the air around him crumbled apart. Jia Jia, Void Wukong. You were actually beaten by a human cultivator in such a sorry state. It's really a disgrace to my ancient race. Right at this time, a sneering laughter came through the air, and when the words fell, a huge spatial crack appeared above the 10,000 feet of sky. Then, a golden mythical beast appeared in front of several people. He was covered in blazing flames, and his body seemed to have turned into an endless sea of fire around him, scorching the sky and the void. Humph! Seeing this person, the golden-winged rock Void Wukong let out a cold snort, forcing himself to endure the pain as he spoke coldly. "Night Chen, what do you want?" Void Wukong's gaze was vigilant as he looked at this golden mythical beast. He had only just been seriously injured himself, and if he were to add this golden mythical beast to the mix, he would most likely fall to his death. Upon hearing this, Night Chen let out an earth-shattering laugh before his body moved and transformed into a humanoid form, stepping into the air and landing in front of void emptiness. His eyes filled with sarcasm as he said, "I came to see a hilarious scene and mock you. By the way, take another slave." As the words fell, Night Chen ignored Wukong's monstrous rage and turned his head to look at Nangong Haotian, his playful voice carrying an unquestionable tone. He spoke, "Human, since you were able to defeat the golden-winged rock, I think you have good strength. I'll give you a chance to become my slave and I'll let you enjoy supreme glory. How about it?" Night Chen waved his hands and laughed aloud, as if he was bestowing supreme honor on Nangong Haotian, and his eyes were filled with contempt and ridicule for Nangong Haotian. Meh! Nangong Haotian let out a cold laugh, his flat eyes not seeing the slightest ripple flow. His cool voice was like a thunderbolt rolling out of his throat. "Just by you? Are you worthy?" Nangong Haotian slapped out a palm, and the sky full of palm shadows seemed as if it was going to tear apart the endless void, carrying a destructive momentum as it transformed into a golden giant elephant and slapped down in Night Chen's direction. In the entire great desolate divine realm, other than him, Nangong Haotian, who dared to say that he was invincible? Who dared to say that he was undefeated? A mere Taiku race is so rampant? It's ridiculous. Give face. Seeing Nangong Haotian's refusal, Night Chen's face turned cold, his body shook, and a fierce spiritual energy rose up around him as he also swung out a palm. The two forces collided head-on, only to hear a bang sound, the power to explode. The breath rolled up, blasted down in a circle of 10,000 feet between. "No wonder you were able to kill the golden-winged rock clan. You do have a few abilities, but in front of my golden mythical beast clan, you are still too weak." Seeing Nangong Haotian step in to block this strike, Night Chen was slightly surprised in his eyes. However, he quickly regained his composure and let out a cold smile before raising his hand, and two heavy hammers materialized. "These two heaven-breaking hammers, even the heavens I can break. Boy, I'll give you one more chance. Bow down and become my slave. I can spare your life." Golden auras were intertwined in Night Chen's eyes, and a sea of thunder seemed to stir in the depths of his eyes. He bellowed, and above the sky, dark clouds and thunder rolled. Noisy. Nangong Haotian's face was chilled, and two words were spat out coldly from his mouth. "This golden animal is really noisy ears. In that case, let's slaughter this animal and drink soup and eat meat." Subsequently, Nangong Haotian no longer stayed his hand. With a flip of his right hand, a long sword appeared in his hand. Tendo sword. This was Nangong Haotian's saber, the chi of the heavenly Tao that Nangong Haotian had stripped away from the heavenly Tao, which was then melted with countless divine artifacts sacred soldiers for 10,000 years before it was forged into an existence that surpassed the divine artifact sacred soldiers. When this sword came out, the heavenly Tao contended and the great Tao roared. Countless visions evolved in this heaven and earth. as if countless reincarnations were flowing. Hiss. Seeing this scene, that golden mythical beast was shocked beyond words. Their golden mythical beast clan all had racial inheritance memories. In his confused memories, he saw a man in white, holding a long sword, cutting down all the enemies in the world. Could it be that this person is? Looking at Nangong Haotian in front of him, a bold idea suddenly surfaced in the heart of the golden mythical beast. But, just a thought, an ancient sword shadow cut through the void. The sword shadow exuded a vicissitude and ancient aura, as if it had traveled through the long river of time, and above the sword shadow, there was the evolution of the great Tao, where all things were born and 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 all things were born. Boom! In the end, under Night-chan's horrified gaze, the sword shadow blasted down, erupting with supreme power, and the latter's body, too, fell in pieces amidst the volatile sword shadow. Seeing this scene, the distant golden-winged rock had long since been stunned. This is a human monk? It's not an ancient race that manifested itself? Void Wukong had long since been stunned silly, and even he had some doubts as to who was the real Taiku race between them. At the moment, he was left with only one thought: escape. Immediately afterward, the spiritual energy in his body worked frantically, preparing to escape from this place when Nangong Haotian wasn't paying attention, and at that moment, Nangong Haotian's icy voice didn't enter his ears. Stop. As the words fell, Void Empty's figure paused, instantly drenched in cold sweat. He could perceive a mighty power lingering around him that was enough to kill him with a single blow. If he dared to act rashly, he would surely die without a burial place. Become my mount or die. Nangong Haotian opened his mouth indifferently, but the sound of his words fell into Void Wukong's ears, but it was as if they were explosive thunder, blasting down in his ears and shaking his mind. I do. Without half a moment's hesitation, Void Wukong knelt down on top of the ground, his eyes filled with panic. Seeing this scene, Nangong Haotian nodded in satisfaction. If this golden-winged rock didn't agree, he didn't mind eating him as food. Snap! Nangong Haotian walked over to the corpse of the golden mythical beast. The huge corpse lay across the ground, and although it was dead, the overpowering aura that wafted from the corpse was not something that ordinary creatures could approach. In the next moment, Nangong Haotian slapped out a ball of flame from his palm, burning the golden mythical beast's body to the ground. Xiao Xueqing let out a laugh from the side, as if she already knew what Nangong Haotian was going to do. Not long after, that golden mythical beast had turned into golden mythical beast meat. Nangong Haotian sprinkled down the seasonings, and the mythical beast meat became a delicious and savory ancient race meat. He casually tore off a piece of meat and handed it to Void Wukong, who blanched and hastily shook his head in rejection. Just kidding. This is the meat of a golden mythical beast. Although the Golden Winged Rock clan and the Golden Mythical Beast clan were incompatible. However, if one ate this piece of golden mythical beast meat, it would mean that the two ancient races would go to full-scale war in the future. That's a price that's not something he can afford. And as if Xiao Xueqing had already gotten used to it, he easily took the golden mythical beast handed to him by Nangong Haotian and put it into his mouth and chewed it. And just as he swallowed it into his abdomen, a pure to the core energy roared out in his abdomen. This power rolled like a monstrous river and sea, exuding a palpitating aura. Golden immortal realm. In the next moment, Xiao Xueqing's aura was sublimated, and her eyes flashed with a heaven-shattering essence. It was as if she could open up the heavens and the earth with just her hands, and her powerful aura was like a god coming to life, controlling the might of the entire world. Retracting her breath, Xiao Xueqing's pretty face was overflowing with excitement and joy. Her pair of beautiful eyes fell on Nangong Haotian, filled with a million thanks. One must know that if it wasn't for this person, one must still be stuck at the heavenly immortal realm, and one would not know how many years of age would pass before he could break through to the golden immortal realm. And now, after absorbing the essence of the Taiku race, not only had she broken through to golden immortal, but her breath was also purer and thicker, and vaguely, she could feel as if a new world had opened up in her physique as well. Although she had only reached the first level of the golden immortal realm now, she was confident that she would be invincible even if she faced the third level of the realm in the future. When he saw Xiao Xueqing immediately break through the golden immortal realm, Nangong Haotian didn't disturb her, but rather escorted her aside and waited until she had stabilized her breath before speaking. Go. Aha! Xiao Xueqing nodded heavily, and streams of light blossomed in her beautiful eyes as she looked toward Nangong Haotian. Nangong Haotian waved his hand towards Void Wukong. The latter instantly understood. His body rolled up and flew down to the mid-air. A light bloomed, and when the light dispersed, a golden-winged rock appeared in front of the two of them. Nangong Haotian stood with his arms folded as he took a step out and landed firmly on Void Wukong's back as he spoke indifferently. Go to the Harmonious Cultivation sect. You're really going to the Hasha sect? Ha! Xiao Shuecheng's pair of beautiful eyes slightly stagnated. Could it be that he really wanted to make the Hushu sect bow down? But is it possible with just Nangong Haotian alone? Though, the aura and energy he emitted caused Xiao Shuecheng to be incomparably shocked. However, she had always felt that Nangong Haotian was a heavenly pride saint's son who was not in seclusion in some holy land, so she did not feel that he had the worldly desire to topple the hopscotch sect. Aha! Nangong Haotian nodded, his gaze flat and ancient. It is true that this trip is a bit treacherous for you, so why don't we leave it at that? After all, Xiao Shuecheng had only broken through to the golden immortal realm, her strength had not yet stabilized, and if she went forward rashly and met danger, Nangong Haotian would still have to be distracted to take care of her. Xiao Shuecheng didn't know what Nangong Haotian was thinking. After calming her mind, she patted her chest and spoke. I'm the holy maiden of the Arctic sacred ground. If I'm in danger at that time, I can take out the Arctic sacred order, and they definitely won't dare to move me. Furthermore, I have also just broken through the golden immortal realm and happen to need a battle to stabilize my cultivation. Not to mention the fact that everyone in the harmonious cultivation sect has to be executed. So this time around, I'm bound to go, so you don't have to worry about me. Moreover, it is indeed a bit difficult for you to step through the harmonious cultivation sect by your own strength, and having me here is also considered a helper. As the words fell, the golden-winged rock on the side followed and chimed in. And me, this opportunity to show his attitude, Void Hollow was sure to seize it. Well, just as well. Hearing their words, Nangong Haotian nodded, and after he finished speaking, he sat down on the ground and began to rest his eyes. Time passes slowly. The golden-winged rock is worthy of being an ancient race, and even its flying speed is no less than that of an emperor powerhouse. That endless barren mountain range was crossed over in just a few days. They soon arrived at the hopscotch sect. The golden-winged rock landed on the ground while transforming into a human form. 2 men and 1 woman, standing on the side of the river valley. The corner of the mountain in front of them was where the hopscotch sect was located. The entire valley, haunted by a cold and bizarre atmosphere, was like the gates of hell. Xiao Shuecheng, even as a golden immortal powerhouse, felt some chills, and in the valley, the formations were densely packed, and each one of them had the mighty power to kill the golden immortal realm. In the depths of the sect, there were even a few hidden auras that connected between heaven and earth, as if there were great avenues evolving. This ghastly aura caused Void Wukong to feel some inexplicable fear at the moment. Harmonious cultivation sect, it seems that an emperor profound realm is about to descend. Void Wukong eyes flashed with the light of panic. If a clan out of an emperor will be able to protect the family 10,000 years of prosperity, but if out of a great Tao emperor, then it is possible, hand in hand, to hold the epic. A great Tao emperor, as the name suggests, is an emperor who grasps the great Tao. Only, the mystery of the great Tao was not something an emperor could comprehend either, and only those unparalleled demons could comprehend a trace of the power of the great Tao when they broke through to the emperor. And then, the achievement of the great Tao emperor, although it was only a trace of the power of the great Tao, the might of its outburst was something that even an old emperor could not match. However, in Nangong Haotian's eyes, the so-called great Tao emperor was nothing more than a larger ant in general. It's not worth it. Nangong Haotian's feet lifted, and when he was about to go up the mountain to exterminate the hopscotch sect, Nangong Junyi's voice suddenly came from his mind. Old ancestor, none of the family clans in a 100-mile radius of my Nangong family have agreed to the request you made. Oh, at those words, Nangong Haotian's eyes narrowed slightly, and the corners of his mouth curved up. Interesting. Nangong Haotian did not expect that these family clans would be so hardened. Since they refused to submit to the Nangong clan, they must have something to rely on. However, their so-called reliance was nothing more than a bullet-ridden molehill in Nangong Haotian's eyes. Trying to fight against him was like anteing a tree. In that case, in the next moment, Nangong Haotian's body exuded a destructive energy, and killing machines flickered in his eyes as he looked at the harmonious cultivation sect. Since he had awakened from the secret realm, he would lead the Nangong clan to become an existence that all beings in the great desolate divine realm could not look up to. You guys go back to the clan first. When I return, I'll personally make an entrance. Nangong Haotian divine sense communicated with Nangong Junyi. The latter understood and nodded in agreement. Sir, what do we do now? At this time, Void Emptiness spoke respectfully. Upon hearing this, Nangong Haotian's gaze landed on top of that valley, and then he spoke faintly. Naturally, he walked over there in big strides. As the words fell, Nangong Haotian took a step out and then landed in front of that harmonious cultivation gate. His flat gaze looked towards the guards at the side. Who are you? One of the guards, whose body erupted with a lingering aura that broke through the sky, took a step forward and coldly asked, True immortal realm? Nangong Haotian snorted indifferently. This strength, not even as good as a mole. Seeing Nangong Haotian's face showing sarcasm, the guard's face immediately sank, killing intent lingering in his eyes as he coldly spoke. Report your name, and I'll spare you from death. Nangong Haotian spoke indifferently. Nangong Haotian. This time, I've come to kill the hopscotch sect. As the words fell, there was first a silence around them, and then, the guard revealed a furious expression and spoke angrily. Seek death. After saying that, the guard drew out a sword, wanting to strike Nangong Haotian to death. But, Nangong Haotian struck even faster. With a palm launch, he directly blasted the guard out, and together with the door of the Hushu sect, they landed on top of the Hushu sect's formations, and those formations suddenly erupted with a might that was enough to kill a golden immortal realm cultivator. However, in an instant, that guard was reduced to pieces, and the muffled sound stirred in the air for a long time. Enemy attack. Seeing this scene, the other guard was shocked and mobilized all the spiritual energy in his body and roared out, his voice vibrating over the entire harmonious cultivation sect. Wow! As the words fell, the sound of the harmonious cultivation sect's bell rang out, heaving and encircling the entire valley above. Boom! The next moment, countless Hushu sect cultivators came out. The crowd was ominous. A muddy breath coalesced together, erupting with an aura that was enough to destroy the sky and the earth. However, Nangong Haotian's face was incredibly calm, and after probing out with one hand and breaking the neck of another guard, he mobilized the spiritual energy in his body and spoke aloud. Hopscotch sect cultivators, come and suffer death. Seek death. The words had just fallen, and a sword-on carried a biting power that gulped out and blasted down towards Nangong Haotian. Eldest brother. The harmonious cultivation sect cultivators all lit up when they saw a young cultivator make a move. Ling Yulong is the big senior brother of the harmonious cultivation sect. Although his cultivation is at the heavenly immortal realm, he is not afraid of even the golden immortal realm. Seeing him strike, the disciples of the harmonious cultivation sect all revealed a look of smoothness, as if they had already seen how this brat in front of them would be blown to smithereens by their eldest senior brother. Meh. Nangong Haotian let out a cold laugh. But the strength of the peak of the heavenly immortal realm also dare to make a move in front of himself? It's ridiculous. He swung out a palm, and this light-hearted palm contained a supreme divinity, and that eldest senior brother, who was at the heavenly immortal realm, naturally felt this terrifying sense of pressure. The palm shadow came out across the sky and blasted down with the sword shadow, erupting with an ear-piercing roaring sound. The monstrous palm shadow swallowed that sword of Ling Yulong's, and with a raging and surging aura, it whistled towards him. Only heard a bang sound. That Ling Yulong's body was like a meteor falling sharply, cutting an arc in the sky, and then his blood spewed out, dyeing the land red. Ling Yulong ruthlessly smashed on top of the ground. His body was drenched in blood, his flesh was a blur, and his breath was incredibly weak, as if he would break at any time. Eldest brother. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes were glazed over, and their hearts were even more shocked. You know, the eldest brother is a real peak of the Tianxian realm strength. Even met the golden immortal powerhouse, also have the power to fight. But in front of this person, even a photo cannot support? That's too scary. Everyone's eyes were unbelievable, changing from their previous contempt and looking at Nangong Haotian with horror in their gazes. Seek death. At this moment, in the depths of the harmonious cultivation sect, several auras came out across the sky. Light flashed, and three figures appeared above the harmonious cultivation gate. When they saw Nangong Haotian, these three people were even more thunderous, and the breath of the middle-aged man at the head of the group shook out like a volcano that was about to erupt, exuding an amazingly chilling aura all over his body. An icy cold voice came from his mouth, carrying an endless killing sound as it blasted down. Nangong Haotian. As he spoke, rolling dark clouds rolled above the dome of the sky, and within the clouds, thunder roared. There's a way to heaven if you don't go, and there's no door to hell if you break in, not to mention killing my grand elder before. How dare you provoke the harmonious cultivation sect here? I think you're looking for death. As the words fell, there were countless thunderbolts that blasted down together, and the valleys surrounding the harmonious cultivation sect were all catharticized by thunderbolts. Thunder fell into the ears of the Hushu sect disciples, causing them to be terrified. What? The Grand Elder was actually killed by him? How is this possible? You have to know. The Great Elder is the strength of the peak of the golden immortal realm. That is, when you meet the Emperor Mighty, although you can't fight, but if you save your life, you can still do it. Moreover, if the Grand Elder died at his hands, then the other elders, too, will. Thinking of this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, looking at Nangong Haotian with a look of endless horror. You are the patriarch of this hopscotch sect, aren't you? Nangong Haotian didn't pay any attention to the remaining elders who looked as if they were eager to devour him into their bellies, and spoke indifferently. He was right. This person was none other than the patriarch of the harmonious cultivation sect. Ghostly woe. So what if it is? The Ghost Valley Scourge's gaze was morose, carrying a monstrous killing intent. However, he didn't immediately strike, knowing that to be able to kill the Grand Elder, even an ordinary Emperor realm would find it difficult to do so. As for this person in front of him, he couldn't perceive half of his spiritual energy aura, so his raging mood suddenly sank quite a bit. Then I will give you Hopscotch Sect a chance to submit to me. Or, Nangong Haotian paused, his eyes flashed with a glint of essence, and his killing intent collided with Ghost Valley Scourge in the air. Die! Boom! As the words fell, the sky above, as if receiving the anger of the Ghost Valley Scourge, all of a sudden the surrounding dark clouds rolled over. The thunder dragon in the clouds was astonishing, and this side of space, in the next moment, all grayed out. This scene was like the end of the world. Seek death. Ghost Valley Scourge's rage was monstrous, and he roared harshly. The black chi lingering on his body was incomparably furious, and his crimson eyes flashed with a ferocious killing intent. As the words fell, the endless black breath was like a poisonous snake, transforming into 9 huge snake heads in midair, spitting out icy cold letters and whistling towards Nangong Haotian. I'm coming. Right at this moment, a loud voice rang out as void emptiness took a step out as if he had crossed space, instantly arriving in front of Nangong Haotian. The spiritual energy within his body rolled and transformed into a huge silver shield. The shield shadow rose up in the air and was several feet long, and the 9-headed snake head blasted down, agitating on top of the shield shadow. Countless black breath wrapped and entwined around the silver giant shield, and in an instant, the silver shield became pitch black and incomparable. Void Wukong's face immediately paled. Jia, with you, you're not qualified enough. Ghost Valley Scourge sure sneered, his eyes filled with contempt. Ha! Void Wukong laughed coldly, a touch of contemptuous meaning suddenly appearing in his eyes, and then he suddenly let out a loud shout. Light lingering around him, the figure of the golden winged rock appeared above the void. That huge figure covered the sky and stirred the entire air, and the thunder clouds above the dome of the sky, at this moment, also dissipated. Surprisingly, it's an ancient race, the golden winged rock? Ghost Valley Scourge's gaze slightly condensed, and then a flash of greed crossed his eyes. If one could catch a golden winged rock and tame it as a mount, it would certainly be incomparably free and happy, and it would also bring supreme honor and glory to himself and the Harmonious Cultivation Sect. Thinking about this, the ocean of spiritual energy within Ghost Valley Scourge surged and stirred in midair, transforming into a pitch-black, incomparable abyssal giant hand. Above the giant hand, there were countless chains entwined within it, inscribed with mysterious runes, emitting a cold and terrifying aura. Boom! The giant hand of the abyss probed towards the void. An aura of death rose up to the sky, chains intertwined, and black mist filled the void above. Nico! Seeing this scene, Void Wukong's expression was shocked, and a scream escaped from his throat. He incited his own wings, and a wild wind rose up from the Hushu sect. A storm coalesced and collided with that giant hand of the abyss, erupting with earth-shaking sounds. Wow! However, that giant hand of the abyss was too ferocious, and although Void Emptiness's body could shake ordinary emperor powerhouses, it still wasn't enough to look at in front of a veteran emperor. In just one breath, Void Wukong was shaken out 10,000 meters away and smashed into a large mountain. At that moment, the 4 directions of space shook the sky and the ground, as if it was an earthquake. Submit to me. At this time, Ghost Valley Scourge stepped out, surrounded by black mist entangled in it. Eyes are as red as blood, that all-emperor powerful pressure breath exudes, as if controlling all things in the world of the gods in general. Unbeatable. Sir, help me. In the next moment, Void Wukong used all his strength to roar out these words. At this moment, he had already transformed into a human form, his pale face without any semblance of blood, his body was a bloody mess, and his vitality was weak. Jia, with just that human cultivator? In my eyes, he is nothing more than a mole cricket. If you submit to me, I can consider letting you off the hook. Ghost Valley Bainsei licked his black lips, greed in his eyes, knowing that the golden winged rock was full of treasures. After obtaining it, not only could it become a mount, but it could also supply him with powerful and pure aura, helping him cultivate faster. Boom! Right at this moment, a shocking aura erupted from behind the Ghost Valley Scourge. The terrifying breath lingered between heaven and earth. The rolling power stretched on and on, like a raging sea, filling this space. Nangong Haotian stood with his arms folded, his bland eyes gazing lightly ahead, his face unperturbed. He blasted out with a palm, and in an instant, monstrous palm shadows enveloped the entire valley. The incomparably terrifying power blasted down as much as it could, and for a time, the entire world trembled, and the mountains behind them transformed into basins, with a ghastly aura of death lingering in between. How is that possible? After one strike, Ghost Valley Scourge suffered a heavy blow. With all of his bones shattered and his flesh and blood blurred, there was even a terrifying spiritual energy entwined within his body, preventing him from repairing his injuries. Ghost Valley Scourge's eyes were filled with shock, unable to believe that Nangon Haotian was able to exert such a terrifyingly powerful force. Phew! He let out a deep breath and forcefully mobilized the spiritual energy in his body. And all of a sudden, his face turned white, and a mouthful of reverse blood spurted out. Before the blood and bones in his body recovered, people of his realm, as long as their divine souls did not perish, they were practically immortal. Kill! In the next moment, Ghost Valley Scourge roared, his eyes filled with chilling killing intent, and his terrifying aura rose up in a shocking manner, blasting down between heaven and earth as a divine soul phantom coalesced. Boom! Accompanied by a muffled voice, behind Ghost Valley Scourge, the air around him seemed to be torn apart, revealing the gates of hell. A huge, pitch-black hand poked out morosely from the gates of hell. The chain in the palm of that hand rolled with a roar, emitting an eerie ghostly aura stirring in mid-air. This side of the space in the next moment, as if frozen in general, the Xiao Shueching, who was not far away, had long been frozen in place when she saw this scene, and she could not believe that an emperor powerhouse would be able to erupt with such a terrifying power. It was important to realize that they were only separated by one realm. Under the emperor, all are ants. That one sentence, in hindsight, was not a play on words. And the Nangon Haotian on the ground was like a tiny bug under this pitch-black palm. He was whisked by the biting winds around him, but his body stood in it, not moving at all. Dharma? The corners of Nangon Haotian's mouth pulled out an arc, and then with a wave of his big hand, the endless spiritual energy in his body turned into an ocean and surged out. The golden ocean of spiritual energy refracted a brilliant light under the sunlight, and then, an ancient giant elephant stepped out from the ocean of spiritual power, and that 100-feet trunk rolled up endless spiritual power. And the entire sky collapsed and turned into a sky full of nothingness. The ancient giant elephant's body was taller than a mountain, its body connecting the entire heaven and earth, and as it let out a roar, the entire space was directly shattered by the sky. Jin! And then, the endless ocean of spiritual energy condensed into a divine dragon that surged out. The divine dragon lingered around the giant elephant, and the breath around the two vibrated between heaven and earth, and for a time, the entire great desolate divine realm looked extremely small in front of these two ancient creatures. Is this humanly possible? Void Wukong was heavily injured and muttered his words. His gaze was stagnant as he looked at the ancient creature above the firmament. The shock in his eyes was beyond measure. Not only him, even Xiao Shueching, as the holy maiden of the Arctic Holy Land, at this moment, was also frozen in place, not uttering a word for a long time. That is, the holy lords of the Holy Land that she had seen. It seemed that none of them were able to exert such a horrifying aura. No. And at this moment, it was Ghost Valley Scourge himself who was the most terrified. At this moment, in the reflection of his pupils, those two ancient creatures were attacking from afar, emitting an aura that was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. Ghost Valley Scourge had even forgotten to run away at this moment. He stood dumbfounded. The two ancient creatures blasted down, erupting with a shocking power that turned several mountain ranges into pieces. And the formations of the Harmonious Cultivation sect were all detonated at this moment. That one cultivator was blasted to death by the formation. For a time, the sea of blood filled the sky. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Void Wukong's scalp tingled for a moment, thinking that he had even provoked Nangon Haotian earlier. A touch of trepidation surfaced in his eyes. Now that he could become Nangon Haotian's mount, it was perhaps the greatest fortune. One must know that to be the mount of such a character was in itself to grow the face of the Taiku race. Rumble! When the sky-destroying power dissipated, the next moment, a majestic power burst out from the depths of the mountain range, and then a figure, from the sky full of dust appeared. A grey-robed, dow-robed old man, appeared above the void. His icy cold eyes fell on Nangon Haotian. I am the old ancestor of the Hushu sect. You should be executed. The words fall. The words follow the law. In this space, the great Tao was contending, and endless laws lingered in the eyes of that dow-robed old man. Anyone who cultivated the great Tao would be able to cultivate the power of laws. And it was the laws of the evil Tao that these old ancestors of the Harmonious Cultivation sect had evolved. The dark red evil aura enveloped this world, and the scene was like the end of the world. Incredibly scary. The Ghost Valley bloodline? Nangon Haotian couldn't help but have a flash of surprise in his eyes. I didn't realize that this person was also of the Ghost Valley bloodline. The Ghost Valley clan, which had been rumored to have existed in the ancient times, had been passed down for a long time. Thinking back to the past, Nangon Haotian and the Ghost Valley old ancestor had another side of the story, but these were all old stories that had long since been drowned in the river of history. Above the firmament, The Ghost Valley 8 Desolate's power of the third level of the Emperor Profound Realm roared out. The power of the Great Tao blossomed, and the power of the laws was like a holy sword in his hand, exuding a lingering and extreme aura. In order to seek the power of the Great Tao, I did not hesitate to shatter my entire Emperor cultivation and cultivate again step by step to achieve what I have today. The Ghost Valley 8 Deserts slowly opened his mouth, his voice shaking the sky and the earth as if it was a Sanskrit chant, and the rippling eyes did not change in the slightest, as if he was talking about an insignificant matter. It was as if he had already forgotten about the fact that Nangong Haotian had almost annihilated all the disciples of the harmonious cultivation sect. A few thousand years have passed in a flash. I have finally touched a trace of the power of the Great Tao. I did not expect that you would dare to kill my disciples. In that case, then let me have a killing spree. In the void, the sound of the Ghost Valley 8 Wastelands vibration echoed. The entire heaven and earth trembled. Visions arose horizontally, and countless spaces shattered, turning into endless void spaces. Die. The Ghost Valley 8 Desert's eyes were cold and incomparable, just spitting out a single word. The space seemed to have become dense, and the dark red evil chi stirred in the entire heaven and earth, transforming into a 10,000 feet long ghostly face, exuding a breath that made people's hearts tremble. The power of the avenue. In the distance, Void Wukong's body trembled when he saw this scene. He originally thought that Nangong Haotian's great Tao Chi was already heaven-defying enough, but he didn't expect that this old ancestor of the harmonious cultivation sect had cultivated the great Tao force. This was a great Tao emperor. Even if Nangong Haotian had heavenly powers and wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder with the great Tao emperor, he was completely unqualified. For a moment, Void Wukong's breathing tightened, and the eyes that looked at Nangong Haotian were filled with tension. Xiao Shu etching on the side was the same, and above her pretty face, she was covered in worry. Boom! The ghost face rose up in a shocking manner and blasted towards Nangong Haotian. Wherever it went, everything annihilated, leaving behind a heavenly aura of death. However, Nangong Haotian's face was always indifferent and incomparable. In his eyes, the great Tao Emperor was nothing more than a larger bug, cocky in front of him, looking for death. Between cold smiles, Nangong Haotian slapped out a palm. The monstrous palm shadow was like a swimming dragon, and the golden spiritual energy ocean converged, transforming into a 10,000 feet palm shadow. The palm shadow was as if a golden Buddha was approaching the world. The Sanskrit sound was chanted, and in the midst of the space, a lotus flower blossomed in all its splendor. Boom! In the next moment, the two forces collided head-on, erupting with a shocking sound. Underneath the space, the sky shook and the ground shook. Countless mountain ranges collapsed as much as they could, transforming into a single mound and basin, and the entire harmonious cultivation sect was instantly wiped out. This divine realm was surrounded by an aura of death and silence, and even ascended realm powerhouses were unable to set foot in it. Thou, of fair strength, above the firmament, the Ghost Valley 8 Wastelands voices rolled out, a flash of appreciation in his eyes, while more greed was in his eyes. Nangong Haotian's strength made him feel a touch of astonishment. If he could practice it as a magic cauldron, perhaps he could refine his strength by another half a point. Thinking about this, the greed in the eyes of the Ghost Valley 8 Deserts grew more and more exuberant. Seeing this scene, Nangong Haotian's face was bland and unperturbed, and the aura emanating from his body was enough to chill the heavens and earth, and make the heavenly Tao lose its color. Thou, be my magic tripod. Ghost Valley 8 Deserts laughed maniacally several times, carrying all the evil chi, slapping out a palm that full of evil chi filled this side of heaven and earth in an instant. In the next moment, the entire world was transformed into that dark and biting demonic palm. This palm is more than 10,000 feet. The entire heaven and earth seemed small, under the clutches of the devil. They were like a leaf floating in the sea, not even an ant. Nangong Haotian's expression remained indifferent, and suddenly, the color of his eyes suddenly flickered. A flash of golden aura intertwined in the eye sockets, and there was a divine flow in the eyes as the great Tao contended. Countless visions evolved, and the wheel of the 10,000 things operated in them. At that moment, Nangong Haotian flipped his right hand, and the heavenly Tao sword appeared in his hand, and that supreme might caused even Fong's demonic palms to begin to tremble. The Ghost Valley 8 wastes above the dome. Seeing this scene, his body was even more bursting with panic, his scalp numb, as if he had seen something terrible. This is actually the power of the heavenly Tao. Impossible. In the void, the Ghost Valley 8 Deserts hissed, his eyes filled with disbelief. The power of the heavenly Tao, an existence even more mysterious than the great Tao laws, not to mention the Emperor realm. Even those saints were unable to comprehend it. And Nangong Haotian actually had the power of the heavenly Tao in his hands? How is that possible? It must be something out of body. If I can seize it, how much more will my strength increase? At that time, under the saints, I will be invincible. Ghost Valley 8 Desolate's eyes were filled with greed and arrogance. It was as if he had already seen himself holding the heavenly Tao sword in his hands and being invincible in the world. In the next moment, the spiritual energy within the Ghost Valley 8 deserts was even more terrifying, and the extreme power made that demonic palm even more pure and huge, radiating a terrifying might, as if this heaven and earth were about to shatter apart. The power of the heavenly Tao? Nangong Haotian, however, laughed coldly, a touch of disdain crossing his eyes. Even the heavenly Tao is shaped like an ant in my eyes, let alone you, an ant in the Emperor realm, just comprehending a trace of the power of the great Tao, and you dare to be so rampant and unbridled? Ridiculous. Nangong Haotian's body was intertwined with golden auras, and the mighty power that made the great Tao tremble was ancient in the entire great desolate divine realm. At this moment, the entire continent, all cultivators, all feel that their throats are strangled by a pair of invisible hands in general. Breathing difficulties, breath is weak and incomparable. Just as well, I'll let you see what it means to be invincible today. Nangong Haotian stepped out, the heavenly Tao sword in his hand contended. The land under his feet was suspended in midair. Countless waves of air spread out in all directions. The blood-red dome of the sky was obliterated by that endless ocean of spiritual energy. Above the dome of the sky, countless visions appeared across the sky. There were Buddhas chanting, divine beasts in the air, and holy lotuses blooming. The aura was earth-shattering, and each of the visions seemed to have the might of annihilation. How is that possible? Seeing this scene, Ghost Valley 8 Desolate's liver and gall split. He couldn't imagine that there was such a terrifying existence in the middle of this world, as Nangong Haotian had said that. At this moment, he was actually not even as good as an ant in front of Nangong Haotian. And then, Nangong Haotian slashed out with a sword. The sword's might is vast and everlasting. That power exuded an earth-shattering aura, and a deafening sound resounded throughout the heavens and earth. For a moment, everything was extinguished. The sword shadows that existed between heaven and earth came down with a roar, like shooting stars flying by with brilliant light. In an instant, the entire heaven and earth were illuminated, and a terrifyingly majestic power emanated as the sword shadows landed on the Ghost Valley 8 deserts. One blow, and the road dissipates. Deadly silence permeated the entire world. Void Empty's pupils opened roundly, and waves of shock were set off in his heart. In the next moment, without half a moment's hesitation, he knelt down on top of the ground, his voice loud and clear. Void Emptiness, I wish to bow down and submit. Nangong Haotian's expression was cloudy, as if he hadn't heard it. Standing with his hands in the air, walking towards them, Xiao Xueching, who was on the side, also had a pretty face full of stagnation. Is he really the holy son of a holy land? Suddenly, Xiao Qingxue somewhat doubted her judgment and shook her head and let out a laugh. If someone so capable could only be the holy son of a holy land, I'm afraid that the world would have turned upside down long ago. Go. At this time, Nangong Haotian had already arrived in front of Xiao Xueching. His tone was light, as if he had just stepped on an ant. His face did not have the slightest ripple. Aha! Xiao Xueching nodded dully, not having slowed down until now. At that moment, between heaven and earth, there was a sudden bit of throbbing. Nangong Haotian frowned slightly and spoke indifferently. Want to die or want to live? As the words fell, Ghost Valley Scourge's divine soul manifested. He had just witnessed with his own eyes how Nangong Haotian had wiped out the entire hopscotch sect, and at this moment, he directly knelt down in midair and said with a trembling voice, I am also willing to submit and be a slave for eternity. Eternal slavery. As the words fell, an invisible brand descended in the void and fell into his soul. In the future, if he did anything to betray Nangong Haotian, he would be struck by 5 thunders and his life would be worse than death. Upon hearing this, Nangong Haotian's expression was flat, and with a wave of his right hand, within his palm, a dense force of vitality lingered and did not enter the soul of Ghost Valley Scourge. Brilliant light blossomed out, and when the fog of light dissipated, Ghost Valley Scourge's body appeared in front of several people. He was surprised to find that he had now touched the threshold of the 4th realm of the Emperor realm, and believed that he would be able to step into the 4th realm in just 100 years. Are you going back? At this moment, Nangong Haotian's gaze landed on Xiao Xueching as he spoke faintly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xueching's pair of beautiful eyes blossomed with streams of light, and she spoke softly. I just told my master with a transmitting note to continue practicing in the great desolate divine realm. If you don't mind, I won't go back, said Xiao Xueching, nervously staring at Nangong Haotian, afraid that he would not agree. Nangong Haotian nodded and did not refuse. Xiao Xueching's beautiful eyes swirled with excitement, and her heart was full of spring. After subjugating the Ghost Valley Scourge, Void Wukong transformed into a golden-winged rock and carried several of them to the Nangong clan. Since those family clans didn't agree to submit, Nangong Haotian didn't mind personally taking action. When he returned, The Nangong family was going to be renamed the Nangong Holy Land. In the meantime, Western region, Nangong family, large and small clan families. The Nangong family surrounded. 2 emperor realms breath filled this side of heaven and earth. The golden immortal is no less than 100 people. As for the heavenly immortal is countless. A terrifying aura flowed from all of them, converging together to astonish the heavens and move the earth. Wow! A white-clothed, dow-robed man at the head of the group took a step out, and above his body, there was a divine rhythm flowing. His breath roared, and the ocean of spiritual energy coalesced into substance, transforming into a golden tower. His eyes were empty and his icy voice slowly came out. You, the Nangong clan, are bullying people too much, wanting us to become your vassal clan? Simply ridiculous. I've heard that the Nangong secret realm contains treasures that make emperors palpitate. Today, if we join forces, we'll kill your Nangong family. Let's go to war. As the words fell, an old man came stepping from the void. His emperor realm aura, even more so, was not concealed at all. His gaze landed on Nangong Yu's body. His cloudy eyes covered in greed. Jie, I heard that this Nangong Yu is a Xianin body. If I can obtain the Xianin Qi, perhaps the old man's realm will be able to go to the next level. Inside the Nangong family, Nangong Yu had a pretty face that was gloomy and incomparable. The patriarch was still in seclusion while the old ancestor had gone to subdue the hopscotch sect. And right now, the entire Nangong family only had her at the emperor realm. Moreover, she had also just made a breakthrough, and her breath had not yet been completely solidified. But the 2 emperor great powers outside were both veteran emperors who had broken through for 100 years, and with their strength through the heavens and through the earth, they themselves were not a match for them at all. What should happen now? Nangong Junyi walked over, a handsome face filled with determination. Although he was only at the golden immortal realm, the thick aura around him was so thick that he could hold his own even against half an emperor. You guard the clan, and I'll deal with those 2 Empyreans outside. Nangong Yu's face was clear and cold as she slowly opened her mouth, and then the long sword in her hand materialized, and the sound of the sword's roar tore through the heavens and earth. No! At those words, Nangong Junyi's face changed violently. How could she alone cope with the tens of millions of enemies outside? It's like looking for death. Nangong Yu face calmly opened. I am the Nangong family. Now the Nangong family survival. I must not retreat, not to mention the other. If the old ancestor rushed to, everything is sure to change. If it failed to come, Nangong Yu paused. A flash of determination flashed through her beautiful eyes. Just please, old ancestor, avenge me. As the words fell, Nangong Yu took a step out, his figure transforming into a stream of light as the clan protector formation opened and his figure appeared in front of the crowd. Her gaze was indifferent as she swung out her sword, and 10,000 sword shadows came out across the sky. But with a single sword, the cultivators in front of him were like brittle paper, dead or injured. Humph! The white-robed, dow-robed man snorted coldly and probed out a palm, colliding away with it, erupting into a shocking roar as waves of air rolled out, spreading outwards. For a moment, the sky shook. Just one strike was so terrifying. It was worthy of being an emperor powerhouse. When the crowd of cultivators saw this scene, they all sighed. Although you have stepped into the emperor realm, with your strength, you are not yet my opponent. The white-robed, dow-robed man laughed coldly, his eyes filled with contempt. If it was those old monsters of the Nangong family, one might still fear 3 times. But, with just a girl doll, a snap of the fingers can extinguish it. Whether it's a rival or not, we'll know when we fight. Nangong Yu's pretty face was clear and cold, killing intent flowing in her gaze. As the words fell, her Xianin power shook out, intertwining with her own spiritual power and lingering on top of the sword. And then, a face jab, berserk sword brilliance blossomed in the air, and the lingering power seemed as if it could cut through the bright moon above the dome of the sky. In the next moment, the sword shadow that flashed with an icy luster whistled towards the white-robed dow-robed man. Humph! Sculpture! The white-robed dow-robed man snorted coldly, a flash of disdain crossing his eyes. Afterwards, he blasted out with a palm, and the 2 forces collided head-on, erupting a sound like the roar of a golden goose. The sound was deafening, and waves of air rolled out in all directions. Wow! The surging airwave was like a majestic sea. The spiritual energy whistled and rushed over, and Nangong Yu instantly exploded out tens of thousands of feet away. Her pretty face was a little pale, her breathing was also tight, and her beautiful eyes were flashing with awe-inspiring coldness. In the next moment, she let out a deep breath, and the sea of spiritual energy in her body worked crazily, her muddy power sharp and imposing. 100-feet-long sword shadow ancient in the void. Xianin power is even more cold and incomparable, as if plunged into the Arctic land general, bone-piercing Lingren. 3,000 sword shadows, accompanied by a low drink. Nangong Yu swung the long sword in his hand, Endless spiritual energy transformed into a golden longsword. The sky full of sword shadows coalesced here, enveloping the sky above the 10,000 people. The icy cold sword ons penetrated with an aura that made people's hearts tremble. Heaven execution sword formation. Rise. Nangon Yu drank again, thrusting his long sword into the ground before swinging it violently. A sword formation spreading out over several miles in circumference. The golden formation was haunted by an ancient aura, and the obscure runes stirred in the sword formation. Kill. With a wave of her long sword, Nangon Yu's 3,000 green silks scattered in midair, and a pair of beautiful eyes filled with killing intent. She let out a cold snort, and the 3,000 sword shadows and the heaven executing sword formation operated at the same time. The sound of booming was deafening and continuous. The Nangong family's heaven executing sword formation? It's a bit interesting. The white-robed Dao-robed man let out a laugh, contempt in his eyes. The heaven execution sword formation. But the famous mastery of the Nangong family's senior people, they relied on this and didn't know how many mighty generations they had killed. However, with Nangon Yu's strength, it was not enough to bring out the true wonders of this formation. Between cold smiles, the small golden tower in the hands of the white-robed Dao-robed man suddenly landed in midair, and then the spiritual energy in his body continued to revolve and injected into the small golden tower. Boom! With a booming sound falling, the tower connected the entire heaven and earth, as if it was about to tear through the sky. The vicissitudes of the tower's simple and ancient atmosphere, long flowing, as if across the ancient period of time, out of nowhere magic treasure general. Subsequently, under the white-robed man's ceiling, the golden giant tower began to operate. An endless power emanated out, and even the heaven execution sword formation disappeared, and the entire heaven and earth seemed to be swallowed up by the giant tower. How is that possible? Seeing this scene, Nangon Yu's eyes were filled with incredulity. The heaven executing sword formation was one of the Nangong family's best techniques, but he didn't expect to be so unbeatable in front of this person. Jia, the heavenly pagoda emperor's strength has risen a few more layers. It seems like it won't be long before he breaks through to the Emperor 4 realm. At this time, that old man suddenly let out a laugh, and there was actually a touch of envy in his eyes as he looked at the heavenly pagoda emperor. We must know that this heavenly pagoda is from the ancient times, when the great desolate divine realm was full of great powers, and even the golden immortals were as numerous as ants. Unlike today, with the great Tao closed, the emperor realm was almost the strongest battle force in the great desolate divine realm. As for those saints, it also only exists in those few places. The reverse evil divine spear in your hand is not much better than this heavenly tower of mine. The heavenly pagoda emperor Yen Shulua sneered. He had heard the old fellow's words. That old man let out a laugh and did not say much. With a flip of his right hand, the reverse evil divine spear appeared in his hand. Rolling evil chi then manifested, and in the next moment, the entire void seemed to be filled with endless evil chi. If the Ghost Valley 8 Wastes were here, they would definitely be excited beyond measure. Because this evil aura was the same as the avenue he cultivated, with the same aura. But, alas, Ghost Valley 8 Wastes has long since disappeared. There is no possibility of survival. Jie, little girl, the Xianin Qi on your body is very much liked by the old man, and I still hope to borrow your body for a while. I hope that you will not be ungrateful. A morose smile sketched out on the old man's face, and then, he pulled out the reverse evil divine spear, and the divine spear had the appearance of a large snake, extending for several feet as it whistled towards Nangonyu. Nangonyu's face was incredibly gloomy as he drew his longsword and prepared to resist. However, that reverse evil divine spear was too terrifying, and Nangonyu was simply no match for it. Just one hit. Nangonyu was then blasted out and slammed hard on top of the ground. Her pretty face became paler and paler. A mouthful of reverse blood spewed out, and the spiritual energy in her body was surging continuously, and the Emperor's realm was actually a little unstable even at this moment. Crap! Seeing this scene, the face of Nangong Juni within the family was gloomy. If this continued, Nangong Yu would be in danger. No! She must be saved. One must know that Nangong Yu was the top genius of the Nangong family, and if he were to fall in this way, it would be a huge disaster for the Nangong family. So, even if it meant sacrificing himself, he'd trade for her safety. Thinking this, Nangong Juni opened the formation and his body whistled away. Jia, I've said not to resist, but I want to do so. Since this is the case, the old man will teach you a good lesson on what it means to respect your elders. The old man had a sardonic smile on his face, and then a spear was drawn out. Wow! Just as the spear was about to be drawn over, between heaven and earth, a sword blade suddenly flashed and crashed over. But what terror is a spear? In just one breath, the divine spear devoured the sword shadow. Nangong Juni's face was icy cold as he blocked the replacement with his god, only to hear a bang sound. His soul exploded. His body was a bloody blur. His breath was incomparably weak, and even his spiritual power had fallen to the heavenly immortal realm. Nangong Junyi. Nangong Yu's eyes were enraged. His eyes were filled with rage, and his biting killing intent was finally transformed into the sound of a furious cry. I'm going to kill you. Rumble. Right at this moment, from between the skies, an incomparably gloomy aura came over, and a figure crossed over countless spaces and drifted in front of the crowd. Seeing this scene, that old man and Yen Shou Luo, their faces both sank. What's he doing here? This person was no other than Ghost Valley Scourge. Before that, Nangong Haotian already knew everything that had happened, but he didn't cross over into space and step in to aid the Nangong family. Instead, he let Ghost Valley Bane arrive first. Although, Ghost Valley Scourge didn't understand. He didn't ask many questions and followed Nangong Haotian's instructions and took the lead. Crap! Seeing Ghost Valley Scourge, Nangong Yu's face sank. She knew that Ghost Valley Scourge was a veteran Empyrean, and was even quite a bit stronger than the duo of that old man and the white-robed man. Moreover, the reason why the Nangong old man left was precisely to prepare to kill this person. And now, no way, absolutely not. Nangong Yu shook his head frantically, his eyes filled with disbelief. Ghostly Bane, what are you doing here? Yen Shou Luo's gaze was a bit wary as he looked towards Ghost Valley Scourge. He knew the strength of this person. Even if he and the old man teamed up, they might not be able to fight against him. That old man's gaze was similarly nervous as he looked towards Ghost Valley Bane. After all, the fewer people who knew about the Nangong secret realm, the better. At those words, Ghost Valley Scourge's gaze was indifferent and did not speak. Nangong Haotian had previously explained that he was not allowed to make a move. Thus, Ghost Valley Scourge then stood with his arms folded, his face calm and unperturbed. Since you're not going to make a move, then I'll continue. The old man laughed hoarsely, looking at Nangong Yu with greed in his expression. Yang Tianxiong, if you want to die, I don't mind fulfilling you. At this time, Ghost Valley Scourge suddenly spoke out and opened his mouth, his voice cold without any semblance of emotion. What? Is it hard for you to still protect the Nangong family? Yen Shou Luo laughed morosely, a touch of sarcasm crossing his eyes. Although he was afraid of the Ghost Valley Scourge, but as the same emperor, he was still qualified to be arrogant. At those words, the Nangong Yu on the side froze for a moment at this moment, but she was clear that the Hopscotch sect had folded a lot of people in the Nangong family, so it was reasonable to say that there should be an undying hatred towards the Nangong family. But now, why didn't he make a move? And instead, he was still defending them? Ghost Valley Scourge's gaze was bland without uttering a word. But the old man and the white-robed man didn't dare to move half as much because of this. Only because he's a ghostbuster. Rumble. Right at this moment, a booming sound once again rang out from the sky, and the sound was like a pair of invisible giant hands that tore the sky dome apart, revealing a 10,000-foot void. Nico! The sound of a golden-winged rock shrieking came from a terrifying aura that shook the entire heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, the people on the ground were all shocked beyond measure. This is the Taiku race? The golden-winged rock. Someone opened his mouth in shock, his eyes filled with horror. The faces of Yen Shou Luo and Yang Tianxiong were also unsightly. The golden-winged rock had always been entrenched in the desolate ridge, never coming out of the world. Why would he suddenly appear here? When Nangong Yu saw the figure standing on the back of the golden-winged rock this time, her pretty face was immediately filled with joy. Old ancestor. It's the old man coming back. In this moment, a smile swept across her eyes and she felt like there was hope for everything again. Nangong Junyi. You must hold on. At this moment, Nangong Junyi's situation was already precarious. He had long since fainted. His cultivation had been declining, and his divine soul had been shattered by the reverse evil divine spear. This man. The two of them also noticed the silhouette standing on their backs, and their eyes slightly condensed, revealing a touch of icy coldness. Greetings, sir. At this time, Ghost Valley Scourge suddenly opened his mouth, and a vast sound rang out, falling into the ears of the crowd. As the words fell, everyone's faces changed. What? Even Yen Shou Luo and Yang Tianxiong were somewhat incredulous. Ghost Valley Scourge actually knelt down and called that figure sir? How is that possible? The two of them had shock in their eyes, unable to believe the scene before them no matter what. At this time, the golden-winged rock landed on the ground and transformed into a figure that stood behind Nangong Haotian. Nangong Haotian's expression was indifferent. His gaze fell in front of these 10 million enemies. His flat voice did not have half a bit of spiritual power, but it penetrated everyone's mind and soul. Anyone who kneels will not die. The voice fell and the entire air fell silent. Ha ha ha. However, Yen Shou Luo was laughing out loud, his gaze filled with contempt. Kid, who do I think you are? It turns out to be a waste that doesn't even possess spiritual power. Although I don't know why Ghost Valley Scourge kneels down on you. But, In front of my heavenly pagoda emperor, you are shaped like an ant. Yan Luo spoke in a wild voice, and the sneer in his tone was not even half concealed. Upon hearing this, the nearby Ghost Valley Scourge glanced at him, his eyes filled with sympathy. How dare you be so arrogant in front of Mr. What a death wish! He had seen the might of Nangong Haotian, and even the old ancestor of the harmonious cultivation sect was nothing more than a bigger ant in front of him. Meh! Nangong Haotian, however, laughed coldly, his flat eyes not rippling half a bit. Emperors? I have already killed countless of them. Arrogant! As the words fell, Yanshio Luo's face sank violently, and the heavenly pagoda in his hand emerged. A terrifying mighty power entwined around the pagoda, divine might emanating and shaking the heavens and the earth. He took a step out, his body standing in mid-air, his clear and cold eyes penetrating with an unbeatable look. Under my heavenly pagoda, all things are ants. Kill! Yanshio Luo let out a low cry and struck out brazenly. The heavenly pagoda immediately bloomed with a brilliant light, and for a moment, the divine weapons came out and blasted towards Nangong Haotian. The heavenly pagoda, which contains all things, can also evolve all things. These 10,000 kinds of divine weapons are what the heavenly pagoda evolved from. What did I expect? It's just a celestial tower, and in my eyes, it dares to be so noisy? Nangong Haotian let out a light laugh of disdain. Such as the heavenly tower. He didn't know how many treasures he had seen, not to mention how many he had destroyed, and he didn't expect that after 10,000 lifetimes, a descendant of the Emperor realm would dare to use the heavenly tower to be arrogant and rampant in front of him? It's ridiculous. And then, Nangong Haotian slapped out a palm. The surging palm contained supreme might, and the terrifying breath seemed like it could swallow the sky and destroy the earth. Lingering above the golden palm shadow, carrying a destructive aura as it swept towards the heavenly pagoda. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and waves of air rolled and stirred within a radius of 10,000 feet. Countless scenes were annihilated in this palm. The celestial tower that Yanshio Luo was proud of was like a piece of brittle paper at this moment, directly destroying it into pieces and disappearing between heaven and earth. No! Yanshio Luo's eyes were wide with rage as he roared. His face turned white and a mouthful of reverse blood spurted out. The heavenly pagoda was connected to the heart, and when the heavenly pagoda was destroyed, Yanshio Luo was naturally damaged. His cultivation directly plummeted to the first level of the Emperor Exalted Realm, and, vaguely, there was a tendency for it to fall downward. Yang Tianxiong, if you don't make a move now, when will you wait? Yanshio Luo hissed. As the words fell, Yang Tianxiong's gaze condensed slightly. Then he took a step out, and the reverse evil divine spear in his hand was directly drawn out, blasting down towards Nangong Haotian. This whip, carrying the extreme meaning of the divine soul, if it struck, it would be that even an imperial exalted powerhouse would be in agony and suffer great loss of spiritual energy. While this thing was in front of Nangong Haotian, it was as if it was an itchy thing, apart from blasting down on his body and erupting into a booming sound. But nothing halfway happened, not even a torn shirt. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Yanshio Luo was startled and sucked in a breath of cool air in his heart. He did not expect this Nangong Haotian to be so rebellious. To know that this is the reverse evil divine spear, he actually did not have anything at all? Reverse evil divine spear? Not bad at all. Nangong Haotian let out a faint smile as he probed out with one hand, and that reverse evil divine spear immediately jumped uncontrollably, then detached itself from Yang Tianxiong's hand. It's for you. With that, Nangong Haotian threw the reverse evil divine spear to Ghost Valley Scourge as if it were trash. Seeing this, the latter hastily fell to his knees and said gratefully, "Many thanks, sir." Yang Tianxiong was furious. His face twisted abnormally horrifyingly, and a heart-stopping aura erupted from his body. This reverse evil divine spear was obtained by him in a secret realm at the cost of 9 oxen and 2 tigers, not expecting it to be captured so easily today by this kid in front of him. What shocked him even more was that the blood he had dripped on the reverse evil divine spear was instantly removed by Nangong Haotian. Why is a brat so capable? Yang Tianxiong obviously didn't believe it. Phew! He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down before monstrous killing intent appeared in his eyes. Although he didn't have the reverse evil divine spear anymore, he was still a solid emperor powerhouse. Yang Tianxiong fiercely slapped out a palm, and the strength of that palm was enough to cause the heavens and earth to crumble. With that, the golden palm shadow blasted towards Nangong Haotian. Overrated. Nangong Haotian coldly opened his mouth. As his words fell, he swung out a palm, which seemed to be a light-hearted palm, but which contained an infinite amount of mighty power. The rolling palm shadow, like an angry river surging, carried an unstoppable force and collided with Yang Tianxiong's golden palm shadow, which then erupted into an earth-shattering sound that resounded throughout the entire space. Waves of air came, stirred up, and blasted down on the sky dome. Put! The power emitted by Nangong Haotian was not something that an Emperor Yang Tianxiong could withstand. With just one palm, the latter was blown away. Yang Tianxiong ruthlessly smashed into the ground, a mouthful of reverse blood spurting out, and his face instantly became pale. The qi and blood in his body reversed and flipped, and his entire body was smashed into a bloody mess. Nangong Haotian stood with his hands in the air, more than killing in his eyes. His ice-cold look was like the coldest place in the world, and he spoke slowly, "I'll let you take a look at it again. What is the Heaven Execution Sword Formation?" Along with the words, he waved his right hand and a golden spiritual energy coalesced. In the next moment, the entire land spread out the Heaven Executing Sword Formation, a terrifying might stirring in midair as countless sword shadows manifested, sprawling in the void. And then, 9 amazingly huge swords tore up from the earth. The sword shadows were more than 10,000 feet. This sword formation seemed to connect heaven and earth together, and at this moment, this side of heaven and earth were all filled with the Heaven Executing Sword Formation, and that endless aura. Even if it was the peak of the Emperor, it would be hard to escape from it. Seeing this scene, Nangong Yu was frozen in place. It was hard to imagine out that the Heaven Executing Sword Formation could exert such a terrifying power. On the other hand, Xiao Xueqing on the other side, as if she had already seen it all a long time ago, her pretty face was flat to the extreme. In her eyes, it seemed as if there was only Nangong Haotian's figure in heaven and earth. Boom! Nangong Haotian suddenly struck out. The Heaven Execution Sword Formation opened in unison, and all the enemies in it were strangled by the sword formation and became pieces of powder, floating and scattering in mid-air. A time of radiance filled this part of the heavens and earth. By the time the light dispersed, the densely packed crowd had long been few and far between. As for Yang Tianxiong and Yen Shulua, they had long been annihilated by the sword formation and disappeared between heaven and earth. Those who surrender may not be killed. As the sword formation disappeared and the air was filled with the pungent smell of blood, Nangong Haotian's gaze landed on the sparse crowd and he slowly opened his mouth. As the words fell, everyone trembled and knelt down, with nothing but endless terror in their eyes. Just kidding. Even their leaders Yen Shulua and Yang Tianxiong had been hanged. So who were they to resist? Seeing this scene, Nangong Haotian then nodded and did not proceed to strike. "Sir," the two of them were both elders of a holy land in the western region, and I'm afraid that holy land would not be pleased if they were to die here. At this time, Ghost Valley Scourge pondered for a moment and slowly spoke. Nangong Haotian let out a faint smile. "So what if I'm not happy? Not only that, I'm going to feast on them. I'd like to see what qualifications they have, daring to clamor in my southern palace holy land." Ghost Valley Scourge's face changed violently. He wasn't surprised that Nangong Haotian was rampant, but that Nangong Haotian had called the Nangong family the Nangong Holy Land. The Holy Land. As the strongest force in the great desolate divine realm, there was no one. It was those clans, families or royal dynasties. Even in front of the least powerful Holy Land, there was a world of difference. And Nangong Haotian now called the Nangong family the Nangong Holy Land. So that means, hiss. Ghost Valley Scourge sucked in a mouthful of cold air, and the eyes that once again looked at Nangong Haotian were filled with complexity. Ghost Valley 8 Deserts had once told him that in the great desolate divine realm, there was a mysterious force that was even more terrifying than the Holy Land, and no one knew how many people there were in this force, and how many strong people there were. It was only known that all the holy places in the great desolate divine realm were subject to that power, simply because, in order to become a Holy Land, one needs to go through that power's consent to award the Proto-Sanctuary token. He vaguely remembered that power seemed to be called Divine Realm Sacred Pavilion. In the entire great desolate divine realm, the only power that dared to be named after the word saint. Nangong Haotian didn't know what was in Ghost Valley Scourge's mind. He just instructed him to watch over these surrendered cultivators, while he himself walked over to Nangong Yu and handed her an elixir. Nangong Yu took it down and then cultivated with his legs crossed. The people of the Nangong family saw this scene and leapt down to help Nangong Yu recover by protecting him. Nangong Haotian then took Nangong Junyi away and entered the Nangong secret realm. At this moment, Nangong Junyi's breath was too weak and his cultivation had fallen to the mortal realm. If this continues, it will go up in smoke in just half an hour. With a flip of Nangong Haotian's right hand, a stream of spiritual energy surged out from his body, transforming into a spiritual circle that emanated a strong vitality. A finger was then flicked out. The spiritual energy circle did not enter Nangong Junyi's body. The circle instantly transformed into vast spiritual energy, filling his limbs and bones. Gradually, his breath stabilized and his cultivation slowly began to recover. I believe it won't take long to return to the top. After doing this, Nangong Hao Genius left the secret realm. At this moment, Xiao Xueqing walked head-on, her gaze falling on Nangong Haotian as she spoke softly. "What did you mean when you just said Nangong Holy Land?" Seeing Xiao Xueqing's face show nervousness, Nangong Haotian was a bit strange. but he didn't express it, explaining, "After today, this will be the Nangong Holy Land." As the words fell, Xiao Xueqing's pretty face changed, and she suddenly spoke, "Absolutely not." Xiao Xueqing's beautiful face was full of gravity, as if she was hiding some secret between her wrinkled brows. Nangong Haotian raised his eyebrows slightly. Although he had been cultivating for tens of thousands of years, most of the time, he had been in the Nangong mysterious realm, barely asking about the world, so he didn't understand what Xiao Xueqing meant. Xiao Xueqing slowly spoke, "The great desolate divine realm, with an unknown area, numerous sects and families, and countless imperial dynasties changing over the years. The Holy Land, on the other hand, is above these forces, and each Holy Land has the unimaginable heritage of these forces. For example, my Arctic Holy Land, although it ranks high in the northern domain, there are quite a number of emperor great powers alone, and according to rumors, above the Holy Land, there is an extremely terrifying power, and that is the Divine Realm Sacred Pavilion. In the entire great desolate Divine Realm, no one knows what kind of existence the Divine Realm Sacred Pavilion is. Some say they are a combination of the top forces from various Holy Lands, and some say they come from extraterritorial forces. But, what is certain is that to become a Holy Land, you must go through the Divine Realm Sacred Pavilion's consent, or else, it will be considered a public enemy." Xiao Xueqing's face became a few points heavier with every word, and by the end, her delicate face was filled with worry. Nowadays, the Nangong family was acting so wildly, not to mention that the few Emperor Zuns they had killed before were still inextricably linked to other Holy Lands. If Nangong Haotian now declared to the public that the Nangong family had become a Holy Land after this point, it will certainly suffer opposition from other holy places. At that time, the Nangong family would inevitably become a target. Hearing Xiao Xueqing's words, Nangong Haotian let out a faint smile, his hands behind his back, his flat gaze not showing the slightest ripple. The Holy Court of the Divine Realm? He, Nangong Haotian, still needed to seek the consent of some Divine Realm Sacred Pavilion to act? It's just ridiculous. If he wanted to, what could he do if he wiped out the Divine Realm Sacred Pavilion with his own hands? In the entire great desolate Divine Realm, who dared to say invincible and undefeated in front of Nangong Haotian? Seeing that Nangong Haotian's expression was still light-hearted, Xiao Xueqing sighed. Although she hadn't known Nangong Haotian for a long time, she knew that he was an extremely conceited person. What is decided, no one can change. Moreover, Xiao Xueqing, for some reason, suddenly felt that this person in front of him, as if he had the ability to subvert the pattern of the great desolate divine realm. She shook her head and lost her smile at the thought, suddenly feeling too crazy. Not to mention the Divine Realm Sacred Pavilion. Is that those real holy places? All of them contain the terrifying existence of great powers. Compared to the Nangong family is as small as an ant, just by his Nangong Haotian alone. And how to subvert. Subsequently, after Nangong Haotian bid farewell to Xiao Xueqing, he lifted his feet and headed to the family council hall. At this moment, the family elders were standing respectfully, waiting for the old ancestor's visit. At the moment, in their eyes, Nangong Haotian was like a god. As long as the ladder didn't fall, the Nangong family wouldn't collapse. But a moment later, Nangong Haotian's figure appeared in front of the crowd. "Greetings, old ancestor." Seeing Nangong Haotian, the group of elders all spoke in unison, their gazes filled with respect and admiration. Nangong Haotian nodded his head, his eyes looked around the crowd, and then spoke faintly. "Nangong Junyi is still recovering now, so I will take the place of the patriarch first. Do you all have any doubts?" The words fell, and no one shook their heads. Seeing this, Nangong Hao Genius spoke. "Since this is the case, I will state my thoughts, and all of you can discuss them with me. 10,000 years ago, my Nangong clan was also a flourishing existence, and was famous throughout the western region. But times have changed, and the clan's power is green and yellow, and there are only 2 of them even at the Emperor Zun realm." As the words fell, the group of elders revealed helplessness and guilt. As Nangong Haotian had said, the Nangong family had dozens of emperors at the time, dominating the western region. It was the outbreak of the Battle of the Emperors in the western region, and all the clans had to avoid the Southern Palace clan. But, now, if it wasn't for Nangong Haotian's timely appearance, I'm afraid that the Nangong family would have run out of gas by now. Nangong Haotian gazed around, his flat eyes skimming over the elders as he blandly said, "However, as long as I'm around, the Nangong family will stand. Furthermore, I'm going to announce to the public that from here on out, the Nangong clan will become a Holy Land. Nangong Holy Land." His words were like a thunderbolt that fell into the ears of the crowd, and their hearts and minds trembled. Nangong Holy Land. Hearing these words, the crowd's breathing tightened a bit, and their eyes were filled with a blazing light. They naturally knew what a Holy Land meant. If they became a holy land, then the power of the Nangong family could expand outward quite a bit. At that time, the Nangong family's underpinnings would naturally grow increasingly powerful. Although, at this time, the Nangong clan only had 2 emperor profound mighty powers. But, they have an old ancestor sitting in. Even an emperor can kill you. Seeing the fighting spirit rekindled in the eyes of the crowd, Nangong Haotian nodded in satisfaction. He continued, there's another thing, since it's going to be a holy place, the order is going to have to be changed again. After this, the family disciple rankings are abolished and the heavenly and earthly rankings are re-established. For the heavenly ranking, the golden immortal realm can be challenged. The earth ranking, on the other hand, can be challenged by heavenly immortals. For the position of holy maiden, Nangong Yu of the clan takes over. As for the holy son, it is currently vacant, and the challenge for the heavenly and earthly rankings will be held 3 days later. Do you all have any doubts? Upon hearing this, the essence of the crowd's gazes flourished, and not a single person objected to this opinion. Nangong Haotian nodded, then said, since that's the case, all of you should prepare for what comes next. And as for the news of the Nangong sacred ground, wait for Nangong Junyi to completely recover before letting him announce it to the public. At that time, the Nangong Holy Land, will have a great feast and a great amnesty. A flash of essence crossed Nangong Haotian's eyes. The holy court of the divine realm? Ha! He wanted to see just how terrifying this legendary divine realm sacred pavilion was. If the latter were sensible, Nangong Haotian would naturally let them go. But if they were ungrateful, he wouldn't mind stirring this great desolate divine realm into a frenzy. If no one is in control of the divine realm for this reason, then Nangong Haotian will take control with his own hands. Yes, the crowd spoke in unison and then retreated. I still hope you guys won't let me down. Waiting for the crowd to leave, Nangong Haotian stood up and sighed softly. Ever since knowing about the divine realm sacred pavilion, Nangong Haotian was still trying to figure out one more thing, and that was how strong he truly was. And for now, the realm of the emperor was nothing more than a mole cricket. Even emperors who had mastered the great Tao were just bigger ants. Since the divine realm sacred pavilion grasped the resources of the entire great desolate divine realm, the depths of it should also be incomparably terrifying. 3 days passed like a white horse. One day, early morning, the disciples of the Nangong family were all standing in the middle of the square. After 3 days of recuperation, Nangong Junyi's cultivation had recovered. That vitality given by Nangong Haotian was like a holy spring, washing his spiritual veins all over his body, making his spiritual energy now also more pure, and his breath was also a lot more powerful and solid. Nangong Junyi opened his mouth aloud, a voice falling into the ears of the disciples underneath, announcing the heavenly ranking Earth Pound Challenge. The disciples at the bottom all looked incredibly excited, with a monstrous battle intent rising in their eyes. After a long time, Nangong Junyi finished, turned his head to look at Nangong Haotian, and respectfully said, Old ancestor, shall we begin now? Aha! Nangong Haotian nodded, and then waved his hand. The Ghost Valley bastard on the side would understand, and slowly stepped out to come in front of the crowd, and spoke aloud. The first Earth ranking match, by Nangong Sun Shang, against Nangong Yu. With that, Ghost Valley Bane retreated to the side, and with a wave of his hands, a formation condensed and landed on top of the martial arts stage. This sister, with your cultivation at the 5th level of the heavenly immortal realm, it's better to admit defeat. A man with a handsome face let out a light smile, making people feel like spring breeze. He was the first to land on top of the martial arts stage. Humph, cut the crap. Nangong Yu snorted coldly as a long green dress floated down and up, also flying onto the martial arts stage, causing many people to pay attention and cheer. Ghost Valley Scourge spoke in a deep voice. The match begins. In that case, I'll make myself at home. Nangong Sunshang let out a laugh as his words fell, and a refined aura blossomed in his eyes before his right hand flipped over and a curved sword appeared in his hand. He swung out his blade, and the rich spiritual energies swirled around the scimitar. Boom! The sword's shadow was heavy and the cold light flashed like a round of clear radiant moonlight, whistling towards Nangong Yu. The latter's face remained unchanged, and with a gentle turn of her jade hand, a green-colored long sword appeared in her hand. Nangong Yu's pretty body shook, and her longsword resounded with a light sword sound. Dang! She also swung out a sword. The swords touched each other, erupting into a golden goose-like roaring sound, and rolling waves of air shook above the martial arts stage. If it wasn't for the array formation, the martial arts platform underneath his feet would have definitely crumbled apart with just this strike. Snap! After the strike, both of them exploded back. Nangong Yu's breathing was a little short. She let out a deep breath. Her right hand was trembling slightly, and the long sword she was holding started to become unsteady. Nangong Sunshang was at the peak of the 6th level of the heavenly immortal realm, just one step away from stepping into the 7th level. Above the realm, Nangongyu knew that she was by no means his opponent. Admit defeat. Nangong Sun Shang shook his head with a helpless expression. It's not certain who will lose or win. Nangongyu's lips were agape and a flash of essence flashed in her eyes as she once again exhaled deeply and mobilized the spiritual energy within her body. The spiritual energy was like a tsunami, surging out from above her sword. It's really boring, Nangong Sun Shang said, shaking his head. In that case, don't blame me for being unforgiving. Chopping heaven style. As the words fell, Nangong Sun Shang's eyes changed, and that shocking aura seemed to blend in with the heaven and earth, emitting a shocking and terrifying aura that stirred in midair. The knife in his hand. The light of the knife was even more blazing and incomparable, as if the sky had been torn apart at this moment. Boom! The two forces collided head-on, erupting into a deafening sound, and rolling waves of air spread out in all directions. When the crowd saw this scene, they were all shocked in their eyes. Whether it was Nangongyu or Nangong Sun Shang, they were all geniuses in the Nangong family, and with the two geniuses fighting each other, it was sure to be a good fight. This heaven slashing style seems a bit familiar. In the distance, a flash of surprise flashed across Void Wukong's eyes after he saw Nangong Sun Shang use this move. He always felt like he had seen this move somewhere, but couldn't recall it no matter what. At those words, Nangong Haotian smiled darkly and did not say much. This heaven beheading stance was certainly familiar to the Golden Winged Rock clan, as he had used it thousands of years ago to behead a number of Taiku races. Afterwards, this move was engraved on top of one of the stone walls in the Nangong secret realm to come and be practiced by the descendants of the Nangong family. And on the tournament stage, Nangongyu was shaken away by this power. She stabilized her mind. Her pair of beautiful eyes kept changing. Her pitch-black eyes suddenly became incomparably blue, as if they were filled with supreme mysterious power. Boom! Then, a terrifying power surged up from within Nangongyu's eyes, rolling power like a monstrous river. Even through the formation, the other Nangong disciples felt their scalps tingle. 7-colored divine eyes? Seeing this scene, Nangong Haotian murmured softly under his breath, and a flash of surprise flashed across his eyes before the corners of his mouth curved up. I didn't realize that all the juniors of his Nangong clan were so outstanding in terms of their heavenly beauty. In the front, there was Nangongyu with the Xianin body. Then there was Nangong Sun Shang who was able to comprehend the heaven-cutting stance. And now there was even Nangongyu who was in control of her pupils. These three people, no matter where they were put, were existences that would be canonized as holy sons and daughters. And it was not expected that there would be three of them in the Nangong family. The great way opens, and the heavens contend. Nangong Haotian gave a dark cry in his heart, and a flash of essence flashed in his eyes, but in an instant, his face returned to calm. Boom! At the same time, the extremely strong force of Nangongyu attacked, and Nangong Sun Shang's face changed violently, his eyes filled with horror. He hastily drew his sword to resist, but the might was too terrifying to resist. Nangong Sun Shang's body was like a kite with broken strings, directly flew out and heavily smashed on top of the ground. His face was as pale as paper, his breath was disorganized, and a mouthful of reverse blood spurted out. I concede. Letting out a deep breath, Nangong Sun Shang forced himself to calm down, then smiled bitterly. He didn't expect Nangongyu to be able to burst out with such an appalling power, and after thinking about it, he slowly opened his mouth. Just can you tell me what kind of technique this is, that it's so powerful? As the words fell, the expressions of the family disciples underneath were also very curious. They also wanted to know what this power that Nangongyu possessed was, that it was able to defeat Nangong Sun Shang, who was at the peak of the 6th level of the heavenly immortal realm. Upon hearing this, Nangongyu shook her head. Her vermilion lips lightly opened. I don't know. It's just that after I entered the immortal realm, I awakened these eyes, and I have never used them. Today is the first time. In that case, my loss was not unfair. Nangong Sun Shang let out a laugh, feeling that his breath was still a bit weak, barely supporting himself as he left the place. Time passed slowly, and the grand competition took almost 5 days to finally come to an end. Within these 5 days, the disciples had given Nangong Haotian quite a few surprises. For example, Nangongyu, the first place in the Earth ranking, relied on a pair of 7-colored divine eyes to rampage all the way to the first place throne. As for Nangong Sun Shang, although he had lost to Nangongyu, after revitalizing himself, he had also killed his way to 10th place, as well as the heavenly rankings. Nangong Chenwu, a natural sword body, was even taking the first place in the heavenly ranking with the strength of the golden immortal 9th realm. The second place finisher, Wan Long Yuan, lost to Nangong Chengu with a dragon vein and won 2nd place. After the match was over, Nangong Haotian had Nangong Junyi announce that from today onwards, the Nangong family would officially become the Nangong Sanctuary, inviting the people of the Great Wilderness to come and pay their respects. When this news came out, Everyone in the entire Great Desolate Divine Realm was shocked. Great Desolate Divine Realm. Li family. After the Li family head received this news, the corner of his mouth arched up and he sneered. Humph. Arrogant to the core. With you, Nangong Junyi. You want to hold up the entire Nangong family? You still want to become the Nangong Holy Land? How ridiculous. Just a few days ago, the Li family had already climbed up to the heavenly wasteland Holy Land in the western region. His Li family was not afraid of the Nangong family at all right now. And as for that declaration of subjugation to the Nangong family, he didn't even put it in his eyes. After this climb, the Li family's status in the western region has also risen, rising no higher. Lord Family Head, I wonder if our Li family still wants to participate in this invitation? At this moment, a man in the main hall slowly spoke. Upon hearing this, a contemptuous smile blossomed on the Li family head's face. Go, why don't you go? I would like to see. What qualifications does his Nangong family have to become a Holy Land? At that time, all the major forces will come to find their trouble. At that time, we will then say the matter of the Nangong mystic realm. Jia. The meaning of that morose smile of the Li family head was self-evident. And another holy place, the Arctic Holy Land, too, had gotten the news. The Great Desolate Divine Domain was divided into 5 major domains, namely, the Western Domain, the Northern Domain, the Southern Domain, the Eastern Domain, and the Central Domain. This Arctic Sacred Land is located in the northern region of the North Pole, where all year round, the cold winter is bitterly cold and snowy. In the extreme cold palace, a middle-aged man listened to the report of the woman in front of him, and a glint of essence flashed in his eyes. The man tapped his fingers on a side chair, slightly contemplating for a moment, and spoke blandly. Is what you said true? Yes. Upon hearing this, the woman nodded, a delicate pretty face cold and unfeeling, her body also exuding an extremely cold aura that vibrated in midair. If Chiu Shueching was here, she would definitely be able to recognize that the woman in front of her was none other than her master teacher, Han Xiu Yue. And this middle-aged man is the Holy Lord of the Arctic Sacred Land. A cultivation has been heavenly, the entire Arctic land. No one is clear about what realm his cultivation is in the end. Since Shueching is there as well, then you should go ahead and take a look. But remember that if those people show up, it's impossible to cross paths with them. The Holy Lord of the Arctic Holy Land slowly spoke. As you wish. Han Shoyue nodded and then disappeared within the extreme cold palace. Ugh. After a long time had passed, that Holy Lord suddenly sighed, a touch of helplessness appearing on his face. I'm afraid, the Great Desolate Divine Realm is going to usher in a bloody storm next. One must know that establishing a Holy Land privately without the consent of the Divine Realm Sacred Pavilion was completely challenging the bottom line of their authority. Even the Sacred Grid would take advantage of this opportunity to completely come up with a great cleansing in the Great Desolate Divine Realm to ensure the absolute rule of the Divine Realm Sacred Pavilion. At the same time, scenes similar to those of the Arctic Sacred Land and the Li Clan continued to occur throughout the Great Desolate Divine Realm. Although the surface of the Great Desolate Divine Realm was calm, the waves in the dark were slowly spreading out at this moment. Perhaps, it will be that day that comes and completely explodes. All of this did not interest Nangong Haotian, who was sitting in the Nangong Holy Land. In his eyes, not to mention the Divine Realm Sacred Pavilion, even if the entire Great Desolate Divine Realm was united, it would not be his opponent. Elder Ancestor. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of Nangong Haotian. Nangong Yu spoke respectfully. She had seen Nangong Haotian's divine might and admired the latter since. Only, in the past, it was all from afar, not close contact, and now, so close to face the old ancestor. She a heart, cannot stop the chaotic beating. Aha! Nangong Haotian nodded. Do you know the origin of your pair of alien pupils? At those words, Nangong Yu shook her head. Strangely enough, during the period when she was still in the mortal realm and had just stepped into cultivation, no matter how much she absorbed the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, she was unable to break through the realm. It wasn't until later, by a chance, that she broke through the realm and slowly became stronger. It was also only after stepping into the immortal realm that she obtained that pair of alien pupils, 7-colored divine eyes. At this time, Nangong Haotian spat out 4 words, and a flash of essence flashed across his eyes. The words fell like a thunderclap, shaking in Nangong Yu's ears. Wow! With that, there was a sudden sea change in the midst of her eyes. It was as if she saw a pair of huge eyes, eternally above the firmament. In a sky full of stars, countless stars fell, erupting in brilliant light, and those eyes, always luminous and still long, as if they pierced through all things and were above all beings. Boom! Immediately afterward, a terrifying aura blasted down, and Nangong Yu stood frozen in place. Her pretty face was pale, bean-sized beads of sweat waving down in a drenching shower as endless information carried through her mind. 7-colored divine eyes. One of the 10 great different pupils of the ancient world. It was once the divine eye of a god of the heavens hundreds of millions of years ago. That god ended up falling in a war, and the latter's eyes, too, turned into 7-colored light and disappeared into the river of time. After receiving this information, Nangongyu was greatly shocked. Her pretty face was almost petrified in general. She had not thought in any way that the origin of her pair of alien pupils was so terrifying. Nangongyu was unable to recover from her shock for a long time. Looking at Nangongyu's shocked expression, Nangong Haotian let out a light laugh as a flash of emotion flashed through his eyes. After he came to this strange world, he didn't have a physique that spanned the ages, nor did he have a mysterious gong method. He just relied on his perseverance, cultivating the most ordinary gong methods, and step by step, he went from being weak to being invincible. This is a technique I once obtained in a secret realm, so if you cultivate it properly, then breaking through to Emperor will be as easy as a slap in the face. After lamenting, Nangong Haotian took out a married law and handed it to Nangongyu, the secret art of the vault of heaven. As her divine sense perceived the information of this technique, Nangongyu murmured softly, her beautiful eyes blossoming with streams of light. Half a month later, the Nangong Holy Land invites the world. There will definitely be less trouble at that time, so you should quickly cultivate so that you can represent the Nangong family in the battle at that time. Nangong Haotian faintly instructed. Since the entire great desolate divine realm was under the control of the divine realm sacred pavilion, at that time, the sacred pavilion would naturally send people to find them in trouble, such as the matter of the tournament, which was rare. Yes, many thanks, old ancestor, Nangongyu answered with a voice, then excused herself and disappeared inside the great hall. Immediately after, in half a month, no matter whether the heavenly list or the earthly list of the Nangong disciples, Nangong Haotian as much as possible, but half a month's time, the Nangong family's overall strength, and rose a lot. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. One day, early morning, the disciples of the Nangong Holy Land started to get busy early in the morning, and all parts of the Holy Land were decorated with lights and colors. Heavenly and earthless talents, all kinds of artifacts and magic treasures are countless. This period of time has aroused the attention of many cultivators. For a time, the surrounding large and small forces or scattered cultivators, all go to the spectators. It was at this time that the Nangong Holy Land welcomed an uninvited guest, the Li family of the western region, who came to congratulate the Nangong family on becoming a Holy Land, has come to send a coffin, accompanied by the shouting voice of the child in front of the door. For a moment, the entire Nangong sacred ground was silent, and then the atmosphere became subtle. Ha ha ha, old brother Jun-yi. I didn't expect that after so many years of not seeing each other, the Nangong clan has already been promoted to a Holy Land. It's really something to be congratulated. At that moment, a loud laugh rang out and a middle-aged man appeared in front of the crowd. He had a smile on his face, but his tone was filled with sarcasm. This person was no other than the head of the Li family, Li Wanan. I don't know what brother Wanan. What is the purpose of sending me the coffin of the Southern Palace Holy Land? Nangong Junyi's face was clear and cold. He knew that Li Wanan had come from a bad place, but he didn't expect that he would be so bold as to send a coffin today. Ha ha ha. In recent days, my Li family has climbed up to the heavenly wasteland sacred ground, and the people from the sacred ground have informed this family head that if he wants to establish a sacred ground, he needs to obtain the consent of the sacred pavilion, and it seems that now, I'm sure that the people from the sacred pavilion don't know about it, don't they? Li Wanan had a smile on his lips, an expression that said you all must be in big trouble today, making the group of disciples feel bored. So what if it is? Nangong Junyi frowned slightly, his tone unsalted. Ha ha ha. Li Wanan laughed out loud. It is precisely because of this that I am sending you coffins, so that it is just the right time to bury the entire Nangong family. The words fell, and the air went silent. The people who had wanted to congratulate the Nangong clan had all slipped away with their tails between their legs at the moment. Just kidding, all these big shots are not the existence of the hand of the sky. These cannon fodder blindly come together for what? The faces of the disciples of the Nangong clan were all burning with rage, itching to whip him into shape. I've heard that your Nangong family has produced quite a few geniuses these days. Why don't we have a competition today? Li Wanan ignored these gazes filled with anger, glanced at Nangong Junyi, and spoke indifferently. How do you compare? Nangong Junyi's complexion sank slightly. My son is a great completion divine body. His strength is the peak of the golden immortal. Even a half-step emperor can hold his own. I wonder who you, the Nangong clan, will send to fight? Li Wanan waved his hand, and a young man stepped out behind him. The man had a handsome face, but his eyes were shadowy and his gaze was contemptuous to the extreme. Who dares to fight with me? I'll do it. At this time, Wan Long Yuan, who was second on the heavenly ranking list, spoke in a deep voice. As the words fell, he took a step out, and the land under his feet immediately crumbled and shattered, and the breath around him was bitingly cold, stirring in mid-air. Li Hongfu smiled proudly, his eyes filled with sarcasm. But a golden immortal 8th realm. With you, you are not my opponent. Where is Nangongyu? In my opinion, she is the only one worthy of being my opponent. Why is it necessary for the holy maiden to take action against you? Wanlong Yuan sneered as his dragon vein revolved, erupting into an impassioned dragon roar. Holy maiden? This is a good move. To be my Li Hongfu's woman. A holy maiden is just right. Li Hongfu laughed maniacally. In the past, the Li family is still the Nangong family's vassal family when Li Hongfu will be on the Nangong reign adoration for a long time. And now, the Nangong family is withering, but the Li family is flourishing. Li Hongfu naturally regarded Nangongyu as a bag. Arrogant. Wanlong Yuan's face suddenly changed. The dragon vein in his body revolved. Rolling spiritual energy surged, and he blasted out a punch, accompanied by a dragon's roar. A fist shadow came out of the sky, and on top of the fist shadow, there was a dragon's shadow twisting up and blasting towards Li Hongfu. Meh. Seeing this scene, Li Hongfu let out a cold smile and then swung out a palm. The monstrous palm shadow was like stars intertwining and immediately enveloped the surroundings. The two forces collided head-on, erupting into an earth-shaking sound. Rolling power was declared at this moment, and the breath stirred up, blasting down the entire space. Is that all? After the strike, Li Hongfu stood with his hands in the air, his face full of contempt. On the contrary, Wanlong Yuan's body exploded out several feet before he managed to stop. His face was a little pale, and he took a huge breath of air in a wretched manner, his body's qi and blood constantly churning, before he forcefully swallowed a mouthful of reverse blood. Again, Wanlong Yuan let out a low shout. The battle intent in his eyes angered more than just a little. Dragon Elephant Prison Suppression Technique. 10,000 Dragon Abyss let out a roar. The dragon vein in his body operated crazily. Rolling dragon qi emanated out, and then a divine dragon coalesced, as if it was substantial and glittering. Wanlong Yuan was burdened with a dragon vein. Cultivating this technique was naturally more comfortable and powerful than the other clans. He took another step. The spiritual energy in his body clamored, and an ancient giant elephant drew out of the ground. The two divine beasts intertwined together. The sound of the elephant roaring and the dragon chanting, stirring in the heavens and earth, exuding an incomparably terrifying aura. Dragon vein. Seeing this scene, many of the forces or cultivators who came here to visit flashed a flash of shock in their eyes. I didn't realize that there was such a heavenly prideful son existing amongst the Nangong family. If I can obtain this dragon vein, coupled with the great completion divine body, the path of cultivation will definitely be even more straightforward. Li Hongfu's eyes were filled with greed, and he let out a fierce smile as he flipped his right hand, and the long sword appeared in his hand. The three styles of the underworld god, the dark sea, along with a low drink ringing out. Li Hongfu waved the long sword in his hand, his body's spiritual energy surging and lingering on top of the sword. An incomparably terrifying sword shadow surged out from the body of the sword, transforming into a sword light that was several feet long and stretched out in midair. Around the sword shadow, the sea of dark green spiritual energy surged incomparably, rolling up like a shocking wave. Li Hongfu swung out his sword, and that sword shadow carried the sea of swords behind him, blasting towards the giant elephant divine dragon. Boom! The two forces once again collided head-on, erupting with a shocking sound. Terrifying aura stirred up, and the surrounding air collapsed at this moment, revealing a pitch-black void that exuded a lingering aura. At that moment, Li Wanan waved his hand and a formation rose up to cover the sky, enveloping Li Hongfu and Wanlong Yuan. Nangong Junyi's face changed and he wanted to make a move to stop it, when Nangong Haotian's voice suddenly rang in his head, and he stopped. Brother Junyi, don't be nervous. I'm just afraid that the two of them will destroy the grounds of the Nangong sacred ground. Li Wanan opened his mouth with a smile, purposely aggravating the word sacred ground as he spoke, the irony in it very obvious. In the meantime, in that formation, countless forces intertwined and agitated in the entire space above. Unparalleled breath at this moment all bloomed, bright light like a rising mushroom cloud generally rise. Even with the formation's reinforcement, the ground shook a bit with it. With one strike, the roiling spiritual energy obscured the figures of Li Hongfu and Wanlong Yuan. It was only after a long time that the figures of the two were slowly revealed. Li Hongfu exploded out of the room, gasping for air with a big mouthful of air, his eyes flickering with a cold, morose aura. The spiritual energy in his body surged, as if it were an ocean, vibrating in the void. And in the distance, Wanlong Yuan was covered in lingering spiritual energy, and a golden dragon surrounded his body as if he were a divine beast protecting his master, emitting an aura that was awe-inspiring to the extreme. Boom! Then, The two forces collided again. The earth-shattering sound will be that the surrounding air directly torn apart. Into the endless void in the air, the roaming spiritual energy is like a boundless star. Each trace contains endless power. Jia Jia. It seems that your disciples from the southern palace Holy Land are not very good. Li Wanen smiled coldly, as if he could already see the scene of his son killing Wanlong Yuan with a single sword strike. Nangong Juni's brows furrowed deeply. Nangong Yu was still in seclusion, and among the younger generation. I'm afraid that the only one who could suppress Li Hongfu was the Holy Maiden. But, just then, a surprising scene happened. Li Hongfu's smiling face instantly solidified, turning to a face full of unbelief. Wanlong Yuan suddenly shot out a palm. A golden dragon surged out in the shadow of the palm. The dragon's roar shook with a sound, and blasted towards Li Hongfu. The latter was violently startled and wanted to draw his sword to defend himself, but it was obviously too late. The terrifying power hit Li Hongfu's chest, and the terrifying power declared and blasted down, and his body was like a meteorite falling, and he heavily smashed on top of the ground, raising a puff of dust. Wanlong Yuan's eyes were filled with killing intent. Seeing Li Hongfu fall down, he didn't stop. With a flip of his right hand, a long sword appeared in his hand, stabbing towards Li Hongfu. How dare you! Seeing this scene, Li Wanen's face changed violently, and he pulled himself up between angry shouts. His strength of the Emperor realm flowed out, and he slapped out a palm. Instantly palm shadows of visions were clustered, eternally in the void, and golden light radiantly flowed, blasting away. Wanlong Yuan was not afraid in the slightest. The dragon vein in his body worked crazily. An impassioned dragon roar resounded between heaven and earth, and then a golden divine dragon manifested itself and coiled above himself. Boom! Suddenly there was a palm slap. The divine dragon instantly broke apart. Wanlong Yuan's face turned white, and the rolling airwaves directly blasted him away. His breath immediately reversed and a mouthful of reverse blood spurted out. Seek death. Nangong Juni let out a cold snort and stepped forward with his sword. Dare to touch my Nangong Sacred Land's disciple. Today, even if it's the Li family's head, I'll still take your life. As the words fell, Nangong Juni swung out a sword. The sword's shadow was like a bright moon, existing above the void for eternity. The icy breath intertwined, tearing through the sky, blasting towards Li Wanen. That's interesting. From afar, when Han Xiaoyu saw Nangong Juni make this move, her beautiful eyes flashed with a flash of essence, and she was filled with curiosity about it. Humph! Li Wanen's eyes were filled with disdain, and when he saw that the sword's shadow was about to blast over, he suddenly let out a low cry. 10,000 Buddhas in the world. As the words fell, an aura surged out from his body, and a sea of spiritual energy blossomed. Countless Milo Buddhas emitting a golden aura coalesced, and scriptures were continuously chanted from their mouths. The scriptural Sanskrit sounds transformed into a golden barrier in mid-air, above which obscure words were inscribed and flowed through. Boom! The sword shadows were devastating, carrying a vast aura as if they were destroying the sky and destroying the earth as they blasted down on top of the golden barrier. Endless spiritual energy was spread out at this moment, and then wild winds rose in all directions, and the ground unexpectedly grinned with a deep gully. Ka-ching! Afterwards, the golden barrier began to crack, and countless tiny gaps appeared, spreading out in all directions. Li Wanen's face changed, killing intent blossoming in his eyes. Kill! As the words fell, the Buddha shadow idol moved, carrying monstrous killing intent, and attacked towards Nangong Juni in a volatile manner. Phew! Nangong Juni let out a deep breath as the Nangong sacred sword in his hand rotated, its body emitting a vicissitude and ancient aura. The Nangong sacred sword, which had been passed down from generation to generation of Nangong family lords, contained an unimaginable power that even an Empyrean powerhouse would have to avoid. Nangong's secret art. Holy sword heavenly punishment. Nangong Juni's body landed in mid-air, his cool eyes containing endless killing intent. He let out a low gulp, and the spiritual energy within his body was like an ocean spreading within his body, filling the sky above. At this moment, the entire dome of the sky was irrigated by an endless ocean of spiritual energy, and a golden splendor shone in the world. And then, countless thunderbolts transformed from sword shadows coalesced in the ocean of spiritual energy, rolling sword shadows and thunder, as if they were like a flood of ferocious beasts, as if they could tear through the entire world. Countless forces intertwined and entwined, shattering the entire space, and all the 10,000 feet of the heavens were turned into an endless void. Boom! At this time, a long sword of the heavens condensed, 10,000 feet of sword shadow vast and majestic, seems to have a Sanskrit chant. The flowers of the other side of the shore blossomed in the sky above. The golden ocean all became the nourishment of that sword shadow. Rincon hangs high and falls, eternally in the void. It was as if the entire great desolate divine realm would be annihilated if it fell. And seeing this scene, A pretty face of Han Xiuyu in the distance was filled with shock. She really couldn't imagine that such a terrifying secret art existed in a small Nangong family. She even felt that even the most ancient techniques of the Arctic sacred land would pale in comparison to this secret art, and would not be able to withstand a single blow. What kind of existence is the Namgung family? At this moment, Han Xiuyu's eyes were filled with shock and doubt. Boom! Subsequently, Nangong Junyi swung out his sword towards Li Wanen to exterminate him. The 10,000 feet long sword shadow carries a destructive force. Wherever it goes, it is annihilated. Under the shadow of the sword, the sky full of Maitreya Buddha statues was like nothing, and could be pushed over with just one hand. The aura that was strong enough to blast everything to death enveloped Li Wanen above him, and the endless intent of death made him almost close to madness. Finally, just as the sword shadow was about to blast down, Li Wanen's face grimaced as he suddenly yelled towards the void. Mister, save me! This roar used all the spiritual energy within Li Wanen's body, and the roar penetrated 10,000 miles in a circle, and countless trees on the Holy Land were lifted out by the sound wave. Ugh! Right at this moment, a sighing voice came from all directions, and by the time the words fell, the 10,000-foot sword shadow suddenly annihilated in the void. How? Seeing this, Nangong Junyi uttered a shocked voice, his face violently changing, his eyes full of unbelief. One must know that the Nangong secret art was the most domineering existence in the Nangong family. Among the same realm, it was invincible, but, to be reduced to pieces by a sigh? Thinking of this, Nangong Junyi sucked in a mouthful of cold air, a chill running through his body from head to toe. Han Xiuyu, who was far away, had a pair of eyebrows that were slightly knitted as she sniffed out a power of the great Tao in the sighing voice. Thinking that the emperor in the shadows was a great Tao emperor, Han Xiuyu pondered whether or not to step in to help. After all, the holy maiden was still here, and if that shadowy great Tao emperor went on a killing spree, it wouldn't be easy for him or her to find out where the holy maiden was. Right at this moment, above the dome of the sky, a 10,000 feet long crack in the void appeared in front of the crowd, and then, a figure appeared to be like a god king shining in the world, standing with his arms folded, his body haunted by a crimson-colored light. There were divine rhythms flowing in that man's eyes, as if in his eyes, a single breath was the reincarnation of all things. It's actually the Space Avenue. Han Xiuyu was a bit surprised. Great Tao emperors were originally extremely rare, and those who cultivated the spatial great Tao were also extremely rare, and could be considered a plume of existence. Unexpectedly, the person behind the Li family had such a great Tao emperor who cultivated the space great Tao. It looks like the Nangong Holy Land is in danger. Han Xiuyu wasn't going to make a move at this time. To be able to make a Space Avenue emperor step in, it shouldn't be as simple as for the Li family. I'm afraid that this Avenue emperor is stepping in on behalf of those people. If he were to strike out on his own, he would instead be viewed as an enemy by a group of Holy Lands, and then the entire Arctic Holy Land would suffer because of what he had done. What are you? Seeing that the aura exuding from the visitor was too terrifying, Nangong Junyi let out a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. It doesn't matter what I am. Above the void, the figure slowly opened his mouth, and along with the fall of his words, countless visions blossomed from behind him. I came to tell you that the Nangong Holy Land cannot exist. Speaking of this, the figure's tone suddenly changed, and with a morose killing intent, he slapped out a hoary palm. At this moment, it was as if the void began to tremble. A huge palm shadow that covered the sky and the world went gray. Boom! Deafening booming sounds, carrying a heaven-destroying aura, blasted towards the entire Nangong sacred ground, wanting to completely destroy it with a single strike. Nangong's secret art, holy sword, heavenly punishment. Nangong Junyi's face sank, killing intent flowing in his eyes. Although this mysterious person's strength was far above his own, he was the head of the Nangong family and was bound to survive with the Nangong family. Nangong Junyi urged the Nangong sacred sword, and then the sea of spiritual energy surged, and a terrifying aura emanated out. A huge sword shadow broke out from the earth, and the golden sword wave shook in midair, as if it was a giant, wanting to resist the momentum of the sky breaking apart. Boom! The two forces collided head-on. The palm shadow destroyed everything, but in a matter of seconds, the sword shadow was gone. Nangong Junyi's face changed drastically. He roared angrily and rose up from the ground. His body's chi and blood burned as he mobilized all of his spiritual energy to swing out a fist. The sun and the moon. Between the fists and palms, there was the sun and the moon appearing in them, and above the heavens, the light of the sun and the essence of the moon bloomed out at this moment. Accompanied by the punch that Nangong Junyi swung out, that power came blasting in with the momentum of heaven and earth. Formation up. Then, Nangong Junyi spoke out again. The formation of the southern palace sacred ground emitted an aura of annihilation, and the light was so great that the radiant light reflected in the heavens. that heaven executing sword formation, heavenly dipper 72 killing formation, dragon elephant prison suppressing formation, and so on. Countless formations embedded in the Nangong sacred ground came out one after another, a terrifying power mixed together, which emanated out of the atmosphere. That is, the figure above the dome of the sky, at this moment also revealed a touch of astonishment. However, in an instant that figure's complexion returned to normal as he swung out a palm shadow that crashed across the void. Nangong Junyi was also unafraid, and the countless forces emitted converged in and up, crashing on top of the palm shadow, and in just an instant, the palm shadow crumbled away. In the next moment, Nangong Junyi's breath began to flutter, the spiritual energy in his body was almost depleted, and his eyes were even covered in blood, as gusts of reverse blood spurted out. However, his expression was still filled with a look of perseverance. He and the Nangong Holy Land would surely live and die together. Holding such thoughts, Nangong Junyi roared as if he had gone berserk and blasted towards that mysterious person. But mole crickets, the mysterious man just sneered. In his eyes, Nangong Junyi's behavior was tantamount to overrating a tree. Trying to hurt him? It's simply delusional. Then, with a wave of his right hand, a hole of nothingness appeared, and countless array forces fell into it, and then he gently stroked. The void disappeared into thin air, and the endless power of the formation was directly annihilated. Seeing this, a wave of despair arose in Nangong Junyi's heart. He had wanted to injure this person with the mindset of certain death, but he didn't expect that he wouldn't even be able to enter his body. That mysterious person slapped out another palm, and the lingering palm shadow blasted down on Nangong Junyi. The latter ate the pain and smashed down towards the ground like a meteor. The ground was immediately smashed out a huge crater, and the dust rolled and filled the air. What a bore! The mysterious person's tone was contemptuous, as if he had just crushed an ant to death, and his expression was incomparably cold. He looked down at the locust-like crowd below and said in a tone without any semblance of emotion, "All go to hell." As the words fell, the mysterious man slapped another palm. A vast and awe-inspiring palm filled the heavens and earth. If this palm fell, everyone would not be spared. The crowd was like birds of prey, immediately fleeing in all directions. At this time, an unfamiliar voice suddenly sounded in Han Xiuyu's mind. "Make a move to block it, and I can tell you the secret of the sacred moon-cold body." The words were like a thunderbolt that exploded in Han Xiuyu's mind as her pretty face changed and her gaze began to tremble a bit. Who is the owner of this voice? How does he know I have the cold body of the holy moon? And, listening to his tone, it was as if he knew more than he did. But, if he made a move, he would have to make an enemy of those people and the entire great desolate divine realm. Was it worth it? At that end, the mysterious man's palm shadow attacked, and the crowd underground all let out miserable shrieks. Han Xiuyu's teeth clenched her red lips, and with a ruthlessness in her heart, a green-colored longsword appeared in her hand. Then, the green sword's shadow poured out, colliding with that palm shadow. The two forces intersected, erupting with a world-shattering power, and the rolling breath spread out towards the boundless void. After the strike, the sound of the mysterious man's light eat came from the void. His gaze landed on Han Xiuyue, then his body moved to appear in front of the crowd and he laughed softly. "I didn't expect Emperor Xiuyue to sneak up on you as well. However, it's not a sensible decision for you to strike now." The mysterious man recognized Han Xiuyue's aura, and a sneer crossed his face as he, since she was the great Tao Emperor of the Arctic Sacred Land, she must also be well aware of the existence of the Divine Realm Sacred Pavilion, and if she made a move now, it would be proof that the Arctic Sacred Land wanted to make an enemy of the entire great desolate Divine Realm. Humph. Han Xiuyu's clear face complexion slightly changed, then eased down. A pair of beautiful eyes have cold ons crossed. "I do not need you to talk too much. If you leave now, I will let you off the hook. If not, ha 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 ha." She was interrupted in mid-sentence by the mysterious man's loud laughter. His sneering laughter was not half concealed, and it fell on everyone's ears as much as possible. "I see that this sentence should be said by me to you. No one can stop whoever I, Emperor Easy, want to kill." Speaking of this, Emperor Prosperity's voice suddenly went cold, and killing intent filled his eyes. He then flapped out with a palm, and the palm shadow blasted down, carrying an aura as vast and mighty as the falling of a starry river. "I hope you're true to your word." Looking at the lingering emperor's overbearing aura, Han Xiuyue murmured softly. If that voice in her ears had just lied to her, she would not hesitate to unleash a massacre on the southern palace Holy Land. It was also at that moment that palm shadows came at her from all directions. Chop! Han Xiuyu's vermilion lips gently opened and let out a low gulp. The green-colored long sword in her hand crossed, and then a waterfall-like sword shadow gulped out, colliding towards the palm shadow. Boom! Accompanied by a sound of the void trembling, a wave-like force violently spread out in all directions. Outside of the Nangong Holy Land, all of them were cracked open with countless gullies, and the lingering breath stirred in midair. Even with the countless formations in place, this place was beginning to shake a bit. I've heard long ago that the Arctic Holy Land has produced a genius holy maiden, and her master's strength is even more heavenly and earthly, bearing a body of the utmost excellence. There was a time when I thought that was overstated, but I didn't think it was true when I saw it today. The prosperous emperor took a step out and landed on top of the midair, his tone revealing a semblance of appreciation. Meh, Han Xiaoyu sneered, her face frosty and ignored. The free emperor was not angry, but instead shook his head somewhat helplessly and said, "Unfortunately, if you had cultivated for another 100 years, with your talent, I would certainly not be your opponent." But, his voice lurched and a look of arrogance appeared on his face. "Now, you can no longer defeat me." As the words fell, the easy emperor probed out with one hand, and a golden formation manifested from the ground and stirred in midair. The grand and awe-inspiring light seemed to connect the entire heaven and earth, and for a time, all of the 10,000 feet in a radius were flickering with dazzling light. Boom! Within the light, the killing aura was hidden within, enveloping Han Xiaoyu's body, as if it was a shackle that constantly bound her. I'd like to see what kind of physique the legendary extreme body is that would allow you to cultivate from the mortal realm to the Empyrean realm in just 100 years. The prosperous emperor licked his somewhat parched lips. An ordinary emperor cultivator, even if he had the talent, would need 1,000 years to break through to the emperor cultivation level. Not to mention that a great Tao emperor might not be able to break through and comprehend it even after a lifetime of exhaustion. And Han Xiaoyu had only used 100 years. This talent was just too bizarre. This caused the easy emperor to be truly a bit jealous and envious. "When you die, I'll naturally tell you." Han Xiaoyu's voice was cold and icy. As the words fell, the power of her sacred moon-cold body surged out. However, in a moment, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, and endless coldness filled this part of heaven and earth. Kind of. A flash of blazing heat crossed the eyes of the prosperous emperor. Han Xiaoyu's icy breath blossomed with a holy aura, very pure and mysterious. If he could refine her as a cauldron, perhaps his own cultivation would be able to increase quite a bit. Thinking about this, the greedy essence light bloomed in the eyes of the easy emperor. His big hand waved fiercely, and the killing intent released from the aura light pillar was terrifying. Within the light, there were 100 weapons and ferocious beasts that manifested themselves, pressing toward Han Xiaoyu. Heavenly cold sacred sword decision. Han Xiaoyu's vermilion lips spat out a few words before waving the longsword in her hand, and the power of the sacred moon-cold body in her body was like waves of the sea as it intertwined and bombarded the endless ocean of spiritual energy. All of the spiritual energy lingered on top of the long sword, and then a 10,000 feet sword shadow surged out from the sword. For a time, the winds of heaven and earth were howling, and above the dome of the sky, the icy rain came out in unison. All of a sudden, this side of space was freezing cold, as if they were all plunged into the Arctic land. Boom! The cold and dazzling 10,000 foot sword shadow existed for eternity, refracting an icy arc under the sunlight. Han Xiaoyu then swung out her sword, and the sword shadow tore through the sky as if it was spanning across countless voids. Wherever the sword shadow went, everything froze, and endless icy cold aura blossomed, carrying an aura that was enough to destroy the heavens and destroy the earth as it blasted on top of that golden light pillar. Rumble! The two forces struck each other head-on, rolling breaths spreading across the sky and emanating a world-destroying mighty power. At this moment, the entire Nangong Holy Land was shaking, and the countless cultivators on the ground who had come to celebrate were even prostrate on top of the earth. Shivering, not daring to move half a step, endless breaths blossomed out, and at this time, Han Xiaoyu's figure exploded back 10,000 feet, and her pretty face became pale. She let out a deep breath. The icy cold avenue aura in her body intertwined and surged, and her pair of pitch-black eyes turned azure at this moment. 10,000 worlds frozen. Han Xiaoyu let out a low gulp. Her jade hand slightly lifted, and a blue Dao power bloomed in her hand as much as it could. That power transformed into countless small balls, scattered in the air and skyrocketed, and then spread out to fill the entire firmament. Comprehended is the cold ice avenue. Seeing this scene, a disdainful smile crossed Emperor Easy's eyes. If Han Xiaoyu's strength was above his own, then his own spatial avenue was naturally no match for her. But, now it's clear. A snap of the fingers can extinguish it. The prosperous emperor clapped his hands together. A spatial crack then manifested itself, and then slowly expanded, as if it was a bottomless pit that stretched out above the void, constantly devouring the cold ice avenues released by Han Xiaoyu. Damn! Han Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes flashed as she screamed in her heart. Immediately afterward, she slapped out several great Dao laws, and the cold ice above the dome of the sky instantly transformed into a long sword that hung down in the void, as if it was about to fall at any moment. Overrate yourself. The easy emperor sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. His spatial Dao could devour everything in the world. Even Hanshou's cold ice avenue would never be able to withstand it. In an instant, however, the light of the sword blossomed out, stirring above the void, rolling as if it could shatter everything in space and freeze it. Boom! Accompanied by a muffled sound. That space rift was like a bottomless pit, as if it could devour the void, and the volatile sword shadow was lost in the void. No more life. Phew! The prosperous emperor let out a deep breath. That was, after all, the sword shadow condensed by the great Tao emperor. Even if he could devour it, he would also suffer a not insignificant backlash. Only, he didn't show any of this. Instead, a touch of sarcasm appeared on his face as he coldly hummed. I wonder what else Emperor Autumn Moon, what else he is capable of. Bring it out all together. Regardless of the realm or the power of the great Tao, he was stronger than Han Shouyue, and he even represented the entire great desolate divine realm. So he naturally didn't fear Han Shouyue and the forces behind her. At those words, Han Shouyue's pair of beautiful eyes flashed darkly. If she were to make another move, then she herself wouldn't be able to predict what the outcome would be in the future. Since Emperor Autumn Moon isn't going to make a move, then I'll trouble you to stand aside, so I might be able to forget about what just happened. Seeing that Han Shouyue didn't speak, Emperor Easy laughed, his tone filled with sarcasm. Boom! As a loud ringing sound shook the Easy Emperor's face suddenly changed. Immediately afterward, endless spiritual energy emanated from his body, transforming into a long spear with a blazing flame burning above its head. In an instant, a rolling sea of fire covered the sky, scorching up the void in a 10,000 feet radius. Killing intent was all over Emperor Easy's eyes as he let out a loud shout, and that long spear carried a monstrous sea of fire that enveloped towards the Nangong Holy Land. Han Shouyue's complexion tightened, although she knew that Qiu Shueqing had the heart of the North Pole in her body, and that even the great Tao emperors could not hurt her. But, looking at the cultivators underneath, Han Shouyue had a complicated look for a while, but there was nothing she could do. One must know that the entire great desolate divine realm was the world of the divine realm sacred pavilion. No one dared to disobey the orders of the holy pavilion. Right at this moment, a cold hush surged from all directions, and as the words fell, a sword shadow rose up in the void from the Nangong mystic realm. This sword, as if it had traveled through eternity, crossed the void, and flowed through millions of years, but in a matter of moments, the sword shadow landed on top of the endless flames, erupting with a shocking power. That lance, at this moment, crumbled as much as it could and turned into pieces, filling the void above. The sword's might was awe-inspiring, whistling as it capped towards the Easy Emperor. The Easy Emperor's complexion changed violently, and he hastily clapped his hands to conjure up a layer of spatial shield, in which obscure characters lingered, flickering with a mysterious vicissitude. Boom! However, but in an instant, that shield directly shattered, and the sword shadow rushed down with a thunderous momentum, landing on the prosperous emperor. In a moment of life and death, Emperor Easy opened a hole in the void once again, swallowing the sword shadow within. But, even so, the mighty sword chi still caused the Easy Emperor to suffer a considerable amount of damage. His face immediately turned as pale as snow, and his eyes were filled with horror. A mouthful of rebellious blood suddenly poured out of the Easy Emperor. His face was horrified, and he managed to use his spiritual power in time to stop it. Otherwise, that rebellious blood would have spilled out immediately. The Easy Emperor's heart set off monstrous waves. He was a great Tao emperor, but he was actually tormented by a sword shadow. How could it be possible? After being shocked, a look of annoyance appeared on his face. On the other side, Han Xiaoyu was also in a state of shock. She was also a great Tao emperor. Naturally she was clear about the might of this great Tao emperor. Not to mention defeating the other party, it would be difficult to injure a single hair. And this sword shadow, but in a single breath did it. What kind of mystery was this so-called Nangong Holy Land still filled with? For a while, Han Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with curiosity. District Avenue Emperor also dare to act recklessly in the Southern Palace Holy Land? In the next moment, that icy voice resounded once again, and the indifferent voice seemed like Sanskrit chanting, spanning the void and surging out in all directions. The free emperor had mastered the spatial Tao, and every move in this world could not escape his field of vision. But at the moment, he couldn't catch where the voice was coming from. Emperor Luce was inexplicably a bit tense. Wanting to become a holy land is not something that small rats like you can say. What kind of hero is hiding his head and tail? Come out and see if you have the ability. Thinking of the divine realm sacred pavilion, Emperor Prosperity stabilized his mind and spoke coldly. Oh, what can a small divine realm sacred pavilion do? Not to mention the lord of the great desolate divine realm. Even the heavenly Tao is like a mole cricket in front of me. What kind of thing are you? That voice sounded again. The words fell. The dome of the sky shook. The sun and the moon were reversed. the void was covered with dark clouds, thunder rolled, and it instantly poured down in torrents of rain. Words out of the law follow. It's as if the heavens are fearful too. Seeing this scene, the world trembled. Who the hell is this person? Han Xiaoyu murmured softly, forcibly suppressing the shock in her own heart, her eyes filled with doubt. Wow! At that moment, a bright light flashed out between heaven and earth, and in an instant, the dark clouds dissipated and the sun shone in. And then, a young man came stepping out of the void. His steps were filled with lotus flowers, countless flowers of the other side of the shore blossoming from behind him, and his body exuded a rolling aura of holiness. How do you, want to die? Nangong Haotian appeared in front of the crowd. His pair of bland eyes fell on the Easy Emperor. His tone was not light or heavy, as if he was pronouncing a death sentence. Looking at him with an indifferent expression to the extreme, the Easy Emperor was deeply shocked by this aura. However, after hearing these words from Nangong Haotian, his face sank violently, anger lingering in his eyes as he angrily shouted out, "Spatial execution formation!" As the words fell, countless formations coalesced from above the void. This move was the Prowess Emperor's proud mastery, using the spatial avenue as a formation, hiding the killing energy in space, and being able to maximize the power of this formation. Even Han Xiaoyue, who was on the side, felt that terrifying threat. Her pretty face changed slightly. If it was herself, facing this spatial killing formation, she would definitely have to avoid the front for the time being. Just how would this person who just appeared be confronted? The moment Han Xiaoyu's thoughts drifted, Nangong Haotian struck, only to see that he casually raised his palm lightly, and in the next moment, it seemed as if the heavens and earth trembled along with him, and with the momentum of the heavens and earth, he transformed it into a palm that blasted towards the spatial sand formation. That's ridiculous. The Easy Emperor revealed a sneer. He cultivated the spatial avenue, and this person was even comparing spatial abilities in front of him? Stupid as hell. However, the next moment, the sardonic smile on his face froze, and his eyes were filled with incredulity. How is this possible? He couldn't believe that Nangong Haotian had cracked his spatial execution formation with just a single palm. The might of that vast palm shadow did not diminish as it pushed horizontally towards the Easy Emperor. The Easy Emperor's face changed violently, and he didn't have time to think carefully, mobilizing all of his spiritual energy and spatial Dao power to transform into a whole of nothingness, before he managed to block the palm shadow's attack. After the blow, he panted heavily, his eyes filled with shock and fear. He could perceive that if he were to harden himself against this strike, he would most likely be shattered on the spot, his Dao heart annihilated. The Easy Emperor was shocked in his heart. Who the hell was this guy? He couldn't feel any fluctuations of spiritual energy on this person, but the power emanating from him made even one of his great Dao emperors feel terrified. The power of the way? Above the void. Nangong Haotian's gaze glanced slightly, his eyes filled with disappointment as he shook his head and said, "Too weak." Nangong Haotian had once seen a great power that truly possessed the spatial avenue. Wherever the great powers went, space was shattered, but with a wave of the hand, the regional emperor, all destroyed with a snap of the fingers. In comparison, this loose emperor was not even at the doll level, and Nangong Haotian had no desire to make a move at all. Just as well, I'll let you see what the spatial avenue is today. Nangong Haotian spoke with a light tone and a calm demeanor. He had cultivated for 10,000 years, and he didn't know how many powers of the great Dao he had comprehended in 10,000 years. One must know that the power of the great Dao, which countless cultivators could not comprehend in their entire lives, was like rotten cabbage in Nangong Haotian's eyes, unassuming. As the words fell, Nangong Haotian struck out all of a sudden, only to see him stretch out one hand. A whole of nothingness materialized. Compared to Emperor Easy's just now, Nangong Haotian's was even more pure and terrifying. Even the entire great desolate divine realm was shaped like nothing in front of this whole of nothingness. No way. This can't be right. Seeing this scene, Emperor Prosperity was almost on the verge of going crazy, shaking his head in horrified disbelief. He was sure that this person in front of him must not have the strength of an emperor. How did he comprehend the great Dao? Unless his strength had exceeded that of a great Dao emperor. When he thought of this, Emperor Easy's pupils shook, and the look in his eyes toward Nangong Haotian was filled with endless trepidation. He had thought that his strength as a great Dao emperor was enough to laugh at the world. However, he did not expect that there was a sky beyond the sky and a man beyond the man, and the latter's strength was unknown to be more than a few times more terrifying than his own. Escape. At this moment, only this thought remained in his mind. Escape and tell the news to the people of the Divine Realm's Sacred Pavilion, so that they could besiege the Southern Palace Sacred Land. However, all of these thoughts were captured by Nangong Haotian. He laughed softly, as if he was looking at an ant running away in a hurry, his eyes not sad or happy. Nangong Haotian waved out one hand, and the whole of nothingness operated. But in an instant, It sucked the prosperous emperor into it. In a matter of moments, however, the whole of nothingness disappeared. Thus, the easy emperor fell. The other side, the holy land of heavenly desolation. As the tablet of Emperor Prosperity shattered, the entire heavenly wasteland sacred land was thrown into an unprecedented panic. Even the Supreme Elder, who was devoted to cultivation, made a rare appearance in the conference hall. Today's matter must not be spread out. The Supreme Elder spoke in a deep voice with a vicissitude on his face. The aura that lingered around him was something that even great Tao emperors were afraid of. This easy emperor was the Grand Elder of their heavenly wasteland sacred land, and if the Grand Elder fell today, it would definitely cause turmoil in the sacred land in the future. But what about the things those people explained to us? One of the elders spoke. The Supreme Elder said in a deep voice, "This time, I will go forward and report to the Divine Realm Sacred Pavilion, so you guys continue to press on. As for that Nangong Holy Land, no matter what happened, they can't be blamed for the death of Emperor Easy." As he spoke, killing intent flickered in the eyes of the Supreme Elder, and a pair of cloudy eyes seemed to look through the void to the Nangong sacred ground, which was 10 million miles away in the distance. At the same moment, the Nangong Holy Land, after Nangong Haotian blasted the prosperous emperor, his brows furrowed slightly as he looked into the void before slapping out a palm. A divine dragon and giant elephant phantom appeared and struck down on the void, erupting with supreme might. Far away on the other side of the heavenly wasteland sacred land, the Supreme Elder's body shook, and then his complexion was furious. He let out a deep breath, forcing himself to mobilize his spiritual energy to slow down his operation and reduce the horrifying damage brought about by that divine dragon giant elephant. Soon after, the killing intent in his eyes gradually drew up and gained momentum. After waving out a palm, Nangong Haotian's gaze landed on Han Xiaoyue as he spoke indifferently. "Come here with me." Han Xiaoyue's pretty face changed slightly. She had personally seen Nangong Haotian execute the Easy Emperor, and if this news were to be spread, it would definitely stir up the entire great desolate divine realm. And at that time, the Nangong sacred ground was going to be an enemy of the entire great desolate realm. I'm afraid, Nangong Haotian doesn't want to see any of this happen. What would he do? Han Xiaoyue's pupils shook as a possibility occurred to her heart. Who would kill her to silence her? Nangong Haotian, who was on the side, as if he could tell what was in her mind, spoke faintly. "I just promised to tell you the true secret of the sacred moon-cold body." As for whether or not the matter of killing Emperor Yao Zun would be leaked out, he didn't care in the slightest. In his eyes, even if the entire great desolate divine realm joined hands together, they would not be his opponent. Seeing this, Han Xiaoyu let out a breath. Then a flash of doubt flashed across her beautiful eyes. How did this person know that he possessed the sacred moon-cold body? Moreover, his eyes penetrated everything, and the fact that she was being looked at by him as if she were naked made her very unhappy. Holding such suspicions, Han Xiaoyu followed Nangong Haotian to the Nangong secret realm. Just as they entered, the two saw Qiu Xueqing, who was still cultivating. The Nangong mysterious realm had formations that isolated information from the outside, so Qiu Xueqing didn't know what had just happened. Upon seeing his master, Qiu Xueqing was greatly surprised, but immediately understood. After all, with the Nangong family becoming a holy land, this matter would cause no small ripples, and it wasn't surprising that the Arctic Holy Land would come over as a result. "Master." Qiu Xueqing opened her mouth in a well-behaved manner. This made Nangong Haotian somewhat surprised, not expecting the two of them to have this layer of relationship. "Well, interesting. Aha." Han Xiaoyu nodded, looking at this Qiu Xueqing with eyes full of surprise. However, after half a month's time, the Holy Maiden's strength had unexpectedly reached the half-step Emperor realm, and was also faintly showing signs of breaking through to the Emperor level. Moreover, looking at the breath flowing through her body, it was like the power of the great Tao was intertwined in one place, thick and powerful. I'm afraid that the future is also a great Tao Emperor. It was just that he didn't know what power of the great Tao this disciple of his, who was also the holy daughter of the Arctic sacred land, would comprehend. There are quite a few books on cultivating the great Tao in the book depository. You can go there to enlighten yourself. At this moment, Nangong Haotian said faintly to Qiu Xueqing. Nangong Haotian sensed the aura that Qiu Xueqing was exuding, and it was clear that he was about to step into the Empyrean realm. Upon hearing this, Qiu Xueqing nodded in response, then bid farewell towards the two of them and got up to leave the secret realm. At this moment, only Nangong Haotian and Han Xiaoyue remained in the entire secret realm. For a while, the atmosphere was actually a bit subtle, and unconsciously, Han Xiaoyu's pretty face revealed a touch of drunken red. Nangong Haotian didn't notice this and spoke in a cloudy manner. "During this period of time, you should have encountered some bottlenecks in your cultivation." Han Xiaoyue nodded her head gently. "That's right. No matter how much I cultivated during this period of time, I couldn't break through to the fourth level of the Emperor realm. The obstacle seemed like a heavenly moat that I couldn't get past. Saying this, Han Xiaoyu's pair of clear faces revealed a touch of helplessness. After stepping into the triple realm, she didn't know how many methods she had used, but she was unable to break through to the fourth realm. It is not at all clear what the reason is. Because of your physique. At this time, Nangong Haotian suddenly spoke. Han Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes stagnated as a flash of incomprehension crossed her eyes. Her physique? Han Xiaoyue was a little confused about the meaning of this. One must know that he was able to step into the Great Tao Emperor in but 100 years by relying on the sacred moon-cold body. If not, I'm afraid she would still be an ordinary cultivator, at the mercy of others. Your physique can help you step into the Great Tao Emperor. It also restricts you at the same time. The two are not mutually exclusive. Nangong Haotian spoke blandly. Time passed slowly, and about half an hour later, when Nangong Haotian finished explaining, Han Xiaoyue had as if she had comprehended it, her face brightening up. Then, sir, if that's the case, how should I break through? Han Xiaoyu was completely convinced by Nangong Haotian's words, and she made a change in how she addressed Nangong Haotian. However, at this moment, Nangong Haotian was suddenly at a bit of a loss as to how to speak. It's actually not that hard to break through, to put it mildly, but, after thinking about it, Nangong Haotian spoke. I wonder if Emperor Autumn Moon has a Taoist couple. Han Xiaoyu shook her head. Ever since I stepped into the path of immortal cultivation, I haven't looked for any Tao couples. In my eyes, the only thing that is the true meaning of everything is strength. Han Xiaoyue had superior looks and had many suitors in the Arctic sacred land, but in her eyes, cultivation was what her heart desired. And as for a Taoist couple, they were all just floating clouds. Sir, I wonder what the problem is. Han Xiaoyue opened her mouth in confusion. Subsequently, as if she thought of something, her pretty face suddenly became a little hot. Mr. couldn't be trying to make himself his Tao couple, right? Thinking about this, Han Xiaoyu's expression grew more and more shy. However, it was clear that she had comprehended it wrong. The reason why Nangong Haotian asked this was because if he wanted to break through the sacred moon-cold body's prohibition, the only way to achieve it was through the method of dual cultivation. Yang Yuan gathered in the Dantian and could break through the limitations and step into the fourth realm. Once Nangong Haotian explained this, the atmosphere of the secret realm became even more subtle for a moment. Even Nangong Haotian's old face couldn't help but blush. Although he had been cultivating for 10,000 years, he still retained his initial body, only that he had been staying in the secret realm to cultivate and had not taken this matter seriously. Now that this matter was mentioned, even Nangong Haotian, who was invincible in the great desolate divine realm, was somewhat embarrassed. Is only this one method? After a long time, Han Xiaoyu's shell teeth clenched her red lips, and her eyes were filled with struggle. Aha! Nangong Haotian nodded. In fact, there was a second method, and that was to instill her spiritual energy yourself. As long as there was enough of it, you would be able to break through the restriction. But the two of them were only one-sided, and Nangong Haotian would not be so enthusiastic to help. Besides, it's just telling her one way to do it. The exact outcome is still up to her. Hearing what Nangong Haotian said, Han Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with struggles and entanglements, and after a long time, she let out a deep breath and made up her mind. She must break through the fourth realm. Thinking of this, Han Xiaoyu's pretty face was eminently red, like a ripe red apple, and she murmured softly, "Please also have mercy on Mr." At the end, Han Xiaoyu's voice was already as thin as a mosquito, so shy that she couldn't say any more. When Nangong Haotian heard this, his face slightly stagnated, and he couldn't help but let out a laugh. You've misunderstood. I'm only telling you the method to break through the restriction, and I didn't want to do this with you. As the words fell, Han Xiaoyu's pretty face was filled with embarrassment and shyness, a pair of pink fists clenching the lapels of her coat, itching to headbutt the wall. It's just embarrassing as hell. Luckily, Nangong Haotian promptly sidetracked the topic. Although you can't cultivate your realm, you can cultivate the power of your Tao. Everything in this world has its own Tao. All you have to do is to comprehend the power of the Tao in it. Although your cultivation is restricted now, you can still stabilize your Tao power, and when you break through the realm, your strength will surely double. Nangong Haotian's penetration of the power of the Great Tao had reached the extreme, and I'm afraid that no one in the entire Great Desolate Divine Realm knew more than him. Upon hearing this, Han Xiaoyu's face eased up quite a bit as she spoke softly. Then, sir, it's the spatial avenue that you've comprehended? Today, when she saw that Nangong Haotian was using the spatial avenue just like Emperor Easy, she felt that the former had comprehended the spatial avenue. However, Nangong Haotian's strength was too mysterious, so she was also puzzled. Nangong Haotian gave a faint smile and did not speak. For some reason, he suddenly thought of a movie he had watched in his previous life called Ip Man, and it was quite factual to express it here. If there's nothing else, you can leave on your own, And as for that disciple of yours, Nangong Haotian slowly spoke. After all, the Nangong Holy Land has already become a target. If Chiu Shueqing stays here, I'm afraid that it will be detrimental to both you and the Arctic Holy Land. Nangong Haotian didn't like trouble, and if Chiu Shueqing stayed here all the time, he would have to come to his aid at that time. Good. Hanshou, you didn't know what was going on in Nangong Haotian's mind and nodded, then left the Nangong secret realm to find Chiu Shueqing. The latter was a bit attached to the situation, clearly not wanting to part with Nangong Haotian. Nangong Haotian let out a faint smile. This book of the Great Tao is very suitable for your physique. If you cultivate it, you might be able to become a strong person as well. Aha! Upon hearing this, Chiu Shueqing desperately nodded her head, looking at Nangong Haotian with eyes filled with adoration. She couldn't help but grip the books tightly, motivating herself in her heart that she must cultivate well, and in the coming days, she must reach the same height in the same cultivation realm as him. Seeing the emotions Chiu Shueqing was showing, Hanshou sighed slightly. However, she did not stop it. After all, Nangong Haotian was too outstanding. In the entire great desolate divine realm, she could hardly find a second person who could match him. Out of nowhere, she suddenly felt that the man in front of her seemed to have the ability to change the pattern of the great desolate divine realm. Time passes slowly. A few days after Hanshou and her duo left. During this period of time, Nangong Junyi's cultivation had recovered as much as it could, and at the same time, he had also broken through to the Emperor's triple realm, and Nangong Yu was only one opportunity away from stepping into the great Tao Emperor. One day, Nangong Junyi arrived at the Nangong secret realm and saw that Nangong Haotian was still cultivating. So he stayed where he was and quietly waited for his old ancestor to wake up. What is it? Right at this moment, Nangong Haotian's eyes slowly opened and closed, his gaze falling on Nangong Junyi as he spoke faintly. Nangong Junyi spoke respectfully, reporting to old ancestor, when Elder Tai Shang went out to travel the four seas 200 years ago, he once helped the divine son of the heavenly flame divine kingdom and had a good conversation with the monarch of that divine kingdom, the supreme elder. Moreover, invited the divine kingdom's divine son to come to the Nangong family to practice the dragon image prison suppressing technique. Before the words were finished, Nangong Haotian's eyes moved slightly and immediately understood. So when is the son of God coming over? Nangong Junyi thought about the fact that the Tianyan divine kingdom was also in the western region. So he replied, it won't take long if you use the teleportation array. About 3 days or so. At those words, Nangong Haotian reclosed his eyes, and a breath spat out to vibrate between heaven and earth, sounding like thunder echoing. If that God's son comes over, hand it over to Ghost Valley Scourge. During this period of time, Ghost Valley Scourge had been cultivating intensely, vaguely touching the meaning of the Great Tao. I believe that soon, the Nangong Sacred Land will be able to add another Great Tao Emperor. Yes. Nangong Junyi spoke respectfully and then retreated. Walking on the main road, Nangong Junyi's mood became smoother and smoother. During the hundreds of years, the entire Nangong family only relied on the Supreme Elder to support them, and the Elder had also disappeared 50 years ago. At that time, the Nangong family was completely in a predicament, and a wrong step was in existence that would never be recovered. And nowadays, the Nangong Holy Land had 3 Empyrean realms alone, as well as an ancient race that could rival Empyreans. At the same time, there were no less than a handful of golden immortal powerhouses, and as for those under the golden immortal, it was already unknown. All of this originated from the guidance of the old ancestor. At this moment, Nangong Junyi slowly looked towards the Nangong mystic realm, his eyes filled with admiration and respect, and the other side, heavenly flame divine kingdom. In the hall of the divine palace, a middle-aged man sat on top of the dragon chair, his body haunted by bursts of dazzling heavenly flame, burning the sky and boiling the sea, horrifyingly lingering. His Dharma appearance was majestic as he slowly spoke. This time, when we go to the southern palace sacred land to practice, war must be humble and treat people with humility, and never be impatient. That Nangong Holy Land is full of talents, especially the Nangong Holy Maiden. I heard that her cultivation is already that of an emperor. You must not act recklessly. The middle-aged man wore a phoenix crown on his head, and on top of his golden dragon clothes, he was covered with several killing arrays, and when he opened his mouth, it seemed like there was thunder crossing his eyes, and he was born with a vision, which was the sign of an emperor. Child at your service. A young man stood at the bottom, clad in the garb of the serpent Mang, and although his tone was humble, the arrogance in his demeanor was something that caused the monarch of the heavenly flame divine kingdom to shake his head and sigh. This child of his own everything is good, is too arrogant. That is, the court ministers have not been in the eyes. It was fine in the heavenly flame divine kingdom, but once they went to the Nangong sacred land, they were afraid that something would happen. Thinking about this, the monarch's gaze fell on the old woman at the side, which, this time, I'll also trouble you to take care of Tianqi for a while. Don't worry, monarch, the wife will not dishonor her mission. This witch was a bit creepy looking. Her tone of voice was harsh and lingering, and her eyes were even more shadowy. After leaving the palace, Divine Son Yen Tianqi instantly changed his expression, his eyes full of arrogance. What Nangong Holy Land? But it's nothing more than a bullet-ridden place. How dare you call it a holy land? How ridiculous. Between his words, he was full of disdain for the Nangong Holy Land. The sorceress spoke faintly. Divine Son must not speak rashly. That supreme elder of the southern palace sacred land has a favor to do with the heavenly flame divine kingdom, not to mention the fact that he had opened up the immaculate divine body for Divine Son. To say the least, that Nangong Holy Land's supreme elder is also considered a legendary figure. A lifetime of fighting unknown geometries, but without a single defeat. A lifetime of cultivation is even more heavenly. No one knows exactly what realm he is in. Hearing the witch's words, a flash of blazing curiosity flashed in Yen Tianqi's eyes. Never lost a battle in his life. Given enough time, he can do it too. Yen Tianqi had a proud face. Then his gaze fell on the witch and asked curiously, "Witch, what is your cultivation level?" In Yen Tianqi's memory, this witch has always been in front of his father, although there is no position. But the civil and military ministers of the dynasty, they are all respectful to her. Even the father himself has never reprimanded the witch. All along, he had been curious about the identity of the witch. The witch let out a laugh and joked, "The wife is just a sweeper. If it wasn't for Lord Sovereign, the wife would have long ceased to exist." Hearing this, Yen Tianqi shook his head and did not ask any more questions as he took a step out and left the place. The witch in Sita looked at Yen Tianqi's back. A flash of essence suddenly erupted from her cloudy eyeballs, and the corner of her mouth hooked up in a morose arc, and she didn't know what she meant. But in an instant, she too disappeared. 3 days later, the witch and Yen Tianqi arrived at the Nangong Holy Land in the Emperor boat. A group of disciples and elders from the Holy Land came out together to greet the divine son of the heavenly flame divine kingdom. Nangong Junyi stood in front of them with his arms crossed, his gaze falling above the sky, his eyes narrowing slightly as if his gaze pierced through the heavens. After a long time, the emperor boat parted the clouds and appeared in front of the crowd. Subsequently, 2 flashes of light rose up, and when the light dissipated, the figures of Yen Tianqi and the witch appeared, and that emperor boat was also put back by the witch. The Nangong clan crowd that was here to greet the two of them had quite a large array. The witch was slightly surprised when she sensed the powerful aura that these people were exuding, and her expression was slightly surprised. However, she then reacted and took a step forward to respectfully say, "Which woman brings the divine son of the heavenly flame divine kingdom to see sacred Lord Nangong?" Nangong Junyi is also polite to have returned. "No need to be polite. Both as the supreme elder handed over people. Is my Nangong Holy Land friends, please to this period of time to rest assured in the Nangong Holy Land to live is." He paused and then spoke, "Elder Ghost Valley." As the words fell, Ghost Valley Scourge took a step out, and the shadowy aura emanating from his body was somewhat similar to that of a witch. Only the icy breath of the Ghost Valley Scourge was even more pure, as if it was a cold and sinister aura refined from hell. Patriarch of the Harmonious Cultivation Sect? Seeing this person, not only the witch, but even Yen Tianqi who was on the side was a bit surprised. As the saying goes, if a good deed goes unnoticed, a bad deed travels 1,000 miles. The Hopscotch sect was an evil cultivation sect, and this was well known in the western region. And the Grand Patriarch of the Hopscotch sect was actually an elder in the Nangong Sacred Land? This is too much to take in. From today onwards, this Ghost Valley Scourge is the master of the divine son of the heavenly flame divine kingdom. Nangong Junyi slowly spoke. It was Nangong Haotian's one-bite decision on who to let be this divine son's master, and he was merely responsible for delivering the message. However, as the words fell, the witch and Yen Tianqi, their faces both changed. Yen Tianqi was even more enraged. He was the divine son of the heavenly flame divine kingdom. His divine might was immense. And the other party had allowed an evil cultivation sect patriarch to be his master? It was simply humiliating him as a divine son. He doesn't deserve to be my master. Yen Tianqi spoke without mercy, his eyes filled with rage. As the divine son of the divine kingdom, how could he be humiliated by such contempt? The witch on the sidelines didn't open her mouth to stop it either, the meaning of which was already self-evident. "Oh," Nangong Junyi lightly eeped, a flash of essence in his eyes as he faintly spoke. Elder Ghost Valley is at the cultivation level of the Emperor's triple realm, and even more so, he has the tendency of comprehending the power of the great Tao, and his strength is monstrous and overshadowed. Could it be that this is not even able to be your mentor? As the words fell, Yen Tianqi's face was slightly startled. The great Tao Emperor, if it was the Emperor realm, he, Yen Tianqi, would naturally not place it in his eyes. One must know that in the entire heavenly flame divine kingdom, there were only 3 Emperor Great Powers, but there was no other Great Tao Emperor except for that eternally unseen Divine Kingdom Supreme Emperor. But Ghost Valley's Scourge, after all, was the patriarch of an evil cultivation sect. He was a divine son of the Divine Kingdom. How could his pride be tarnished in such a way? Yen Tianqi gritted his teeth and still insisted. He doesn't deserve it. Upon hearing this, Nangong Junyi's face also turned cold as he waved his sleeve and said indifferently, "In that case, it's better to trouble the witch to send the divine son back. After all, my Nangong Sacred Lands temple is too small to provide for this great Buddha." The witch also knew that Nangong Junyi was angered, so she stepped out, bowed and made a bow. "Holy Lord, don't be angry. My family's divine son doesn't have his mocking intentions. He's just been served in the palace for a long time and has a somewhat brutal attitude, so please bear with me." After she finished speaking, her gaze landed on Ghost Valley Scourge, and her words were full of praise. "I heard that Elder Ghost Valley's cultivation is mysterious and incomparable, and that even those veteran emperor powers are no match for the Elder. The Divine Kingdom will also be very relieved when it places the Divine Son in the hands of the Elders." The witch's words loosened the otherwise icy atmosphere somewhat. Nangong Junyi's face eased up quite a bit. His gaze was a bit clear and cold, and his voice was clear and light as he said, "In that case, then I will trouble Elder Ghost Valley. No harm done." Ghost Valley Scourge suddenly opened his mouth, and the color of sadness or joy could not be seen in his bland expression. At this moment, however, Yen Tianqi snorted disdainfully from his nose. "Ha!" Immediately, he landed his gaze on Nangong Yu's body behind him. Nangong Yu's magnificent figure fell into Yen Tianqi's eyes, and the latter's face showed a color of greed. "I once heard my father mention the holy daughter of your Nangong Holy Land, and that the holy daughter and I are a doll's marriage. I wonder if this marriage is still valid." As the words fell, the entire square fell silent. Even the witch's face was a bit gloomy at this time. If it wasn't for the fact that Yen Tianqi had a layer of the identity of the divine son of the heavenly flame divine kingdom and didn't need others to take action, she would have already slapped Yen Tianqi to death. "This guy with no eyes, how can you say these words here? Shame on you." As expected, when they heard Yen Tianqi's words, the eyes of a group of Nangong Holy Land's disciples all showed anger, and even Nangong Junyi's expression grew colder and colder. Yen Tianqi was right. The Supreme Elder and the monarch of the Heavenly Flame Divine Kingdom did have such an agreement, only that 100 years ago, when the power of the Nangong Sacred Land was weakened, the Heavenly Flame Divine Kingdom never mentioned this matter again. Now that the Nangong Holy Land had rekindled its hopes, at this time, the Heavenly Flame Divine Kingdom had begun to browbeat them again. Naturally, it upsets them. "What? Do you guys want to back out?" Seeing the people from the Nangong Holy Land reveal such an expression, Yen Tianqi was aggressive, his gaze filled with arrogance. "Pop!" Just then, a clear voice rang out. Nangong Yu, who had been silent all this time, fiercely struck out and landed a palm on top of Yen Tianqi's cheek. The latter's face instantly reddened and opened up, his eyes filled with disbelief. It was only after a long time that Yen Tianqi reacted and roared, "You dare to hit me?" The witch's face also became a bit ugly, although Yen Tianqi deserved to be beaten, but he was after all the divine son of the divine kingdom. This slap was as if it was smacked in the face of the heavenly flame divine kingdom. The significance was extraordinary. "What can I do if I beat you?" Nangong Yu's face was indifferent. "But a half-step emperor, how dare you clamor in front of her? Stupid and ridiculous. Seek death." Yen Tianqi's eyes burst with anger. Roaring out, the red-colored long sword in his hand reversed out. He swung out a sword, carrying a lingering aura, attacking and killing towards Nangong Yu. "Just an ant." Nangong Yu merely snorted coldly and slapped out a palm, and within the palm's shadow, the spiritual power was vast and endless, but in an instant, it blasted down on Yen Tianqi. Yen Tianqi was directly sent flying, smashing hard into the ground, and the court dress on his body was poked and torn by the thick aura. His fists were clenched, and anger mingled in his eyes. "Want to be my husband? Are you worthy?" Nangong Yu retracted his palm, glanced at Yen Tianqi who looked like a dirt dog. His tone was icy cold to the extreme, and finished leaving the place without looking back. As if Nangong Junyi did not see the scene, his gaze fell on the witch and he spoke faintly. "In that case, the two of you can stay here." "Aha!" The witch spoke somberly, some shade in her eyes. Ghost Valley Scourge threw the witch a transmitting note and said in an unruffled tone, "Come find me at the martial arts training ground tomorrow." After saying that, he left with a group of people from the Nangong clan. A flash of resentment crossed the depths of the witch's eyes, but it was fleeting. "Nangong Yu, I'm going to ride on top of you and gallop." After a long time, Yen Tianqi climbed up from the ground. The color of resentment in his eyes was unusually thick, and the obscenities were not half hidden, and the killing intent in his eyes bloomed recklessly. The witch sighed. "Just with this trash, How could she want to be compared to the holy maiden of the southern palace Holy Land? It's also ridiculous. However, she didn't say any of this out loud, but instead said, "Divine Son, let's return to our residence first." At the same time, the southern palace secret realm. In front of Nangong Haotian, Ghost Valley Scourge and Nangong Junyi stood respectfully. After listening to the report from the two of them, Nangong Haotian's eyes slowly opened and closed. A flash of essence erupted in his eyes, and he spoke faintly. "I see. You should keep an eye on this witch. I'm afraid the other party is not coming from a good place." The words fell. Nangong Junyi's face changed slightly. A smear of killing intent crossed his eyes, and he said softly, "In that case, should we? There's no rush." Nangong Haotian waved his hand to interrupt. "I'm curious about this witch's purpose. I'm afraid that this divine son is nothing more than a pawn that the heavenly flame divine kingdom has arranged to come over, and the one who is truly in charge of the chess game is someone else." Saying that, the corners of Nangong Haotian's mouth curved up. It was too lonely for him not to come out of the gate for 10,000 years. Now that I've just gotten out, it's nice to play a game of cat and mouse. Yen Tianqi and the witch were arranged in a bedchamber, and the latter had arranged layers of formations in the bedchamber for safety in case of accidents. The tiny Nangong family, how dare they be so rampant? Yen Tianqi sat down at the table, the anger in his eyes still lingering on what had just happened. Upon hearing this, the witch pondered for a moment and spoke. "Divine Son must not belittle the Nangong family. This Nangong Holy Land is not as simple as you think. The group of people who greeted us today, there are at least 3 emperor powers, and that Ghost Valley Scourge is even vaguely touching the threshold of the power of the Great Tao. If the Divine Son deludes himself to come, even Granny, I won't be able to save you." Saying this, the witch sighed. She didn't expect that in just a few decades, the strength of the scale of the Nangong family had developed to such a state that it could even be described as terrifying. Not to mention powerful people like the Nangong family's supreme elder. The current Nangong sacred land was no longer something the heavenly flame divine kingdom could fight against. Otherwise, why would the kingdom master allow her to bring the divine son to the Nangong sacred land to learn the techniques? Only, Yen Tianji didn't know about these. He was already filled with rage at this moment, and he couldn't wait to ride Nangong Yu underneath his body right now and roam around freely. Seeing Yen Tianji's greedy gaze, the witch's heart burst with contempt. However, she didn't show it, but instead spoke faintly. "Divine Son, tomorrow is the time for you to practice the Dragon Elephant Prison Suppressing Technique, which is extremely brutal and much stronger than the top techniques of my divine kingdom." In her heart, the witch understands the strength of the Dragon Elephant Prison Suppressing Technique. That is, she may not be able to receive the technique with the same level of cultivation and ensure that she is unharmed. However, Yen Tianji was not clear about it. Instead, he still interrupted her with some impatience. "I know. Memorize the gong method in your heart and then hand it over to Father." At that, the witch smiled and didn't say anything more. In the blink of an eye, the day had passed. Yen Tianqi yesterday's injuries have long been healed. He is now covered in dense spiritual energy, his eyes flashing, his body's powerful breath in the air stirring and exploding. At that exact moment, Ghost Valley Scourge's voice rang out from the transmission note. "Come to the martial arts arena quickly." When Yen Tianqi heard this, the corner of his mouth curved up into an arc, and he directly threw the transmission note aside and continued to huff and puff. I don't know how long it took before Yen Tianqi woke up from his beautiful dream and realized that the sun had long been high in the sky, and only then did he go out of his room and leave the chambers, slowly making his way to the martial arts arena. Since morning, Ghostly Bane had been waiting in the martial arts arena. After such a long time to wait for Yen Tianqi to show his face, Ghost Valley Scourge is not annoyed. His eyes are always not sad or happy. Can't see any emotion flow. Your Nangong Holy Land is too big. So it was late. Yen Tianji yawned and pulled a random excuse to muddle through. Ghost Valley Scourge's expression remained pale. Ling Ling's voice came from his mouth. "Unruly, 10 lashes." As the words fell, a long black whip materialized in his hand and lashed out towards Yen Tianji. Yen Tianqi's face sank violently as he spoke coldly. "Old thing, do you really think I'm giving you face?" As the words fell, Yen Tianqi flipped his right hand, and the heavenly flame divine sword appeared in his hand, and with it, he swung out a blade of red-colored sword. The sword-ons were like endless flames rolling over, scorching the air around them as they blasted towards Ghost Valley Scourge. Boom! As the two forces collided, a muffled sound exploded in the sky, and waves of air rolled and stirred in all directions. Yen Tianxi's body trembled and he took several steps back before he could stand still. Soon, his eyes turned crimson. A smear of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and the tyranny in his heart gradually rose. "Old thing, die for me!" A furious roar rang out as Yen Tianqi's body shook and his long sword pointed upwards. "Heavenly flame earthquake! Kill!" As the words fell, the spiritual energy within his body surged away, transforming into a vortex of spiritual energy, which then haunted the heavenly inferno divine sword. All of a sudden, that aura transformed into a crimson sword shadow, as if it was poured with gold, refracting an eye-piercing luster under the sunlight. Boom! Yan Tianji swung his sword out. The rolling sword shadow carries a monstrous momentum. The unstoppable mighty power is like a pouncing tiger. Wherever the sword shadow goes is scorched earth, and the air is filled with an endless sea of fire. Ghost Valley Scourge seemed as if he didn't see it, his flat eyes not making the slightest ripple. He coldly spat out a few words. Disperse. As the words fell, Ghost Valley Scourge drew another whip and blasted in midair. The ear-piercing roaring sound, as if heaven and earth were trembling at this moment. The rolling power was boundless, but the power of a whip blasted that sword shadow into pieces. But, after one whip, the momentum of the long whip remained unabated, accompanied by a muffled sound. The next long whip, swish, landed on Yan Tianqi. This whip was as if it had lashed above the soul, and Yan Tianqi was instantly lashed to the point where his skin was split open and his flesh was a bloody mess. In an instant, he felt that his divine soul was actually a bit unsteady. Because of the intense pain, Yan Tianqi's originally handsome face was now hideous and in agony. Pop! Another whip fell from Ghost Valley Scourge. Yan Tianqi hissed and almost fainted directly. Annoyed, he tried to use his spiritual power to block each other, but the whip's spiritual power was stronger and the whip shadow was faster, so he froze and failed to stop the viciously falling whip after whip. By the time the 10 whips passed, Yan Tianqi's breath was already floating, and his spiritual power was also a bit unstable, as if at any time, the Tao might disappear. The witch watching from the shadows took in the scene. Her gaze was gloomy, but she didn't have any killing intent. Her expression was inscrutable, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Ghost Valley Scourge's face was flat, as if he had just smoked an ant, as he pulled out an elixir from his spatial ring and flicked it out with one finger. Put! The elixir didn't enter Yan Tianji's mouth. Subsequently, an aura of life blossomed within him, filling all his limbs and bones. His originally bloodied body was now healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even by the end, his divine soul had instead become more solid. Next time if you are late, 20 lashes. These words from Ghost Valley Scourge caused Yan Tianqi's heart and soul to tremble, and his face turned pale. It was the kind of pain that rippled through his soul that he never wanted to feel again in his life. With this in mind, Yan Tianji also quieted down, saving Ghost Valley Scourge the trouble. Only, Ghost Valley Scourge didn't know that during this period of time when Yan Tianji was quiet, his heart had been thinking about how to take revenge on the Nangong Holy Land in the future. Instead of being thankful that Ghost Valley Scourge had made his divine soul stronger, a day had passed, and it had to be said that Yan Tianji, despite his stubborn temperament, was truly gifted. In just one day, he was able to learn the Dragon Elephant Prison Suppression Technique introductory technique. One must know that even a disciple of the Southern Palace Holy Land would need at least a year to master the introductory techniques of this technique, and you cultivate well. In half a month, I will come over for a spot check. Ghost Valley Bastard Say was amazed at Yan Tianqi's talent, so he planned to report the situation to Nangon Haotian. After all, Yan Tianqi didn't know how to be grateful and stubborn, and if he learned in the future, he might turn around and sell the Nangong Holy Land. Although Nangong Haotian was in the Nangong mysterious realm, he was well aware of all the things that happened in the entire Nangong Holy Land. He didn't care how Yan Tianqi was, but instead it was the witch, who had been secretly observing but hadn't stepped in to stop, letting Ghost Valley Scourge whip her. It made him a little curious. It seems that not only that heavenly flame divine kingdom, which is thousands of miles away, but also this witch, they all have their own plans. The corners of Nangong Haotian's mouth curved up. He was curious to know what kind of expectations these people had for the Nangong sacred ground, to be able to make a country's divine son come and die. Boom! Right at this moment, a ferocious aura surged away from in front of Nangong Haotian, and when the mist dispersed, a sea of blood appeared in front of him. The Red Moon Blood Sea has become a reality. Nangong Haotian withdrew his mind. These days he had collected a lot of heaven and earth spiritual materials and holy objects, in order to give the disciples of the Nangong sacred ground to cultivate. This Red Moon Blood Sea is filled with extreme pressure holy power. As long as you enter it, you can no longer use the slightest bit of spiritual power. You can only rely on the flesh to hold on. If he could cultivate the Dragon Elephant Prison Suppressing Technique here, he would be able to get twice the result with half the effort. With this in mind, Nangong Haotian used his divine sense to inform Nangong Junyi to gather all the Golden Immortal Realm disciples to come to the front of the Nangong Secret Realm. In but a moment's time, Nangong Junyi arrived at the entrance to the Secret Realm with his Golden Immortal Realm disciples, including Yan Tianqi, who had a proud face. Although Yan Tianqi couldn't defeat Nangong Yu, who was at the cultivation level of an emperor, he was no longer able to deal with these shrimp soldiers and crab generals of the Golden Immortal Realm. And in the dark, The witch also followed. Looking around, her cloudy eyes blossomed with a brilliant aura. So this is the Nangong's secret realm. Rumor had it that the Nangong's secret realm contained a chance that was enough to make an emperor excited, and that by obtaining it, one could comprehend the power of the great Tao at any time and become a great Tao emperor. Thinking of this, the witch couldn't help but show a touch of greed in her eyes. Wow! But right at this moment, a stream of light shot out from the secret realm, and then Nangong Haotian appeared in front of the crowd. Greetings, old ancestor. Seeing Nangong Haotian, the disciples opened their mouths in unison, their tone shaking the heavens and the earth, half kneeling on the ground, their eyes full of admiration. That is, Nangong Junyi was also the same. Yen Tianqi was the only one who straightened his back, his eyes filled with disdain and arrogance. Seeing this scene, the witch hiding in the shadows cursed angrily in her heart. This punk! If he caused Nangong Haotian's anger because of this and couldn't enter the secret realm, then his own scent hidden on him wouldn't be able to enter either. If that's true, what's her next step in implementing it? The witch's eyes were glazed over, killing intent blossoming from her eyes, itching to kill Yen Tianji on the spot. Why doesn't the divine kingdom divine son kneel? Nangong Junyi let out a cold snort, his words full of dissatisfaction. I am the son of a god. Apart from my father, even the heavens don't kneel. What does the old ancestor of your Nangong sacred land have to do with my heavenly flame divine kingdom? Yen Tianqi was undaunted by Nangong Junyi's gaze, raising his head to meet his eyes, his flat voice full of contempt and arrogance. He had looked down on the Nangong Holy Land since the beginning. Done. The witch was shocked at what this asshole was saying again. Daring to speak to old man Nangong like this, he really didn't want to live. No, his move is crucial. He can't die. At the thought, the witch let out a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Just as she was hesitating whether or not to make a move to save Yen Tianqi, Nangong Haotian suddenly opened his mouth. No matter. It's just the arrogance of the younger generation. This kind of character, I like it. As he spoke, Nangong Haotian let out a laugh, not knowing what it meant. Yes. At those words, Nangong Junyi nodded and retreated. A flash of disbelief flashed in the witch's eyes. This is the end? This Nangong old ancestor is really good at what he does. However, what confused her was that she had been observing Nangong Haotian for a long time and did not find any spiritual energy leaking from his body, and was no different from an ordinary person. At this time, Nangong Haotian looked around the crowd for a while before slowly speaking. During this period of time, I have created a mouthful of red moon blood sea for you all, in which you will not be able to utilize any spiritual power, and will only be able to withstand the might therein with your martial body, and cultivate dragon elephant prison suppressing technique to train your martial body to the extreme. At this moment, everyone was listening intently, fearing that they would miss half a sentence, but only Yen Tianji was blissfully unconcerned. What red moon blood sea? He has not even heard of. In the palace but there are 100 times gravity room, then this broken place shall not be 10 million times stronger. When Nangong Haotian finished speaking, he waved his right hand and the Nangong secret realm opened and closed. Even the witch was incredibly excited at the moment, and her mouth kept murmuring silently. Wow! With a flash of light, the crowd disappeared into the entrance of the secret realm. When the crowd reacted, they realized that they had come to a place created by a stone cave, like a basin, with mountains towering above and countless exotic treasures all over the place. And in front of them, a sea of red moon blood surged in waves, emanating a gust of shadowy and terrifying might, stirring in midair, causing the crowd to be creeped out. Old ancestor, could this be the red moon blood sea? Wan Longyuan inquired in a deep voice. He hadn't been tempered by Nangong Haotian during this period of time. Now that he had been able to utilize the potential of the dragon vein in his body to the extreme, he had long since broken through to the peak of the golden immortal and was only one step away from stepping into the realm of the emperor. Aha! Nangong Haotian nodded. His gaze fell on Wan Longyuan and Nangong Chingu, and he spoke. Both of you are at the peak of the golden immortal. One of you possesses a dragon vein and the other possesses a sword body. So if you can break through to the realm of emperor exaltation today, my Nangong sacred ground will be a few more points stronger. We understand. The two spoke in unison, their eyes both flashing with a blazing color. Afterwards, Wan Longyuan turned his head to look at Nangong Chenwu, the battle spirit in his eyes soaring. Brother Chenwu, I lost to you in the great competition some days ago, so why don't we bet again today on who can break through first? How about it? Naturally, it's good. Nangong Junchenwu had a scholarly face, but he was already at the peak of the golden immortal, and even possessed an innate sword body, with unrivaled battle power. And during the battle of the heavenly ranking, he defeated Wan Longyuan in just 10 moves. Oh, the guy who only brags. For Nangong Haotian said, Yen Tianqi are not believe. To know that the dragon vein and innate sword body throughout the great desolate divine realm are few and far between. His small Nangong family will have this kind of characters exist? No way. Between laughs, Yen Tianqi took a step out and fell into the Red Moon Blood Sea. In an instant, that massive power stirred in him, and the terrifying pressure caused his face to change violently, and then he couldn't feel half of his spiritual energy at all. The intense pain made his face a bit grim, and he yelled up to the sky. Yes. As the words fell, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Wanlong Yuan possessed a dragon vein, and his martial body was stronger than theirs by an unknown amount, but even so, he was still in agony in front of the Red Moon Blood Sea. Wow! Right at this time, Nangong Chenwu also stepped into the Red Moon Blood Sea. Feeling the supreme pressure brought by the Blood Sea, he did not make a sound even though he was gritting his teeth. Seeing this scene, Nangong Haotian nodded his head, having a good opinion of Nangong Chenwu. Then, more Nangong family disciples began to jump into the Red Moon Blood Sea to cultivate. Their martial bodies were not as strong as Wanlong Yuan and Nangong Chenyu, so the moment they jumped in, a huge tearing sensation filled their entire body, and all of them could not help but hiss out, "A bunch of trash." Yen Tianqi spoke disdainfully. He had a proud look on his face. He was an existence that could cultivate in 100 times gravity chamber. Would he be afraid of this Red Moon Blood Sea? Yen Tianqi jumped into the Red Moon Blood Sea without thinking, but after a few seconds passed, his handsome face suddenly became incomparably hideous, and his wild cries like killing a pig echoed in the secret realm. Ha! Seeing this situation, the nearby Wanlong Yuan sneered out, a flash of disdain in his eyes. He had long been displeased with this divine kingdom god's son. If it wasn't for the strict rules of the Holy Land, he would have slapped this god's son to death long ago. Wouldn't he have allowed him to rave here? Nangong Haotian looked at the crowd with a cold face and slowly spoke. Now collect your mind and operate the Dragon Elephant Prison Suppression Technique. Yes, the crowd answered back in unison. The crowd gazed and gathered their energy, urging the Dragon Elephant Prison Suppression Technique. In a matter of moments, a dragon and elephant shadow blossomed above their heads, and countless shadows stepped through the void, traveling through eternity, rolling the surrounding Red Moon Blood Sea, which rolled on, and the endless Blood Sea essence was absorbed by the Nangong family disciples. For a while, their martial bodies became a few percent stronger. Right at this moment, Wanlong Yuan was horrified to discover that his dragon vein was not restricted, and he was actually able to absorb the chi and blood in this Red Moon Blood Sea, which made him greatly happy. After laughing aloud, he began to frantically run the dragon vein. Above the void, a giant dragon's shadow coalesced. The crimson shadow was like substance, and the sound of the dragon's roar shook the secret realm. Dragon vein. Seeing this scene, Yen Tianqi's eyes were filled with disbelief. How can this guy have a dragon vein? Isn't the dragon vein only found in that place? His beliefs collapsed. His heart turned over in shocking waves. He had heard his father tell him that the dragon bloodline was the most powerful physique. Even the human race's holy body could not be compared to it. And now that Wanlong Yuan actually possessed a dragon vein, wouldn't it mean that his physique was even more terrifying than his own? No way. Thinking of this, Yen Tianqi shook his head violently, his face filled with skepticism and resistance. He was the divine son of the heavenly flame divine kingdom, possessing the immaculate divine body, and was going to step into the great Tao Emperor in the future. How could he be compared to a tiny dragon vein cultivator? Ridiculous. Ridiculous to the core. But just as Yen Tianqi was thinking, the dragon elephant shadow above his void was already a little unstable. Cracks sprouting horizontally, just like his Tao heart. It was shaking. Boom! Right at this moment, a shocking voice suddenly came from the Red Moon Blood Sea, and then, a giant dragon completely coalesced and opened up, its body blossoming with golden light. The six-clawed divine dragon took off into the air, and with a dragon roar towards the void, space instantly shattered. Underneath the divine dragon, Wanlong Yuan cultivated with his eyes closed, his body haunted with a mysterious and ancient light, as if he were a deity, and the sea of blood around him surged into his body crazily, becoming the nourishment for the latter's cultivation. Rumble. Outside of the mysterious land, above the void, countless visions came forth. The flowers on the other side of the river blossomed, and on top of each one, a golden Buddha appeared, chanting Sanskrit sounds, and the sky descended with auspiciousness. On the other side of the river, the golden Buddha appears and the emperor comes out. These two visions indicated that the Nangong Holy Land was going to produce another emperor. Seeing this scene, the Nangong clansmen outside the Holy Land were all dancing with joy. After this, the Nangong Holy Land would have 4 imperial great powers. Is that all it is? In the middle of the secret realm, Nangong Haotian's face was calm and he let out a light sigh, a flash of essence in his eyes as if he was expecting something. As the words fell, from the sea of blood, the emperor's chi coalesced and did not enter Wanlong Yuan's body, flowing over the limbs and bones, and a terrifying aura instantly radiated out. His eyes opened and closed, and a touch of silent chi burst out from his eyes, vibrating above the void. Then his hands clapped together, and a vortex in his body was then formed. In the vortex, there was a golden mist intertwined, and that supreme pressure covered the world, emitting a vicissitude and ancient aura, the power of the great avenue. Seeing this scene, Yan Tianqi's face turned pale and his voice carried a hint of trembling. He hadn't expected, no matter what, that not only had Wan Longyuan stepped into the emperor realm, he had also condensed the power of the great Tao and become a great Tao emperor. What kind of monsters are in this Nangong Holy Land? At this moment, Yan Tianqi's half-open mouth was messing up in the wind. His worldview was constantly being washed away, and in the end, his expression was already numb. Boom! The great Tao and 10,000 dragon abyss martial body merged, erupting an aura that was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. Vibrating in midair as a great Tao emperor reappeared to this point. 10,000 Dragon Avenue. 10,000 Dragons Abyss slowly spoke, his eyes flickering with essence. At those words, Nangong Haotian's gaze stagnated, looking towards Wan Longyuan with a slight hint of thought in his eyes, and then the corner of his mouth hooked up into an arc. This was interesting. I didn't expect this Nangong Holy Land disciple to be that person's descendant. However, Nangong Haotian did not say anything more. After all, when the time was ripe, 10,000 Dragon Abyss would reveal the answer. Boom! At the same time, from Nangong Chengu's body, an emperor's aura also erupted. Nangong Chenwu was also going to step into emperor? Now Yan Tianqi's Tao heart in the distance completely collapsed. He had just arrived and had to witness two emperors approaching the world? One must know that there were only a few emperor great powers in his heavenly flame divine kingdom, but in this small secret realm, there were existences that could rival their heavenly flame divine kingdom. Outside the secret boundary, the vision that had just dispersed condensed once again at this moment. All the cultivators in the entire Nangong Holy Land rushed over in shock as the sky descended with auspiciousness and purple energy rose to the east. Some cultivators even had a direct epiphany, sitting cross-legged and starting to cultivate. And when the witch who had been hiding in the dark saw this scene, her face was filled with horror. In her divine sense, she saw that there were two Empyrean Qi in the secret realm, and there were also great Tao Dharma phases condensing in it. The witch's heart trembled. She couldn't imagine that the Nangong sacred ground's underpinnings would be so terrifying. There were already 3 great Tao emperors that she knew of alone. 3 great Tao emperors. The witch let out a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Although the Nangong Holy Land was strong, she was not the bull or sheep that was still being slaughtered. She was confident that even if there was a confrontation, she would be able to get out in one piece. As for Yan Tianqi, it was just a pawn. So if it died, the monarch of the heavenly flame divine kingdom wouldn't say anything more. Thinking of this, the witch's mind settled down quite a bit, and she turned to cultivate with her legs crossed. Buzz! Meanwhile, in the secret realm, the spiritual energy within Nangong Chenwu's body steamed, and a bushel bloomed in midair. In the middle of the futon, a long sword materialized. Any cultivator with an innate sword body would be able to conceive their own innate spirit sword after awakening the sword fetus. And this innate spirit sword of Nangong Chenwu's, the whole body was clear white, emitting a burst of icy cold aura. And the lingering power was as strong as a bamboo. The spirit sword was so sharp that it vibrated in the void, and the air, like cloth, was actually directly cut to pieces. Holy Sky Spirit Sword! Nangong Chenwu's eyes opened and closed, and essence burst out. Then the sword body vibrated with a vicissitude and ancient aura, the might of the great Tao. As if there was a Sanskrit chant, the vast sword might rose from the ancient times and landed on top of the secret realm. Boom! The aura of the great Tao was vast and unparalleled. And the light of the sword was like a bright starlight that bloomed in the secret realm. The way of the sword. Seeing this scene, the corner of Nangong Haotian's mouth curved up in an arc. Today's Red Moon Blood Sea caused the Southern Palace Holy Land to add 2 more great Tao emperors, which was a good harvest. But a few are happy and a few are sad. On the side, Yan Tianqi's expression had long been numb, shaking his head frantically. The dragon elephant void above him had long been as broken as his Tao heart, his eyes covered with blood. Impossible. As the words fell, the dragon elephant's shadow above shattered. The chi of the unsullied divine body flooded in. Yan Tianqi looked as if he was crazy, shouting angrily up to the sky. Killing intent flowed around his body, and his spiritual energy rolled, stirring above the Red Moon Blood Sea. And for a time, the waves surged. Your Nangong Holy Lands must have joined forces to deceive me. Nothing more than a bunch of mole crickets. How could you master the sword body and dragon vein powers? Not to mention that illusory great Tao, which you don't even deserve to possess. The killing intent in his eyes skyrocketed, and behind him, a war god silhouette appeared as he let out a fierce laugh. Whether it's a sword body or a dragon vein, this is all mine. Yan Tianqi. Seeing this, the face of the witch outside the secret realm sank. secretly saying that it was not good. She hadn't expected that her breath would actually backfire on Yan Tianji, causing him to have his Dao heart shattered and go straight to the devil. Before coming to the secret realm, the witch had secretly injected a colding chi into Yan Tianji's body, originally wanting to use this opportunity to peek at the things within the secret realm. But she didn't expect Yan Tianji to have such an unsteady state of mind, and ended up being revolted by her chi. She could only pray now that Yan Tianji, who had doubled his battle power after going off the rails, would be able to resist the young great Dao Emperor. Wanlong Yuan took a step out, an icy coldness lingering in his eyes. Humph, I've long been displeased with you, and today I just happened to break through to great Dao Emperor, so I'll test the waters with you. A mole cricket. As the words fell, palm shadows vibrated in the void, and a dragon shadow lingered as 10,000 dragons abyss slapped his palm towards Yan Tianji. Great sun heavenly flame palm. Seeing this, Yan Tianji's eyes were filled with the color of madness, not fearing the 10,000 dragons abyss in the slightest, and together with the war god's shadow behind him, he also swung out a shocking palm shadow. Above the shadow of the palm, endless flames filled the air, tossing and rolling, scorching everything around them, colliding head-on with that palm of Wanlong Yuan. Boom! The two forces clashed, a deafening sound erupted, the surrounding airwaves rolled, Yan Tianji's entire body flew backward and directly smashed on the ground. His body was a bloody mess, his face was pale, but the killing intent in his eyes was monstrous and overpowering. Although Yan Tianji was a genius, he was only at the golden immortal realm, but the Wanlong Yuan in front of him was a great Dao Emperor, not to mention that he had mastered the power of the dragon vein, so the former was not a match for him at all. After a long time, Yan Tianji climbed up from the rubble, his clothes tattered and torn, long gone, but then he roared furiously once more, a ferocious beastly shine erupting from his eyes. He quickly pulled out a pitch-black elixir from his spatial ring and swallowed it into his stomach. The rolling forbidden power surged and stirred in his body. The intense pain was like 10,000 ants devouring his body, and his face was instantly hideous. Immediately after that, his cultivation unexpectedly broke through directly to the Emperor's own realm, carrying an icy and incomparable aura as if he could destroy the heavens and the earth. And with a hoarse smile, he revealed a gaze that chose to devour people, making people's hearts tremble as they watched. 9 revolutions of chi and blood pill. Seeing this scene, Wanlong Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression as normal. However, using the chi and blood pills to forcefully break through to the Emperor's own realm, when the effects of the medicine had passed, the force of the chi and blood backlash would make the taker worse than death. And even more frightening was that he could only stay at the first level of the Emperor's own realm for the rest of his life, unable to refine by half. Just as well, let's test the might of my dragon elephant prison suppression technique today. Although this Yan Tianji's strength was not enough, after all, he had also broken through to Emperor, so it was just enough to be a living target. Boom! An ancient giant elephant was visualized above the ancient times, hissing and roaring, shaking the heavens and the earth, as if it had the might to step through mountains and rivers and stir up the void. And then, the dragon vein operated crazily, and a divine dragon coalesced in the sky full of dragon chi, and the giant elephant divine dragon haunted and inverted, exuding a might that was enough to destroy the world. With the enhancement of senior brother Long Yuan's dragon vein, the power of the dragon elephant prison suppressing technique has become even more furious by a few points. And I'm afraid that even a cultivator of the same realm wouldn't be able to receive this strike. Seeing this scene, the disciples were talking, their expressions filled with envy and admiration. Outside the secret realm, the witch was also surprised at the power of this dragon elephant prison suppression technique. After Yan Tianji had studied, the witch herself had also mastered this technique, but she realized that she could only begin to achieve a small degree of success no matter what, and it was incomparably difficult for her to refine it by half. It seems that there is something unexpected in this secret realm. The witch's cloudy eyes flashed with a flash of sternness, and with a murmur, she disappeared into the heavens and earth as if she had never appeared. Roar! In the interior of the secret area, Yan Tianji kept hissing and screaming furiously, just like a ferocious beast, and behind him, the war god's shadow condensed from the unsullied divine body was emitting a monstrous and biting aura. The Inferno heavenly divine sword appeared here in his hand and violently swung out a sword, with the aura of a divine body crossing above the sword's light, and an endless ocean of spiritual energy lingering above the sword, transforming it into a sword shadow, ancient mid-air. The lingering breath shook the space, and at this moment, the surrounding air seemed to have shattered. Boom! A sword chopped out, and a terrifying sword shadow airwave carrying monstrous sword chi blasted towards the 10,000 dragon abyss. The latter's expression remained unchanged, and behind him, the giant elephant divine dragon rushed out and hissed, before crashing together, erupting into an earth-shattering sound wave that rippled through the mystical realm. and the entire Crimson Moon Blood Sea stirred up several feet of huge waves. Boom! After one strike, Yen Tianqi's body exploded back out, ruthlessly smashing on top of the ground. Stormy soil wolf smoke. His body was bloody, flesh and blood, and his breath was incomparably weak and floating, as if he was going to break at any time. Nothing more than that. Seeing this, Wan Longyuan retracted his poem, a flash of disdain crossing his eyes. He originally thought that this divine kingdom god's son would be so powerful, but he didn't expect it to be so bad that he couldn't even receive a slap from him. What a waste! Put! Hearing this, Yen Tianqi's body trembled. A mouthful of reverse blood spurted out. His face became even paler. His breath flowed backward. His eyes went black, and he directly fainted. Nangong Haotian's expression was flat, and with a wave of his right hand, Yen Tianqi's figure disappeared into the secret realm. By the time the light disappeared, Yen Tianqi had already been lying in front of the witch at some point, and the latter's face was grim, knowing that the aura that had been left on Yen Tianqi's body had been exposed. But what she was curious about was, since Nangong Haotian had already discovered it, why didn't he eliminate the aura and instead condoned it to remain in the secret realm? Could it be to lure yourself into a trap? The witch pondered for a long time, sighed, and returned to her chambers with the fainted Yen Tianji. At this moment, Yen Tianqi was extremely injured, coupled with the qi and blood backlash. If he hadn't absorbed the power of the Red Moon Blood Sea's essence, I'm afraid that he would have burst into flames and died. Looking at Yen Tianqi's body exuding the aura of the Red Moon Blood Sea, a touch of greed flashed in the witch's eyes. It was too much of a waste for this kind of great power to be absorbed by Yen Tianqi, but he can't die if this move is still to be made. The witch could only let out a deep breath and force down the greed in her heart. She took out a dark green elixir, which was haunted by a rich vitality but had a hint of een and coldness leaking through. The witch let out a sardonic laugh. This 10,000 poisonous vitality pill, but the old me spent 9 cows and 2 tigers to get it from a forbidden place. If you, the pawn, are not honest, I'll blame the old me for being impolite. As she spoke, the witch flicked her finger, and the pill disappeared into Yen Tianqi's body. An endless breath of life then blossomed in his limbs and bones, and his wounds had rapidly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Right at the last instant, a trace of black mist broke out of his body and merged into Yen Tianqi's bone marrow. His eyes closed tightly and his internal breath began to stabilize. It seems that it is necessary for the old body to make a trip to the secret realm. This Red Moon Blood Sea she needed too much. If she absorbed it, her own strength would be able to break through quite a few more realms. At that time, not to mention these talented disciples, what could the entire Nangong Holy Land do to her? Between thoughts, the witch's figure disappeared into the room. Meanwhile, the Southern Palace disciples who had come to the secret realm all had considerable gains and left the secret realm with smiles on their faces. Nangong Haotian didn't leave in a hurry, but instead sent a voice message to Ghost Valley Scourge to come and guard the secret realm. If my guess is right, that witch will come over to spy on this Red Moon Blood Sea. You and test her depths. And remember that you'd rather admit defeat than exterminate. Yes, Ghost Valley Bane responded respectfully. After instructing Nangong Haotian, his figure turned and disappeared into the secret realm. Within moments, the witch appeared at the entrance to the secret realm. If it was normal, she would definitely not be able to enter the secret realm, but now she could enter the secret realm through that aura. With that, her figure flickered, and in the next second her body entered the inner part of the secret. In front of her, an endless sea of red moon blood shimmered, emitting a ghostly cold and terrifying aura. She was beaming with joy, and the greed in her eyes became even more exuberant. If he absorbed all of this power and then escaped this place for closed-door cultivation, he would be able to override the entire great desolate divine realm after 100 years by becoming a great power at the peak of the 9th level of the great Tao. At that time, who would dare to disobey in the 10 heavens and 9 earths? The witch was laughing recklessly and maniacally, but suddenly an essence flashed and blasted towards her. She instantly reacted, and her body took a step out, dodging the wave of aura filled with killing energy. Who? Her eyes lingered with murderous intent as she chortled coldly. As soon as the words fell, Ghost Valley Scourge walked over, holding a long whip with an icy color in his eyes. Those who trespass into the Southern Palace's secret realm, die. Hearing Ghost Valley Scourge's words, the witch's brows furrowed slightly before she spoke out in mockery. Who do I think it is? But a lackey of the Nangong Holy Land. After hearing that your hopscotch sect was destroyed by Nangong Haotian, you came to turn your head and defected to the Nangong Holy Land? 2 slaves. The witch's voice was icy cold, and her words were full of contemptuous ridicule. Ghost Valley Scourge looked uncertain, and only repeated under his breath, "Those who trespass into the Nangong secret realm will be killed without pardon." As soon as the words left his mouth, he swung the long whip in his hand and flung it towards the witch. Boom! The power of the whip's shadow was volatile and lingering, like a wild dragon whistling. stirring up a gloomy and cold atmosphere, blasting towards the witch. I've long heard that the hopscotch sect cultivates with female essence, and today I've seen that it's really true. Seeing this colding chi, the witch let out a cold smile, without the slightest fear in her eyes, as if this bit of colding power was unbearable in front of her. Ghost Valley Scourge's gaze was indifferent, and he did not open his mouth to retort. Waiting for the whip shadow to come blasting in voluminously, the witch slapped out a palm. Spiritual energy rolled in the shadow of the vast palm, and the colding chi in it was even purer, as if it was drawn from hell, and in an instant, the entire secret realm was plunged into endless cold. Boom! Accompanied by a muffled sound, the two forces stirred in the secret realm, transforming into rolling waves of air, and even the boulders were blown to smithereens. For a time, the rubble rolled, and the red moon blood sea roared and rushed wildly, lifting up waves of several feet. Ka-ching! The palm shadow crumbled, but the whip shadow did not see the slightest bit of might. Carrying a destructive momentum to cover the past, the spiritual power was monstrous. Seeing this, the witch smiled sinisterly. Flower evil fan. As the words fell, a pitch-black incomparable fan appeared in her hand, emitting an aura of evil coldness as the spiritual energy around her froze away. Boom! Swinging out a fan, countless storms flashed up. Terrifying waves of air stirred in the entire secret realm. Mighty rolls, imposing, the whip shadow in the vast might, directly into pieces, resounding a heaven-shaking collision sound. After one strike, the two were even. The aura in the red moon blood sea blossomed out, and the greed in the witch's eyes became even more intense. Without even thinking about it, she just jumped down into the red moon blood sea, and after feeling the endless might, her face changed violently and she exhaled deeply, forcing herself to calm down. Subsequently, the witch continued to absorb the essence from the red moon blood sea as she laughed maniacally a few times, her eyes filled with contemptuous sneers. If you have the ability, you can also come down and fight with me. The witch was clear that she couldn't use her spiritual power in the red moon blood sea and could only fight with her martial body, and what she was most proud of was her martial body. Bang! Ghost Valley Scourge took one step and fell into the red moon blood sea. Even when that rolling might pressed horizontally towards him, he only stifled a grunt and his face remained unchanged, as if he was a dead servant, unable to see any expression flowing out. Seeing this, the witch shouted angrily, "Seek death!" Then he swung out a fist. This fist did not have half of the spiritual power mixed, pulling the martial body, powerful and heavy. If it is smashed solidly, it is the Emperor Mighty also have to be seriously injured. Boom! Ghost Valley Scourge did not have the slightest hesitation to meet a fist. The two fists collided, actually erupted a sound like a golden goose. The two were both back a few steps. The sea of blood on the body rippled in all directions. Again, after a few rounds, the witch realized that she was afraid of falling into a disadvantage, so she had to fight with all her might. Dragon Elephant Prison Suppressing Kung Fu. As the words fell, she revolved her gong method, and a dragon elephant shadow emerged behind her, and then she blasted out a fist, pulling the dragon elephant shadow above her, and covering over towards the Ghost Valley Scourge. How dare you tease in front of the Nangon Holy Land with stolen feats? Looking for death. Ghost Valley Scourge looked vicious, also used the dragon elephant prison suppression technique. The two divine beasts appeared in the secret realm at the same time. The two collided. The might was immense, exuding a mighty power that made people terrified, and the breath shook in the midair. Wow! The breath swirled, and the surrounding red moon blood sea was like a tsunami erupting, spewing out towards the top. This palm of Ghost Valley Scourge was even more powerful, knocking the witch back a few meters away, and the latter's breath was weak and her face lost all its blood. She understood that if Ghost Valley Scourge struck again, even if she could get away with it, she would definitely be seriously injured. No, gotta find a way to get out. Ghost Valley Scourge could see that she was trying to escape, and even though Nangang Haotian had told him not to lay his hands on her, he couldn't just let her go so simply. The long whip in his hand swung out once again, just like a swimming dragon coming out of the world, emitting supreme might as it blasted towards the witch. Seeing that the situation was not good, the witch could only use her last trick. Whether she lived or died depended on this trick. The three coffins of heavenly Een. The witch let out a low drink, and then her body shook, rolling power like monstrous seawater, converging within her body, and then in the next moment, it exploded in full force. An endless ocean of spiritual energy spread out, transforming into three coffins. This heavenly Een three coffins is my famous skill. I wonder if Elder Ghost Valley can take it. The witch had two scarlet eyes and a vicious smile. The three coffins of Tian'in are divided into the human coffin, the earth coffin and the heaven coffin. She had spent nearly 100 years cultivating the three coffins of heavenly Een to the state of great accomplishment, and each coffin was capable of exerting a might that was enough to destroy the world, with its breath rolling and killing intent. Seeing this, Ghost Valley Scourge did not retain his strength any longer. The ocean of spiritual energy in his body leaked out, transforming into a blinding light that stretched above the void. The rich purple aura exuded the aura of death, as if it could cut through the void, making people's hearts tremble with fear. The art of annihilation. The two forces collided together, erupting with an aura that was enough to exterminate the world. The entire mystic realm was shaking at this moment. A terrifying aura of silence filled the entire mystic realm, and even the Emperor Mighty could not withstand this terrifying might at this moment. We'll meet again. After the strike, the airwaves rolled. The witch didn't dare to stay here for much longer. Relying on the agitated airwaves, she took a step out and disappeared into the secret realm. Wow! By the time the airwaves dissipated, the entire secret realm was also left with only Ghost Valley Scourge. Well played. And at that moment, Nangong Haotian's voice suddenly rang out. He had been here observing from the beginning to the end. Sir! Seeing Nangong Haotian, Ghost Valley Scourge spoke respectfully, a flash of incomprehension in his eyes as he inquired. Sir, why didn't you allow me to keep her behind, but instead let her leave? Also what the Divine Kingdom's Divine Son did today, why don't you pursue it? Nangong Haotian let out a faint smile. I'm just too bored and want to play a game of cat and mouse. There must be others behind that witch, and that heavenly flame Divine Kingdom is also restless. If their monarch knows that the Divine Kingdom's Divine Son is seriously injured and the emissary has been dealt a blow, they will definitely turn on the Nangong Sacred Land. Hearing what Nangong said, Ghost Valley Scourge came to a realization. Sir is trying to end it all in one pot? Nangong Haotian smiled without saying anything. If only one power of the heavenly flame Divine Kingdom was lured out. What was this called a potpourri? The other side. The witch returned to her chambers, her face a little pale and her blood churning in her body. That strike from the Ghost Valley Scourge had given her quite a shock, and if she wasn't of the heavenly body, she would have definitely suffered from the power of the backlash. She let out a deep breath and calmed herself down. He then operated his dantian and continuously absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy for a few moments before easing up quite a bit. As for the side of Yin Tian Qi, covered in blood and flesh, the breath is incomparable. If not his own hand hanging his breath, this waste is afraid that it would have died under the palm of the 10,000 dragon abyss. If it weren't for the fact that the plan is still unfinished, my old self would have thrown you into the furnace cauldron long ago. The witch snorted coldly, and there was killing intent lingering in her eyes. But she also knew that Yin Tianji couldn't die now. If he died, then what she had done before would not only come to nothing, but she would also be held accountable. Never mind, I'll put up with you again. The witch then flipped her palm and a golden elixir appeared in her palm. If a master alchemist had seen it, he would have been shocked. Innate Xianhuang Dan. It was an emperor-level elixir that was made by using the innate Xianhuang Qi as a guide and refining it with divine fire. Just one of them could make countless people go crazy. Put. The emperor-level pill fell into the witch's hands, but the latter did not half give up. Flexing her fingers, a stream of light flashed, and the pill didn't enter Yin Tianji's mouth. An innate Xianhuang Qi then spread out, flowing between his limbs and bones. The rolling breath was like the yellow river breaking its banks, washing over his body. Immediately after the muffled sound of a boom, a faint golden light enveloped Yin Tianji's surroundings. The aura was vicissitudes and ancient, and between the years, there were Sanskrit chants and empty space battles. Not only did the power of the backlash calm down, but it was also able to be turned to its own use. This unsullied divine body is interesting. Seeing this situation, the witch's eyes flashed with a flash of essence as she muttered. It's just a pity that with the collapse of the Tao heart and the demonic seed planted in a natural way, even after the restoration of the innate Xianhuang Qi and the unsullied divine body, it will no longer be able to be refined by half a point. The devil seed in the heart of the Tao is a great taboo for cultivators. Once planted, the end result is almost always to go off the deep end, and life is worse than death. However, the witch didn't care about that. He was just a tool of her own. As long as the mission could be accomplished, what did the life and death of the tool matter to her? As for the Divine Kingdom Divine Son, it's just a false position. Time passed slowly, and about 3 days later, Yin Tianji woke up from his bed. He looked around, and a demonic aura rose up from the depths of his eyes, even without him noticing it. The witch walked in from the outside. Seeing Yin Tianji wake up, she spoke indifferently. Today, the Southern Palace Holy Land's Trial Divine Pagoda opens. The Divine Son can also go forward to give it a try, and maybe even obtain some nice inheritance. If we talk about family heritage, even the entire Heavenly Flame Divine Kingdom could not compare to the Nangong Sacred Land. Or else how could the monarch of the Divine Kingdom allow a country's Divine Son to come and practice the dragon image prison suppressing technique? Good. Yin Tianji nodded. He woke up and realized that his power seemed to have increased quite a bit, and there was also a mysterious aura lingering in his body, which must be attributed to the witch. Feeling this mysterious aura, Yan Tianqi's killing intent was rampant, and he secretly vowed to break Wan Long Yuan into pieces. Wan Long Yuan, wait for me. Just then, the witch called out to Yan Tianqi and handed him an elixir, followed by some words beside his ear. When Yan Tianqi heard this, his expression was startled and he turned to look at this elixir in his hand. After deliberating for a long time, he took the elixir as if he had made up his mind about something, and then left the chambers. The Divine Pagoda of Trials, a divine artifact acquired by Nangong Haotian several thousand years ago. There was once a time when he traveled all over the world and collected quite a few heavenly materials and treasures, and brainlessly loaded them inside this divine tower, set up countless formations, and named it the Trial Divine Tower. This was a divine tower that was specially prepared for the disciples of the Nangong Holy Land to cultivate. The Divine Pagoda of Trials stood in a desolate place in the southern palace Holy Land. The Divine Pagoda rose up from the ground and towered into the clouds, as if connecting heaven and earth, emitting a vicissitude and ancient aura, as if it had crossed over the void from the distant past and was situated here. Wow! At this time, a hole of nothingness was suddenly torn out of the void, and then Nangong Haotian's figure appeared in front of the crowd. He gazed around the surroundings and spoke faintly. This Trial God Tower is divided into 9 layers. Every breakthrough layer can be rewarded with it, and if you can come to the 9th layer, you will be baptized by the Great Tao, the Great Baptism. Hearing this sentence, all the disciples in the entire Nangong Holy Land were incandescent in their eyes. Anyone who had experienced the baptism of the Great Tao could plant a Great Tao imprint, and when they broke through the Emperor realm, the imprint blossomed and transformed into the Great Tao Qi, becoming a Great Tao Emperor. And if one is an emperor himself, then one will directly become a Great Tao Emperor. But, how difficult is the baptism of the way? Even the entire Great Desolate Divine Realm only appeared a few times baptism of the Great Tao, but the district of a Tower of Trials, as long as you can break through to the 9th floor, will be able to experience the baptism of the Great Tao. That's too scary. Starting now, at Nangong Haotian's command, the bodies of Nangong Yu, Nangong Chenwu, and Wan Long Yuan transformed into a stream of light, and in the twinkling of an eye, they disappeared into the Divine Tower of Trials. And although Yan Tianqi didn't believe in the baptism of the Great Tao that Nangong Haotian said in his mouth, as long as he could reap the benefits, he naturally couldn't miss it. So he also took a step out and didn't enter the Trial God Tower. Boom! Inside the Divine Tower of Trials, Nangong Yu only saw a void when he went in. It was obvious that this was a separate space, and it was thought that everyone would be transported to a different space. With a flip of her right hand, the violet smoke sword appeared in her hand, and a sword roar resounded between this heaven and earth. Boom! But just at this time, the entire void space trembled, as if the sky was crumbling. Rolling breath tumbled. A strong light shone in, and Nangong Yu couldn't help but close his eyes. When she opened her eyes again, the scene in front of her was exceptionally shocking. An endless sea of fire filled the entire space, burning the sky and boiling the sea, the flames blazing. Even though she had already reached the Great Tao Emperor, she still felt that the flames were incredibly dangerous. The sea of heaven exorcising fire can burn the heaven. If you can comprehend the meaning of it, you will be able to cultivate the heaven exorcising divine flame. And just at this time, a vicissitude voice came close to Nangong Yu's ears. As the words fell, the scene in front of him was once again illuminated. A Qilin evolved. Its body stretched out between the sea of fire, standing on top of the sky, its body haunted by endless flames, and it let out a long roar that shocked the heavens and moved the earth, and the entire void trembled along with it. Seeing this scene, Nangong Yu was shocked and his mood did not calm down for a long time. Looking at the 10,000 feet tall Qilin, Nangong Yu murmured softly, "What kind of existence is the old ancestor?" The higher one's cultivation level was, the more one felt that the old ancestor was terrifying. Nangong Yu thought to himself, "I'm afraid that the handiwork in front of me comes from the old ancestor." At the thought, she couldn't help but let out a deep breath and force herself to calm down. Since it was the old ancestor's pen, it must want all the descendants of the Nangong family to grow into a heavenly tree. A chance she must grasp. Come on. Nangong Yu drank clearly. A crisp sword sound came from the purple smoke sword in her hand. Her battle intent was more than high. Her small body contained a horrifying might, and a flash of essence crossed her eyes, as if a sword had come out of the world. Her sharpness was unmistakable. Roar! That Qilin was as if it had a divine will, and with a roar, its 10,000-foot body stepped out, and for a time, the sky shook and the entire world trembled. Nangong's secret art, one sword pouring into the sky. As the words fell, the spiritual energy in her body was like a tidal wave, surging, and from the top of the sword, a ponderous sword shadow intertwined, accompanied by a sword swing. The vast sword shadow stretched over the void. The green sword shadow was like a rainbow, stretching for unknown thousands of miles. The sword shadows were monstrous, and wherever they went, There was a constant roar and the void shattered, blasted down on top of the Qilin, just like a river of stars falling down. The light was brilliant, illuminating the entire heaven and earth. The airwaves rolled. 10,000 miles of space was shattered. The vast sword shadow. The might was still more than that. After a long time, the chi of the sword shadow dissipated. However, that Qilin still stood above. That supreme pressure blasting down, everything collapsing, and an endless sea of fire wrapping around her. Nangong-Yu's face changed violently, and he looked up to the sky in anger. Holy sword, heavenly punishment. Nangong's secret art. There are 9 styles. This was the second style that she used. The endless ocean of spiritual energy stirred again, transforming into a sword shadow that was perched above the void. The sword shadow was powerful and volatile, emitting a supreme aura. This sword was quite a bit more terrifying than the one from the previous style. The power of the great Tao lingered around her, surging away from the shadow of the sword, and the golden light shone brightly, as if a stellar star was shining in the world. Boom! An aura that was enough to extinguish the world blasted down on top of the Qilin, and the enormous might radiated out as much as it could. In the next moment, the entire void trembled, the sea of fire dissipated, and the unicorn faded away accompanied by a hiss. By the time the Qilin had completely disappeared, the endless void once again appeared in front of Nangong-Yu. Thud! A bell sounded as if it had crossed over from the ancient times, and it didn't enter Nangong-Yu's ears, vibrating between his mind and soul. First floor, pass. The vicissitude of the previous voice resounded once again, falling into Nangong-Yu's ears. Then, a fiery breath appeared in front of her, heaven punishing divine inflammation. Seeing this scene, she gulped and forced herself to stabilize her mind. Wow! In the next moment, before Nangong-Yu could react, that heaven executing divine inflammation, as if it had a spirit, didn't enter her body, and a fiery breath spread out, stirring between her body. But just at this time, another aura within her body also surged up. Xianin Qi. Nangong-Yu was the body of Xianin, belonging to the most Yin to the extreme, while the heaven executing divine inflammation belonged to the extreme Yang Qi. Water and fire were incompatible. Appearing together in her body would definitely suffer the backlash of the two forces. Ah! The pain that was like a million ants devouring her body caused her to cry out in shock, and her originally delicate face looked hideous at the moment. Fire and ice. The two forces continued to eat away at her body, brightening and darkening, and her breath fluttered a bit. Outside the tower, Nangong Haotian's brows knitted slightly as he gazed towards the Trial Divine Tower and muttered to himself, "It was my negligence." As the words fell, his body disappeared. By the time he struck again, he was already inside the Divine Tower. Steady your mind. Yes, old ancestor. Fortunately, with Nangong Haotian's timely reminder, Nangong-Yu was able to temporarily come to his senses. Wow! Then, Nangong Haotian flipped his right hand and a stone appeared in his hand. If there was a Holy Land powerhouse here at this moment, they would definitely be stunned into stupefaction, because this seemingly ordinary stone was actually a 7-colored divine stone. Legend has it that this is a holy relic left behind by a great god to mend the sky, and if one is able to penetrate the mysteries of it, one can live the same life as the sky. Nangong Haotian's eyes dimmed as he slapped out several palms onto the stone, palm shadows heavy and breath rolling. The stone then fell in midair, emitting colorful light and endless holy power that shone throughout the void. Put! Accompanied by a muffled sound. That 7-colored divine stone actually did not enter Nangong-Yu's body. This force seemed to have an incomparably mysterious might, and was actually able to restore calmness to the extreme Yin and extreme Yang Qi, which was currently filling Nangong-Yu's martial body without interfering with each other. Boom! In the next moment, a roaring sound rang out, and endless spiritual energy surged into her body as if it were a drenching. Empyrean Second Realm. Nangong Haotian said nonchalantly. The average Great Tao Emperor could fight across several levels, and with Nangong-Yu's current cultivation and strength, he judged that an ordinary late-stage Emperor powerhouse would not be her opponent. Only those who were in a divine body, or late-stage Great Tao Emperors, could be on par with them. After all, the increase brought to her by the heaven-punishing divine inflammation and the 7-colored divine stone was not just a half a star. When the light dispersed, Nangong-Yu had also completely stepped into the second level of the Empyrean realm, his body's power stirring as if he could shatter the void with a single punch. When he looked up, he realized that Nangong Haotian had long since disappeared. Time passed and several hours passed. Half of the disciples of the Nangong Holy Land were unable to break through the first layer, and those who were geniuses were only able to enter the second layer before they were eliminated. On the other hand, Nangong-Yu and Nangong Sun Shang, who were the first and second on the Earth ranking list, had persevered to the third floor. By the time they went out, the power lingering in their bodies was also terrifying. Both of them were vaguely showing signs of breaking through to the golden immortal realm. and it was believed that it wouldn't be long before they would be able to compete for the position of the heavenly ranking. At this moment, light was still blooming in the Divine Tower of Trials. Buzz! Just at this time, a light burst out from the Divine Tower. Fourth floor. Seeing this scene, someone exclaimed and opened his mouth, his eyes filled with shock. As the words fell, everyone looked over at the sound. In the Divine Tower of Trials, a ray of light erupted on the fourth floor, vibrating above the mid-air, and moments later there seemed to be a Sanskrit chant as waves of air rolled in. I wonder who stepped into the fourth layer. Nangong Sun Shang couldn't help but sigh, his eyes full of envy. In the Trial Divine Tower, he could be said to have gained a lot of benefits, and if he were to completely refine these, he believed that in just a month's time, he would be able to impact the heavenly ranking. The Nangong Yu on the side was the same, a pair of beautiful eyes blooming with streams of color. To be able to set foot on the fourth floor of the Divine Tower, I'm sure it's the Holy Maiden's doing. Outside the Trial Divine Tower, people were talking. Maybe it's Nangong Chengu. You know he's in existence with an innate sword body and infinite talent. So Wan Long Yuan is also very likely. He is the one who possesses the dragon vein. The dragon vein has existed for ages. Such a talent is what Nangong Chenwu and Nangong Yu have to avoid. Outside, the noise and arguments grew noisier and noisier. After all the fighting, everyone was still happy from the bottom of their hearts, because no matter who was the talented generation of the Nangong family, it was very possible that they would become a witnessed existence in the future. Hey you guys, could it be that Divine Kingdom Divine Son? At those words, silence fell around them. The crowd's expressions were stony, unwilling to talk about the possibility. On the other side of the Divine Tower of Trials, Yen Tianqi broke into the fourth floor in one fell swoop with his unsullied divine body and innate Xian Huang Qi. The endless void was covered with rolling thunder, and the sound of thunder was declared, shocking his mind. The fourth layer. I wonder what rewards will be on this layer. A flash of greed crossed Yen Tianqi's eyes. At the first level, he obtained the complete innate Xian Huang Qi, completely repairing the power of the martial body's backlash, making his body even more pure and subtle, and his realm broke through to the second realm, and on the second and third floors, he successively obtained a party of small worlds and a mysterious technique, and no matter which of these was taken out, it was an existence that could make the entire great desolate divine realm tremble 3 times. Thinking of this, he looked forward to the fourth level of this Trial Divine Tower even more, not knowing what rewards would be on this level. Boom! But right at this moment, from the sky, an endless sea of thunder coalesced, transforming into a thunder dragon, with thunder and lightning intertwined in its eyes, and countless thunder roaring between its gulps. Roar! A dragon roar shook the void. That thunder god dragon's body was magnificent, covering the sky and the sun as it blasted towards Yen Tianqi, destroying the sky and the earth wherever it went. Dragon Elephant Prison Suppression Technique. Yen Tianqi looked unafraid, running the Dragon Elephant Prison Suppression Technique. The ocean of spiritual energy in his body was monstrous like the sea. Behind him the dragon and elephant silhouettes materialized, hovering in mid-air. Between the roar of the elephants and the roar of the dragons, the two beasts were entangled together, and together they whistled towards the thunder god dragon. After the baptism of the divine pagoda, his understanding of the dragon elephant prison suppression technique had also become much deeper, and with just the power of a single palm, he was able to erupt with a might that was no weaker than that of a late-stage emperor powerhouse. Boom! And then, the two forces collided head-on. An earth-shattering roar erupted in it, and endless power shook out towards the surroundings. The entire void space was filled with monstrous spiritual power. Thunder rolled and the ocean heaved as if it were the end times. Boom! However, this power was too terrifying, bombarding Yen Tianqi, causing him to retreat explosively for 10,000 feet before he could barely stand still, his clothes tattered and bloodied, his face pale and pale. Phew! Yen Tianqi let out a deep breath, the greed in his eyes unabated, and let out a fierce laugh. Heavenly Flame Divine Sword. As the words fell, a long sword materialized in his hand, lingering with a rolling fiery breath, as if a volcano was erupting. The sea of fire was endless and intertwined, vibrating above the void. 3 styles of heaven and earth, heavenly beheading and earthly destruction. He let out a low gulp, and the ocean of spiritual energy within his body lingered above the sea of fire, flowing away from the sword, transforming into a sword shadow that stretched out in midair. Above the sword shadow, blazing flames burned everything. The might was astonishing, and it was as if the void was being scorched. Boom! A sword swung out. That 10,000 feet sword shadow is like a star river falling down. Exudes endless dazzling morning glory. The light envelopes, such as destroying the ear. Wherever it goes, the air collapses. The whole space seems to be divided into 2. Wow! Vast sword shadows struck. Endless sword light splendor intertwined together, filling the sky with light. The entire world seemed to be filled with nothing but dazzling light. Nothing else. Boom! An earth-shaking sound rang out. And that thunder god dragon roared in anger. And the ocean of thunder above the sky rolled over as if a volcano was about to erupt, transforming into a huge palm shadow that covered the sky and the sun, shrouding it. That palm shadow was vast, and wherever it passed, it destroyed and annihilated. Colliding with the sword shadow, the palm shadow was unstoppable. But in an instant, the sword shadow turned into pieces and disappeared into the endless void. No! In Yen Tianji's eyes, the palm shadow grew larger and larger, and he let out a cry of shock, his eyes filled with horror. Boom! When the palm shadow came, he closed his eyes in fear, and when he opened them again, he realized that his body had appeared outside the Trial Divine Tower. It's that Divine Kingdom Divine Sun? Someone pointed at Yen Tianji and exclaimed. At the same time, the light on the fourth floor of the Divine Tower dimmed, so the crowd was certain that this was that Divine Kingdom's Divine Sun. I didn't expect this fellow's talent to be so terrifying. Although Yen Tianji had failed to break through the barrier, the disciples of the Southern Palace Sacred Land didn't scoff, but instead revealed a rare flash of admiration. Although they disliked the arrogant and pompous appearance of this Divine Kingdom's Divine Sun, the latter's natural strength truly made them envious and appreciative. Hearing the discussion from the disciples of the Nangong Holy Land, Yen Tianji's restlessness eased quite a bit, and he then looked up at the Divine Tower with a still proud expression. I thought you guys were so great, but it turns out you're not as high as me breaking in. Yen Tianji didn't care in the slightest that this was the Nangong Holy Ground, letting his voice out in derision, his teasing words falling into the ears of the Nangong Holy Ground's disciples as much as they could. At those words, their faces all changed, and the emotional ones even wanted to rush up and make a move, but they were stopped. What do you mean by that? What? Did I say something wrong? Yen Tianji glanced at them, his face filled with contempt. If you guys are really capable, go and break through to the fifth floor, or beat me. Yen Tianji continued to provoke. As far as this group of minions in front of him were concerned, the highest strength was only at the Golden Immortal Realm, while he was at the second level of the Emperor. Along with being burdened with the heavenly Xian Huang Qi, this group of people were not enough to give him practice. Although the disciples of the Nangong Holy Land were angry, they were still too lazy to waste their words with him, and they all waited quietly. Time passed slowly, and about half a quarter of an hour later, the fourth floor of the Trial Divine Tower suddenly bloomed with a flash of light. The fourth floor. A disciple of my Southern Palace Holy Land has stepped into the fourth floor. This time it must be Nangong Yu. The Holy Maiden must cheer up and ruthlessly hit this Divine Kingdom's Divine Sun in the face. As the voices converged, Yen Tianji's brows furrowed and he opened his eyes. Seeing the fourth layer of the Divine Pagoda blossoming with light, his face couldn't help but sink. In his heart, he said, so what if you step into the fourth layer? I don't believe you can defeat the Thunder God Dragon of the fourth layer. Yen Tianji's face was gloomy, not believing that Nangong Yu had the qualifications to challenge the fourth floor. Wow! Right at this moment, the fourth floor of the Trial Divine Tower once again erupted with a surge of light. Another person has stepped into the fourth floor. Seeing this, Yen Tianji also became a bit unsettled. If one of them had stepped into the fourth layer he would have been able to accept it, but now, Yen Tianji's face was icy cold. His fists clenched, and killing intent lingered in his eyes. Rumble. Immediately afterward, the fourth layer of light lit up again and lasted for a long time before ending. Ha ha ha. With so many people stepping into the fourth layer, it seems that my Southern Palace Holy Land is going to produce countless divine dragons. At this moment, a disciple of the Nangong Holy Land let out a loud laugh, his expression full of pleasure, as if it was him who had stepped into the fourth floor. I just don't know if that Divine Kingdom Divine Sun's face hurts. Someone's gaze looked toward Yen Tianji and spoke with a sneer. Humph. Yen Tianji snorted coldly. So what if you step into the fourth layer? That Thunder Divine Kingdom isn't something these ants of theirs can tackle. But, just as the words fell, his face froze. Only the fifth layer of light blossomed in the eyes of the crowd. Yen Tianji's expression changed in shock. His eyes covered with an unbelievable look as he violently shook his head. Impossible. How could they have defeated the Thunder God Dragon? This can't be right. Looking at Yen Tianji, who was almost on the verge of going crazy, the disciples of the Nangong Sacred Ground looked incredibly relieved. Wow! At this time, the light of the fifth layer blossomed out once again, and another person stepped into the fifth layer. Seeing this scene, the entire Nangong Holy Land became excited. Although they didn't know what rewards would come from these layers, the rewards from the first two layers alone would benefit them greatly. Even if someone can step to the ninth level and be baptized by the Great Tao, that's even scarier. I don't believe it. A few families were happy and a few families were sad. The happier the disciples of the Nangong Holy Land were, the more frantic Yen Tianji became. His eyes filled with blood and his face was a bit hideous. Ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, the disciples of the Nangong Holy Land were even happier. These days Yen Tianchi was arrogant and did not put them in his eyes, and the Holy Lord had ordered that he should not be disrespected, so they could only endure their anger. Now, these were the backlash that Yen Tianji deserved. Divine Kingdom, Divine Son, we are still sorry for our ignorance, but I wonder if the pride of my Southern Palace Sacred Land can step into the 6th floor. At this moment, a disciple of the Southern Palace Sacred Land opened his mouth with a smile on his lips and asked with a playful expression, "Put." Hearing these words, Yen Tianchi's Dao heart shook slightly, his face turned white, and a mouthful of reverse blood spurted out. Ha ha ha. Seeing Yen Tianchi's unstable Dao heart, the disciples of the Nangong Holy Land laughed even more happily. Some even spoke directly. Then vomit. You've got too little of it. A mere heavenly flame Divine Kingdom, nothing more than a lotus root, and you still want to run wild in my Nangong Holy Land? How ridiculous. A ridiculing voice fell. Yen Tianchi only felt a dizziness in front of him. The heart of the Dao seemed to be out of cracks in general, and his ears were roaring for a while before he eased up, and the distant Nangong Haotian took it all in, but he didn't make an exit to stop it. In his eyes, this Yen Tianchi was just seeking his own death. Since he had received the benefits, he should learn to behave with his tail between his legs instead of showing off everywhere to annoy people. Now whose face are they going to hit if they don't hit you in the face? After all, they are just pawns of the people behind them. As Nangong Haotian thought in his mind, the witch in the dark saw this scene and her face was gloomy. This useless thing. The witch's eyes burned with anger, while her greed intensified. Although she didn't know what divine item Yen Tianchi had obtained in the Trial Divine Tower, from the aura of breaking through to the second realm, he must have grasped some kind of chance. Even if he wasn't a pawn, the witch would have refined him and gotten the chance he gained. Boom! At this moment, an aura rose up to the sky, and by the time the crowd reacted, the 6th floor of the Trial Divine Tower erupted with a shocking light. Dang! In the next moment, above the dome of the sky, golden clouds appeared, and a sound like the bells of the great Tao resounded above the hearts and minds of the people, with Sanskrit chanting and auspiciousness falling from the sky. Buzz! Subsequently, a pure aura filled the air again, and it was as if the crowd felt sublimated. The realm barrier ruptured, and some cultivators directly sat down cross-legged to break through. Even the witch in the shadows felt a pure aura hovering within her at the moment, filling her limbs. Breaking! The witch's eyes lit up with joy, not realizing that this scent could help her break through the realm barrier to the 5th level of the Emperor realm. It seems like I still have to thank this Nangong Holy Land. After rejoicing, the corner of the witch's mouth hooked up an arc, and a touch of ruthlessness appeared in her eyes. Since it was crossed, the plan should be implemented. The secrets of the Nangong Holy Land. She must peek into them. Buzz! At that moment, the Divine Tower's light blossomed once again. In the next moment, the crowd's faces changed in shock as they sucked in a breath of cold air. Someone's entered the 6th floor, the Divine Tower of Trials. Countless opportunities. It was hard to imagine what kind of chance one could obtain by stepping into the 6th layer, and Yen Tianchi's face was even more unsightly. His eyes filled with the color of madness. No way. It must be a fake. The district Nangong Holy Land. How could their talent be even more terrifying than mine? It must be a fake. You're all lying to me. Yen Tianchi suddenly laughed wildly. His face turned white, and a mouthful of reverse blood spurted out. The crowd looked with pity, as if they were watching a clown. At the same time, in the Divine Tower of Trials, is this the 6th level? Nangong, you arrived at a mysterious space. This place was surrounded by mountains and water, and the ink was like a painting, and it was very different from the previous space, which made her a little surprised. I just don't know what kind of challenges and opportunities will be here. One must know that the chances of the first few floors had allowed her to raise her strength quite a bit. Boom! As he thought about it, a voice came. The void trembled as the sun and moon came out together, emitting a dazzling and mesmerizing light. This world contains the true meaning of all things. If you can comprehend it, you will become a saint and seal an emperor. The sound of the great Tao spanned across the ages, vibrating above the void. Become a saint and be crowned an emperor. Hearing this, Nangong Yu's expression was startled, and her beautiful eyes crossed a flash of blazing heat. The laws of the great Tao are inherently mysterious. Becoming a saint and sealing an emperor is even more difficult. It was hard to imagine what kind of energy this space contained. Retracting his mind, Nangong Yu began to comprehend. In front of me, the lake was clear and the mountains stretched out. The sound of birds chirping is unending. The endless breath of life came to the face and refreshed the heart. Angry, Nangong Yu spoke softly, as if his mind had been opened by something. At this time, the body was haunted by a faint cyan-colored chi mass. Endless anger, like a monstrous lake, surging into Nangong Yu's body. Rumble. At the same time, a roar sounded above the sky. The great avenue paved the way. and the golden auspiciousness stepped through the void, enveloping Nangongyu. Countless divine beasts manifested and divine lotuses bloomed, emitting a holy aura. Boom! The vision came out, and the vast spiritual energy was like an ocean, irrigating towards Nangongyu's body. Under the irrigation of spiritual energy, her realm was also breaking through. Peak Emperor 2. Early stage of the second level of Emperor. Peak Emperor 2. After a long time, Nangongyu's realm stabilized at the peak of the Emperor's fourth realm, just one step away from stepping into the fifth level of the Emperor's realm. Letting out a deep breath, Nangonyu's beautiful eyes slowly opened and closed, a flash of essence bursting out from her eyes, vibrating above the void, as if it could tear the sky and split the earth. The great Tao roared, and all things were born. Avenue Holy Eyes. At that moment, the same sound from before came again, rumbling. As the words fell, a golden light suddenly bloomed in those eyes of Nangongyu. In the eyes, the vitality of all things was high, and a divine lotus blossomed. The breath was endless, and a glance seemed as if the reincarnation of all things had been quietly crossed. This great power. Nangongyu sucked in a breath of cold air and forced himself to calm down. The power was so terrifying that she felt vaguely. His own martial body could not withstand such force, and if he used the power of the great Tao sacred eyes, I was afraid that he would burst and die. Nangongyu believes that to initially use the great Tao sacred eyes, one needs at least the peak of the ninth level of the Emperor realm. Even saints. Boom! Losing the vitality of all things. This side of heaven and earth began to collapse. Nangongyu also didn't continue to linger, preparing to impact towards the seventh floor. However, the next moment, her face changed. A force enveloped her body. Her body could not move a single bit, and her pretty face could not help but change violently. Wow! With that, a strong light enveloped her, and by the time she opened her eyes again, she realized that she was already outside the Trial Divine Tower. Lord Holy Maiden. Seeing Nangongyu appear, the duo of Nangong Chenwu and Wan Longyuan walked over. Nangongyu nodded and spoke. You've all been summoned out? Yes. Nangong Chenwu opened his mouth and told them about his experience. It seems like you guys have acquired quite a lot in the Divine Tower. At this moment, Nangong Haotian walked over, his gaze landing on Nangongyu, a rare flash of surprise crossing his eyes. Each layer of space in the Divine Tower of Trials generated sights and chances as it went along, and the strength of the challenges and chances were all based on the martial artist's own talent and strength. Nangongyu was actually able to obtain the Great Tao Sacred Eyes test on the 6th floor. This kind of talent was something that even the pride of the world, I'm afraid, couldn't do. Elder Ancestor. Seeing Nangong Haotian appear, several people spoke in unison, their eyes filled with admiration. The fact that they could have such talent and strength was all given by Nangong Haotian. Without Nangong Haotian, they would not be where they are today. You all just broke through the realm. Rest well and stabilize your realms. Nangong Haotian spoke indifferently. Yes. Several people spoke in unison as they heard the words. Just then, a piercing voice sounded. Nangongyu, I want to challenge you. As the words fell, the entire Nangong Holy Land was silent. And then laughter erupted as all the cultivators' gazes landed on Yin Tianqi with sneering smiles. Challenge the Virgin? It's ridiculous. Nangongyu's brows also knitted. Although she didn't know what method this Yin Tianqi used to make his martial body recover and also break through to the peak of the second level of the Emperor Exaltation Realm. But if that was all there was, it wasn't enough to be her opponent. What? You don't dare? Seeing that Nangongyu didn't say anything, Yin Tianqi sneered, his eyes showing disdain. He now possessed the complete innate Xian Huang Qi. His battle power was unrivaled, and he wanted to challenge Nangongyu and trample on the majesty of the Nangong Holy Land. Ha! To deal with trash like you, do we still need the Holy Maiden to personally take action? Wan Longyuan took a step out and spoke coldly. It just so happened that he had comprehended quite a few chances in the Divine Tower, and was worried that he didn't have a sharpening stone. I was careless last time. Seeing the 10,000 Dragons Abyss, Yin Tianqi's mind trembled and he secretly backed up a few points, stabilized his mind, and spoke coldly. Today, let you appreciate the might of this godchild. As the words fell, the heavenly flame divine sword appeared with it, and the blazing sword light gulped out as if it had an aura that tore the sky and split the earth. Just as Wan Longyuan was about to make a move, Nangong Chenwu walked over and spoke faintly. This time, I'll do it. As the words fell, the sacred heavenly spirit sword appeared in his hand. The holy light blossomed out and blasted down on top of the void, and the air around them twisted together, like cloth, cutting through as much as it could, turning into a mouthful of holes of nothingness. No one who comes is a match for this divine sun. Yin Tianqi opened his mouth coldly, killing intent blossoming in his eyes. The heavenly flame divine sword in his hand emitted a gust of terrifying aura, and an icy cold sword shadow surged out from the sword body. 3 styles of heaven and earth, heavenly beheading and earthly destruction. The blazing sword shadow was eternally lingering, stirring in mid-air, blasting towards Nangong Chenwu. 10,000 swords return. Nangong Chenwu's expression remained unchanged as he swung out a sword, and an endless ocean of spiritual energy covered the sky, enveloping the void. Countless sword shadows condensed and opened up, having the appearance of a rain of swords, pressing towards the ground. Boom! Immediately afterward, the two forces collided, erupting into an earth-shattering sound wave that, the breath rolled, like a tsunami, exploding in all directions. A pillar of light rose from the ground, and the surrounding land broke apart. After one strike, both of them exploded out. Yan Tianqi's complexion was pale, his body's qi and blood churned, his reverse blood reversed, and his face was hideous. On the contrary, Nangong Chenwu's face was flat, as if he hadn't suffered any harm. Again, Yan Tianqi let out a low gulp, killing intent rolling in his eyes, waves of qi intertwined, and oceans of spiritual energy heaving. That aura of the Emperor realm was even shaking the void as he wielded the heavenly flame divine sword in his hand. The sky was full of sword awnings and the ancient void, 3 styles of heaven and earth, 9 turns of the sword god. As the words fell, an endless ocean of spiritual energy transformed into 9 sword shadows that coalesced in the void. Each sword shadow exuded a mighty power that was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. Boom! One of the sword shadows carried a destructive momentum as it blasted down. The sword shadow was as monstrous as the sea, and wherever it went, the air was annihilated, the void shattered, the sun and the moon sunk, and the mountains and rivers turned upside down. Countless heaven and earth anomalies were born, and Yan Tianqi let out a fierce laugh. This 3 styles of heaven and earth was the heavenly flame divine kingdom's unparalleled mastery. His father was even able to exert a power that was enough to blast through the late stage of the Emperor Exaltation realm. Boom! 10,000 Zhang sword shadow cover the sky. That vast might, cover the sky and come, as if the stars fall down. The light is bright. The whole world, full of white mango dazzling world, dragon elephant prison suppression technique. Nangong Chenwu retrieved the sacred heavenly spirit sword and activated the ocean of spiritual energy within his body. And with that, he blasted out a punch. Behind him, the dragon elephant shadow rose up from the ground, his body stepping through the void. The trunk of the elephant rolled, and the emptiness around him shattered. The endless pressure was as if the stars had fallen into the world, and 10,000 feet of space were distorted together. Roar! Between the roar of the elephant and the roar of the dragon, the 2 divine beasts stepped on the void, and wherever they passed, everything was annihilated. Boom! In the next moment, the 2 forces collided together, erupting with a sound that shook the heavens and moved the earth, and the sword shadow instantly crumbled and turned into pieces, annihilating above the void. Again, Yan Tianqi gave a drink. The 8 sword shadows that were eternally above the void were like a meteorite falling. The airwaves rolled and tore through the sky, carrying a vast might, smashing towards the dragon elephant shadow. Bang! The dragon elephant shadow emitted a golden light, as if it was a divine shield, which resisted the sword shadow, and along with the shattering of the divine shield, the sword shadow disappeared once again. Ah! Seeing this scene, Yan Tianqi went completely crazy, a face twisted together in a hideous fury as he roared, "I want you to die! 9-turn sword god! Kill!" Between the angry roars, the remaining 7 sword shadows directly blasted down. That supreme might, carrying an aura that was enough to destroy the sky and the earth. The entire air was directly pierced through. The heaven and earth shifted. The mountains and rivers crumbled apart, and the land under his feet revealed deep, bottomless gullies. Boom! A voice like thunder exploded. The rolling might was monstrous and overriding, destroying everything, blasting towards the dragon elephant shadow. Come on! Nangong Chenwu also shouted, a light blooming in his eyes. That dragon elephant shadow roared angrily and stepped into the air, rolling the surrounding aura as the entire space twisted together and then collapsed as much as it could. Boom! After that, the dragon elephant shadow and the 7 sword shadows collided together, and a shape like a mushroom cloud directly rose up. It enveloped this world, the breath rolling as if it connected the entire heaven and earth. Endless might emanated out. The terrifying power was like monstrous ocean waves. The void trembled, the mountains and rivers turned upside down, and the sky full of spiritual power engulfed away, enveloping the entire sky. And the world was grayed out for a while. Hiss! Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, their eyes covered in shock. They hadn't expected that these 2 would be able to erupt with such terrifying power. The terrifying might was like a waterfall, pouring down as much as it could. Vibration in the void above. Rolling power whistling in this world. That air as if cloth, actually was directly torn apart. Boom! After the strike, Yan Tianqi's figure retreated wildly, cutting through 10,000 meters of emptiness before he was able to stand. Exhaling deeply, his face slightly white, his eyes mingled with anger. On the contrary, Nangong Chenwu, although he also retreated 100 feet backwards, but his figure was unchanged, his breath was indifferent, and he lifted out a sword and stood with one hand. Humph! Yen Tianqi cold voice. The heart of the killing intent stirred up. The body of the spiritual energy is also like the ocean rolling general, shrouded in the void above. Endless pressure spread out, as if the end of the world general. Sea of burning fire, accompanied by a roar. Yen Tianqi took a step out, his figure landing on top of the void before slapping out a palm. Boom! The sea of fire was all over the void, enveloping the entire world. A palm shadow that covered the sky and the sun coalesced from the sea of fire, and in a blink of an eye, countless air was shattered, space was annihilated, and living beings were coated in Xian Huang Qi. Out. Exiting once again, Yen Tianqi's body immediately emitted a rolling golden-like aura. As if they were chains, they lingered in the shadow of the palm, and endless aura irrigated them. That palm shadow swelled again, and in the next moment, it seemed as if this heaven and earth were filled with that palm shadow. That's what makes it interesting. Nangong Chengu's eyes narrowed slightly, the corners of his mouth curved up, and he let out a light laugh. Afterward, the sacred heavenly spirit sword in his hand let out an impassioned sword sound. Above the sword, a holy aura lingered away, and then behind him, 3 golden Buddhas emerged, chanting Sanskrit sounds. The divine lotus blossomed into bloom, rolling spiritual energy like seawater rushing about, condensing on top of the sacred heavenly spirit sword. And then, a sword was swung out. The 10,000 feet long sword shadow stepped through the ages, traversed the void, and came across. Wherever it went, space shattered, nothingness roared, and everything seemed to be reduced to pieces. Rumble, as if the sound of divine punishment sounded. Above the sword shadow, the golden light was entangled, and the Buddha head appeared in the world. The unstoppable momentum destroyed the world, and the palm shadow that covered the sky was hard to shake. Boom! Immediately afterward, an earth-shaking sound came, and the entire world was plunged into a boundless trembling. The endless void even collapsed directly. The mountains of this heaven and earth turned into nothingness, and the seawater inverted and turned into white gas steaming in midair. The earth-shaking air waves rolled over, stepping through the void, as if they were monstrous ocean waves, agitating the entire space. It took a long time to dissipate. Phew! That rolling airwave was incomparably cold and sharp, blasting down on top of Yen Tianji's body. The latter flew out, like a meteor falling and cutting through the sky, his body drenched in blood, his appearance unbearable. In the dark, the witch saw this, her brows furrowed, and she snorted coldly. Waste! Just as well. Let me help. With a leisurely sigh, endless greed crossed the witch's eyes. As the words fell, she clasped her hands together, and there was a brilliant light flowing through her fingertips. Murmuring softly, as if chanting an ancient incantation, a mysterious vicissitude of purple aura lingered from her body. The purple chi transformed into streams of light and did not enter above Yen Tianji's Tao heart. Boom! Immediately afterward, a vast sea-like aura erupted from Yen Tianji's body. He roared up to the sky. His face was incomparably fierce, and his body was wrapped in pitch-black demonic chi. After a long time, Yen Tianji's body regained its calm. Raising his head fiercely, a bloodthirsty luster erupted from his pitch-black eyes, like an ancient beast that chose people to devour, and a mere glance would send chills down one's spine. Taoist devil seed? Nangong Haotian let out a light eep and raised his eyes to avoid. I didn't expect this witch to be so ruthless as to plant a demonic seed in Yen Tianqi's Tao heart. As long as one is planted with the Tao heart demon seed, one will go off the deep end and become a demonic beast that only kills. Only when the breath calmed down, the power of the backlash of the Tao heart demon seed would directly devour the master, and finally turn into a ball of desolate power that disappeared between heaven and earth. Fight! It's now that you can be of maximum value. Don't let me down. In the void, the witch smiled greedily. This power of desolation was what she really wanted. The Tao heart demon seed looked terrifying, but it was almost as hard as heaven to plant it in the Tao heart of a cultivator, especially an emperor powerhouse. As for Yen Tianqi, he had been arrogant all his life, and after receiving such a blow in the Nangong sacred ground, his Tao heart would naturally be prone to cracks. It was precisely because of this that the witch had the opportunity to take advantage of the situation and plant the Tao heart demon seed on Yen Tianqi. There is also that complete innate Xian Huang Qi. If I get these two, and then go into seclusion for 1,000 years, when I come out of seclusion, maybe the old me will be a legendary saint. At that time, that old thing will no longer be able to help me. Thinking of this, the witch suddenly laughed maniacally, killing intent in her eyes spreading out, her body stirring this terrifying power. Roar! Devoured by the Tao heart demon seed, Yen Tianqi completely transformed into a ferocious beast that could only kill. In the next moment, the entire body lunged forward, The rolling power was like a monstrous wave, and the entire space was distorted together. However, in an instant, that Yan Tianqi came galloping, carrying a destructive aura as it pressed horizontally towards Nangong Qingyu. Ha! Nangong Qingyu snorted coldly, his eyes full of fear as he swung out a fist, lingering with a lingering might above his rigid fist. Nangong Qingyu was born with a sword body. His body was as hard as a divine sword, and he was fearless as he swung his fist to collide with it. Yan Tianqi clenched one hand into a fist, and all the surrounding spiritual energy was absorbed in the past, forming a golden-colored fist seal around Yan Tianqi's right fist, blasting towards Nangong Qingyu. In an instant, Nangong Qingyu unleashed the three strongest defensive arts: the Light Spirit Shield, Body Protection Body Technique, and 8 Desolate Sword Formation. Boom! Finally, as Yan Tianqi's power continued to strengthen, Nangong Qinyu's defense finally crumbled away. He spaced out and threw a punch. Poof! Put! Poof! 3 mouthfuls of blood sprayed out directly from Nangong Qingyu's mouth, his face as white as paper. Yan Tianqi manipulated the killing formation, and a dark purple giant light came towards Nangong Qingyu to kill him. Nangong Qingyu looked unafraid and roared. His body's spiritual energy surged out wildly, turning into a spiritual shield that lingered around his body. Boom! Countless rays of light had a lingering breath and a powerful aura, blasting down on top of the shield. In an instant, the spiritual power shield collapsed, and Nangong Qingyu's face changed as he drew his sword to fend it off. But that power was too terrifying, and Nangong Qingyu was like a grasshopper as he was knocked back by the giant light. Boom! Just then, a figure fell and slapped out a palm, blocking the killing move of the killing formation. Elder Ancestor. Nangong Qinyu's face was delighted and he wanted to get up to greet them, but he was heavily injured and couldn't move. Nangong Qingyu, I'll lend you the sacred heavenly spirit sword, Nangong Haotian said as he glanced at him. Nangong Qingyu let out a hum and pulled out the sacred heavenly spirit sword that was stuck in the ground. Boo! Nangong Qingyu did not stand still and planted himself on the ground. With a wave of Nangong Haotian's right hand, a clear power was transmitted into Nangong Qinyu's body. Nangong Haotian held the sword in one hand and recited under his breath, "Spirit swords start from the ancient times and return to the flood. Those who hold the sacred heavenly spirit sword can kill all things in heaven and earth and slaughter all the undesirable people in the world. Sacred heavenly sword, giving birth to all things, devouring the 9 extremes, facing the world. Sacred heavenly sword stance, killing the world." Nangong Haotian suddenly paused and continued, "Holy sky sword style. First style, Holy soul sword shadow." At once, the sky was bombarded with thunder and lightning that kept shooting in all directions, and slowly the lightning engulfed the entire sky. The sacred heavenly spirit sword was also continuously absorbing the power of lightning into the power of spiritual power, forming the sacred soul sword shadow around it. Counting fathoms, hundreds of fathoms, thousands of fathoms. As time continued to pass, the sacred heavenly sword shadow gradually grew larger and larger until it slowly stopped at a height of 10,000 feet. Gudong! Nangong Qingyu gulped down a mouthful of saliva. His eyes widened, and he opened his mouth so wide that he could stuff down 3 eggs. Boom! A sword shadow as huge as 10,000 feet blasted at the killing formation, and the powerful force directly caused the killing formation to be reduced to nothing. Boom! The aftershocks emanating from the waves of sacred sky sword shadows directly caused a small half of space to shatter. It could be seen how strong this strike was. After a long time, when the dust cleared, Yan Tianqi is already a bloody mess. His voice is also weak and incomparable. His tone is resentful. "You Nangong Holy Land, all of you have to die." Cough. Which, also please kill them. Although he was heavily injured but not so much that he was killed by the sacred sky sword shadow. Ha! Nangong Haotian's gaze was indifferent as he swung out a sword. The sword aura gulped out, cutting through the void and blasting down. Boo! The voice rang out, and Yan Tianqi exploded into a mist of blood, scattering in the void. Nangong Haotian's expression was indifferent, as if he had just stepped on an ant to death, as if he had no waves in his ancient well. Snap! And at that moment, a sound of applause suddenly rang out, and the witch's figure crossed the sky and appeared in front of the crowd. A smile hung on her lips and her hoarse voice pierced her ears. Old ancestor Nangong deserves to be the calamity star those people talk about. His strength is truly extraordinary. Those people in the witch's mouth didn't need much thought to know that it was the Divine Realm Sacred Pavilion. Speaking of which, for almost a month, the Divine Realm Sacred Pavilion hadn't moved, and if it wasn't for the witch mentioning it, Nangong Haotian was about to forget about them. It's just that, this Yan Tianqi is the divine son of my divine kingdom, and for your Nangong Holy Land to exterminate him like this, it wouldn't be easy for me, a wife, to deliver. With a smile on her lips, the witch's gaze landed on the desolate force and innate Xian Huangqi, her eyes filled with greed. Seeing this, Nangong Haotian sneered, his eyes narrowing slightly without uttering a word. Afterwards, the witch continued to speak. How about this? Let my old self take this flood power and innate Xianhuang Qi over to the Divine Kingdom Sovereign, and it will be considered as the wife's delivery. As the words fell, the entire Nangong Holy Land fell silent. An aura not weaker than that of the witches filled the air, their gazes fixed on the latter. If the witch made a move, they would not hesitate to strike and exterminate her. Phew! A depressing aura filled the Nangong sacred ground. And even if the witch had the cultivation of the Emperor's fifth realm, she was also feeling an indifferent pressure at this moment. Take a deep breath and force yourself to calm down. The corners of his mouth pulled out an arc as he said with a calm surface. In that case, then the old me will take these back. Saying this, the witch's figure skimmed over, wanting to pocket the desolate power and innate Xianhuang Qi. Wow! And just then, a ray of light cut through the void and chopped down the witch's outstretched arm. The witch's complexion changed violently. Her chest fell and her eyes climbed with anger. At their realm, regeneration of dead flesh and bone breaking of broken legs was but a matter of a split second. But, the shame is remembered for a lifetime. You mustn't bully people too much. The witch opened her mouth in a cold voice. That Emperor's fifth realm's aura exploded out, her might shaking the void. And between her shock and anger, she had already found a direction of escape. The Nangong Holy Land had long since not been as bad as she had imagined. That is, the heavenly pride disciples, all unknown geometry. There were also quite a few powerful Emperor Zuns there, not to mention the great Tao Emperor, and this old Nangong ancestor of unfathomable strength. Thinking of this, the spatial ring emitted a light that took in the two forces. The spiritual energy in his body then burst out as much as it could, and his body was like lightning and thunder. Fast to the extreme. Between whistles, he disappeared towards the void. Can you escape? Nangong Haotian raised his eyes. The corner of his mouth hooked up in an arc, and with a wave of his right hand, the sacred heavenly spirit sword in the palm of his hand was like a crossbow as it exploded towards the void. The spirit sword was as fast as it could be, piercing through the void and resounding with a roaring sound. But in the blink of an eye, it pierced through the witch's body and exploded, dripping with blood. The emperor fell, and that body's chi and blood turned into a rain of blood that filled the sky, waving between the heavens and the earth. Buzz! And it was at this point that the birthright changed. A crack in the void tore through the sky, and a palm that covered the sky appeared in front of the crowd, exuding a supreme aura. He held those two powers in his hands and turned to disappear into the void. Although the palm of the hand had disappeared, the power was still ancient between heaven and earth. The Holy Land shook and the great Tao roared. It wasn't until Nangong Haotian stepped in and smoothed out the spatial rift that the aura that was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth was calmed down. For a long time, the crowd still hadn't slowed down. However, a palm shadow had caused their hearts to palpitate so much. If the real body was present, I'm afraid that even if they all attacked together, they would not be a match for the master of the palm. Hiss! Thinking about this, the eyes of the crowd changed in shock and they sucked in a breath of cold air. One had to know that they were all emperor powers, and some of them had even broken through the great Tao and forged the laws of the great Tao. But in that aura, they were still like ants. I'm afraid only legendary saints can do it. I'll give you all you want, and I hope you don't disappoint me yet, or I'll be unhappy. Looking at the calm void, Nangong Haotian's expression was as indifferent as water. If he had wanted to just now, he would have been able to stay together, not to mention that palm, but even its owner. But if it was just that, it would be too boring. So Nangong Haotian allowed this person to take these two forces away. Nangong Haotian speculated that if he were to completely refine these two forces, then he should be able to withstand the power of several of his palms, which was not bad. At the same time, a holy secret land. The grey cave was covered with the power of silence and bloom, and a figure dressed in purple sat on top of a futon. In front of her, several crystal balls were suspended in mid-air, emitting an aura that shocked the heavens and moved the earth, as if they were nourishing something. And a fluctuation came from the surrounding void. Boom! The eyes suddenly opened and closed. Waves of air shook in the void, and space disintegrated. This desolate force and innate Xianhuang Qi have saved me a lot of time. The figure slowly spoke. If there were disciples from the southern palace sacred land here, they would definitely be shocked. Because, this figure was very similar in appearance to the witch that had just fallen. That doppelganger of mine is greedy, but it's just a mole in the emperor realm, and it wants to get rid of my control? Ridiculous to the extreme. The figure spoke again, his tone filled with contempt and ridicule. It turned out that the witch who was in the western region was the doppelganger of this figure, and in order to cultivate her mysterious technique, she had created countless doppelgangers, starting their cultivation from the mortal realm and dispersing them all over the great wasteland divine realm. Having gained a lot of opportunities, that witch got greedy and wanted to get rid of the subject's control over her. I just didn't realize that what the witch thought was a foolproof plan was also ridiculous in the eyes of the subject. Rather, this small southern palace Holy Land. I didn't expect to gather so many talented people. And that trial god tower. I'm sure there are still quite a few mysterious chances. And right at this moment, outside the secret boundary, a figure affected. Old ancestor. The divine realm sacred pavilions people are here. Upon hearing this, the corners of the purple-clothed old buzzer's mouth curved up into an arc as he left the secret realm and went forward to greet them. The other side. The heavenly flame divine kingdom. Divine kingdom monarch Yenwuji. Knowing that his son had fallen in the Nangong sacred ground, his face was as flat as water, without the slightest trace of grief or indignation. However, the monarch woman on the side was overwhelmed with grief and anger. Her eyes filled with endless killing intent. Her voice was hoarse from crying, and she opened her mouth with murderous intent. We must avenge our dead son. Calm down, ma'am. That southern palace Holy Land has countless powerful people, and although its supreme elder is nowhere to be found, he has a cultivation that is thorough through the heavens, and is not something that my heavenly flame divine kingdom can mess with. Yenwuji sighed, and although his voice was helpless, there was not the slightest hint of pallor between his tones. Yenwuji. At those words, Lady Sovereign's eyes were glazed over. A cold rumble. Her face filled with endless anger. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. I'm telling you. He's my son. Whoever lets my son die, I'll exterminate them. Yenwuji's wife's name was Yang Baiwei, the daughter of the Yang family of the western region, with a long legacy of 10,000 years and countless reserves. In theory, with the Yang family's heritage, it simply couldn't look at the tiny heavenly flame divine kingdom, but Yenwuji was holding the divine kingdom's holy flame in his hands. It was rumored that this holy fire originated from the ancient times and would not be extinguished for 10,000 years, and it contained the endless Tao of fire. But after 10,000 years of time, there was still no one who could crack with it. The most bizarre thing was that this divine country was closely related to the national fortune of the heavenly flame divine kingdom. Therefore, no matter who it was, as long as they wanted to obtain the divine kingdom's sacred flame, they were not allowed to touch Yenwuji, or else the sacred flame would be closed and no one would be able to open it again. In order to want to obtain this divine kingdom's sacred flame, the Yang family had allowed Yang Baiwei to join the heavenly flame divine kingdom. Yenwuji. As the king of a country, his mind is also ruthless and poisonous, so he naturally knows why the Yang family's approach is significant. He then came up with such a scheme to provoke the conflict between the Yang family and the Nangong Holy Land, and then he himself took the opportunity to watch the fire from the other side of the shore so that he could reap the benefits. Good riddance, ma'am. Seeing Yang Baiwei leave angrily, Zhang Wuji let out a light laugh. Then his face changed and became gloomy, raising his head and speaking into the void in a deep voice. How is that witch doing? As the words fell, a fluctuation came from the void in the hall, and a hoarse voice rang out. Back to Lord Sovereign. The witch has fallen in the Nangong sacred ground. Humph. Yenwuji snorted coldly, disdain showing in his eyes. With this kind of strength, you still want to peek into the holy flame of the divine kingdom? How ridiculous. Yenwuji then spoke. I heard that the southern palace sacred land has produced quite a few heavenly prides, and that the holy maiden even possesses a Xianin body. You personally go over and give the heavenly yin chi to the Nangong Holy Land, and inform them that Yang Baiwei is going to join forces with the Yang family and wants to work against the Nangong Holy Land. Always remember, no matter what the other side says, you must not clash with them. Yenwuji had his hands in the air, the corner of his mouth curved up as if everything was within his grasp. Yes. As the words fell, the void once again regained its calm. Looking at the calm sky, Yenwuji laughed coldly. Is the holy fire of the divine kingdom not something you can pry into? When I comprehended a bit and break through the sacred fire prohibition, at that time, all of you will be trampled under my feet. This great desolate divine realm seems to be peaceful, but in reality, the dark tide is surging and the killing intent is hidden. Only the Nangong Holy Land, since the fall of the divine kingdom's divine son, had lived a very peaceful life. One day, early morning, Nangong Haotian was still in the middle of his cultivation when he heard Nangong Juni's voice, Old Ancestor. There is a messenger from the heavenly flame divine kingdom outside of the Holy Land seeking an audience. As the words fell, Nangong Haotian's eyes opened and closed. With a flash of his figure, he appeared in front of Nangong Juni. Do they want to go to war? At those words, Nangong Haotian spoke faintly. The heavenly flame divine kingdom was nothing more than a projectile, and could be destroyed with just one hand. Nangong Juni mused for a moment and spoke. I heard that they are here to deliver a gift. That's interesting. A touch of playfulness crossed Nangong Haotian's eyes. He thought that divine kingdom sovereign was furious and had come to declare war with the Nangong Holy Land. As they spoke, the two of them arrived at the main hall, where a middle-aged man dressed in grey Taoist robes waited quietly. Are you an emissary of the heavenly flame divine kingdom? At this moment, Nangong Haotian stepped forward and spoke indifferently. That messenger turned his head to look at Nangong Haotian. Seeing that the latter had a clear face, light bones, and even less than half a breath in his body, if it wasn't for the fact that Nangong Junyi was standing at the back with a respectful look on his face, he would have thought that it was some child from some family who had run into the Great Hall. After a moment's silence, the messenger spoke. Yes, although my divine kingdom's divine son died in the southern palace sacred ground, he was guilty of many sins and is considered to have deserved to die. In order to calm the anger of the Holy Land, Lord Sovereign has come to ask me to deliver the chi of Heavenly Een and offer it to the Holy Maiden. Please smile. As the words fell, the messenger took out the Heavenly Een chi from his spatial ring. In an instant, it was as if the entire hall had been frozen, ice cold and incomparably cold, and even the golden immortal powerhouses felt breathless and their faces were terrified. As the saying goes, you don't get anything for nothing. What do you, Divine Kingdom Monarch, want to do by sending my Holy Land such a valuable thing? Seeing this, Nangong Junyi furrowed his brows and inquired in a cold voice. The chi of Heavenly Een was familiar to Nangong Junyi. It was the breath extracted from the Ninein sacred spring in the Tianyin mountain range, and when an emperor powerhouse refined it, he could instantly have an epiphany and comprehend countless feats and masterpieces. Such a heaven-defying divine artifact, and the Divine Kingdom Monarch just gave it away like that? Nangong Junyi naturally did not believe it. Upon hearing this, the corners of the messenger's mouth pulled out a smile as he spoke. Worthy of being the sacred lord of the southern palace, nothing in the world can escape your eyes. Cut the crap. Nangong Junyi frowned and spoke coldly. The messenger opened his mouth and said, my divine kingdom's monarch would like to invite the Nangong sacred land's elder ancestor and sacred daughter to come to my divine kingdom as guests. In order to show my sincerity, my divine kingdom is willing to offer the divine kingdom's holy flame for the holy maiden to observe. Hearing the messenger's words, Nangong Junyi snorted. Your heavenly flame divine kingdom is generous. The divine kingdom cornerstone is willing to let outsiders observe it. Throughout the entire western region, who didn't know that the heavenly flame divine kingdom relied on the divine kingdom's sacred flame to support it? If it wasn't for a group of forces wanting to obtain the divine kingdom's sacred flame, the heavenly Yen divine kingdom would have long since disappeared into the river of history. It was only that the divine kingdom's holy flame was too special, and instead, the heavenly flame divine kingdom took advantage of this opportunity to smother its development and continuously grow its power. The holy fire of the kingdom of God. Nangong Haotian murmured softly as a flash of essence crossed his eyes. He naturally knew the source of this holy fire, and legend had it that this holy fire came from the outer realm, and seemed to be the fire of some great god's alchemy furnace, which fell in the great desolate god's realm, and never went out for eternity, and existed for all eternity. Good. With a wave of his hand, Nangong Haotian handed down the chi of Heavenly Een and spoke faintly. Now that Nangong Yu's strength must be completely stabilized at the peak of the fourth level of the Emperor realm, this Heavenly Een chi, on the contrary, would allow her to impact the fifth level of the realm. Hearing Nangong Haotian agree, a flash of excitement flashed between the messenger's brows as he hurriedly spoke. Then when will we depart? Nangong Haotian raised an eyebrow and spoke. Refining the Heavenly Een chi will take some days and hours. It's not too late to wait until then. Yes. Nangong Haotian's words, the messenger naturally had to listen to them, not daring to refute them in any way. Without saying too much, Nangong Haotian stepped out of the great hall, but in a moment, he arrived at Nangong Yu's chambers, pushing open the door and informing her of what had just happened. Nangong Yu's eyes were filled with happiness as he opened his mouth. Elder ancestor, disciple is willing to go forward. There's no rush. You first refine the Heavenly Een chi. As he spoke, Nangong Haotian waved his hand and a ball of Heavenly Een chi appeared in front of Nangong Yu. This gust of icy coldness was a good fit for Nangong Yu's physique. With the help of Nangong Haotian, in just a few days, Nangong Yu refined it. His aura was as unbeatable as a sharp arrow that was about to be unsheathed. Boom! A terrifying aura rippled through the house as Nangong Yu woke up from his cultivation, a smirk crossing his eyes. Although she hadn't stepped into the fifth level of the Emperor realm, the incessant aura in her body was quite a bit more terrifying than that of an Emperor powerhouse in the fifth level of the realm. Nangong Yu felt that at this moment, she was able to hold her own with a seventh realm powerhouse. One had to know that after reaching the fifth level of the Emperor realm, one realm and one watershed, it became much harder to cross over and fight again. And for Nangong Yu to have such battle power at the fourth realm was astonishing. Opening the door to the room, he saw Nangong Haotian standing and waiting. Seeing this, Nangong Yu's pretty face was as happy as if she had eaten molasses as she softly spoke. Old ancestor. Aha! Nangong Haotian raised his eyes and saw that Nangong Yu's breath was even thicker, and let out a smile. Progressing at a rapid pace, it's worthy of the title of Holy Maiden. You have the heaven-punishing divine inflammation in your body, plus you just absorbed the Heavenly Een chi. If you can obtain the Divine Kingdom Sacred Flame again, your battle power will be unrivaled at that time. Nangong Haotian opened his mouth, and Nangong's pair of beautiful eyes flashed with luster. Although she didn't know about the might of the Divine Kingdom's sacred fire, she heard the old ancestor's exposition, and she was definitely very afraid of it. If he could fuse his body, perhaps he could stand at the same height as the old ancestor. By that time, thinking of this, Nangong's beautiful eyes bloomed with ripples, so much so that Nangong Haotian's later words were not listened to at all. Go. At some point, this sentence from Nangong Haotian dragged Nangongyu into the present world. Nangongyu hurriedly nodded and followed. Outside the Nangong Holy Land, the messenger had been waiting for the duo. At that moment, chirping sounds rang out, and a golden-winged roc appeared in his eyes, using the swift race as a mount. Who the hell is he? When the messenger saw this scene, his expression was slightly dumbfounded, and he did not react for a long time. You know, how arrogant are the swift races. To be tamed as a mount is not as simple as being strong. The messenger vaguely felt that the identity of this Nangong elder ancestor was not that simple. Go. On the back of the golden-winged roc, Nangong Haotian spoke indifferently. A few days later, the three of them appeared in the Tianyan Divine Kingdom. In the palace, flight is forbidden, and if there is a violator, he will be directly executed for provocation. Therefore, at the very beginning, Nangong Haotian had Void Emptiness transform into human form and travel with them. The messenger was a figure in front of the monarch, and the journey was unimpeded, and he soon arrived in the hinterland of the palace. Nangong Haotian detected quite a few strong people, with their breath hidden in the dark, and even several emperor profound powers. Nangong Haotian let out a faint smile and did not say much. No matter how many emperor and Zun realm cultivators there were, in front of him, they were no more than ants. Between thoughts, the four of them arrived at the palace hall. The Divine Kingdom monarch Yan Wuji and his wife, Yang Baiwei, sat on top of their chairs. The messenger brought the three of them over and spoke respectfully. Lord Sovereign, the people are waiting to arrive. Upon hearing this, Yan Wuji waved his hand and spoke. Well, you can step back first. Yes. The messenger clasped his fist and spoke. Moving to leave. Yi Hao Tian, Lin Qingyu, Void of Emptiness. The three of them, Nangong Haotian and Nangongyu, slowly opened their mouths. On their way here, the messenger had already informed them that Yang Baiyun had united with the Yang family to try to kill them in the Nangong Holy Land. The duo changed their names for unnecessary trouble. The Yangs, on the other hand, have only heard of them, but don't know who they are. So, the three of them did not change their appearance. Upon hearing this, Yan Wuji nodded and said, all of you have worked hard. Please take the trouble to leave the side hall and wait here for a few moments. I'll be there later. As the words fell, Yang Baiyun frowned, seeing that both Nangongyu and Void Wukon's auras were not weak, and that they were at least golden immortal powerhouses. She opened her mouth and said, what matters need to be discussed in the side halls? Can't it be that you're going to do something behind my back? Yan Wuji's eyes flashed a smear of killing intent, but it passed in an instant. Turning his face with a smile, Madam is not aware of this. These people are the descendants of friends I met 100 years ago. Since we are going to attack the Nangong sacred ground, naturally, there is no shortage of helpers, and they are all geniuses, so they might also be able to help us out. It's best to be like this. Yang Baiyun spoke coldly, but in his heart, he was playing a small game. There were countless strong people in the Nangong Holy Land, and even the Yang family was somewhat unable to cope. However, they then proceeded to attack the Nangong Holy Land to occupy the Heavenly Flame Divine Kingdom and take the Divine Kingdom's holy flame for themselves. They still had the guts to do so. Thinking of this, Yang Baiwa didn't say anything more. Anyway, but the golden immortal cultivator, even if something goes wrong, it cannot be a whole lot of moths. On the contrary, it is this Yan Wuji. If he is really pushed, who knows if he will directly die with the Yang family. And right at this moment, outside the Great Hall, a voice rang out, Auntie, when are we going to attack the Southern Palace? Along with the voice, a handsome-looking young man walked over. When he saw Nangongyu's looks, his expression couldn't help but stagnate. His eyes revealed greed, and he breathed a little sharply. Beauty, it's just so beautiful, just like a fairy out of the scroll. The beauty is unbelievable, and everything else is eclipsed. A smile that will make people fall in love with the city, and then a smile that will make people fall in love with the country. The phrase that came to his mind to describe the woman in front of him was apt, I thought. Although the young lord of the Yang family was reaching out to greet him, that arrogant color was not hidden at all, causing Nangongyu to become even more fed up. Lin Qingyu. Nangongyu did not extend his hand, but only spoke faintly. Seeing this, Yang Wanli's face sank, and his smile disappeared immediately. His voice also cold. It seems that Fairy Lin doesn't like me. This is after all the heavenly flame divine kingdom. Nangong you didn't want to bring some unnecessary trouble to the old ancestor, and opened her mouth to say. Young Lord Yang misunderstood. It's just that the young lord is blessed with a golden piece and I'm just a tiny concubine daughter who doesn't dare to climb up to the peak. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Yang Wanli suddenly laughed out loud. The greed in his eyes grew even more as his eyes roamed over Nangong Yu's body, licking his parched lips, his voice raspy. Since that's the case, how about we get to know each other well in bed? The filthy words fell into Nangong Yu's ears, and the latter's face changed, with anger hovering in her eyes. She was the Nangong holy maiden. Who would dare to say such unpleasant words in front of her? Immediately, he wanted to make a move, and at this time Yen Wuji suddenly let out a cold snort. Unbridled. These three are my Yen Wuji's friends, and even more so, they are the honored guests of the heavenly flame divine kingdom. If you dare to rave half as much, I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. Yen Wuji's voice was icy cold, and his tone carried a strong killing intent. Ha! However, Yang Wanli didn't appreciate it. His eyes were filled with sarcasm, and he opened his mouth contemptuously. The Kurikyu is nothing but an empty shell monarch. The entire palace is filled with my young family cultivators. What kind of monarch are you? Yang Wanli's sentence could be described as ruthless. Hearing this, Yen Wuji's face exploded with veins, his heart burning with rage. If he hadn't been concerned about the overall situation, he would have destroyed Yang Wanli with a slap, and wouldn't have let him rave on here? Ma'am, is that what you mean as well? Yen Wuji spoke in a deep voice, anger rolling in his eyes, his voice gloomy to the extreme. Yang Baiyin raised her eyes to look at them and spoke in a voice that was neither light nor heavy. Wanli, you retreat first. Yes. Yang Wanli smiled playfully, then gave Nangong Yu a deep look before retreating. Humph. Yen Wuji snorted coldly, swearing that when he refined the sacred flame, he would definitely make the young family pay 1,000 times over. My concubine is tired. If my husband has something to discuss, it will be enough in the main hall. Yang Baiyu didn't continue to linger, snorted and got up to leave the great hall. Waiting for Yang Baiyu to leave, Yen Wuji suddenly sighed, his expression full of helplessness. It seems that a hallowed monarch of a country is now suffering from internal and external problems. At this time, Nangong Haotian suddenly opened his mouth. His tone was flat and could not be heard as light or heavy. Upon hearing this, Yen Wuji let out a bitter smile. A piker is not guilty of harboring a child. Their prying eyes for the divine kingdom's holy flame can be said to be incomparably strong. And even if there is no Yang family, there will still be the Li family and the Zhao family until the heavenly flame divine kingdom disappears. In the bedchamber, Nangong Yu was still recalling what Yen Wuji had said, her eyebrows slightly knitted as she spoke in confusion. Old ancestor, disciple is unsure of one thing. That divine kingdom sacred flame is where the heavenly flame divine kingdom's national fortune lies. So why would we be allowed to spy on the divine kingdom? Upon hearing this, Nangong Haotian's expression was calm as he spoke faintly. But it's just a matter of poor planning and short-wittedness. Yen Wuji is trying to get us to clash with the Yang family so that he can reap the benefits of fishing. However, any of his 1,000 calculations, but also cannot calculate that you will have a heaven exorcising divine fire in your body. The two would have been the same family and the same source. Has your martial arts body can be completely refined? After saying that, Nangong Haotian closed his eyes and rested his mind. Hearing what Nangong Haotian said, Nangong Yu's heart was sweet, and her pretty face overflowed with a smile. Bang! Just at this time, a muffled voice suddenly rang out. The door to the house blew open, splintering wood. Several figures appeared here. The man at the head had a smile on his lips. His gaze fell on Nangong Yu, not avoiding the greed in his eyes in the slightest, and let out a sardonic laugh. Fairy Lin, my young master has an invitation. As the words fell, the atmosphere of the bedchamber stagnated. Nangong Yu's face was frosty, anger rolling in his heart. He exhaled deeply and forced himself to calm down. If she hadn't been concerned about the big picture, she would have raised them with a sword. Who the hell are you? Get out of the way for your grandfather. However, the Void Wukong on the side had a face of violent anger. Daring to insult Lord Holy Maiden? Looking for death. What are you? Hearing that, the face of the man in the lead also chilled, anger swirling in his eyes as he spoke in a cold voice. I'm the young lord's front red man. How dare you speak to me like that? Humph! Void Wukong snorted coldly. What young lord not less lord? If we talk about status and position, he was the one who possessed the bloodline of an ancient race, an existence above all beasts. It's not something they can mess with. Void air blatantly shot, only to hear a bang sound. The man who was in the lead, his body slashed through midair and smashed on the ground, instantly bloody and drenched in blood. Void Wukong took a step out and said with a chilling face, this is just a small lesson. If you dare to say one more word, I'll slaughter your dog's life. You! At those words, the faces of the crowd of young family members changed. but when they met Void Wukong's icy gaze, they lowered their heads, not daring to meet it. Get out! Void Wukong let out a cold heckle, which was like the sound of exploding thunder, shaking in the hearts and minds of the crowd. A group of Yang family members were like birds of prey, dragging the man who had fainted to death. They fled the place. Lord Holy Maiden, I've made you suffer. Void Wukong withdrew his icy gaze from earlier and turned to a respectful expression. Nangongyu shook his head and did not care in his heart. Then he continued to cultivate as if nothing had happened. The other side. Yang Wanli's chambers. He listened to his subordinate's report, his face gloomy to the extreme. With a bang, he directly kicked the person in front of him to the ground, his face as cold as ice, killing intent rolling in his eyes. Are you telling the truth? The henchman did not dare to have half a bit of hesitation. Kneeling on the ground, his voice trembled and spoke. Thousand true. Humph. Upon hearing this, Yang Wanli snorted coldly, cold auras mingling in his eyes, his heart burning with anger. He had acted rampantly for a lifetime, and no one had ever dared to dare so much as belittle him. Today this Lin Xingyu refuted his face again and again. Really a toast to the world. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. As the words fell, the corners of Yang Wanli's mouth curled up into a cruel arc. Then he instructed the people around him, bring Martial Idiot over here. I'd like to see how rampant the people brought by that wasteful monarch are, daring to act in my territory, really looking for death. Within the palace, the ban on killing. However, Yang Wanli did not show the slightest bit of respect for Yan Wuji, as if the latter was nothing more than a dog of the Yang family, and could only do as he was told. Yes, the people at the bottom didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent, and hurriedly nodded their heads and opened their mouths, calling Wu Ji back. Wu Shi, a guard specially trained by Yang Wanli. A person's cultivation was at the peak of the golden immortal, and his battle prowess was unrivaled, born only for battle, loyal to Yang Wanli alone. Not long after, Yang Wanli arrived at Nangongyu's chambers with Wu Ji, his voice resounding above the palace. Lin Xingyu, get the hell out of here. Taking a step forward, Yang Wanli swung out a sword. The sword's awnings were sharp and cold, gulping out, slicing through the void and blasting over towards the bedchamber. Bang! Right at this moment, a sword-on came out across the sky. Colliding with it, a deafening roaring sound erupted, and waves of air rolled and shook. Then, Nangongyu's figure walked out from the bedchamber. A green dress such as untainted red dust fairy, pretty face frosty, frozen 3 feet, holding a purple smoke sword, beautiful eyes contain anger. Stinking bitch, I called you Fairy Lin to give you face, but you don't even know what's good for you. Today this young man will let you know how powerful this young man is. Ha ha ha. Looking at Nangongyu's moving beauty, greed filled Yang Wanli's eyes. Wow! As the words fell, Nangongyu's face was ice cold and incomparably cold as he swung out a sword once again. The sword light was quite a bit more biting than Yang Wanli's, slicing through the void and sending out bursts of booming sounds. Yang Wanli's face changed and he wanted to draw his sword, but it was already too late. Between the shock, Martial Idiot suddenly took a step out and used his martial body to harden against the sword awnings. Blood spilled out, but his face did not change in any way. Seeing this, Nangongyu eyes crossed a flash of surprise. Did not find this strong man martial arts body surprisingly so hard. His own sword actually just cut through a layer of skin. Phew! On one side, Yang Wanli let out a deep breath, his face filled with horror. After reacting, he looked shocked and furious. Wu Shi, tear this stinking bitch apart for me. Wow! As the words fell, Wu Shi moved at the sound of the voice, his body having the appearance of a fierce tiger with an open gate, slicing through the midair. An ear-piercing roaring sound came from it as it blasted towards Nangongyu. Dare to touch my lady, looking for death. Just then, a roar came from the bedchamber. Immediately afterward, Void Empty's figure appeared here and blasted out with a palm. The palm shadow coming out across the sky and landing on Wu Ji. Bang! Fists and palms intertwined, resounding with a sound that sounded like a jingo. Rolling waves of air stirred up, the surrounding stone bricks and tiles all directly crumbled, and the air was all twisted together. After the strike, Void Wukong appeared in front of Nangongyu and spoke with a cry. Lord Holy Maiden, Mr. Nangong has asked you to return to your chambers first. I have everything here. Aha! Upon hearing this, Nangongyu nodded, then turned around and returned to his chambers. Martial Idiot, kill him for me. Seeing Nangongyu leave, Yang Wanli's eyes contained anger as he spoke coldly. Wow! As the words fell, Martial Idiot struck out. The spiritual energy in his body was like a tsunami, surging out wildly, and in his palm, a faint luster emerged, piercing the air and sending out a whistling and piercing sound. Void Wukong looked unafraid as he swung out a palm, and monstrous palm shadows coalesced, carrying a destructive aura that was incomparably lingering. It blasted towards Wu Ji. Bang! A muffled to the core sound rang out, and waves of air shook out. After one strike, the two were evenly matched. The palm shadow's momentum did not decrease by a single bit and landed on top of Yang Wanli's martial body. A mouthful of reverse blood spurted out and flew backwards. It hit the ground hard and turned to pass out. Seeing this scene, the faces of the surrounding young family members all changed, and a peak golden immortal powerhouse even shouted angrily and opened his mouth. How dare you? What? Do you want to follow in their footsteps as well? Void Wukong's complexion was ice cold as he spoke coldly. As the words fell, the man's face stuttered. The anger in his heart dissipated. It turned to thick scorn. One must know that Wu Ji was a peak golden immortal, and was even more terrifying than his battle power. Even so, he was not a match for this person, and if he made a move, it would be tantamount to sending him to his death. Since no one wants to fight me, get the hell out of here. Void Wukong's gaze circled around for a week, and when he saw that the crowd stopped talking, he prepared to go back to his chambers. And just then, in the middle of the sky, an icy voice rang out. Dare to hurt my young family? I want you to die. Wow! As the words fell, a sword shadow crossed the sky, the sword stepping into the void and blasting towards Void Hollow. The latter's face changed, and the ocean of spiritual energy in his body surged, turning into a shield over his circumference. But the sword shadow was too fierce. The spiritual power shield was like brittle paper, and it was directly annihilated by a sword, blasting down on Void Hollow. His body cut through midair and smashed on top of the ground, dripping with blood and bloody flesh. Lord White Whisper. When the young family members saw these figures, their complexion was overjoyed and they knelt down on the ground and spoke excitedly. Aha! Yang Baiyue nodded and withdrew his long sword, his eyes looking towards young Wanli who had fainted to death, his gaze filled with heartache. Wanli is a body of 1,000 gold. Is it something you can hurt? Kneel down for me. Yang Baiyin's expression was icy cold, accompanied by a cold heckle, and his cultivation at the Emperor realm shook out, filling the surroundings. A terrifying aura locked onto Void Wukong. Void Wukong's expression changed, but his body was tough and unyielding, and there was not even the slightest bit of fear in his eyes. A mere Yang family is worthy of making me kneel down? As the words fell, the entire heaven and earth fell silent. Upon hearing this, Yang Baiyin's eyes erupted with rage and killing intent rolled out. Kill him for me. Wow! The young family members hidden in the shadows moved at the sound and were about to strike when a spatial crack stretched above the void. Yen Wuji's figure walked from it, clad in golden armor and wearing a crown, his icy voice rolling out from his throat. I'll see who dares. Yang Baiyin's face was gloomy. Yen Wuji came over at this time. Was he trying to go against the young family? Ma'am, after they are my friends, they are also honored guests of the heavenly flame divine kingdom. Don't you need to give me an explanation? Yen Wuji's aura was blazing as his gaze fell on young Baiyue and he spoke indifferently. Explain? Yang Baiyin snorted coldly. They hurt Wanli. What's wrong with me? As her aunt, coming to settle the score? The corner of Yen Wuji's mouth pulled out an arc as he spoke in a cold voice. Is that so? As the words fell, Yen Wuji blatantly struck out. The flames in the sky turned into a palm shadow and slapped towards young Wanli. The latter's body was like a broken kite as it smashed into the ground, with the surrounding land sinking deep into it. You! Yang Baiyin's face changed in shock, and her pretty face twisted together in rage. Yen Wuji withdrew his hand, his gaze indifferent. Ma'am, this is the heavenly flame divine kingdom, not your young family. If the young family is not long for the world again, don't blame me for being merciless. Yen Wuji's voice was icy cold and his tone was filled with threatening intent, falling into young Baiyue's ears. She was so angry that her pretty body trembled, her knuckles turned white, and the anger in her eyes was even more monstrous. Yang Baiyu let out a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. She knew that there was no point in getting angry now, but instead, she would also lose the chance to get the sacred fire. When she had mastered the divine kingdom holy flame, in her eyes, Yen Wuji would be like a lamb to the slaughter. Thinking of this, killing intent lingered in young Baiyue's eyes, and her voice returned to calm. It's my concubine who was abrupt. Only, before setting out to attack the Nangong Holy Land, Wanli must go ahead and comprehend the divine kingdom's sacred flame. Speaking of this, Yang Baiyi's voice was undeniable. His eyes locked with Yen Wuji in the void, and his breath did not fall in the slightest. Good. It was only after a long time that Yen Wuji's voice came from the void. The divine kingdom sacred flame is my heavenly flame divine kingdom's fortune, and it contains unimaginable opportunities. Yen Wuji's tone lurched as his gaze fell on Nangongyu when he spoke. After lynching you as my friend, she is just as qualified to go forward to the epiphany. As the words fell, Yang Baiyun looked unsightly, and anger erupted in his eyes. What Yen Wuji wanted to do was clear in her mind, but as the former said, this was not the Yang family. If Yen Wuji was pushed to the brink, no one knew what he would do. casually. Although Yang Baiyun was angry, he did not have a seizure. With a flip of her right hand, an elixir full of vitality appeared in her hand and was then given to Yang Wanli to take. But in a while, Yang Wanli's wound slowly healed and his breath recovered quite a bit. His eyes fell on Yang Wanli. Yang Baiyin urged, "The Divine Kingdom sacred flame is a matter of importance. No matter if you have to fuse it. At that time, even if Yen Wuji backtracks, I will have a way to send you out of here." "Yes, Auntie." Upon hearing this, Yang Wanli nodded his head fiercely, looking at Nangonyu with a look of greed in his eyes. This time, not only was he going to get the Divine Kingdom's sacred flame, but there was also Nangonyu he was going to get just as well. Seeing this, Yang Baiyun just smiled. As long as Yang Wanli could obtain the holy fire of the Divine Kingdom, a woman in the district would go with him. The Divine Kingdom sacred flame was the top priority of the Heavenly Flame Divine Kingdom, and Yen Wuji might not have used countless formations and divine objects to hide it in the secret realm of the palace. In a short while, the few people arrived at the secret realm of the palace. The flames in front of him burned the sky and boiled the sea, and his breath was ponderous. In the center of the sea of fire, an original stone exuded an endless aura, and even an Emperor Realm powerhouse was as small as a mole cricket in front of this power. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes were filled with greed. Yang Wanli was a few points more, his throat rolling as if the only thing in his eyes was the original stone. "Is this the Divine Kingdom holy flame?" On one side, Nangonyu murmured softly. For some reason, her heart suddenly throbbed open, as if a mysterious force was pulling her. "This is the holy flame of the Divine Kingdom, no matter who it is. As long as one walks up to the holy flame and comprehends the power within it, one is considered to have gained the approval of the holy flame, at which time the holy flame recognizes its master and becomes a holy flame venerable." At this time, Yen Wuji spoke, "Venerable sacred fire." As the words fell, the greed in the eyes of the crowd became even more intense. Yang Baiwa had heard Yen Wuji say that this Divine Kingdom's sacred flame did not belong to the great desolate divine realm. Not only does it contain terrifying power, but it also represents a certain identity. If the sacred fire recognizes the master, then the master carries the destiny it deserves. After Yen Wuji gave a few words of explanation, Nangonyu and Yang Wanli stepped into the sea of fire that filled the sky. Wow! In the next moment, endless flames enveloped Nangonyu as an illusion swept through her eyes. In the end, the sea of fire collapsed and an infinite ladder appeared in Nangonyu's eyes. Stairway of the sacred fire. Outside of the secret realm, Yen Wuji had mentioned that in order to touch the Divine Kingdom's sacred fire, one needed to walk through the sacred fire ladder. In the midst of the steps, the majesty was immense. If you are not careful, you will fall in it and will not be allowed to reincarnate for 10,000 lifetimes. Phew! Letting out a deep breath and forcing himself to calm down, Nangonyu took a step out. Then the steps in front of them began to react. A faint divine aura filled the air, and visions manifested in midair. In the void, the great Tao roared, and the sound of Brahma crossed the void and fell into Nangonyu's ears. Buzz! The next moment, the rolling breath shook the void. Subsequently, a 10,000 foot figure manifested as if it was connecting heaven and earth, with a vast aura that covered the sky. The great Tao holy eyes, the heaven-punishing divine flame. Interesting. At that moment, the figure suddenly opened its mouth, like a flood bell, tearing through the sky and spanning across the ages. Nangonyu's face was glazed over. These were her biggest secrets. No one in the entire great desolate divine realm knew about it except for the old ancestor. She had only just stepped onto this holy flame staircase, as if she had been seen through, and any secrets were known. This figure, who the hell is it? At this moment, Nangonyu's face was tense. "Junior, if you can receive one of my palms, you will be considered successful." The figure spoke again. As the words fell, his figure moved, waving his unable arm and slapping out a palm. With that palm, the momentum was so great that the entire sky seemed to have been torn apart. The palm shadow covered the sky, and the space instantly grayed out. Nangonyu was too late to be shocked as the purple smoke sword manifested, and the spiritual energy within his body was like a sweet spring gushing out. A sword was swung out, and the biting sword shadow was like a bright moon, flashing with an icy aura as it blasted towards the palm shadow. However, compared to the palm shadow, the sword wielded by Nangonyu was but a drop in the ocean, and in an instant, it was reduced to pieces. The palm shadow's aura did not decrease in the slightest, and it came towards Nangonyu with a cover pressure. The latter's complexion changed as the ocean of spiritual energy within his body rolled and steamed. Subsequently a palm shot out. The dragon elephant shadow then manifested, tilted up the sky and whistled. Endless might vibrated, bombarded down above the void. The next moment full of space and the sky were all shattered. The two forces collided and a shocking sound erupted, and the entire ladder shook and rattled. Boom! The next moment, the palm shadow shattered. Above the void, the voice spoke. Dragon Elephant Prison Suppression Technique? The later generations are formidable. As the words fell, the figure disappeared. At those words, Nangongyu's face was astonished and his gaze was somewhat puzzled. It was as if this figure was very familiar with the Dragon Elephant Prison Suppressing Technique. Could it be that the owner of this figure was acquainted with the old ancestor? But Nangongyu remembered that the Dragon Image Prison Suppression Technique was not authored by the old ancestor. If so, who the hell is it? Sighing, Nangongyu shook his head and stopped thinking about it, waiting to go out and ask the old ancestor is. In the meantime, in a mysterious place. This place did not have the same aura as the one that flowed through the great desolate divine realm. Suddenly, a dow-robed old man suddenly opened his eyes and rolling power shook the void. The corners of his mouth hooked into a smile, but with a wave of his hand, the aura he emitted was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. But 100 years, and then see the Dragon Elephant Prison suppressing Kung Fu. It seems that the old man and the Nangong surname are really destined to be together. As the words fell, the old man once again laughed. His voice shook the heavens and the earth. The land around him trembled and the air was twisted together. His might was monstrous and unstoppable. The other side. In the sacred fire stairs, Nangongyu didn't know how many stairs she had traveled and how many roadblocks she had met, all of which were defeated by her one by one. Walking to the end, Nangongyu's internal spiritual energy was almost on the verge of being violent. Her pretty face was pale. If not for that conviction in her heart, she would have long since laid down on the ground and fainted. Buzz! After an unknown amount of time, Nangongyu took a step out, and the entire sacred flame staircase let out a roar. The countless steps blossomed into a sky full of golden light. The light intertwined and enveloped her body, emitting a clear aura that was like a sweet spring that didn't enter Nangongyu's body. Boom! That breath of life was endless, flowing through her limbs and bones, and the dantian, which was almost on the verge of being depleted, was like rain and dew. Her breath recovered as much as it could, and her face was flushed. Is this the holy fire of the divine kingdom? At that moment, she suddenly realized that the original stone appeared here in front of her. Above the original stone, a supreme aura emanated. Seeing this, Nangongyu was overjoyed and was just about to make a move to touch. At this time, a cold heckle suddenly rang out. Stop! As the words fell, Yang Wanli appeared in front of Nangongyu. The former's face was tinged with greed as he said in a hoarse voice, "The holy flame of the divine kingdom is mine. You are not qualified to touch it." As he spoke, Yang Wanli offered his longsword and swung it out with it. A ray of light gulped out, aura rolling out as it blasted towards Nangongyu. Nangongyu's pretty face was icy cold. But a cultivation of the peak of the 9th level of Golden Immortal. How dare you be arrogant in front of yourself? Swinging out a sword, the two sword awnings collided, erupting with the sound of dingo, and waves of air spread out in all directions. After the strike, Nangongyu was stunned to realize that Yang Wanli's aura was strange and incomparable. Although he was only at the 9th level of the Golden Immortal, the power that erupted from him was not weaker than himself at all. Is he hiding his strength? Seeing Nangongyu's stunned face, Yang Wanli let out a wild laugh. Ha ha ha, I'm a man of heaven's destiny, recognized by the sacred flame ladder. My power here is endless. Lin Qingyu, if you are sensible, be my crotch. If not. Speaking of which, the greed in Yang Wanli's eyes was infinitely enlarged. Not only the divine kingdom's sacred flame, but also the Nangongyu he wanted to spy on just as much. Seek death. Upon hearing this, Nangongyu's pretty face changed as she chortled coldly. Nangong's secret art. Holy sword, heavenly punishment. As he swung out his sword, the spiritual energy in his body was as ponderous as the sea, exuding supreme might. In the middle of the ocean, a sword shadow coalesced. It was as if it tore through the sky, sprawling above the void. Boom! Afterwards, the sword shadow blasted down, and the entire void was split in two by the sword shadow, like a river of stars falling down, emitting light that filled the sky. Overrate yourself. Yang Wanli laughed out loud. He didn't have any limitations at the sacred flame staircase, and the power he could burst out was even more unimaginable to Nangongyu. Between cold heckles, he swung out with one hand. The sky full of spiritual energy coalesced together, forming a giant hand that covered the sky. Subsequently, the two forces collided and erupted with an aura that was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. The latter shook as if it was about to fall, and all the 10,000 feet of emptiness around it was shattered. Lin Qingyu, I'm going to make you my crotch plaything. Between sardonic smiles, Yang Wanli swung another sword, filling the sky with sword shadows, like a raging storm, engulfing towards Nangongyu. Nangongyu's pretty face was indifferent. Her vermilion lips gently opened, and she spoke in a cold voice. Nangong's secret art, heavenly dome flare. As the words fell, Nangongyu brandished the longsword in his hand. Above the sword, a brilliant light bloomed, Like the yellow river breaking its banks, rolling spiritual energy endlessly, it enveloped the sky above, turning into an oceanic sea of spiritual energy. Boom! Then, a voice shook the heavens and space trembled as a round of sun came out across the sky, obscuring it. That ocean of spiritual energy also burned up at this moment, turning into a sea of fire that filled the sky and scorched the firmament. The third style of the Nangong secret art. The Nangong secret art was the Nangong clan's oldest forbidden spell. There are a total of 9 styles, 1 style and 1 heavy sky. This sword, as if it had the power to kill the heavens. The flames were even quite a bit more ferocious than the Divine Kingdom's holy fire illusion. Yang Wanli's face changed drastically, but then a sardonic laugh ensued. If he had been outside the boundaries of the secret world, he would have swung away in the face of this move. But, among the sacred fire steps, he was invincible. Thinking of this, Yang Wanli shouted, "Mountain River 10,000 Swords Art." As the words fell, your spiritual energy within Yang Wanli's body rose to the heavens. The lingering spiritual energy in his body spread out in all directions, and the flames in the sky were instantly extinguished. 10,000 feet in circumference, a small world was formed. High mountains and flowing rivers, with heavy sword shadows. Countless sword shadows were hidden within this world, and each one of them had supreme power, enough to erupt with a power that was comparable to the aura of an emperor-exalted realm. Boom! With a loud bang, countless sword shadows covered the sky and attacked towards Nangongyu. Nangongyu stabbed out with his sword, and that sun bloomed with a brilliant light. For a moment, the entire space was only white. And then an endless wave of air erupted, shaking the void. The breath rolled and the power was supreme. The void of this world was constantly being torn apart by the impacts, and the power that the two of them erupted was such that the scalps of even those emperor great powers were numb. Space shattered and the breath raged on. In this side of the world, he, Yang Wanli, was invincible. Between sardonic smiles, Yang Wanli struck even more ferociously. The monstrous spiritual energy was like ocean waves, destroying and destroying, charging across towards Nangongyu. Boom! The might rolled. Nangongyu's pretty face went white, and the spiritual energy in her body was about to dry up. Put! After the strike, Nangongyu's figure exploded back 10,000 feet, a mouthful of reverse blood spurting out, his face as white as paper. In the sacred flame staircase, the power Yang Wanli possessed was too terrifying, and he himself was not a match for him at all. Is this all that can be done? Between thoughts, Nangongyu smiled miserably, not expecting that he would fall into the hands of a golden immortal realm cultivator. Buzz! Just then, from her eyes, a mysterious power surged open, exuding a majestic and holy aura. But in an instant, Nangonyu's injuries all over his body healed. His body was full of spiritual energy, and his eyes were haunted by a vicissitude and ancient aura. The great Taoist sacred eyes. Nangonyu's pretty face was shocked, not expecting that she had awakened the power of the great Tao sacred eyes. Since obtaining the great Tao sacred eyes, Nangongyu had never used them once. Unexpectedly, the power of the great Tao sacred eyes was actively released. Feeling this majestic power, Yang Wanli's face sank, but then he regained his composure. In the sacred flame staircase, he was an invincible existence, and no one could defeat himself. Boom! At the same time, a brilliant light blossomed in Nangonyu's eyes as if they were two pillars of light, piercing through the void and shattering the entire world with a single blow. The world shattered and endless nothingness was revealed, swallowing Yang Wanli into it. His soul was destroyed. Put! The power of the backlash of the great Dao Sane eyes was even more terrifying and incomparable. The reverse blood spewed out. Nangongyu almost lost his strength, and his body was slowly aging, but in the blink of an eye, his features were already pale. Seeing this, Nangongyu fell into an endless panic, his body trembling. Looking at the void space that was devouring everything, Nangongyu was desperate beyond measure. How she wished that the old ancestor could save her. But, it was as if Nangong Haotian had never appeared, and he was nowhere to be seen. Buzz! Just as the nothingness engulfed it, the holy flame of the divine kingdom suddenly radiated a dazzling and eye-catching light. It seemed to have transformed into a small world, enveloping Nangongyu in it. The endless breath of life wrapped around her like a silkworm chrysalis, and her appearance began to look younger. Boom! After a long time, a majestic force spread out in all directions as if it had broken the dike. That endless power instantly stabilized the entire space. Looking inside her body, Nangonyu's pretty face was covered in shock. The holy flame of the divine kingdom had unexpectedly fused with the heaven-punishing divine flame. Hiss! Nangongyu sucked in a mouthful of cold air. She remembered that her old ancestor had said that these two flames were from the same family and origin. That was why she had allowed herself to fuse the heaven execution god flame. These two flames intertwined together like a Bagua diagram, emitting a vicissitude and ancient aura. The heaven exorcising sacred inflammation. This is the name that Nangong got from it. Letting out a deep breath, Nangong's pretty face flashed with a touch of excitement. The power of the heaven-punishing sacred inflammation even allowed her to step directly into the 5th level of the Emperor's realm. Now she was a few points closer to the old ancestor. Thinking of this, Nangong's eyes swirled with unknown sentiments and her heart leapt. Boom! Without the support of the Divine Kingdom's holy fire, then this side of space would completely collapse. Buzz! A piercing sound rang out, and opening his eyes again, he realized that he was already outside the secret boundary. Where's Miles? Seeing Nangong alone afterward, Yang Baiyun's face changed. His figure moved, coming before the former and asking in a chorus. At those words, Nangong frowned. She now possessed the power of the great Tao sacred eyes, the heaven-punishing sacred inferno, and the Xianin body within her. Before that, it was a breakthrough to the 5th level of the Emperor's realm. If it came to battle power, she was not weaker than Yang Baiyun in the slightest. Nangong raised his head, looked straight at Yang Baiyun, and spoke, "I killed." Boom! The words fell like a thunderbolt in Yang Baiyun's mind. The latter's complexion changed in shock. Shock and anger intertwined in his eyes, finally turning into monstrous killing intent as he slapped his palm towards Nangong. "I want you to die." Nangong's face was unafraid as he similarly slapped out a palm, and the two of them were evenly matched. "Kill her for me." Yang Baiyun retreated 100 meters backward, the killing intent in his eyes unabated, and he shouted angrily, "Wow!" Subsequently, countless powerhouses were hidden in the void, all of them erupting their strongest strikes, with countless killing moves, covering and pressing towards Nangong. Nangong's pretty face changed slightly. She had just fused the Divine Kingdom's sacred flame right now, plus she hadn't stabilized her realm yet, and she was a bit caught off guard when faced with such a large number of powerful people. Boom! And right at that moment, 10,000 feet of sword shadow, the sword stepped into the void and came out in the ancient times. However, with a single strike, all the power was blocked, and then an icy voice surged out from all directions. "Who dares to touch her?" As the words fell, a figure appeared in front of Nangong. Seeing this, Nangong's pretty face rejoiced and her voice came out, "Old ancestor." Seeing Nangong appear, Yang Baiyun frowned, but then it stretched out, and a flash of disdain appeared in his eyes. With an indifferent gaze, he spoke in an icy tone, "Kill them for me." As the words fell, the secret young family guard surged, their breath rolling towards Nangong as they bombarded him. Boom! Nangong's gaze was flat as he waved his right hand out, and a wave of air erupted from it. Rolling power, like a monstrous wave, blast them out. Then, Nangong struck again. He only saw his palm turn into a fist, and the spiritual energy in his body blossomed with a brilliant light. His body was capped with golden light, just like armor. With that, a punch was thrown. A fist shadow coalesced, like a pale dragon whistling, cutting through the midair toward the void and shaking away. Boom! A muffled sound rang out as the fist shadow exploded in the void. Immediately afterward, blood poured out, and countless strong people were turned into blood mist at this moment. Hiss! When the survivors saw this scene, their faces changed and they sucked in a breath of cold air. Seeing this, Yang Baiyun's face sank. I didn't expect this person's strength to be so terrifying. At this moment, Yang Baiyu's heart felt a sense of withdrawal. "If you dare to rave half as much again, I will let you die without a burial place." Nangong's tone was icy cold, killing intent lingering in his eyes. Humph! Upon hearing this, Yang Baiyun snorted coldly, but he didn't dare to move forward by half a point. But the killing intent in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Wow! Right at this moment, Yan Wuji's breath surged in the air and appeared in front of Nangong in an instant. Yan Wuji's face was unsightly as he felt the aura of that sacred fire within Nangong's body. His body's power erupting even more as he spoke in a deep voice. "You fused the Divine Kingdom's sacred fire?" As the words fell, the entire palace fell silent. Everyone's eyes fell on Nangong, and Yang Baiyu's face even changed, looking at Nangong with a look of shock. "She fused the sacred fire of the Divine Kingdom?" Yang Baiyun's breath stuttered, killing intent in his eyes. This Divine Kingdom sacred flame was the key thing for the Yang family's old ancestor to break through the realm. Without the sacred flame, the old ancestor would not be able to break through that realm. The Yang family, in turn, would not be able to advance to the Holy Land. Nangong must die. Thinking of this, the killing intent in Yang Baiyu's eyes became even more terrifying. The long sword then manifested itself, and the spiritual energy in his body rolled, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Nangong. Yes, Nangong's face was unafraid. She was now at the 5th level of the Emperor realm. Even if she couldn't defeat them, it would be easy for her to escape from here. Not to mention, there was an old ancestor behind her to protect her. At those words, Yan Wuji's breath shook the void, a violet aura in his eyes, killing intent rolling, the space around him collapsed. That divine kingdom sacred flame was where the heavenly flame divine kingdom's national fortune lay, and without it, the heavenly flame divine kingdom would cease to exist. Besides, without the sacred flame, how could he comprehend the true meaning of the great Tao? How could he trample the Yang family under his feet? He had wanted to activate the divine kingdom's sacred flame through the hands of the Nangong Holy Land, and then cause a dispute between the Yang family and the Nangong Holy Land, so that he could enjoy the benefits of fishing. Unexpectedly, in the end, it turned out to be his own stolen chicken. Letting out a deep breath and forcibly suppressing the violent anger in his heart, an old face stiffly squeezed out a smile and said, "That divine kingdom sacred flame contains supreme power within it. If Fairy Lin fuses it hastily, it will definitely damage her martial body. My heavenly flame old ancestor will be able to visit the heavenly flame divine kingdom in person in a few days, but at that time, let the old ancestor help Immortalist Lin calm the holy flame backlash. Therefore, I still hope that you all can stay in the heavenly flame divine kingdom for some time. How about it?" Yan Wuji knew that he couldn't stop these people with his own strength, not to mention the fact that there were Yang family members watching the fire. Old ancestor Tianyan would be able to come back soon, and then let the old ancestor make a move to kill all of these people. As the voice fell, the Nangong Haotian duo looked calm, but Yang Baiwei, who was on the side, was somewhat unable to sit still. Old man Tianyan is coming back. Didn't he fall in the Silent Land? Yang Baiyin was breezy on the surface, but secretly he was turning over shocking waves. That day Yen old ancestor was not a character of this era. Rumor had it that, with a cultivation through the heavens and through the earth, it had long since not been an emperor cultivator who could contend with it, and even his own old ancestor was not an opponent in front of him. If not, the Yang family wouldn't have gone through all the trouble of spying on the divine kingdom's sacred flame. Only, she was a little confused. Yen Wuji had once said that the heavenly flame ancestor had fallen 5,000 years ago. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to fall into such a situation. But now he has this to say. Could it have been told to them on purpose? Between doubts, Nangong Haotian nodded, then turned to look at Nangong Yu and said, "Let's go." Yes, Nangong Yu nodded in response and left the place together. Yen Wuji looked at the direction the two had left, killing intent lingering in his eyes as his chest stumbled. The holy flame of the kingdom of God he had to get. No one can stop it. Yang Baiyun spoke indifferently. "What are you looking at? They're all gone." Yen Wuji sniffed and flung his sleeves away with a cold snort. When he took down Nangong Yu and fused the divine kingdom holy flame, whether it was the Yang family or the Nangong Holy Land, they would all be ants. Road. Nangong Haotian suddenly spoke. "Remember, the power of the great Tao's sacred eyes cannot be used at any time, no matter what." After a pause, his gaze fell on Nangong Yu. Then he added, "Even if it's a matter of life and death." Seeing Nangong Haotian's serious look, Nangong Yu's pretty face throbbed, and although she didn't know why the old ancestor meant it, she still nodded her head obediently. The power of the backlash brought to her by the great Tao Saint eyes was too terrifying, and if it wasn't for the divine kingdom's sacred flame, she feared that she herself would have fallen in that sacred flame staircase. Although Nangong Haotian's face was calm, but the thoughts under his eyes crossed quietly. The great Tao Saint eyes, which Nangong Haotian had obtained in an extraterrestrial battlefield. Even after thousands of years, Nangong Haotian still hadn't penetrated it, not to mention the origin of the sacred eyes. And what he didn't expect was that the great Tao Saint eyes had chosen Nangong Yu. "I'm afraid there's a destiny there." However, Nangong Haotian didn't care much about it. No matter what fate, if you dare to harm the Nangong family, even if it's the way of heaven, Nangong Haotian would also step through it. Between thoughts, a force of indifference erupted from his body, straight to the heavens, stepping through the void and spanning the eternities. At this moment, countless realms in the vast universe trembled. That aura was so strong that even an emperor powerhouse could only prostrate on the ground, not daring to utter a single sound. It was a long time before the aura dissipated. Wow! Somehow, a pair of gigantic pupils suddenly opened, blossoming with a demonic light that swept across the 10,000 realms and stars. But it's fleeting. When the light dissipated, the pupils reclosed as if nothing had happened. The heavenly flame imperial palace was so large that it would take days for even an immortal realm powerhouse to walk in a circle. Walking on the road, Nangong Yu's pretty face was a bit surprised. "You know, the old man never traveled this far," she then curiously inquired. "Old ancestor, where are we going?" "Underground boxing house." Nangong Haotian spoke faintly. "An underground boxing ring?" At those words, Nangong Yu softly murmured what the old ancestor had just said. The curiosity in his eyes grew a few degrees more. Underground boxing houses are extremely special forces. Like hidden treasures, they were spread throughout the entire great desolate divine realm. It was some rich scion who placed bets by fighting slaves he had bought himself. The cultivators who came among them could place their bets to watch just the same. 10 out of 10 dark places. Although he didn't know why the old ancestor wanted to go to a place like that, Nangong Yu still followed him. In a while, however, the duo arrived at the entrance to the underground boxing ring. If you wanted to enter the underground boxing house, you had to become their VIP, which meant that you had to pay 1,000,000 spirit stones as an entry qualification. The spirit stone, in the Nangong Hautian, is like a waste stone. There are all kinds of things. I do not know the geometry. Coming to the underground boxing ring, the layout of the place was rather like the ancient Roman Colosseum imagined in his previous life. Just like a basin, above the following competition stage, countless formations were carved into it, mysterious runes lingering. Even a golden immortal powerhouse could not break through this formation. Therefore, the cultivators present did not have to worry about being attacked. Finding a place to sit down, Nangong Yu opened his mouth and inquired, "Old ancestor, which one of them do you think will win?" Upon hearing this, Nangong Hautian gazed over and spoke with just one glance. "White-robed cultivator." The words had just fallen, when a sneering smile came over in Nangong Hautian's ears. "You're still an old ancestor at this level? How ridiculous. Kid, I'll be merciful and tell you that the red-robed cultivator is nicknamed the Bloody-Handed Butcher. Even a golden immortal powerhouse wouldn't last more than half a quarter of an hour in his hands. That white-robed cultivator. But trash." The person who spoke was a young cultivator, with gorgeous clothes, countless treasures in his arms, dense breath, and a golden immortal realm breath flowing out. At this moment, the young cultivator's eyes were straight up against Nangong Yu, and his eyes were filled with salivation. Nangong Hautian furrowed his brows and didn't bother with him. Nangong Yu was even more so, directly ignoring the young cultivator and taking out 10,000,000 spirit stones, throwing all of them to the white-robed cultivator. Seeing this, the young cultivator's face changed, anger filling his eyes as he snorted coldly. Short-sighted. After saying that, he turned his head to the guards around him and instructed, "Keep an eye on them, and when they go out, tie up this woman for me. As for that man, kill it." As the words fell, that guard spoke in a deep voice. Yes, the duo's conversation fell into Nangong Hautian's ears as much as possible, and the latter's expression was calm, as if he hadn't heard it, closing his eyes and resting his mind as if he was waiting for some opportunity. In the martial arts stage, the bloody-handed man butcher was dressed in a red suit, majestic. Looking at the white-clothed man with disdain in his eyes, "Lu Bai, I advise you to admit defeat. Maybe, I can still let you off the hook." Upon hearing this, Lu Bai's face lingered with murderous intent as he angrily shouted, "Ning Hung, you killed my family. If I don't take this revenge, I, Lu Bai, swear not to be a human being. Give me death." As he spoke, Lu Bai waved the long sword in his hand, and the remnants of sword chi blasted towards Ning Hang. "Humph." Seeing this, Ning Hong snorted coldly with a disdainful expression. "Overrate yourself. Since you are determined to seek death, then be the soul under my sword and go down to accompany your deceased family." Between the maniacal laughs, Ning Hong chopped out the long blade in his hand, and a pitch-black sword shadow was as powerful as a bamboo, slicing through the midair, tearing through the air, and colliding together. Boom! With that, an aura rolled away from all directions. Stirring in the air, Lu Bai's figure exploded out, his face even paler. "If that's all it is, then it's too weak." Seeing this, Ning Hang's eyes showed disdain as his contemptuous voice fell. "Then again, the taste of your Dao couple is something that brother I like very much. I wonder when brother Bai will find another Daoist couple, so that I can have another good time. Ha ha ha." Ning Hang's expression was rampant, and his voice was even less concealed, falling into Lu Bai's ears. Ah! At those words, Lu Bai's eyes were crimson. His mind and soul were all filled with killing intent. The blood in his body had already boiled, and his features were all twisted together, showing a hideous color. "I want you to die." At this moment, Lu Bai was like a ferocious beast that chose to devour others. The spiritual energy in his body surged out, transforming into a sky of sword shadows, flashing with golden light, emitting a lingering aura as he blasted his way towards Ning Hung. Bloodthirsty sword style, raging soul. Ning Hang's voice was arrogant as he drank lowly, the long sword in his hand, burning with a blazing flame, a terrifying aura that stirred above the martial arts stage. Even the spectators outside felt a shocking aura at this moment. It was as if it was going to be disintegrated by this endless flame. He, a mere golden immortal first realm. How dare you make a fool of yourself in front of the bloody-handed human slaughterer? How ridiculous. At this moment, that rich kid glanced at Nangong Hautian, his smile full of disdain. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yu's face turned cold as he spoke coldly. "If you dare to clamor again, I'll pull out your tongue." As he spoke, killing intent flickered in Nangong Yu's eyes. falling into the young cultivator's ears as the latter's expression changed in shock. "You seek death." The young cultivator's face erupted in anger. The muscles on his face trembled madly, and killing intent lingered in his eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that no private fights were allowed in the underground boxing ring, he would have ridden on top of Nangongyu and galloped wildly. In the meantime, on top of the tournament stage, the monstrous breath was as black as a swirling mouthful. In this, a black long knife manifested out, falling upside down above the void, emitting an aura that made countless cultivators' hearts tremble. "Lu Bai, it's not unfair for you to die under the soul of wrath." Between sardonic laughs, Ning Hong swung out a blade. That long knife tore through the void, splitting the entire martial arts stage in two. Endless power filled because the monstrous breath enveloped Lu Bai in it, unable to move half a point. Boom! In the next moment, countless forces poured out and blasted down on Lu Bai. Waves of air rolled in and dust filled the air. The endless ocean of spiritual energy rolled over, erupting with earth-shattering sounds. Even if the formation manifested, the audience still felt an incomparably fiery aura impacting over, causing them to close their eyes. "In this world, no one can take my angry soul." Looking at the dust in the sky, Ning Hong murmured softly. The light in his eyes blossomed as if he had already seen Lu Bai Dao dissipate into the clouds. But, the next moment, the smile on his face froze, turning to thick incredulity. "What? How is this possible?" When the dust cleared, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. One could only see a layer of greenish-colored light lingering on Lu Bai's body, which was inscribed with vicissitudes of ancient runes, vibrating above the entire martial arts stage. At this moment, the audience also revealed a look of amazement. "I didn't expect that Lu Bai would be able to exert such a mysterious power. It really is the heavenly diffusion body." In the distance, the corner of Nangong Haotian's mouth curved up when he saw Lu Bai's bursting breath. "Old ancestor, what is the heavenly diffusion body?" Nangongyu, who was on the side, saw Nangong Haotian welcoming the wind in such a way, and a flash of surprise could not help but flash through her beautiful eyes. Up until this point, she had never seen her old ancestor smile so happily. When he heard this sentence from Nangong Haotian, he was even more puzzled. Could it be that this white-robed man in front of him possessed some kind of physique? Upon hearing this, Nangong Haotian let out a faint smile and opened his mouth to explain. The so-called heavenly diffusion body is a type of physique that is only created for formations. In general, cultivators who want to learn the path of formations have extremely important talent requirements, and the body of the heavenly diffusion is originally a formation. Rumor has it that in the beginning of time, 10 types of innate formations were born in the heavens and earth, and this body of heavenly diffraction is one of them. With man as the eye and everything is a formation. Raise your hand and the formation is complete. Hearing the end, Nangongyu's pretty face almost froze. Just by listening to what Nangong Haotian had said, she could imagine a cultivator, waving his hand, countless formations carved out and blasting down, suppressing the ages. What a horrible existence this is. Vaguely, she even felt that the heavenly diffusion body of the white-robed man in front of her was only stronger than her own great Dao Saint eyes. Nangong Haotian's eyes flashed with essence as if he was looking at a treasure. Geniuses such as these are rare. If you miss it, then I'm afraid I won't know when to wait again. In the meantime, above the martial arts stage, Lu Baiyi heart similarly shocked himself. This mysterious power, Dao Dao mysterious breath, filled between the limbs and bones. In this moment, only feel that he has endless power, can annihilate all things in the world. Ning Hung, I will give my family revenge. As his thoughts recovered, Lu Baiyi's complexion was filled with boundless killing intent as he let out a cold snort, and then raised his hand to blast out a fist. The spiritual energy in his body erupted and transformed into a fist shadow, and a faint golden aura lingered on top of the fist shadow. The breath was biting and powerful. Humph. Seeing this, Ning Heng's face was incredibly grim. But a mere minor art. How dare you show off in front of him? Looking for death. Between the rage, the blade in Ning Heng's hand turned into a monstrous sea of fire. The terrifying flames seemed to be able to scorch everything in the world, and the surrounding emptiness was annihilated. Great annihilation technique. Ning Hong swung out a sword, using it as a medium to wield a ray of light. Wherever the light went, the air shattered. The monstrous spiritual energy transformed into an endless wave that filled the martial arts stage, blasting towards the golden fist shadow. Boom! The forces collided and erupted with earth-shaking sounds. Air waves rolled and stirred in the formation. The light was radiant and exploded in all its splendor at this moment. Is this the power of the heavenly diffusion body? Seeing this scene, Nangongyu spoke in surprise. One must know that at this moment, Lu Baiyi was only at the early stage of the golden immortal realm, but he was able to erupt with a power not weaker than that of a peak golden immortal. How terrifying it would be if it reached the emperor realm. At those words, Nangong Haotian let out a faint smile and did not say much. Although he hadn't seen the body of heavenly diffusion, he had befriended a formation powerhouse. When he lifted his hand, the formation coalesced, and emperor powers were like ants in his eyes, instantly killable. Only later, that great power disappeared into the great desolate divine realm without a trace. Boom! After the strike, the rolling power transformed into waves of air, stirring out in all directions. Ningheng's face changed, and his body retreated furiously, standing just barely. On the contrary, Lu Bai's body did not fall, as if he was a god of killing, radiating a power that made people afraid. How? Seeing this scene, Ningheng let out a deep breath, his eyes filled with an unbelievable expression. It was inconceivable that a breath ago, Lu Bai was nothing more than an ant that could be crushed at any time in his eyes. But, now, it was as if he was facing a deity, and his heart trembled. Ningheng, it's only right and proper to pay for a murderer's life. I will avenge my family today. At this moment, Lu Bai took a step out, his body haunted with a heart-stopping aura of killing intent. Upon hearing this, Ningheng let out a sardonic laugh, killing intent flowing in his eyes. Humph, arrogant. You think you can fight against me just because you got a chance? It's simply ridiculous. You're nothing more than an early-stage golden immortal. You're nothing but an ant in my eyes. At the end of his words, Ningheng was almost frantic, his face livid, his breath stirring, and the long sword in his hand, emitting a grim sound. Boom! A terrifying aura swept over the crowd, an icy cold aura that shook the hearts and minds of the crowd. And then, in his hands, a shadow materialized, dark and biting, as if an evil spirit had walked out of hell, and that sardonic scream made the crowd's scalp tingle. Kill! Between roars of rage, Ningheng slapped out his palm, and the evil ghost shadow behind him, emanating a monstrous aura, was unstoppable, carrying a destructive force as it blasted towards Lu Bai. Seeing this, Lu Bai's expression remained unchanged. His arms shook, and a golden light emanated from his body, as if he was a god on earth. Rumble! Immediately afterward, the golden aura flowed out, transforming into a golden formation that enveloped this heaven and earth. A divine image coalesced, and there seemed to be Sanskrit chanting in the void, filling the sky with spiritual energy. Then, under the shocked gaze of the crowd, those two forces collided together and erupted with a power that was enough to destroy the sky and the earth. Waves of air rolled up to the heavens, endless power stirred above the void, and the formation on the martial arts stage rose up into the sky, transforming into an azure-colored barrier as endless power blasted down on top of it. The formation creaked as if it was about to shatter in the next moment. Bang! After a long time, the power dissipated and a muffled sound rang out. Subsequently, under the gazes of the crowd, Ningheng's body, like a kite with a broken string, crossed the mid-air and flew backwards, ruthlessly smashing on top of the ground. Hiss! Seeing this scene, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air, their expressions shocked beyond measure. An early golden immortal cultivator had defeated Ningheng, a peak golden immortal? You know, the latter is a bloody-handed human butcher. Even a half-step emperor could hold one or two existences against each other. For a while, such a result was hard for the crowd to believe. And just then, an icy cold to the core voice suddenly rang out from one place. Seek death. As the words fell, a majestic force blasted towards Lu Bai. Boom! The breath rolled and landed as much as it could on top of Lu Bai's body. Lu Bai's face turned white. The ground under his feet instantly collapsed. His flesh and blood were blurred. His bones crumbled, but his eyes were angsty with a gaze that would never give in. Oh, after the blow, seeing Lu Bai's unyielding behavior, the man gave a light eep, a flash of surprise in his eyes. When the dust cleared, a silhouette appeared in front of the crowd. It's the Bloodman King. When they saw this person, the faces of the crowd changed, and some of them opened their mouths in alarm. King of the Bloods. This person can be said to be a big name. Rumor has it that this person has been mixed in the blood for many years. A cultivation has long been through the heavens. That is, Emperor Mighty is not this person's opponent. Moreover, it was rumored that behind the Bloodman King, there was another power that made the entire western region tremble in fear. Slaughterhouse. The world said that the Harmonious Cultivation sect was the most evil force in the western region. But in front of the Heaven Slaughtering Pavilion, it was nothing more than a small witch. Although there were not many members of the Heaven Slaying Pavilion, each one of them was a figure that made the entire western region tremble with fear. And this Bloodman King was the great disciple of one of the members of the Heaven Slaughtering Pavilion. Therefore, when they saw the Bloodman King, everyone's expression was panicked, and wherever he walked through, there was always blood stained everywhere and corpses all over the place. As they thought, when the crowd reacted and wanted to escape from the place, the space seemed to be blocked off, and not even the golden immortal powerhouses, or even those emperor powerhouses, could not break free from it. At this moment, The crowd's faces were like ashes, and their eyes were filled with a look of panic. It's over. It's all over. And that young cultivator who had previously mocked Nangang Haotian and the two of them was also showing fear at this moment. With his status and position, he definitely knew what kind of existence the Bloodman King was. If he knew that the Bloodman King would appear here, he wouldn't have come over no matter what, daring to kill my furnace cauldron. What audacity! As he spoke, the Bloodman King's body shook, and a morose blood aura spread out, enveloping the entire underground boxing hall. The formations that covered the martial arts stage were also shattered at this moment. The breath declared and blasted down on Lu Bai. The latter let out a pained cry and his face turned even paler, but his body still didn't fall, and his eyes were full of battle spirit, causing the Bloodman King to be greatly infuriated. Since you're so tough, then the old me will refine you into a cauldron, and then all the secrets in your body will be mine. As the words fell, greed blossomed in the Bloodman King's eyes. He had witnessed the entire battle between the duo of Lu Bai and Ning Hang. His heart was shocked that there was such a terrifying existence within Lu Bai's body. However, the more this happens, the more powerful the refined furnace tripod will be. And when he absorbs and fuses it himself, then his strength will be able to go to the next level, even surpassing that of his own master. Thinking of this, a flash of killing intent flashed across the eyes of that Bloodman King, but it passed in an instant. Become my sustenance. Between maniacal laughs, the Bloodman King slapped out his palm. The terrifying palm shadow, carrying monstrous power, blasted towards Lu Bai. Seeing this, Lu Bai's mind trembled and he hurriedly operated his gungfu and blasted out with a sword. Sword shadows flashed and gulped out. A muffled sound erupted as the two forces collided together. The palm shadow was monstrous and overwhelming. The divine might was vast. The green sword shadow was like white paper, instantly turned into pieces and annihilated in the air. And that palm shadow's might did not decrease, with a lingering aura, destroying and destroying like a vast bombardment. Lu Bai's expression changed in shock as he slapped out several palm shadows and a blue shield lingered around him. But, these are nothing more than a mantis. In an instant, the countless defenses collapsed as much as they could, blasting down on Lu Bai, who directly flew backwards, drenched in blood, his anger almost completely gone. Jie, don't think for yourself. Seeing this, the Bloodman King in the void let out a fierce laugh, emitting an aura that was even more intimidating. The Bloodman King was too terrifying. Even if the Emperor powers present attacked together, they would not be a match for the former. At this moment, they could only bless that their little lives would not be taken by the Bloodman King. Well, with Lu Bai's body as a cauldron, the Bloodman King was greatly pleased. Speaking aloud, he said, "Today, I'm happy, so I'll let you off the hook. Get the hell out of here." Voices surged from all directions, vibrating above the hearts and minds of the crowd. Hearing these words, the cultivators in the audience, as if they were facing amnesty, all exploded their strength and fled in all directions. Seeing this, the Bloodman King's smile became even more arrogant, as if he enjoyed seeing this scene. Wow! And right at that moment, a figure traveled in the opposite direction, but in an instant, it landed on the martial arts stage. Nangang Haotian stood with his hands in the air, his expression indifferent as he spoke. "Release him and I will spare your life." As the words fell, the entire space fell silent. Everyone's eyes were filled with an unbelievable look, and even fleeing was forgotten in general. Their faces were horrified. At those words, the Bloodman King first froze before a morose smile erupted. For a time, the entire heaven and earth trembled, and above the dome of the sky, dark clouds covered the sky, and countless thunderous beasts gulped out. A silhouette emerged, as if there was a pair of astonishingly huge eyes, manifesting out of the dark clouds. "Kid, you are the one who dares to speak to me like that." As he spoke, his voice was like thunder, and the Bloodman King's aura continued to climb, and by the end, the air was all but collapsing away. Nangang Haotian's expression remained flat. In his eyes, the Bloodman King that the crowd feared was like an ant, not worth mentioning. "Die for me." As he spoke, the Bloodman King waved his own palm, and a palm shadow covered the sky, surging from the void and pressing towards Nangang Haotian. A palm fell, and wherever it went, it turned into nothingness. The crowd reacted with shrieks of surprise and hurriedly fled out in all directions. The young cultivator, who was even more frightened, couldn't even care about his own guards and frantically fled towards the distance. Nangang Haotian looked unafraid and similarly slapped out a palm. A palm was swung out. Countless visions came out in the void. The sky was filled with golden light illuminating the heaven and earth, and the dark clouds above the dome of the sky, at this moment, had been turned into nothingness and annihilated in the air. The palm shadow was volatile. The breath shocked the heavens and moved the earth, and the 10,000 feet of emptiness around him was turned into nothingness, and a mouthful of holes of nothingness was visualized. Boom! Only a deafening sound rang out. This side of the world was plunged into trembling. A huge mushroom cloud from the ground rose up, spreading in all directions, as if connecting the entire heaven and earth. It took a long time to regain its composure. The strength of the old ancestor is truly terrifying. Seeing this scene, Nangong-yu's heart trembled. His eyes filled with shock. She had thought that with her current power, she could already have the strength to get close to the old ancestor. Unexpectedly, in front of the old ancestor, he himself was still as if he were a child. When Lu Bai saw this scene in the photo, his gaze had long since frozen in place. It was inconceivable that such a young cultivator could burst out with such terrifying power. Thinking of this, the essence in Lu Bai's eyes flickered, and he hurriedly spoke. Please also accept me as your disciple. Sir. As the words fell, the corners of Nangong Haotian's mouth hooked into a smile as he spoke faintly. Oh, why should I take you as my disciple? Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Bai spoke. If Mr. didn't want to accept me as a disciple, then he wouldn't have stepped in to save me. At those words, Nangong Haotian let out a faint smile. This guy is on the up and up, worthy of being someone with a heavenly diffusion body. His talent was truly exceptional. What is your name? Nangong Haotian glanced at him and spoke. Lu Bai said. Lu Bai. Nangong Haotian nodded and circled around. Seeing that the crowd looked at him as if they had seen a monster, their gazes filled with horror. After thinking for a moment, Nangong Haotian spoke. Change the place to talk. Afterward, Nangong Haotian took Nangong-yu and Lu Bai with him and left the place. On the way, Lu Bai and Nangong-yu talked to each other and blended in the blink of an eye. This scene, Nangong Haotian was also happy to see. Time passed, but after a while, the three of them arrived inside the imperial city. Senior, you're from the heavenly flame divine kingdom? Looking at Nangong Haotian's unhindered journey, a flash of complexity flashed through Lu Bai's eyes. He had thought that the master and father duo were here for a visit, but he hadn't expected that they were actually the core figures of the heavenly flame divine kingdom. One must know that inside the imperial city, except for those core figures of the heavenly flame divine kingdom, none of them could go in, or else they would be regarded as enemies by the entire divine kingdom and hunted down for eternity. Upon hearing this, Nangong Haotian shook his head, and then told Lu Bai the purpose of their coming here, before the latter's face sort of snapped over. This monarch of the God country, for his own selfish desires, killed an unknown number of people of the God country in order to find the blood of the holy fire and start the holy fire ladder. Only after hearing Nangong Haotian's purpose for coming here did the complexity in Lu Bai's eyes dissipate. Upon hearing this, Nangong Haotian furrowed his brows, not realizing that there was even this kind of story. The Nangong-yu on the side was even more infuriated after hearing the words, itching to trample the Tianyan imperial city down right now. Between conversations, several people arrived at the bedchamber. Nangong-yu rested first, while Nangong Haotian prepared for the matter of Lu Bai's heavenly diffusion body. Since you called me master, master will give you a great gift. As the words fell, Nangong Haotian waved out one hand, followed by a hole of nothingness that appeared in this space. By the time Lu Bai reacted, he realized that he was already in a mysterious space. 9 heavens. This was an independent space opened up by Nangong Haotian 1,000 years ago, in which there were a total of 9 worlds. Each weight represents a law. Hearing Nangong Haotian's narration, Lu Bai was as if he had been struck by lightning, shocked, and after a long time, he did not react. Vaguely, Lu Bai felt that he had followed the right person. Perhaps, one's own path to empire was opening today. Thinking of this, Lu Bai's expression was incomparably excited. You should still remember that mysterious power on you today, right? Nangong Haotian spoke faintly. Upon hearing this, Lu Bai hurriedly said, disciple remembers. If it wasn't for that power, I'm afraid that I would have long since died at the hands of Ning Hung. It's strange to say that disciple had previously had some attainments in the path of formations, and since awakening that power, it's as if my understanding of formations has become even more profound. Lu Bai had a puzzled look on his face, and when the words fell, he waved his right hand. A palm-sized golden formation appeared in his hands, emitting an aura that even late-stage golden immortal cultivators would have to avoid. Nangong Haotian nodded and uttered, this is because you are a heavenly diffusion body. Subsequently, Nangong Haotian told Lu Bai about the origin of the heavenly diffusion body, and as the latter listened, his expression was incredibly excited. His eyes filled with longing as he hurriedly opened his mouth and said, Master, please also teach me the Dharma mastery about the heavenly diffusion body. Waving his hand into a formation, he killed the emperor, but 8 words were what nearly overturned his perception of martial arts. However, Nangong Haotian spoke up, remember, in the path of martial arts, greed is the most taboo. You must know that when you row a boat against the current, if you don't advance, you'll fall back, and if you want to go faster, you won't be able to get there. the disciple honors the teachings. Upon hearing this, Liu Bai withdrew his mind, but he couldn't stop being happy in his heart. Seeing this, Nangong Haotian didn't say much, but only said, although you have awakened the heavenly diffusion body, your current realm alone is not enough to use this power. If you are able to rely on the heavenly diffusion body to break through to the formation emperor, at that time, your martial power will naturally reach the emperor realm. At that time, one would be able to utilize the might of the heavenly diffusion body. The cultivators of the great desolate divine realm didn't only cultivate martial arts. One would also specialize in such things as the Tao of Dan, the Tao of weapons, formation, and so on. And if you want to cultivate these, it's even more difficult than the martial arts. Let's say this formation one. It was extremely demanding on the cultivator's state of mind and spiritual power. That is, the mental power of a beginner formation master was at least several times that of a cultivator of the same rank. As for the spiritual power of the formation emperor, it can be compared to the emperor's great power. And right at this moment, Nangong Haotian suddenly spoke. Above the void, there are countless stars, and above the light, spiritual power is all over. As the words fell, Nangong Haotian waved his right hand and an ancient book appeared in his hand. Then said, 10,000 years ago, there was once a wise man who watched the stars and the moon every day, and evolved a spiritual power mastery. As he spoke, Nangong Haotian flicked out a finger, and the book transformed into a stream of light, finally disappearing into Liu Bai's body. In Liu Bai's mind, he seemed to see an old man, sitting on top of a huge rock. Above the dome of the sky, stars were all over the place, emitting endless light. Suddenly, the old man's eyes opened and closed, and a flash of essence erupted, tearing through the sky, and the entire void, roaring and trembling. With that, the sky full of stars shattered and turned into countless rays of light that converged above the void. 9 Revolution Star Technique. Immediately afterward, countless obscure and difficult to understand characters were engraved in his mind. His body was haunted by a faint silver light, and at this moment, Liu Bai seemed to have transformed into a star. The whole world, he shines as day. Time passed, and after an unknown amount of time, Liu Bai awoke. His eyes opened and closed, and his essence flashed, shaking the void. Master, I have comprehended the first turn. Liu Bai spoke with an excited expression. 9-turn star technique. 1 turn, 1 layer of heaven. He had only comprehended the first turn, and his spiritual power had increased by more than several times. Moreover, with the formation he had laid down now, even a half-step emperor would feel the threat of death. I believe it won't take long. When the second turn is comprehended, he would be able to step into the realm of the formation emperor and completely awaken the heavenly diffusion body. Time passed and several days passed. Liu Bai's realm was also completely stabilized. On the following day, the news of the heavenly flame ancestors returned to the court shook the entire divine kingdom. Yan Wuji was overjoyed and brought his courtiers from up and down the palace to greet him. One must know that the heavenly flame ancestor had gone through several eras, and his strength had long been through the heavens, and it was impossible to imagine his true might. With the heavenly flame ancestor at the helm, all the rebellious and traitorous people will be put to death. A few people are happy and a few people are sad. Yang Baiyan's face was gloomy, and his heart was even more panicked. If Yan Wuji told what he had done, with the temperament of Tianyan old ancestor, he would definitely be in a bad way. Thinking of this, a wave of worry ran through Yang Baiyue's eyes. Greetings to the old ancestor on his return to the court. Inside the palace, Yan Wuji was the first to kneel on the ground and spoke aloud. Subsequently, countless subjects followed Yan Wuji's footsteps and knelt down, their voices converging together and resounding through the clouds. As the words fell, a crack appeared from the void. The wind was howling, and a terrifying pressure enveloped the hearts and minds of the crowd, with a lingering and terrifying aura. Immediately afterward, a figure stepped from the void, with a monstrous aura. His body flickered with light, and in his eyes there seemed to be a convergence of stars and rivers, and the divine rhythm flowed. This person was the heavenly flame elder ancestor, Yen Delusion Dust, and beside him, followed by a young cultivator with sword eyes and starry eyebrows, his eyes arrogant, looking at the cultivators below. The corners of his mouth hooked up into a light smile. Master, these are your subjects? As the words fell, the young cultivator's tone was filled with contempt. On his body, there was a faint halo of light rotating, and the breath around him was whistling, tearing the sky and the earth, seeming to have the power of a dragon. If Liu Bai were here, he would definitely be incomparably surprised. This was because, in this young cultivator's body, the power of formations was actually flowing as well. Upon hearing this, Yen Daochen let out a faint smile, his eyes filled with favor. In my eyes, the subjects of the heavenly flame divine kingdom are nothing more than the sustenance of the divine kingdom's sacred fire. After I take out the holy flame of the divine kingdom and help you fuse it, I believe that in less than a few years, Junior will be able to break through to the realm of the Formation Emperor. This young cultivator was named Zhang Ruojuan and was not from the western region. Rather, it was a disciple that Yin Dudian had taken on in the eastern domain while he was practicing. This person was extremely terrifying in his attainments in formations, and at such an age, he was already at the Formation Zun realm. And this time, he came not only to attack the Nangong Holy Land, but also to allow Zhang Ruojuan to fuse the Divine Kingdom's sacred flame, allowing the latter to break through to the Formation Emperor realm, fulfill his promise to the Zhang clan and take out the chance buried in the Zhang clan's Holy Land. As they spoke, the two of them stepped and landed in front of the crowd. Yen Daochen gazed around the surroundings and spoke faintly. All of you have worked hard. The matter of welcoming each other. This is the end of the matter. All of you retreat first. Yes. Upon hearing this, the crowd spoke in unison. In the twinkling of an eye, the subjects dispersed, and the crowd, which had been as dense as locusts, was now few and far between. At this time, Yen Wuji walked over and glanced at Zhang Ruojuan, a flash of surprise in his eyes, but it passed in an instant. He had heard his old ancestor say that he had taken in an exceptionally gifted disciple. Guess that would be him. Old ancestor, Wuji has something important to report. After thinking, Yen Wuji spoke. Aha! Yen Daochen nodded. There are many people here. Go to the main hall to deliberate. Yes. At those words, Yen Wuji nodded his head in agreement. Afterwards, he led the two of them to the middle of the main hall. Yen Daochen sat on top of the dragon chair, while Zhang Ruojuan also sat down on the side, his gaze falling all around, his eyes filled with contempt. This western region was indeed a barbaric land. Not only was the spiritual energy muddy, but it was also so tattered. If it wasn't for Master's father wanting to fuse the Divine Kingdom's holy flame for him, he wouldn't have come to such a desolate place. Seeing that young cultivator's disdainful face, a touch of gloom crossed Yen Wuji's eyes, but he turned to hide it and spoke in a deep voice. Old ancestor, the sacred flame has been fused by an outsider. What? Hearing this, Yen Zhaoduan's face changed violently. Bang sound, the armchair in front of him turned into pieces, his eyes rolled over with anger, and the whole hall went cold. Seeing this scene, Yen Wuji was trembling all over, looking horrified as he informed him of what had happened the other day. Waiting for the words to fall, Yen Wuji only felt a wave of invisible force, strangling his throat, making him gasp for air. It was unimaginable that the monarch of the Divine Kingdom was as low as a mole cricket in front of Yen Dudian. Wastes in general. I already know about this matter, so you can retire first. Yen Daoduan snorted coldly and let Yen Wuji off the hook, waving his hand for Yen Wuji to leave. Upon hearing this, Yen Wuji was as if he had been granted amnesty and hurriedly fled the place. After Yen Wuji left, Zhang Ruojuan suddenly spoke in a cold voice. Humph, a mere lowly pariah who dares to spy on the Divine Kingdom's sacred fire? Truly seeking death. In his eyes, the Divine Kingdom's sacred flame had been his own for a long time, and anyone who dared to get their hands on what Zhang Ruojuan wanted was like looking for death. As the words fell, Yen Diluted Dust did not open his mouth in a hurry, and a pair of cloudy eyes flashed with a flash of essence. It was a long time before he spoke. There's no rush. To be able to fuse the Divine Kingdom's holy flame and have a martial body that's no different means that this person still has a divine object in his body. If that's the case, then it's an important opportunity for you. What does Senior say about this? Hearing this, doubts flashed in Zhang Ruojuan's eyes as he opened his mouth. Yen Daoduan let out a laugh and spoke. As far as I know, that Nandong sacred ground has a bead that allows the power of a cultivator to be separated out. And if there really is still power in this person's body that isn't weaker than the Divine Kingdom's sacred flame, all the power in her body would be Junior's at that time. Upon hearing Yen Zhaoduan's words, Zhang Ruojuan's eyes were filled with excitement. If that were true, why would it take a year to step into the realm of Formation Emperor? He was confident that only one load would suffice. At this time, Yen Dudian spoke again and said in a deep voice. Moreover, from what Yen Wuji said, that Yi Haotian brought a disciple who also has attainments in the path of formations. My master speculates that that person should be a formation body. If Junior can fuse it, it would be another good pavement for the future path of formation. Accompanied by Yen Diluted Dust opening his mouth. Greed was in Zhang Ruojuan's eyes at this moment. The holy fire of the Divine Kingdom, the body of formation, and what's in that Nandong secret realm. These, he wants them all. Many thanks, Master. Zhang Ruojuan hurriedly spoke, his face overflowing with excitement. There is no need to thank you. We are originally master and disciple. It is only natural for the master to help his disciple break through the difficulties along the way of cultivation. Yen Zhaoduan let out a laugh, his tone full of love. However, while he was speaking, underneath his eyes was a flash of essence, and in his heart was another thought. Moreover, if you don't step into the realm of the Formation Emperor, How am I going to enter your Zhang clan's holy land and take that chance that belongs to me? At that time, give me another 100 years and I'll definitely be able to break through that limit and become a legendary saint. The other side. The Heavenly Flame Elder Ancestor returned to the court, and Nangong Haotian had also heard a little about it. However, he didn't really care. Nangong Haotian had detected this power at the first moment of Yen Doduan's arrival, the peak of the great Dao Emperor. However, to break through to a saint, even a half-step saint, was an incomparably difficult existence. Therefore, Nangong Haotian guessed that old ancestor Tianyan was afraid that he wanted to obtain the Divine Kingdom's sacred flame when he returned this time. Thinking of this, Nangong Haotian let out a light laugh, his expression somewhat amused. Unexpectedly, since they came to the Heavenly Flame Divine Kingdom, it had become so lively. That's interesting, Master. Between thoughts, Lu Bai stepped forward. At this moment, the aura lingering around his body was such that even ordinary emperor powerhouses would have to avoid it. One must know that he was only at the early stage of the Golden Immortal Realm now. If you step into the Emperor Realm, same realm, invincible. Upon hearing this, Nangong Haotian nodded, then handed him a note. Seeing clearly what was written on it, a blazing light crossed Lu Bai's eyes as he opened his mouth and said, Master, I am willing to accept the challenge. As he spoke, Lu Bai's eyes burned with an ounce of battle intent. This note, naturally, was a war note from Yen Wuji, wanting to have Lu Bai challenge the formation laid down by the Heavenly Flame Ancestor. Plus, that young cultivator today. Nangong Haotian speculated that old man Tianyan had taken a fancy to Lu Bai's heavenly diffusion body. Since that's the case, let's meet them. Nangong Haotian let out a faint smile. You want to seize Lu Bai's heavenly diffusion body? Nangong Haotian was curious as to what method they wanted to use. Between thoughts, Nangong Haotian brought Lu Bai to the agreed location. At this moment, other than Yen Wuji and old man Tianyan and his disciples, there was no one else. Seeing Nangong Haotian come over, Yen Wuji pulled out a smile on his old face. I guess this person is the disciple that little friend you took in, right? It's true that he is a talented and gifted person. Yen Wuji looked at Lu Bai, who was no more than an early-stage golden immortal in all his strength, and let out a laugh, unable to hear whether it was a compliment or a sneer in his tone. The people that master said, it can't be them, right? Zhang Ruojuan, who was on the side, couldn't stop the disappointment in her eyes when she saw that Nangong Haotian didn't even have a cultivation level. What kind of disciple could a master teacher who didn't even have cultivation teach? Wouldn't it be an insult to let him compete with this person? Thinking of this, Zhang Ruojuan instantly lost the desire to compete in his heart. Yen Daoduan let out a laugh and said, these aren't important. It's that young cultivator. Even if master can't penetrate this person's physique, but it's certainly not a bad body for formations. Junior, in a moment for the master to lay down a formation. You will be in the formation. This person's body of the formation will be seized and absorbed. As for that master, even if he is hiding his cultivation, in front of my master, he is nothing but an ant. Hearing Yen Diluted Dust's arrogant voice, Zhang Ruojuan nodded. His eyes were filled with greed, as if Lu Bai was nothing more than a lamb to be slaughtered. There is no strength to speak of. Kid, come over and die obediently. When Yen Diluted Dust set up the formation, Zhang Ruojuan took a step out and looked towards Lu Bai with a haughty face, his voice filled with sarcasm. Upon hearing this, Lu Bai furrowed his brows and exchanged a glance with Nangong Haotian. Seeing the latter nod his head, he took the same step, and the ground land cracked and fell into the formation. Boom! In the next moment, the formation laid down by Yen Dudian emitted a brilliant light, a pillar of light connecting heaven and earth. Beneath their feet, golden formations rotated, mysterious and ancient characters inscribed within them. Bloodthirsty Soul Lock Formation? Seeing this scene, Nangong Haotian furrowed his brows and turned to understand why Yen Wuji and the others had placed this challenge. It turns out that he wanted this young cultivator to take over Lu Bai's heavenly diffusion body. However, it's clear, they're doomed to a basket case, not to mention the fact that Lu Bai's attainments and formations at this point in time were already beyond Zhang Ruojuan's imagination. In front of Nangong Haotian, everything is nothing but confusion. In this formation, you attack each other through a formation laid down by your spiritual power, and whoever falls to the ground loses. The winning side gets this DD of formation. Yen Daoduan's gaze fell on the two of them as he slowly opened his mouth. As he spoke, his right hand turned, and a brown scepter appeared here, and the power of the formations inscribed within it was even more incomparable. The DD of formation was an extremely rare imperial artifact. Yen Daoduan took out this item for a bet, and it was obvious that he had put down blood money. After saying that, Yen Daoduan's gaze landed on Nangong Haotian, the corner of his mouth hooked into a sneer, expecting the latter to come up with what kind of bet. Seeing this, Nangong Haotian raised an eyebrow. I didn't expect this Tianyan divine kingdom to be so petty. Between thoughts, Nangong Haotian a talisman. The talisman of life and death. Seeing the talisman in Nangong Haotian's hands, even if it was a living fossil of the era like the heavenly flame ancestor, his face was covered in shock at this moment. In the great desolate divine realm, in addition to formation masters, spirit weapon masters, and so on, there was also a special profession. That would be the runesmith. If array masters were 1 in a million, then rune masters were a rare breed. Throughout the entire great desolate divine realm, even a rune master with weak strength could be compared to the status of the head of a clan. And those ancient runesmiths, one person is a holy place. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the status of a rune master was. How does he have a life and death rune? Could it be that he's a rune master? No way. If he was a rune master, he definitely wouldn't have appeared in this desolate place in the western region. So how did he obtain such a mysterious rune as the rune of life and death? Yan Zhaoduan let out a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. The talisman of life and death. As the name suggests, when one is attacked by death, you can use this rune to find someone to replace yourself at will, as if you were shifting a flower. This kind of rune could be considered terrifying. And the fact that this person was able to take out something like this as a bet just proved that this person did not come from a big family. There was no other reason. If this person came from a big family, then he would definitely not take this kind of life-preserving rune as a bet. Thinking of this, the greedy desire in Yen Dudian's eyes cried out. If he could obtain this rune, then he would have a few more cards up his sleeve. My beloved disciple, you must win this competition for your master. The corner of Yen Daoduan's mouth hooked up into an arc as his gaze was morose. With Yen Daoduan's command, the bout began. Jia, kid, I advise you to admit defeat. Anyway, you are nothing more than a stepping stone in my eyes to allow me to ascend to the path of the emperor. At that moment, from within the formation, came Zhang Ruojuan's morose smile. As the words fell, he waved out with one hand, rolling his spiritual energy like a monstrous sea. It erupted from his fingertips and transformed into a huge ball of light around him. And then, it spread out towards Lu Bai. 7-star fighting and killing formation. Seeing this, Lu Bai's eyes narrowed and he blurted out. As the words fell, Zhang Ruojuan's smile grew a few points wider. Not bad. This is precisely the 7-star fighting killing formation. Since you recognize it, then you should be well aware of the horror of the 7-star fighting and killing formation. Zhang Ruojuan laughed morosely, his eyes full of rampage. Be good and become my sustenance. I can let you die a painful death. Otherwise. Speaking here, Zhang Ruojuan did not continue, but the meaning was already self-evident. Battle! Lu Bai was fearless and let out a low gulp. His hands continuously intertwined and a formation condensed from his palms, spreading out in all directions. Seeing this, Zhang Ruojuan's face sank as killing intent rolled in his eyes. Kill formation. Rise. Between cold heckles, Zhang Ruojuan slapped out a palm, and then from above the sky, 7 stars condensed out from it. The starlight was bright, and the 7 stars flickered with an icy cold light. Boom! In the next moment, the 7 stars rotated and transformed into 7 figures that covered the world. The spewing power filled the entire bloodthirsty soul-locking formation. Rolling power roared up, and the 7 figures exuded killing intent. The power of killing was incomparably terrifying as it stirred the void. Clang! A sound of a golden gob sounded, and 7 figures rotated. The power of the sky intertwined and enveloped the sky. For a time it was as if a river of stars converged and countless stars twinkled. Boom! Between Zhang Ruojuan's sardonic laughter, countless forces blasted towards Lu Bai. The sky was filled with stars, as if they were falling. The light was radiant, the might destroying and annihilating the entire void. For a time, the entire grand formation shook, and the inside was so white that it was impossible to see the scene within. After a long time, wait until the light dissipates. Zhang Ruojuan's smile suddenly froze, her eyes full of unbelief. How is it possible? Seeing that nothing happened to Lu Bai, Zhang Ruojuan couldn't help but exclaim in shock, his face unsightly. The corner of Lu Bai's mouth hooked up in an arc, and a slightly contemptuous voice rolled out from his throat. Is that all? As the words fell, the formation around him flashed with a dazzling golden light. Golden auras were intertwined in his eyes, as if he was a god. Unbeatable. Your 7-star fighting and killing formation? It's just a third-rate formation. At this time, Lu Bai spoke again, the sarcasm in his tone even greater. Today, I'll let you see what star power is. As the words fell, Lu Bai slapped out his palm, and the spiritual energy in his body surged like a flood breaking the dike. Endless spiritual energy converged above the sky while operating the 9 revolution star technique. Rolling spiritual energy at this moment, transformed into a sky full of stars. Endless light intertwined, flashing with a piercing and eye-catching light. Rumble. The silver light fell and dotted the ground with crystal clear. as the silver formation coalesced, enveloping the entire bloodthirsty soul-locking formation. The terrifying might was quite a bit more terrifying than Zhang Ruojuan's 7-star fighting killing formation, and the power of the killing force made the entire space, as if it had been frozen. How is it possible? At this moment, Zhang Ruojuan had long been frozen in shock. It was hard to imagine that Lu Bai could exert such a terrifying power. As for the outside of the formation, Yen Diluted Dust's face was incredibly somber, his eyes filled with doubt. Tai Yin 9-star technique. How could he possibly master the Tai Yin 9-in formation? Tai Yin 9-star technique. There are 9-star formations. The 7-star fighting and killing formation that Zhang Ruojuan used was from the 7th star of the Tai Yin 9-star formation. Most importantly, the Tai Yin 9 stars art was one of the 3 great mastery arts of the Tai Yin Holy Land. How could he have mastered the full version of the Tai Yin 9 stars art? Could it be that he was from the Tai Yin Holy Land? However, the Tai Yin Sacred Land was not in the Western region, and the different domains checked and balanced each other. If you were to do wrong in the Western region, you would be besieged by the entire Holy Land of the Western region, and the sanction of coming to the Holy Court of God's domain. But, if he wasn't a disciple of the Tai Yin Holy Land, how could he have mastered the Tai Yin 9 stars art? Between thoughts, 7 stars appeared in the formation. Seeing this scene, Zhang Ruojuan's expression was shocked to the extreme. There was no other reason. This formation was none other than the 7-star fighting and killing formation that he himself had just used. How? How is that possible? At this moment, Zhang Ruojuan was shocked beyond words, his voice trembling a bit. How does he know the 7-star fighting and killing formation? This was taught to him by his master. Moreover, Zhang Ruojuan was able to perceive that the 7-star fighting killing formation that Lu Bai had brought into play was more than several times more terrifying than himself. Most importantly, the man in front of you. It's only the early stage of the golden immortal realm. Boom! Between his shock, 7 figures covered the sky, as if gods had descended. Their light flickered, and their endless power engulfed everything, flooding over within the entire bloodthirsty soul-locking formation. But, after a long time, the earth-shattering destructive power dissipated, and Zhang Ruojuan flew out backwards, his body covered in blood and flesh, his breath floating, and his eyes covered in shock. Seeing this scene, the face of Yen Daoduan outside the formation was incredibly gloomy. The divine sense transmitted over. Junior, I'm now mobilizing the power of the killing formation. You cooperate with the killing formation and strip the power from this person's body. As for that master of his, leave it to my master. As the words fell, a ray of Yen Dudian light erupted from his fingertips and disappeared into the formation. And then, a blood-red aura, like an endless pillar of blood, enveloped the entire bloodthirsty soul-locking formation. The monstrous killing intent was like a flood breaking the dike. A gloomy and cold aura stirred within the space. Boom! In the next moment, the pillar of blood engulfed into Zhang Ruojuan's body, and the latter recovered from his injuries in an instant. The eyes were crimson. It was like an ancient ferocious beast that chose people to devour, exuding a chilling aura. Kill! The corners of Zhang Ruojuan's mouth tugged, and hoarse voices surged out from all directions. As the words fell, his hand swung violently, and as if the blood pillars within the space had a spirit, they attacked towards Lu Bai. Seeing this, Lu Bai's face sank, mobilizing the spiritual energy within his body. The universal star technique worked frantically. The sky was filled with stars, radiating a glittering light. Then, a golden flood bell appeared in front of her, enveloping her. Beneath his feet, golden formations intertwined, emanating earth-shattering might. Boom! The vast column of blood was like a sharp arrow, piercing through the air and bombarding the flood bell. A deafening sound erupted, and the entire bloodthirsty soul-lock formation was trembling at the moment. It was as if it was going to fall apart the next moment. Buzz! Above the golden flood bell, mysterious runes flowed with endless light, seemingly chanting with Sanskrit sounds, and the stars in the sky shone brightly, each one seeming to possess monstrous might. Tai Yin 9-star technique. Tai flood bell formation. Outside the formation, Yen Diluted Dust was completely unable to sit still, the greed in his eyes, monstrous. At the moment, breathing was a little short. In the next moment, Yen Daoduan was able to determine that the white-robed man in front of him had mastered the complete Tai Yin 9-star art. If they got it, and paired it with that chance from the Zhang clan's Holy Land, it was believed that it wouldn't take long to touch the legendary sage realm. It seems that coming to the heavenly flame divine kingdom this time has given me a great surprise. Between murmurs, Yen Diluted Dust had already thought of a plan on how to get the Tai Yin 9 stars art. After the strike, there was a great deal of light, the power of the formation, stirring in the air. That flood bell vibrates, the sound as if from across the void, stepping through the ancient times. From the ancient times, boom! The sky was filled with flashes of golden light and stars. A holy aura surged out from that flood bell, transforming into a figure that covered the sky. The formation rotated, emitting an endless aura as rays of light intertwined and blasted down into the formation. The figures saved up, and the monstrous power of the formation coalesced together, turning into a palm that blasted towards Zhang Ruojuan. This palm, carrying the momentum of destruction, was unstoppable. Boom! A sound that shook the sky and the earth rang out. The land under his feet cracked out countless traces. The bloodthirsty soul-locking formation shook apart, and countless blood pillars collapsed, turning into thick blood qi that filled the heavens. Zhang Ruojuan's figure exploded out of the room, slicing through the midair, dripping with blood. The blood qi in the formation seemed to have affected Lu Bai's sanity, and at this moment, there was actually a flash of killing intent in his eyes. The hands formed a formation and slapped the ground. A fierce wind raged from the formation, and the silver-colored formation spread out in all directions. Afterward, a giant sword coalesced in the eye of the formation. The huge silver sword refracted a faint light under the starlight, as if it could tear through heaven and earth. Execute! Lu Bai opened his mouth, his 3,000 long hair tumbling in the gale, killing intent raging in his eyes as he waved one hand out. The silver-colored long sword, accompanied by a sword sound, condensed the power of the formation and flashed a brilliant light in the sky as it blasted towards Zhang Ruojuan. Seeing this scene, Yan Dudian's face changed violently as he shouted angrily, "How dare you!" As the words fell, he then blasted out a palm. The power of the palm shadow was vast. It collided with the silver sword and erupted with a sound that shook the sky and the earth. Put! After the strike, Lu Bai's face turned white, his body wildly withdrew, and a mouthful of reverse blood spurted out. "Get on your knees!" With that, Yan Daoduan struck again, with monstrous anger in his eyes. This Ruojun is the son of the Zhang family in the eastern region. If the latter has an accident, he can't absolve himself of the blame, and that chance, he also has no chance at all. Therefore, nothing can happen to Zhang Ruojun, at least, not until he got that chance. Bang! And right at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared, blocking Yan Dudian's terrifying strike. Nangong Haotian walked from it, standing with his hands in the air, his gaze ancient and unperturbed. It's irrational to lay hands on an early golden immortal cultivator when you're at the peak of an emperor. Nangong Haotian's voice was flat. No joy or sorrow could be heard. As the words fell, Yen Delusion Dust's eyes stared. I didn't expect this waste of a master to be able to block his own strike. It seemed that this person's strength was at least at the peak of the golden immortal realm. But, on second thought, a flash of sarcasm flashed through Yen Dudian's eyes. He was a peak emperor powerhouse, and he even comprehended the Tao of fire. A mere peak golden immortal was like an ant in his eyes. Seek death. Yen Daoduan coldly snorted, flipping his right hand and offering up a spirit sword. The pitch-black body of the sword reflected an icy luster under the sunlight. The lingering sword chi seemed as if it could cut through the void. The sound of the sword's roar even shook the mid-air and tore through the sky. But, just these, in front of Nangong Haotian, it was far from enough. Just as he was about to strike, Yen Wuji's figure suddenly walked over. Lowering his voice, he whispered something to Yen Zhaoduan, before the latter's expression eased. Retracting his long sword, his gaze was grim as he finally turned his head towards Zhang Ruojuan to check the latter's injuries. We won. That DD of formation should belong to us. Nangong Haotian suddenly spoke. As the words fell, the entire palace fell silent. Yen Diluted Dust's chest was even more stumbling, both fists clenched, killing intent rolling in his eyes. Take a deep breath and force yourself to calm down. Throwing the DD of the formation over, he picked up the fainting Zhang Ruojuan and stepped away. Yen Wuji didn't linger either, and followed Yen Yuduan as he left. Go! Nangong Haotian handed the DD of formation to Lu Bai and spoke. The other side. After the two returned to the main hall, Yen Diluted Dust's gaze was grim as he looked at Yen Wuji and spoke coldly. Are you sure what you said is true? 1,000 times true. Yen Wuji hurriedly spoke, not daring to hide anything. It turned out that just as Yen Dudian struck out, Yen Wuji received news from his subordinates. The Supreme Elder of the Nangong Holy Land appeared. A few days ago, a sword mark was found in an uninhabited place in the western region. Yen Wuji could determine that the sword mark was definitely left by the Supreme Elder of the Nangong Holy Land. That guy didn't think he was still alive. When he thought of the Nangong Holy Land's Supreme Elder, Yen Daoduan couldn't help but have a headache. Yen Daoduan had walked for several eras and knew how terrifying an existence that Supreme Elder was. Though he is not a saint will have to treat him with respect, and no one will dare to disobey him. If he really appears in the great desolate divine realm, I'm afraid that this attack on the southern palace Holy Land will have to be slowed down for now. Yen Delusion Dust slowly spoke. However, Yen Wuji, who was on the side, spoke up. Old ancestor, in my opinion, this time is a good opportunity to attack the Nangong Sacred Land. How can I see that? Yen Delusion Dust sniffed. His brows furrowed as he spoke in confusion. Yan Wuji let out a laugh and his face suddenly changed as he spat out a few words from his mouth. Holy Flame Ladder! If I'm not mistaken, that Nangong Holy Land's Supreme Elder had spent some time at the Sacred Flame Steps, only that he didn't know what method he used to walk out of the steps. That sword mark, perhaps it fell somewhere in the western region after the ladder collapsed. Hearing Yan Wuji's voice, Yen Delusion Dust's face was somewhat gloomy. That guy actually entered the Holy Fire Stairs? One must know that the Holy Flame of the Divine Kingdom contained a shocking secret, and although the Holy Flame had not been stolen, it did not mean that the secret behind it had been cracked by him. You let him in? Yen Daochen looked at Yen Wuji with an icy gaze. As the words fell, an invisible pressure enveloped towards Yen Wuji. As the killing intent rolled, the latter's face changed and he could only say stiffly, yes. It was indeed Yen Wuji's ploy for that Nangong Holy Land's Supreme Elder to be able to enter the Sacred Flame Staircase. A few hundred years ago, Yen Wuji accidentally befriended that Supreme Elder, and through the unsullied divine body in Yen Tianqi's body, he lured him to the Sacred Flame Staircase to unlock the secret of the Divine Kingdom's Sacred Flame for himself. It was just that. Later on, Yen Wuji didn't know what method that Supreme Elder had used to actually leave the Sacred Flame Steps, but the Divine Kingdom's Sacred Flame hadn't been stolen, so Yen Wuji didn't really care about it. Hearing what Yen Wuji said, Yen Diluted Dust let out a cold snort. His body's breath shook and blasted Yen Wuji back, his gaze flashing with killing intent. Waste. That guy is mysterious. Is he something you can control? If there's a next time you do something behind my back, I'll kill you. Yen Wuji didn't dare to say anything more and lowered his head, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Since that Supreme Elder has appeared, why is it a good time to attack the Nangong Holy Land? As his anger dissipated, Yen Delusion Dust slowly opened his mouth. As the words fell, Yen Wuji carefully said, back to old ancestor. The Sacred Flame Steps connect countless spaces, and although he escaped from the steps, it doesn't mean that he's in the great desolate divine realm at the moment. Upon hearing this, Yen Delusion Dust pondered for a moment and nodded, agreeing with what Yen Wuji had said. The stairway of the sacred fire, mysterious and incomparable. Even though he had gone through several eras and looked through countless ancient books, he had not been able to find out the origin of the sacred fire ladder. It was only known that the Divine Kingdom's sacred flame did not originally belong to the great desolate divine realm, and that it contained unimaginable chances. But, before we could wait for the fusion, the outsiders got the jump on us. Thinking of this, Yen Duden's gaze was sharp and his killing intent was biting. Since that's the case, when the Yang clan's people arrive, we'll go ahead and attack the Nangong Holy Land. Yen Daoduan stood up and commanded, you go gather a group of forces from the Divine Kingdom and go forward to crush them together. Yes. Yen Wuji spoke with a clenched fist. The words fell and he retreated. At this moment, only Yen Delusion Dust remained in the Great Hall. Want to get your hands on the chances in the Southern Palace secret realm? You guys are still too young. Yen Diluted Dust looked at the sky outside and let out a cold snort as greed filled his eyes. It was clear in his mind that whether it was the Yang family or Yen Wuji, in addition to the Divine Kingdom's sacred flame and the Nangong mysterious realm, they all wanted to take possession of it for themselves. But, in his eyes, Yen Xiaoduan, these things have been his alone for a long time. No one is allowed to get their hands on it. Time passed but a few days. The Yang family's supreme elder, leading the Yang family's crowd, came to the palace together. Grandpa Chioen, seeing the Yang family's supreme elder, Yang Baiwe hurriedly walked over, a face filled with joy. Since Yen Dudu Dust returned to the court, Yang Baiwe was afraid that Yen Wuji would shake out everything he had done, and didn't dare to show her face. Until now, when the supreme elder appeared in, she had the courage to show up. Aha! Yang Chioen nodded, and then his gaze fell on Yen Daochen, before giving a faint smile. Senior brother Daochen, it's been a long time. Ha ha, senior brother is getting younger and younger. Today, Yen Diluted Dust was wearing a black robe, his breath rolling, and as he spoke, the space around him collapsed in all directions. Seeing this scene, Yang Chioen was even more shocked in his heart. It was hard to imagine that after not seeing him for 100 years, Yen Dudian's strength had risen quite a bit more. What a weirdo! Thinking of this, Yang Xiaowen said with a smile on his face, in front of senior brother, how dare I call myself young? On the contrary, senior brother, after several eras, his breath is still thick, so I guess his strength has increased quite a bit again. It's just luck, Yen Daoduan said as he waved his hand. This time, the attack on the Nangong Holy Land was led by the Tianyan Divine Kingdom, uniting the Yang family and a host of other Divine Kingdom forces, and there were several palms of Emperor Great Powers. And the realm of the Golden Immortal was even more numerous. The power was monstrous and vast. Therefore, Nangong Haotian had long ago contacted the Holy Land and told them to prepare their equipment. Seeing this scene, The distant Nangong's beautiful eyes contained anger and her tone was icy cold. We've never known them. Yet we've come over to attack the Nangong's sacred ground. Do you really think we're so easy to bully? If you give the order, Master, disciple can set up a formation now and kill them all. Mr. Nangong, so do I. Not only Nangongyu, but Lu Bai and Void Wukong, who were on the side, also had anger filling their faces at the moment as they looked at these cultivators in front of them, killing intent filling their eyes. However, Nangong Haotian waved his hand and said, no harm done. It's just a bunch of mole crickets. If we suppress them now, then how will the forces behind them attack the southern palace Holy Land? As the words fell, a few faces looked a little confused. Nangongyu was the first to understand and spoke. Old ancestor means the divine realm's sacred pavilion? Nangong Haotian nodded. During this period of time, the divine realm's sacred pavilion hadn't made a sound, so he thought that he was acquiescing to them becoming a holy land. But, if that was the case, how could Nangong Haotian enjoy himself to the fullest and play this game on? Therefore, the only way was for them to jointly attack the Nangong sacred ground, and then be killed by the sacred ground's hand. It was only then that the divine realm's sacred pavilion stepped in to stop the Nangong Holy Land. After all, the heavenly flame divine kingdom was able to involve so many forces. That divine realm's sacred pavilion naturally acquiesced to the divine kingdom in its heart. Boom! Right at this moment, a spatial crack appeared from the sky. A group of figures appeared from a distance. It's him. Nangongyu sniffed and looked, only to see a very familiar shadow among the group of figures. Father, it's them. That figure had obviously discovered them as well, and spoke coldly, looking at Nangongyu with a look that was even more filled with greed. This person was no other than the young cultivator they had a verbal altercation with at the underground boxing ring. Zhao Shuessen, the Zhao family, was a vassal power of the heavenly flame divine kingdom. The family head, Zhao Dingsheng, was at the early stage of emperor cultivation and stood out from the crowd of vassal forces, vaguely showing signs of becoming a branch of the divine kingdom. And Zhao Dingsheng's son was even more rampant. Even when he faced an emperor powerhouse, relying on the Zhao family, he didn't put it in his eyes at all. I never thought that they would meet again today. Oh, at those words, Zhao Dingsheng looked away, killing intent intertwined in his eyes. At the time of the underground boxing ring, Zhao Shuessen left his guards and fled out, lying in front of his father that it was Nangong Haotian and the others who were looking for trouble to put him to death. Zhao Dingsheng was outraged beyond measure when he found out. Just as he landed on the ground, he slapped out a palm and blasted towards the Nangong Haotian and several people. Seeing this, the crowd looked surprised, but did not stop. After all, the divine kingdom's sovereign valued the Zhao family, and they didn't want to touch the Zhao family's brow at this time. Furthermore, people Yen Wuji hadn't even said anything, so what were they doing here to make a scene? Yen Wuji on the other side naturally noticed this scene, but just snorted coldly and did not make a move. It's none of his business if the Zhao family wants to die, but an early-stage emperor, daring to make a move against Nangong Haotian and the few of them? It's so uninformed. In between his thoughts, the palm that Zhao Dingsheng swung out landed violently. Nangongyu's face sank and he was just about to strike. On the side, Lu Bai took the lead in condensing a formation, and a greenish-colored light enveloped them. The palm's shadow blasted down, erupting with a deafening sound. When the dust cleared, Lu Bai retrieved the formation and several people were unharmed. Seeing this scene, the crowd was shocked in their eyes. Even Zhao Dingsheng's eyes flashed with a flash of surprise, although he hadn't used his full strength in that palm just now. An emperor's strike wasn't something an early golden immortal griffin could take. He's actually still alive. As for Zhao Shuessen, when he saw Lu Bai strike, it was as if he had seen a ghost. His expression was shocked beyond belief. He thought that Lu Bai had long since died in the underground boxing ring, and the road had disappeared into the clouds. We have no grievances or enmity with you. Why are you striking out at us? Nangongyu's beautiful eyes contained anger as she spoke coldly. As the words fell, Zhao Dingsheng let out a cold laugh. You still need a reason to abuse and kill ants? Die for me. As the words fell, Zhao Dingsheng slapped another palm. With that, a palm shadow manifested, vibrating in the void, emitting a faint golden light. It blasted towards Nangongyu. Humph! Seeing this, Nangongyu's beautiful eyes rolled over in anger. With a flip of his right hand, he offered the violet smoke sword and swung it towards the void. The sword's shadow cut through midair, carrying monstrous spiritual energy as it gulped out in Zhao Dingsheng's direction. Boom! The two forces collided and a shocking sound erupted. Waves of air rolled and spread out in all directions. After one strike, the two were evenly matched. Seeing this scene, the crowd on the side looked even more shocked. Zhao Dingsheng was an emperor powerhouse, and everyone in the entire heavenly flame divine kingdom knew it. However, I didn't expect this young female cultivator to be able to be on par with Zhao Dingsheng. Could it be that this person was likewise an emperor powerhouse? Thinking of this, the crowd withdrew the contempt they had felt before, and their eyes were filled with envy. Anyone who could cultivate to the emperor exalt realm was an unparalleled existence. Again, seeing Nangong block his palm, Zhao Dingsheng's face crossed with shame and anger as he shouted angrily. In the next moment, a halberd appeared in his hand. Voltron Divine Strike. As the words fell, Zhao Dingsheng waved his halberd, the spiritual energy in his body blossoming out and shaking the sky, transforming into a halberd shadow, the whole body resembling a gold infusion, exuding a shocking and earth-shattering aura. Under the emperor, all are ants. Even the golden immortal powerhouses all felt a great killing chance at this moment, and they all retreated 100 meters, with shock in their eyes. Boom! A halberd was swung out. The shadow trembled, as if a river of stars was falling down. The light was bright. The power was endless. The momentum was destructive, carrying a monstrous force. Towards Nangong Yu Hao ran attacked. Seeing this, Nangong Yu's pretty face was covered in frost. Return to one sword technique. Being in the heavenly flame divine kingdom, she did not use the southern palace secret art. A sword was swung out, and the spiritual energy in his body surged, manifesting countless sword shadows. In the end, the sword shadows reunited and coalesced into a sword shadow that covered the sky. Above the sword shadow, might rolled and power was monstrous, as if a flood had broken the dike, splitting the surrounding sky in two. And then, the two forces collided. A shocking sound erupted from the center of the force, and a mushroom cloud spread out. The surrounding land is even cracked out countless traces. The sky shakes, rolling waves of air. The dust will be stirred in mid-air, covering the sky. The crowd cannot see the scene. Boom! After the strike, Zhao Dingsheng's figure retreated wildly in all directions, smashing hard on top of the ground, the land crumbling apart, and in front of the crowd, a deep, bottomless pit appeared. Hiss! Seeing this scene, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air, their eyes filled with shock. Zhao Dingsheng, whose cultivation was already that of an emperor in great power, was actually beaten by a young cultivator in such a sorry state? How is this possible? Even Yan Wuji was a little hard to speak at the moment. Unexpectedly, the Nangong Holy Maiden, who had fused the holy flame of the divine kingdom, was able to erupt with such a terrifying power. Fortunately, he had secretly sent a message to Nangong Haotian yesterday that the heavenly flame divine kingdom would not make a move against the Holy Land. It was just to swindle the Yang family and those affiliated forces of the divine kingdom. Now that those affiliated forces of the divine kingdom, each and every one of them were full of reserves, and now that the heavenly flame divine kingdom had lost the divine kingdom's sacred flame, if they were to continue to indulge like this, sooner or later, these affiliated forces would betray the divine kingdom. At that time, I'm afraid that the heavenly flame divine kingdom would be unable to support itself alone. Therefore, taking advantage of this opportunity was also a great time to liquidate the affiliated forces and ensure the rule of the divine kingdom. Only, he did not inform Yen Dudian of these. If the latter struck out blatantly, it would have nothing to do with himself. Furthermore, Yen Daoduan was the peak of an emperor, and he had even comprehended the power of the great Tao. Yen Wuji also didn't think that there was anyone in the southern palace sacred ground who was comparable to the old ancestor other than that supreme elder. Between thoughts, Nangong Yu took a step out, a pair of beautiful eyes intertwined with killing intent. She already had a bellyful of fire hidden with no place to vent it, and now here comes a leather ball for venting. Wow! A sword was swung out, and a sword aura carried monstrous might as it gulped out and blasted towards Zhao Dingsheng. With this strike, Nangong Yu's strike could be described as extremely vicious. Zhao Dingsheng's face changed violently, wanting to put out resistance, but under this sword shadow, his own power was weak and incomparably weak, and he was simply no match for Nangong Yu. Only a muffled sound could be heard, and Zhao Dingsheng's body was instantly turned into a mist of blood. Seeing this scene, the crowd was frozen to the extreme at this moment. It was a long time before words could be spoken. No, only after a long time did Zhao Shuesen's hysterical roar ring out. At this moment his eyes were scarlet, his heart was filled with killing intent, and he had long lost his mind. Swinging his fist towards Nangong Yu, the latter's brows furrowed as she prepared to strike, when a force was the first to rush in and dissolve this fist shadow. Monarch of the Kingdom of God. Upon seeing this person, the crowd was stunned. I didn't expect the Divine Kingdom Monarch to step in to block this punch at this time. Yen Wuji's gaze was indifferent as he looked at Zhao Shuesen and slowly spoke. Alright. As the words fell, the rolling spiritual energy blasted down towards Zhao Shuesen. At those words, the latter's face changed. Divine sense recovered. And then his face turned pale for a while, drenched in cold sweat, and his eyes were filled with horror. In that instant just now, it was as if he saw mountains of corpses and seas of blood, a figure slaughtering everything in a terrifying manner. These were all mental spells used by Yen Wuji, and at his level of strength, he was able to visualize all things with a single thought. My Lord Sovereign, forgive me for my abruptness. The Divine Kingdom Sovereign had struck, and no amount of anger on his part would help, not to mention the fact that his own father had fallen among them, and nothing would help except to find the Zhao family's long-vanished old ancestor. Aha! Yen Wuji nodded and did not say much, but a flash of essence crossed his eyes. Although he was a monarch of a country with numerous subordinate forces, they did not obey his orders. Rather, it was the heavenly flame Divine Kingdom, or at the behest of Yen Delusion Dust. Now that the Divine Kingdom had lost the sacred flame, it was all the more important for one to form a force that was uniquely their own. In this way, it is possible to survive in this divine realm. It was said that the Zhao family's supreme elder was nowhere to be found and had perhaps fallen. However, Yen Wuji knew that the Zhao clan's old ancestor had not fallen and had been imprisoned in the Forbidden Land. Also, it was very easy to find him. All that was needed was the blood of their clan's descendants. That's why he didn't care about Zhao Dingxing's death, but only saved Zhao Xuesen. Between thoughts, Yen Deluded Dust suddenly spoke, set out to attack the Nangong Holy Land. As the words fell, the crowd withdrew their minds and followed Old Man Tianyan. Stepping into the teleportation array, Nangong Holy Land, rolling black clouds pressed down on the city. Nangong Junyi stood in front of the Holy Land. The Nangong sacred sword manifested in his hand. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his Dao robe moved without wind. Wow! Ghost Valley Scourge, Wan Lon Yuan, Nangong Chenwu, and a group of shadows appeared behind Nangong Junyi. Their bodies were haunted by monstrous auras, and their eyes were angered with rolling battle intent. Although he did not say half a sentence, Nangong Junyi had already understood it. A light laugh was given and no more words were spoken. Wow! Just then, a muffled voice tore through the sky, and then, a 10,000 feet long spatial crack appeared above the void, densely packed with silhouettes like locusts, exuding a monstrous and biting aura that shook the space. They're coming! Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes narrowed, cold aura flickered in their eyes, and killing intent erupted from them. Nangong Junyi, icy cold to the extreme. Voices surged over from all directions as Yen Duden took the lead in speaking. That peak Emperor Zun's aura blasting down, landing on top of the entire Holy Land. Boom! In the next moment, the southern palace sacred ground erupted into a sky of light as countless formations intertwined, transforming into a figure that covered the sky as its endless aura collapsed and filled the sky. Sensing this aura, Yen Dudian frowned. Unexpectedly, the formations of the Nangong Holy Land were so hard, and this breath was vaguely familiar to him, as if he had seen it somewhere. Without further thought, Yen Deluded Dust's icy voice fell once again. Those who wait for my God's kingdom will be killed without pardon. As the words fell, Nangong Junyi took a step out, his black hair drifting down in mid-air, and between his words, he was full of sarcasm. That Yen Tianqi is nothing more than a pawn of your heavenly flame Divine Kingdom, and if you want to move my Holy Land, you can give it a try. During this period of time, Nangong Junyi had already stepped into the 5th level of the Emperor's realm, and his cultivation was through and through, and even when he faced the heavenly flame ancestor, he was still unafraid. Hearing this, there was anger spewing from Yen Dudian's eyes, just ready to strike. A sight of Yen Wuji but suddenly offered a plan. Old ancestor, killing a chicken does not use a cattle knife. Recently the Yang family is too rampant. How about letting them strike first? Break their sharpness. Yen Daoduan's right hand stalled, and a flash of brilliance erupted from his eyes. Nodding his head, his gaze landed on Yang Qiuan, and he spoke faintly. Senior brother Yang, I heard that a few decades ago, the Yang family produced an emperor great power that was invincible in the same realm. So I appreciate it. Between light smiles, Yen Deluded Dust's eyes flickered with a refined aura, the meaning of which was self-evident. After Yang Qiuan heard this, an old face was gloomy. But he knew how terrifying Yen Daoduan's strength was. Not to mention him, even the entire Yang family was not a match for this Yen Deluded Dust. Mu Feng, Yang Qiuan spoke in a deep voice. Child is here. At this moment, a man walked over from the back of the crowd, his body haunted with the cultivation of an emperor's 3rd gravity, his aura biting and his gaze somber. Yang Mu Feng, the contemporary head of the Yang family. Uncle, don't worry, the little Nangong Holy Land isn't a match for me yet. Yang Mu Feng glanced at Yen Wuji, who was gloating on the side, and spoke in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Yang Qiuan nodded and spoke. Be careful. Yes, Yang Mu Feng replied, and as his words fell, his figure appeared in front of the Nangong Holy Land. A pair of gloomy gazes fell on Nangong Junyi, and an icy voice rolled out from his throat. Do you ever remember me? Nangong Junyi let out a laugh, took a step out, and spoke aloud. Naturally, the underlings are defeated. 100 years ago, The two families had a family war over a spirit stone mine. Many clansmen from both sides fell among them, ending with Nangong Junyi defeating Yang Mufeng with his palm. For this reason, Yang Mufeng's anger had been hidden in his heart for 100 years, and today he had come for revenge. 100 years have passed. I have long since not been the same as I was at the beginning. Today I will use your blood to sacrifice the dead souls of my clan from 100 years ago. Between cold grunts, Yang Mufeng took the lead. The longsword tumbled in his hand as he swung it out, and a brilliant sword aura gulped out. Just by you? Seeing this, the corner of Nangong Junyi's mouth hooked into a disdainful arc. The Nangong sacred sword in his hand was crossed, and the sword light flashed, icy cold to the extreme. Bang! Sword shadows collided and dust rolled. The land around them crumbled and spread out in all directions. After one strike, the two were evenly matched. Yang Mufeng's eyes were mingled with anger as he swung his sword again. One sword lingered. As the words fell, a brilliant light of the sword, like a star dazzling the world, carried a destructive power as it blasted towards Nangong Junyi. The sword shadow was so powerful that wherever it went, it was split in two. The air around them also collapsed at this moment. Dragon Elephant Prison Suppression Technique. Nangong Junyi looked undaunted, retrieving his long sword. His eyes flashed with essence before he slapped out a palm. A monstrous ocean of spiritual energy surged out, condensing a dragon and elephant silhouette above. The two divine beasts covered the world. Their elephant trunks curled the sky, and 10,000 feet of space shattered. That divine dragon was even more powerful, covering the sky and darkening the entire space with gray. Between the roar of the elephant and the roar of the dragon, endless power blasted down. The void shattered, and roiling spiritual energy spread across the firmament. Boom! Beneath the immense power, the sword shadow was like brittle paper, annihilating in the void. The dragon elephant shadow's aura, however, did not diminish in the slightest, carrying a destructive force that blasted through 10,000 feet of space and landed on Yang Mufeng as much as it could. Wow! The power was too terrifying. It was simply not something he could withstand. After the strike, Yang Mufeng's body slashed through the midair and retreated 10,000 feet explosively, ruthlessly smashing on top of the ground. His body covered in blood and flesh, and his breath was floating. Nangong Junyi withdrew his hand, indifference in his eyes, and then a sword was swung out. The sword landed on Yang Mufeng and erupted with monstrous power, the latter's body turning into a bloody mist. The divine sense escaped, but was blown away by Nangong Junyi's sword. At this point, Yang Mufeng Dao dissipated. Hiss! Seeing this scene, the forces that had come to attack the Nangong Holy Land all sucked in a breath of cold air. Yang Mufeng, who was in the third level of the Emperor's realm, just fell into the hands of Nangong Junyi? How is this possible? For a time, the crowd felt the desire to retreat, but those who just had such thoughts were slapped to death by Yin delusion dust, and their divine souls fell. How dare you! In the void, anger erupted in Yang Qiuan's eyes and he shouted angrily, slammed out a palm. The palm shadow that covered the sky carried monstrous might, towards the several people of Nangong Junyi. The vastness pushed away. Nangong's secret art, holy sword heavenly punishment. Seeing this scene, Nangong Junyi did not hold back. A torrent of spiritual energy surged into the Nangong sacred sword, and then the sword stabbed out with a brilliant sword light that flickered with an icy cold light that stretched out above the void. Boom! The rolling sword shadow was 10,000 feet, and for a moment, the entire heaven and earth appeared to be extremely small. A sword was swung out, and 10,000 feet of sword shadows seemed to fall like a river of stars, splitting heaven and earth in two. It collided with the palm shadow and erupted with a heaven-destroying might. A mushroom cloud that roared and shook in this side of the world. The mighty power was so great that it connected heaven and earth. Endless spiritual energy stirred in space, and 10,000 feet of air collapsed. Rolling waves of air even swept over, and for a time the mountains and rivers turned upside down, and the sun and moon sank. After a long time, wait until the dust clears. Countless gullies appeared in front of the crowd, and what was even more shocking, Yang Qiuan's clothes were tattered and torn, an old face was pale and panting, his eyes were shocked, unable to imagine that Nangong Junyi's strength was so terrifying. On the contrary, after the strike, Nangong Junyi's body was as solid and unmoving as an old tree coiling its roots, standing with his arms folded, his expression indifferent, killing intent flowing in his eyes. An ice-cold voice came from his mouth. 100 years ago, your Yang family designed to brutalize my Nangong disciples, and now you even want to attack the Nangong sacred ground? You are so greedy. But in front of my Nangong Holy Land, they are nothing more than ants. Since you want to die, I will fulfill you. As the words fell, the long sword in Nangong Junyi's hand stood up. Within the holy sword, endless power rolled, and the entire Nangong Holy Land trembled at the moment. Points of golden light, like the stars in the sky, filled the sky with light. And then, Countless rays of light fell into the Nangong sacred sword, a terrifying sword shadow, surging out from the sword body, eternally in the void, with a monstrous might that covered the world. Nangong's secret art, holy sword, heavenly punishment. The golden sword shadow was like gold irrigation, cutting through the surrounding sky. A sword was swung out. 10,000 feet of sword shadow was like a flood breaking through the dike. Monstrous power stirred in the middle of heaven and earth, and brilliant light shone in the entire world. Boom! Wherever the sword shadow went, heaven and earth split in two, yin and yang separated, and everything sank. This sword carried the will of the Holy Land. Seeing this scene, that young Chioan's face was filled with shock. In a panic, he slapped out several palms. The palm shadow was monstrous, as if a fierce tiger had descended from the mountain, and its power was unstoppable. But, in front of the will of the Holy Land, everything seemed so pale. But in a breath, the palm shadow collapsed. Boom! The golden sword shadow was like a star falling down. The light of the sword blossomed out. The rolling power was declared in this moment, blasting down on Yang Chioan. After one strike, Yang Chioan was drenched in blood. His breath was weak, and he ruthlessly smashed on the ground, his life and death unknown. Upon seeing this scene, the entire void fell silent and a pin could be heard. The crowd looked shocked, and their hearts even set off huge waves. It was inconceivable that Nangong Juni's strength was so terrifying. Strong as the Yang family's supreme elder, he was no match for the Nangong Holy Land? In that case, just by them, they still wanted to attack the Nangong Holy Land? How is that possible? For a while, the crowd also came to their senses. There were countless opportunities in the Nangong mysterious realm, but they also had to have lives to take them. The people were not fools and knew that the Nangong Holy Land was not something they could provoke. And when Yen diluted dust in the void saw this scene, his face was incredibly gloomy, anger hovering in his eyes. A bunch of trash. He thought that Yang Chioan's strength would increase a lot after 100 years of seclusion, but he didn't expect it to still be so bad. Please also ask the old ancestor to make a move. To the side, Yen Wuji bowed his head and cupped his fists as he spoke. The words fell, but a flash of essence crossed the bottom of his eyes. Yen Wuji knew that the strongest battle force among the Nangong Holy Land was still among their crowd. With the way it looked now, I'm afraid that Nangong Haotian's strength was much stronger. Even if the old ancestor defeated Nangong Juni, he faced Nangong Haotian. Thinking of this, Yen Wuji laughed coldly in his heart, but on the surface, he was breezy and his face was sincere to the core. Humph! Upon hearing this, Yen diluted dust let out a cold snort as he took a step out, and the entire void distorted together. For a while, the clouds were thick and the thunder rolled, as if it was the end of the world. Seeing this scene, Nangong Juni's eyes narrowed as he knew the real threat was coming. The Nangong sacred sword in his hand emitted a sword roar, and he was full of battle intent. The faces of the people behind him were even more undaunted, and they all offered up the weapons in their hands, ready to fight him. Boom! Yen Daoduan landed on the ground. The void around him ruptured, the land under his feet collapsed, and the surrounding area was turned into a place of death and silence. Sentimental gazes fell on the crowd. Yen diluted dust spoke contemptuously. You all, together. As his voice fell, Yen diluted dust could be described as arrogant to the extreme. However, they knew that this person was already at the peak of Empyrean and had vaguely stepped into the realm of half-saints. They must not be taken lightly. Strike together! Nangong Juni's eyes changed as the long sword in his hand stabbed out a blazing sword aura. Nangong's secret art. One sword pouring into the heavens. The sword shadows swept through the sky with a mighty power. Immediately afterward, Wan Long Yuan also slapped out a palm. Dragon Elephant Prison Suppression Technique. The 10,000 Thunders Whip Technique. Holy Sword Chi. Ghost Valley Scourge and Nangong Chenwu also struck out. And for a time, the sword's shadow shook the void. And the divine beast stepped through the eternities and came roaring. The entire heaven and earth, as if it had been plunged into trembling. The sky shook. The mountains and rivers collapsed. And the sky was filled with spiritual energy spread across the firmament. Countless forces stomped out, blasting towards Yen Dudian. Weak. Too weak. However, these forces that were enough to make a crowd of great powers feel intimidated were unbearable in Yen Dudian's eyes. And with a maniacal laugh, the power within his body, as if it were a river flooding, surged out towards the sky. As the words fell, he slapped out with one hand. The terrifying power was monstrous and surging, stirring in midair. A Buddha statue's shadow coalesced and covered the sky, as if it connected heaven and earth. Boom! Immediately afterward, that Buddha statue slapped out a palm. 10,000 feet of palm shadow, carrying a power that made people tremble, covered towards the crowd. Boom! The palm shadow was devastating and mighty, colliding with the sword shadow divine beast, erupting with earth-shattering sounds, and for a time, everything was reduced to pieces and drifted down to the sky. and the entire heaven and earth fell into it. But, after one strike, Yen Diluted Dust's power was too terrifying to be Yen Diluted Dust's opponent. He spat out blood and flew 10,000 meters backwards before he was able to stand. The power of this man. Wanlong Yuan's eyes were filled with horror. He had already stepped into the ranks of the emperor, but he also possessed a dragon vein, and his strength was unimaginable. But in front of Yen Zhaoduan, he was like a mole cricket, unable to take a single blow. You guys stand down. Letting out a deep breath, Nangong Junyi spoke. No, we live and die with the Holy Lord. Nangong Chenwu, however, opened his mouth to laugh. Wanlong Yuan also took a step forward. That's right, we will never retreat. On the side, Ghost Valley Scourge spoke. My life belongs to Mr. Hao Tian, as well as the Nangong Holy Land. Hearing this, Nangong Junyi let out a faint smile. Then his face changed. His gaze fell on Yen Zhaoduan, and he opened his mouth. In that case, then we will kill. As the words fell, the power of the holy sword tumbled in his hand. Killing intent filled his eyes, and with a roar of rage, he joined the crowd in sacrificing his strongest power, blasting towards Yen Dudian. The clouds over the Nangong family were thick, and a vicious battle was imminent. The power of Nangong Junyi's holy sword pushed right into Yen Zhaochun's face, and Yen Zhaochun smiled faintly. I didn't expect the Nangong family to produce such a character. After saying that, with a wave of his hand, a huge shield appeared in front of him, stiffly blocking the attack from Nangong Junyi. Is this all you guys have? What a waste of the Nangong family's treasures, Yen Daoduan said, looking at the Nangong family's crowd with a sneer on his face, and at the same time, thinking of the Nangong family's secret realm and treasures. He couldn't help but reveal a greedy look. Seeing this, Nangong Junyi's figure lurched and threw out his holy sword. The holy sword settled above Yen Dudian's head, manifesting countless sword shadows that constantly intertwined and hovered in the sky. Amazing entry! Nangong Junyi let out a violent yell, and countless sword shadows pointed at Yen Zhaoduan in unison, pouring down like a torrential downpour. Yen Daoduan didn't dare to be slow. His hands continued to make seals, and countless flame-like inscriptions spewed out from them. It turned into a fire dragon twisting and entangling with countless sword shadows. Nangong Junyi's body was constantly trembling and sweating. On the contrary, although Yen Zhaoduan had a serious face, he was quite a bit more relaxed than Nangong Junyi. Wanlong Yuan and Nangong Chenyu rushed to help. Wanlong Yuan slapped out a poem. Dragon Elephant Prison Suppression Technique. Holy Spirit Excalibur. The spiritual energy of the two killed out together with their sword chi, transforming into a divine beast with swords as scales all over its body as it galloped towards Yen Dudian. Ha! Carving! Yen Daochun let out a contemptuous cry, and then a giant dragon covered in lava had been drilling out of Yen Daochun's hand. That huge dragon swallowed the divine beast in one gulp, and then with unabated might, it charged straight towards the two of them. The two proceeded to block it, but there was nothing they could do, and they were still toppled by the dragon tens of thousands of meters into the air. The dragon turned into another fireball and slammed the duo into the ground again. The space aside actually rippled and the sky became more gloomy. The wounds of the two were already bloody. Not expecting such a disparity in strength, the two fainted with their heads tilted. Yen Zhaoduan's attack was even stronger. Countless fire dragons gathered into one piece to form a fire sword, stabbing straight towards the holy sword. A mouthful of blood sprayed out from Nangong Junyi, and he was actually knocked out hundreds of meters, finally collapsing to the ground, his body drenched in blood. Old ancestor, save me! Nangong Junyi shouted. Ha ha, no one can save you. Obediently be my sustenance. Yen Diluted Dust laughed in an unrestrained and arrogant manner, and the fire sword in his hand chopped down in response. What's going on? Yen Daoduan only felt that the fire sword could no longer chop down after a beat. When the smoke cleared, a flamboyant young man appeared there, his sword clasped between two fingers, looking at him with a face of contempt. Elder ancestor. So it's you. Be buried with them, Yen Daoduan said angrily. It turned out that the people who came were none other than Nangong Haotian, Lu Bai, Nangong Yu and Void Wukong, who also followed close behind to support the Nangong family. Seeing that he couldn't kill the Nangong family head, Yen Daoduan was annoyed to the core. Immediately, he quickly swung his sword, and his sword chi transformed into countless galloping cavalrymen, all of them fierce and vicious, holding curved swords and wearing heavy armor. What, old ancestor? Today I will send you to your death. Yen Daoduan sneered. Old ancestor, be careful. You or girl, don't worry about me. Nangong Haotian looked at the galloping cavalry without any fear, and at some point, he took out a pen from his bosom again, and actually began to draw. Kid, are you ready to write your suicide note? Don't worry, I'll give you time to write it later. Ha 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 ha. Nangong Haotian remained silent. The paintbrush in his hand flew like a dragon, and in a short while it took shape. And the figures on the portrait were in great power. And they were clearly the door gods of Nangong Haotian's world, Duke Qin and Duke Yuchi. What? Impossible. How could you possibly summon such a powerful one? Only the two gate gods were clad in golden armor, with furious brows, looking at the thousands of troops and horses that were coming in a Mercedes-Benz. With a wave of his great mace, Duke Qin's thousands of troops instantly disappeared as if they had been destroyed. What a strong power of the great Tao. What kind of monster is this old ancestor? Is he a god? Obviously. These two door gods were drawn to be two great Tao emperor powerhouses. The crowd was talking in horror. Yang family Yang Qiu and Heart, also greatly appalled, began to regret to come here. The other old ancestor, a painting to Yen, diluted dust in seconds. Then their Yang family is not a matter of a snap of the fingers. Yen Zhaoduan's spell was broken and he directly fell to the ground, spitting out blood. In fact, there was no need for Nangong Haotian to be so ostentatious. Yen Zhaoduan's strength was too weak, but today this was done for only one thing, and that was to establish authority. Only then could the great sects submit, the divine realm sacred pavilion pay attention, and the entire great desolate divine realm be afraid. Wait, don't kill me. I'm willing to give away all of my lifelong treasures and techniques, and I can make the heavenly flame divine kingdom submit to the southern palace sacred land. Yen Daoduan was truly scared. He now realized what a terrifying figure he had provoked. Joke, half a painting beat him to death. How can this be compared? It's not even on the same level. It's too late to know to beg for mercy now. Nangong Haotian smiled and said gently, only to see Yuchi Gong's huge sword slashing down, as if it was unstoppable as water breaking the dike. All the crowd could hear was the sound of space tearing apart and Yen Zhaoduan's miserable screams. Ah! It was a pity that Yen diluted dust's thousands of years of cultivation had such deep power, and it ended with a scream. The scene was silent. Everyone was immersed in great shock. Yen Wuji was even more horrified in his heart, and it was too late for him to catch up. However, there was a man in the crowd dressed in a black robe that was filled with admiration, and then with a scowl, he stepped out of the crowd. Divine Realm Holy Pavilion has a decree. The Nangong family's power is strong, virtue and talent. When the Holy Land is sealed Nangong Junyi is the Holy Lord. May in the future the upper can bear the will of heaven and earth. The lower can save the 10,000 people in the downfall of the people. Today's battle is not an unrighteous battle. The Holy Pavilion would like all of you to withdraw your troops from here on out to repair your old relationship. The crowd was in a state of confusion when they heard it. One is to be spared the calamity of not having to perish here, and the other is to bow down to the Nangong family again. It's not that they're afraid of not being accepted, but they're afraid of retaliation. With this old ancestor, they're just ants. We pay our respects to the Holy Lord. Everyone knelt down in unison and raised their voices. A moment ago he was cross-eyed. Now he's groveling. Thinking of this, Nangong Haotian sneered. Sir, our heavenly flame divine kingdom would like to submit to the Nangong Holy Land. I will immediately propose a recruitment to make Nangong you a saintly maiden and provide for her for generations to come. What do you think, sir? Yen Wuji cautiously came forward and said, yes, but you will stay in the Nangong clan and not go to your heavenly flame divine kingdom. Can. Of course can. Today's fact in fact is subject to that old little childitis delusional dust due to. Today did not bring any gift. Another day I boarded the door to apologize. Yen Wuji was ecstatic when he saw that Nangong Haotian didn't blame him, and hurriedly led the people back. The people also took their leave one by one, except for the Yang family, who looked at them angrily for a long time before going. The two gate gods also transformed into two paintings glued to the door of the Nangong family's residence, which would also be the gate gods of the great desolate divine realm in the future. Inside an attic with heavy snow flying, an old man was slowly sipping tea. Xiao Mei, cook it slowly. If it's fast, the flavor will be spoiled. Well, it seems that the western region is going to change. Everything is finally calm again. After this fiasco had passed, the disciples had grown quite a bit, and each of them trained hard, not daring to slack off in the slightest. They all hoped that in case something else happened in the future, they could contribute, and the heaven and earth rankings were changing every day. The Nangong family's outer disciple enrollment office was almost bursting at the seams, and the Nangong family's reputation in the western region was getting louder and louder, attracting the love of countless youths. The disciples' cultivation still needs to be strengthened, as well as the Nangong family's cultivation resources and instruments need to be procured. And by the way, remember to also renovate the Nangong family. For one thing, those bastards smashed a lot of things last time. And secondly, we need to recruit new disciples. After all, we are a holy land now. Nangong Haotian instructed Nangong Junyi on the matters of the Holy Land one by one. Report. What is it? Greetings, Holy Lord. The imperial family of the northern martial dynasty of the eastern continent has sent an envoy to visit. Nangong Junyi glanced at Nangong Haotian in surprise. The eastern continent was a place with a huge landmass, And the sect forces there could be much more numerous and much deeper than in the western region. The eastern continent is the richest place in the great desolate divine realm, and they have always looked down on us barbarians and small states, even if they are in the same holy land. Why did they initiate the visit? Dongzhou. Ha, Dongzhou ah. What are you talking about? Old ancestor? Oh, it's nothing. Let's go. Let's go meet the North Martial emissary. After saying that, Nangong Haotian slowly got up and walked towards the council hall. Beiwu envoy Lu Haoling greets Lord Sacred Lord. An old man with a thin figure and snow-white hair slowly stood up and gave a deep salute. Mister, no need to be polite. This western region of ours is thousands of miles away from the eastern continent. It's really hard for you, but I don't know what is the reason for your visit this time. Ah, I was sent by His Majesty to come here. His Majesty has admired you for a long time, and this time it is to invite Lord Holy Lord to our Northern Martial Dynasty to visit and talk with His Majesty. And our Northern Martial Dynasty is very much welcoming the Nangong family to move into our Northern Martial Dynasty. Nangong Junyi was very shocked after hearing this, and was also a bit moved. After all, the eastern continent is much better than the western region. Don't be in a hurry to agree yet. Wait for me to explore the situation. It was the old ancestor's transmission note. Nangong Junyi stabilized his mind, and just as he was about to open his mouth, Nangong Haotian answered first. Sir, do not know. The Holy Land was first established. My father's affairs are busy. I'm afraid I have no time to go to your country. If your Majesty does not mind, I would like to go to your country on behalf of my father. Nangong Junyi was stunned upon hearing this, and somewhat at a loss for words. He looked towards his son Nangong Haotian. Junyi, quickly agree. It's safer for me to go on a mission to the Northern Martial Dynasty and visit an old friend on the way. Since the old ancestor had said so, he could only agree, but Nangong Junyi still had some worries in his heart. The words of the dog's son in the right moment are very true. What's more, in recent days the affairs are busy. First send the dog's son on a mission to your country, and I will certainly come to the door to thank you in the next day. The old man was stunned for a moment after hearing this. Looking at the unassuming Nangong Haotian, his heart praised. Although he didn't bring back Nangong Junyi, bringing back this kid wasn't too bad. That's fine. I'll come to fetch your excellency in 3 days to travel to my North Martial. After the event, a large banquet was held in the Nangong residence to entertain the emissary and to send off the old ancestor. Old ancestor, do you really want to go to the Northern Martial Dynasty? Nangong Yu asked with wide eyes, his eyes filled with reluctance. Right. You should practice well at home. Don't be lazy. Oh, I'll be back to check on homework. So when are you coming back? Old ancestor? Soon. What? You miss me before you leave? After saying that, he touched Nangong Yu's head. Che, no way. Nangong Yu said, and with a twist of her head, she ran away. Behind him came Nangong Haotian's cheerful laughter. Great moon god, you must bless old ancestor's smooth return. A beautiful girl, kneeling on her bed, praying in front of the moonlight. Who is it if not Nangong Yu? When it was finally time to depart, the people of the Nangong clan all came to see the old ancestor off. Old Haotian, you must come back early, Nangong Yu almost said out loud. Nangong Junyi glared angrily at Nangong Yu and said in a low voice, who told you to call your old ancestor by his name? Old ancestor won't blame me. You girl. Before the words were finished, a voice came from the airship above. Father, I'm leaving, take care of yourself and run the Nangong clan well. When Nangong Junyi heard these words, he almost fell down and broke out in a cold sweat. Definitely. Don't worry. Finally Nangong Junyi shouted. The North Martial Dynasty's airships were the most prestigious in the entire Great Desolate Divine Realm, and the airships were fully implemented, with everything from small toilets to large bathhouses. The things on the bearboat could make Tianyan Divine Kingdom Monarchian Wuji linger, not to mention the Beiwu Imperial Palace. Thinking of this, Nangong Haotian was also quite expectant, and then took out another pair of mirrors. Hiss, why is this Nangong Gong Gong so stinky? Even if he is a bit more handsome, a big old man doesn't need to look in the mirror. Hush, shut up and do your job as a squire or lose your job, son. The mirror image turned. Every corner of the Nangong family was clear. Nangong Haotian smiled smugly. It was also considered remote monitoring. In the future, they would rely on this to contact Nangong Junyi and Yu, rather like the video calls in that world again. Suddenly a piece of paper floated out of Nangong Yu's room, and on it was a big Wang Bao, on which was written Old Ancestor. Nangong Haotian's face turned green, and then he saw Nangong Yu rush out to pick the paper back up. This girl, she's getting naughtier every day. Nangong Haotian thought to himself. The mirror was then put back hard. TSK, see, the more handsome you look, the more inferior you are, the more troublesome you are. This time you know the benefits of being ugly, right? You're such a chatterbox. I should have known not to bring you to the army for the sake of the old folks. Beware of losing your head even if you don't fight. That guard's head shrunk back, not daring to say half a word again. Outside is the colorful clouds floating by. One seclusion for 10,000 years. See this colorful clouds in the sky again. Surprisingly 10,000 years apart. When I thought of this, I did not feel the emotion in my heart. Stopped for a long time, and returned to the cabin. Nangong Haotian and Luan Ling talked to each other. Luan Ling were amazed in their hearts at Nangong Haotian's profound knowledge and understanding, because he's so analytical inside and outside the bureau, as if he's experienced it firsthand. Not realizing some of it, he's the one who's experienced it. The speed of the airship was extremely fast, and it only took half a day to reach Liaosan Pass, the major pass in Beiwu. Elder Lu, this blimp of yours is really fast. Your Excellency is joking. This is still considered slow. If you use military airships and are in a hurry to march, I'm afraid it will only take an hour to get there. If your family is willing to come to our Beiwu, the old man is willing to give a few of them. Nangong Haotian nodded his head after hearing this, and in his mind, he calculated how to get a few ships to bring back to the family, so that Yor, Junyi and those people could sit on them. At the top of Wulong Mountain, snow-capped, inside a hidden cave, a woman of supreme beauty awoke. You're finally willing to come, Hotan, the capital of the northern martial state, within the city of Anjing. Busy streets, vendors crowded the streets and alleys. Stores are also a wide variety of shouting and selling. A continuous, the light commercial strength also crushed the western region. Nangong Haotian did not feel emotional. Gongzi this way. Anjing city is big and the streets are complicated. Don't get lost. The first thing to do in the capital is to meet the saint. Nangong Haotian has already done his homework here. The eastern continent is divided into 3 parts. The northernmost is the tribe Wu Fresh clan. In the middle is the North Wu Kingdom and its other small countries. And the southernmost is the South Chen Kingdom and its other small countries. North Wu and South Chen used to be one country called the Great Wu Dynasty. But later on, the time was turbulent and divided into these 2 countries and other small countries. The Northern Wu Dynasty had repeatedly conquered Southern Chen without success. So they first made a truce in Southern Chen, which has lasted until now. I'm afraid that this time, Emperor Beiwu is trying to gather his forces again for a southern expedition against Southern Chen. If that was the case, then Nangong Haotian would not agree to the emperor's request. Finally arrived at the palace. Into the hall. The civil and military officials on both sides have been waiting for a long time. See your majesty from the Nangong family of the western region. Nangong Haotian. After saying that, Nangong Haotian kneeled down and kowed out in style, calling out hail to the mountain. The emperor is called Yuan Qi. Looks very young. This person has a lofty head. Both eyes often look into the distance, but also has a little impetuous and arrogant. The emperor nodded with satisfaction after seeing how Nangong Haotian understood etiquette so well. It's really hard for the messenger to visit from afar. Kid wouldn't dare. I have heard that Emperor Beiwu is young and talented. Recently I saw that it is true, and I am flattered by your majesty's personal summons. Haotian doesn't dare to complain. Yuanji smiled and nodded, very satisfied with this emissary from the western region. This was followed by some polite words and a big banquet to receive Nangong Haotian. The next day, Nangong Haotian woke up in the royal in Yingzhan house. Outside the window was no longer the mountains and pines of the west, but the long-lost green forest and bamboo. Nangong Haotian gazed out the window in fascination. In that world, it was the same. I wonder how Grandpa is doing. I can't imagine that your excellency is also so elegant. A eunuch came in with toiletries and breakfast, smiling as he did so. Also, you like it too? Nangong Haotian asked curiously. Ha ha, truth be told, I used to be a scholar, but because I failed many times and my family was poor, I became a eunuch. Then you're pathetic. Your excellency, don't talk about it, it's all in the past. Why don't you write a poem with such a beautiful view? Nangong Haotian thought that the eunuch thought that Westerners do not know the etiquette, do not understand the music, but also will not be able to words. Over to make things difficult for outsiders. In the morning, outside the bamboo pavilion, there is a lot of freshness and happiness. The coolness of the morning is born in the house, and the lonely moon shines on the river. Traveling food sweet quinoa and patchouli, return to remember ficus. If there is a place, I can sing wildly. Nangong Haotian recited casually. It was not written by him. He is also not very versed in poetry. He also had to be a literary thief. That eunuch was stunned upon hearing this. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he finished his work with praise and left. Not long after breakfast, the emperor called for an audience. Nangong Haotian arrived at the emperor's study, which did not have the splendor of the great hall, but was ancient. Haotian really composed a great poem. Ha 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 ha, your majesty has flattered me. It's just a kid scribbling. It can't be called anything good. Nangong Haotian was shocked in his heart. So that eunuch was sent by the emperor to test me. Fortunately I didn't say anything. Hao Tian is truly modest. Even if the poetry god of my dynasty came, he would still have to be courteous. Yuan-Shi smiled smugly and gave Nangong Haotian a seat. Can Hao Tian know why the door of my Shu Xian Yuan is in the south and not in the north? Nangong Haotian knew it as soon as he saw it and smiled in his heart, intending not to tear down the emperor. The boy is foolish and does not know what your majesty is referring to. Ha 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 ha. This gate was originally in the north, but I changed it to the south, in order to collect the south, so that I, Bei Wu, can unify the country? Your majesty is wise. It's just that the boy thinks that engaging in war single-mindedly is detrimental to the nation's strength and people's hearts. Well, how do you and those old guys a kind of rhetoric? Think to Emperor Northern Conquest of Wu Fresh, south although defeated but also directly to the South Chen capital. Why do what I do not work? Your majesty, for the country to conquer the four directions for the hegemony, virtue and righteousness of the world for the king, throughout history, is not the tongue survive and teeth die? What a bunch of nonsense. The only way to be a king is to have a vast country. I am determined to attack southern Chen. I am not going to lie. I want to unite all the great holy lands and conquer southern Chen together. This reception is just the beginning. In the future, I want to cooperate with you more. Nangong Haotian did not say any more words, exchanged a few pleasantries, and went back. Yuan-Ji's meaning was obvious. It was for Nangong Haotian to go back and bring a message for the Nangong Holy Land to join the northern martial arts. Luckily Nangong Junyi didn't come. Nangong Haotian did not take this matter to heart, but was eager to roam the markets and have a good time. After all, there were not many opportunities. The streets were still bustling with activity, but there was also discord. Get out of the way. Can't you see it's the Celestial Wheel cult? A few men in Eastern Continent martial arts uniforms came here domineeringly, wantonly chasing away some people, and they all had a big fiery red fire wheel printed on their bodies. Nangong Haotian sighed in his heart. There are such people everywhere. Is it bad to be honest? Nangong Haotian ignored it because there were too many such things and casually found a tea house to sit down and drink tea. This gentleman, it looks like you're from out of town. I'm Anjing's little smarter. I'm well informed. Oh yeah, so tell me what's going on with this fire wheel cult? Yo, dude, you're asking the right guy. But, only a few fingers of the little spirit were seen constantly rubbing against his thumb, and a fawning smile was on his face. Nangong Haotian smiled and tossed over a few pills in his hand. There were as many broken pills like this as one wanted, but they were treasures to cultivators of the immortal realm like little spirit. He. Gongzi is really broad-minded. This heavenly will sect emerged in Xingwu City. Originally the purpose is to save the world's hardships and make justice like the wheel of heaven hanging high in the sky. But in reality, bullshit. They roam the countryside, oppressing the people under the banner of justice, doing no evil, but the power is vast. Not only is their cultivation very high, the important officials in the court also have minions of the Heavenly Wheel cult, especially that state master, but also one of the leaders of the Heavenly Wheel cult. Nangong Haotian couldn't help but sneer. Just like that and still going on a southern expedition? He then inquired about other things in Beiwu, and gained some understanding of Beiwu and Anjing. After all, the western region was always temporary. The Nangong family had to come to the eastern continent if they wanted to dominate the great desolate divine region, and the western region's foundation was too weak. But not now. Not until we make a name for ourselves, and the Celestial Will cult seems like a good place to start. Suddenly, there was a loud bang from outside, followed by the murmur of outsiders, and even the cry for help from a young girl. Help me! Someone help me! You guys leave me alone! Ooh-hoo! Xuanhe Street next to the bistro. Several strong men with tiger backs and wearing the clothes of the Fire Will cult surrounded a small girl. Although that little girl was dressed in coarse linen, her eyes were also a little bit beautiful. Hey, little lady! This rent has been dragging on me for months. It's not right to drag it on like this, is it? A few more days of leniency from a few big brothers. My little daughter's family can't afford to uncover the pot. As she spoke, the woman was so scared that her face was already as colorful as dirt, and her tears couldn't stop flowing downward. Humph. If crying a little makes the rent free, won't I have to drink the northwest wind? Give me a few more days of grace. The little lady just can't get it, he said, and whimpered down again. Hey, how about this? You stay with your brothers tonight, and don't take this rent, said a few strong men. He is see the prey like bad smile. That hand actually cannot help but touch to the little girl. Several good men. I wonder how much rent this little girl owes. Nangong Haotian did not know when he came to the street, smiled and asked forward. He was most displeased with bullying women in his life. Humph. Where did you get the little white boy to spoil this lord's good deed? Look closely. Heavenly Wheel cult. Ha, Don't show off with that broken wheel. Watch out. You'll fall off the wheel in a carriage. Ha 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 ha. Some people actually couldn't help but laugh out loud. But then they looked at the furious strong man and held it back. Seek death. The burly man took a strong step forward, his fist wind gusting, pushing straight towards Nangong Haotian's face. The little girl closed her eyes in fear and didn't dare to look any further. Nangong Haotian didn't flash or dodge and stood with his arms folded. The strong man became even more complacent, thinking that Nangong Haotian was too scared to move. Since joining the Heavenly Wheel sect, his power had skyrocketed, and he had now reached the peak of the true body realm. But when the burly man's fist was about to hit Nangong Haotian, he unexpectedly realized how he couldn't get his fist out. While the strong man was wondering, there was suddenly a loud bang, and the strong man directly flew backwards. He was actually deeply embedded in the wall. Are you okay, girl? Get up. What's your name? The little girl's pretty face later murmured in a low voice. The little girl is fine. Thank you for your help. The little girl's name is Wang Fanyun word Xuansu. Then Miss Xuansu, get up quickly. Nangong Haotian smoothly helped Wang Fanyun up, and her face was still red. Xuansu, are you okay? I saw a panting teenager running in the distance with a stick in his hand, his hair a little disheveled, and his body covered in dirt. Running to the front, I did not expect a slip of the foot. Fell on the spot. The scene is so embarrassing. The teenager stood up again in a hurry and bellowed. You rascals of the Firewheel sect, don't hurt her. That teenager only saw Wang Fanyun being assisted by a strange man, so without asking, he wanted to club Nangong Haotian. As soon as Nangong Haotian grabbed the stick, the teenager couldn't pull it out anyhow, so he wanted to give up the stick and use his fists and feet. Don't fight, Brother Horan. This gentleman saved me. He was the one who saved me. The teenager was stunned to hear this, and suddenly saw that the strong man from the Firewheel cult was already in the wall, so he panicked and apologized. I'm sorry, Your Excellency. I'm really sorry. I was too hasty. That face instantly became a piece of evening sun. But then I saw the hand that assisted Wang Fanyun, and my heart was not in the right place. By the way, I haven't asked the gentleman his name yet. I really thanked you just now. Ah, my humble servant Nangong Haotian, a native of the western region. Just a show of hands. No need to thank you. My surname is Helan. My name is Chuanming. My character is Yutsai. Thank you for saving me, sir. Horan Chuanming grabbed the lead. Seeing this, Nangong Haotian faintly smiled, stopped speaking and prepared to go back. Many thanks to the gentleman's rescue. Nkong hasn't eaten yet. Right. Although the small house is a rough tea, if Nkong doesn't give up, go to my house to eat it. As she spoke, Wang Fanyun's face reddened again, and her beautiful eyes looked and lowered. That's, inconvenient. Then come to my house. Helan Chuanming replied strongly first to, then pulled Nangong Haotian to his house. It turned out that the two of them were neighbors. Xuansu, you entertain the guests first. I'll go buy some wine. Boss, my money bag, did it fall to you? You fart. I've been doing business here for so many years. I still don't need your stupid money? Helan Chuanming was yelled at so much that he buried his head deep in his neck and murmured in a low voice. Okay then, I'll go look again. Helan Chuanming was originally an honest man. You could say he was a bit of a coward. And when the townspeople asked him to help, he never refused. But what seems to be about Wang Fanyun is that it is he who has the courage and confidence. Did not find the money bag. Helan Chuanming did not dare to go home. Sitting on the side of the road hanging his head. Boss, what's this? Nangong Haotian came at some point and pulled out a money bag in the owner's cupboard. Ah, my money bag. This, how do I know it's his money bag? Oh, you say you don't know? Humph, for all you care, I just don't know. Nangong Haotian had heard about this long ago, and that's why he rushed over and used his demon execution heavenly eyes to take a look. Forget it, Brother Haotian. Let's go. Helan Chuanming went back with Nangong Haotian, but the eyes of the boss behind him revealed a sinister look. Wang Fanyun and Nangong Haotian were talking and laughing on the table, and the air could be described as thick with vinegar. After the meal was finished, Nangong Haotian rushed to escape from this place of wrongdoing, and Helan Chuanming, who didn't interrupt, spoke to her resentfully. But it was obvious that Wang Fanyun was distracted, but Helan Chuanming continued to enjoy himself. A few days later, as soon as Nangong Haotian stepped out of the hostel, he saw Wang Fanyun selling chaos there. Wang Fanyun was so delighted to see him arrive that she gave him a free bowl of wontons. As he was eating, he suddenly heard a gong and drums sounding behind him, and a mighty caravan passed by. The large flag is fluttering with the inscription, Heavenly Will Sect Anjing Branch Helmsman Lu. The convoy completely disregarded the people underneath their vehicles and tried to run them over hard. Don't get in the way. The helmsman is here, and he won't be held responsible for crushing the dead. The minions next to him were also so powerful, and as they spoke, they did not forget to rob the people. There are still flies coming over in the morning to annoy me at dinner. Saying that, he directly blocked the front of the car. That car came flying, but Nangong Haotian didn't move at all. With a sudden lift of his hand, he directly overturned the carriage, which fell to the ground and shattered. The crowd's faces were frozen, and Wang Fongyun was directly dumbfounded. Kid, you seek death. The man inside quickly burrowed out and made a seal in his hand as a wheel of fire gradually appeared behind him. Holy fire burns, the helmsman bellowed, and countless fire snakes drilled out of the fire wheel, rushing straight towards Nangong Haotian. Humph, a stray fish is a stray fish. You're not as strong as that old yin. After saying that, he slapped out his palm and a giant dragon drilled out, devouring the fire snake and also this helmsman. This golden immortal realm helmsman fell just like that. Where had everyone seen this scene before? They had only heard of immortal fights that were electric, but they had not expected it to be so dangerous. My lord, are you alright? Wang Fongyun cautiously inquired forward, her heart in shock. Do I look like I'm up to something? Nangong Haotian said with a smile while walking towards the carriage, which contained the fire will sex clearance ultimatums and tokens. Is it really so? Inside the Beiwu Imperial Palace's Shuxian courtyard. What? There is such a thing? Under my nose? Yuan Ji was a bit disbelieving. He couldn't believe that with his ability he would put the people in such danger and the Heavenly Will Church in such an abominable state. If your majesty doesn't believe me, look. Nangong Haotian took out that helmsman's item from his arms. When did I grant them the royal pass ultimatum? The matter was more serious than Nangong Haotian had imagined. So he took out a mirror and played the image from Xuanhe Street. The dark palm slammed heavily on the table, which instantly became broken pieces. It's really too much of a bully. Come on, give the decree. Order all the states in the country to close the city by curfew and catch the Heavenly Will sect thieves. Your majesty, wait a moment. The boy heard that there are also ministers of the Heavenly Will sect in the court. I am afraid. This emperor is good at everything. Just too impulsive, but also too lazy to go out and sympathize with the people and investigate their situation. It's all my fault for being confused at the time and listening to the one-sided words of those traitors. In vain I trusted them so much. It turned out that the Heavenly Will sect in the dynasty was also the main warring faction, and was deeply loved by the emperor. Kid is untalented and wants to personally run a trip to the Heavenly Will sect's main rudder. This is very dangerous. Besides, you are a valued guest from the west. It's better to let Sansiwei go. No, if the 3 guards of the 3 divisions make a move, they will surely frighten the snakes. The boy is not talented, but he is also from the Holy Land, and he is willing to share the worries of his majesty. That is very good, but I have an unfavorable request. Your majesty, but speak freely, can you take me out with you? Nangong Haotian returned to the inn and packed up his things. It seems that he will have to bring another person with him, just in case he is not well served. As Nangong Haotian packed up his things, he smiled badly as a plan plotted out. It was time to say goodbye to Wang Fongyun, but when I went to Wang Fongyun's house, I found that she was also packing. What's Miss Xuansu doing here? I'm grateful to you for taking care of me in the past few days, but I'm going to go back to my hometown, Sparrow Ridge, for a few days. After all, the Heavenly Will sect is too scary. Wang Fongyun's eyes were full of unwillingness to give up, and it seemed that she had already moved on after these few days. Oh, I'm going to Bird's Ridge on some errands too. Why don't you join me? Kidding aside, Bird Ridge is the headquarters of the Heavenly Will sect. It's only miserable if you go there. But you'll have to wait for me for a while. I have to pick up someone else. And by the way, where's Brother Horan? I don't know. Maybe something's wrong and they've gone back home too. As soon as Wang Fongyun heard that she would be able to stay with Nangong Haotian again, the gloom on her face was swept away with a look of anticipation and fantasy. Nangong Haotian didn't think much about it and went to pick up Yuan Ji. After all, the Heavenly Will sect had already remembered Wang Fongyun and him. A large plank of wood flying free in the blue sky with the wind whistling in his ears. Hao Tian is really something. Flying high and fast, it really opened my eyes. That's right, because Yuan Chi hadn't found a reliable giant sword and, on a whim, had taken down the door to one of the great halls. Calcu that if you think it's too high, boy can it be lower. Calcuna is the ancient language of the West, which also means your majesty. But considering Wang Fongyun, I was afraid of scaring her, which is why I changed the name. Wang Fongyun, on the other hand, thought that this young man with a handsome face, but with a face like dirt, was a friend of the Duke. Big brother, you're just scared. Look at your legs shivering away. After saying that, Wang Fongyun couldn't help but giggle and cover her mouth. Where? Yuan Ji glared at her and stopped talking. He was too lazy to bother with a country village woman. He still had a vicious battle to fight when he got to the Heavenly Will sect's headquarters later. The clear blue sky was suddenly cloudy, and then the wind gusted, blowing the boards up and down. Suddenly Yuan Ji fell off in a careless manner. Nangong Haotian didn't panic and continued traveling. Gongzi, your friend fell, Wang Fongyun exclaimed in shock. It's okay, he's reached his destination. It's his unique way of getting off the ship. After saying that, Nangong Haotian also did not forget to give a thumbs up. Wow, your friend is amazing. An immortal is an immortal. Wang Fongyun looked down enviously, full of anticipation, as the next journey would be just the two of them. On the other side, Yuan Ji fell directly into a river, and his body's cultivation at the Emperor realm was unexpectedly imprisoned, which was Nangong Haotian's handiwork. Ah, damnable heavenly wheel cult! Even I dare to sneak attack me. The angry Tenchi fainted without the protection of his spiritual power. The two of them, Nangong Haotian and Wang Fongyun, did not enter the city directly, but stayed at a hostel in Huan City. Is there really only one room left? Sir, don't ask. This is really the only one left. We are not like the Imperial City. This is the only one in 100 miles. Stay here, my lord. We'd better stay. It's so late. Gotta. I can only sleep on the floor tonight. The helpless Nangong Haotian only had to stay for the time being. When he reached the room, Nangong Haotian took the initiative to ask the shopkeeper for a quilt and spread it on the floor. Then he applied a seal to the door of the room to prevent thieves from disturbing their rest in the middle of the night, and slept only after everything was arranged. My lord, are you coming down from the Immortal Mountain? Are there dragons on the Immortal Mountain? Can dragons ride horses? Are there ghosts in this world? Wang Fongyun had been flying all day and was about to go to bed. Still in 100,000 reasons mode. Nangong Haotian had never been this annoyed even when he was practicing the no thoughts in the secret realm. Had he known not to bring her here? With a wave of his hand, a paper man flew out and transformed into Nangong Haotian's appearance, and then took the place of the real Nangong Haotian. If you're so willing to talk about it, talk to him. I'll go out and clear my head. Nangong Haotian thought to himself. The figure then leapt into the darkness and disappeared, and the chattering Wang Fongyun slowly tired and entered dreamland. This Huan city was really small. Nangong Haotian stood at the head of the city with his hands on his head, looking down on Huan city, and then looking out at the bird ridge. Forget it. It's been a long time since I've slept. Go back to bed. The color of the moon was like water. Wang Fongyun's face was charming under the moonlight, but it didn't hide the fact that she was kicking the quilt. Ugh, this girl. Nangong Haotian muttered to himself, then helped her cover up and went back to sleep. In his dream, high up in the icy mountains, a peerless beauty dressed in a red robe, holding a sharp sword, chopped at him. Nangong Haotian suddenly awoke with a sigh in his heart. Hey, keep your voice down, don't get caught. Let's see. That little white boy in there is rich. Ha ha ha. Big brother, when you go in a while, you kill that little white boy first. As for that female, just leave it to little brother me. He he he. Two small thieves tiptoeing outside the door blindly muttering, but also from time to time giggling, but also more and more talk, more and more energetic, directly ignoring him. Nangong Haotian. What a pain in the ass. The door opened with a huff, and the two little thieves stared stupidly at Nangong Haotian. Fight. Rob. Hand over everything or I'll make you look good. Nangong Haotian directly laughed. These two thieves, stupid themselves, sympathized with them. There were two more thieves in the public hall of the Huancheng County office, and they were bound together, shedding tears of remorse. A man in black, hiding in the corner, actually laughed strangely, and then disappeared. Yuan Ji woke up leisurely, and as soon as he opened his eyes, there was a straw house with earth walls, and when he touched it with his hand, it was straw. You're awake. A silver bell-like voice rang beside his ears, and at that moment, Yuan Ji was still in a semi-conscious state. Men, change and wash me. Ugh, it's pathetic. Your brain is broken from the fall. Drink the medicine. A girl dressed in rough linen stood at the window, holding a steaming bowl of medicine. Where is this place? Where's the Haotian kid? Yuan Ji looked at the dirty bowl. His heart couldn't bear to pick it up, and went to ask her again. This is Misty Town, and the fact that I don't know any Haotian. How did I get here? Stop it. Drink the medicine first and I'll tell you. Yuan Ji had originally resisted, but feeling an overwhelming thirst, he endured and drank the medicine. He also remembered that it must be the celestial wheel cult, and he was secretly furious for a moment before realizing again that his spiritual power was imprisoned. He panicked and asked how far it was from Ankyo. Ankyo? Where is that? I don't recognize it. I'll ask the village chief and the others. Yuan Ji wanted to go, but realized that his clothes were gone, and his face reddened. Finding his clothes drying in the sun again, with a suitably rough suit sitting next to him, he clumsily put them on and ran out. The girl ran out, and Yuan Ji followed. So it turned out to be a village surrounded by mountains on all sides, and at the sight of the Beiwu flag, his heart was greatly relieved. There are jackals, wolves, tigers, leopards, and other magical beasts on this mountain, and the male son has no cultivation, so forcing his way over will kill him. The aged village chief said. Daring, I am the current emperor of Beiwu, quickly ordered you to find the local government to send guards to welcome the driver back to the capital, not quickly kneel down to receive the decree. I'm sorry, village chief. This man just woke up and broke his head. I'll take him back. The little girl was so scared she yanked him back. Wait, let go of me. I have the jade seal. After saying that, he went to look for the jade seal, but realized that he had put it into the storage bag before because he thought it was too heavy, and now that he had no more spiritual power, he couldn't open it. Miserable. Without the seal to prove it, he is mortal. Hey fool, my name is Lu. What's yours? I'm not a fool, and straw men don't deserve to know my name. Are you really stupid or not? Seeing this stubborn peer, Lu, with a million hearts, sighed and went back to work. Not long after, Yuan Ji stomach Ji hungry rumbling. No way. Light sitting here is not a solution. Go out to sea. A burst of rice scent drilled into Yuan Ji's nose. Ah, it smells so good. Hey, silly, want some? Tell me what your name is, and then be a good girl and call your sister and I'll give it to you. Looking at this rice porridge, why would I be interested in this crude tea? Yuan Ji began a mental struggle. Humph, my name is Yuan Ji. And, sister, hey, drink up. Yuan Ji picked up the bowl and wolfed it down. Without his spiritual power, he had become an ordinary person. So what's your last name? Sister's life is hard. The Heavenly Will cult said that I did so much evil in my last life that I don't come with a family name, and that I'll have to labor for the rest of my life to pay it off. Yuan Ji suddenly put down his bowl, his eyes about to spit out fire, his heart furious. The Northern Wu dynasty is governed by filial piety and pays the most attention to the inheritance of the bloodline. So to cut the surname of a person now will undoubtedly shake the foundation of our dynasty. Daring, this group of filth. You do not have to worry. I imperialize your imperial surname. In the future you will be called Yuan Lu. Ha 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 ha. You're so funny. Let it be. But don't call yourself me anymore when you go out. You can call us. After you finish your meal go to work. Yuan Ji disdained it in his heart. But we sounded pretty good. So it was the only thing he could do now. In the past few days, he can be said to have experienced a civil suffering, felt the hard-won food, saw the government's harsh and burdensome taxes, and even more so, saw the official rely on the heavenly wheel of Buddhism. Yuan Ji had cursed many people in the past few days, including himself. This confinement loosened up a bit after days of effort, barely returning to the immortal realm, but the quality of the storage bag was too good for at least the heavenly immortal realm, but people thought he was in a daze. That's a poor boy. He's not bad looking and has strength. He's just a fool. After hearing this, Yuan Ji's heart was also very annoyed, but the townspeople took good care of them and would not have an attack. There's a tiger. Donzi runs frantically and yells as everyone hurriedly drops their farm equipment and rushes home. Only a big tiger appeared at the east end of the village, perhaps a beast coming down from the mountain, but Yuan Lu was still there. Yuan Ji looked at it and said that it was bad, rushing over and realizing that it was an immortal body realm tiger. The tiger saw Yuan Ji and charged ahead of him, his huge body looking like Yuan Ji would surely die in the eyes of normal people. 9 Revolution's sacred decision, only to see a long sword appear out of thin air, suddenly flying out to cut through the air and piercing through the tiger's heart in one go. This girl is picking up an immortal chief. Ah, I said how crazy. Immortals are like this. Jeniku, are you okay? Through these days, Yuan Ji and Yuan Lu had become a family as he felt a warmth here that Anjing did not have. Humph, this tiger belongs to my lord. How dare you kill my tiger? Tell me, how much is the compensation? A yellow-headed youth said arrogantly, carrying a ghost head knife in his hand and a big fire wheel on his back. You have the nerve to say that the tiger is going to hurt someone. Why don't you say this? Yuan Ji was furious upon hearing this and subconsciously wanted to kill him. Yuan Lu rushes forward to stop them and whispers comfort to Yuan Ji as the townspeople fight. What? Want to fight? The youth's body was full of black chi, and at the top of his head there was a hideous-looking ghost, holding a scythe in his hand, his blood-red eyes waiting straight for Yuan Ji, and he was in the late Xianxian realm cultivation stage. Had. Actually it's okay to pay me back for the little lady in your arms. The youth licked his lips greedily and squinted at the people as if they were ants. Yuan Ji could never endure it, and with a ruthless heart he offered his magic treasure, the martial mountain seal, only to see a palm-sized luscious hill instantly transform into a huge mountain, pressing down on the youth with deadly force. The youth met his death without even a chance to wail, leaving behind only a layer of meat cake and a piece of iron. This was the secret treasure of the royal family of the Northern Martial Dynasty, the Wushan seal, and it would not be taken out until it was absolutely necessary. At this time, Inside the 100 Ghosts Hall. Why isn't my son back yet? An ugly-looking bald middle-aged man snapped in a deep voice. And beside him was the cold and glittering ghost head sword. Enlighten the hall master. The young master he let it be killed. The henchman finished by burying his head in his arms in fear and trembling. What? You bunch of losers. Black chi erupted from hall master Higu, transforming into countless chains that dragged several people into the endless darkness. Humph. The state master had orders to collect the essence blood of a full 100,000 people to help the state master make a breakthrough. And it seems to have landed now. Well, I hope that your majesty can grow up a bit, and don't fail my good intentions, but I also hope that nothing goes wrong. Nangong Haotnin played with the mirror. He had been scouting the Bird Ridge situation every day for the past few days and was waiting for Yuanji. Yuanji could not help but feel some apprehension in his heart since the last time. He was worried that the forces behind that yellow-headed youth from last time would come back to retaliate, and his own cultivation had yet to be restored. Hey, silly, hurry over and eat now. We have to go into the city later. Into the city for what? Buy some cloth. You see the clothes you're wearing don't quite fit. Yuanji looked at the clothes on his body. After these months of baptism, they were also worn out. After dinner, Gunla rummaged through a cupboard under the bed. After peeling off the layers of the seal, several taels of silver appeared in front of the Yuanla. Took out a few from it. Here, save it and spend it all and see what I'll do to you. Sis, you're so mean. Just this much and you're still going into the city and you don't even know if you'll make it there. Brat, one more word and I'll have you begging on the streets. Yuanla made a move to hit Yuanqi, but his hand felt in the bag again and took out another piece. Hey, thanks sis, I'm on my way. Although the county is not as prosperous as Anjing, the marketplace is also bustling with activity. But there was also the Heavenly Will sect standing guard there, and Yuanji was indignant in his heart, but there was nothing he could do about it. Soon Yuanji finished buying the cloths and was ready to go home. Hey, how come you didn't go to Misty Town? Didn't all of you Zui Ghost Kings take people there? Hey, don't mention it. Those guys from Sango had to get me a drink last night and got caught. A couple of two minions with fire wheels stamped on their bodies and ghost tattoos on their arms were chatting away. Yuanji hid in the sidelines, listening to his eyes glaze over. I'm going back. Yuan Lu and the others are in danger. Yuanji hoofed it and flew to Misty Town. And when he arrived at the edge of Misty Town, he saw that the town was shrouded in endless black clouds. An ominous premonition grew in Yuanji's heart. Yuanla, where are you? What came into view were the destroyed houses, and the dried-up bodies hanging from the crumbling walls, each one a familiar figure. Ah! Yuanji let out an angry roar and sped up his feet a few more points, looking around for Yuan Lu. When he arrived at the familiar house, Yuanji flung himself to his knees and lost his voice. Yuan Lu, the village chief. Everyone, I'm sorry, I'll avenge you. For sure. Once the picture is as vivid as a movie. Once the good. Now can only think more and more heartache. Ha 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 ha. That little ninny you just brought is not bad. Just a bit grumpy. What? She's alive? She was even. Damned. All must die. After saying that, Yuanji directly bit his finger and wiped it on the Martial Mountain seal, which immediately glowed with golden light. A huge spell formation appeared in the sky, and the 200 ghost church congregations were instantly killed. Yuanqi ran desperately down the familiar path, and before long saw Yuanla lying messily on the ground. Yuanqi, run! Yuanla painfully squeezed out a few words between her teeth. She was already weak, looking for death. How dare you kill someone from the 100 Ghosts Hall of the Heavenly Will sect? After saying that Higu held a ghost head sword and slashed at Yuanji, he was already at the peak of the golden immortal realm. When the ghost head blade was about to chop at Yuanqi, a figure suddenly stood up and blocked in front of Yuanqi. It was Yuanlu. Yuanlu was directly burned by the ghost fire. She turned back with tears in her beautiful eyes. Her mouth seemed to be saying something. The words were reduced to ashes before they were spoken. Maybe it was a goodbye. Maybe it was, I'll kill you all. Yuanji completely lost control and manipulated this Wushan to issue an attack. Oh, a good treasure. Only the owner is a waste. Humph, the weak don't deserve to have it, much less live. Higu precisely dodged the light pillar attack of the Martial Mountain seal, and with a smooth upward movement, the Martial Mountain seal was held in Higu's hand. Thanks for the treasure. And now, you deserve to die. Saying that, he slapped his palm, and the countless ghosts and monsters directly knocked him out and crashed into a mountain. Yuanqi spat out blood and fell to the ground, dying. His head tilted. Suddenly, he saw the stream where Yuanji and Yuanla had washed clothes and frolicked in the past. The moonlight shone in the stream, which was strange in that it had uncountable bars branching off. Each branch had a bright moon, and Yuanji looked at the place with fascination. Is it really true that there's really only one moon? So that's how it is. Ah, The aura on Yuanji's body surged crazily. It's the power of the way. The confinement on his body was then lifted, but he felt dizzy again. No! I have to save Yuan Lu. Yuanji suddenly opened his eyes and woke up. It was still the same river. Nothing had changed, but he was already a great Dao emperor. Yuan Lu, who saved him, didn't show up. Was it a dream? Yuanji hurriedly flew towards Misty Town, where a group of people were demolishing a ruin. Old man, what about the Misty Town here? Alas, you're too late. This place was destroyed by that gang from the 100 Ghosts Hall a month ago, and the entire town of over 3,000 people died. What? A month ago? Then what did I go through? And do you know a girl named Lu? Alas, knowing that, she died in it too. What a tragic life for a good man. And what a bastard. The 100 Ghosts Church, the Heavenly Wheel sect. Not a single one of them can be left behind. If you are a friend of Li's, the old man knows her grave. The girl child is strange and pitiful, fatherless and motherless. Through the old man's guidance, Yuanji smoothly arrived at the grave, the very place where Yuanji had comprehended the power of the great Tao. Oh yes, this cloth should be hers. Now here you go. This cloth was the very cloth that Yuanji had purchased when he went into the city, and although it was a bit dirty now, Yuanji still recognized it at a glance. Yuanji's hand kept stroking the cloth as he looked at the tombstone. You promised to make us new clothes. Now why do you go back on your word? The wooden tombstone had the words Tomb of Joy written on it. Yuanji found a boulder around the area and chipped it into 4 square pieces, carved a few words with his sword in a resounding manner, then thoughtfully added a few more and turned to leave. Tomb of the beloved wife Yuan Lu. A few large characters in dragon's flight were carved on this stone, and Yuanji turned around and left without looking back. What do you think you should call me if I marry you? Aif? Oh no, it's the queen. Ha, you're sick again, and you're such a fool. After saying that, Yuan Lu angrily slammed the door and Yuanji hurriedly chased after him. Mother, loving wife, Yuanji shouted at the top of his voice, which was really loud. Aya, why are you shouting so loudly? I really regret saving you, fool. After saying that, he kicked Yuanji directly, his face reddening. Yuanji smiled cheekily and stopped speaking, just looking at her. The previous scenes are vivid and heartbreaking. Right now, in Yuanji's heart, there was only revenge. Yuanji ran all the way to the town and directly visited the 100 Ghosts Hall. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the 100 Ghosts Hall? You're really blind. Inside the Hall of 100 Ghosts, countless sword shadows appeared, running in unison towards each and every congregation of the 100 Ghosts Church, bloodily washing the 100 Ghosts Church. Help! Holy shit! Shouts, wails, and moans were endless, but Yuanji's eyes were without ripples. This was the wrath of the emperor. Master, spare your life. Master! Higu trembled and knelt on the ground, begging for mercy with a sniffle and a tear. Humph, even if I spare you, the people of Misty Town won't spare you, and the people of this world won't spare you even more. It doesn't matter about me, it's a mission assigned by the court. We're just following orders. You're bullshitting me. Yuanji can't believe that he's the one who harmed Yuan Lu. Please see if you don't believe me. My lord. Higu took out the imperial edict from his bosom, which was clearly stamped with Yuanji's seal, along with that of the state master. Damn Wang Ruetsuan, in vain I trusted him so much. Yuanji crumbled. His most trusted state master was actually this kind of person. Although the edict had not been reviewed by Yuanji, the big bright red seal on it haunted his heart like the grievous souls of Misty Town. It's all because he bought into the Celestial Wheel cult's bullshit at the time. Not only was a cultured leader, Wang Ruetsuan, appointed, but also the affairs of the dynasty were handed over to him. Instead, he stayed in his study like a fool, planning his dream of dominating the world, and ended up harming countless innocent people. I'm sorry, Yuanla. I'm a fool, a heavenly fool. Master, let me go. My son and I will work for you as oxen and horses. Son, isn't that yellow-haired young man dead? Yuanji stared blankly at the yellow-haired young man, his thoughts confused. When Higu saw that Yuanji did not react, he was delighted and hurriedly asked his son to kneel down and recognize his master. Hey, give me back the Martial Mountain seal. What print? Master, I don't know. Yuanji felt toward his waist, and surprisingly, it was still there. What's going on? Wasn't it taken away? Was it a dream? Do you recognize me? Don't know, I'm Moncler, but now I do. You are my master. I am your most loyal slave. Before he could finish his words, Yuanji directly put the father and son down with a sword. No, the confinement and experience on his body was definitely not the work of the Heavenly Wheel sect. Could it be the Hao Tian kid? Yuanji flew to Bird Ridge. He wanted to find Nangong Haotian to ask for clarification. My lord, are you sure your friend is coming back today? Yeah, he's definitely coming back when his business is done. That fast? In less than a day? People are very efficient. I hear they work at night in their sleep and dreams. Suddenly the door opened with a whoop, and the person who came was none other than Yuan Qi. His Majesty is looking for the boy pretty fast. Can it not be fast? It turned out that Nangong Haotian had used his spiritual power to write the words Nangong Haotian is here in the sky above the bird ridge, and also used arrows to explain the location. Tell me, what's going on? Nangong Haotian didn't reply and surprisingly removed an iron ring from Yuan Ji's body. All the people you meet have existed, and some things have happened, but now is now, and maybe it has something to do with the past, or maybe it doesn't at all. What do you mean? I don't understand. It's that misty town where people died a month ago, and it was all due to this ring of life and death, and they weren't willing to do that, so they cycled through the same thing over and over again and were tortured over and over again, and even then they weren't willing to leave. And what about my experience? It's just that you've added to their script, which changes the plot slightly, but the ending won't change, nothing else. So the plot is back on? Yes, Your Majesty. The only thing that can make up for it now is to destroy the Celestial Wheel cult before they'll leave. Yuan Qi hadn't come out of his shock yet, not only shocked by the absurdity of the matter, but also by Nangong Haotian's strength. There are many more of these rings of life and death, and it is this kind of grievance that the Heavenly Wheel sect relies on to cultivate. Yuan Ji looked at this ring of life and death and felt remorse in his heart. There were many other people like them who were innocently killed and did not enter the cycle of reincarnation. Let's go, sir. We're going to eliminate the Heavenly Wheel sect. Yuan Ji's address to him changed straight away. He had never met anyone like this before. Okay, go. Wang Fongyun was listening from the side, but that voice of His Majesty was heard clearly. After asking again and again, Yuan Ji showed her the jade seal and then hurriedly knelt down. Yuan Ji saw this and hastily helped him up. Don't worship me. I don't deserve to be emperor. After saying that, he got up and turned back to leave, heading straight to the Heavenly Wheel sect's headquarters. Boom! The gate of the Heavenly Wheel sect was directly smashed, and the congregation of the Heavenly Wheel sect was directly dumbfounded. Who was so bold? Who are you? Kill your people. Yuan Qi's words were icy cold as he instantly activated the Martial Mountain Seal, and the huge spell formation hovered over the Heavenly Wheel sect's headquarters like a large life and death ring. Countless sharp swords swooped down, decapitating those below the Emperor realm as it were. This is the judgment of the Great Way, where right and wrong, good and evil, are clearly discerned. Your Majesty, stop. Your Majesty, don't be fooled by that rebel from the west. Wang Ruizun suddenly appeared and shouted against the pressure of the sword rain. Oh, Master of the State, aren't you sick? It looks like you're looking good. I'm grateful for Your Majesty's care. I've come here to help Your Majesty prepare for the southern expedition. Preparation? Preparing with the lives of the people? Your Majesty should not listen to the demonic words of that demonic person from the western region. Wang Ruizun was directly pierced through the heart by 10,000 arrows, and Nangong Haotian just watched from the sidelines and did not make a move. Yuan Ji saw that the people in the outer field were all dead and clean, and then he went back to kill the people in the main hall, and the people of the Heavenly Wheel sect went straight into the main hall. Great martial might! Yuan Ji gave a violent shout and directly blew up the great hall, and currently, only a few people from the Emperor realm were left. Quickly invite the old ancestor, the Grand Elder shouted, and everyone crushed their jade pendants to summon the Heavenly Wheel ancestor. Only the sky began to cloud over, and the giant black wheel turned slowly, and above it was a piercing wail and maniacal laughter. The celestial wheel cycles. Those who go along with it will prosper. Those who go against it will perish. A cloaked, fanged, six-handed, four-headed man with a cupped iron wheel and a ghostly axe burrowed through the wheels of the sky. You bunch of losers. You can't even get this done. Disturbing my purification. After saying that, he looked at Yuan Ji and the others. His eyes filled with anger. Ah, how awful. Everyone twisted their heads in unison to look at the corner. And surprisingly, it was Wang Fongyun. I'm so impressed. Nangong Haotian slapped his head, his face full of worry. Humph. As many as come are just scum. Suffer death. After saying that, he threw out a black orb at his waist, and a person covered in black gas drilled out of the black orb. Ha, a certain Kagome? Nangong Haotian was surprised and wanted to laugh. Who said that this was from a small island? It was clearly from Shenzhou. Wang Fongyun, who was standing on the side, was full of surprise, staring blankly at the person who was covered in black aura. Brother Horan, how come it's you? Didn't you go back home? Ha, it's really Brother Horan. How did you become like this? The one who drilled out of the black orb was none other than Helan Chuanming, who hadn't been seen for several days. Sparrow Ridge, headquarters of the Heavenly Wheel sect. Helan Chuanming was covered in armor, holding a long spear. His body was covered in black mist, and he looked at Wang Fongyun with a complicated expression. How did you join the Heavenly Wheel sect, Brother Horan? You guys have fun together. Wang Fongyun was filled with shock and doubt and was just about to open his mouth to ask, but Helan Chuanming's figure shifted and directly fought with Yuan Ji. I don't want to hear crap. Just go to war. Helan Chuanming was actually a great Dao Emperor as well. A few days ago, he was still a mortal. The two great Dao Emperors fought, and the heavens and earth changed color. Helan Chuanming's lance actually stabbed out like a ghost in a frantic manner, and the space it passed through appeared to ripple. The heavenly wheel is limitless, and the dragon grows long. Saying that individual gun shadow actually transformed into countless scaly dragons to entangle with Wushan Yin's sword shadow. The Wushan seal suddenly fell, and it turned out that Helan Chuanming had directly stabbed the eye of the formation with his gun. Yuan Qi did not show any weakness. His hand grasped, and the Wushan seal also transformed into a long spear. Instead of two guns fighting each other, it was more like two dragons killing each other, only to see a burst of spatial ripples unexpectedly emanate from the place where those two spears met, and the Emperor Realm Elders were actually forced to retreat back and forth. The power of the Great Tao was displayed in every move. Yuan Ji stabbed out with his spear. Helan Chuanming wanted to dodge, but saw Wang Fongyun behind him and directly took Yuan Ji's move hard. Helan Chuanming flew backwards and smashed heavily into the wall, which collapsed in response. Wang Fongyun's hands were busy trying to help him, but she was forced back by another move from Helan Chuanming. Fuck off! Helan Chuanming suddenly stood up and once again fought with Yuan Ji. Rubbish! To actually be attracted to a mortal, I don't see the need for you to fight on. Die away! Old ancestor Tianluan suddenly bellowed, and with a wave of his hand, Helan Chuanming directly turned into an orb and returned to the old ancestor's waist. You're very strong. Join us and I'll make you vice sect leader. The heavenly wheel old ancestor slowly spoke. Dream on. With that said, Yuan Ji directly stabbed out with his spear, pushing straight into the old ancestor's heart. Humph. Don't know any better. The heavenly wheel old ancestor directly released his aura and was halfway into the quasi-saint realm. Nangong Haotian hadn't met an enemy with such a high cultivation level in a long time, and he was directly interested. The heavenly wheel old ancestor slapped out his palm, and the Yuan Ji lance directly snapped and flew backwards, smashing into the ground and falling into a bloody mess. Nangong Haotian rushed forward and injected a stream of clear qi into Yuan Ji's body. You mortals are very annoying. You didn't use half a hint of charm to make my subordinates move. It's better to kill you. After saying that, an iron wolf flew out directly towards Wang Fongyun, and she directly closed her eyes in fear. Only heard a clang sound. Wang Fongyun did not die. She slowly opened her eyes. It wasn't Nangong Haotian, but surprisingly, it was Helan Chuanming. Nangong Haotian was also very surprised, not expecting him to break through the seal. What are you still doing here? Go! Helan Chuanming spat out blood from his mouth. Originally after breaking through the seal, he was already at the end of his strength, and after blocking the attack of the heavenly wheel ancestor, I'm afraid that he was about to fall. Brother Horan, why are you? Humph, you're an insensitive fellow too. Have you forgotten what she did to you? The heavenly wheel old ancestor was furious and directly lashed out at Helan Chuanming. Suddenly that whip was caught by someone. It was Nangong Haotian. You little brat. You're so annoying. You're making a lot of noise. Nangong Haotian's body quickly grew larger and transformed into an old man who directly swung his sword at the heavenly wheel old ancestor. The heavenly wheel old ancestor used his axe to fend it off. But at this point, the axe was unexpectedly as unbearable as paper mache. The heavenly wheel ancestor was directly cleaved in half, and the tremendous impact directly decimated the nearby elders. In the Nangong Holy Land, everyone knelt down to pay homage to the east, and Nangong Yu murmured and looked to the north as the great desolate divine realm trembled. The heavenly wheel ancestor has fallen. The last segment of the heavenly wheel ancestor's breath rushed directly at Helan Chuanming, who was sent flying to the ground. Returning to his former form, Yuan Qi thanked him and left first. He had to hurry back to the capital to arrange the follow-up work of eliminating the remaining members of the heavenly wheel sect. Nangong Haotian, however, held a bead dropped by the heavenly wheel old ancestor in his heart for a long time. Duke, you save him, Wang Fongyun cried. Helan Chuanming collapsed in her arms and did not move. His arm is only one, his mouth constantly dripping blood. Take him to the inn. Nangong Haotian tried to heal his wounds, but was actually thwarted by a mysterious force. Returning to the inn, Nangong Haotian tried again. Still unsuccessful. It was the power of the heavenly Tao rules. Brother Nangong, don't try. I can take one more look at her and be content. I was the one who went astray. Horan Chuanming recounted the experience of that day. It turned out that Wang Fongyun went back to her stall the day after she met Nangong Haotian. Unexpectedly, the heavenly will sect thieves were unrepentant and directly stabbed Wang Fongyun on the street. As her life was in danger, a man in black came and said he could save her, but the condition was to join the heavenly wheel sect, and one of Helan Chuanming's arms was also needed as a medicine guy to do so. I was in a state of hatred, so I agreed to his request. Saying that, Helan Chuanming spat out blood again and opened up, and Wang Fongyun on the side had already cried into tears. He lied to you. Usually those with this kind of cultivation can do it directly. He was trying to refine you into a puppet. Then Xuansu got better quickly, but she kept calling out your name, and I was so angry I wanted to leave, but then thought better of it and left a little note lying that I had gone back to my hometown. Oh, I'd do it again if God gave me another chance. Chuanming, you don't have to say anything. Gongzi, save him. I'll promise you whatever you want. Nangong Haotian shook his head inside. Helan Chuanming was originally immortal, and it was only through the heavenly wheel ancestor that he gained his cultivation. If old man today's wheel is dead, the lifespan of mortals is limited and fixed, and his lifespan is over. The rules of the heavenly Tao cannot be violated. I can't imagine that there are still people that the prince can't save. After Wang Fongyun finished, she hugged Helan Chuanming and whimpered. Helan Chuanming lovingly stroked her hair and slowly looked at Nangong Haotian. Sir Nangong, I have two things to ask for. Brother Horan, please speak. One is to help me take care of Xuansu, and also, this is the royal seal of the Wu Fresh Kingdom. I was originally the 5th prince of the Wu Fresh clan, but because of a chance meeting with Xuansu, and because of naughtiness only ran out of the palace, all the way to Beiwu, small hidden in the countryside, to tell my father, the child is unfilial. After saying that, Helan Chuanming vomited blood. His hand kept grasping Wang Fongyun, laughed 3 times, and in a short while, he lost his breath. So he didn't brag. He always said he had you fresh blood, was strong and very brave, and helped me work from time to time. Look at him, he's so tired and sweating. But then he lied to me and said he wasn't tired at all. And then finally he lied to me and said he went back to his hometown. A big liar. Wang Fongyun actually stopped crying. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at Helan Chuanming listlessly. But Nangong Haotian knew that this was the greatest grief. What is the girl going to do? The little woman has her own plans, so the gentleman should stop meddling. Nangong Haotian sighed after hearing this and helped Wang Fongyun bury Helan Chuanming, so he stopped asking Wang Fongyun more about her intentions. Getting up quickly to return to the capital, he had other important things to do. Nangong Haotian bid farewell to Wang Fongyun and immediately traveled to Anjing. The city of Anjing was in a state of panic, and the magistrates on the streets were going around arresting the congregation of the Heavenly Wheel sect. Some of the people clapped their hands, while others brought offerings and went to their families' graves to cry. Who exactly is this Nangong Haotian? Have you 3 division guards inquired clearly? Your Majesty, it's been checked out clearly. That Nangong Haotian is an old ancestor of the Nangong sacred land, and is not Nangong Juni's son at all. What? Is that true? I dare not deceive your Majesty. Yuanji's heart set off 10,000 waves. Nangong Haotian was actually that reigning Nangong old ancestor. Yuanji had already heard of this old ancestor in the North Martial dynasty, and he only hated that he couldn't invite him over. And now that the old ancestor was standing here, he didn't recognize him. Yuanji was shocked in his heart, and in his heart, he was fortunate that he hadn't offended him, and that the old ancestor had even helped him break through to the great Tao Emperor and taught him to rule the country. Your Majesty, Nangong Haotian seeks an audience. Come on in. How has His Majesty been? And has he thought of the boy? Beiwu Emperor Yuanji pays his respects to old ancestor Nangong. Returning to old ancestor's words, we're in the process of overhauling our country recently. Thank you for your guidance. Yuanji completely put down his stance and knelt down to worship Nangong Haotian. There were rules in the Northern Martial dynasty that the emperor was the human king and the sacred land ancestor was the Dharma king, and the human king had to kneel and worship the Dharma king. Yeah, your Majesty knows all about it. It's no fun. Get up. We're all old friends. Thank you, elder ancestor. Although Yuanji knew that he had a good relationship with Nangong Haotian, but after all, he was an old ancestor and did not dare to neglect him. But his heart was also very joyful. Is your Majesty still going to march south? No. For the country. Regardless of whether the country is vast or not, as long as the people live and work in peace and happiness, it is a strong country, and it is also the Emperor's responsibility. Your Majesty is truly insightful. However, I have come here to say goodbye to your Majesty. What? Are we being bad hosts? No, it's that I have an important thing to do, and I dare to ask your Majesty if you know where this Oolong Mountain now resides? Yuanji was obviously very reluctant to let go of this old ancestor, and even after repeated pleas, he was unable to keep this old ancestor. Alright, we'll have the House of Sages look into it. Yuanji said, got up, and wrote an ultimatum of clearance with his own hand. We're going to make you an imperial teacher. You're the one who taught me what those old men couldn't. Nangong Haotian didn't refuse because it was about whether or not the Nangong clan could come to the eastern continent. Take it, old ancestor. See this book as if we were here in person. Your Majesty, it's me. You can't say we. That's what the mountain villagers call it. What's wrong with mountain villagers? Are mountain villagers not our people? It turns out that in the Misty Town illusion, as soon as Yuan Ji called himself I, he was attacked by Yuan Lu, and finally became we. Nangong Haotian held a smile on his face, but in his heart, he was also a million times more pleased that the emperor had grown up. Your Majesty, before I leave I have a gift for you that you will love. Nangong Haotian pulled out a life and death ring in his arms, and it actually let out a roar when it saw Yuan Ji. Old ancestor, the Heavenly Wheel sect has been extinguished. Keeping this object will definitely be a scourge. Please destroy it quickly. Your Majesty, please look. After speaking, he turned the iron ring with his hand, and a person came out from inside. Surprisingly Yuan Lu. Sister. Yuan Ji couldn't believe his eyes. The tombstone he personally erected for her. And Nangong Haotian smiled slightly. Your Majesty, on my way back to the capital I met a soul with a heavy obsession that was unable to reincarnate. And after inquiring about it I realized it was related to your Majesty. Fool, I'm here to be your loving wife, not your sister. Nangong Haotian looked at the reunited duo and excused himself first, going to the House of Virtuous Talents to ask for directions. Reporting to Lord Old Ancestor. This Wulong Mountain now resides in Huanchi City within the territory of the Wu Fresh Kingdom, and its name is Hat Mountain. Nangong Haotian returned to the hostel and started to pack his bags, but then he thought that he hadn't contacted the Holy Land for a long time and decided to ask about the situation first. Hey, rainy girl, what are you doing there? As soon as Nangong Haotian made contact with the mirror he saw that big kingpin and said with an angry face, Ah, old ancestor, didn't he do anything? Serious cultivation it. Nangong Yu hurriedly put away the drawing of the king's 8 and said with a playful smile on his face. Nangong Haotian had no choice but to call in Nangong Junyi to ask about the recent situation in the Nangong Holy Land. It turned out that in recent times, all the surrounding sects, holy places, and countries had come to visit, and the Nangong Holy Land had leapt back to its former self. I won't go back first. Junyi run the Holy Land well. You are cultivate seriously. I'll clean you up when I get back. No, old Joe, I'm going to find you. Nangong Yu finished shaking the talisman in his hand, a smug smile on his face. 1,000-mile step charm. Nangong Junyi's face was unsightly as he reached out to snatch it, but Nangong Yu was nimble and directly dodged it. Nonsense. Is this something you can take? As the talisman glowed, Nangong Yu disappeared into thin air. The only one left was Nangong Junyi, whose face was even more ugly. This was a treasure that had been passed down from the Nangong family, and now it had been stolen by her. Rainy, get back! Only to see Nangong Yu tearfully hugging Nangong Haotian's thighs, saying nothing and not letting go. Nangong Haotian directly regretted contacting the Holy Land, and he had learned a lesson that bringing one more person was one more trouble. No, Yuer has never been out of the western region, and now if old ancestor doesn't take Yuer with him, Yuer won't spread out. Nangong Haotian had no choice but to agree, and on the way, Nangong Yu ran around and ate nonsense, and Nangong Haotian's head was several times bigger. In the end, he had to tie a rope around Nangong Yu's hand to make a simple anti-loss rope, and threatened her by sending her back. The duo finally arrived at the border between the Northern Martial Kingdom and the Wu Fresh Kingdom. It was winter and the Tian Lang Pass was snow-covered. Lord Old Ancestor, Mr. Yen can only send it here. This is the map of the Wu Fresh country. Nangong Haotian received the densely written map and looked at the snowy distance. His heart was actually a little apprehensive. I'm grateful to General Yen. Just send it here. The rest of the way my granddaughter and I will be fine on our own. After saying goodbye to General Yen, Nangong Haotian and Nangong Yu disappeared into this vast sea of snow. On the way, Nangong Yu insisted on listening to a story, so Nangong Haotian told him about his experiences in the past few days. At first, Nangong Yu laughed out loud, but in the end, she cried with snot and tears. This one can make Nangong Haotian worried to death. He still has to coax stop. This mountain was opened by me. This tree was planted by me. If you want to hit this road, leave the money to buy the road. Nangong Haotian was very surprised, not expecting that there were still thieves in this icy place. Big brother, there are no trees or roads here. Shut up, you're the one who talks too much, and it wasn't because of you last time? But fixing his eyes, Nangong Haotian directly laughed out tears. These two were exactly those two stupid thieves from Huanchang. Ah, it's you again. Erdi run. It turned out that because they were repeat robbers, they were directly expelled from the government and were reduced to robbing here. Humph, you guys really don't know what's good for you. You even robbed the old ancestor. Nangong Yu directly struck out. A huge pillar of fire erupted underneath the two thieves, directly sending the two flying out. Who touched my servant? Nangong Haotian searched at the sound, only to see a woman with red hair and wearing the battle armor of the Wu Fresh clan riding her horse and chirping. You say those two stupid thieves are your servants? Thieves? They're not thieves. Still not a thief? It's all robbed up to this lady. Nangongyu was very wary of the woman with an excellent figure and delicate features who had suddenly appeared. Nangong Haotian directly pulled out a mirror to show her what had just happened. These two abominations. They lied to me. Who are you? My name is Lin Chuan-yi. This is my granddaughter Lin Qingyu. We are emissaries of the northern martial arts. Nangong Haotian did not want to make a big fuss, and it was convenient to act with a fake name. Humph. Talk is cheap. Bring out Emperor Beiwu's edict. That woman shook the lance in her hand and immediately crossed in front of Nangong Haotian, and the soldiers behind her drew their swords. Here's our edict. Please check it out. General. Nangong Haotian directly stopped Nangongyu, who immediately made a move, and took out the imperial edict from his arms. Wow. What is this? The royal seal? It's the fifth brother. While taking the imperial edict, Helan Chuanming's imperial seal was accidentally taken out by Nangongyu, and the red-haired woman was filled with shock. Your fifth brother. You're back? Girl, I am sorry. I am not your fifth brother, but I am his friend. Chuan Minghe is no longer there. Nangong Haotian said as he handed the imperial seal to the red-haired woman and prepared to leave this place with Nangongyu. Wait, let me take you to the imperial city. It's not far from here. The emperor of the state of Yufan was called the Great Khan, and the capital was not fixed. It changed with the emperor's migrations and had no fixed location. Nangong Haotian and the others then got into her carriage, and Nangong Haotian told her the story of Helan Chuanming in the carriage. I didn't expect that since the last time. It was goodbye forever. My fifth brother, he was a mortal at birth, but he was born honest. Usually he didn't even dare to come out of the tent, but 7 years ago he disappeared strangely. We searched for a long time and couldn't find him. I didn't expect that he would just go away like that. It turns out that Helan Chuanming's real name is Helan Huarat, because he is immortal and has a gentle nature. Everyone bullies him. Nangong Haotian also sighed before realizing how much courage he had at that time. Inside the large tent of the Wu Fresh country, an old man with a face full of vicissitudes and gray hair but with a majestic appearance was sitting on it. What? Hanarat, he's dead? A woman was already crying on the sidelines. She was Helan Chuanming's mother, and the old emperor was furious. It's all because of you that Huaru was bullied every day and ended up like this. Are you satisfied? The old emperor was silent and just looked at Nangong Haotian, surprisingly throwing out the imperial seal. What's all the noise about? Men, carry Etaran down. Helan Chuanming's mother was dragged out directly by a few soldiers, and Nangong Haotian was a bit unable to look at her. Hey, how can you guys act like this? He's your son at least. Nangongyu directly stood up indignantly. Her beautiful eyes contained anger. Although she had never seen Helan Chuanming, she knew that Helan Chuanming was a good person. Humph. It's just a waste. Death is not enough. Not to mention that you are ambassadors. This matter is our family matter. The old emperor directly smiled disdainfully. Here the strongest man reigns supreme, and the other imperial princes on the side also sneered. What about the fact that he ended up being a great Tao emperor, and the one who killed him was his half-entered quasi-saint realm superior, the heavenly wheel old ancestor? Nangong Haotian really couldn't stand the slandering of Helan Chuanming by others, even if it was his father. What? Emissary Lin? This is no joke. The Helan clan was shocked. A waste mortal with no cultivation talent ended up being a great Tao emperor? I don't believe you. Show me proof. The prince on the side directly shouted, as he was extremely talented, and up until now, he was only at the peak of the golden immortal realm. He couldn't stand the fact that a punk he bullied every day was stronger than him. Nangong Haotian wasn't annoyed and took out a fragment, which was exactly the fragment of Helan Chuanming's armor. The black armor still had a black aura on it, but the power of the great Tao in it surged out along with Helan Chuanming's aura. All of them revealed their greed. The old emperor was only a first glimpse of the great Tao even now, and was not yet a great Tao emperor. Since it is a relic of Huarat, we will certainly keep it well. Huarat, my son, died so unjustly. Nangongyu suddenly unleashed her cultivation, and all of the Helan clansmen were shocked that a little girl was even a great Tao emperor. Nangong Haotian suddenly exerted a mighty pressure as well, and the old emperor realized that he couldn't even see through Nangong Haotian's realm. Everyone was crushed. Old ancestor, you badass. On the side, Nangongyu let out a pout. Humph. Who told you to just annoy me all the way? Nangong Haotian said smugly, then withdrew his intimidating pressure and looked at the Helan family with a look of disgust. This fragment is just a piece of scale armor from his body. And also, Chuan Ming, he only asked me to return the imperial seal to you. Anything else? Forget it. Nangong Haotian heart secretly for Helan Chuanming cold heart. The last of his sentence, child unfilial, really. Ha ha ha. Emissary Lin, this is a misunderstanding. In fact, this armor is a secret treasure of the Wu Fresh clan. Give it to me and it will be considered a return of goods to their rightful owners. Trying to fool me? Take me for a fool? Nangong Haotian's face directly clouded over. Your Majesty, this is the treasure of the Northern Marshals #1 cult, the Heavenly Wheel cult. Could it be that you are a Heavenly Wheel cultist? Ah, no, of course not. It's because I'm old and confused and misremembered. This rebellious son, joining an evil cult. Death is not enough. Joking aside, the great desolate divine realm now hated the Heavenly Wheel sect to the bone. And if they admitted it, then the Wu Fresh clan would directly become a target. Sometimes hypocrites are more disgusting than real people. In that case, we'll take our leave first. Nangong Haotian pulled Nangong Yu away without looking back. And the Uxian clan was very scared. A few years back, Bei Wu had beaten the Wu Fresh clan to a pulp. And now to displease an emissary of Bei Wu would be a catastrophe of great proportions. You are the mother of Horan Horat, aren't you? Come with us. Nangong Haotian directly brought out Ertuluan. Not to mention, mother and son looked quite similar. You are girl, you send Xuanming's mother back to Bei Wu to this woman. Nangong Haotian used his hand to guide Nangong Yu's head. And all of Wang Fanyun's information appeared in Nangong Yu's head. Yes, old ancestor. Then can I play in Bei Wu for a few days? Suit yourself. Go on. I have more important things to do. Seeing that his purpose was accomplished, Nangong Yu carried Xuanming's mother and disappeared in a flash. That red-haired woman surprisingly followed suit, and was surprisingly so beautiful with her armor off. I apologize to you for my father's reckless outburst, and having heard that the emissary has business to attend to, I, Horan Sarin, would like to be of service. Nangong Haotian doesn't resent this princess, but I'm afraid she can't help in this matter, but she can be brought there. Alright, prepare the wagon and head for Huanchi Hat Mountain. Several wagons traveled through the snow-covered Uxian, all the way to the departure of a small group of more than 20 people. The cart crunched on the ice with a creaking sound, while inside the wagon was a fireplace with inflamed beads. Dare I ask the messenger what is so important? Haran Sarin was very curious as to what had caused this emissary, whose cultivation was even higher than that of a great Tao emperor, to come in person. You really want to hear it? Nangong Haotian stared blankly at the snow outside the window, which was really heavy. Let me tell you a story first. Haran Sarin listened attentively with her eyes wide open. Her curious look was adorable. The story goes like this. A young monk came alone to the snowy mountains to cultivate hard in order to realize the great Tao. After several years of nothing, he befriends an elf from the snowy mountains. The elf was adorable, and she became the young monk's only friend on top of the snowy mountain. The friar also taught her the methods of cultivation without stinting, and the elf's cultivation skyrocketed while the friar made no progress. The friar soon realized that he was full of her when he meditated, and there was no way out, so the friar had to practice in a different place. But the elf could not spare him, and the monk could spare her even more, but the heart of cultivation prevailed. The monk lied to her that he would come back for her as soon as he had cultivated into a great Tao emperor. The departing monk had nothing to give away, so he gave her a treasure and gave the elf a name. Haven't been back since. This cultivator is such a negative man. Helan Sarin was so mesmerized by what he heard that he stared blankly at Nangong Haotian, and the snow unexpectedly got even bigger. Is Emissary Lin that cultivator? Princess, Huanchi City has arrived. I only saw that the streets of Huanchi City were empty. All the 10 houses were frozen with a layer of ice, and the snow was so heavy that there seemed to be no end to it. The city gates had been covered with snow, and from a distance it looked rather like a small snowy hill. What's going on here? You guys go check it out. Yes, Huanchi City was one of the only few developed cities in the Wu Fresh Kingdom, but now it had turned into a dead city. The Khan has sent again. An old man came out of his house at the sound of the noise, and when he saw Haran Sarin and the others, he sighed and went back to his house again. What's going on here, old man? Horan Sarin brought his men to stay at the old man's house for the time being, and Nangong Haotian also stayed in. Huanchi City is dying and fleeing. It's the snow god who's angry. Who is the snow god? Nangong Haotian asked. I don't know. All I know is that it hasn't stopped snowing for a month, and everyone in the city has developed a weird disease where they just get crazy for no reason and mutter, "Where are you?" Within a few days their whole body freezes over and they die. Nangong Haotian went out and looked at the sky, and suddenly with a wave of his hand, the snow unexpectedly stopped, and then the sunlight poured down. The living gods, the envoys sent by the Khan, are useless. They're all dead. Haran Sarin was very surprised, as she hadn't succeeded in repelling the snow once she entered the city, and there were no spiritual fluctuations here, so she had thought that it was heaven's will. Is there really a snow god here? One after another, people came out, and when they saw Nangong Haotian they all knelt down, their mouths constantly thanking them. The sunlight sprinkled on the solemn Nangong Haotian. At this moment, he was like a god. Helan Sarin looked at Nangong Haotian in horror. She could not see through this messenger more and more. Suddenly the clouds rolled back with a mountainous force. even accompanied by booming thunder, as if someone was angry. The snow god is at it again. The crowd looked at the sky in horror and suddenly went to the ground in unison, foaming at the mouth. So much for Horan Saran and her men after all. I have come hither to meet thee. And how long wilt thou make a scene? Nangong Haotian looked at the sky and bellowed. There was a pause in the sky and the cloud lifted with it. The people foaming on the ground also returned to normal. And after a moment's reprieve, they all stood up. What did you just say? Emissary Lin? Didn't say anything, just shouted. Since then, everyone in Huanchi City said that a fairy had come from Beiwu and could defeat the snow god just by waving his hand and talking. Nangong Haotian was also warmly received by the villagers for this reason. And some of them went so far as to make idols and worship them every day. Nangong Haotian didn't rush up the mountain and first stayed in the village. Early the next morning, Nangong Haotian lazily tugged at his covers. Suddenly, touching a piece of meat, Nangong Haotian directly made a carp and climbed up on the bed. Horan Saran, what are you doing here? Horan Saran was obviously in much last night, muttering something under his breath. It's just a matter of tugging at the covers. No wonder it always felt like there were no covers last night. That's when the door burst open. Wait, don't come in, princess. There's something new. That soldier directly turned into an ice sculpture when he saw the scene. Report princess, everything is normal. After saying that, he shut the door in a panic, only to hear a titter outside, followed by a group of snickers. Nangong Haotian had a black line on his face as he looked at the huffing and puffing Saran and directly lifted the covers. Ah, so cold. Rascal. The city of Huanchi welcomed the first morning in this month. Nangong Haotian had a slap mark on the top of his face, and behind him was a red-faced Horan Saran. The two of them froze together at the city gates, where an ice sculpture of a young girl with a delicate figure stood. Which one of you masters made this ice sculpture? It's strangely beautiful. Ah, Mr. Lin, what's an ice sculpture? The crowd looked at each other. You looked at me. I looked at you. Nangong Haotian slapped his head before realizing that his use of terms was too forward. It's the art of carving all kinds of things out of ice. Mr. Lin, none of us know this, but it sounds good. After a while, there wasn't even a single bird outside of Huanchi City, and those samurai put down their weapons and began to study the play of snow. The country of Ushio is not strict in managing the leisure of the army, because in such a hostile environment, everyone is a samurai. Nangong Haotian simply do not care. The boat to the bridge naturally straight. As well, first play. Nangong Haotian directly introduced the snowball fights, snowmen and other games of his world, and they were happy as children. After they played for a while longer, they realized that their cultivation had actually increased, and immediately kneeled down to pay their respects to Nangong Haotian. The woods to the side suddenly stirred, and a figure suddenly swept past, which Nangong Haotian quickly captured with a slight flicker. A huge boar suddenly leaps out and heads straight for the people, the soldiers cheering and scrambling to catch it. However, Nangong Haotian still stared at the woods and was silent. It was definitely not a wild boar just now. The soldiers spent the next few hours actively preparing their mountaineering equipment to defeat the snow god in one fell swoop. Hat means black dragon, and this place used to be called Wulong Mountain, and after the Wushuan fought here, the name was changed and the city was built. The snow on the mountain was very big, and the people all climbed with great difficulty. Only Nangong Haotian walked as if he were walking on the ground, seemingly familiar with the place, but he walked slowly, as if he had something on his mind, and said not a word. Nangong Haotian's group traveled up the snowy mountains. What's that, princess? Only a bright light suddenly appeared on the snowy mountain, followed by a string of bright lights that appeared in the dark mountain. Finally we see someone. Princess, the generals have been rushing all day. Let's rest here. Nangong Haotian looked at this small village that suddenly appeared with a serious expression. Surprisingly, it was not an illusion. Horan Saran, on the other hand, looked at the small village very warily, and then tilted his head to look at Nangong Haotian. It's okay, let's go in and check it out. Nangong Haotian was shocked when he flew to the entrance of the village. Surprisingly, it's a Western building from that world. Are there still travelers? Nangong Haotian hurriedly tapped on the door of the nearest house, desperate for answers. Stop knocking. It's coming. The one who opened the door was surprisingly a middle-aged man with yellow hair and blue eyes. Who are you? Don't go up the mountain. There are demons up there. The yellow hair saw that Horan Saran and the others were heavily armed, and realized what they had come for. Who are you? Nangong Haotian looked at the yellow hair suspiciously, with a vague answer in his heart. My name is Hawk, and I'm from the Desolate Rest State, similar to the west of Nangong Haotian's world. Although it was a long way, the times were different, and there were many people from the Desolate Rest State who came here, and some of them even started their own sects here. We came here a year ago because I smelled the devil under this mountain. sitting in the hall by a bonfire with a huge cross on it and a wrinkled old man with a big nose sitting in front of the cross. It's our mission to get rid of evil spirits in the name of God. But this demon is very tricky. That's why we're here. You don't need to interfere in this matter. Just leave it to me. You guys go back. No, I'm not going to go back until I see the demon get sent back to hell with my own eyes. Or we're not going back. The old man's eyes revealed a determined look. While Nangong Haotian greatly appreciated this small village. Princess, stay here now. Good. Nangong Haotian's suggestion caused everyone to cheer. For them this place was very magical. Don't open the door if you hear anything at night. The old man looked serious and warned that this place was really dangerous. For the devil has been very violent for nearly a month. And his servants have come down to wreak havoc on the party. Everyone agreed. But by the end of the night there was a situation. Princess, someone's dead. What? Everyone ran over to see what was going on and saw a soldier fall to the ground with wide open eyes. Dead. Everyone stay out. It's dangerous. But it was too late. And everyone fell to the ground. Unconscious. Nangong Haotian had long since seen this little trick, but did not resist and entered the secret realm with it. Where is this? What came into view were countless ice trees with windless branches that looked like seaweed in the water. Damn it. Forgot not to come out. Hey, you kid is still alive only to see the dead soldier standing there unharmed. It turned out that he was not dead, but had entered a kind of secret realm. This secret realm looked mysterious, but it was far worse than Nangong Haotian's. Ha ha, a godsend. We're rich. The secret realm was the place that every cultivator sought, or even breaking through the great Tao Emperor was not a problem. Not to mention breaking through the Emperor realm. You guys just got here. I've been here for a year. You've got your head in the clouds. You've only just fainted. Really? If you don't believe me, look. Only a stone slab with dense marks drawn on it was clearly the tool the soldier used to keep track of the date. Nangong Haotian understood that this was a separate space and time would be different from the outside world. So he pacified them. Then how are we going to get out? Good question. And the crowd was silent for a moment. Princess, there's a lock here. But no keyhole. Just a handful of what was hanging on a door on the floor with a patterned spindle that turned out to be a combination lock. Nangong Haotian was slightly stunned. So he read the text on it. And in his heart, he couldn't help but complain that the secret realm was done in a fancy way. Everything hangs in the treetops with the wind. Nangong Haotian looked at it with a black line on his face. So many treetops. In the end which one is Nangong Haotian made a strong effort in his hand, directly pinched the lock into scrap metal, yanked it with his hand, and passed it directly. The crowd looked at Nangong Haotian in surprise. This was a cold ice metaphysical iron, but it had been pinched like this. Boy, can't you solve a riddle? A well-mannered teenager suddenly appeared, full of disappointment. You're sick. What a pile of crap is this? Tell me how to get out or smash your secret realm. One of the soldiers said with great indignation, not forgetting to give a wave of the scimitar in his hand. You guys are cranky. After saying that the teenager waved with his hand, the soldier instantly became an ice sculpture, and instantly shattered into ice slag. Brothers, kill. Nangong Haotian suddenly stepped in to stop it. Emissary Lin, don't stop us. I want to avenge my brother. Don't be silly. Your brother isn't dead. He just went back. After saying that, the teenager instantly shot out. Countless ice arrows shot out and finally converged into a giant sword. The giant sword instantly turned into vapor and evaporated when it reached Nangong Haotian's hand. And Nangong Haotian smiled, only to see countless ice creams rising up from the ground, directly piercing the teenager through. Stop pretending. Not dead. The teenager who had been hanging on the ice suddenly raised his head and hemmed and hawed and giggled. Actually, I didn't create this heart secret realm. It was built by a sister in the paramount realm, and I'm a gatekeeper. And where is your sister? I don't know. All I know is that she's been in a bad temper the last few days and I didn't dare go up the mountain. Horan Sarin and the others sucked in a breath of cool air when they heard it from the side. Quasi-Sate realm. Horan Sarin was scared. The Quasi-Sate realm couldn't even find a few in the great desolate divine realm. And to think that they would run into them here. Emissary Lin, then are we still going up the mountain? You guys don't have to go. I'll just go up there. Nangong Haotian's heart was cloudy because he had clearly felt the changes in the great desolate divine realm in the last few days. Princess, so many secret treasures. A soldier shouted as he opened the door on the floor. It was full of ice attribute techniques and treasures, which just fit the needs of Helan Sarin, who was precisely ice attribute. Everyone was full and ready to return. Nangong Haotian looked at their bulging storage bags and despised them greatly in his heart, because put into his own secret realm, these were everywhere. Okay, let's go back. While Nangong Haotian was preparing to go back, he saw a red ribbon, which Nangong Haotian directly removed and put up. Hey, come play often. I'm lonely here too, the teenager exclaimed. And everyone looked at him with a black face. A ball of golden light wrapped around the group and in an instant, transcended space and returned to the village. Oh, I can't believe you guys are back. That's awesome. The old man looked at Haran Saran and the others who woke up safely was very surprised, because no one who had gone in before had ever returned. Nangong Haotian directly resigned from the crowd and went up the mountain. As the delay had been long enough, Nangong Haotian directly slapped out a spell, and instantly the sky cleared up, and sunlight was ushered into the Wulong Mountain, which had not seen the sun for years. Could you be an angel? The old man looked at the sky in amazement. The purification rituals they had tried hadn't worked. As soon as he turned his head, Nangong Haotian had already disappeared in the same place. Around the top of the mountain was still snowy. Nangong Haotian didn't get rid of it because it was the same when he went up the mountain back then. Yes, the friar in the story is him and the elf is May. Back then, it was him who was bent on cultivating to become stronger, thus lying to her because with her, Nangong Haotian would not have succeeded. At the top of the snowy mountain, a high pavilion with bright lights, Nangong Haotian's footsteps paused. He clearly felt two scents, one familiar and one unfamiliar. Aren't you a quasi-saint realm powerhouse? How come you can't even stop a mortal? I'm sorry, my lord. It's just that the person who came was very odd. Nangong Haotian heard the conversation in the room clearly, so he was puzzled in his heart. Nangong Haotian didn't even think about it and directly pushed the door in. Joy, sorrow, the bitterness of these tens of thousands of years of waiting breaks down at this moment. You're back. Oh, it seems not odd, but familiar. May, I'm back. Nangong Haotian stood there motionless, letting her pound and hug her. Humph, don't think I can let you go just because your little lover is here. Don't even think about it. After saying that, she took out a flawless white beautiful jade from her bosom, and a thread of that jade was attached to the top of her head. Haotian, go. You don't have the cultivation now. Xiaomei quickly realized that there were no more spiritual power fluctuations in Nangong Haotian's body and fearfully pushed him towards the door. Nangong Haotian's eyes burned with rage as he stared straight at the man. That person was none other than Ulsan Kingdom's Grand Prince, Horan Yongji, and what he was holding was none other than the puppet jade, a magic weapon that could imprison the Yuan Shen. Nangong Haotian didn't move a muscle and looked at Helan Yongji with a frank expression. I'll give you some time to think and fight, either let her go or kill you. Ha ha ha, Emissary Lin. I was really surprised that you came here for her. I know you're very powerful, but you have to rely on considering her as well. Ha 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 ha. Nangong Haotian unexpectedly laughed out loud, and Helan Yongji was a bit overwhelmed, surprisingly a bit frustrated. Since you want to die so badly, let me fulfill you. After saying this, Helan Yongji directly became an ice sculpture on the spot, and his soul was directly put into Nangong Haotian's evil tower. Horan Yongji didn't even have time to cast a spell. The puppet jade fell to the ground. Nangong Haotian picked it up and released Xiaomei's Yuan Shun, directly crushing the jade. May, I'm here for my appointment. Don't be angry. Let's go. You asshole just came now. It's been tens of thousands of years before you remembered me. I'm not leaving. You can go with whoever you like. Nangong Haotian couldn't help but be dumbfounded. She was still the same. She hadn't changed at all. Surprisingly, she was still a lowly. Well, don't get mad. I'll tell you about the mountain below. Nangong Haotian told him about the prosperity under the mountain, and his own tens of thousands of years of cultivation had only just come out not long ago. Xiaomei's eyes blinked as she listened, clearly putting the matter of Nangong Haotian not coming to see her behind her. It turned out that Xiaomei had woken up a month earlier after sensing Nangong Haotian's aura, but Horan Yongji shows up and lies to her that he's seen Nangong Haotian, but the request is to drill into the jade and find something for him, thus cheated of her genjutsu, after which Horan Yongji used her powers to wreak havoc on the party, attempting to kill the Khan and take his place himself. Humph, deserves to die. By the way, May, this is back to you. Nangong Haotian took out the beads dropped by the Heavenly Wheel Ancestor, and the red ribbon from Heart's secret realm. Yeah, how did you find it? It turned out that these were the gifts left behind by Nangong Haotian back then, the hunting heavenly bead and the transitional flame Aya. Nangong Haotian directly broke the curse of this Oolong Mountain, and from then on, Oolong Mountain would never be dark again. On the way down, the two talked and laughed. Emissary Lin, you're back. Horan Saran muttered at the entrance to the village with bread stuffed in his mouth. Who is she? A demon? You're the demon. Look at you with your red hair. Xiaomei shouted, and began to condense spiritual energy in her hands. Wait, princess. My name isn't Lin. My name is Nangong Haotian, and this is my friend Xiaomei. Nangong Haotian told you Horan Saran all the situation in full. When told of Horan Yongji's plot, Horan Saran is furious and insists on bringing back his soul. After the soul is released from the Tower of Evil is, surprisingly, a black-robed bald man. Everyone is shocked. Jack, it's you! The old man arrived at the sound of the noise with a surprised look on his face. It turned out that this Jack was also a person from the desolate Breath State, seizing the royal son of the Wu Fresh country in an attempt to use the Wu Fresh country to overthrow the desolate Breath State. Mr. Nangong, leave this Jack to us. The old man spoke slowly. He was going to take Jack back to the courts of the wasted Breath State to be tried for being a black magician. Nangong Haotian wasn't unkind and directly packed Jack's soul to the old man. Is Elder Nangong going back this way? Not going back to see the Great Khan again? Yay! You're all mixed up as an old man? Xiaomei, don't interrupt. Yes, princess. Congratulations to the princess for taking the crown prince position. Instead of being happy about gaining the crown prince position, Haran Saran was very upset with this old ancestor. Nangong Haotian exchanged a few pleasantries with her and was about to leave. Getting off the carriage, he said a few words to Nangong Yu, and took a shortcut with Xiaomei to immediately return to the western region. We welcome the return of the old ancestor. Nangong Junyi and the others directly fell to the ground in obeisance. Dare I ask the old ancestor who this is? I'm his maiden. Everyone looked at Nangong Haotian in dismay. Nangong Haotian had lived for tens of thousands of years and had never been so frightened. At the side, Nangong Yu's pretty face flushed red as she stared dead at Xiaomei, muttering in her heart about why she was so cute. Don't you guys listen to her make things up. What a bunch of. It was agreed upon tens of thousands of years ago, and he forgot. Xiaomei also noticed the resentful eyes of Nangong Yu not far away and said that she directly released her quasi-saint realm's pressure. Everyone couldn't raise their heads, and Nangong Yu even held her pretty face red, but in the end, she was forced to kneel down. We pay our respects to our ancestral grandmother. The crowd had no choice but to directly shout. Their voices were even louder than when they faced Nangong Haotian, who directly had a black line on his face. Hao Tian, where do I put this secret realm? And you brought that shit? Say that again? Well, I'll find a place. Nangong Haotian recalled the scene of Xiaomei bullying him in the past, and fled in panic again with his next realization. The crowd was shocked. The Nangong Holy Land had since added another ancestor. Hey, how do I think the ancestor grandma who came is even more powerful than the old ancestor? Her cultivation must be more than the paramount saint realm. Well, I also think so. It seems that we have to be careful in the future. Grandma's temper is not too good, but so cute. More than Nangong Yu. What are you two talking about there? Go and cultivate. Nangong Yu looked at Wan Longyuan and Nangong Chingu with an unhappy face. Yes, senior sister. The two men saw this and ran away in a grayish manner. Since the arrival of an ancestral grandmother, Nangong Yu seemed to be in a bad mood. Within the Nangong Haotian secret territory. Wow, Hao Tian, you have a lot of stuff. Don't touch that. That's my stuff. Don't look at it. Cheapskate. I'm all grandma now at least. Your mama. I'll send you back to Wulong Mountain if you keep talking nonsense. Suddenly a piece of clothing fell out from the secret shelf, which revealed a chilling aura on it and was particularly cool to the touch. This dress has a snow lotus embroidered on it, and the overall sky blue color is very nice. That's a nice dress. Give it to me. No, who's that? That's what I was going to get you for your birthday. Nangong Haotian swallowed back his half-said words and said instead. As soon as the two met, they began to bicker, and the people of the Nangong clan panicked and avoided these two people for fear of the repercussions. Life is calm again. Report, the head of the Li family seeks an audience. What are these mongrels doing here? Looking for a beating? Nangong Haotian heard the Li family laugh disdainfully, and Xiaomei also heard Nangong Haotian talk about this matter. None of these mongrels, they don't even have to go. Look at Grandma Zhu. Xiaomei, stop it. I'd like to see what this bunch of mongrels are up to. Nangong Haotian rose indignantly, striding towards the great hall, his eyes teasing. Li Tianju of the Li family pays homage to old ancestor Nangong. I don't know what's the matter with Doggy. Li Tianju was very angry, and even called his nickname directly above the public hall, and suddenly thought of something, and sneered. Junior has come here for the matter of renewing the union. The entire audience laughed out loud after hearing this, and Wan Longyuan even had his hand on Nangong Chenwu, laughing his ass off. Humph, don't be too happy, please, gentlemen, see what this is. He was holding a piece of paper with two big words union written on it. The great holy lands of the western region have joined the holy lands of the southern Shen kingdom in the eastern continent to form an alliance, and Mr. Li, being untalented, has obtained the qualification to join for the Li family. The laughter of the crowd subsided and was replaced by a deathly silence. Oh, got it. Nangong Haotian Yandan said. Li Tianju was very annoyed to see Nangong Haotian like this. Junior is also thinking for the sake of the southern palace sacred ground. Don't be ungrateful, old ancestor. I'm afraid old ancestor will be unable to protect himself once the alliance army arrives at that time. Li Tianju, you might as well change your name to Li Tianju. Give you some sunshine and you'll shine. After saying that, suddenly a golden light flashed and Li Tianju's head fell with a bang. Tell you what, bullshit alliance and the Li family. Even if the entire great desolate divine realm comes to crush us, we're not afraid, Nangong Haotian said in a relaxed tone, as if he had killed an ant. You wait. Wow. Hao Tian. You're amazing. Long live the old man. Although Nangong Haotian said so, he still urged everyone to hurry up their training. Old ancestor, are you sure you want to put these magic treasures in the novice tower? Yeah. It's hard to kill a chicken without a handy guy. Nangong Haotian had cleaned up a bunch of things that were useless to him in the past few days of cleaning the secret realm, but were precious to newbies. Nangong Junyi looked at these magic weapons with great impatience, and in his heart, he admired Nangong Haotian's generosity even more. For the new disciples, Nangong Haotian also took care of them, and with 10 more novice techniques deduced, the power of the Nangong Holy Land was growing. The Li family was without a family head again, and everyone in the Li family stood in the main hall. No one wanted to be this family head anymore. Even the commoners on the street curse with you, Li family master. Clansmen, the alliance army will arrive soon, and we will be victorious. Li Gongcheng stepped forward and took the initiative to assume the position of the head of the family, and the alliance army became everyone's only hope. Suddenly, the Li family ancestral hall collapsed with a bang, and those who had a grudge against the Li family in recent times came to take revenge. The holy land of the Wu family in the southern Shen kingdom. How has His Majesty been these past few days? Has the medicine taken effect? Reporting to the Holy Lord, His Majesty has collapsed in bed and has been in a coma for several days. Well, that's good. A few elders whispered and laughed again. Half of the plan was accomplished. As it turned out, Emperor Song Lingtai of the South City Kingdom had always been a major problem for the Holy Land of the South Chun Kingdom. The great holy places of the Southern Shen Kingdom were so powerful that they threatened the imperial court, and Song Lingtai was motivated by his intention to cut the clan. The major saints had rebelled, and the Wu family's sacred land was the largest power in the Southern Shen sacred land, and they felt that a new emperor would be good. The political situation in Southern Shen was in a chaotic stage, but the Holy Land forces were gaining the upper hand, and they were going to unite the holy lands of other countries. Report! A messenger from the Southern Shen Kingdom is visiting. Nan Chen is here again. The one from Beiwu has just been sent away. Jun Yi, go and meet him. It's the old man. Nangong Junyi walked to the main hall and saw a young messenger. Han Chang, pay my respects to sacred Lord Nangong. Rise, messenger. I wonder what is the purpose of the messenger's visit to the humble abode. Nangong Junyi understood very well the truth of not having anything to do. Lord, sacred Lord, now that the South is in cahoots with the Western sacred land threatening both you and I, now that I've come here for the sake of an alliance with your sacred land and the Northern Martial Kingdom, in that case, I expect that group of leaky chickens and dogs will not dare to come to commit crimes. Han Qing gave an impassioned speech, as if he had already seen the scene of the Wu clan's holy land being overrun. The messenger need not be anxious. This matter is of great importance. Please allow your country a few days. After 3 days a certain family will definitely give your country an answer. Although Nangong Junyi's heart was moved, he still had to discuss with his old ancestor before doing so. What do you think, Jun Yi? Nangong Junyi hurriedly came to discuss with the old ancestor after sending the messenger away. Old ancestor, I think it's better to make an alliance. Besides, there are so many people on the enemy side. Oh, you're scared? Grandmother, I didn't. Well, the Southern Shen court is already in a state of turmoil. It's troublesome to ally with him. Old ancestor means no more alliances? Right. Nangong Haotian looked at the departing Nangong Junyi as a brilliant plan plotted in his mind. Reporting to the Holy Lord. It's not good. Report it. Last night Han Qing died at the inn, and Southern Shen changed emperors to Wu Zhenghan and changed the country's name to Southern Qi. The emperor of Southern Shen, Song Lingtai, died last night, and the Wu family sanctuary took advantage of the fire to seize most of the country. What's supposed to happen is still happening. Nangong Haotian muttered. His hands didn't stop as he was writing a letter to Yuan Ji. Everyone understood that the balance that had been maintained for hundreds of years had been broken just like that, and they were afraid that it would not be peaceful in the future. Nangong Haotian, on the other hand, saw this as an opportunity, a heavenly opportunity. Inside the grand hall of the Nangong Holy Land, old ancestor, is this really okay? That's for sure. So much open space around our southern palace Holy Land. Nangong Junyi looked at the complicated design drawings on the table, crisscrossing many commercial streets. Nangong Haotian was already planning to make some money. After all, the Holy Land's expenses were very large. Jun Yi, just build according to this diagram and go get ready. After Nangong Junyi said goodbye, he posted advertisements for Nangong Haotian directly around the Holy Land, and the advertisement flyers read widely accepting talents. Many people were attracted to join the construction activities. Nangong Yu and the others surprisingly also joined in. After all, The commercial street was rare for them when they came. They watched the smallpox advertisements, and their hearts were also very longing for this commercial street. And Nangong Yu even saw the business of Beiwu. With the help of this group of cultivators, the speed can be much faster than the worker brothers. Nangong Haotian looked at this group of his family's free labor force with satisfaction in his heart. The shopping street was built quickly and took only one day to build out. Enlighten old ancestor. It's bad. The merchant gangs in the western region won't sell us materials. Why? Is there not enough money? Or are you slacking off on people? Old ancestor. I don't have it. They said it's fine to sell it to us, but they have to give up 50% of the profits of the commercial street. What? Nangong Haotian had scoffed at this group of businessmen and hadn't taken them to heart, but now they were making a big deal out of taking profits, which was very offensive. Nangong Haotian decided to meet the group of merchants in person. Ho Tian, wait. I'll go meet them. Xiao Mei actually stood out at this time. She was in the Nangong Holy Land at one time. A small life is very nourishing. Today it is not easy to find a job to do. Are you okay? It's definitely okay. You don't have to worry. Nangong Haotian looked at the departing Xiao Mei and didn't stop her, because sometimes it was still faster to solve problems violently. Who are you? We're meeting with old man Nangong. Don't be hasty, gentlemen. I'm the grandma of this holy land, and I'll be the one to negotiate with you all this time. Well then, this ancestral grandmother. I'm sure you're well aware of what we mean. As long as we give up 50% of the profit, we'll risk our lives to provide it. Risk death? You're all overstating the case. Isn't that right? We're under pressure from the unknown alliance. Business isn't as good as it used to be, and if we supply any more materials we're in danger. Xiao Mei didn't expect the group of merchants to be under no pressure at all, because even if it was an alliance, they wouldn't dare to casually infringe on the merchant gang. But Mei has Mei's way of making them soft. Suddenly, the table directly exploded, turning into pieces and scattering all over the place, and a pressure of the quasi-saint realm in the Great Hall pressed heavily on the crowd. Everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. Their merchant gang knew that there were experts in the Nangong Holy Land, but they didn't expect them to be this powerful. Are you guys selling or not? Ancestral grandmother, spare your life. We'll load up and sell the goods to the honorable Nangong Holy Land, and we won't take half of the profits from the Nangong Holy Land. The leader of the merchant gang, Jiao He, whose face was full of flesh, was suffocated red and said, in the face of strength, any merchant can't do anything about it. Sell? I don't want it unless you give it away. Fine, fine, fine. We'll load the goods here. Consider it as Diao funding the Nangong Holy Land. It wasn't until Diao He and the others agreed to the gift that the pressure was removed. Thank you all for the gift. It was really abrupt just now. Our Southern Palace Holy Land is willing to develop together with your gang. Nangong Haotian had been monitoring the entire process from the back of the Great Hall, and only at this time did he stand out. We thank old ancestor for his magnanimity, and we will definitely pay a visit with gifts in the future. Diao He and the others left in a hurry. They knew that they had already gotten on the Nangong Holy Land's thief ship. Ho Ten, how do you think I did? Very good. Just have to compensate my family for the table. This one. Che, I think you're crazy about money. Nangong Haotian had a sinister smile on his face because as far as he knew, the gold mines in Oolong Mountain had already been dug up by Xiao Mei. The opening of the shopping street went as planned, and the place has been packed for a long time. The countless skyscrapers were simply heavenly in their eyes, and everything was supplied with spirit stones. Thank you all for taking care of the Nangong Sanctuary. I announce that the Nangong Commercial Street is now officially established. Finally everyone swarmed in with a cheer and the shopping street was instantly engulfed by the crowd. Don't crowd. Everyone, be orderly. The one maintaining law and order was none other than Wan Long Yuan, who had been placed here by Nangong Yu due to his frequent blind mutterings. Apparently, even the Emperor Realm's Wan Long Yuan couldn't stop the enthusiastic customers, and he was almost trampled to death. Nangong Haotian looked at these customers with satisfaction. In his eyes were all wallets over to lose weight. Wait, the Li family is forbidden to enter. A well-built woman with a pretty face was stopped by the newly formed Minute Vigilante Brigade. On what grounds? If I didn't have nowhere else to go, I wouldn't go to the Li family. Wait a minute. Girl, Nangong sacred ground, understand. This place is much better than the Li family. Nangong Chenwu immediately came up to advertise after hearing about it. After Nangong Haotian's education, Nangong Chenwu still turned into a business maniac. Can I really do the same? Yes. Nangong Holy Land, you deserve it. Nangong Chenwu happily led this little girl to the enrollment office and directly filled out the enrollment form. You're going to leave all the Li family stuff outside the door. No Li family stuff is allowed in here. Unexpectedly, the little girl directly threw the Li family's things into the wastebasket, and directly stride exhausted the Nangong Holy Land, successfully from the Li family to the Nangong family. Gorgeous turn. Its speed directly made the Li clan's ancestor feel ashamed of himself. But there was a problem in the Soul Servant Hall. What's going on? Why is this broken stone malfunctioning? Turn around and ask the old ancestor to replace it with another one. The soul measuring stone of the Soul Servant Hall surprisingly didn't react. This stone would send out a reaction even if an ant approached it. But at this moment it just didn't react. You stay here first, and come back when I ask the old ancestor for a different piece. Nangong Chenwu had no choice but to arrange this girl into a guest room first, and hurriedly went to find Nangong Haotian. Where's Starfall? You losers, you can't even watch a woman. The Li family is being upset by Li Gongcheng because an important person has been lost. This person was the little girl that was brought back by Nangong Chengu. That was the treasure that was offered into the alliance and the capital for the Li family to join the alliance. Family master, I've searched both inside and outside the residence. There's nothing. Then go look again. And if you can't find one, you'll find another painted demon. Painted skin demons are a very rare type of demon. More of a treasure than a demon, as they don't age for 10,000 years and change their body shape freely. Old ancestor, the people are inside. Nangong Haotian looked at the woman for a slight moment, then suddenly laughed out loud and patted Nangong Chenyo's shoulder. You, boy, have picked up a treasure. What treasure? Old ancestor, I won't do the business of selling people. You kid, say that again and I'll sell you out. Nangong Haotian looked at him with a face of contempt. It was unexpected that this brat would have such a big brain, and also owed a beating. This is the painted skin demon. It's very rare. That's why I said you've seen a treasure. Ah, old ancestor, what should we do with this? Should we take it to the auction house and sell it? Nangong Haotian was so angry that he slapped Nangong Chenwu's head, thinking that he had gotten himself into such a disciple. What's your name? Starfall. Your place is really beautiful. Much better than the Li family. That's for sure. You can stay here for now. I'll set you up later. Follow me to the study first. Nangong Haotian brought Starfall to the study and immediately closed the door, while Nangong Chenwu called Wan Longyuan to eavesdrop outside with him. Take it off. Don't you get tired of wearing it every day? Starfall was very frank on hearing this, for she too labored in this skin. What came into view was not some delicate girl, but a bloody man standing there. Wah! A scream came from outside the door. Wan Longyuan and Nangong Chenwu couldn't enjoy such a visual shock and ran away in panic. How unseemly, but you didn't even react. Nangong Haotian laughed and calmly lowered his head, playing with the ring in his hand. Or you might as well put it on. Starfall looked at Nangong Haotian with contempt and directly collected her skin into her mouth. She just wouldn't wear it. After Nangong Haotian's inquiry, he realized that this painted skin had also just arrived at the Li family not long ago and was a gift to the alliance. But Starfall was naughty by nature. Not only did he run out of the 10,000 demon stock, but he also let the Li family take hold by mistake. And today he sneaked out again and came to the commercial street. Nangong Haotian was about to inquire about the situation of the 10,000 Demon Valley, and it was at this moment that the door was unexpectedly slammed. What are you guys doing in the house? It turned out that Nangong Chengu was running around in a panic, mouthing that there were ghosts, and ran directly into Xiaomei. Xiaomei, after hearing that Nangong Haotian was in a piece with a skinless painted demon, became furious on the spot and came directly to Nangong Haotian to argue. Oh, so that's it? You hurry up and put your skin on. Xiaomei's face eased a little after understanding the situation, and after seeing that painted skin was surprisingly so well built after putting on the skin, she looked at Nangong Haotian and burned with anger. The pressure of the quasi-saint realm descended directly on Starfall, and painted skin itself was a special kind of demon without cultivation. Ancestral grandmother, I won't dare to do it again. Xiaomei's face eased slightly when she heard the name calling and withdrew the pressure. In the southern palace Holy Land, I'm the boss. If you dare to mess around, your skin will wait to be made into clothes for me. Starfall nodded hurriedly. She had never seen such a scary person. No wonder her mom and dad always said the outside world was scary. Nangong Haotian looked at Xiaomei. A helpless face. Really regret to bring her, with her an everyday colorful family master. I found her. Someone said they saw her in Nangong Commercial Street. Okay, let's go check it out. Li Gongcheng looked at the commercial street in shock. Rather than a street, it was more like a town. Here in the western region it was a commercial oasis. Wait, the Li family is forbidden to enter. Li Gongcheng looked at the dog that passed by him and was annoyed in his heart. Was their Li family so worthless? Bold, what kind of goods are you? Daring to be in our family master's way. You really don't know your own strength. The man from the security brigade took out the Nangong Commercial Street security charter in his arms as soon as he heard it, and flipped through it for a while. You are in violation of the Commercial Street security ordinance and should be clubbed out. After saying that there were so many peak golden immortal realm powerhouses that came out, holding the dog beating stick issued by Nangong Haotian and directly hitting the Li family members. You guys wait, I'm going to file a complaint. One of the house servants saw the complaint office on Namgung Commercial Street and panicked, explaining the situation. "I'm sorry, sir. It is expressly stated that Lee family problems are only solved by the person who raises the problem, not by solving it." After saying that, he knocked the family servant to the ground with a single blow of his club, and in the end, the Lee family directly ran out of Namgung Commercial Street in a sorry state. The last few days are also relatively idle. There is nothing to do. In addition to the Lee family, people often come to challenge, but it is the Nangong Holy Land because the commercial street turned full of pots and pans. "Where have you taken our demon?" "This, Lord Pants, we really don't know. Even though the painted skin demon is precious, we wouldn't dare to deceive your excellency." Inside the Lee clan's council chamber, a demon with scaly armor and horns on its head was sitting on top and was staring at the crowd with an angry face. He was the Valley Master of 10,000 Demons Valley, Fantes, who had heard that a precious painted skin demon had recently been captured by a human, and had come here to retrieve it. "Oh, is that true?" Fantes clearly saw that these people were lying, and that the Lee family was just a bunch of ants in the eyes of the 10,000 Demons Valley. "My lord, we really don't know." Only Li Gongqing's figure was strangely twisting and slowly deforming. "Do you take me for a fool?" Pants hated the man who had cheated him so much that he made a move to kill him. "She's in the Nangong Holy Land. She's been snatched by someone from the Nangong Holy Land." Originally, Li Gongqing did not want to say anything, because it was possible for the painted skin to come back in the Nangong Holy Land itself, but back in the 10,000 Demon Valley, it would be impossible. Pants did not let go of Li Gongqing's intention, only to hear a bang. Li Gongqing, into a burst of blood mist, disappeared. "The Li family has lost another family head. Report. Greetings, Holy Lord. 10,000 Demon Valley fans seeks an audience." Nangong Haotian was carrying Starfall in his hand, because she sneaked into Nangong Yu's house last night and drew many dragons and tigers on her body. In the morning, Wanlong Yuan was directly scared and shouted to catch the thief. "What's going on these days? People are coming every other day. Old ancestor, you can't let her go." "Woo woo." Nangong Yu cried with pearly blossoms and looked at Starfall with indignation. She was afraid that she would never be able to go out again if it wasn't for the old ancestor coming to her rescue. "This painted skin is at your disposal." After saying that, he threw Starfall to Nangong Yu, and Starfall escaped Nangong Haotian's restraints and directly made drawings on Nangong Yu again. "Humph, I told you to sue." Only the sound of fighting continued in the back hall, and a few more screams were heard. 10,000 Demon Valley fans pays homage to old ancestor Nangong. "I wonder what Fans is doing here. Dare I ask if old ancestor has captured a painted skin?" "Yes and no. She ran off on her own, and then my distant grandson bumped into her, which brought her here. Trouble old ancestor to return our 10,000 Demon Valley subjects. We will be more than grateful." The reason why Fantes will personally go there is because of the rules of the demon race. The demon race is not as united as the human race, so whenever a big demon disappears, the Valley Master will go there in person. "I'm not going back. There's food and drink here." "What's wrong with that?" A familiar figure appeared in front of Fantes. "Starfall, are you crazy? Didn't I mention that humans are bad? You're not good at lying to demons. Look, I'm still fine and have a store on Commercial Street." In the last few days, Starfall had discovered a heavenly business opportunity. She realized that everyone else used all kinds of things to put on their makeup, while she could solve it with one pen. "That must be the humans lying to you. Come back with me. Your mom and dad are waiting for you. If you just let her go back, wouldn't you be burying her with you?" Nangong Haotian suddenly inquired in a cold voice. He obviously felt that the gate of the demon realm was loosening up in the past few days, and he was afraid that it wouldn't last for a few days. The Devil World Gate was set up by the immortal Burial Emperor himself back then to ensure peace on Earth, and it had not been broken after 10,000 years. But the current situation had really surprised Nangong Haotian. What are you babbling about? I'm sure you know the situation of the 10,000 Demon Valley better than I do." "How do you know?" Fantes had kept the news of the loosening of the gate of the demon realm suppressed without announcing it to the public. For one thing, the seal left behind by the immortal Burial Emperor still existed. It was just loosened. Secondly, he was afraid that people would become suspicious, suspecting that it was Fantes himself who had acted presumptuously to activate the gate of the demon realm, and then later used the opportunity to crusade against the 10,000 Demon Valley. "I'm afraid that the door to the demon world is more than just loose. It's really not right for you to hide such a big thing. Please guide me, Elder." From my point of view, it should be that someone or a demon attempted to open the gate outside, and it just so happened that a demon inside also attempted to open it, hitting the mechanism right in the center, which loosened it. Pants looked at this old ancestor in shock. His heart has long been horrified. In the end, what kind of attainment to see so thoroughly? "What are you waiting for? Evacuate your people and get the word out. Old ancestor is truly 1,000 years old and knowledgeable." It's just that I have no place for my people and I don't have a place to put them. So I hope that old ancestor. Yes, all of them come to the Nangong Holy Land to take shelter. Thank you, elder ancestor. Nangong Haotian very much welcomed their arrival, as it unknowingly pulled all the demon races in the western region onto the Nangong Holy Land's thieving ship. The next step is to expand the Nangong sacred ground at a rapid pace. At least the demon race will have to expand their disciples when they leave. The matter that the Nangong Holy Land was going to serve as a refuge for the demon race in the 10,000 Demon Valley quickly spread out, and everyone was excited. In the western region there was very little conflict between the demon race and humans, and the demon race knew better than to live in harmony with humans. But Nangong Yu couldn't sit still. Nangong Yu was first robbed of her position by Xiao Mei, and then she was caught by Starfall. So if there were a bunch more of them, it would be predictable. The expansion was quickly completed. Nangong Haotian thought about it and decided to let those demons move around freely. The Nangong Holy Land temporarily became a place where humans and demons mixed. Pants arrived as promised with a crowd of demons, and the first to come down were Starfall's parents. Starfall, where have you been? Gentlemen, you need to go to the business district to find Starfall. Starfall's parents made it all the way to the shopping street, only to see Starfall there painting a tiger on his back for a burly man. How did you find your way here? Seeing this, Starfall's parents immediately took Starfall in their arms. Why? Spread out. I've got work to do. Starfall broke away in her arms and continued to bury herself in her work, earning money afterwards that Starfall's parents envied. Nangong Haotian also traveled to 10,000 Demon Valley as promised to resolve the issue of the Gate of the Demon Realm. Fantez, do you know why I would place your demon race in our southern palace Holy Land? Fantez thought about it and was just about to open his mouth when Nangong Haotian took out the mirror. And on the mirror was a picture of the Nangong Holy Land. Mainly to house you, but also to catch the mole who tried to open the gate of the demon realm. Elder ancestor is wise. I only saw a frog demon sneak out, looking left and right, and then hurriedly rush towards the valley of 10,000 demons. Damn this traitor. Fants, don't panic. Let's see what he's up to. Only to see that the frog demon ran behind the door of the magic world and took out a bottle from his arms, poured the unknown liquid in the bottle on the door, and the door of the magic world loosened up a little bit again. Take him. Pants' close guards went straight forward, and in 3 tries, they directly tied up the frog demon in 5 pieces. Ah, just you wait. The demon King Sama will come out after all when the time comes. Nangong Haotian directly snatched that bottle over. Obviously this bottle was filled with magic flames. Their plan was simple. It was that the magic flames on the outside would resonate with the magic inside, and then the seal could be loosened. Who gave you this bottle? I am not going to tell you. Ah, I say. Pants picked off one of Frog Demon's legs directly with his gun, and Frog Demon rolled right on the ground. Suddenly, the Frog Demon went into convulsions, and finally exploded directly into death. Nangong Haotian immediately captured the source of the mana and followed the scent of the mana all the way to the demon cave of the 10,000 Demon Valley, where a man in black stood with his hands folded. You're very powerful. Would you like to consider joining us? The Devil King's descent won't spare you any favors. I'm so sorry. I'm not interested. TSK, pity. The man in black suddenly stormed up with a surge of demonic energy, and in the blink of an eye flew directly in front of Nangong Haotian. You're too weak. Far worse than the guys in the gate. Nangong Haotian did not flash or dodge a punch. The man in black flew out a long way, crashing into a deep crater in the Devil's Cave. Wait, don't kill me. The Devil King descended to the world. Glory and riches to be enjoyed. The man in black immediately begged for forgiveness and directly arched his hand to take out a lot of gold. Humph. Who cares? Ha 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 ha. You're finished. I've completed the last rites. Let's see how you can still stop me. When Nangong Haotian wasn't paying attention, the man in black directly pulled out a dagger and stabbed himself in the heart. Nangong Haotian was very surprised that not a single drop of blood flowed from the wounds, but instead, they all flowed in one direction. Not good. The gate of the demon realm. A vortex gradually appeared in the sky above the great desolate divine realm, and a golden chain began to break, and the tens of thousands of years of loneliness of the devils exploded. Tides of devils have emerged from the vortex, but they will not set foot in the great desolate divine realm. Nangong Haotian drew out a few silk threads on his clothes, transforming them into a large net and blocking the vortex with death. The devils would not enter the earth for the time being, and Nangong Haotian's figure leaped and disappeared into the endless darkness of the devil realm. The devil realm was not dark, but red, and it was exactly the same as the great desolate divine realm in terms of both terrain and landscape, as the devil realm was a split of the great desolate divine realm. Hey, I heard that the gate of the demon world is open. Why don't you go? What are you doing there? I heard it's blocked by a human powerhouse. Humph, who cares what kind of powerhouse he is, as long as it's not the immortal burial emperor. Then there's nothing that can withstand His Majesty the Demon King. Nangong Haotian was eavesdropping from a side bush and shifted into a devil. Is His Majesty the Demon King really that powerful? Nangong Haotian suddenly jumped out, and the two devils looked at each other and laughed. You haven't spent any time from the demon realm, have you? Back then, only the immortal burial emperor defeated and sealed His Majesty. The devil's realm. The two devils lay miserably on the ground, whimpering in their mouths. The two of them had been tied up by Nangong Haotian. Let me ask you, how do I get to this devil's palace? You can get there by walking up 990,000 miles in any direction, but it's heavily guarded. So I'm afraid the young warrior won't make it. And what if it is? Only to see Nangong Haotian grab a handful of sand in his hand and throw it directly into the land. Instantly, countless vines grew to transform into a mighty soldier, holding swords and spears in a formidable manner. I'd like to meet that demon king. Let's go. The soldiers marched into the distance in neat squares. This was true puppetry, cutting down every demon along the way without mercy. What do you mean? A human with a large army is coming towards me to kill me? It's really not seen for a few years, but you've grown a lot of guts. A devil with two large horns sat inside the Demon King's palace, both eyes looking at the gap that had been opened. Greed in its eyes. Let them take their time. The prey can't escape being eaten even if it struggles. Nangong Haotian attacked and occupied many cities along the way, and almost everyone in the occupied areas believed in Nangong Haotian. Nangong Haotian led the puppet army all the way to the high ground, integrating a number of demon realm armies along the way, and the demon race only believed in a stronger force. Report, General. The scouts are here to report that the demon realm Konoha has been spotted. A small demon of 5-inch stature came by to report that it was little demons like this one who tipped off and spread rumors along the way. You're just in time. Take this map down and line up your troops as instructed here. Gotcha. Nangong Haotian's drawings depicted the very same long snake formation of that world, which was in turn adapted to become the town of swarming demons due to the large number of people. All the demons and puppets were in formation. Facing the ferocious demon realm close guard, Nangong Haotian was fearless. With a wave of his long sword, 10,000 troops fought, one by one. The team was like a scaly dragon, one moment with the momentum of annexing the 9 states, and the next with the momentum of coiling and strangling. The Konos were beaten directly into bits and pieces, and eventually what was left was captured. General, kill them all to put an end to this. As Nangong Haotian looked at the group of demon realm Konoha who were writhing on the ground, a better method sprouted. Nangong Haotian came forward and blew on the captives, after which he instructed the demon to put them all back. General, you mustn't. Once they are gracious, our position will be exposed. Nangong Haotian waved his hand at him, said nothing, and returned to the camp, after which there were rumors of Nangong Haotian's womanizing. During this period of time, there were also quite a number of patriarchs who turned against him, and Nangong Haotian wanted this effect. He wanted to exclude those demons who had second thoughts. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the enemy hadn't moved for 3 days, and while the demons were wondering, a message came out. Report, the guards have all collapsed to the ground. As soon as the news came out, the demons were shocked and praised Nangong Haotian strategizing and swore their loyalty. It turned out that what Nangong Haotian blew on them was not anything else, but the holy chi that was gifted by the people from the Wulong Mountain desolate resting state last time, which could mesmerize devils. The news that the Konoha army had been easily annihilated had reached the Demon King's palace, and everyone was in a great panic because this army had already occupied most of the demon race's territory. Humph, this group of trash. I still have to let me personally come out. The Demon King snorted coldly, waved his hand to kill the guards on the side, and directly carried his battle axe, striding towards the pointing platform. Nangong Haotian without the obstruction of the forbidden guards, the army like a tiger's momentum straight to the devil capital. The devil people are talking about the change of day. All the disciples of the Nangong Holy Land looked at the vortex in the sky. Although all the demons inside had run off somewhere, the old ancestor hadn't returned for a month. You say, the old ancestor wouldn't have fallen in there, right? Why hasn't he returned for so long? Hey, don't talk nonsense you two. Old ancestor is powerful. Nangong Yu said very angrily when she heard this, but her heart was also flooded with worry. No way. He just found me and disappeared. Could it be that I have to find him this time? Xiaomei was bored with the wine she found in Nangong Haotian's secret realm and looked far away from the whirlpool in the sky. I wonder if Haotian came back to beat me or not. Nangong Haotian sneezed several times, thinking that he has not been home for a long time. I do not know if all miss me. Brothers, in front of us is the magic city. Do you have the confidence to build your careers and grant your vassals? There. Yes. All the devils were cheering and jumping for joy because they would soon become the first-class devils of the devil's capital. In the devil world, there are also 3, 6, 9 classes. Those in the devil capital are first class. Those around the devil capital are second class. And all others are third class. Nangong Haotian promises that the hierarchy will be abolished if they take the great Dao devil capital, while the devils think that they will surely become the new first-class devils, which is the devil world of the weak and the strong. How dare you third-class little devils make such a fuss? How dare you attack the devil capital? You don't know what you're doing. Humph. Why are you allowed to be the demon king and we are not? Even though I'm a third-class little devil, I just want to kill the demon king. Nangong Haotian stood with his hands behind his back, his face wearing a mask that made his face unrecognizable for the time being. This arrogant tone. You really want to be that person back then, but you're not after all. Take your life. The huge axe in the devil king's hand swept over, and the devil chi was like a waterfall gushing out. Surprisingly, he was at the sacred body realm cultivation, and the devil race were all body refining cultivators. Majestic demonic chi gushed out. Nangong Haotian crossed his sword to block, and the moment the sword collided with the axe, the two army generals were directly blown away. The demon king took several steps in a row before he was able to stabilize himself slightly. You're strong. Don't you want glory and riches? Just be under my command, and I'll let your riches never end. Your demon world is meaningless. It's all about honor and wealth. Are there any other routines? Then I'll give you whatever you want. I want your life. Nangong Haotian directly swung out his sword. The sword shadow transformed into countless golden lights flying towards the demon king, and the demon king's giant axe directly cleaved through all the golden lights. This was the first time Nangong Haotian had seen someone who could take a move from himself, and his heart was very excited. A lift of the hand and countless golden dragons flew out, wrapped around the demon king. The demon king froze for a moment and flew away, but it was too late. The demon king was heavily smashed on the ground. You're the immortal burial emperor. What? Are you crazy or am I crazy? As soon as Nangong Haotian saw that the demon king had given him such a show, he was so shocked that he didn't realize that he had taken off his mask. Just so you know, I'm not. Immortal burial emperor, don't lie to me. It was you who sealed me here back then. Now that 10,000 years have passed and the great desolate divine realm's aura is in disarray, who else can you save? Nangong Haotian listened in awe, looking at the demon king with the eyes of a psychopath, calculating how to treat him. That's just it. Even if I can't beat you, I'm going to make the great desolate divine realm chaotic. I'll see who you can save. Magic world. Magic capital. Nangong Haotian looked at the demon king who had been reduced to ashes, recalling the words the demon king had said, his heart constantly beating a drum. The demon king is dead. This is our new demon king. The crowd of devils had seen nothing, and had boldly jumped to conclusions simply by seeing Nangong Haotian and the devil king who had turned into ashes. And of course Nangong Haotian would not rectify it. Nangong Haotian was wearing the demon king's golden armor and slowly descended from the gate of the demon realm, and Pants had an incredulous look on his face. Ancestor, you've been assimilated? You're the one who's assimilated. Nangong Haotian slapped his palm on Pants' head and looked at Pants with a black line on his face. Why don't you expect something good from me? Old ancestor is old ancestor. It's just not the same. Others are annihilated. Old ancestor directly conquers. Oh, if I were to destroy the world's dissenters, I wouldn't wear myself out. Then I'll trouble old ancestor to close the gate of the demon realm. Phantas realized that the magic door in the sky wasn't as dark as it could have been, but it was better to keep it closed. Turn it off for what? Little ones, our motto is, don't steal, don't rob, follow the rules, be a good devil. All the devils shouted in unison the slogan that Nangong Haotian had taught them, and in the future, all the devils in the devil realm would be able to come to the Nangong business district with their good devil certificates. You demon race can come too. Look, quite a few demon race are working hard in our business district, going out of their way. Pants looked at the hard-working demon's jaws dropped to the ground, and his heart was so full of emotion that Pants himself felt that he was outdated. Haotian, you're finally back. You're not even dead? How do you talk? Tomorrow is my birthday. You know. No, I don't understand. And I never will. Old ancestor, are you alright? Nangong Haotian was startled to see Nangong Yu, a sociopath with one eyebrow being a dragon and the other becoming a tiger, stood in front of Nangong Haotian. Old ancestor, you can laugh if you want to. Ha 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 ha. I don't want to laugh. But, ha 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 ha. This look was the work of Starfall. Nangong Haotian hurriedly helped Nangong Yu, whose pretty face was red and full of murderous anger, to restore her skin. This made the Nangong commercial street even more famous, and the special area that gathered people, demons, and devils was born, and the next door alliance was nervous. The alliance had never encountered such a situation before, and had never thought of allying with the demon race, much less the demon race. Everything was the fault of the Li family, And all the sect sanctuaries had given the Li family the charge of maliciously provoking the relationship between humans and demons, kicking them out of the alliance. This was because the alliance understood that once they declared war with the Southern Palace Alliance, it would be a declaration of war with the demon race and the demon race, and they couldn't afford such a price. A subtle change had occurred in the great desolate divine realm, and even though the devil race had come to earth, the heavenly Tao had surprisingly not reacted. Nangong Haotian understood that this was what the demon king had referred to as spiritual disorder, and that the spiritual energy of the Nangong Holy Land and its other holy lands had become surprisingly thick. It wasn't a good sign, and Nangong Haotian didn't know what it had to do with anything, just like he didn't know why he had crossed over. Hao Tian, did you find a problem too? You found out too? Yes, I've found this heavenly problem too. What to do then? That's hard to say. Accompany me to Commercial Street to buy a few pieces. Nangong Haotian looked at Xiao Mei and was filled with shock, thinking that this snow mountain loli was so useful at the critical moment. Could it be that she had discovered some secret magic weapon? In the Commercial Street clothing store, Nangong Haotian looked at Xiao Mei, who was trying on the clothes with a depressed face, and in his heart, he regretted 10,000 times why he was idle enough to run to Snow Mountain. That's what you found out? Yeah, haven't you noticed I've been in those two outfits since I got here? Nangong Haotian thought about the bulging look of her closet that was propped up, and a million horses raced in his heart. Nangong Haotian, who had labored for a day, finally returned to the Holy Land, and took stock of himself while shopping with Xiao Mei. I'm going to build schools, a huge talent pool where all species can come. The next day, it was another busy month in the Namgung Sanctuary, with a school for 10,000 people rising out of the ground, and the Namgung Sanctuary enrollment office was packed with people. Don't panic, everyone, one by one, slowly, all have a chance. Nangong Chinwu took the trumpet given to him by his old ancestor and pulled his voice there to raise his voice, but it never made any noise over the big mom with her grandchildren. The Nangong Holy Land was growing by leaps and bounds, and had reached a level that made the next door alliance fearful. Allied Lord, do you mean we imitate the Nangong Holy Land and build a one school as well? Yes, the good way is not to be jealous but to learn. Allied Lord is wise. It's just that this Li family, you're so confused. It's definitely not allowed. The Li family has gone crazy because 2 schools were built and none of them enrolled them. The matter of the school had already blossomed all over the great desolate divine region, and when it reached the desolate rest state it spread even more explosively, and before a month had passed, the school was all over the place. Old ancestor, the student has it, but the teacher, did the job ad go out? It was sent out, but it was quite a bit of treatment, and they were just teachers. What's wrong with this? Learn from others how much they respect their teachers in Eastern Continent. Teachers are the capital for our Nangong Holy Land to be strong in the future. It's only right that they should be so. Nangong Haotian looked at Nangong Junyi with a firm gaze and spoke in an instrumental manner. By the way, I'll be the principal of this school, so just run the Southern Palace Holy Land properly. Yes, old ancestor. Nangong Haotian watched as the aura outside the house suddenly skyrocketed, and the entire great desolate divine region began to tremble as the sky darkened. At this time, the great desolate divine realm was like the end of the world. The Nangong Holy Land began to palm the lights in broad daylight, and Nangong Haotian looked outside nervously. Hao Tian, did you feel that? Feel it? I'm so nervous. There's nothing to be nervous about. Come on in. Nangong Haotian looked at the immodest Xiao Mei with a face of contempt, planning to never take her words again. Just then the sky cleared again, and after a while it was as if nothing had happened. Alas, it is a pity. Everyone, gather in the great hall. Nangong Haotian ignored Xiao Mei's sigh as there were heavenly matters to be resolved here as he sensed the power of the heavenly Tao laws. Everyone saw what just happened. The demon race, human race, and devil race in the great hall didn't say anything as they nodded with serious faces. In this critical period, we must all work together in order to fight this crisis together. Now I will organize the work. Nangong Haotian's plan was in full swing. First, the commercial street was expanded and converted directly into a city, and then a commercial street was built outward. Then there is the acceleration of school construction and the enrollment of students as soon as possible. The Nangong Holy Land was busier than ever before, and all of the great desolate divine realm was concerned about the magical place that was the Nangong Holy Land. But a guest had traveled a long way and was waiting outside the great hall. Old ancestor, there's a strange-looking person outside who came over to look for you, saying that he knows you. What's going on? How come everyone I know or don't know comes to me? Out of sight. But the man insisted on seeing you, saying he had a clue to yesterday's vision. What? Call him to me. Only to see that person wearing a white cloak. Nangong Haotian fixed his eyes on an old acquaintance. Mr. Nangong, we meet again. The person who came was no other than the old man from the desolate breath state on Wulong Mountain. Tell us quickly about the clues you got. Don't worry, Mr. Nangong, my name is Lemon, and since last night we have an extra chest in our sanctuary. What's inside the box? I don't know. We weren't able to open it, so we came here specifically to ask for help from the gentleman. Where's the case? I'm sorry, sir. We couldn't even pick up the case. Nangong Haotian looked at Lemon suspiciously, calculating in his heart if this old guy is lying to me. Look, sir. This colorful card there in Lemon's hand had a black box printed on it that was all ancient, but emanated an unknown spiritual energy. It's a dead box. How can I open it? No. This box was examined by our father, and there is indeed something in it, only it looks ordinary on the surface. Nangong Haotian took the card and scrutinized it for a long time. Feeling uneasy, he decided to go to the desolate rest state again to take a look. Hao Tian just came back and left again. Are you asking me to widow you? Go. You're so annoying. Stay home and take care of yourself. I'll be right back. Nangong Haotian was in a hurry to find clues to the desolate resting state, and hurriedly packed up his things and prepared to set off, unaware that a few sneaky people had followed him. Are you sure you came by wagon? Yes, I did come in a carriage, but don't be puzzled. Sir, it's a celestial horse. Nangong Haotian looked skeptically at this classical carriage, which clearly did not have the prestige of the eastern continent. Hey, don't hide. You guys, I saw you. A few figures walked out in the nearby downtown area, their faces wearing embarrassment. These people were none other than Lu Bai, Wan Lon Yuan, Nangong Chenwu, Nangong Yuan Xiaomei, Old Ancestor, Hao Tian. Take us there. Nangong Haotian looked at the several people seriously, weighing the pros and cons before finally making a decision. Great. Was worried the road would be boring. Yeah. Several people cheered before finally getting on the carriage, which was very spacious inside. The heavenly horse let out a long roar and sprouted a pair of wings from its back, rising up into the air and heading straight for the desolate breath state. The crowd scared at the sight and praised the desolate rest state for turning out to be not desolate at all, which made Lemon scratch his head. Sir, let's stop for a moment while I meet an old friend. The crowd was so curious that they asked Lemon on the spot for an introduction, and Lemon readily agreed. Getting out of the car and looking at it, it was a temple. Nangong Haotian did not think that he had a shaman friend. Please inform this friend that I am Zen Master Huixian's Lemon. Ah, so it's Sifu Lemon. The Zen Master said for you to just meet him directly when you come. No need to be polite. Lemon led the group directly to the temple, and a wave of pure power flowed through the meditation room. This pure power didn't have the feeling of mesmerizing the mind, but it had an extremely intimate power. This was at least what the crowd felt, but Nangong Haotian saw the extremely pure power of the great Tao, secretly washing the souls of the crowd with its divine flavor. I knew you were coming, and I waited here especially for you. Old friend, I knew you hadn't forgotten me, and I came over to see you. I'm waiting for you and I'm waiting for him. A young man with a white monk's robe on his body walked out and looked at Nangong Haotian with a smile. Waiting for me? Yeah, that's you. Finish this up and I'll be on my way. Dare I ask what the master wants? Nangong Haotian looked at this young man and had only admiration in his heart. This was someone who truly comprehended. Ha, nothing much. It's just that this great desolate divine realm and that world of yours. Well, the young man shook his head, still smiling as he looked at Nangong Haotian. Master, how do you know that? And do you know how I can get back? Ha. Don't be in a hurry. It's at the end of the road. But, Nangong Haotian just wanted to ask. But that young man unexpectedly went back and then meditated on the futon as a burst of flame directly engulfed Zen Master Huixiang. Ah! Nangong Haotian suddenly woke up. It was rare that he had such a strange dream. Sir, let's stop for a moment while I meet an old friend. Zen Master Huixiang. I think. Don't go. He's in nirvana. How can that be? He has returned to his old age. Lemon got out of the car in a hurry, hurried over, and returned after a while lost in thought. Sir, how did you know? I dreamed it. The crowd looked at Nangong Haotian with shocked eyes. The status of the old ancestor had been raised in their hearts again. Along the way, Nangong Haotian was always distracted, because the Zen master's words made him can't help but think. It seems that there are people outside of people. There is a way to fly in the sky and a way to walk on the ground. But not many people have truly realized the true self, and Zen Master Huixiang is one of them. So why did he come to me? And what did he mean by the one thing he said to me? Ho-ten, what's wrong with you? Xiaomei saw that Nangong Haotian didn't say a word on the road. Her heart was greatly puzzled, so she went up to ask. Ah, it's fine. Just some vomit dash. Nangong Haotian directly lay down at the window and vomited. In that world, he also got seasick. Nangong Haotian hurriedly wrapped himself up with his spiritual energy and didn't move a muscle there. Nangong Yu and the others laughed when they saw this. No wonder the old ancestor never rode a carriage in the Nangong Holy Land. The Arakan breath state arrived quickly, and as soon as you got off the bus it was an exotic beauty, where houses of every color hovered delicately over the hills and were beautiful to look at from a distance. Wow! Old ancestor, this place is too beautiful. Nangong Yu enviously looked at the beautiful scenery in the distance. Nangong Haotian couldn't help but spit out Nangong Yu's short-sightedness. Thinking about that eastern continent, it was also picturesque. Sir, stay here for now, and tomorrow we'll look at the black box. Nangong Haotian hurriedly agreed. He couldn't wait to get off the bus. Nangong Yu and the others also got off the bus in a lively manner. They were sent to a large castle. The style of cooking in the desolate rest state was very different from that of the eastern continent and western region, and everyone ate happily. But at night, when Nangong Yu was looking out the window at this flourishing dynasty, a black shadow suddenly swept by. Old ancestor, look! Nangong Haotian also captured it, and on the spot, he used his spiritual sense to test the entire castle, and found that there was something odd about a tree on the first floor. Come on, let's go down and have a look. Nangong Haotian brought Nangong Yu and the others downstairs in a panic. There was something fishy about that tree. The moonlight outside was creepy. Not only did it remind Nangong Haotian of the movie In That World Rice, the large tree was so thick that it took several people to hug it, and the tree's branches were so dense that one couldn't see what was going on up there. But the lowest of these few people was at the peak of the golden immortal realm. How could they not see that there was someone hanging from this tree? Ancestor, why is he hanging here? Isn't he tired? I don't know. Maybe people like it. Remember to reinforce all the doors and windows when you go back later. Don't let him in. Everyone was discussing the guy hanging from the tree here in a relaxed tone, as he was only in the mortal realm. Ryu Bai, on the other hand, casually picked up a piece of wood and flicked it upwards at the guy who had fallen on the tree, which moved, only to see the hanged ghost, covered in rotting flesh and skin, make a dive to pounce on Lu Bai's body. Lu Bai shrieked and directly slapped him away, and the hangman landed in the lake without moving. Old ancestor, let's go back. It's really bad luck. Lu Bai hurriedly went back and imposed the spell formation. The green-colored light wrapped around the castle, and the sound of Lu Bai bathing continuously came out from inside. Is that where it is? Get over there and check it out. A team of generals in armor with swords rushed over and directly bound the hanged man who had just plopped up in 5 pieces. The gentleman is frightened, and it is I who have not entertained him well. One of them was none other than Lemon. It turned out that after Lemon had settled him down, he had gotten word that there had been some unrest in that castle lately, and had hurried over afterward. We're fine. It's the hanged man that's a bit suspicious. I heard he appeared recently. Through Lemon's pressing, the hanged man finally tells the truth. A few days ago, a couple of wizards hired me to watch the temple's every move, and here I am. Where are the witches? You guys come with me. Led by the hanged ghost, Nangong Haotian and the others passed through the streets and alleys and finally stopped in front of a village house. You guys wait before you go in until I get my paycheck. Nangong Yu and the others obviously didn't understand the language of the desolate breath state, so they directly broke down the door, and with a burst of spiritual power output, the sorcerer inside the house fainted on the spot. Nangong Haotian looked at the hanged man apologetically, took out some pills from his arms, and sent away the hanged man who was full of resentment. I ask you, who ordered you to come? No one instructed us to make ourselves want to come and steal that box. Why? Because it hides heavenly secrets that cannot be seen by mere mortals like you. What secret? If we knew that, we wouldn't have sent things to spy on you. Nangong Haotian looked at these few sorcerers and couldn't help but mutter in his heart. How did they know that there was a heavenly secret inside? Suddenly several sorcerers foamed and fell to the ground. Nangong Haotian laughed coldly in his heart. They must be hiding something else. Nangong Haotian urged the golden light to protect their vitals, and several sorcerers lay on the ground for a while before sitting up again. You're despicable. Seeing that they couldn't commit suicide, the sorcerers cursed at Nangong Haotian, who directly sealed their mouths. Lemon, interrogate these goods properly. They must know something. Yes, sir. Nangong Haotian and his group returned to the castle. Old ancestor, there's a spell formation here. Lu Bai was a natural diffractive body and was extra sensitive to spell formations, and Lu Bai realized that there was something wrong with that tree. Oh, we don't recognize the Arakanese script on it either. Xiaomei directly uprooted the spell formation and placed it in her hand to play with it. Nangong Haotian had a million horses racing in his heart, favoring such a pig teammate, and a person not far away watched this scene in shock. This spell has the effect of summoning evil spirits. Lemon came in at some point and looked at the phalanx and said, Lemon tells the story of the castle, and it turns out that the castle has a different story. Back tens of thousands of years ago, the desolate rest state was still full of vassal states, and this was the Duchy of Sappho. This feudal lord was so in love with black magic that he had his son and wife killed and sacrificed, and the temple was outraged and sent so many exorcists. But one of the exorcists disappeared. followed by the Lord, and everyone searched in vain. But when they appeared again they seemed to say that they had glimpsed the secrets of heaven and earth, after which the Lord died violently within a few days. The exorcist predicted that in tens of thousands of years this place would be a ruin, and then he hanged himself. Does it have anything to do with this spell? There's no connection, but there's a connection to the end of the great desolate divine realm, and this spell is meaningless. Nangong Haotian looked at the castle. He believed that the secret was definitely in the castle. He just didn't find it for the time being. Resting well, sir, let's go check out that black box. Nangong Haotian didn't need to sleep at all. He didn't sleep last night either. He explored the castle all night and found nothing. Okay, we'll go check it out. Nangong Haotian quickly came to the divine hall. The golden and brilliant divine hall. Everyone looked at the dazzling ears. Sir, it's right there. It's so safe. No one can take it. Nangong Haotian saw a box that was pitch black, and it was obvious that all the light was sucked into it, just like that day. Lemon, why have you brought a young man? Can he open it? Yeah, Lemon, are you being lied to? Everyone murmured and looked at Nangong Haotian with skepticism. Nangong Haotian went over and touched it, surprisingly picking up the box with ease. Sir, you're amazing. The eyes of everyone in the temple were focused on this place, and everyone's jaws dropped in surprise. All light will eventually perish, and the answer lies where the light does not shine. Nangong Haotian recognized this ancient script from tens of thousands of years ago and slowly read it out. What? Light is everywhere. They questioned in an aside as everyone looked around in an attempt to find the place. TSK, riddles again. That'll have to do. Nangong Haotian suddenly had mana in his hand, and as the force increased, changes occurred on the box. The box began to morph, but the sky outside the house rapidly darkened, exactly as it had that day. Ancestor, stop it. Haotian, stop it. Nangong Haotian didn't withdraw his hand, he just pushed harder. It became dark again, but the box opened. Nothing was there, and the sky cleared again. Another box. Nangong Haotian has long seen the mystery. The place where the light does not shine is this situation. Right, sir, you are so smart. Surprised, Lemon looked at the black box on the floor and rushed forward to examine it. This box was surprisingly padlocked and chained very tightly. Don't open it yet. Something's wrong. Nangong Haotian carefully looked at the box, which surprisingly contained the power of laws. Let's just take it back and study it. While this was going on, a man left the sanctuary in a hurry, seemingly on some urgent matter. Inside the castle, a circle of people surrounded the box. Old ancestor, why don't we smash it open and take a look? Screw you. I think we should drop him for good. The crowd chattered and discussed, but Nangong Haotian was the only one who didn't say a word. Nangong Haotian suddenly stood up and started looking around for clues about this lord. Monsieur is asking for information on this lord of the Duchy of Sappho? Yes. There's only the historical record, and if you look for more, you'll have to go to that castle of yours. Nangong Haotian realized that this historical record was very general, so it seemed that he could only look for it in the castle. But on the way out, a piece of paper fell out of the book, and on it was drawn the very same great furnace of the castle. Nangong Haotian held the piece of paper in his hand and was slow to move. It seemed that it was really in the castle. Nangong Haotian returned to the castle and quickly found the large furnace, which was heavy with ash, but it didn't hinder Nangong Haotian. After cleaning up, a gate appeared in front of everyone, an ancient gate. Nangong Haotian felt nothing but the darkness. Strange. Nangong Haotian looked at the door and pondered what had happened. You guys get in there. Everything will be clear once you're inside. Nangong Haotian looked at this old man who suddenly appeared and directly went up to give him a violent beating. Let you be mysterious. Let you not come out sooner. After a brutal beating, the old man whimpered and begged for mercy and said he would tell them everything. Come on. This is a secret realm, created by the lord of the Duchy of Sappho, and legend has it that it contains a shocking secret. You've never been inside? No, I'm a servant and have no business going in. Nangong Haotian looked at this ancient gate. Did he really want an ancient castle adventure? Only heard a bang sound. The door fell down. Endless darkness towards Nangong Haotian and others. This time, Nangong Haotian was not exploring, but plundering, only to see his figure move directly into the darkness. Behind them were piles of demonic and devilish corpses, and Nangong Haotian's terrifying gaze made the creatures in the entire secret realm tremble. It was too terrifying. Please let me go. I'll tell you the location of all the treasures here. Oh, if I had been so cooperative I wouldn't have had to make a move. I'm actually quite friendly. That monster spat out Nangong Haotian countless times in his heart. You're still friendly. Do you think that I didn't see how brutal you were just now? By the way, I only need what your master left behind on his deathbed. The monster's body shook at hearing this, and it actually stopped in its tracks. It's dangerous there. I don't even dare to go near it. You'd better those other treasures. No, I came for the secret of this place. You just have to bring it near me. The monster approached cautiously until it came to a stop just around the corner of a hallway. This is as far as it goes. Get yourself inside. Nangong Haotian nodded as he clearly felt a faint force of laws. Nangong Haotian followed the corridor to a room that was empty, with only a short stone pillar in the center of the room. The stone pillar was covered with a piece of silk. Nangong Haotian unveiled the silk, which said not to open that box, and underneath the silk was a key. Inside the castle hall, Nangong Haotian sat in deep thought and suddenly raised his head, his gaze icy cold. Nangong Haotian then came to the temple and directly put his sword on Lemon's neck. What is your purpose, sir? What's wrong with you? Humph. I've suspected you since you brought me to that castle. Too many coincidences. Since you've already seen it, I won't hide it anymore. It was only surprising to see Lemon take off his mask, and it was clearly a different person. Lemon is dead. I killed him. It doesn't matter. You've got the key. What do you want? What for? Conveying the will of heaven. Of course. Only the man suddenly exploded, leaving behind only the black box. Let's go back. We've been here too long. Nangong Haotian drew a picture in the air and a door appeared in front of everyone. Ancestor, isn't Lemon coming to see us off? Lemon, he's not coming. After saying this, Nangong Haotian returned to the Nangong Holy Land, and a new atmosphere was ushered in at the Nangong Holy Land. Old ancestor, you're back. Everything was built according to your instructions. Nangong Haotian looked at this refreshed Nangong holy ground with infinite emotions in his heart. It was finally completed. June E. How is the Holy Land these days? Enlighten old ancestor. It's indeed good, but the disputes on Commercial Street are seeing a lot of growth. Dispute? Nangong Haotian's greatest fear has happened. It seems that only the patrol is just not enough. This bag of fruit is simply not enough to count. You fart. Clearly weighed well. It must be you who falsely accused me. The patrol's disciples had their hands full, listening to that side of the argument, and they didn't know what to do at that moment. Greetings, old ancestor. The members of the patrol knelt down with expectant gazes on their faces as they hoped that the old ancestor would be able to resolve this matter. Don't be in a hurry. Both of you. How much did you say you were missing? Half a pound is missing. And look how much is missing. Nangong Haotian looked at the oil paper wrapped fruit in the man's hand and released his heart. That one weighs half a pound for me. The crowd wondered why the old ancestor had to buy half a kilogram of fruit. No. Here. Go back first. Nangong Haotian paid the money and gave the fruit to the man. The crowd woke up. But if the patrol in the future are so dry must not lose money in? It seemed that Nangong Haotian already knew what everyone was thinking and pulled out a stone in his arms. This was a phantom stone that he had deduced to act as a surveillance use for that world so that such disputes wouldn't happen again. Everyone was curious about this stone tied to a tree. However, in the main control room, Wan Longyuan completely turned into a law enforcement member of the Nangong Holy Land. The school in the Nangong Holy Land was also established as scheduled, and the familiar school building was his own alma mater in that world. Nangong Haotian walked on his way to school. He planned to have his first class by himself. Nangong Haotian ascended to the great podium and sat on the ground, slowly narrating the law of the great Tao. A huge Dharma wheel slowly rotated behind Nangong Haotian. Every student on the stage listened attentively, but there were always exceptions, only to see that student open his eyes and look around after doing it for a short while. Then when he saw that no one was moving, he actually jumped up and down, and when Lu Bai saw this, he hurriedly held him down and criticized. Whose student is this? Why does he look like a monkey? I am the monkey. After saying that, the kid directly changed his face and showed his original form, revealing his furry hand to greet the teacher. The crowd grimaced in embarrassment, then admonished him to be quiet. Che, who wants to listen to that old man? The sound was not loud. Nangong Haotian stopped teaching. The whole room was surprisingly quiet. Some of the teachers' faces were white, and some of them looked at each other angrily. So you know everything I've told you? Well, it's all going. Nangong Haotian looked at the monkey in surprise, and to be on the safe side Nangong Haotian asked a few questions. While all the teachers were looking at the monkey with disdain, he answered the question so well that many of the teachers on the stage didn't get it. Nice indeed. What's your name? Back to the principal. My name is Ho Zheng. You'll be studying under me from now on. Thank you, principal. Under the jealous gazes of the entire school, Ho Zheng bounced around and followed Nangong Haotian away. It was born with a Tao body. This time I've picked up a treasure. Old ancestor, is this true? Of course it's true. Ho was being surrounded by the Nangong family crowd. A scene that resembled a group of people entering a zoo for the first time. What I'm about to say is a little harder, so listen up. Ho Zheng listened very attentively, only to see his spiritual energy increase exponentially. Mortal realm, true immortal realm, Xian immortal realm, heavenly immortal realm, and Golden Immortal Realm. Ho Zhang broke through unhindered all the way and finally reached the third level of the Golden Immortal Realm. His talent was as high and terrifying as it was. Dad. I'm home. Son is back. How was school? Very well. The principal accepted me as a student. I know Ho Zhang is good, but lying is wrong. Really? Wait, as they're desperately trying to explain. A neighbor Dongga looked at him contemptuously, and then in his hand took out the award certificate issued by the teacher. His parents were very proud and lifted him up and cheered him on. Finally, looking at the parent next to him, the parents next to me started to look at other people XXX mode again, making countless students jealous but helpless. Dad, why aren't you angry? Ha 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 ha. Why get mad? My Masazumi is the best. Hearing this, Ho Zhang was very moved and directly released his Golden Immortal Realm cultivation, suppressing the entire scene, causing that child and his parents to turn pale. You're Ho Zhang's father, aren't you? Our principal is here to see you. Idle hands, please leave. Nangong Chingu. I don't have that much face. Old ancestor, why are you here in person? Nangong Haotian looked at the Ho clan's father and son full of joy. That look as if he had won the lottery. Looking at the heart of Ho Zhang's father. Hello principal? I wonder what's up. Ah, nothing much. Your child is gifted, so you will be my student from now on. I wonder if you are willing. Ha? Oh, we're willing. We're willing. Thank you teacher for lifting up Inuyasha. Well, report to the Nangong Holy Land Old Ancestor Academy tomorrow. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, a dumbfounded father of Ho Zhang took his son home, and it turned out that what his son had said was true. Since then the Nangong Sanctuary welcomed its first member of the demon race, and everyone loved the bouncy little monkey, who went for a walk in the sanctuary whenever he could. Old ancestor, the Northern Martial Arts sent a messenger to visit. My humble servant Lu Haoling pays his respects to the Imperial Master. Ha 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 ha. Lu Lao, excuse me. We are all old friends. Family doesn't talk about two families. What's the matter? His Majesty has sent me this time to learn about the school. Ha 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 ha. Good. I believe Elder Lu didn't come alone. Did he? Your Excellency is wise. This is Lu Chuanfeng. And this is Li Chong. Lu and Ling were introduced individually, and Nangong Haotian memorized them, and then arranged for them to be spectators first. My lord, there is one more thing. What is it? Just tell me. The Southern Shan Mutiny. The Wu family seized power, but I heard that the Wu family got a black box and soared to greatness afterward. His Majesty entrusted me to ask His Excellency what this black box is? Nangong Haotian stood up violently at the sound of the black box, his smiling face instantly serious. Lu and Ling were also very nervous at the sight and became more cautious. That thing is dangerous. You can't open it. May I ask your honor what this is about? The end of the great desolate divine realm is hidden within it. Once it's all opened, it's a destructive force. Dare I ask your excellency how to explain the Wu family situation? Yu Bei Wu also got this black box right. I don't care what happens to the Wu family. Sooner or later I will go and retrieve that black box. Yu Bei Wu's don't open it. Lu and Ling did not expect His Majesty's inquiry to be so flawed, directly allowing Nangong Haotian insight, but the matter of doomsday Lu and Ling did not put it on their minds. Lu and Ling retired. Nangong Haotian heart for a long time cannot be quiet, surprisingly so fast. When Nangong Haotian asked for a map and realized that Nanchen was located in the southwest of the western region, Nangong Haotian made up his mind to retrieve the black box. Wu family holy land. Old ancestor. Where did this black box come from? The Wu clan's old ancestor slowly opened his eyes, and hearing his own descendant ask this, he couldn't help but angrily rebuke him. What do you care where it came from? This is our Wu family's secret treasure. Don't chew on it outside. Yes, old ancestor. Wu Tuajin, the head of the Wu family, left the old ancestor hall, his heart filled with resentment. A month earlier this black box had suddenly appeared, surprisingly allowing old ancestor's power to increase so much. Now that old ancestor was halfway into the quasi-saint realm. Ever since the Wu family killed Song Lingtai, old ancestor had been lusting after the throne that had been left empty. Do you crave power? Get to know the Great Sage Academy, and you're guaranteed to reach the Golden Immortal Realm. A shorter, beautiful woman asked Nangong Haotian in a whiny voice. Who's talking? Nangong Haotian was already tall and might not be visible to shorter people. The woman angrily kicked Nangong Haotian, her pretty face slightly red. You look down on me for being short, right? You're the only one who's tall, right? You can't see me, right? The woman's soulful trifecta of questions made Nangong Haotian himself embarrassed for her, staring stupidly at the woman. The woman actually whimpered and cried in the street, wiping her tears as she walked directly in the direction of her house. Don't go, girl. I didn't mean to. I really can't see. I didn't realize that people cried even more and ran straight home. Nangong Haotian had no choice but to directly follow. and after turning several corners and drilling several hutongs, a humble residence appeared. "You rascal!" and followed. The woman slammed the door into her home in anger, not realizing that the door fell right off and the woman cried even more. Nangong Haotian went over and realized that this door was tied with a rope. Only the rope was broken. "Wait for me. I'll be right back." Nangong Haotian hurriedly went to the store and bought some sturdy ropes, and then saw the bun store and casually bought a few more. "Slow down. Eat slowly." The woman wolfed it down, muttering something about herself. It turns out that she is the original princess of Southern Shan, who was reduced to this position because of the Wu family's rebellion, and now earns her living by sending out advertisements every day. "Hey, hurry up. Your family didn't pay all your taxes last time." A fierce magistrate blocked the door of the woman's house directly. Armed with a club, Nangong Haotian directly poked his head out, narrowed his eyes and spoke. "Bad. You hide first. I'll deal with him." "Humph. Who are you? Her husband? Right. Why don't you register? Trying to evade taxes? Oh, I'm not even from my own country." "What country are you from and why don't you pay your taxes?" "Hokuto. Is there a problem?" Nangong Haotian looked at the magistrate icily. He knew that the Beiwu dynasty was now a powerful country in the Great Desolate Divine Realm, and every country had to respect the people of Beiwu. "Yo, Grandpa, please show me your clearance papers." "Here." Nangong Haotian casually flung his hand. Directly the Yuan bestowed the imperial gift of customs clearance ultimatum, the large seal straight to the Yaman's headache. "I am really disturbing the messenger. If there is anything wrong, I hope your lordship will bear with me." After saying this, the magistrate slipped away, leaving only the stupefied Southern Shen woman. "So you are an emissary of the Northern martial arts?" There's no need for that. I'm just here to have a little fun. I don't have any missions." "What's your name?" "My name is Song Ming. I am Princess Xiaolai of the Southern Shen Kingdom." "I am Nangong Haotian, a native of the western region." Nangong Haotian began to ask about Chen Ming's encounters, and Song Ming was happy to recount his own. It turns out that she was a high and mighty princess, but her own father, Song Ling Tai, was committed to cutting the clan. Father initially conquered the east and the west, laying claim to large areas of the country, but as the fiefdoms of the Great Holy Lands continued to dwindle, the seeds of hatred were planted. Once Song Lingtai went on a westward expedition to Zanan Kingdom, the Lu family Holy Land suddenly revolted and caught Song Lingtai off guard. Song Lingtai had no choice but to temporarily cede land to Zannan and return to strike at the Lu family sanctuary. The Lu family was temporarily defeated, after which Song Lingtai came down with a strange disease and remained bedridden. The whole country suddenly revolted and directly overthrew the dynasty. The palace was burned down, but he was lucky to escape and was stranded here. I'm afraid that the conquest of the Zannan Kingdom and the Lu family's revolt are also part of their plan. It does seem fishy now that I think about it. But nah, I'm already from my old country. Song Ming lowered her head and sighed continuously as Nangong Haotian combined her account with Nangong Junyi's before things became clearer. It seems that without that black box, the great holy lands of southern Shen wouldn't dare to rebel. Nangong Haotian mumbled to, when he suddenly heard the gongs and drums outside the house. "I pay my respects to the Lord Messenger. And I also ask the Lord Messenger to quickly get on the bus. I am not talented enough to specially arrange a banquet for the Lord Messenger." A magistrate in a low-ranking official's uniform groveled and lifted the curtain of the carriage for Nangong Haotian, who looked at the group of carriages in surprise. "It's really a rat, and colorful accessories are everywhere on the carriage. Good. This messenger happens to have nowhere to rest. The Lord Messenger has truly come to the right person. It is an honor for me. Go. Where did you come from? Screecher. Get lost or I'll break your dog's legs." The magistrate was still smiling in front of Nangong Haotian a moment ago, and as soon as he saw the shabbily dressed Song Ming, he dropped his face and angrily rebuked. Song Ming was so scared that she hurriedly hid in the house. Nangong Haotian saw this and was very disappointed with this new regime in his heart. "Don't talk if you don't know. This is the wife of this messenger who was exiled here in his early years. What kind of attitude is this? Villain does not recognize. Villain just think idle people will disturb the messenger lord's peace and quiet. Forget it, get in the car." Nangong Haotian pulled Song Ming into the carriage in a big way, and the magistrate even fawned and gave Song Ming a lot of gifts. "Why didn't you tell me in advance, causing me to be so humiliated in front of the Lord Messenger?" "My lord, you didn't ask." Yaman very aggrieved to say. Just now their own adults get the news in a hurry to come. On the way to even meet with the Yaman did not meet. "Don't you have a mouth of your own? Won't you speak for yourself?" The magistrate got off after counting the magistrate, who made him his brother-in-law. "Ha ha 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 ha. This way please, Lord Messenger." Nangong Haotian followed the magistrate to the left and right, and came to the back garden of the magistrate's house, which had a really beautiful view. Not only were the trees green and lush, but a number of beautiful women were invited to sing and dance in the area, which was so enjoyable. I don't know what the prefect thinks of the old country. Southern Chen? Nangong Haotian raised his wineglass and pretended to be cozy as he asked the magistrate. Ha 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 ha. Back to the words of Lord Emissary. That Song Ling Tai in Southern Chen is just too rigid, making it impossible for me to make any money. Song Ming, who was on the side, clenched her small hands after hearing this and looked at the magistrate with a hateful face. Is it good now? But it's good that the Wu family not only appoints us but also lets us eradicate the remnants of Southern Chen, so we can make some money out of it. Nangong Haotian nodded, so he didn't ask any more questions and looked up at the beauty of the place. Song Ming, this is there to eat without saying anything. The magistrate felt very embarrassed. Mr. Messenger, why don't you recite a poem in this situation? The magistrate was prepared for this, and he asked several literati to write several good poems for him. Yeah, I'll go first. Sure rats. No eat my millet. 3-year-old Guan daughter. I am not willing to care. It's a satirical poem about corrupt officials from that world, and it's still a good poem when appropriated here. I'm afraid this poem composed by the Lord Messenger is not quite in keeping with the times. Have you? I think it's very appropriate. It's not like the rats are right in front of me. Nangong Haotian looked at the ugly-faced magistrate with a playful expression and directly smashed the stone table with a wave of his hand. That look of violent anger made the magistrate subconsciously shiver. Looking at the crushed stone table, the magistrate was very afraid in his heart at this time, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and hurriedly began to ease the atmosphere. What is the reason for the big man? Nangong Haotian sneered and didn't answer, but instead spat out a huge golden-furred rat from his mouth. The golden-furred rat opened its bloody mouth wide and directly swallowed the magistrate. The magistrate is in such a good mood. How did you fall asleep? The magistrate looked at Nangong Haotian in panic, and then he was confused. And he's safe and sound? Was it a dream? The bewildered magistrate didn't understand at all that everything was actually a temporary illusion built by Nangong Haotian. I'm sorry to make you laugh, Mr. Emissary. Come on, let's drink. But I've already finished my poem, and it's called Shua 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 Shua. The magistrate directly collapsed to the ground after hearing this and kept begging for forgiveness. Nangong Haotian flung his sleeve and shunted a pot of wine and left with Song Ming. Ha 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 ha. Really? How did you make that dog officer wet his pants? Nangong Haotian laughed as he told the story, and Song Ming laughed his head off after hearing it. Finish laughing and come with me to the capital. We'll look for those holy things. You're crazy, aren't you? Those old guys are awesome. Nangong Haotian smiled without saying anything and directly took Song Ming up into the air. You're really going, aren't you? Che, can there be a fake? You show me the way when we get to Hangjing later. Nangong Haotian looked at the Hangjing under his feet. This is the ancient capital of Southern Chen and the new capital of the new dynasty. The prosperity is still the same. Only the people in the palace have changed. Walking down the street, the assortment of stores was Nangong Haotian's first impression of Hangjing, and based on that impression alone, Nangong Commercial Street was much worse. Woohoo! Back again. Song Ming again began her crying. Every Sia government stopped to offer condolences. See Nangong Haotian really speechless. Don't you cry. It's all in the past. You'd better take me to the palace. The palace? Aren't you here for a tour? Who says you can't visit the palace? Nangong Haotian looked at Song Ming with a smile on his face as if he was talking about an insignificant matter, and as soon as he turned his head, Nangong Haotian saw a magistrate. Humph, old man. Who let you set up your stall here? My lord. The old man started his stall here in the 21st year of the old dynasty of Fuan, and never let the old man go. The old dynasty was the old dynasty. Now it's a new dynasty of happiness and well-being. You're only here to influence me, Hang Kyung. Pay a few hangs of money and go. The Yaman had a bad attitude, but his hands consciously took a few pears from the old man and tasted them. Well, thin sweet, old man, this pear of yours isn't too clean. It's not good if it gives people bad tummies. Confiscate it. Don't. Master, my whole family depends on this. If it's gone, how will you let the little old man live? I care about you. You love how to live. Starve to death deserved. This pear I confiscated fixed. This is for the benefit of the people. This pear is unclean. Nangong Haotian looked at the embarrassed old man and the arrogant magistrate and sneered in his heart. Hey, you eat pears when you know they're unclean. Nangong Haotian snatched a step forward, grabbed the magistrate's hand and asked in a salty manner. Humph, mind your own business. I'm doing my job, and besides, if he can't afford to eat, someone else can, so he deserves it. Nangong Haotian just felt nauseous after hearing this, and his hand that grabbed him felt dirty, so he casually let go. Old Wang, hurry up and load the truck. Holler, what a beautiful pear. Ha ha ha, Nangong Haotian directly overturned the magistrate's carriage and sent the magistrate flying with a slap. What do you want? Oh, it's fine. There's just a mosquito, Nangong Haotian said carelessly. But the magistrate Wang looked at Nangong Haotian with a face full of horror. His own brother was at the peak of the Xianxian realm, but he was so fragile. Daring, we're from Hangjingwei. How dare you? Before he could finish his sentence, the magistrate surnamed Wan was also sent flying by Nangong Haotian. Ugh, I'm so sorry I missed one. Everyone looked at Nangong Haotian, full of incredulity. Hangjingwei is Hongjing's notorious law enforcement unit with an axe to grind. This one is considered to be stalled. Your Excellency is so bold, but just how is this going to be if that Hangjing guard comes over to retaliate? Ha ha ha, old uncle needn't worry. The kid is just here to make trouble waiting for them to retaliate. Ha, alas. It's a shame it's a fool. Alas. The old uncle sighed as he dragged Nangong Haotian away. Come on, go hide out at Grandpa's house. Wait 10 days and half a month and there won't be any more of this. Nangong Haotian looked at the old man with a dumbfounded expression and couldn't help but look into the distance with a determined gaze. There, he's the one who got 2 of our brothers killed. It is the pockmarked face Yaman who escaped just now. Hanging Jingwei came directly to 100 or 10 people. It seems that today will be another killing spree. Don't be afraid everyone. He's the only one, let's go. Oh, naive. Are you really one of 2? And this one? After saying this, Nangong Haotian directly raised Song Ming's hand high in the air, his face full of arrogance. How could you? Song Ming looked at this group of ferocious magistrates in horror, her body shaking into a sieve, vaguely about to cry out again. You nerd. Nangong Haotian finished taking out a pen in his arms. Kid, are you going to write a suicide note? Oh, someone said the same thing to you before, but unfortunately he died. The paintbrush in Nangong Haotian's hand twirled politely, casually drawing a picture of 1,000 armies. Countless generals frantically drilled out of the painting. Not long after looking around all the Nangong Haotian soldiers and horses, each with an expressionless face and a morose weapon. Ah, go call for help. No need. I've taken care of your bosses. One general was seen carrying the heads of all the high-ranking officials of Hangjingwei, with hot air still rising from them, having just died a short while ago. The whole city is on alert. With a roar, alarm bells rang throughout the city as the southern Chen army poured in from all directions. Ha ha ha, it's useless. Hanging capital has been breached. Nangong Haotian smiled coldly, and with a wave of the long sword in his hand, all the generals moved, and with the sound of shouting and killing, war just suddenly broke out. Where had these soldiers seen such a ferocious killing machine? Although they were in a siege position, they were still beaten back. Report to the Holy Lord, there's a change in Hangjing. Please run away. Holy Lord. What's going on? It's just a couple of insurgents. What's there to be afraid of? Report, the thieves have breached the eastern gate of the imperial city, and I ask the Holy Lord to evacuate quickly. Humph, a bunch of losers, and they want me to go personally. The Wu family head carried an ancient golden sword in his hand and leapt up directly to the east gate. Just seeing a group of black-clothed and black-armored soldiers killing every enemy without any ambiguity, the Wu family head praised its well-trained in his heart. Wu family head immediately came down to fight with the black-armored army. The battle to half sound. The black-armored army actually did not have a trace of fatigue. Still fight like a fish in water. The Wu family head was horrified in his heart and was stabbed by the black-armored army when he was not paying attention. When suddenly a flamboyant young man and a shorter woman appeared. Ha 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 ha, you're the Wu family head, right? I have no ill intentions. I just want to get back a black box. That's my thing. Humph, demented. Only to see a cold arrow shoot through the Wu family head. And the one who released the cold arrow was actually the Wu family ancestor. Ha 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 ha, the treasure is mine. Forever. After saying this, he directly flew up in the air and withdrew at great speed. Nangong Haotian looked at it and sighed. So it turns out that power really does overwhelm the mind of a person. Hanging King was broken, and the city was full of rain. This is supposed to be your home. Now give it back. Nangong Haotian smiled and said to Song Ming, to Nangong Haotian these lands were nothing. His ideal was to make the entire great desolate divine realm submit. Song Ming looked at Nangong Haotian with 2 tears in her eyes, her heart filled with gratitude. But Nangong Haotian shook her head when she saw this. It seems that she is not suitable to be the emperor. I must find someone I can trust to be the emperor. Nangong Haotian thought in his mind. Under Nangong Haotian's advice, Hangjing was being governed very well now, and it was already in full bloom. And at this moment, the Wu family holy land. A group of people were chattering and discussing. Boom! Who? All of the people from the Wu clan's holy land stopped their discussions and looked towards Nangong Haotian, who appeared in a domineering manner through the layers of barriers. Such an overbearing appearance had indeed stunned all the people in the Wu clan's sacred mile. Me, Nangong Haotian's tone, however, was not overbearing, lazy and bland. Nangong Haotian, what a big dog's guts. One person actually dares to intrude into my Wu family's holy land alone? Let's all go together and split this thief into pieces. The people from the Wu clan's holy land relied on the fact that this place was their home turf and that they were outnumbered, so they shouted quite fiercely. However, there were many shouts, but not a single one of them made a move. Ha ha, you're just a bunch of dirt dogs. Unbeatable. When Nangong Haotian said this, the people of the Wu clan saint were all infuriated. And finally the old ancestor who had taken the black box ordered, "Get together and kill him." After that, he started to kick people out. If anyone dares to be greedy and fearful of life, old ancestor will be the first to not let them go. This time those who are greedy and afraid of death don't dare not to go on. When this group of juniors wailed and rushed to Nangong Haotian's face, they realized that Nangong Haotian simply didn't give a damn about them. Nangong Haotian rushed towards the Wu clan's old man with a whoosh. "Old thief, hand over the black box and I can spare your life." The Wu family ancestor did not expect that with so many people here. He could not even stop Nangong Haotian for a moment. "Ignorant child. You are too arrogant." The Wu family ancestor said so. He saw that Nangong Haotian's body was so afraid. Fearing that his power was not enough, he immediately urged to the black box and absorbed the power in it. "Old man, you missed a chance to live." Nangong Haotian was a bit sorry, but he still decisively struck out at the Wu clan's old ancestor. "Humph, kid, let's show you the strength of the old man. Ha 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 ha." After sucking in the dark energy inside the black box, the Wu clan's old ancestor's confidence increased greatly. As for the rest of the Wu family holy land, at this moment, they were all confident in their old ancestor. "Old ancestor is mighty. Old ancestor bully. Old ancestor exterminate this brat." Boom! However, by the time the two men's attacks had blasted against each other, they were finally surprised to find that their old ancestor had been blasted into crumbs on the spot, and Nangong Haotian, instead, he picked up the black box on the floor, patted the dust on it with his hand, and then looked at all of them. At this moment, all the people in the Wu clan's holy land were dumbstruck. "Stop staring. Anyone else want to play one-on-one with me?" No one answered. Just now, their old ancestor was so powerful that he was blown to dregs by Nangong Haotian's punch. They were much weaker than their old ancestor. No one would be stupid enough to go looking for death. So, after making some eye contact, the savvy ones dispersed with a bang first. In order to save your life, what dignity and what face are all bullshit. Then as they ran, Nangong Haotian wasn't idle either. His body transformed into a string of residual shadows on one side, so fast that he couldn't even be seen clearly. By the time Nangong Haotian's body came to a stop, there was only a large swath of corpses left in the Wu clan's holy land. In fact, if the Wu family's old ancestor had been willing to obediently hand over the black box just now, Nangong Haotian could have considered sparing the lives of a group of them. It was their greed and blindness that killed them. After getting the black box, Nangong Haotian had wanted to immediately return to the Nangong Holy Land, but on second thought, it seemed that there was still something left to do. So, it made another trip to meet Princess Song Ming of the Southern Shen Kingdom, and recommended the criminal society Autumn to him as a wise counselor. Song Ming tried the talents of the criminal will be Autumn. See that he really has real talent, so he was grateful to Nangong Haotian. I wanted to ask someone to prepare a banquet and drink with Nangong Haotian. However, Nangong Haotian rejected his good intentions and hurriedly left with the black box, returning to the Nangong Holy Land. After arriving at the Holy Land, Nangong Haotian was about to put the newly acquired black box with the previous two for safekeeping. However, before he could put it down, he realized that the two black boxes placed together before had actually stuck together automatically. Nangong Haotian sensed it and immediately felt that something was wrong. Shit, there's something weird about the box. The two dark energies are going to merge together. So Nangong Haotian immediately condensed his chi into a sword and swung it to chop at the two upper black boxes. Brush! The two boxes should be broken by the sword. Separated. Nangong Haotian sighed in relief. Luckily, he found it early and, well, strong. Otherwise a different person would have been powerless to separate the two boxes, even if they had noticed. In order to prevent the two black boxes from merging again, Nangong Haotian separated them far apart. He placed the two black boxes on top of two peaks in the Nangong Holy Land, which were separated by tens of miles. Putting it so far away, Nangong Hao Genius felt slightly relieved. After Lu and Ling got disappeared, they also rushed back to Beiwu in the night. It was only after arriving that he was surprised to find that Beiwu now actually had a battle-hardened and powerful black armor army. If we only looked at the battle power, this black armor army was indeed powerful. However, Lu and Ling had a vague feeling that these soldiers of the Black Armor Army had a particularly hostile look on their faces. A crazy and bloodthirsty light shot out of his eyes, and he looked feared beyond measure. It was as if they didn't come from Beiwu, but had emerged from hell. Lu Enling felt very bad. He told the Northern Martial States ruler about this matter, but the ruler was still skeptical. However, taking a look at the situation of this Black Armor army, it was again true as Lu Haoling had said. The ruler of Beiwu was also worried about this matter, but he was unable to do anything about it. So Lu Enling flew a pigeon to Nangong Haotian to ask for his help. After receiving the news, Nangong Haotian felt bad, so he immediately left the Nangong Holy Land and rushed to Beiwu. This black armored army, by whom was it trained? Tell him to come to me immediately. Soon, Lu Enling called the general who trained the black armor army. That general seemed to have a rather arrogant attitude. It didn't even look like Lu Haoling and Nangong Haotian had put it in their eyes. This made Lu Enling very upset, but Nangong Haotian, who was on the side, did not care at all. This general, I would like to ask if you have a black box in your hand? Seeing Nangong Haotian ask this, that general in black clothes and black armor was immediately on guard. How did you know that I have a black box? What is your purpose? There's no purpose, because, well, I have one too. Nangong Haotian took out the black box that had not been placed and showed it to that black armored general. That black armored general actually shot a greedy look in his eyes. This box, where did you get it? You don't need to know where you got it from. I just want to tell you that it is a foolish act for you to use the power of this black box to enhance the strength of your generals. Nangong Haotian said. You will harm them. Ha! Hearing Nangong Haotian's words, the black armored general laughed coldly all of a sudden. I would harm them? The tone that was full of disdain and wrapped in mockery caused Lu Enling's displeasure first. General Yu, this is my Beiwu's honored guest, the old ancestor of the Nangong Holy Land. Even His Majesty has to treat him with respect. The Southern Palace Holy Land? Isn't that the Western region? The black armored general not only did not converge, but the color of disdain grew thicker. Saying that, he hooked his lips and glanced at Lu Haoling, and continued in a conspiratorial manner. Dare I ask Lord Lu, when did it come to the turn of a person from another domain to arbitrarily meddle in the military affairs of my North House? And does His Majesty know about this? A round of forced questioning. Directly Lu Enling asked blindfolded, mumbling lips, half a long time did not come up with words. In fact, after discovering this black armored army, he felt that things might be moving in a not so good direction, and uneasiness got the better of him, which was why he immediately notified Nangong Haotian. And up to now, there has been no time to enter the palace to meet His Majesty. Of course in this matter, Nangong Haotian also had a responsibility, because he had already seen the strangeness and danger of the black box. In his anxious mood, he didn't care about the etiquette. On top of that, with his position and power, he had also never heartily put the North House royal family in his sights. Now, however, this became the complete focus of the black armored general's attack. Idle people are not allowed to enter or leave military sites at will, and if there are any violators, our department can deal with them as enemy spies. The black armored general suddenly assumed his official authority and gave a light humph before glancing at Lu Enling, saying wistfully, Lord Lu, as an important official of my northern martial arts and the backbone of the country, wouldn't even be unaware of this bit of common sense, would he? General Yu, Mr. Nangong is my bored for a while. Lu Enling took a deep breath, but before he could finish his words, he was brutally interrupted by the black armored general. Seeing as we're colleagues for decades, you see will pretend I didn't see it this time. Both of you, please. And without any more nonsense, General Yu reached out his hand towards the camp gate and coldly gave his expulsion order. Nangong Haotian hadn't spoken for a long time. His silence elicited an increasing smugness from Yu Sihai, only assuming that he had wimped out, but in Lu Enling's eyes, it quickly contained uneasiness. Sir, why don't we start? After all, as a minister in the same dynasty, Lu Haoling did not want to make the relationship with Yu Sihai too stiff. Hearing this, the smugness on Yu Sihai's face could no longer be concealed, and he hooked his lips to show off as if looking towards Nangong Haotian. You think I'm looking for you to discuss? Nangong Haotian finally opened his mouth, but his tone was no longer as conciliatory as it had been earlier. It seems that you can't listen to me just by talking with your mouth. In that case, the brethren will suffer a bit of fatigue and ask our honored guest to move. After saying that, Yu Sihai struck his hand. Immediately, this black family army was seen taking a step forward in unison, holding their spears and shaking the ground at once. The earth seemed to shake with it, full of dust alarmed, swooping up into the air, dazzling coils. The black armored soldier moved his feet again, and the flying dust quickly crashed to the ground again. But what rose up with it was a heavenly demonic aura, as if a beast with teeth showing to tear each other apart. The demonic chi was linked together like an upside-down pot lid, covering the originally clear and blue sky. The morose demonic aura not only blocked out the light, but also wrapped in a pouring pressure. Luan Ling's face changed in an instant, grave and wary, and it was the fine sweat quietly seeping from her forehead that reflected the hidden fear. How could he not have expected that this originally ordinary troop would actually be able to unleash a pressure comparable to that of an emperor? The exclamation was stuck in his mouth, only because the Black Family army was already running towards Nangong Haotian to charge and kill him. A bunch of inhuman and ghostly things. How dare they act recklessly in front of this seat? Nangong Haotian stood unmoving, but that cold snort broke through the firmament, savagely shattering the roiling demonic clouds. Then he only took one step, and boom! A clicking sound immediately came from the floor of the barracks. Looking down, layers of shattered lines spread out as if they were tree roots, and following the shattered lines on the ground, the bodies of the soldiers who lunged in anger began to crumble, as if there was a sheet of weathered tiles peeling away from them in layers. In the blink of an eye, however, an entire black armored army became flying dust. Gulp! Luan Ling couldn't help but gulp, and the smugness on Yu Sihai's face had long since solidified. And it was only when he saw Nangong Haotian stepping forward that he forced himself to calm his mind. He then pressed down on both knees. His entire body tensed into a bow, that raised arm an arrow on a string. A mottled three-headed panther, condensed from demonic chi and aura, also bowed its body just like him. As that arm slammed out, the three-headed panther jumped out carrying the wind of a ponderous fist, his figure skyrocketing halfway across the road. It was as if a huge mountain was blocking in front of Nangong, with three heads hanging high and huge mouths wide open, ready to tear Nangong Haotian apart and swallow him. Sculptor's skill. Nangong Haotian's face did not change as he lightly waved his hand. The hurricane surged wildly. A dragon scroll met the sky, and the three-headed leopard disappeared without a trace, without half a struggle. Only Yu Sihai, who had a face full of viciousness but stood rigidly in place, was left, ready to suffer death. Nangong Haotian's eyes were cold, completely devoid of temperature, much less any semblance of emotion. Don't. I'll say it all. The box is not in my. Too late. Nangong Haotian interrupted mercilessly, curling his fingers. With a loud explosion, Yu Sihai exploded into a pile of rotten meat on the posture he kept talking. A good military camp, in the blink of an eye, was only left covered in blood. Luan Ling subconsciously whitened their faces, turned around, and wiped their necks with force. It wasn't that he hadn't seen bloody scenes before, but it was the first time he had seen such a brutal scene. First, sir, stroking her chest that couldn't help what was churning in it, Luan Ling took several deep breaths before turning her head with difficulty. It looked like he was trying to work up a smile, but there wasn't much of a smile to be seen on his pale face. Go! Nangong Haotian closed his eyes, his face finally showing some emotion. It was heartache and disappointment, but more than that, it was some determination that Luan Ling could not understand at all. So, confused, he asked, "Go, where?" "Imperial Palace." Indifferently dropping two words, Nangong Haotian flung his long sleeves and took the first step. By now, the fact that there had been no movement on the part of the palace already spoke volumes. The distance between the barracks and the palace was not far, but when they got to the entrance of the palace, Luan Ling realized that something was wrong. The heavy troops that were originally placed at the palace gates were gone, and not even half a guard could be seen inside the palace walls. No good. The unusual atmosphere caused Luan Ling to secretly say that it was not good, and thinking of His Majesty's safety, they couldn't help but speed up their steps, running out for a while. He then remembered Nangong Haotian and anxiously said, "Sir, I'm worried that His Majesty is in danger." "Only, it is not he who is in danger," Nangong Haotian coldly said, a pair of eyes narrowing tighter and tighter as he looked at that golden palace from afar. Seeing him dilly-dallying, Luan Ling hesitated for a while, but in the end, they didn't do much waiting and turned around to sprint. Ah! A sudden scream that spread throughout the palace. Luan Ling had just rushed to the entrance of the golden palace when they were lifted off by an invisible force. He stumbled involuntarily out the doorstep and fell limp, unable to get up. It was only after he landed that he felt the pain coming from his chest, where at some point there had been an additional bloody hole. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Unbelievably wide-eyed, he only wiped his hand across his chest in passing before looking into the temple. There was only one person inside, the one sitting high on the dragon chair. Yes, that's exactly what he feared, sire. It was only that His Majesty was now so unfamiliar to him that he did not even dare to recognize him easily. You shouldn't have come back. A hoarse sigh came from within. The person on the dragon chair slowly raised his head, revealing eyes that shone with scarlet light even in the darkness. At this moment, Yuanji's face was covered with a thick layer of demonic gas, and he could no longer see his original appearance. At his feet was the ring of life and death that held the remnants of Yuan Li's soul, but it was already broken. As he spoke, Yuanji slowly rose up while bracing himself on the handrail. his scarlet eyes forcing their way into Lu Enling's face. Thump, 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 dull footsteps. Each step was like stepping on Lu Enling's already wounded heart. Why? After a lifetime of bowing and scraping for this person in front of him, for the sake of this Beiwu's river and mountain, Lu Enling couldn't figure it out. Couldn't figure out why. In the end, this man he'd served all his life would turn on himself. You shouldn't collude with outsiders to plot against my Yuan clan's world, Yuan Qi said coldly. I didn't. Lu Enling propped up the ground with one hand and cupped their chests with the other, but there was no longer a third hand to block the blood dripping from the corners of their mouths. No? Then what is he? Yuan Qi coldly raised his hand and pointed outwards, and droned morosely. The hideous face, together with the demonic aura of the body, where there is still half of the former fluttering appearance. It was like a brutal beast that was bearing its mouth full of fangs. Mr. is the one I hired back to help. I'm not dead yet, and I need the help of an outsider? Yuan Qi sneered. Your Majesty, what is wrong with you? Lu Haoling's face was filled with bitterness as he raised his voice. That's a question that should be asked of yourself. I am still me, still the king of this northern marshal, the future overlord of this eastern continent, the destined lord of this great desolate divine realm. I will be the only king in this world. Opening his hands, Yuan Qi's body exploded with demonic aura. Looking down disdainfully, a pair of cold bolts of electricity striking out from his eyes. The spewing humongous pressure was like a large invisible hand that ruthlessly pressed down on Lu Enling, and Yuan Qi coldly opened his mouth. You, on the other hand, have forgotten the duties of a subject. If so, what is the use of keeping thee? With a wave of his big hand, the pervasive and writhing demonic qi outside of him suddenly condensed into a huge black palm that violently grabbed towards Lu Enling. If the king wants me to die, I have to die. But your Majesty, you can't fall prey to evil. Beiwu needs you, needs a sober you. Lu Haoling braced himself with all his might, not caring about the injuries on his chest. Then, he saw a flip of his wrist, and a cold light-stained dagger appeared in his hand. Clasping his hands together, he stabbed down hard into his already crippled chest. Even so, Yuan Qi didn't blink his eyes half a time and just looked on indifferently. Lu Enling were disheartened and silently closed their eyes. The movements of their hands, however, did not stop. That's better, isn't it? At least we can't let His Majesty's hands be stained with the blood of my mediocre ministers. Confused, in the nick of time, Nangong Haotian finally arrived. Grasping the dagger that Lu Enling had stabbed at his chest with one hand, he held his other hand in a false grip against the large hand of demonic qi that Yuan Qi had offered. Boom! The demonic qi hand deformed fiercely with the movement of his hand, and finally burst violently as if it was a balloon that had been squeezed to the extreme. Sir! Lu Enling opened their eyes at the sound, but their eyes were already lifeless. On the other side, Yuan Qi was enraged and grunted. It's you again, coming to stop my thousand autumn hegemony. A wastrel who can't even resist this tiny demonic qi has the nerve to talk about hegemony. Nangong Haotian wrinkled his brow. To say he was disappointed, he was by no means shallower than Lu Enling's. After all, Yuan Qi was considered someone he had cultivated with all his heart. Although there was no master-disciple name, in Nangong Haotian's heart, this was one of his own unnamed disciples. Who are you to lecture me? Yuan Ji's face changed drastically, and his already demonic face sprouted even more veins. The morose demonic qi stacked behind him even began to wriggle and twist, and finally condensed into 9 gigantic arms. It was like 9 heavenly whips, and like 9 evil scaly scales. Every move seemed to split the earth and tear the heavens apart. The golden palace also crumbled at the same time as the 9 giant arms appeared, leaving only a messy ruin. The bulging sand and dust spread out like a waterfall, but it failed to cover the hideousness of those 9 giant arms. Nangong Haotian looked at him silently for a long time, but it was clear that Yuan Qi didn't want to continue wasting time. The arms were raised, and the 9 giant arms danced in a surging manner. Then they overlapped their palms in unison and pressed down towards Nangong Haotian, huffing and puffing gusts of wind raging loudly. Pressure Lu Enling simply cannot straighten up, forced to cling to the floor. Muttering his lips, he seemed to be trying to persuade something more, but when he opened his mouth, it was only full of mud, and he was so stuffed that he nearly turned his back. Sir, please save His Majesty. Putting in his last bit of strength, he vaguely pleaded at Nangong Haotian. Nangong Haotian didn't reply, but just closed his eyes and muttered to himself. I didn't expect that we'd come to this point. Cut the crap and suffer death. Yuan Qi seemed to be as arrogant as when they first met. Unfortunately, this kind of arrogance no longer had the kind of naivety and stupidity it had at the time, and what it had was an icy cold killing intent. Yes, it was evident that he did want to kill Nangong Haotian. Nangong Haotian also finally moved. His large hand rose up, and the entire space solidified in his hand. As his fingers curled up, space began to squeeze viciously. and the condensed spatial blocks ruthlessly smashed at Yuan-ji. 1 down, 2 to go. The flipping 9 giant arms of demonic energy were blown to pieces, and Yuan-ji had long since ended up covered in blood, falling to the ground with a plop. As Nangong Haotian's curled fingers straightened one after another, the distorted space slowly recovered. The blasted demonic chi was pulled hard by the spatial rift and was eventually swallowed into the endless void. It was also at this time that Yuan-chi's scarlet eyes finally regained some clarity. "Mister, it's good to be awake," Nangong Haotian said lightly. "In the end, I let you down." Nangong Haotian sighed deeply and didn't answer. Yuan-ji, on the other hand, turned his head with difficulty and raised his blood-soaked hand, reaching out distantly to the only dragon chair still intact in the ruins. Right by the foot of the chair is the fragment of the Ring of Life and Death. "I just want to have a good love affair with Sister Lure, just like an ordinary couple. Human nature is greedy, and any small greed can become a gaping hole to be exploited by evil and crooked people." Yuan-ji did grow, but unfortunately not enough. Therefore, he was corrupted by the demonic energy and became a puppet that the demonic energy manipulated willfully. Maybe sad, maybe pathetic, but maybe not so innocent. "I know the end is near, and I implore you to help me with a wish." Coughing, Yuan-ji coughed violently a few times, and a mouthful of black blood spewed out in a wow of blood that he couldn't hold back. "You say?" Nangong Haotian nodded. "I want to be buried with Sister Joy. I was not meant to be in life. I want to be in death." Without finishing his sentence, Yuan-chi coughed again, but this time, what spewed out was no longer just blood, but also black-stained lumps of flesh. "Good." Nangong Haotian understood and nodded cautiously. Yuan-ji laughed before finally sweeping a glance at Luan Ling, who had long since fainted. "Don't worry, with me here, he can't die. Thank you. I have to trouble you at the end of the day, and if there is a next life, I will repay the great favor." After saying that, Yuan-ji slowly inclined his head, his eyes blinking uncontrollably and threatening to close at any moment. "No need for the next life. Tell me where that black box you got is." Nangong Haotian instantly squatted down and transferred in a strand of aura to renew his life. Yuan-ji inclined his head back and was about to speak when there was a sudden flash of blood in his eyes. Nangong Haotian's face changed slightly as he swept his eyes at Luan Ling and immediately sent out a shield. In the next moment, a rumbling sound was heard as Yuan-ji's body exploded into countless pieces, but there was no flying blood. The demonic chi that remained in his body burst out at the same time, devouring his flesh and blood together. Seeing this scene, Nangong Haotian's face suddenly sank, and he instantly raised his hand, imprisoning the escaping demonic energy. "What the hell are you, anyway?" If others saw that he was actually conversing with a cloud of demonic chi, they would have to laugh their asses off. Ordinary demonic chi was nothing more than a kind of energy and did not have an autonomous consciousness, so how could it answer? Strangely enough, the mass of demonic energy actually answered. The scattered demonic chi was seen to suddenly coalesce, and then a mouth was conjured up. "Don't worry, one day we'll meet." The voice was indistinct and seemed extremely unreal, but Nangong Haotian was certain that it was by no means an illusion. Just as he was about to press the issue, the demonic chi turned into green smoke and dissipated on the spot, silently mortaring in place, gazing into the void. After half a day of watching, his face was unprecedentedly grave. Not only can it erode the mind, but it can also devour the flesh and control the human body to blow itself up. It's too weird. With his absolute strength that stood proudly on the continent and his extensive insights after living for 80,000 years, he had actually never heard of this kind of demonic chi. Only after a long time did he take a deep breath and crouch down to pick up the storage bag on the ground. "I wiped it open to check it out, but couldn't find the black box I was looking for." Nangong Haotian couldn't help but wrinkle his brows as he rummaged through the ruins for a while longer. That wasn't all. After settling Luan Ling, he simply turned the rest of the palace upside down. "But after searching everywhere, I couldn't find any trace of the black box. Something so dangerous must not be allowed to go unchecked." With his mind made up, Nangong Haotian searched the palace more attentively. The result, however, was not any different. Suddenly, he thought of the scene where he saw the two black boxes fusing earlier, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Black boxes are sensory to each other, so perhaps we can use the box in our hands as bait. Thinking of this, he simply waved his palm and swept the ground, sat down on the ground, took out the black box, and pushed his Dao power to stimulate it. Slowly, the box in his hand began to tremble, then emitted a dazzling black light. Black light flowed, constantly lingering and circling, for a long time from the center before extruding a wisp of dark red halo. Nangong Haotian was fully concentrated, releasing his divine thoughts in the direction of the flow of scattered light. One strand, two strands, divine thoughts hovered and stretched out. Even with his eyes closed, he could see through this ruin, even the grain of a grain of dust, the grain of a broken leaf. was clearly visible. The divine thoughts continued to expand, gradually spreading to the entire palace and even the entire imperial city. For a moment, the people in the imperial city shuddered in unison and couldn't help but shiver. But Nangong Haotian was simply observing, not releasing any compelling pressure, like a voyeur looking out, looking down, and also observing carefully. Finally, a bit of unusual fluctuation came into his senses. There, with a joyful heart, he was about to withdraw his divine thoughts, but at that moment, the sensed field of vision suddenly changed, and right in the direction where that smudge of abnormality had come from, a pouring bloodlight suddenly roamed out, and then a blood-colored vortex brutally ripped his unguarded consciousness into it. For the first time in a long time, he had a surprisingly heavenly feeling, but it didn't last long before he had more of a feeling of being on solid ground. Then, appearing within sight was the world that he had endlessly missed. Dodo! A sudden car horn blared behind them and a young driver with dyed yellow hair poked his head out. Brat! What's gotten into you in broad daylight? Get the hell out of here! I think this guy is trying to touch the porcelain. Handsome. Your reaction is good. Brake and then step on the slow point. Less a few thousand. Heavy tens of thousands can be lost. Another BMW female driver also stretched out her head, and in the process threw a wink at the yellow-haired young man. When he came back to his senses, Nangong Haojian realized that he was actually standing in the middle of the road. On either side were a forest of tall buildings, coated mansions, concrete blocks, and a group of Amazons twirling in the intersection plaza. All around, there were little white shoes, long legs, and super short skirts, and it was a sight to behold. I can't believe that I actually unintentionally sank into the depths of consciousness. If he had only just crossed over that moment, he might have screamed out in surprise. However, this was not the same as in the past. As a sage realm powerhouse with dual cultivation of dharma and body, he knew clearly that this was just his own deep space of consciousness. Even in this way, being able to see the landscape of his homeland again made him happy. So, he decided to hang around here, not bothering with that yellow-haired driver. Nangong Haotian silently retreated back to the side of the road. Then he discerned the direction, and, with his hands behind his back, he hurried slowly toward his house. It wasn't much farther out that he came to the door of the familiar room. Where did that brat go again? You don't know him yet. Most likely he's off surfing the net with those boys. What's the point of spending that wasted money when you have a computer at home? Through the door panel came the familiar and somewhat unfamiliar voice of his parents. Nangong Haotian couldn't help but reach out his hand and was about to open the door, but another hand was handed over and hooked his wrist. Turning back, he was stunned by the face imprinted in front of him, but the other side opened his mouth first. Who are you? What are you doing sneaking around in front of my house? And who are you? Me, Nangong Haotian. The other party's chin was raised high. Anyone who suddenly saw someone who looked exactly like them would only be shocked. Even Nangong Haotian, as a great saint of dual cultivation of dharma and body, was no exception. After all, this was his space of consciousness, and everything was based on memories of what had been. And what you see and feel here is all from the first person's perspective. If you don't leave, I'll call security. The other party spoke again, not hiding the impatience in his tone. However, he didn't seem to have the intention of having to drive Nangong Haotian away, and threw down a vicious sentence before opening the door to his room. Standing in the doorway, Nangong Haotian saw at a glance his mother, who was busy in the kitchen, and his father, who was sitting on the balcony looking at the newspaper. You brat, you're such an adult and you're still hanging out with those two not quite 5 boys all day long. Mom seemed to have heard the commotion and immediately swept back to scold. As he spoke, he looked but not at Nangong Haotian, but at the person who looked exactly like him. I'm back. Come, let's see what you've cooked today. Pseudo Nangong Haotian immediately poked his head out and looked towards the pot, which was filled with braised pork that was already almost out of the pot. That used to be Nangong Haotian's favorite dish. But now Pseudo Nangong Haotian was full of surprise and immediately put his hand into the pot. How many times have I told you to wash your hands first? And don't act like a primitive every time you just grab it with your hands. Old mother flung her hand out and slapped Pseudo Nangong Haotian's paw down. The same chiding tone, but it didn't hide the helplessness and coddling within. Those originally belonged to Nangong Haotian, but now they were given to another person. But on the contrary, Pseudo Nangong Haotian also glanced over with a smug and vaguely provocative look. When Pseudo Nangong Haotian washed his hands and went to the table, Mom had also already served the meal and added a bowl to both father and son. Don't just eat meat. Vegetables should not be missing. You have to pay attention to nutritional balance. Dad couldn't help but furrow his brows as he watched Pseudo Nangong Haotian carry his plate and drive the braised pork into his bowl one by one. The family cozied up and ate, but the Nangong Haotian at the door has become a complete outsider, and his parents, who he misses day and night, don't even have him in their eyes. The tens of thousands of years of repression made him unable to hold back any longer, and he pounced in with an arrow step, quickly landing beside his parents and calling out in a raised voice, "Dad! Mom! You've all been tricked! I'm your son!" But no matter how loud he screamed, Mom and Dad just did not respond, as if he was the same as the air, just smiling at that fake Nangong Hao Tian and picking vegetables for that fake Nangong Hao Tian. It was like two puppets that existed specifically for the sake of this fake Nangong Hao Tian. What did you do to them? Obviously it was just a very sparse daily routine, but to Nangong Hao Tian, who had been nostalgic all the time for 10,000 years, it was already a huge irritation. He couldn't blame his parents, so he blamed everything on that false self, so much so, that he had almost forgotten that this was not reality. You're the one who left them behind, and I'm doing your filial duty for you. Still have the face to blame me? Fake Nangong Haotian stopped pretending and teased. Nangong Haotian's heart trembled fiercely as he turned to his mother, reaching out his hands to grab her shoulders and hissed, "Mom, look at me." But the moment his palm touched his mother's shoulder, her smiling face was fixed. Then, her figure, which was still covered in an apron, suddenly disintegrated and turned into a puddle of blood right in front of Nangong Haotian's eyes. In an instant, Nangong Haotian was stunned in place, and it was only after a long time that he swept morosely towards that fake self. He did not notice that with his cultivation just one thought, even an unconscious one, was enough to affect reality. No! With his sudden outburst of anger and killing intent, the entire palace, and even the sky above the head of the entire imperial capital suddenly changed. The original blue sky and white clouds were instantly covered by thick overcast clouds, and countless electric snakes churned between the clouds. Vendors and pedestrians in the city left the streets in a hurry and hid in their homes or under the eaves of the road outside, staring at the sky in fear. "It wasn't me. It was you. They've been ruined by you since the moment you disappeared." Within the space of consciousness, the fake Nangong Haotian calmly said, and after that, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The father sitting next to him also exploded into pieces instantly with one of his movements, and blood and flesh flew about. The strong visual impact caused Nangong Haotian to no longer be able to hold back his anger, and he lunged out towards his fake self with a violent thrust. At the same time, in the real world, a rumbling tremor violently emanated from above the firmament. Then, the huge electric pythons that were originally swimming in the clouds poked out their heads one after another, as if they were a giant whip hanging in the sky, flinging them down from the sky, cracking, savagely bombarding the ground. The earth trembled along with it, and the moat outside the city churned with even more huge waves, the water crossing out of the riverbed. Residents of the surrounding townships scattered in fear, seeing the electric python rapidly approaching towards the city. The residents of the imperial city even hid in the corners of the walls and shivered. "Sir, wake up!" Suddenly an anxious voice came into the space of consciousness. Having just forced the pseudo Nangong Haotian back, Nangong Haotian shuddered slightly and subconsciously turned his head. Consciousness traversed the sea of consciousness, seeing the black clouds that filled the sky, the thunder vibrating, and hearing the panicked cries coming from all directions. His confused vision finally regained some clarity. Glancing within the space of consciousness again, the familiar and cozy home was gone, and there was more of a dark vortex. Pseudo Nangong Haotian smiled sorrowfully as his figure swayed and disappeared into that vortex. Nangong Haotian hesitated slightly and eventually retreated his consciousness from within the space of consciousness. With a wave of Ying Tian's hand, the thunder in the sky and the layers of black clouds all disappeared in a flash, but peace was not restored to the earth above. Everyone was breathing heavily, still running around in panic. After letting go of his divine thoughts and checking it out, Nangong Haotian let out a slight sigh of relief. The good news is that the damage done was minor and there weren't too many casualties. "Sir, are you okay?" Lu and Ling dragged their injured bodies panting and limp beside him, not even wearing shoes. "It seems to be in a hurry." Fortunately, Nangong Haotian smiled faintly and didn't stay in place for much longer, swooping in the direction from which the wisp of abnormal fluctuation he had sensed earlier came from. He arrived in the Imperial Garden in the twinkling of an eye. Reaching out, he gently parted the lake and took out the black box from within the formation at the bottom of the lake. The goal was achieved, but the mess he had inadvertently made still had to be cleaned up. It didn't take long for the news of Yuan Ji's death to spread throughout the country, and the nation mourned. Regarding the candidate of the new emperor, as well as the future fate of the entire Beiwu has also become a full of civil and military, and the Beiwu royal family must worry about things. At the request of Lu Haoling and the others, Nangong Haotian temporarily stayed in the northern martial palace. With him around, the neighboring countries didn't dare to take advantage of the situation to pick a fight, but that alone wasn't enough. After all, he couldn't stay here all the time. The internal affairs of the northern martial kingdom, Nangong Haotian didn't bother to get involved at all. Whether it was Yuan Shi's funeral or the new Emperor Yuan Zhang's enthronement ceremony, he had only watched the whole thing from the sidelines. Although Yuan Zhan was Yuan Ji's sibling, he was still young after all, and did not have as much ambition and talent as his elder brother. Coupled with the deaths of Jingui General Yu Sihai and a group of close friends, a different kind of voice emerged within the Beiwu court. That was to take the initiative to show goodwill with the Nangong Holy Land. In the current situation, they desperately needed a backer they could count on. Under the arrangement of the widow Empress Dowager, Yuan Zhang worshipped Nangong Haotian as his master. Formally, Nangong Haotian became the imperial master of the northern martial kingdom. However, given his status and position, it was naturally impossible for him to run a courtroom as an official. So, he doesn't have an official position. However, with this layer of master and disciple relationship, as long as the Nangong Holy Land was not destroyed and Nangong Haotian did not die, no one would dare to easily touch Beiwu again. Of course, according to Nangong Haotian's temperament, he would not be able to look at a disciple with such mediocre qualifications as Yuan Zhang. But after all, to add a lot of trouble to the northern martial arts country, even more caused many people to be displaced. The heart is not good. Also agreed. Since he had taken in a disciple, he would not be biased. Before he left, he even specially left a set of gong methods for this little disciple. In addition, Nangong Haotian did so. There is another layer of planning. No matter what, the current northern martial kingdom was considered to have joined the Nangong Holy Land's camp on the surface. Having such a power of his own in the eastern continent could totally be a stepping stone for him to take over the eastern continent in the future. Only these, then, he didn't bother to tell the others. After everything was taken care of, Nangong Haotian returned to the Holy Land with a delegation handpicked by Beiwu. At the first opportunity, he found Nangong Junyi to put the delegation in place. Afterward, he summoned the senior management of the Holy Land to deliberate on future policies against Beiwu. To summarize, there is just one sentence. That is, to increase cultural exchanges as well as business cooperation with the northern martial state. Lu and Ling and their group stayed at the holy site for the time being, visiting and learning at the same time. The days seemed to be as peaceful as ever. In addition to the usual bickering with Xiao Mei, Nangong Haotian would also supervise the cultivation of Lu Bai, Nangong Yu, and the others from time to time. Of course, as the absolute master of the Holy Land, how to further develop the Holy Land was also his daily consideration. As the saying goes, if you want to get rich, build roads first. Because of the addition of the devil and demon races, the Holy Land had grown into a town of grand proportions. The commercial street, residential area and recreational area are all under further expansion. But if you think about it, the connection between the Nangong Holy Land and the entire western region wasn't strong. Some places are limited by geography and are quite inconvenient to walk around in the Vegas. In this case, it became a good choice to create a transportation network that could penetrate the entire western region. Of course, first you have to connect the internal forces first, just like with the old home of the demon race, for example, or with some of the cities that have declared their dependence. Doing as he said, Nangong Haotian quickly arranged this matter. To say that Nangong Junyi's level of employing people also grew by leaps and bounds in the constant exercise. Just after receiving the order from his old ancestor, he thought of Lu Bai, to consolidate tunnels and bridges and whatnot. Lu Bai, who naturally possessed the heavenly diffusion body, was the most suitable. Hearing this news, Lu Bai was of course overjoyed, but Nangong Chenwu was depressed. Up until now, he was the only one who was still acting as a second-in-command for others. You brat, no matter what position you're in, you're still contributing for the sake of the family, for the sake of our Holy Land. Seeing him hanging his head and looking battered, Nangong Junyi couldn't help but lecture him. Family master, I know all that you said, but, well, work at ease, and I'll look for you again when there's a suitable project back in the future. After all, the future Nangong family will ultimately be handed over to your younger generation. It's good to practice a bit earlier. Thank you, family master. It was only then that Nangong Chengu was finally that much happier, looking at his back as he grinned cheekily and walked quickly away. Nangong Junyi could not help but shake his head. Just then, Wan Longyuan turned in, his face looking inexplicably grave. What happened? Disciple has met the family head. Only then did Wan Longyuan realize him and hurriedly saluted. Nangong Junyi waved his hand and quietly waited for the following. Only then did Wan Longyuan let out a low sigh and said in a muffled voice, "Recently, a strange man came to our Holy Land." Oh, how strange. Nangong Junyi immediately became interested. One must know that since he began to be in charge of policing the Holy Land, Wan Longyuan had actually seen quite a few so-called strange people. That is a vagabond. But, Wan Longyuan paused, but the outpouring is quite generous. Just came not 10 days. Bought a courtyard. Said that he likes our Holy Land. and will settle here in the future. What's so rare about that? Nangong Junyi kindly said. People might just be low-key. A head full of long hair that hasn't been washed for at least half a year, and a rough coat that's covered in mud and dirt. That's where you're wrong. Nangong Junyi suddenly slammed his face. We welcome anyone in the Holy Land, no matter if it's a vagabond or a beggar. As long as he doesn't cause trouble or provoke trouble in the Holy Land, we have to treat him with courtesy. Of course, disciple understands. It's just, Wan Long Yuan was full of seriousness. It's just that I actually can't see his cultivation. Nangong Junyi finally shook his eyelids. Wan Long Yuan was a powerful person of the great Tao Emperor realm. So as long as the other party was not above the Emperor realm or had cultivated some sort of powerful hidden breath technique, then none of them would be able to hide their cultivation in front of him. But if it was above the Emperor realm, how could it be in that kind of scruffy disguise? Strong people have their own dignity. Low profile, this word, not suitable for that kind of strong people. And if the other party was using some kind of breath-stealing technique, then the purpose would be quite interesting. Where are the people? I'll go and have a look. Just as the two of them fell into deep thought, Nangong Haotian's voice came from outside the door. Old ancestor. The Nangong Junyi duo immediately rose and bent over. But Nangong Haotian was obviously in a bit of a hurry, glancing behind him even as he spoke. Right at the entrance of the right side corridor, Nangong Yu rushed up with a crying face, full of depression and also aggrieved. While running, he was still screaming, Old ancestor, save me. Behind her was an unsuspecting Mei, clutching a handful of eyebrow pencils. Nangong Haotian's eyes twitched straight, quickly turned his head away. Seeing Wan Long Yuan still stupidly standing still, he simply went up and carried the person, drifting out of the courtyard, and when he reappeared, it was already that bustling commercial street. Brat, can't you be more of an eye candy? Landing and letting go. He glanced to his side. Wan Long Yuan just laughed dryly and didn't dare to pick up on it. Even though it wasn't the first time, he still felt a bit magical and unreal every time he saw the old ancestor, who had always been immovable in the wind and rain, reveal such a helpless and depressed expression. The commercial and residential areas are separated by only 2 streets. So, the two didn't have to go out far before they arrived outside a 2-entry courtyard. The yard is situated on the southern edge of the residential area, and the houses are not built high, with the periphery separated only by a bamboo fence and the road. A man in patches and bare feet was sitting in the yard in the sun. Tousled hair covered part of his face, but the soft lines of his cheeks were revealed, and he clutched a bushel fan in his hand and shook it gently. Perhaps hearing the commotion, the man swooshed open his eyelids, and instantly 2 cold bolts of electricity crossed, but immediately converged back. Your guests have come to our door. The humble abode is truly a place of splendor. The man turned a smile, and as soon as the words left his mouth, the courtyard door opened automatically. Nangong Haotian moved with a smile on his face and watched Wan Long Yuan hesitate before he turned back and said, All right, go about your business. He waited for Wan Long Yuan to leave before he sat down next to the man. Although he didn't exchange blows, he naturally saw the man's cultivation level with his eyesight. This man, surprisingly, was a proper paragon. Are you going to introduce yourself, or should I waste my breath asking more questions? My humble self does not intend to conceal this, and I have absolutely no ill will towards your holy land. Is that so? Nangong Haotian narrowed his eyes, clearly not really convinced. Although so far, there hadn't been any special movements on the sacred pavilion side, and the alliance's side had always been quiet. He hadn't forgotten about the existence of these 2 sides, and the strength and demeanor of this scruffy man gave him reason to suspect that he might be from one of those 2 ill-intentioned forces. My name is Zhuge Yunji. I don't belong to any force. I'm just an idler. The scruffy man smiled faintly, as if reading his mind, and finally introduced himself. Nangong Haotian didn't respond, secretly pondering how trustworthy this bastard's words were. One must know that the harm that a paragon saint could cause if he wanted to cause trouble in the southern palace sacred land was enormous. Nangong Haotian couldn't stay in the Holy Land at all times either, so the addition of any high-ranking combatants had to be carefully considered. Zhuge Yunji, on the other hand, smiled faintly and said, I like this place very much is the truth, but this visit does come with some other purpose as well. Oh, Nangong Haotian's tone chilled slightly. A few days ago, the sky showed a strange appearance and ink was painted on the day. I'm sure Mr. still remembers it. Zhuge Yunji's demeanor did not change. However, Nangong Haotian's heart suddenly snapped, and the divine light revealed in his eyes was several degrees colder than just now. Looking at Mr. Reaction, the Yunshin box that came down with the vision must have been seen as well. Contained god boxes? Nangong Haotian's first thought was of those bizarre black boxes. Not bad, that is the name of that black box. Zhuge Yunji nodded. You seem to know a lot about it. Nangong Haotian tried. Of course I understand. My entire family exists to destroy them. It sounds like there are quite a few of those kinds of boxes. Nangong Haotian cupped 3 or 4 of them right in his hand, yet he still pretended to be curious. Legend has it that when day and night are chaotic, and the sun and moon come together, that's when the end comes. And the box of embracing God is the key to unlocking the end times. It's just a few mouthfuls of broken boxes. Is it that exaggerated? Nangong Haotian's face was unimpressed, but his heart was fiercely flabbergasted. The end times were the end of days. It was not something that could be said casually, especially from the mouth of a quasi-saint. Most importantly, the fact that he couldn't even destroy those boxes with his ability undoubtedly increased the credibility of Zhuge's words. That's not a mere box, but it's cast in the sacred bone of the immortal burial emperor fused with sacred blood. Wait, who are you talking about? For the first time, Nangong Haotian was so surprised. You heard right. It's the last saint of this continent, and the last immortal emperor. That man is the myth of this continent and the hero that this continent has celebrated for generations. He was the one who single-handedly sealed the demon race, and he was also the one who personally ended the chaotic era of all the immortals fighting and created the peace of these tens of thousands of years. Of course, that was before Nangong Haotian became a saint. Why did he get those boxes? Would you believe me if I said that? Zhuge Yunji smiled bitterly, seeming to have little favor with that hero. Try it. Nangong Haotian was genuinely curious. Although he had already lived for tens of thousands of years, he didn't know much about the continent before his reincarnation. For 80,000 years he just focused on cultivation and hadn't bothered to catch up on his history. After the burial immortals fall, can there be anyone else in this world who managed to enter sainthood? After pondering for a long time, Zhuge Yunji gritted his teeth and said, "Why not? Aren't I?" Nangong Haotian muttered in his heart, but on his face he put on a serious face. Back then, the era of emperor and saint competing for glory was destroyed by his own hand, and today's world would only be able to carry one Dharma cultivation immortal emperor, or one physical cultivation saint. The world Tao does not allow a second figure of the same realm to exist. This, Nangong Haotian couldn't speak. It's useless to say so much. You only need to know, that person is not willing to fall that way. So before he died, he still left a means. Those containers in the God box is the God seed that he deliberately left before he was silenced. Taking a deep breath, Zhuge Yunji added, once the 9 elements return to one, it is the time for his Yuanshen to return. If it merges with the reincarnated soul, it will be another original immortal burial emperor. Rubbing his brain, he continued, you yourself have been in contact with the demon race. Do you really think that they are the kind of existence that is so unforgiving that they must be isolated from the world? If you can coexist with them peacefully, why can't immortal burial emperor do the same? But it's all an elaborate lie woven by that asshole, and only those fools believed it from start to finish. Zhuge Yunji was definitely the first and probably the only one who dared to scold the immortal burying emperor like this. Why would he do that? Just to satisfy that vanity of being admired and praised by millions? Nangong Haotian did not understand Zhuge Yunji's feelings, and likewise did not understand the immortal burial emperor's purpose in fabricating the lie. Of course, he didn't really disbelieve Zhuge Yunji's words. Zhuge also did not have the intention of non-convincing him. Pondering for a while, before a muffled voice said, there are true and false containment boxes. There are only 9 that contain immortal burial Yuanshen, but in addition there are many confusing fake boxes. The number is uncertain. Nangong Haotian was convinced of this. The box he got from Yuanji was a bit different from the one he got from the Wu family. How do you know all this? He asked in a stern voice after a long moment of silence. If a man is obsessed with another man, if it's not because of love, then it's only because of hatred. I have no interest in men. Saying this, Zhuge Yunji's eyes were grim, carrying a fierce killing intent. Nangong Haotian was silent once again, reason keeping him from pursuing the matter further. Right at this moment, a circle of demonic black thick halo suddenly surfaced around the scorching sun overhead, then pulled down as if it were a waterfall, instantly drenching the entire dome of the sky. When the vision was revealed again, Zhuge Yunji stood up from his chair in a mischievous manner and gazed at the lacquered dome, his face full of gravity. Nangong Haotian's face wasn't very pretty either, because that would mean that another containment god box had appeared. Was not half hesitant. He instantly left from Zhuge Yunji's small courtyard and then found Nangong Junyi. As the Holy Land grew better and better, it was natural that the creation of an intelligence system would not be forgotten. What he wanted was to immediately find out where the containment god box was. 1 day passes, 2 days pass, perhaps the visions had appeared too many times, and now everyone was used to it, so they didn't take it too seriously. However, Nangong Haotian's heart sank. He could treat anyone with disdain, but not this immortal burial emperor. Because that person had not only broken into the saint realm just like him, but had also been breaking through for a longer period of time than him. In other words, The immortal burial emperor's cultivation in his heyday was likely above him. Fear? Not so much. But scorn? For sure. Regardless of whether or not immortal burial emperor was a lousy person and who he had a grudge against, his resurrection was not a good thing for Nangong Haotian. It didn't matter if it was doomsday or not. What mattered was that no one could come and spoil his cozy life of being able to walk sideways everywhere he went. Isn't this the reason for 80,000 years? Therefore, he had to get his hands on the box of containing gods. Thinking of this, Nangong Haotian's eyes were certain, and his face was filled with determination. It was also at this time that Nangong Junyi came to the door and told him that Sundial Shade might have that weird box. The news was not entirely untrue, but it was a big deal. So Nangong Haotian decided to make a personal trip. Just as he was about to move, Zhuge Yunji also approached him, indicating that he wanted to go together. Nangong Haotian nodded his head in agreement after a little contemplation. Seeing that he was going out again, Xiaomei was obviously not too happy, and immediately got together with a few Nangongyu to discuss a tailing plan. However, with the experience and lesson from last time, Nangong Haotian didn't look for any more transportation tools and made an instantaneous appearance when he exited the gate. Seeing that he disappeared into place, all of a sudden, he was nowhere to be found, so angry that Xiaomei was stomping her feet. It's your clumsiness that made him notice. You can't say that. The old ancestor might have discovered you? Nangongyu muttered in a small voice. Am I so resourceful that I could do something that stupid? Mei's willow eyebrows rose. Nangongyu pursed her small lips and didn't dare to continue. As for the other few, they had long since buried their heads into their chests. It was so hard to shake off these tales. Nangong Haotian was so pleased with himself. Seeing his childish complacency, Zhuge Yunji was a bit surprised in turn, but didn't say much. The journey went smoothly, and with the cultivation of the two, it certainly didn't take much time. The Sundial Shade Kingdom was in the southern domain, and unlike the icy snowy land of the northern domain, the climate here was suitable and the temperature did not change much throughout the year. The mountains and water. The whole thing is the Jiangnan water town in a previous life. Sundial Shade is a large country in the southern region, but the domestic situation is complicated. The old emperor is dying. Several major emperors are showing their skills. As a result, pretty much every Holy Land had a not-so-weak force here. Just after entering the country, Nangong Haotian heard a sound of killing, and the air was wrapped in a strong smell of blood. Take a look? Zhuge Yunji suddenly suggested. Good. After a slight contemplation, Nangong Haotian nodded. His previous few experiences had made him deeply realize that in order to do things smoothly in an unfamiliar place, it was necessary to make friends with some local characters, like Yuan Ji of the Bei Wu Kingdom, or Helan Saran of the Wufan Kingdom. As the two words fell, the two of them instantly rushed in the direction the sound came from. In just a few shakes, he landed at the top of the tallest pale pine tree on the hill. At the foot of the mountain was a path, held hostage by cliffs on both sides, and in the middle of the path were two groups of people in a tangle, with a few lying on the ground. One side was badly injured. There were 4 people, 2 were already dead and 1 was wounded. The only remaining woman was still fighting back, but she was still alive and breathing, apparently because the leader of her opponents didn't want her dead. Shui, just stop being stubborn. Don't you understand my heart for you after all these years? Wolfish? The surrounded woman looked at the evil youth in front of her and said coldly. Before the end of her words had fully settled, she blasted out another sword, flinging it towards the black-faced youth on the right. The flash of the sword did not pose much of a threat to the black-faced youth, but it undoubtedly enraged him. Senior brother Hao, this woman doesn't know what's good for her. I think it would be better to simply tie her back up, and when the time comes for the 2 vertigo pills to go down, it's still up to you to play with her. So why waste time for no reason? Shut up. What do you take me for? The evil youth's eyes glared, but he immediately turned to the already strong woman in front of him. Shui, I'm sincere with you, but, as long as you give me a word, I will be able to keep you safe and sound, including the life of this punk, which I will also be able to save with all my might. But if you keep being stubborn, this will make things difficult for me. The evil youth sighed in embarrassment, seemingly a little disappointed and helpless, but if you looked closely, you could see the wink he gave to the black-faced youth next to him. Black-faced youth is also smart. Immediately revealed a vicious expression. By hand grabbed the woman's only still gasping for breath but has long been dying companion. The knife to its neck. Blood, immediately, slid down the blade. The woman's eyelids fluttered as she watched, gritting her teeth and shouting angrily, "Stop!" However, the evil young man did not react half-heartedly, as if he had suddenly lost his hearing. "Leave me alone. You go. Run!" Grasped in the hands of the black-faced youth. The injured man spoke with difficulty, but the throat squirmed, making the blood rage the deeper the knife was embedded. "Noisy! Another short and fat man next to the black-faced youth raised his hand and threw down a big ear scrape. That companion of the woman's was directly slapped and fainted to death. You assholes, I'll fight you. Shui, I'm doing this for your own good. You know we have our rules, but as soon as you become mine, then, shut up. There isn't a single person in the Lin family Holy Land who was greedy and afraid of death. The woman tightly clutched the autumn water longsword in her hand, flipping her wrist as her body's aura exploded. The peak golden immortal's mighty pressure surged and exploded, but it clearly failed to subdue the evil youth and his party. Pity. The evil young man sighed regretfully and waved his hand bashfully with his companions. Then kill them all. In a flash, a group of people's sword chi exploded in unison, surprisingly suppressing the woman's flooding aura that was spreading. Subsequently, the sword chi linked up and intertwined into a dense net that seemed like it might churn the woman to pieces at any moment. The woman didn't panic, but instead revealed a look of absolute determination as she flipped her wrist and the shadow of the prime sword exploded. A huge finger of heavenly sword shadow stabbed on top of the sword net that pressed down overhead, and with a rumbling sound, the cliffs on both sides of the mountain suddenly rolled with rocks. A bunch of big men, bullying a girl's family, don't you feel blush? Suddenly a cold snort arrived, and the roiling sword chi disappeared into nothingness in an instant. The one who spoke out was none other than Nangong Haotian, though he didn't know either group well. There were times when he could easily recognize a good or evil just by looking at the actions, so he sided with the woman. However, his sudden appearance clearly angered the group of evil youths. I'd advise you to mind your own business. You're still so young. It's a shame to die. I'm afraid it's not your turn to decide whether I live or die. Nangong Haotian's face was expressionless. The highest cultivation level of this group of people was only a golden immortal, so how could they pose any semblance of a threat to him? Senior Hao, you've met your match. If you ask me, this one is 80% running to act as a hero to save the beauty. Hero? With that skin and bones, you can't even be considered a bear. Since this bastard is so ungrateful, let's fulfill him. It's just one cut anyway. Not only the evil youth, even his companions had blatantly not placed Nangong Haotian in their eyes. But come to think of it, these days anyone with a bit of cultivation has an aura of spiritual energy permeating their body to a greater or lesser extent. But after becoming a saint, Nangong Haotian had returned to the basics, and even stood there, as unobtrusive as a blade of grass or a tree. The most outrageous thing was that these brats actually disliked him, and even had to guess and decide who to let do it. In the end, the short fat man lost, dragging a set of ring big knife violently a vibration, clanking, when a good big sound. Don't be afraid. I'll do it quickly and make sure you don't feel half the pain. Saying that, the short and fat man clutched the hilt of his sword with both hands, raising the sky in a blaze of glory and aiming it at Nangong Haotian's head. The next moment, it should have splintered down only, but for a good half a day, he just kept his posture. What are you doing? Do it! The black-faced youth frowned and kicked out a foot out of habit. But when that foot went down, the short and fat man's upright body, directly clanked and planted, ruthlessly smashed on the ground. It was only after the clunking sound that the blood swooned out from under the short, fat man. Where did the black-faced youth care about the unconscious guy in his hand? He quickly crouched down to check, but just as he turned the short, fat man over on his side, he was frightened and hurried to scatter, right in the short fat man's chest. I do not know when more a bloody hole. The original should be the heart of the position. Nothing. You, creeped out. The black and green youth hurriedly looked at Nangong Haotian, but before he could finish his words, he felt a coldness in his chest, and then when he looked down, a hole suddenly surfaced in his own chest as well. Then, with his eyes so wide open, he planted himself in a straight bar. Whose turn is next? Nangong Haotian extended his index finger in front of his mouth and blew. He didn't use any big moves for these two strikes. He simply compressed two strands of pure aura and popped them out. It was this kind of no-nonsense move that could not be resisted by two golden immortals of the first and second heavens. Slanting his eyes, he glanced faintly at the evil youth's face. You actually killed them. You. The evil youth gritted his teeth, but before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Nangong Haotian, pointing his fingers out one by one. In the blink of an eye, the remaining companions by the evil youth's side all pulled through. Since you don't want to choose, I'll have to do it for you. I don't suppose you mind? Nangong Haotian was as if nothing was wrong. His tone was so calm that it didn't fluctuate half a bit. It seemed that to him, killing such a few people was simply irrelevant and insignificant. The evil youth, however, had already been scared out of his wits. Where would he dare to stop halfway? Turning his head and running. It's too late. From the moment you threatened to kill me, this place was destined to be your graveyard. Nangong Haotian's pointing foot shook, and the weapon scattered on the ground all bounced up after his kick and flew into the air. With a wave of his big hand, the many blades flew out in unison as if they had been ordered. stabbing straight at the evil youth. The evil young man was filled with awe as he raised his hand and threw out a huge palm, attempting to sweep the roaming weapons away. However, the weapon stabbed the shadow of the palm he offered into fine pieces and stabbed into his body without any hindrance. Then, blood spilled everywhere, and the evil youth didn't even manage to leave a whole body behind. The woman, on the other hand, had a whole dazed look on her face, completely unable to save her mind. It was only when she met Nangong Haotian's striking line of sight that she shivered in agitation and hurriedly bent her slender waist. "Thank you, sir, for saving my life. Coco was just in the right place. By the way, your injury. Thank you for your concern, sir. There is no harm in my daughter." With that, the woman quickly looked towards her still unconscious companion. Taking advantage of this light, Nangong Haotian also turned back and swept towards the mountain where he had just hidden, but probing out the divine thoughts, searching the mountain up and down, inside and out. But where is Zhuge Yunji's shadow? Is it hard for that guy to have deliberately sidetracked me? With a frown, Nangong Haotian couldn't help but mutter in his heart. At that moment, the woman also took care of her companion's injuries briefly and turned back to give another salute. "My daughter is Lin Liqiu of the Lin clan's Holy Land. I have not yet asked for your name." "My name is..." Before his real name was exported, Nangong Haotian's eyes rolled. "Xiao Ku Ling Tian. So it's Mr. Ling. I should have properly thanked you for saving my life, but it's just that my little girl is wrapped up in mundane affairs. So, you're welcome, girl. The most important thing is that the two of you are fine." Nangong Haotian waved his hand carelessly. Lin Liqiu, however, suddenly turned his words around and hesitantly said, "I wonder where you are traveling to." "Sundial Shade Capital. I'm also going to Shade Tree City. Since it's on the way, why don't we travel together?" Lin Liqiu's eyes lit up. Also good. Once Zhuge Yunji left, Nangong Haotian was bored alone, so he didn't make a refusal. Darkly pleased, the woman simply found a place for the two dead companions to be buried, and instantly departed with the injured one. On the way, Nangong Hao Genius inquired in passing about the origins of those people just now. Lin Liqiu's face dimmed, but he didn't do anything to hide it, and in a tone of wistful hatred, he recounted the general story of the matter. Sundial Shade of the old emperor dying. The prince naturally cannot sit down, so they have pulled together the party, ready to fight for the throne. The Lin clan's Holy Land was also involved. The third prince's mother came from the Lin clan, and although she had married far away in her early years, she had always maintained close ties with the Holy Land. Therefore, this time, the Lin clan's Holy Land decided to help the third prince ascend to the throne. However, the Grand Prince and the sixth prince are not vegetarians, and there is also support behind them. Those people just now were the people sent by the Guangxi Holy Land behind the Grand Prince. The purpose, naturally, was to snatch the Huaxin plucking spirit pill that the Lin clan's Holy Land had specially prepared for the third prince. This kind of elixir could allow a golden immortal realm cultivator to break through to the emperor realm, and there was even a great probability that he would enter a state of epiphany during the breakthrough, while comprehending the power of the great Tao in one fell swoop, and achieving the great Tao emperor. Although it wasn't as perverted as the pills in the Nangong secret realm, in the outside world it was also a rare item that was properly priced. Whoever of the three emperors breaks through to the emperor first will greatly increase the probability of succession. Naturally, it was impossible for the Grand Prince's side to watch the third prince succeed. Then who is behind the sixth prince? Anyway, there were no words to find. Nangong Haotian asked obediently. "Behind the sixth prince is the Southern Region Beggars Association," Lin Liqiu whispered. Nangong Haotian's eyes flashed slightly, but did not expect the royal power struggle also has the matter of beggars. Don't listen to the name is inconspicuous, but the power of the Beggars Association is definitely not small in the southern region. Even the Lin clan and Guangxi, two great holy places, were not willing to go to war with the Beggars Association easily, not only because its power covers a wide range, but also because the Beggars Association's three great elders are also at the emperor's realm. In addition to the gang leader, the Golden Immortals and Heavenly Immortals under his banner are even more numerous. If such a power really wanted to get up and fuck with any Holy Land, the Holy Land would definitely not be able to get away with it. It was precisely because of this that the competition among the three great princes was so fierce. Of course, the fact that Nangong Haotian would display unexpected emotions was not because of the beggars gang's difficulty. Rather, because, according to the Nangong Junyi check, Yunshin Box is likely to be in the Sundial Shade within the Beggars Club branch. That's quite a coincidence. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but mutter out loud. Lin Liqiu twisted her head. Curious, what coincidence? In fact, I came here this time to ask for one thing from the Beggars Association. What is it? Lin Liqiu pursued. A black box, insignificant but important to me. Nangong Haotian spoke in an extremely serious manner. So it is. Do you know who is in the hands of the Beggars Association? Not sure. I also heard from someone by chance. That thing might be in the hands of the Beggars Association. Nangong Haotian deliberately sighed. In that case, then when we get to Shade Tree City, I'll find someone to check it out for you. In that case, it's really thanks to the girl. Nangong Haotian turned his worry into joy, but a touch of cunning crept under his eyes. Since there was a competitive or even hostile relationship in itself, it would not be a bad idea to let the Lin clan's Holy Land do it for them. Why? What is all this compared to your saving your life? Lin Liqiu hurriedly waved his hand, and did not take his thanks raw, to match her footsteps, so the time to arrive at the imperial capital was later than Nangong Haotian expected, but it was good to arrive smoothly. On the road, Nangong Haotian would occasionally instruct her in cultivation, although the time wasn't long. When he entered the imperial city, Lin Liqiu had vaguely touched the threshold of an emperor, and as a result, she's getting more and more caught up in the black box business. No, just after arriving in Shade Tree City, she immediately gathered her own people together to inquire about the progress of the investigation. Previously on the road she had already contacted, so the investigation of the Beggars Association had already begun. Some interlopers reported back that the branch altar master had gotten some chance by accident, and had actually closed the door at this critical juncture. This matter immediately aroused Lin Liqiu's alarm, and he gave strict orders to make sure to find out what the so-called chance was. It was also by looking at her majestic appearance that Nangong Haotian realized that this woman was actually the holy daughter of the Holy Land, without a special physique to add to it. To be able to cultivate to such a level at this age, it must have taken unimaginable efforts from ordinary people, and it's worthy of the name of Holy Maiden. Although he hadn't spent much time together, Lin Liqiu gave him a pretty good feeling. Since someone else was doing it for him, he was happy to wait for the news in peace. Perhaps it was because of the royal power struggle. The entire atmosphere of the imperial capital seemed inexplicably depressing. It looks busy and bustling, but pay close attention and it seems like everyone is a little worried, especially at night. The whole city is barely visible to pedestrians, not to mention that no night market is open. Is the situation even that dire? Walking on the road, Nangong Haotian had planned to take a good stroll, but he didn't expect the city to be so cold at night. Just as he was about to return to the Lin clan's Holy Land's compound in Shade Tree City, he felt several more shadows in the shadows. Am I even being watched? The corner of his mouth turned away, but he didn't do much to care, so he pretended he didn't notice and leisurely left. The winds of the night were not fast and furious, but they traveled quietly through the city with a characteristic coolness. Early the next morning, Nangong Haotian was startled by the sudden commotion coming from outside the door, and simply washed up and went out of the guest room. A group of people in the compound were standing by, and they had blocked the doorway nervously, and outside the door stood another group of people, all dressed in linen, and a few in front of them carrying sacks on their shoulders. The one in the lead even have 9 bags on the shoulder, actually is the beggar gang leader in person. Your Holy Land is really a good tactic. The beggar gang master opened his mouth first, coldly sweeping on Lin Liqiu's face. After that, he gave his arm a wave, and immediately a few beggar gang disciples dragged and threw a few people with swollen noses to the bottom of the resident steps. Shouldn't Holy Maiden Lin give someone Hong an explanation? The master of the Beggars Association still has a cold face, but in the voice, it is wrapped in a blatant pressure. A short sentence shook the faces of a group of people within the compound, their faces turning white with fear. But the Holy Maiden was still standing in front of them, and none of them stepped back. On the side of the road, a group of spectators arrived in a hurry, looking at the scene curiously and rushing to the people around them to ask questions. Dude, what's going on here? It's not like the two families are going to tear each other apart, is it? It shouldn't be so bad. But the interlopers sent out were caught in the act. The Lin clan's Holy Land has lost a lot of face. The third prince won't be implicated, will he? I'm looking forward to him being. How can you and I have any say in royal matters? Don't say these words in a hurry. The discussion didn't just happen between the two. Most of the people who came to see the play were talking about similar issues. Nangong Haotian was sitting on the roof of the resident attic, silently observing the situation. Obviously, he was standing there straight up in plain sight, but no one had noticed him. What is Master Hong talking about? Forgive my ignorance, why can't I understand? What do you intend to do by sending people to infiltrate my Beggars Association branch altar? Hong Gangmaster's tone sank violently and said grimly. As his sentence fell, a few Beggars Club disciples immediately stretched out their feet and kicked hard on those guys with swollen noses and swollen faces. Some people held on for dear life and didn't half a sound, but some screamed in misery, rolled and crawled and flung themselves up the front steps of the door, grasping Lin Liqiu's pants leg, with a handful of snot and a handful of tears. Holy Maiden, save me, they're not human. If this continues, I'll die. This life is a life of daggers and fire for the Holy Land. and I ask for nothing else but for you to give me a good time and not to let these bastards torture me." The master of the beggar gang turned around and rushed a bunch of spectators to show his arm, raising his voice. "All of you have heard it. As the saying goes, it's not too big to see what's going on." The wall of people in front of us didn't dare to speak up, but there were really quite a lot of people who hid behind the wall of people and agreed. TSK, that's unkind of the Lin Clan Holy Land. It seems like they didn't offend you guys either. Can't it be that the Lin Clan's Holy Land has some plans for the Beggars Association? A similar sound was not loud, but loud enough to reach the ears of everyone present. "I'm not going to hide it from you all. My beggars gang spent a lot of money to collect the materials to refine the Huashin plucking spirit pill, but the pill was just finished, and then it was stolen. I think this matter Lin's sacred ground how to give an explanation is right." The gang leader spoke at the right time. The beggar's master's words immediately stirred up 1,000 waves, not to mention the value of the Huashin plucking spirit pill. Such an accusation was enough to make everyone's jaws drop. Although he didn't say it so bluntly, the gang leader's words were undoubtedly telling everyone that Lin's sanctuary was a thief. At least the few that were pulled out were. It's basically no longer much different than throwing horse manure on someone's door plaque. No! After Lin Liqiu heard this, his face suddenly darkened, his eyes bursting with anger, about to retort. But the sudden force of those two goods under her feet made her subconsciously retract her words. It became a long silence, letting the air flow with total eeriness. To outsiders, this was undoubtedly the words of the Lin Clan's Holy Land after being dismantled for their evil deeds. Oh, when it's really a good tactic. Just around the corner a street away, a young man in brocade clothing sat in the window of a tea house, hooking his mouth. Behind him were a few guards who respectfully waited. This youth was not the only one who made the same exclamation. There was also Nangong Haotian who was on the roof of the attic. It's true that those who can sit in the position of gang leader don't have weak hearts. With his intelligence and wisdom, how could he not react to the master's intention when he heard this? How convincing can a king of a country be if he got the throne by virtue of something he stole from someone else? Most importantly, by grabbing those interlopers planted by the Holy Land, and also the division. The Holy Land side lost the initiative from the beginning. This move wasn't exactly brilliant, but it had to be said. It was still quite ingenious. Facing an old fox like the beggar's master, Lin Liqiu is still a little too tender after all. But this matter had its own reasons after all. So Nangong Haotian didn't intend to just sit back and watch. But just as he was about to intervene, a sudden cold cry came out from within the compound. And then, an old man with white hair and long beard crossed the crowd. "Master Lin-san?" Seeing the visitor, the group of spectators couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. The third elder of Lin was the sibling of the old elder of the Lin Clan's Holy Land, and was a fellow Empyrean powerhouse. A small sundial shade country actually appeared two great gods. Cannot let people not be surprised. Ha, this is going to be fun. Nangong Haotian resumed his seat, squinting his eyes as he peered far into the palace. The emperor himself, enough to show that the Beggars Association and the Lin's Holy Land on the sundial shade country imperial power belongs to the importance of the place. But on second thought, is this necessary? Unless, in this sundial shade, or in the palace, there are still certain coveted things hidden. Therefore, Nangong Haotian didn't intervene again, and peacefully watched a good show. To say the least, this Lin Third Master was much more sophisticated than Lin Liqiu, and didn't say much besides that cold snort. Just like that, with his hands behind his back, he walked step by step towards the outside of the residence door. But with every step that fell, the emperor's pressure became heavier and heavier by 1 point. Those few mezons that were caught back were simply unable to withstand the pressure and fainted a few times. "Lin Laosan, are you trying to kill to silence?" The beggar gang master's eyes sank slightly. "Killing them would be to your liking. My Lin Clan's Holy Land has always acted right and stood upright, never fearing slander from villains. Come on, return these people to Master Hong." With the fall of Lin San Taiji's sentence, several more golden immortals immediately jumped out from the quarters, landing and bending down, one person at a time. Those unconscious mezons threw back to the feet of the beggar's crowd. Beggar gang master's face was ruthless, coldly said, "Justice lies in the hearts of the people. Thick-skinned denial cannot erase the truth." Well said. Time will tell. Take care. No, farewell. With a flick of his sleeve, Third Master Lin turned back to his quarters with his men sharply, without another word. However, a group of people from the Beggars Association stood in place for a while before the head of the gang greeted the gang and left. That's it? The spectators were greatly disappointed. They had thought that the two emperors would have a big battle, but they didn't expect it to end like this. However, only a small number of people knew that the battle had actually begun from the moment Third Master Lin showed up. The master of the Beggars Association returned to the branch altar, and immediately arranged for interrogation, ready to personally torture the captured spies. However, This had not even begun when he heard a hurried report from his men. No, it's no good, gang leader. Those people are. Calm down for me and speak properly. The gang leader's eyes glared as he said coldly. The junior brother who came to report the news couldn't help but gulp and hurriedly finished his sentence. The spies of the Lin clan's Holy Land are all dead. What? Upon hearing this, the gang leader himself couldn't strain himself first, and without asking any more questions, he went straight to the cell. But all that could be seen was a few corpses that hadn't completely cooled down yet, and the ebony blood that was spilled all over the place. What's going on? The gang leader's face was pitch black as he glared at a group of henchmen who were watching the prison and asked drily. Back to the gangmaster. We don't know. Bunch of losers. The gangmaster was so angry that he almost demolished the entire dungeon with a slap. At this time, the subaltern master walked up and whispered, we have already examined their bodies in detail before, and we didn't find any hidden poisons, so there's only one possibility, and that's that those fellows from the Lin clan's Holy Land did it just now. With that, the gang leader also reacted. Upon further reflection, there was indeed something odd about Master Lin Santai purposely having a group of his men throw these guys back. After all, the two sides were standing extremely close to each other, and there was absolutely no need for that to specialize in crossing hands again. Thinking about this, the gang leader's anger grew even more, but he was no longer embarrassed to lash out at his subordinates. Lin Laosan, good, you fucking played this with me. Beggar's a good deck of cards, actually so lost. If the testimony becomes dead, then the matter just now will become a malicious provocation of the Beggars Association to the Holy Land. In other words, now the loss of reason changed into the beggar's side. This makes one admire the fact that Ginger is really old and hot. Master Lin Santai used himself as bait, attracting almost all the attention, and no one from the golden immortals of the Lin clan's sacred ground even looked at them much, playing tactics in front of the face. More can be said to hit the face of the master of the Beggars Association. Gang master, what now? The subaltern master asked in a low voice. Since we've already torn our faces apart, let's just do neither. The gang leader's face was full of grimness. You are trying to. Since they don't want to admit it, let's force them to admit it. As long as we can obtain the rock-heart molten marrow of the Sundial Shade Palace, we're still afraid of his district. The Lin clan Holy Land? The gang leader's face was full of disdain, not putting the Lin clan Holy Land in his eyes at all. Subordinate knows what to do. The subaltern master smiled sorrowfully and didn't stay in the dungeon for much longer. On the other hand, Lin Liqiu came out of the resident council hall with his head hanging down, like an eggplant that had been beaten by frost. Scolded? Nangong Haotian hugged his arms in the courtyard. Aha! Lin Liqiu nodded sullenly. Haven't had a good turn in Shade Tree yet. Why don't you show me around? Nangong Haotian proposed. Of course it's nice. I'm not too familiar with this place though. The 6th hour had just passed, and Nangong Haotian and Lin Liqiu together had already turned around quite a few places. Of course, the first stroll was through the busiest part of the city, but the walk was getting more and more out of the way, and looking up he had even been able to see the walls of the city towering not far away. The most outrageous thing was that Lin Liqiu was also lost. I've been going around a patch of alleys for half a day, but I seem to be going around and around in one place without going around. Finally, she bashfully blushed and whispered, Mr. Ling, are you hungry? With that, she scanned the cold diner on the street in front of her, looking like she was planning to go up and ask for directions. At this level of cultivation, who would go hungry so easily? But as a sensible man, Nangong Haotian of course didn't poke at that little bit of her mind and blandly put his head a little. I didn't think so until you mentioned it, but it seems like you did. Then I'll treat you to dinner. Lin Liqiu's face was joyful, disregarding any defense between men and women, pulling him towards that restaurant. Maybe business is not so good. The store pressure is not a second. But this is exactly what Lin Liqiu wants. She saw her quickly press Nangong Haotian towards the stool and explained, You sit down for a while. I'll find someone to order food. As soon as the words were out of her mouth, she quickly rolled her eyes, searching for any sign of the owner or the shopkeeper. But there wasn't half a crowd at the counter either, so she had to turn toward the curtain that separated the front room from the back kitchen. But before she could lift the curtain, it was lifted first. Then, a middle-aged man covered in a black robe appeared, straightening his coat and hat, seemingly realizing that there was still a person standing in front of him. The middle-aged man then immediately lowered his arms and squeezed a smile on his face. Sorry, how many guests? What would you like to eat? Both of you. Bring one of your signature dishes all the same. Lin Liqiu put on a whole show of wealth and generosity. Okay, please wait. I'll order the kitchen to prepare. The shopkeeper's smile remained, and with a quick twist of his head as he spoke, he lifted the curtain, which had only just been lowered, and turned into the kitchen. Before long, a zip, Zip of splattered oil could be heard coming from the back kitchen. The speed of the shopkeeper was so fast that Lin Liqiu didn't even have time to try to ask for directions, and could only turn back to the table resentfully. I'll let you break the bank. Nangong Haotian stifled a smile and said politely. We've known each other for so long, can't you be that slightly more casual? Wouldn't that be rude? Nangong Haotian whispered. Do I look like I'm that sophisticated to you? Besides, in terms of strength, in terms of insight, you were already far stronger than me. Alright then. Finally, Hao Tian nodded. Then I'll call you Ling Tian from now on. Oh no. In terms of age, I should call you Brother Tian. I'll just stick to calling you by your name. Nangong Haotian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Anyway, he couldn't call out the word autumn sister no matter what. After chatting for no more than a while, the shopkeeper personally brought a pot of fish out, smelling quite fragrant. You two eat first. The rest of the dishes will be here soon. No rush. Lin Liqiu didn't rush, not really having much of an appetite, but with all the money spent, it would be a waste not to eat, so she picked up a pair of chopsticks anyway. Not bad, not bad. Haven't tasted this flavor for a long time. Brother Tian, don't be polite, eat. I don't know whether it was on purpose or not, but she deliberately called Brother Tian in a mushy way. Nangong Haotian pretended not to have heard it and also tasted 2 bites, but he didn't find it tasty. Lin Liqiu didn't mind anyway. Looking at the way she ate, if she were in a previous life, she would have been snatched up by all the aunts and uncles to be their daughter-in-law, just for the sake of being well fed. It didn't take long to pick off a fish, but the promised other dishes actually have not been served. The eating pleasure is strong. Lin Liqiu finally to the back kitchen urge. She didn't get a response before she stood up, thinking to go to the kitchen to see what was going on, but just as she moved, she felt lightheaded, and with an unsteady stance, she actually tripped over the stool. It was bracing himself against the tabletop that kept him from falling. Shaking her head forcefully, she subconsciously sat back down, but her consciousness was getting fuzzy and her brain was getting heavier. Gradually, the neck actually felt strained and could no longer hold up the head. With a clang, Lin Liqiu flopped onto the desktop, forcefully propping up his eyelids, and with great difficulty swept a glance towards Nangong Haotian. I wanted to say something, but it was as if my throat had been pinched by an invisible battering ram, so I couldn't make a sound. And at that moment, Nangong Haotian also swayed twice, resting one hand against his chin. Thump, thump. Suddenly a burst of footsteps came. See, originally should be in the kitchen of the shopkeeper. Surprisingly, with a vote of linen-clothed men barged in. Enough 7 or 8 people. Enter the door to the Nangong Haotian. 2 people turned to this side. Yoo-hoo! I can't believe it's still down. Seemingly looking at Nangong Haotian still propping up his chin and glaring with a pair of eyes, the shopkeeper let out a sardonic laugh. Then, he was seen stretching out a foot and kicking the stool under Nangong Haotian's butt. Hissing with a sharp scraping sound, the stool detached itself from under Nangong Haotian's butt. I was going to watch a good show of 5 bodies, but the stool fell down. Nangong Haotian actually maintained the previous position, sitting in the air, frozen, did not move on the slightest bit. Kid is a bit interesting. I'd like to see how long you can hold out. Enough. The longer we delay, the easier this matter will be exposed. The shopkeeper had just finished speaking when another person came through the door. Fragrant Master Wei, why are you here as well? The shopkeeper seemed a bit surprised. This is a matter of great importance. The master of the gang explained that this matter will be my sole responsibility. Alright, take this woman and leave the city first. As for this man and the pile in the kitchen, find a place to bury them together, or else boil them and feed them to the dogs. Fragrant Master Wei coldly glanced at Nangong Haotian before turning to Lin Liqiu. However, before he could hold Lin Liqiu hostage, he heard a bitter laugh from the side. He saw Nangong Haotian pat his butt and slowly straighten his body. I can't imagine. I, Nangong Haotian, am actually only worthy of feeding dogs. How do you see him full of leisure? The face of the group of people in charge of the shop suddenly changed. You guys don't think you can mesmerize me with just a few drops of 1,000-year-old spit? Nangong Haotian frivolously turned back, hooking the corners of his mouth and looking at the faces of these individuals like they were fools. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get him killed. Lord Wei Xiang grimaced and greeted a group of his men. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's group of people also just reacted, flinging their hands to offer up their weapons, swords, guns, sticks and everything. Anyway, they just greeted Nangong Haotian together. Slow down. Nangong Haotian put his hand up. Brat, you want to beg for mercy now? It's too late. Blame yourself for being with this bitch. Wei Xiangju grinned coldly. His laugh was fierce and cruel, and also vaguely carried a sense of satisfaction, just like a victory. Nangong Haotian then shook his head and explained, don't misunderstand. I just wanted to ask, What kind of bugs and beasts do you guys think would be appropriate to take your meat and feed it to some? What an arrogant man. Fragrant Master Wei was almost too angry to be happy, and once again rushed his men. What are you waiting for? In a flash, a bunch of sticks, knives and guns descended from the sky and greeted Nangong Haotian's head, but just when they were still 10 centimeters away from Nangong Haotian's head, they were fixed together. Well, I admit that I was soft-hearted. I thought your deaths would somehow contribute to the rest of the world's species, but it seems I was naive. And you don't even deserve to be fed to the ants. Nangong Haotian threw out his hand and vibrated it, and all those weapons held down above his head flipped back upside down. But it wasn't just them that tumbled out, it was also the group of people who were holding them. The tiny doorframe wouldn't have fit, so a bunch of people crashed through the doorframe before tumbling out onto the street outside the door. Nangong Haotian turned back blandly, a pair of cold eyes hitting on Fragrant Master Wei. Know why you're still alive? Lord Wei Xiang, however, apparently had not realized the seriousness of the problem, and with a stomp of his feet, he raised his fist and blasted out. The movements he thought were swift and unrivaled, but in Nangong Haotian's eyes, they were simply slower than a snail. When he saw Nangong Haotian leisurely raise his hand, he also shook it just a little, but Wei Xiangju's lunging figure turned halfway around and slammed straight into the tabletop. Printed on the back of its head was the very hand that Nangong Haotian had just raised. Asked you. It's not me. It was all ordered by the gangmaster. I only just acted according to the order. Fragrant Master Wei was too busy to lose his explanation. Yes? Nangong Haotian threw his hand away. Lead the way. Yes. Yes. Although he was freed from his shackles, Fragrant Master Wei was not able to hold up the first time. Instead, he slipped off the tabletop and fell to the floor with a thud, struggling halfway to his feet. Flimsy legs that had to wobble twice when he took a step. And on closer inspection, in the color of his crotch, which was noticeably darker than the legs of his pants. Just now, for the first time in his life, he felt that he was so close to death. It seemed that if the hand holding it down behind his head pushed just a little harder, his skull would fall apart. Nangong Haotian, however, didn't bother to look at him and hesitated for a moment before taking Lin Liqiu into his arms. It was true that he could be invulnerable to all poisons, but that was because he had already practiced the sacred body. However, if they were to detoxify Lin Liqiu, they would have to use their own sage essence aura, and he also needed to urge his essence aura to roam around various places within Lin Liqiu's body. With his divine mind, doing so was tantamount to looking at someone's body. If it was a potent poison, he wouldn't mind doing so, but the 1,000-year-old spittle was just a powerful riposte that wouldn't jeopardize the life of the poisoner, much less leave any other hidden dangers. So naturally there was no need to take this step. Holding a person in his arms, under the leadership of Fragrant Master Wei, Nangong Haotian managed to arrive at the beggar's rudder. In contrast to the name of poverty, the building is a lot more luxurious. Fragrant Master Wei, how do you? Cut the crap. Something went wrong and we had to bring people here first. Where's the gang leader? Fragrant Master Wei was also a shrewd person, knowing that a few door attendants were no match for Nangong Haotian, so he went straight to the gangmaster. Nangong Haotian didn't poke at it. Being able to meet the gang leader directly would save a lot of unnecessary trouble for him as well. A few door attendants didn't think that much of it and quickly let the people in. Of course, they were just treating Nangong Haotian as one of Fragrant Master Wei's newly accepted henchmen. In the council hall, the branch altar master and the gang master were getting together to discuss something, when they suddenly saw Lord Wei Xiang folding back, and immediately furrowed their brows. Right at this moment, Master Wei Xiang suddenly quickened his pace, pouncing into the hall in 2 steps, and shouting sharply, "Gang master, be careful!" Not bothering to care whether his own gang leader had reacted or not, the bastard quickly retreated into a side corner. At those words, the eyes of the gangmaster and the sub-altar master twitched, but they also quickly reacted. The young man outside was not coming from a good place. There's no one like you in the Lin Clan Holy Land's current generation of juniors. As he spoke, the gangmaster's aura exploded and surged, and the Herculean pressure was like a giant wave crushing upwards. Nangong Haotian was completely unresponsive, striding into the hall with idle steps. I came looking for a box, smoothly placing Lin Liqiu on the nearest chair behind the door. He flung his hand and took out a containment god box, the corner of the gangmaster's eyes, skimming his mouth and coldly humming, looking for something to find the beggar's gang. You are the first. So, are you going to hand it over or not? Nangong Haotian said impatiently. What a big dog's guts. First hand over your life. Hand it over, the gang leader bellowed. At the same time, the mighty pressure he released was strengthened by a full double, and it looked like he was planning to directly crush Nangong Haotian to death with his mighty pressure. Unfortunately, Nangong Haotian didn't put any of this in his eyes at all and remained unmoved. The sub-altar master couldn't sit still, slapping the armrest of his chair, bouncing up, and with his starting hand, a giant sword shadow took shape, killing aura, just like a posture of not stopping until he took Nangong Haotian's head. Unfortunately, Nangong Haotian already didn't want to continue to consume, didn't even wait for this bastard sword shadow to be fully formed before grabbing it in the void. All of a sudden, there was a loud clicking sound, and that sword shadow was directly pinched into pieces, and together with it, there was also the body of the sub-altar master. Blood clots tumbled down, and when blown by the wind, they swirled up a strong smell of blood. You actually dare to? The gang leader's eyes bulged out, his eyes were wide with anger, and he flung his hand and shook it. A long spear like a dragon was grasped in his hand. People, how come they just don't get a lesson? Nangong Haotian shook his head inside lightly, flinging his hand. An invisible palm wind slashed out. The gang leader seemed to want to raise his gun to fend it off, but even the man with the gun flew out, crashing all the way from the council chamber out of the sub-altar fence. Rumbling, a sudden burst of sand and dust filled the sky, and half of the branch altar was reduced to rubble with this instant. Beyond the collapsed wall, the gang leader got up with difficulty, bracing his spear, but at the first sight of Nangong Haotian, his newly straightened knees bent once again. A pressure that was 100 times stronger than the one he had just offered descended from the sky, crushing him to the point that he bled through his 7 orifices and fell to his knees while holding his lance, centered on the knee and the head of the gun. The pavement was a large, 2-foot square crater that grew deeper and deeper. Gradually, the gang leader's entire body was buried in the pit, and only outside the pit, half of the gun barrel was exposed. Nangong Haotian came across the ruins and stood at the edge of the large pit with his hands behind his back, looking down. You have one more word. I don't know anything about boxes. Boxes. The gang leader's face was purple and blue, his chest heaving violently, but obviously, this was not the answer Nangong Haotian wanted. Just as he reached out and made a point, the gang leader's chi was directly pierced through. With just one move, he had actually nullified someone's cultivation. You shall not die a good death. Even if I were a ghost, I wouldn't let you go. Hundreds, thousands of years of cultivation to achieve emperor, but now everything is over. The gang leader hissed and cursed with all his thoughts. Nangong Haotian faintly raised his hand, this time aiming his finger at this gang leader's head. This round doesn't count. I'll make an exception and give you another chance. Don't say I don't have any box at all, and even if I did, I'd never give it to you. Hong Gangmaster's face was full of grimace, as if he was going to climb up and continue fighting with Nangong Haotian. Nangong Haotian didn't move in anger, but his brows tightened. It was all like this, and the bastard was still dead set on denying it, making him have to once again doubt the information that Nangong Junyi had gotten. Looks like you're really tired of living, thinking that way, but Nangong Haotian didn't show it. Instead, he snorted morosely and coldly. When he finished, he sent his fingers forward. Hong Gangmaster suddenly trembled. A cold sensation penetrated his brain, almost freezing his brain and soul together. Immediately afterward, he changed color, awe and horror creeping onto his face in unison. I really don't know. No, don't kill me. In the end, this cargo is still afraid of death, and there are not many people who really have the spirit of fearlessness and dare to go to their deaths with emotion after all. Nangong Haotian couldn't help but reveal a touch of disappointment, sighing and eventually putting his finger back. Since then, he was basically certain that Master Hong was not lying, and it was completely pointless to continue pressing. Only when he turned his head and even his back disappeared with him, Hong Gangmaster collapsed to the ground in a paralyzed manner and quickly fainted due to the loss of blood, and the remaining group of beggars gang juniors has long been 7 spirit without 6 spirit. See Nangong Haotian approaching, back away in unison. Not even half of them dared to entertain the idea of taking Lin Liqiu, who had been placed in half of the council chamber just like that, as a hostage. Everyone had only one thought, and that was to hurry up and send this killing god away. Quiet, so that the whole space was almost a pin drop. This side of the commotion soon spread all over the city. Not only the residents of the nearby good things, even the people of the Guangxi Holy Land and Lin's Holy Land also arrived together. Looking at the mess, one by one, all of them were dumbfounded and froze on the spot. Nangong Haotian, on the other hand, strutted through the ruins, naturally becoming the center of attention in the room. Instead, he completely ignored the gazes of all colors that were thrown at him from all directions as he slowly walked up to the Lin Clan Holy Land group. Then he handed Lin Liqiu over to the Lin family. Liqiu has been poisoned by 1,000 years of spittle. How the antidote is configured, I'm sure all of you are well aware of it. Who poisoned them? Third Master Lin took a deep breath. Basically, they're all dead. The culprits, they got what was coming to them. Nangong Haotian faintly finished speaking, turning his head, and did not intend to stay here for much longer. For his part, Master Lin San looked at Master Hong, who had just been lifted out of the pit, and asked solemnly, "Who exactly is your excellency?" "I'm just a passerby who can barely be called a friend by a noble saint." Not wanting to cause more trouble, Nangong Haotian did not reveal his true identity and simply used Lin Liqiu as a shield. Lin Third Master's eyes flickered for a while before he smiled cheekily and said, "In any case, you saved our family's chore, please also move to the humble abode. Although the tea is coarse and light, but there is always the need to chat to express gratitude. Since little friend calls Autumn Child her friend, even if she has to leave, she should always let her say hello, shouldn't she?" Master Lin San Tai's sentences were reasonable, causing Nangong Haotian to be a bit embarrassed to refuse. However, remembering another curious matter, he eventually agreed to the invitation and once again went to the Lin clan's Holy Lands compound. A banquet was held, and the guests and hosts were happy. Between the seats, Nangong Haotian side-tested a few big Holy Land and beggar gangs so care about sundial shade of the real reason for the imperial power of the country. However, this old fox, Master Lin Taisan, always managed to skillfully sidestep the topic, causing him to be quite depressed. At night, Lin Liqiu swallowed the antidote to wake up and immediately looked for it. "Saved by you again. Since you are safe and sound, why do you still look unhappy?" Nangong Haotian said strangely. "It's not that I'm upset, it's just that I think, that I owe you more and more favors and I don't know how to pay them back." Sad. Frowning and pouting, Lin Liqiu seemed to be really seriously annoyed. "There's no rush. Think slowly." Nangong Haotian looked at her sad face, but instead felt amused and teased. "Hey." Lin Liqiu suddenly sighed, then looked down and rummaged through his wallet. Only after a while did she helplessly say, "Compared to you, I can be considered to have no strength, no family, and apart from this skin that is still quite good, it seems like there is nothing else. Why don't I just give my body to you?" As she said it, she playfully blinked those big eyes. It looked like a whole face of jokes, but under the eyes there was a hidden ray of careful anticipation. "Human meat isn't delicious. I think it's better to forget about it." Nangong Haotian pretended not to understand. The matter with Xiao Mei hadn't even been pulled off yet, and now he really didn't dare to mess with another woman. "Alright, then I'll owe it first." Disappointment flickered under his eyes as Lin Liqiu pretended to be relaxed. After saying that, she quickly turned her head away and quickly walked away from the guest room. Seeing her back disappear, Nangong Haotian rubbed his head vigorously and made a trip on his back towards the bed. The greetings had also been said, so when he woke up the next day, he said goodbye to Third Master Lin and the others. But just as he stepped out of the city gates, he saw a red-faced and still panting figure waiting there. "Why are you here?" Lin Liqiu, on the other hand, smiled cheekily, took a step to meet him, and said softly, "Great-grandpa told me to follow you and study hard." "Learn what?" Nangong Haotian wondered. "And pretending, although my eyes were closed at the time, my ears weren't completely deaf. Are you the Nangong elder ancestor? Or should I continue to call you Brother Tian? Anyway, I would recommend the latter. It's a bit smoother to call." Lin Liqiu did not become the least bit formal or cowering because of his change in status, and without waiting for him to pick up on it, Lin Liqiu turned his own head, then swept to the fork in the road outside the city. "By the way, which way should we go?" After saying that, she simply pulled on Nangong Haotian's cuffs with a complete look of impatience. Perhaps because he was used to seeing others cowering when they saw him, Nangong Haotian was not offended by her rudeness. What's more, he wasn't really a person who liked to show off his family's status, if not in a necessary situation. So, after an initial moment of stupefaction, he simply let Lin Liqiu be. It was also on the way back to the Southern Palace Sanctuary that he probed from Lin Liqiu's mouth about what was hidden in the Sundial Shade Palace. "I can't believe it. Even the rock-heart molten marrow has appeared in the world." With his vast knowledge, he certainly wouldn't be unaware of the value of this item. Its nature was similar to that of the Divine Kingdom's sacred flame, and both could help the person who fused it comprehend the power of the Great Tao. However, one thing was different. The rock-heart molten marrow could reshape the soul and regenerate the muscle and blood. That is to say, the fusion of the rocky heart of the molten marrow of the people, as long as it is not filed bones on the spot, or beaten to ashes, then there is still a second life. That is, the body of immortality may be a bit exaggerated, but there is such an effect has been enough to go against the grain. Of course there were flaws. Even if they saved their lives through the rock-heart molten marrow, they would still lose their cultivation and would have to practice from scratch. There are times when it's probably not a good thing to leave yourself too much to chance. Pressing down his fatally covetous thoughts towards the rock-heart molten marrow, Nangong Haotian muttered in a small voice in his heart. Of course, with his current strength in the Pride Continent, he couldn't use that. Even if we get it back, it's a problem who to give it to, and it might even grow those boys' laziness as a result. Therefore, He forcibly put the matter of the rock-heart molten marrow behind him and didn't think too much about it. The journey back was very smooth, and when he saw the Nangong Holy Land again, Nangong Haotian couldn't help but smile. Lin Liqiu, who came here for the first time, was greatly shocked by the scene in front of him. Brother Sky, how did you do that? Although the scale of the Holy Land now was not comparable to some imperial capital or something like that, the degree of prosperity was definitely no less. Most importantly, you can see scenes here that you simply cannot see anywhere else. For example, the demon and devil races could walk the streets almost completely undefended, even setting up stalls and stores on their own. I didn't do much, it's more of everyone's work. Nangong Haotian was very satisfied with the speed and extent of the Holy Land's development. As they made their way through, countless people bowed and saluted, mouthing, "Good day, old ancestor." But on top of that clear respect, all of them again carried a deep curiosity. Walking down the road, everyone was constantly turning back, looking at Lin Liqiu with more eyes than hitting Nangong Haotian. Then, someone was heard talking away. "We're going to have more grandmothers? Then what should we call ourselves from now on? Second grandma, or grandma, shhhh. Keep it down. If grandma hears us, we're done for." Speak of the devil. A scarlet figure was seen speeding down the street, and in no time at all, it arrived in front of Nangong Haotian's duo. "Who is she?" Xiaomei asked Nangong Haotian with a dark face, pointing hard towards Lin Liqiu's face, but obviously it wasn't the tone of a normal inquiry. It was also wrapped in a thick anger. Nangong Haotian's eyes trembled as he subconsciously pulled his arm out of Lin Liqiu's claws twice, but he didn't expect that when he moved. He was countered by Lin Liqiu's tighter grip. This small action, naturally, was not hidden from Mei's eyes. She was seen thumping and rushing up, grabbing Nangong Haotian's ear and twisting it with force in front of the entire town's residents. "Ouch ouch ouch. Asked you." Mei didn't let go. At this sight, the group of watchers couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Nangong Junyi, who had been reported early on, was sensible enough not to go forward, but looking at Xiaomei, he sighed helplessly. Although nominally, he was the lord of the Holy Land, he knew very well that the real master of the Southern Palace Holy Land was the old ancestor only. Therefore, the majesty of the old ancestor could not be provoked. But Xiaomei never had any scruples, which undoubtedly greatly depreciated the great and glorious image of the old ancestor. In the future, if it were to be rumored that our own ancestor was a man who feared the interior, how would that be? Thinking of this, Nangong Junyi couldn't help but get a headache. "Hello, I'm Lin Liqiu. May I ask who you are?" Nangong Haotian inclined his head without answering. Lin Liqiu instead had a coquettish smile on her face and took the initiative to greet. It was already pretty, and this charmed smile made countless male compatriots even more like a spring breeze, instantly attracting a lot of good feelings. Mei also seemed to not expect this reaction from her and froze, forgetting to respond. Lin Liqiu, on the other hand, was unimpressed and twisted his head to look around the room, and Hanya greeted the others as well. "It's really rude to disturb you all on our first meeting. I'll have to ask you all to take care of me in the future." "Wow, isn't that a fairy?" I don't know who muttered. The voice was low, but it didn't escape the ears of Xiaomei, a quasi-saint, and a cold bolt of electricity was flung towards the person who exited. The young man who had spoken was so frightened that he turned around and ran. For such a long time, Xiaomei's arrogance and capriciousness could be used on more than just Nangong Haotian and Nangong Yu. Lin Liqiu, on the other hand, slyly hooked the corner of his mouth, but didn't let anyone see it. "Here, you know all about it, so you don't need me to introduce you." Nangong Haotian took advantage of Xiaomei's frozen moment, and managed to pull his ear out, and in the process, he also detached himself from Lin Liqiu's claws. Then, he actually dodged straight away in front of the stunned gazes of the crowd and slipped away. It was only after running out a long way that a sentence came out. "I'm going to be in seclusion. There's nothing going on. No one should bother me." Hearing this, even Nangong Junyi, who had always presented himself as a steady figure, could not help but be dumbfounded. It's two half a dozen times, and he didn't get too much out of it. Although Nangong Haotian had escaped, the debate in the Holy Land did not subside, especially when they heard that Lin Liqiu had actually called their old ancestor Brother Tian. They were even more shocked, but it also made Mei even more angry. In short, because of Lin Liqiu's arrival, it caused an uproar in the Holy Land. In here, besides Xiaomei, there was another person whose heart wasn't quite in the right place. Previously, Nangong Yu had stuck to Nangong Haotian when she had the chance, but this time, she locked herself in her room for several days without going out. Just as the people of the Nangong Holy Land were busy eating melons, a bomb was also detonated in the Western Realm. Ho's Holy Land, the eldest son of the head Holy Lord was killed. That was the top heavenly pride of the young generation. and the first heir to the future Holy Lord position of the He clan's Holy Land. This news instantly set off the Western region and even spread to the other 4 regions. TCH, how come the West has never been at peace? It's none of our business. If they want to make trouble, they can do it themselves. We can just watch the fun without worrying. This was the heartbeat of most of the people in the Holy Lands of the remaining 4 domains. But the great holy places in the Western region were not so good at leisure. The He sacred land was not weak. Not only did it possess 5 Empyreans, but it even possessed an old paragon. It has always occupied the top 20 seats on the continent's wind and cloud power list, and has never fallen out of the top 3 in the Western region. If he moved, the entire Western region would have to shake a few times. The winds have just ceased, and the clouds are coming again. Can the time of peace in the West really not return? Who has eaten the guts of a bear and dared to lay such a murder on the holy son of He's Holy Land? The Holy Lands of the Western region only hope that the murderer would be caught early, and never implicate themselves for no reason. But there are just people who don't have much luck. Just when everyone was verbally attacking and speculating about that murderer, the 3rd elder of the He clan's Holy Land, He Changxian, suddenly arrived at the Li family. And with the head of the Li family at the head of the Li family, all of the Li family members lined up to greet him and were silenced. Elder He, on the other hand, coldly swept at the faces of a group of people and violently bellowed, "How dare you!" By such a loud shout, all of the Li family members involuntarily shivered. Everyone buried their heads, not daring to look at He Changxian's eyes, especially a certain woman in the pile who couldn't wait to get her head completely tucked into her chest. "Why is our Honor dead and that bitch of yours still alive?" He Changxian's tone was cold, and as he spoke, a humongous pressure burst out, hitting the woman directly. With a muffled grunt, the woman couldn't withstand this pressure and fell to her knees with a plop. It was also at this time that He Changxian moved. Involuntarily, a group of Li family members automatically made a pathway. He Changxian, on the other hand, shifted his figure, swooped down in front of the woman, raised his hand to the sky, and made a gesture to chop. A raging, intense chill suddenly rose from the soles of the woman's feet, leaping all the way up to her head. The slap on her head hadn't even fully landed before she simply fainted. He Changxian, however, had no intention of stopping there and quickly pressed his palm down. The Li family master finally stepped forward and immediately volunteered to kneel at his feet, his hands tugging hard on his pant legs. "Third elder, calm your anger. All of this is indeed our fault. But the culprit is that Nangong Holy Land. My He clan has no grievances with the Nangong clan in the distant past. Why would they commit this murder?" He Changxian's killing spirit was austere. The Li family master had long been pale and gurgling with cold sweat, but he still managed to force himself to explain. "Third elder doesn't know that Nangong Holy Land has always been domineering and reckless. They have been oppressing my Li family in every way, and the previous generation's head of the family was killed by them without reason. Blame it on the Li family's inferior strength. Can only grit their teeth and endure." But, speaking here, the Li family master deliberately gave a beat, stifling several lamentations before continuing. "I'm grateful to the young master's green eyes for our family Manhwa. Perhaps the Nangong family has heard of this matter, which is why." The Li family master's face was becoming increasingly self-condemning, and he was on the verge of sobbing by the end of his words. Hearing this, He Changxian's face had long since darkened into a potbelly as he angrily said, "Asshole!" There was another angry shout, this time shaking a group of weaker cultivators from the Li family all to the ground. The Li family master also couldn't help but stifle a grunt, pursing his lips tightly and not letting the mouthful of blood that was churning in his chest spurt out. He Changxian, on the other hand, didn't stay in the Li family, turned sharply, and his body swayed, and then disappeared without a trace. Of course, the story didn't get around, but on that very day, Ho, as a key member of the coalition, initiated and held an emergency meeting. The forces belonging to the Western Region Alliance had all sent important members to attend the meeting. As for Nangong Haoqian, he was still hiding in the secret realm at this moment, sleeping peacefully. In order to prevent Xiao Mei and Lin Liqiu from finding it, he had specially set up a stasis formation outside his body. It blocked the divine thoughts poking in from the outside, but it didn't block one's own divine thoughts from poking outside. As for Lin Liqiu, she was arranged by Nangong Junyi in the Nangong Sacred Temple, vaguely enjoying the same treatment as Xiao Mei. The only difference was that people didn't dare to directly call her grandma due to Mei's lechery. To say that Lin Liqiu's ability to adapt is also really strong, living to be more at ease. With that look, even Lu and Ling couldn't help but admire, but also a little bit of inexplicable envy when they looked at it. As for Nangong Junyi, Nangong Qinwu and others, they have learned from the old ancestor. In short, they did not dare too easily to Xiao Mei and Lin Liqiu in front of. Even if you see from afar, that is also to hurry to wipe the oil on the bottom of the feet. However, these days of leisure and peace did not last long. A week after Nangong Haotian returned to the Holy Land, which was the third day after Yichong Xian had been to the Li family, the entire western region was suddenly struck by fierce winds. With his Holy Land as the leader, it was enough to gather 3 Holy Lands, 5 empires, and a combined 10 million troops to start at the same time. The men and horses have not been organized into a whole way. The 3 great holy places each with a large empire on one side, and the remaining 2 empires form the 4th army. In short, the 4 armies rushed the Nangong Holy Land together on all 4 sides and formed an encirclement. Getting the news, Nangong Junyi instantly couldn't sit still, instantly integrating the Holy Land's soldiers and horses, and started constructing fortifications. With the Nangong Holy Land as the center, an additional line of defense was set up every 50 miles outward. Nangong Yu, Nangong Chenwu, Void Wukong, and other Emperor Zun powerhouses were guarding the major defense lines, and Xiaomei wasn't idle, personally visiting the front lines. The wind that washed over the western region was getting faster and hotter, and the sand and dust stirred up by the distant armies could be seen from a long distance. In the wind, there was still a wisp of the icy flavor of jingoism wrapped around it, clattering, the moment the fog first arose. The gloomy clouds that had been perched in the firmament for a long time were also scared out of their cold sweat by the stance that the 2 sides on the ground were pulling apart, and teeming beads of sweat fell from the sky, tinting the earth with gloom and dampness as well. Hurrah! A sudden burst of thunder alarmed. A large flock of birds swept through the sky, suddenly burst in the vault of the sky of the sword. The light of the sword will be scared of the cloudy clouds' involuntarily shrunken body, but was squeezed rain, but more intensive. Coming, May gazed up at the sky. Suddenly will big hand a move. Falling rain swoosh fixed. Raindrops instantly condensed into silver white reflecting black ice spikes. The thick layer of black clouds at the top of the dome also crawled with a layer of ice crystals at the bottom, like a snowy mountain hanging upside down in the sky, and above the top of the mountain blossomed an upside-down giant snow lotus with uncountable petals. At the same time, the ground came from a violent trembling, countless shadows like ants in the thick fog constantly floating. More and more close to the people have not yet arrived. The sky-sharp vectors will be spread into a heavenly net, rushing the first line of defense cover down. Kill! A burst of chants reached his ears, and the churning fog gradually rolled into an overturning wave, crushing towards the defense line. Xiaomei's eyes slightly condensed, shocked her wrist and pushed. The ice crystals suspended in the sky ghostly turned around, rushing the sharp vectors that came flying and crashing into them, and above the dome of the sky, the upside-down snow lotus began to spin and wither, pieces of petals smashing down as if they were giant swords. The airborne forces took the first heavy damage, but there were still those who managed to escape with their lives. These people riding giant flying birds managed to break into the first line of defense's position, and the warriors hiding on the ground immediately jumped out to meet them. But the enemy's ground forces, too, rushed up at that moment, attacking from all 4 directions together. The sound of killing overshadowed the thumping rain and the whistling hurricane. Blood and smoke, coloring the battlefield mottled and piercingly hideous. The increasingly thick smell of blood drifted into the second and third lines of defense, and the Holy Land warriors all clenched their fists, but no one retreated. All there was just endless battle intent. Everyone searched ahead, trying to see through the fog and see the battlefield, but the battlefield played out nothing but misery. Half an hour only. The first line of defense was rushed out a few gaps. The enemy drove straight in, relying on the absolute numerical superiority. Even attempted to split a troop to the first line of defense of people reverse siege. May had to order a temporary retreat and immediately rejoin the men of the second line of defense. It's not a one-on-one fight. It's a real war. Even if Emperor and above all had the ability to change the battlefield, the other side clearly had more emperors. Nangong Chenwu or Xiaomei, both were attacked by the combined attacks of all the experts, and it was already good enough to save a life. It was only in the retreat that Nangong Chenwu briefly treated the wounds on his body, but his visibly shriveled face failed to hide the weakness. Mei wasn't hurt, but she was showing some fatigue. Others, such as Lu Bai, had also hung up their colors, but more were left behind in their positions, not able to come back together. Bastards, those bastards. When they finally rushed back to the second position before the enemy troops closed in, Long Yuan and the others were so angry that they pounded the ground and screamed in indignation when they saw the obviously reduced group. Enough, save your strength for now. Void Air was relatively calm, because he knew that the enemy's main force was about to kill them as well. Old Lu, are you still holding up? Nangong Chengu then swept a glance at Lu Bai. In the midst of this kind of large-scale war, the formation that Lu Bai specialized in was a major killing weapon for his side. Don't worry, as long as there is still an enemy, I will never fall first. Lu Bai took a deep breath, his waist straightened, sweeping beyond the position, his fingers shaking as if he were fiddling with the strings. Immediately, a fierce blasting sound was heard, with a noticeable tremor. Miserable screams came from within the color of the fog, and the smell of blood became thick once again, while within the thick fog that couldn't stop trembling, the heads that were saving up were getting more and more dense, and even closer. I defend my homeland with my hot blood, and I will never return until the enemy is exterminated. Nangon Yu raised her willow eyebrows. Long Yuan, why don't we bet on who kills more? Nangon Chenwu resisted his sword and laughed. Old Void, should we play a hand as well? Just bet on who lasts longer. Ghost Valley Scourge also swept towards Void. Aside from Nangon Junyi and Nangon Haotian, all of the battle forces of the Nangon Sacred Land at the Empyrean Realm and above had converged here. In addition, there were also new generation genius children such as Nangon Yu who were all listed. Everyone knew that if this line of defense was breached again, then the fate of the Nangon Holy Land could not be changed. That's why everyone looks like they're ready to die, but even if they do, they'll never go by themselves. Thud, 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 thud. The enemy's footsteps come closer and closer, still more than a mile away. The many Emperor-level powerhouses of the enemy army were the first to cross the crowd. Good timing. Today I'll let you and the others have no return. The Nangon Holy Land is lacking fertilizer. This land will be fertile in the coming year. 10,000 Dragon Abyss let out a bellowing cry, and the dragon-shaped virtual phase came out of his body and rose up into the sky, tilting his head in a long roar. Nangon Chenwu also raised his finger to the sky. A huge sword like a mountain condensed in a flash, and the Sin sword she almost cut the dome of the sky. The void empty even directly transformed into its own body, and with a rock cry, it scared the big birds in the sky to tremble and fall to the ground with their heads upside down. The situation is touch and go. Just the collision of momentum rolled up two sand waterfalls, circling Hurricane in the second position outside the gouge out a large deep pit, as if a welcome to the sky and open the mouth, just waiting for a full meal. But it was clear that neither side wanted to be that first eclipse. You guys, are you treating me like I don't exist? Seeing that he was about to fight a short battle, a cold hum suddenly fell from the sky. Nangon Haotian's face was full of gloom, quietly hovering above the void, his head hanging down and faintly paddling. It was a blade pouring heavily sword shadow chopping down. The crack that snaked through the ground swooshed and expanded as this sword slashed through. Obviously there was only a ravine separating them, but they had become two different worlds altogether. Beyond the position was a shaking of the ground. The ground cracked inch by inch, and the scorching lava burst out as if it were a fountain. While within the position it was calm, not to mention the clouds, there was even a bright sun. Watching this scene, Nangon Chenwu and the others couldn't help but be dumbfounded. However, the allied forces of the alliance were constantly engulfed by the lava, wailing and screaming, and had long since collapsed. Scram! Nangon Haotian carried his hands behind his back, glancing coldly at the faces of those emperors floating in the air. Just you dare to yell at this seat. He Chongxian was the first to sneer back. As he spoke, a wheel of golden light appeared behind him and then split into three, as dazzling as 3 rounds of suns. His entire aura also changed in an instant, like a merciless exiled immortal defying the living above the 9 heavens. The blazing fire in the lava was actually easily absorbed by him, and half of the dome was nearly turned into a sea of fire. The air suddenly became dry, and the rain that had been pouring down no longer made it to the ground, and even the dark clouds that had been circling were baked to a fiery red. As He Changxian's big hand pressed down, the roiling fire clouds split and fell as if they were meteorites. All go and bury Han's son with them. Humph. Nangon Haotian's eyes half narrowed, casually pinched a hand. The gushing magma then transformed into 9 giant dragons. Their large mouths opened in unison, swallowing all the fireballs that He Chongxian had shot down. Their long tails flung out again, and nearly half of the enemy troops were swept down into the lava. Assholes! The other imperial emperors from the other holy lands and empires couldn't look away either, and they all stepped in. There were a full 5 great Tao emperors alone. The power of the great Tao intertwined and converged, and the sky became colorful as a result. But it wasn't a rainbow. It was a mess where the sky was about to be sliced into several parts, as if the dome could collapse and smash down at any moment. Old ancestor, be careful. Nangon Yu's face changed drastically as he tilted his head to warn. Good boy you are, don't worry. Just with them they can't help your old ancestor me. As soon as the words fell, Nangon Haotian's hands moved in unison, and his opponents intertwined and smashing Tao force attacks swooshed into place. Subsequently, he was seen curling his fingers and flicking them, and those attacks that were originally blasting towards him actually reversed their direction and blasted back at those guys who had offered the attacks, and their power was increased by more than double and double. A few muffled grunts followed, and those floating emperors were blasted to the ground. Nangon Yu sucked in a breath of cool air, too shocked to speak, but the heart is quickly piled up with bitterness. She originally thought that as long as she worked hard, she could close the distance between her and this man, but now she found that distance, no matter how to pull, are still across a moat. I'm only going to count to 3. If you don't get out, then stay forever. With a flutter of his long sleeve, Nangong Haotian indifferently looked at the faces of the ticket holders and coldly opened his mouth. Gulp. The allied troops, no matter how high or low they were, swallowed heavily, where they dared to stay, and scampered away. That speed was much faster than even coming. Old ancestor, just let them go? Nangong Chingu raised his head. I could kill them, but if you think about it carefully, do you really need me to do that? Nangong Haotian's eyes were inexplicably stern. Nangong Chinwu didn't open his mouth, and Wan Longyuan raised his voice. There's no need to bother old ancestor. We'll personally avenge this. With that, he also swept his eyes in the direction of the first line of defense, clenching his fists with determination. Yes, this revenge. We must avenge it with our own hands. Whether it was the demon race or the devil race, or the human race of the Holy Land, they all chimed in, one more resolute than the other. The enemy had retreated, and all that remained was to count the casualties. Nangong Junyi personally presided over the rescue efforts and stayed with the people throughout. A low, mournful atmosphere always permeated the Nangong holy ground, and occasionally, heart-rending sobs could be heard. Yes, it is true that the enemy retreated, but those who died in battle did not come back to life. Nangong Haotian personally set aside a Hao Yuan for the burial of these fallen warriors, and personally engraved the inscription. It was when the funeral was over that he retraced his steps to the second line of defense. He then rearranged the damaged landscape. Since then, the Nangong Holy Land had become a giant island surrounded by lava. 4 access channels were left outside the island, and on top of each channel, 3 small islands were deliberately left. The small island is also the 3 passes guarding the passageway, and each pathway has set up an imperial enemy formation, implicitly conforming to the 4 elephants formation grid, and the defense array of each pass became the subject he left to Liu Bai. After all this, Nangong Haoui brought Nangong Junyi to him and instructed him to watch over the arrangement of the guards of the passes. At the same time, he proposed for the first time to establish a regular army in the Holy Land. After this incident, the people of the Holy Land were further united, and the conditions for building an army were fully ripe. Nangong Junyi had obviously considered this as well, and had already drawn up a preliminary plan. However, Nangong Haotian did not have the intention of directly participating, and after finishing what he had to say and ending the arrangements, he left once again. On the other hand, a group of people from the Li family hadn't slept half a peaceful sleep in the past few days. Ever since they heard about the great defeat of the Allied forces, they had been anxious, worrying about the accountability of the Allied forces on the one hand, and worrying about their planting being discovered by the Nangong sacred ground or the Yi sacred ground on the other hand. Just such a period of time down, the previous dashing, arrogant Li family master disappeared, turned into a hot pot of ants, even for a moment did not dare to be quiet at all. Just as he continued to inquire about the movements of the Alliance and the Nangong Holy Land, a sudden vast pressure forced its way in. Everyone in the Li clan looked up at the sky in shock, but they only saw a sky-covering palm seal descending from the sky. That palm print was all still hanging in the air for 100,000 miles when the Li family crowd heard a clicking sound coming from above the beams of the room. Then, the roof, or the wall, quickly crumbled out in a blinding crack. Not good. Run away. The Li family master hunched over and rushed out the door, raising his voice and shouting. In fact, without him having to say anything, a group of people from the Li family had already spread their hooves. Slap, slap. The cracking grew fiercer as the shingles began to peel away from the roof, crashing down in pieces through the gaps in the tiling boards. Various buildings also began to compress and deform like a balloon suddenly stressed. Rumbling. Not long had passed before the premises and attic were successively reduced to pieces of rubble, and a deep palm print was also branded on the ground, more than a foot below the ground. The ones who ran out were of course the majority, but there were still a few who didn't manage to evacuate in time. And looking at those red and white liquids spilling out of the ruins, a group of people outside the ruins turned pale, as if their souls had been suddenly taken out of their bodies, and they forgot to move. Why? You come out here. The Li family master was the first to return to his senses, gritting his teeth and sweeping around. Thump. A low, slow but crisp footsteps came from within the dead space. Nangong Haotian quietly appeared, his pale eyes sweeping over the Li family master's face, his face expressionless. It's you, asshole. I'll fight you. The Li family lord was extremely angry and attacked his heart, no longer caring about any strength gap. However, Nangong Haotian helped him think of it with a slap, falling to the ground, covering the face that was branded with bright red palm prints. The Li family master's eyes trembled wildly. A hallowed sacred land ancestor, actually sneaking up on an unusual lineage of the Li clan. Don't you feel any blush? What? I have to say hello first if I want to exterminate you guys, right? Oh, Then when you planted my southern palace Holy Land, why didn't you say something to me beforehand? I didn't. No? Nangong Haotian's eyes suddenly chilled. The Li family master stiffened, only to feel an invisible ice sword sticking into his heart. Nangong Haotian didn't retract his eyes and coldly continued. Tell me, who exactly is the murderer? I don't know. What about you guys? Nangong Haotian suddenly turned his head and swept towards the rest of the Li family. We don't know. If that's the case, what's the point of keeping you? Nangong Haotian did not continue to pursue the question, but his eyes exploded with murderous aura. In an instant, the entire space was suddenly frozen, and everyone felt like a huge mountain was pressed on their bodies. One after another, people fell to the ground, either covering their necks or holding their chests. Their mouths grew wide and they gasped violently. I said, don't kill me. In the end, Li Fanhua didn't hold back. Only then did Nangong Haotian put his killing intent away slightly and swept over indifferently. Taking a few heavy breaths, Li Fanhua hurriedly finished her sentence. It was the people from the Yaofeng Holy Land who moved. Hearing this, a group of people from the Li family were deathly pale and buried their heads in despair. Regardless of whether it was the Nangong Sacred Land or the Yaofeng Sacred Land, there wasn't a single one that they could afford to mess with. Nangong Haotian, however, didn't pay any more attention to them, putting his killing intent away completely, turning back blandly, and rushing into the void to open his mouth. All of you heard that? As his sentence fell, several silhouettes quietly floated out of the void, and the leader was He Chongxian. Seeing the visitor, a group of people from the Li family all sat paralyzed on the ground. The despair in the bottom of their eyes was gone, and all they had was endless emptiness. Nangong Haotian didn't say any more nonsense, and with a toss of his head and a sweeping step, he disappeared without a trace. As for what the Yi Holy Land was going to do to the Li family afterward, he didn't care, nor did he care. If the Yi clan's Holy Land side remained stubborn and wanted to continue to oppose the Nangong Holy Land, he would be just as indifferent. Big deal. Just go and destroy the Yi Holy Land next time. The only reason he did it this time was because he didn't like taking the fall for others. It was the day after returning to the Nangong Holy Land that Nangong Hao Genius received news that the Li family had been destroyed. Aside from the Li family master, Li Fanghua, and a few of the higher-ups, there was not a single survivor. It had to be said that this tactic of the Yi Holy Land was also ruthless enough. However, not half of the people in the Nangong Holy Land showed the slightest sympathy for the Li family's suffering, and there were even quite a few people clapping their hands. The saying that many deeds will bring about their own deaths has been interpreted by the Li family to the fullest extent. But to everyone's surprise, on the same day, the Yi Holy Land sent a messenger. This made the people of the Nangong Holy Land less comfortable. If it wasn't for Nangong Junyi being ordered to go and block the way, I'm afraid that the messenger would have been blown away just as soon as he appeared in the first pass out of the Holy Land. Luckily, this messenger was still on the right track, and the first thing he did when he entered the Holy Land was to go to Haoyuan to pay homage. This move had barely calmed down the enraged crowd in the Nangong Holy Land a little. As for Nangong Haotian, he didn't show up, and under Lu Enling's invitation, he once again set off for Beiwu. Lu Enling as well as the messenger group from the Northern Martial Kingdom had already arrived at the Southern Palace Holy Land not too many days ago, and it was time to return. After conducting a site visit, Lord Lu was most impressed with the school created in the Holy Land, and this battle with the Alliance Army has fully proved the practicality of what the school teaches its students. Therefore, he was ordered by the Empress Dowager to invite Nangong Haotian to establish a branch school in the North House Kingdom in the name of the court. For one thing, it would deepen the connection between the North House and the South Palace Sanctuary. For another, it would be an investment in the future of the North House. After all, the future is always in the hands of the young. A good education produces more talented people, and the North House country can certainly prosper. After Yuan Ji's death, Yuan Zheng succeeded to the throne, but because he was still young, the Empress Dowager Yin Shu listened to the government through the curtain. Although she was already the mother of 2 children, Yun Shu was still tender like a big girl. She was not very old when she entered the palace, and already had her first child in her early 20s. Plus its qualifications are good. The cultivation has been the realm of the golden immortal, and pampered. The appearance seems to be just after 20 and a half. Sitting with Yuan Zhang, those who didn't know only thought that they were a pair of siblings. Gu Shao walked slowly into the imperial garden, and for the first time, she didn't gaze at the woman through her veil. For eyes met, Yin Shu smiled gracefully and rose to invite him to take a seat. Concubine has met Mr. Nangong, dropping her head in a slight bow. It was a big enough gift for her status. Nangong Haotian slightly side of the body, did not take it raw, blandly waved a hand and said, "You are the mother of a country. Small cannot afford. Mr. Nangong is too modest, not to mention that you are Huanger's master teacher. just based on your strength of defeating 5 great Dao emperors by yourself. It is enough to deserve this gift from my concubine. Yun Shu's smile remained unchanged. His tone was unhurried, sounding quite serious. Nangong Haotian laughed dryly, didn't continue wasting his breath on politeness, and simply chatted about business. To open a branch of the Nangong Academy to Beiwu was not as simple as simply renting a courtyard and furnishing a few desks. There will also be some sensitive issues at stake here. First of all, the neighboring countries of Beiwu wouldn't be without a reaction. And what's more, Beiwu might be targeted by the opponents of the Nangong Holy Land in the future. Of course, he didn't say it too bluntly, just mentioned it politely. Yun Shu smiled, reached out to gather the hair on her ear temples, and lightly opened her lips. I'm grateful that Mr. is so concerned, but any development, there is no shortage of others' attention. If you can cause others to be jealous and red in the eyes, it is not a bad thing. A short sentence, but Nangong Haotian heard vigorous ambition in it. Since the Empress Dowager said so, then Xiaoku is relieved. In the future, I would like to ask for your guidance. Sir, not only the school, but His Majesty is also counting on you. The Empress Dowager is polite. Nangong Haotian waved his hand once again. The topic that followed, naturally, was how branch schools should be run and so on. However, before officially building the school, Nangong Haotian decided to first visit the academies within the North Martial Territory. After all, a place has a place of customs. The Nangong Academy is well run, but cannot be copied in its entirety. Yun Shu, in passing, gave a general overview of the education situation in the country. In fact, Beiwu had always been a country that valued education, so it ranked all the academies. Moreover, every 3 years, there will be a national competition, and if outstanding talents emerge, they will even be directly recruited into the dynasty. The top-ranked one was naturally the Yaoyu Academy in the national capital, and Yuanji, including the current Yuan Zhang, were all students within it. At the bottom of the list is the Pine Fragrance Academy, which is in the southwestern border area. It was Yun Shu's alma mater there, and it was probably for this reason that she spent a tremendous amount of time on this academy when introducing the school. After chatting until the end of the Shanhour, Nangong Hao Genius got up to say goodbye, without bothering anyone else. He found himself an inn and lay down on the bed before pulling out that waistplate, round outside and square inside. The center embedded jade, engraved with a unicorn on the front, the reverse side engraved with a patrol character. Yun Shu told him that with this token, he could exercise his position as an imperial envoy and could mobilize the local government offices and garrison. It could be said that the power represented by this token was quite great. Aren't you afraid that I'll take this and usurp the throne of her Beiwu? This is also nothing to do blindly muttering only. Really, if you have the heart. This North martial arts has long been his. Lying on his bed, with his eyes closed, he pretended to sleep, and early the next morning he traveled south alone. Not in a hurry anyway, so there was no rush. Even so, 3 days later, he still arrived at the border of Songtan province. As an economically important city near the border, this place was not as good as the imperial capital, but it could still be considered lively and prosperous. The shouts along the street all have a distinctive local accent and sound rhythmic. Roadside there are storytellers, singing songs, one by one around the circle. He asked the address of the Pine Fragrance Academy. As a result, upon hearing his words, a group of passers-by and vendors looked at him like he was a rare animal. Did I say something wrong? Wiping his nose, Nangong Haotian was slightly embarrassed. Little brother is not a local, right? Look at you. You have an extraordinary appearance. Why did you think of running off to study at the Pine Fragrance Academy? My one is just. Nangong Haotian tried to explain. Enrollment started the day before yesterday, and today is the last day. The owner of the stall didn't wait for him to finish, casually pointing towards the center of the city. Every year, the enrollment takes place under the Sacred Sage Monument. If you want to enroll in school, hurry up and go to sign up for the test. Thank you for your guidance, big brother. Nangong Haotian clasped his fists. You're welcome. Just come and support me more when you become a student of the academy in the future. Definitely, definitely. And without further ado, after a few polite words, Nangong Haotian rushed towards the Sacred Sage Monument. Right next to the government office was created a square. The edge of the square also made a few stone statues. A golden stone monument lay across the center of the square, engraved with a bunch of names, most of which were famous people in the history of Beiwu. At the foot of the stone monument, 3 tables were set up, with a streamer of enrollment pulled on each side. A test stone was placed on each table, and inside the table were the teachers who were all fast asleep in the academy. There weren't many people in the entire square, let alone those who had come to participate in the entrance test. After quietly standing at the periphery and observing for a while, Nangong Haotian's eyes suddenly narrowed. only to see dots of faint turquoise light suddenly erupt above the test stone right in the center. The glow was like that of a summer firefly, not intense or eye-catching, even if it all faded in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, the teacher on the inside of the desk didn't even raise his head and waved his hand impatiently. Apparently, the teenager who took the test was not looked upon by that teacher of admissions. It's a shame that the jewel is in the rough. Nangong Haotian slowly stepped forward and stopped the teenager. Young man, you wait first. The teenager froze slightly, frowning slightly as he looked at the youth, who was no older than himself by 2 years. What is your honor's instruction? There weren't many people in the square, so the contact between Nangong Haotian and that teenager was seen by many people, especially the admissions teachers who were already close together. Only, Nangong Haotian didn't have the intention to take care of them, and only smiled at the teenager. Missing you would be a loss for Pine Fragrance Academy, so I'd like to ask you to wait first. The teenager didn't pick up on it, but the teacher who had just refused to receive the teenager blacked out first, only that he didn't immediately snap. He just coldly stared at Nangong Haotian. At this time, the teenager opened his mouth and smiled bitterly. Thank you for comforting me, but my qualifications. Without finishing his sentence, the teenager bent his back in bitterness and then flung his head to leave. You are the body of flocculent wood, a rarely seen innate wood cultivation physique. They didn't want you, they were looking away. Nangong Haotian didn't hide it anymore, directly pointing out the teenager's special physique. This kind of physique might not be as good as any dragon vein or innate sword body, but it also had its own unique and precious features. That is, they are naturally good at practicing healing-type feats, and once they have learned them, they can easily hold up the healing system of a troop. This was an unavailable resource for any power. It is especially meaningful to those forces deep in the quagmire of war. Coincidentally, the Nangong Holy Land currently had war-related worries. Therefore, it was even more impossible for Nangong Haotian to let go of such a talent. Only, this time, he was invited to come to specifically examine the education aspect of Beiwu. Therefore, it is inconvenient to identify yourself to make a grab. The best way was to recruit this teenager into the middle of the Pine Fragrance Academy first, and then think of other ways to teach him. To do so, he needed a title of teacher at Pine Fragrance Academy. After speaking with the teenager, he looked over to the faculty hiring port next to the admissions booth. As expected of a school ranked at the bottom of all Beiwu, the teachers and students recruiting together is also an amazing sight. Just wait, it'll be a minute. With a greeting to the teenager, Nangong Haotian turned to the teacher recruitment port over there. Apparently, his conversation with the teenager was also overheard by the female teacher in charge of recruiting new colleagues over here. Hello, I'm here to apply. Seeing that she was staring at a pair of big eyes and barely reacting, Nangong Haotian could only make a greeting first. At those words, the female teacher snapped back to her senses and smoothly took out a registration form and handed it over. Please fill out the information first. It's best if you can write in more detail about the feats you specialize in as well as your previous work experience. After that, the female teacher even handed her pen as well. Nangong Haotian received it with a smile on his face, his mind quickly pondering what he should make up. However, he had just made it up and was ready to put pen to paper when suddenly a footstep came from his side. It came from the same male teacher who had refused to enroll the teenager earlier. Vice Dean. Seeing his face, the female teacher couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. However, this Vice Dean ignored her and only slapped hard on the registration form in front of Nangong Haotian. And the body of flocculent wood. Boy, do you know what is meant by the body of flocculent wood? Seeing that you're not very old, your nonsense is coming out of your mouth, huh? After saying that, the Vice Dean curled his fingers and grabbed it, simply crumpling the registration form into a ball. Nangong Haotian wrinkled his brows, turned his head in displeasure, and said blandly, "You are the vice president of the Pine Fragrance Academy?" At those words, the man immediately raised his neck, and by the way, he also raised his spine hard, hooked up a smirk, and said triumphantly, "It's good to know. Now, I kind of understand why Pine Fragrance Academy is ranked at the bottom of the 100 or so academies in the country." Nangong Haotian didn't spoil him, and said in a tone of contempt still tinged with regret, "Brat, what do you mean? I just feel bad for your hospital. Say it again if you have the guts." The Vice Dean's face was pitch black, and he actually lifted his sleeves after he finished speaking. But just this stance couldn't suppress Nangong Haotian. Once again skimming his lips, he simply swept towards a few other teachers. However, his latter words were still directed at the vice principal. As the vice principal, personally responsible for enrollment matters, what was originally reflected was the importance that the academy placed on this enrollment. But from the time I pointed out that teenager's special physique until now, have you ever thought of confirming it once? With you being a milky brat, who would believe what you say? Besides, can a test stone even lie? The vice dean immediately laughed disdainfully and coldly continued, maliciously stirring up my academy's enrollment. What exactly are your intentions? The more Nangong Haotian listened, the less of a taste he had, creating a strong suspicion about the reason why this vice dean was actually able to hold a high position. Shaking his head, he no longer had the heart to continue with this guy. It's really bad that you have the nerve to say such words under this holy monument. Sighing and shaking his head, he simply turned around, giving the teen a smooth greeting and turning around. Seeing him leave, the vice dean immediately revealed a smug smile of a victor, but the other teachers bowed their heads in shame. Not every one of the sages recorded on the sage monument was an old man half buried in the yellow earth. There are even many that have been admired by millions since they were teenagers. For example, the only one champion marquis in the history of the northern martial arts, 13 from the army, 29 already known as the god of soldiers. Another example is that the name of the dean of the second generation of the Eye is also engraved on it, and just after the crown has already been appointed to the office of a great master, and is even known as the master of the North Takishi Xiangxing. Age is never the only measure of a person's eyesight and virtue, but the current vice president belittles people based on their age, which is a shame for the other teachers. Just due to the vice dean's lewd authority, no one dared to show it obviously. The partial vice dean was still chattering there. A brat whose hair hasn't even grown, also dares to preach with me. Humph. The bridge that old me has traveled is longer than the road you've traveled. The rice I've eaten is more than the salt you've eaten. To fight with me, I'm still very young. It is saddening to see such vulgar and narrow-minded words coming from a vice president. Even that teenager couldn't help but wrinkle his brows, then simply bent his waist towards Nangong Haotian. Kid Mo Liang, I would like to take you as my teacher and study with you for the rest of my life. The tone was not high, but it was unusually resolute, as if it was trying to express its support for Nangong Haotian in this way. This little thought of his naturally didn't escape the eyes of the vice dean and snorted. What's the point of following him? Bragging? Apparently the vice dean still didn't believe that he had any flocculent wood body. Nangong Haotian finally paused, looking deeply at the teenager's face before raising his hand to imprint on the center of his spine. You are very good. Since that's the case, then follow me from now on. There's nothing to bestow upon you, so I'll help you activate your physique as a meet and greet gift. After saying that, Nangong Haotian gave him a forceful jolt on his undershirt. Then, a powerful aura erupted from the teenager's body, and a giant tree phantom quietly floated in the air, crowned like a cloud. Instantly, the whole city looked dumbfounded. The sky, which had already begun to darken, was suddenly covered by a dense blue light. From above the giant tree phantom, glittering green dots continuously floated out, like fluttering dandelions, and like Yangchun flakes, regardless of men, women, and children. All those who were touched by the floating green points of light couldn't help but turn over a long chant, either light or heavy. At the same time, they followed with a lot of spirit. That was precisely the divine efficacy of the special spiritual power possessed by those who possessed the body of fluffy wood. By this point, as long as they weren't blind yet, they all knew what kind of genius Mo Liang really was. The gazes that looked at the vice dean, on the other hand, were all filled with teasing and mockery. Meeting these lines of sight, the vice dean's face was red and he clenched his palms hard. Only when the void visions disappeared did he fiercely take a step forward, and actually even straddled in front of the Nangong Haotian duo. How dare you run to my academy to rob people? Reaching out and viciously pointing at Nangong Haotian's face, the vice dean changed into a posture of raising an accusation. Without waiting for any response, he swept towards Mo Liang and said, since you have already entered the gate of my academy, joining another sect without authorization is to bully your teacher and dishonor his teachings. Bei Wu rules the world with filial piety and righteousness. If you do this, aren't you afraid that I'll abolish your cultivation? After saying that, the vice dean also quickly released the golden immortal realm's pressure. In a flash, Mo Liang went white. After all, the physique was not activated before. His strength was really limited. Seeing this, a group of melon eaters couldn't help themselves first and opened their mouths. Che, the Hallowed Pine Fragrance Academy really doesn't even have a face. What's all this? From now on, my children will never send them to this shitty academy. Nonsense. What good students can be taught by someone like that? The reputation of Song Xiang Shuyuan, which was already not very good, had fallen directly to the bottom because of the vice dean's behavior. Nangong Haotian vibrated his hand, easily shattering the mighty pressure handed out by the vice dean, and coldly said, Bei Wu ruled the world with filial piety, but what was taught to the later generations was rights, filial piety, benevolence, righteousness, integrity and shame. It's the shame of knowing shame, not the shame of being tyrannical and shameless. You, said the vice president as more black spots appeared on her scarlet face, but Nangong Haotian didn't wait for him to finish. He continued, the one who reaches is the teacher. besides the age that you think you are. Compared to all of you present, what else can you call reach? With such a vice dean, it's a miracle that Pine Fragrance Academy hasn't closed down by now. You shut up. That's just it. Too lazy to say more to you. Nangong Haotian cursed a few times. His mood improved and he didn't intend to stay much longer. Waving his hand with Mo Liang, he quickly headed out of the square. The vice dean was furious. A pair of fists clenched tightly, fiercely put his heart across, about to pounce on. But just at that moment, suddenly a plainclothed figure stopped him. The visitor didn't bother to look at him, but only called out at Nangong Haotian's back. Little friend. Wait. Nangong Haotian gave a slight lurch and only slowly turned back when he heard the murmurs around him. And then he saw a green-robed old man with white hair and a peaceful face. My humble self. Hidden Pine. Tim is the dean of the Pine Fragrance Academy. It is a shame to hear your words. After saying that, the old man even arched his hand in a salute with Nangong Haotian. The mere act of looking straight at the vice dean's face changed drastically, and his anger surged even more miserably. However, Zhang Song is as if he did not notice. Only a sigh. I indeed did not do no people good responsibility. Do not dare to shirk the responsibility. But Pine Fragrance decline. Stay in the academy less and less people. Really helpless. Little friend has an extraordinary appearance and a wide range of knowledge. If you can join the academy, it would be a great honor for our academy. With that, he finally turned to the vice dean, his face standing firm as he sighed. Old Yao, how many years have you been stuck in Golden Immortal? You've worked hard for the academy all these years. So in the future, cultivate without fear and strive to cross the emperor mark as soon as possible. Dean. The vice dean was in a hurry. Come on people. Send the vice president back to prepare for the preparations. And by the way, inform the entire academy that tonight, all the teachers and students will jointly line up to send the vice president back to his hometown. With a wave of Zhang Song's big hand, two men in black immediately turned out. The two men landed beside the vice president left and right, and made a respectful gesture of invitation. At this moment, the scene was silent, and everyone didn't dare to come out of the atmosphere. Hua Li, it's up to you to familiarize our new cohort with the academy first. Zhang Song quickly with the female teacher at the teacher recruitment port, commanded. Only after his words fell did he once again turn to Nangong Haotian and change into a smiling face. It is a great fortune for our institution to have young friend join us. From the beginning to the end, Nangong Haotian didn't say anything. What Hidden Pine is doing is trying to rush the duck. Luckily, Nangong Haotian was in a good mood and was getting interested in this old man. So, after a moment of hesitation, he did not refuse. The watchers, however, stumbled and stared in dismay. And Zhang Song did more than that. After Nangong Haotian nodded his head in agreement, he went so far as to announce on the spot that the enrollment time would be extended by 1 day, adding that it was to celebrate Nangong Haotian's joining the team and to allow him to get acclimated to the job first. In other words, tomorrow Nangong Haotian will have to come here to enroll. This old man, he actually took the opportunity to count on me. Nangong Haotian wasn't annoyed, but instead felt inexplicably amused. But anyway, enrollment ends today. Huoli stayed at the end and took Nangong Haotian and Mo Liang out of the city. The academy was not built in the center of the city, but at the top of Dongshan Mountain. The rhythm of the formation that permeated the mountain could be felt from afar, but it was light and obscure. As he walked, Huoli didn't forget to introduce the path up the mountain, originally called the Qilin Road, was once used exclusively to try out new students during the heyday of the academy. That was why the mountain path was so rugged and treacherous, and it was also set up with so many formations. But with the decline of Songxiang, fewer and fewer people came to study, so Kirin-du was deserted along with it. Nowadays, as long as the qualifications aren't too bad, you'll be recruited into the institution if you sign up. Even so, there were just over 200 students at the Pine Fragrance Academy. Teachers even resigned successively, and now there are only 9 teachers counting Nangong Haotian. The good thing was that Pine Fragrance Academy had long since given up the ranking of the 100 houses, so there wasn't much pressure to teach. But those words, in Nangong Haotian's ears, had another layer of meaning altogether. Doesn't that mean that there's nothing enterprising about the academy up and down the line? However, upon seeing Holly's quietly clenched fists, he changed his mind and said darkly, maybe not everyone, either. Despite the chatting, none of the 3 men delayed on their feet. Eventually, we managed to get to the top of the mountain and officially saw the full view of the academy. Between the clouds was a stately and magnificent compound that covered almost the entire mountain. It's quite grand. Even Nangong Haotian couldn't help but be a little surprised. That's for sure. After all, at the beginning of the founding of the academy, this place was also once the 3rd best of the 100 academies. Huoli's face surged with pride, but the more so, the more obvious the regret in the bottom of his eyes became. But in addition to that, one could see a strong determination in her gaze. The bookstore was big, but it seemed rather empty, because there weren't many people on the mountain in the first place. Almost all of the teachers were given a small courtyard. Even Nangong Haotian, who had just joined the company, was no exception. However, because of the matter of the vice dean, the interior of the academy was already in an uproar at this time. This dead old man is finally gone, so our lives will finally be better. Don't be too happy. The one who can force that old dog away must not be a good match either. But I heard that the new teacher is a big, young, handsome guy. Little white boy only. Good looking can be a meal? If you want to teach little master, without some real talent. Humph. Walking on the road, Nangong Haotian could clearly hear the comments of his classmates. Of course, there was no shortage of teachers' voices. A brat actually forced the vice dean away? Is the dean not senile? Keep your voice down. We're just all on the payroll. The dean should have his own calculations. These sounds of course reached Huo Li's ears, and he was immediately filled with embarrassment. Nangong Haotian didn't think so and laughed at himself. It seems that my life in the academy has a lot ahead of it. With Sir's ability, I believe we'll be able to get them to recognize it soon. Huo Li smiled. I can tell she's a kind girl, too. Nangong Haotian, on the other hand, didn't say much more, and for the sake of convenience, he chose a courtyard at random on the north side of the academy. But watching Holly naturally turn next door, he realized that the two had become neighbors. As for Mo Liang, he was placed in the freshman dormitory halfway through the program, suddenly coming to an unfamiliar place. Nangong Haotian had originally planned to go and familiarize himself with the environment. However, the felicitation meeting outside, arranged specifically for the vice president, had just begun, and he chose to circumvent it for the time being. After all, he wasn't here to cause trouble. If it happened to run into the vice president, oh no, the former vice president, it might make trouble again. Lying on the bed, silently closing his eyes, it was hard to wait until the farewell party was over, and Nangong Haotian climbed up sharply. I was going to rush out for a walk, but I was stopped by the sudden sound of approaching footsteps. Ali, my heart for you can be seen by the sun and the moon. Can't you give me a chance? The voice that spoke was a male voice. Hearing these words, Nangong Haotian instinctively collected his footsteps. It didn't take much to realize that the atmosphere outside must have been awkward, and it was clear that it wasn't a good time for him to show his face. I'm sorry, Mr. Tai. Right now I just want to do the job at hand without worrying about my children's love. Huo Li's tone was indifferent, and listening carefully one could still hear some helplessness and disgust. This was accompanied by the sound of a creaking door, but apparently the door panel, which was supposed to be closed, was held halfway up. The dull thud could still be heard in the force of the person who had topped the door. It's getting late. I'm going to take a rest. So Mr. Tai might as well please leave. Holly's tone took on a little more fire, and seemed to give the door panel a hard shove. I'm not leaving. I must hear your affirmative answer today. The male voice settled, and there was another dull footstep, and it was evident that the man had broken in. Tai Zhangnan, you forced your way into the boudoir of a lone woman like me in the middle of the night. Aren't you afraid that it will spread and make people laugh? As long as it's for your sake, not to mention being laughed at, even if I'm scolded, I'll do anything. Nangong Haotian was unaware of what Huo Li's reaction was, but hearing this, he was about to vomit anyway. I've seen shameless ones, but I've never seen such shameless ones. You're simply scoundrelly, shameless. In the end, Huo Li didn't hold back, gritting his teeth and cursing angrily. A beating is a kiss, a scolding is a love. You finally made a move on me. The man was actually quite excited. Hearing this, Nangong Haotian also couldn't help but frown, secretly saying, is this not a pervert? He couldn't help but shiver at the thought and silently turned back to the bedroom. Huo Li's breathing became ragged, slowing down for a moment before he grunted depressingly and coldly, don't bother with you. As her words fell, she unexpectedly walked over towards Nangong Haotian's side and raised her hand to knock on the door of the room. Mr. Lin, there are some things I need to discuss with you about tomorrow's work. Lin Tian was the alias that Nangong Haotian used when filling out his information. With Nangong Haotian's experience of living for 80,000 years, he certainly knew that she was asking for help. After a slight moment of hesitation, he opened the door to the room. At that moment, Tai Zhangnan had also followed, and immediately glared over warily. It was also at this point that Nangong Hao Genius had the time to properly size up this item. They looked at each other, and although the meaning in their eyes was different, they were all absolutely serious. It's not bad looking, it's just this temperament that's slightly worse. After a long time, Nangong Haotian was the first to withdraw his gaze, and did not greet Tai surnamed, only giving up half of his body. It's still a bit dirty from not being organized, but there's still some marigold tea. Teacher Hua, take a seat. Excuse me. Huo Li's face was greatly relieved, and he was immediately about to swipe in. But Tai Jiangnan wasn't happy about it, grabbing her arm and pulling the person out with force, breaking into a strange man's room in the middle of the night. If the students saw that, they'd be gossiping. I walk the talk, so why should I fear rumors? Besides, I'm looking for Mr. Lin on serious business. Huo Li threw his arms out with such force that his anger was about to spill out of his eyes. Only the words fell on Tai Jiangnan's ears and could only be heard as harsh. His sweetheart's completely different attitude towards himself and the gigolo made him even more jealous. Then I'm in. Enrollment isn't your responsibility. And Mr. Lin is new here and doesn't have that many cups. How do you know? Tai Jiangnan's face changed again. Then it was like he reacted to something. You guys, thinking of this? His face hardened and he simply scolded. Didn't you say that you just want to work in peace? It's all an excuse. I can't imagine. Usually pretending to be like an innocent jade girl, but actually being such a watery woman behind her back. Tai Jiangnan, pay attention to your status. As a teacher, it's even more important to ask you to watch your words. You still have the nerve to call yourself a teacher? I'll definitely tell everyone about your dirty deeds, so that they will all properly recognize your true colors. Tai Jiangnan turned his head angrily, not forgetting to glare murderously up at Nangong Haotian on his way out. Huo Li frowned and didn't go after him. It is true, as she said, that the body is not afraid of the shadow. Even so, she didn't enter Nangong Haotian's door again after that, and only sat in the courtyard for a while. I'm sorry to trouble you, Mr. Lin. It has little to do with you, mostly because I saw how humiliated he looked. Nangong Haotian waved his hand carelessly. What Tai Jiangnan had in mind? He had seen it a long time ago. That guy is narrow-minded. I'm only afraid that he will be a little worried afterward, said Huo Li, a little worried. However, Nangong Haotian didn't put much stock in it and calmly said, it's actually not bad to exchange and spar between colleagues once in a while. Then, the words simply froze Holly whole. Although Tai's surname looked a few years older than Nangong Haotian, he was after all a senior in the workplace. For Nangong Haotian to speak in such a manner could be completely seen as a challenge to his predecessor. It's getting late. For the sake of tomorrow's work, Mr. Lin would like to take an early rest. When it's late at night and a lone man and woman stay for a long time, it's inevitable that people will gossip. Upon hearing this, Huo Li also reacted, draining his tea in one gulp and sharply excusing himself. While the night was quiet, Nangong Haotian didn't sleep much, and spent the whole night focusing on the situation in the academy. Since he couldn't use his feet to familiarize himself with the environment, he of course had no choice but to switch to his divine thoughts. In his senses, any breeze was nowhere to be seen. So when he woke up the next day, he wasn't surprised to see Tai Jiangnan waiting at the front door with an enrollment streamer. However, Holly wrinkled her brow hard. Why are you here? The dean said that I will be in full charge of enrollment today, and you all have to listen to my arrangements. Hearing this, Huo Li immediately surged with a touch of foreboding and subconsciously looked towards Nangong Haotian. It was this glance that made the eyes of Tai Jiangnan, who had noticed, jump wildly. Immediately, he was seen pouncing in front of Nangong Haotian, throwing streamers, test stones, and whatnot over in his head. Teacher Lin, hold on to these. They are indispensable possessions of the academy. The corner of his mouth hooked. Tai Jiangnan had a whole look of villainy. Nangong Haotian didn't pick up the fight, and smoothly threw those things into his storage ring. Originally, he could have simply thrown it into the small world, but chose to keep a low profile. Seeing this, Tai Jingxiao's eyes twitched. Nangong Haotian, on the other hand, calmly said before the bastard continued to pick a fight, I think this should make it impossible to lose. Humph. Tai Jingxiao gave a cold snort of resentment and lifted his leg to leave, deliberately pushing his speed to a surprisingly fast pace. He seemed to want to give a good demonstration of his stance, but no matter how much he accelerated, he just couldn't shake off Nangong Haotian by 2 meters. Even so, in order to help Huo Li, who had a weaker cultivation level, Nangong Haotian falsely supported her arm. This undoubtedly greatly stimulated Tai Jiangnan's jealousy again, and made up his mind that he had to make Nangong Haotian look good. After pondering the whole way, when he finally arrived at the town square, the bastard thought of a trick. I've heard that Mr. Lin has a unique vision and that's why he was able to get the dean to make an exception for recruitment. It's really enviable and intriguing. Mr. Tai is flattered. As soon as Nangong Haotian heard this, he knew that this girl wasn't holding her farts, but didn't snap. Honestly speaking, it's been a long time since my Pine Fragrance Academy has recruited a genius with a special cultivation physique. Since Teacher Lin has such a discerning eye for talent, why don't you let us open our eyes as well? Without even waiting for Nangong Haotian to respond, he continued, the dean actually gave up the academy's meritocracy for you, and the academy can all be talking about him. But since Mr. Lin was personally recruited by the dean. I think he will not let his old man down. Saying that, Tai Zhengnan raised his eyes to look at the sky. His eyes suddenly hardened. There's still a full day left. With Mr. Lin's ability, I'm sure it won't be a problem to recruit 3 or 4 more students with special physique. Whether or not my academy can regain its glory in the future will depend on you. It's not enough to say it yourself. You have to drag the other 2 teachers along. What do you think? Immediately the 2 teachers chimed in. Only Huoli angrily retorted. The academy hasn't recruited a student with a special physique in 1,000 years. So where are you going to find one day? Do you think that special physique is a cabbage in the vegetable market? Isn't this a better way to show that our dean has the ability to recognize people, as well as showing Mr. Lin's strength? Tai Zhengnan laughed, slowly turning his head, the corners of his mouth provocatively lightly hooked. Or is it that Mr. Lin is afraid? That's not true. I'm just curious. I'm a newcomer who has labored and worked his ass off for the academy. And what can you do? The corner of Nangong Haotian's mouth turned away. With his ability, one day was enough to run back and forth between the Nangong Holy Land and Beiwu. He just had to use some extraordinary means. In other words, he could casually draw 3 or 4 people with special physiques. Nangong Yu, Lu Bai, Nangong Chenwu, Wan Lon Yuan, and Nangong Yu are all fine. Tai Zhengnan hadn't thought about this, and was momentarily dumbfounded. That's all. The dean will judge your merits and demerits. Compared to someone like you who has never recruited a student with a special physique, if I can recruit another student with a special physique, I will be considered to have lived up to the dean's expectations, and if I recruit 2 of them, I will be considered to have made an extra contribution to the academy. But if, with a slight beat, Nangong Haotian's tone suddenly went cold as he continued, if I were to enroll 3 people on my own, don't you think that it would be a bit redundant for you to run to enroll? You, Tai Zhengnan said angrily. Nangong Haotian, however, simply interrupted without waiting for him to finish. If I recruit 3 more people, I want you to hang this tag in front of the entire courtyard and the people of the entire city and patrol the streets for 3 days. After saying that, Nangong Haotian quickly wrote a line on the paper. I'm incompetent. I'm an asshole. He then threw the paper away and coldly said, for the sake of the academy, this sacrifice should not matter to Mr. Tai. Or is it that you're afraid? Then holding a grudge. Nangong Haotian had also never let anyone down. Would I be afraid of you? If you don't recruit 3 more people, then get the hell out of here. It's a deal. Nangong Haotian laughed. The words fell before he shot a glance to Huoli, who was still in a mess. After that, he didn't wait for much of a response before flinging his hand and dodging away. When he disappeared for a long time, Huoli came back to his senses, but his mind couldn't stay still. What did he mean by that just now? Could it be that it's only for the sake of it that he's taking this bet that he can't possibly win? Her heart was in turmoil at the thought. Raising his head again, he tried to look for Nangong Haotian's shadow, but where could he find it in the sea of lost people? Nangong Haotian hadn't actually left too far away. In order to win, he'd have to find an unoccupied place to open a portal. However, when everything was ready, a few roars suddenly arrived. What are you doing? Don't touch my child. The voice was a woman's, wrapped in panic in addition to anger. Nangong Haotian frowned slightly and immediately probed out his divine thoughts, then immediately blackened his face. In his senses, there were 2 cold-faced men carrying mouthfuls of sacks, while the sacks were propped up in human form. Not only that, but there was a little girl of 7 or 8 years old being carried in the hands of one of the men, and in front of the 2 Hans was a woman covered in woe and snot, kicked to the ground again. The woman screamed miserably, but managed to get up on her hands and knees to grab the pants legs of the 2 Hans, though it resulted in nothing more than being kicked over again. She never gave up. Somebody, help! You murderers, I curse you to death. The woman begged for help, cursed, and used every means to prevent the child from being taken away. If one could still be indifferent after seeing this scene, then Nangong Haotian would be considered to have been cast in the wrong womb. What are you 2 brutes doing in broad daylight, in the middle of nowhere? Hearing that bellowing voice, the 2 kidnappers turned their heads and glared over with cold eyes. Among them, the one carrying the sack took the lead in sizing up Nangong Hao's sky up and down, hooking his lips in disdain. Brat, I advise you to mind your own business. Ha, what kind of cat or dog dares to jump out and act like a hero these days? The other short kidnapper, who was carrying the little girl, also spoke later. The cool sneering tone, obviously did not put such a brat as Nangong Haotian in his eyes, but the woman was like grasping a life-saving straw and hurriedly asked for help. Young warrior, please save my poor child. As she said that, she dragged her knees and turned around, tugging hard on Nangong Haotian's pants leg. Feeling the trembling in her hands, Nangong Haotian smiled. Big sister is relieved. As his words fell, he quickly turned to the 2 kidnappers. his eyes suddenly chilled, and he coldly shouted, "Put the people down. A pig's nose in an onion. What are you pretending to do here? Grandpa paid for it." The short man snorted coldly. "Who cares about the few of you who scraped together the money? I only want my child." The woman, on the other hand, immediately turned around and angrily rebuked. Originally, Nangong Haotian's mood was already very bad, and hearing this was even more of an intense anger. "How in heaven's name are there still assholes like you? How dare you fucking curse me?" The short man's face darkened, and his eyes quickly overflowed with a chill. Afterward, the bastard simply slapped out a slap and laughed grimly. "Let's see Grandpa waste your stinking mouth." The cold winds of the palm pounced on his face, but Nangong Haotian did not flash and did not avoid, only raising his lips a cold hum. But it was such a light grunt that the wind from the short kidnapper's tapped fist dispersed. Nangong Haotian took another smooth step, his body's aura exploding. The humongous pressure poured down without any further excess movement, but it caused the two kidnappers to fall to the ground with white faces. It was only when they settled down again that they realized that the two children had disengaged themselves from their control. Nangong Haotian, however, did not bother with them and gently handed the child back to the woman. "Bastard, how dare you spoil our good deed? I don't know whether it's really stupid or the wrong medicine was given to the brain." The short kidnapper was even still clamoring. The tall kidnapper on the other hand was also very cooperative and droned aggressively. "Do you know the consequences of doing this?" "Consequences?" Nangong Haotian disdainfully skimmed his lips, and with a single look, he pushed the tall kidnapper to the ground. It was as if several invisible blades had been handed out from his eyes, deeply embedded in the tall kidnapper's limbs. At the moment, the tall kidnapper was stretched to the limit, like a taxidermist. Even so, he didn't have the intention to stop talking and continued to shout at Nangong Haotian, "I'm a person from Songyun Academy. If you dare to touch me, the academy won't." Noisy. Without even waiting for the bastard to finish, Nangong Haotian curled his finger and flicked it. At once, the tall kidnapper's words came to a screeching halt, and a piercing red dot was added to the center of his forehead. It was only at the sight of his companion's suddenly flat and silent chest that the shorter kidnapper jerked his neck in fear. "And how dare you beep half a sentence again?" Even rolled and crawled to support up. A turn around. Scattered wildly. Nangong Haotian wrinkled his brow and finally withdrew the finger he had handed out, reluctantly letting the cargo off the hook. "Thank you, young warrior." The woman breathed a huge sigh of relief and thanked him repeatedly. "Big sister is polite." Nangong Haotian waved his hand carelessly and pointed his finger to wake up the two children. Confusion flickered in the four large eyes before it was quickly replaced by trepidation. There were two thuds, and both little girls sank into their mother's arms with a jolt and a wail. The woman's eyes were moist again at once, and she clung to the child, holding back her choking sobs and warm words of comfort. Nangong Haotian didn't rush to leave and silently watched the scene. Unconsciously, his nose was actually a little sour as well, and he couldn't help but think of his loved ones in his previous life. After a long time, the wind in the mountains stopped, and the sobs subsided. "I'll send you guys back." Nangong Haotian smiled faintly and said softly to the woman. Naturally, there was a reason why he stayed behind, and those two girls possessed the special physique that he had been searching for so hard. Moreover, what they possessed was also the kind that was extremely rare even among special physiques, the spiritual rhinoceros body. This type of body is only found in twins. Those who possessed this special physique were best suited to cultivate a combined attack type of divine ability, and were born with all their 100 veins open. Even when practicing together, the speed of Chi nascent could be more than twice as fast as someone with a pure spirit body. In a sense, cultivators with this type of physique were probably the fastest cultivators. Since he had met it, how could Nangong Haotian miss it? "Thank you, young warrior, but we are not locals and have, as yet, not settled on a place to stay." The woman's face darkened as she looked at the sky and then at the direction the short kidnapper had fled, her eyes containing worry. Nangong Haotian's eyes, however, steeply lit up as he tried. "In that case, then should we go to the city to take a look first?" "That will have to do for now." The woman nodded sullenly as she looked at the two children who had fallen asleep. On the way, Nangong Haotian inquired about the two kidnappers just now. At that, the woman immediately let out another sigh and muffled her voice as she explained the whole story. Originally, their family lives in the northern border of the northern martial arts, do a little business, although not considered rich and wealthy, but at least food and clothing without worry. But not long ago, the two kidnappers just now suddenly came to the door, threatening to take the two daughters as righteous daughters. Inexplicably, how could the two women agree? But those assholes actually killed the backbone of their family. After that, the two even strutted around with silver money and said that they would even buy the store together with the people. The woman was never heartbroken about the storefront, but she couldn't give her daughter to her husband's killer. Unfortunately, her cultivation was low and weak, so she couldn't fight. so she could only hold down her grudge and flee with her daughters in the night. But I didn't expect to end up being caught up by those two assholes. Fortunately, Nangong Haotian appeared in time, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Speaking of which, the woman gave him another good dose of gratitude. Then Song Yun Academy. Have you heard anything about it? Nangong Haotian comforted a few words and asked again. I only know that it's a big academy, and originally the family and I wanted to send our children to study in it. The woman's fists clenched tightly, mentioning this academy, and now there was only thick hatred. Nangong Haotian, on the other hand, muttered in secret, the kidnappers don't look like they're lying, but listening to this big sister, those two goods shouldn't have revealed their identities in the first place, and that's a bit of a game changer. Between the silent chanting, the distance to the city had also gotten closer, helping the mother and daughter three to find a good inn. Nangong Hao Genius mentioned Pine Fragrance Academy. You're actually a teacher of the Pine Fragrance Academy? The woman acted completely surprised. Seeing its reaction, Nangong Haotian could only smile bitterly. There was no way. Who let the reputation of Pine Fragrance Academy be really too stinky? However, he did not intend to give up on this and explained for Song Xiang Academy. Currently, the academy has already cleaned up the cancerous tumors, and the dean is even more committed to cleaning up the academy's culture. So regaining the academy's former glory is just around the corner. With your daughter's qualifications, you will definitely receive focused cultivation. When you are a parent, you want your child to be valued. In light of this, Nangong Haotian made a statement on behalf of the academy. The first time she heard that her own child actually possessed a special physique, the woman also froze. Nangong Haotian, on the other hand, didn't do any urging, so he just silently waited for a pending answer. With his stature and strength, he wasn't at all worried that this big sister would disagree, so he didn't want to act too aggressively. But to my surprise, the woman nodded her head down without making any more conditions. At least by studying with you, I don't have to worry about my children's future in the face of their ancestors. Her words weren't hefty, but full of determination. And this, undoubtedly, was a huge affirmation of Nangong Haotian's character. After the accident, he was not polite and said seriously, "Thanks for trusting big sister." Since then, two of the three students that Nangong Haotian was going to recruit were successfully confirmed. There was no rush to take them to the enrollment office to report, and Nangong Haotian urged them to rest first. As for himself, he turned out of the inn and completely let go of his divine thoughts. It's hard to find three, but with one, it's worth a try. Of course, he didn't cancel the filing of the transfer from the Holy Land, and as such, his goal was simply to search the city once. Pestled in front of the inn, a sudden swarm of ragged children swooped by. Nangong Haotian looked at them with a smile on his face and did not hide. But when these kids left, he felt like something was missing from his body. To pretend to be unusual, he could have primped a money pouch to dangle around his waist. Those little guys. Shaking his head, he suddenly dodged, and the next moment he appeared on the roof of the alley on the side street. Below, a couple of half-grown kids smudged like fancy cats were getting together. Check it out. A teenager with exposed toes opened his mouth first. As his sentence fell, the other children looked to the smallest companion. At that moment, he saw the skinny teenager reach into his pocket and grab a money bag and shake it vigorously. As soon as the bag was opened, the golden light inside shook the group of little kids and immediately widened their eyes. Harry, with these, there's no fear of starvation for the next 3 years. Look at you. My goal is to buy a big house in this town. The skinny boy snorted at his companion's words, then swept towards the center of town. Just as the group of people were chatting away, a soft laugh burst out. The frightened children hurriedly looked up, and when they saw Nangong Howie on the roof, they all shook in unison. Subconsciously, these brats were about to run. Nangong Haotian, however, didn't go after it, but just said faintly, "How long will it take to afford a house just by stealing? What's more, can one live comfortably in something bought with other people's money?" Obviously his words didn't make these kids reflect. After all, that's what they depended on to survive this long. Still, the skinny teenager turned back and slammed the money bag as hard as he could. "There's $2 stinking to be had. Aren't you afraid that I'll arrest you to meet the officials?" Nangong Haotian's face flushed. "Don't worry, they don't have the time for us." The skinny boy skimmed his lips. "Without these, you guys aren't afraid of going hungry?" Nangong Haotian grabbed the money bag and waited. "Don't bother, we can't starve." The skinny teenager grunted coldly and twisted his head. "Remember, my name is Lingy. One day I will own my own house in this city. And one day I will overthrow this incompetent and dirty court." Those of his companions raised their jaws even as they listened, as if in solidarity in this way. Nangong Haotian couldn't laugh. No matter what the emperor that was his disciple. "Are you guys trying to rebel?" "Humph." The teenager didn't say another word and turned his head away. "Wait." Nangong Haotian dodged in front of a few people. To rebel you have to have the strength first. Without learning about this matter, just based on the saliva can't drown out that court above. It was then that a few of the kids buried their heads and fell silent. I can give you a chance to go to Songxiang with me. How much you can learn depends on you. What can that shitty academy that is ranked at the bottom of the list teach us? The skinny teenager said disdainfully. At least it will teach you how to get this decently. Nangong Haotian smoothly threw the money bag into the teenager's arms, and without further words, he turned around and left. The group of teenagers fell silent once again, pestling in place for half a day before glancing at each other and quickly following. Naturally, Nangong Haotian heard the footsteps behind him, but did not turn around. It was only after they exited the alley that he took them to a restaurant and ordered a table full of food. Seeing a group of small beggars, the owner of the restaurant frowned greatly, but in the way of Nangong Haotian's ability to pay money, he could only endure. The children, however, retaliated by bearing and hollering and eating as loudly as they could. It caused other diners to throw down their chopsticks in disgust and turn their heads away. Seeing this, the boss's face is getting darker and darker, but the kids are laughing with inexplicable joy. Only when the meal was finished, Nangong Haotian took them to buy a set of clothes each, and found a place to take a bath in the meantime. Pack it out and look at it. Not to mention that there are still a few British spirit. Also taking this opportunity, Nangong Haotian asked for their names. Since they are all orphans, they all share the same last name. The skinny teenager is the eldest, named Ling Yi. The rest of the people before and after joining in order to count down the row. There are 6 brothers. Packing up properly, Nangong Haotian genius led people back to the inn, picked up the mother and daughter 3 inside, and ran to the square. On the way, Nangong Haotian introduced himself again, and also asked for the names of the mother and daughter in passing. The woman's name was Tang Fong, and the twins were one named Tang Shino and one named Tang Sherwan, and Nangong Haotian was enrolled in the name of a teacher, so he did not refer to himself as a teacher, maybe because the morning betting thing spread. Now see him leading a group of people toward the square. Everyone has followed to see the fun, so he did not even get to the square. Behind him has been a huge soup. Hearing the commotion, Tai Zhengnan and Huo Li and the others turned their heads. At the first sight of Nangong Haotian, Huo Li was relieved. Tai Zhengnan's face, however, darkened all of a sudden, and he said in a conspiratorial manner, "Teacher Lin, the harvest isn't small." Also didn't wait for Nangong Haotian to pick up the conversation. He then continued on his own. It seems that our city is going to be developed. Actually all of a sudden sprung up 1, 2, 3, full 9 geniuses with special physique. Oh, in Mr. Tai's eyes, is a special physique that worthless? Oh no, have your eyes ever recognized a special physique? Nangong Haotian skimmed his lips and mocked. At that, the group of watchers was laughing. Only Ling Yi and Tang Fong were full of confusion, not knowing what was going on. Tai Zhengnan's eyes sank, and a flash of vicious light crossed them. Nangong Haotian, however, didn't pay any more attention to him and clasped his fists in the air. Since the dean has arrived, then you will be the one to make the ruling. Nangong Haotian was a very vindictive person. It was the dean who suddenly promoted Tai Zhengnan to be the first person in charge of enrollment activities, so he didn't mind letting Dean put that sign on Tai himself. As his sentence fell, Hidden Pine floated into the arena from a nearby rooftop, landing a dry smile and sweeping a glance at Nangong Haotian. He Fong slowly turned to Ling Yi and the others. Sister Tang Shino's physique was already activated, so there was no blockage. Ling Yi's physique was still in a closed state because he had never had a day of peace and quiet, and even more so, he had never practiced systematically. Nangong Haotian of course deliberately didn't bother to activate it, and also wanted to try out this Dean's principle. However, that clearly didn't stump Dean. He saw that old man's hands vibrate in unison, sticking to Ling Yi's dantian and chest for a good while. Slowly, the sky began to crack, and the layers of clouds gradually shattered into the shape of tiles, like the scales of a giant beast. The entire sky also raged and flipped up afterward. At last the dome flashed out 2 golden eyes, looking down at the earth. It was also at this time that everyone realized that what was coalescing in the sky was actually a huge koi. Instead, it was Ling Yi himself who was the most surprised, lifting his head in consternation and forgetting his words. The others opened their mouths wide in surprise and gulped. Only Tai Zhengnan had a dark face, clenched his fists tightly, and clenched his teeth in a form of unwillingness. Not much time passed before the koi vision dissipated, but a light rain fell across the city. Tick-tock, tick-tock, the rain falls to the ground, cooling and giving an inexplicable wave of relief. Ling Yi's body, on the other hand, was suffused with a dense layer of golden light, devouring the raindrops that struck down easily. It was a long time before he let out a long, soothing cry, similar to the 10,000 dragon abyss. What he possessed was a foreign beast bloodline. Although it was not as good as a dragon vein, Koi was a kind of bloodline that could grow, and whether it would become a dragon or turn into a scaly dragon would depend on the cultivation in the future. However, there was no doubt that the Fey bloodline also belonged to a type of special physique. In other words, Nangong Haotian's mission to find 3 students with special physical qualities was accomplished. However, he didn't show any smugness and just swept it indifferently across Dean's face. Tai Zhengnan took a deep breath and hurriedly clasped his fists and bent over to the Dean, calling out Master. Seeing that defeat was assured, he actually played the emotional card. Dean Zongsong's cheeks twitched, and in the end, he didn't bother to look this disciple in the eye. Turning to Nangong Haotian and pulling back the corners of his mouth. Teacher Lin is indeed the lucky star of my Pine Fragrance Academy. Just after joining the academy, he has discovered 4 future pillars for the academy. It really makes old me happy and feel sweaty at the same time. Obviously, this old fox said this, not only to say with Nangong Haotian, and put Mo Liang also counted in. No, Ling Yi was so excited to hear this that his face turned red. Tang Fong also hugged her 2 daughters tightly, her small hands trembling slightly. Nangong Haotian, on the other hand, was extremely calm as he slowly walked up to Tai Zhangnan, pulling out the sign he had specifically asked someone to carve and paint on the way here, casually handing it over, and said in a faint voice, Teacher Tai, let's begin. Looking at the 6 big words on the sign that were still glittering with a golden halo, Tai Zhengnan's eyes drew back, and his face suddenly turned as white as paper. Willing to gamble, as a teacher, Mr. Tai isn't trying to go back on his word in front of so many future pillars of the academy, is he? Nangong Haotian was not in a hurry. His pale eyes slipped around Ling Yi and the others, skimming his lips and speaking softly. One sentence made Tai Zhengnan's pale face simply darken into the bottom of a pot. After looking at him for a long time, and not waiting for a reaction from Zangatsu, he held his hand out tremblingly, but just as he was on his way to accept the sign and prepare to put it around his neck, he suddenly had a lurch in his hand. Then, in the crowd's stunned gazes, Tai Zhengnan actually smashed the sign that Nangong Haotian had specially hired a craftsman to build on the ground with a clatter, and pieces of debris flew about. I'm fucking quitting. After saying that, Tai Zhengnan also knocked the nearby streamer for enrollment over to the ground as well. Seeing this, Zhang San's face, which was still calm, changed at once, and he let out an angry grunt on the spot. Nangong Haotian, however, didn't seem to be half surprised, and blandly said, even if you are no longer a teacher, you are still an incompetent, cowardly, and a man who goes back on his word. You wait for grandpa. Reaching out, Tai Zhengnan grunted angrily through clenched teeth. Before his master's father seized on him, he hastily turned his figure, and with a display of his stance, he quickly disappeared from the square. Seeing this scene, all the watchers froze and looked at Zhang Song's face with a weird and teasing look. Hidden pine natural face, nay thick skin, so show full bashfulness. He leisurely turned to Ling Yi and the others, affectionately introducing his family's academy as if nothing had happened. Unsurprisingly, such a reaction caused an immediate buzz among the watchers. Nangong Haotian also couldn't help but inwardly spit out. Sure enough, to be the dean of the Hanging Tail Academy for so many years, the kung fu for raising chi really isn't something to sneeze at. It's a pity about my tens of taels of silver. As the words fell, he also swept a glance at the shattered sign, silently picking up the streamer. Holly walked slowly, staring at him with wide, curious eyes. Do I have flowers on my face? Nangong Haotian reached out and wiped his hand on his cheek, snickering. Wooly hurriedly retracted his gaze and sighed in a low voice. Originally, there were fewer teachers in the academy, and with him gone, there are even fewer people. I thought that you'd be happy that he's gone. Nangong Haotian lightly laughed and joked. Slightly stunned, Huoli's pretty face slightly reddened as she whispered, Thank you. Nangong Haotian also froze, suddenly realizing that this woman might have misunderstood something. However, not waiting for him to explain, Huoli said to himself, although I am quite annoyed with him, among the teachers in the academy, he is still relatively convincing to the students. Is that so? Nangong Haotian, however, was skeptical, but before he could say anything more, Holly raised her eyes again, her tone lower. However, with you, Teacher Lin, the academy doesn't have to care about that little loss. Although these words were not bad words, in Nangong Haotian's ears, they were more or less not savory. Isn't that comparing him to the Thai guy? Inexplicably, he felt insulted, but didn't intend to get into it with Huoli is all. After decades, Pine Fragrance Academy finally came in with a bumper crop of enrollment. Successfully recruiting the 4 special physique freshmen also made the city residents, who had always been disdainful of the academy, recover some of their awe and longing for the academy after a long time. The news certainly didn't just circulate in this city. It soon spread throughout Beiwu, the imperial palace, The Empress Dowager just received the report and her face went straight to black. I thought that the Empire had paid full attention to education, but without Mr. Nangong, wouldn't this be another 4 of my Empire's geniuses being buried? Simply abominable, detestable, pathetic. She slapped on the Phoenix Luang handrail, scared the dynasty of civil and military all dare not squeak. As for Nangong Haotian, he didn't realize how much of a commotion he had caused with a single act of intent. After finishing the day's enrollment work, he returned to the academy and immediately cooked himself a sumptuous dinner. As a reincarnated being, even if he had already achieved the dual saints of physical dharma, he still couldn't give up that little bit of appetite. However, before the food was even served, someone else came to the door. These guys, do they have dog noses? Muttering mentally, he quickly wiped his hand and went to open the door. Tang Fong led the 2 little ones to pestle outside the door, and Ling Yi's group of boys were clearly there. All packed? Well, thanks to Mr. Lin, the 3 of us mothers finally have a place to settle down. Tang Fong gave a deep salute, and in the process even stabbed Ling Yi's arm. It was also at this point that Ling Yi's group of brats buried their heads and expressed their gratitude to Nangong Haotian for the first time. All right, come on in. Nangong Haotian waved his hand carelessly, letting everyone in. Smelling the aroma of the meal, the bellies of the group of little ones quickly reacted. Seeing this, Nangong Haotian greeted them as they took their seats, incidentally inviting his neighbor Huoli over as well. A dinner was harmonious and happy, but Nangong Haotian didn't eat much instead. Only after seeing off his guests did he open another oven for himself. Eating, all of them still sighed. By the looks of it, I'm afraid I'll have to stay here for a while. Early the next morning, he washed up and went out, and for the first time, he formally met with his fellow members of the academy. Don't look at the current reputation of the academy, but the disciplines that should be there have been done to preserve it. Regular disciplines can be categorized into cultivation theory section, basic culture section, battle technique section, and battle methods section. Expanded disciplines are set up according to special professions, and are divided into artifact refining, alchemy, rune pattern, and spell formation. It is evident that such a meticulous setup of disciplines is indeed geared towards nurturing talents. Currently, one teacher is almost independently responsible for one subject. Holly is primarily responsible for the alchemy section and also teaches pharmacology theory in the culture section. Because of the small number of students, there were hardly any people with alchemist qualifications, so pharmacology theory was her main focus at the moment. Even if they couldn't become alchemists, being able to learn more about medicinal herbs would increase the students' chances of survival in a crisis. Not counting the principal, there were currently exactly 8 teachers in the school, so Nangong Haotian topped the vacancy left by Tai Zhangnan. In other words, he will be the head of the refining section. Hearing this, Nangong Haotian was surprised first, not realizing that Tai Zhangnan even had the ability to refine weapons. The other teachers also talked about it. After all, this thing called smithing was more targeted. Even Huoli looked over worriedly and whispered, "Teacher Lin, do you know how to refine weapons?" Slightly. Nangong Haotian adhered to the principle of keeping a low profile and smiled modestly. How can it be okay to be only slightly knowledgeable? Just then, suddenly the door to the conference room was slammed open. Accompanying this cold hum appeared a slightly unkempt bearded old man. At the sight of him, a group of people immediately rose and bent down to greet him. Student meets master. The visitor, however, did not respond, sweeping coldly at Nangong Haotian's face with his hands behind his back. In the presence, only Nangong Haotian and Zhang Song sat unmoving. But after all, from the outside, Nangong Haotian was a latecomer, so his straightened spine was inexplicably piercing. Huoli then quietly pulled him and introduced him in a low voice. This is Vice Dean Gong Yang, a 7th grade immortal weapon master. Alchemy, refining and other special professions are divided into titles, specifically the 3 major titles of mortal, immortal and saint, each discussing 9 grades. Immortal weapon masters of the 7th grade and above, also known as immortal weapon masters, are capable of refining exalted weapons. That is to say, even Emperor Zun had to look at the immortal weaponry master's face in order to obtain a weapon while it was still in his possession. It was no wonder that this Vice Dean Rams was so condescending. But this obviously wasn't the point. The point was that this old man was Tai Zhengnan's leader in the Tao of refining weapons. It was in order to get his disciple to the top that this old man had specifically handed over the artifact refining section to Tai Zhengnan. It could be said that this old man was Tai Zhengnan's biggest backer in the academy. As for Dean Zhang Song, on the contrary, he seldom favors anything with the surname Tai. Hearing this, Nangong Haotian realized that this vice dean had come to give Tai Zhengnan a head start. No! Immediately, he heard a cold snort from the old man Ram, and simply turned to Zhang Song and said, "You old man, the longer you live, The more your eye for picking people doesn't grow. Not to mention, how come it's getting worse instead? Walking in on himself, he coldly glared in the face of the teacher next to him. When that teacher resentfully gave up his seat, the old man simply sat down in his chair. Afterward, he slapped his hand on the desktop and said coldly, "What kind of place is the academy? It's a place that teaches people to be courteous and behave. How dare you call yourself a teacher when you don't even know some basic etiquette? This is clearly bullying. Nangong Haotian is a newborn." Zhang Song wrinkled his brow, upset but full of helplessness. The academy had fallen so far that the ram had been the only sign he could put up. Therefore, he could only turn to Nangong Haotian in an attempt to make him more or less soft. But when had Nangong Haotian ever suffered a loss in the mouth? He was heard grinning lightly and said blandly, "Dare I ask who the gentleman is?" The introduction that Huo Li had given him before, everyone had heard. So this kind of knowing question was even more provocative. The ram's eyelids lifted slightly, and with a lift of his chin, he said in a self-satisfied manner, "Old me, Gong Yang Sui, Xiao Ko Lin Tian." Nangong Haotian smoothly introduced himself. "Who asked you your name?" The ram's face suddenly darkened. However, Nangong Haotian was unconcerned and instead continued to ask, "We are in the middle of a meeting. If Mr. Gong Yang has gone to the wrong place, please leave quickly and don't delay our business." "You," ram angry beard straight trembling, "Miso arise. I am the vice president of the academy. What will still not hear?" "Oh." Nangong Haotian then made a sudden realization. "So it's Lord Vice Dean. What a disrespectful. Saying that, he turned his tone abruptly and coldly said, "The beginning of the new semester is an important time for the academy to draw up a teaching plan for the coming semester." Halfway through the meeting, I thought that all of my colleagues who were looking out for the academy had already arrived. "You are all old." How can the ram not hear the sarcasm in his words? However, Nangong Haotian's words were not yet finished. Continuing, "Our meeting is at a critical juncture." And suddenly a so, drilled in, deliberately giving a beat. He swept a circle over the ram and continued, "With such an unkempt person who pays no attention to personal grooming barging in, I thought that the academy had encountered some bandits. Luckily, I didn't make a move at that time. Otherwise the misunderstanding would have been huge." After saying that, Nangong Hao Genius stroked his chest, and his face was filled with a look of celebration. Hearing this, the group of teachers were all dumbfounded. They didn't expect their new colleague to be so rigid. For his part, Zangatsu looked away, only his shoulders resting there in a shrug. As for the ram has long been full of black face, whiskers and hair raised, trembling hands to pull down the conference table also strong peace. For a time the chamber became extremely quiet, almost as if you could hear a pin drop. Except for Zhang Song and Nangong Haotian, everyone was holding their breath, not daring to utter a single breath. Everyone was worried that Gong Yang Sui would strike out in a rage, and no one would really be able to talk him out of it then. After all, for someone who could become an immortal weapon master, their cultivation wouldn't be too far off even if they didn't reach emperor, that is. Even if they really had to fight, Zhang Song wouldn't necessarily be able to secure a victory, let alone Nangong Haotian who was still a brat. Of course, they didn't realize that if they really wanted to talk about age, Nangong Haotian was the oldest one. "Old me is too lazy to waste more time with you. A postgraduate. If you want to be the teacher of this refining section, you must first pass through Laofu." "Rams, are you preparing to reopen the altar to teach?" Zhang Song, who hadn't been squeaking, had a big smile on his face and hurriedly tried. "We can't watch the future of the academy scholars be ruined in the hands of an outsider." Gong Yang Sui didn't deny it either. If someone who didn't know the inside story heard this, they would have thought that the academy had accepted all refining geniuses. Zhang Song's smile grew wider. After all, the ram's reputation was well known, and he was willing to personally teach refining, so naturally he was much more reliable than a new teacher. But as the dean, he also had to consider Nangong Haotian's mood. Anymore, people were recruited back to the academy by him personally. Gong Yang then seemed to see his difficulty. The corner of his mouth twitched as he calmly said, "Since ancient times it's always been whoever is good is good. And since Mr. Lin is so confident, then I think it would be better to have an open competition." The ram confidently hooked his lips and quickly added, "In that case, I think it's also more convincing to the students. In addition, it's been a long time since I've refined an artifact, and my hands are itching to do so, so I'll consider it a sparring session with Teacher Lin." The words were much more atmospheric than the ones just now, but the expression and demeanor were a complete villainous gesture. Needless to say, we all know that this old man just wants Lin Tian to make a fool of himself in public. If you are proved to be unqualified in front of the students, how can you convince the public in the future? To put it more seriously, This so-called consultation may have a bearing on Lin Tian's career as a teacher. It was precisely because he was aware of the stakes that Zhang Song did not give his decisive approval. But in contrast to his hesitation, Nangong Haotian was much more calm, nodding his head and saying, "This method is quite fair." Fair the hell. Upon hearing this, a group of teachers mentally said in unison. The so-called fair matches all had the same premise, which was that both sides had similar strengths. Special professions such as Dan masters and artifact masters had to be hard-packed with time and resources. That was why no one believed that Nangong Haotian would possess a refining strength close to that of old man Gongyang. After all, the age difference is there for the naked eye to see. Gongyang Sui, however, didn't wait for Zhang Song to interrupt and immediately proposed the rules of the competition. "I won't bully you, just refine 2 superior immortal weapons with the same materials. As for the winners and losers, it will be based on the quality of the finished immortal weapon. Of course, one has to be able to refine the finished product first. Under normal circumstances, at the age of Nangong Haotian's appearance, to be able to become an immortal artifact master would already be considered a genius. To refine a superior immortal weapon, even the greatest genius would have to grind for hundreds of years." Nangong Haotian, however, turned the corners of his mouth away, with a whole lack of interest. What's the use of a near superior immortal weapon even if it's refined? Phew. At those words, the group of people immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. In terms of tone alone, they also had to hand a thumbs up to this new cohort. "Ha, so what do you mean?" Gongyang Sui was calm on the surface, but in his heart, he was snorting disdainfully. "Just keep pretending. Just go by what you're best at." Nangong Haotian patted his butt sharply and leisurely got up. "Since it's our private sparring match, the materials should of course be self-provided. In addition, there's no need to look at any quality. Just use the grade as the winner. I have to remind you that I'm an immortal weapon master. I'm just afraid that someone will lose too badly." Gongyang Sui's chin was high and he had a complete look of victory. Nangong Haotian didn't pick up on this. Yawning, he went out the door and turned directly into the garden in the center of the academy. Not long after, Gongyang Sui and the others arrived. Zangatsu himself pressed on, stopping the flurry of students who had been notified on the outskirts of the garden. As for the center of the garden, it is of course reserved for the 2 main characters. Neither Nangong nor Gongyang immediately proceeded, and Gongyang clearly intended to put on a show of poise and let his junior make the first move. But Nangong Haotian didn't appreciate it at all and threw down a sentence. "The elders are prioritized." He then closed his eyes and simply dozed off. Is that the new Mr. Lin? What's he doing? I guess it's tuning up. After all, refining weapons requires full concentration, and you can't be distracted in the middle of the process. It doesn't look like it to me. It's more like he's playing it smart and wants to see what Vice President Gongyang intends to refine first. A crowd of watchers, both students and teachers, talked about it, and apparently, certain arguments reached Gongyang Sui's ears. Skimming his lips and grunting coldly, "When it comes down to it, is being small-minded useful?" The thought crossed his mind and he made the first move. He was seen first offering up a vessel tripod, followed by various Zun-rank spirit mines. That's not all. Even the spirit spring for quenching was pre-filled with a large vat. In short, every move that is full of ritual. Before even making a formal move, someone couldn't help but praise, "Worthy of being an immortal weapon master." Then there are the customary steps: warming the pot, extracting the material, solidifying the embryo, a fiery red immortal sword, which continued to swirl in the artifact cauldron, and the sky slowly reacted. Just as an emperor would be congratulated with a vision in the heavens when he made a breakthrough, there were also visions accompanying the introduction of spirit weapons and spirit pills above the Zun level. No, by the time that spirit sword was fully formed, the sky was already cloudy, but there were no thunderbolts, only thunderclouds rolling in. In the surging black clouds, quietly condensed a bit of silver frost, with the gust of wind suddenly, goosefeather snow also leisurely drifting down. Not only the academy, but dozens of miles around were suddenly fluttering with snow. It didn't take long to put a clean white cap on the peaks, roofs, etc. As Gongyang Sui placed his long sword toward the tank of spirit spring, an ice kite violently rose into the air from the tank, rushing into the sky. The clear cry just rose, "The snow-covered will be dissolved into nothing." Only the ice-blue longsword was left in Gongyang Sui's hand, emitting an eerie cold aura. That's an ice-type Zun-ranked immortal sword, a Zun weapon with attributes. Everyone's eyes reddened as they looked at the sword. It was also just Nangong Haotian who coldly swept a glance, leisurely got up, and with a wave of his big hand, countless spiritual materials floated in the air. Lifting his finger and drawing lightly, 3 spiritual energy condensed into fire dragons rising into the air, using the dome as a tripod. Within 3 breaths, there was a silver lance hanging in the sky, and the cloudy clouds rose again, and the thunder shook. As if countless thunder dragons were roaring wildly, the sky darkened and was cleaved brightly again and again. The sky was full of thunder, and it was like a silver thread, twisting and integrating into the gun body one after another, until the last of the thunder was also swallowed up, and the silver spear fell leisurely. A moment after landing, the clouds opened up and the sun appeared. The thunder that surrounded the body of the gun, however, did not dissipate, causing one's face to turn pale and one's heart and guts to tremble just by looking at it. Thunder Dao power? This is actually a Yun Dao Zun weapon. Hidden Pine barely managed to stabilize himself enough to let out a gasp of surprise. Above the Emperor is the Great Dao Emperor. Above the Zun weapon is the embodied Dao Zun weapon. Refining weapons is easy, but conceiving the Dao in weapons is not simple. Since then, it has been decided who is higher and who is lower, who wins and who loses. Gong Yang Sui's face was filled with pallor, and the ice-exalted weapon in his hand suddenly stopped smelling good. Beneath the silence was a deathly stillness. The students had a hard time stabilizing their minds and climbing up, and the teachers gurgled even more. Nangong Haotian of course didn't open his mouth either, just grasping that silver spear and faintly sweeping it over Gong Yang Sui's face. Only after a long time did Gong Yang Sui let out a long breath, slowly bent his waist, and said in a low voice, "It's me who lost." It was only after hearing this that the group of watchers finally dared to breathe with loose lips. To put it bluntly, the white snow that fell when Gong Yang Sui was refining his sword just now was merely part of the vision. However, Nangong Haotian's Thunder Dragon when he was refining weapons was more than just a vision. This was the difference, and a chasm that many refiners were unable to cross in their lifetime. Nangong Haotian grinned lightly, but he wasn't too pleased, much less falling on his sword. Turning his hand blandly, he casually wiped it over the silver gun, and the thunder spreading from the gun body was quietly hidden. "This thing, I'll leave it to Dean." With that, he handed the silver spear to Zhang Song. "For me?" Zhang Song was surprised, and hesitantly didn't dare to pick it up sharply. One should know that a Dao-containing exalted artifact could even be the family treasure of many holy lands. Nangong Haotian nodded and simply shoved the gun over, then turned to the group of students who hadn't quite regained their senses. "Nice to meet you all. Many of you must be meeting me for the first time. Take this opportunity to get to know you all. My name is Lin Tian. From today onwards, I will be the teacher of the refining section of the academy. Anyone who is interested in refining weapons is welcome to approach me at any time." After a slight beat, he continued, "Of course it's not just about refining weapons. If you have any doubts you can come and talk to me. However, it would be best if you don't come at night. Teachers also have private lives." A not so small joke, but it lightened the mood. Nangong Haotian, on the other hand, once again turned to Zhang Song and said, "Dean, do you think it's time for everyone to go back to class?" "Oh, yeah. All hurry back to class and get ready for class." It was probably the first time everyone had seen the Dean-sama so out of sorts, and they actually giggled out loud. However, no one dared to continue delaying and turned around. "Teacher Lin, wait." The atmosphere was fine when suddenly there came an untimely voice. Hearing that Gong Yang Sui was actually trying to pick a fight, Zhang Song's face also became very unpleasant. It was the major teachers who had sunk their faces, rather disgruntled, and glared over with hidden contempt. However, Gong Yang Sui didn't seem to put these sights in his eyes and walked straight up at Nangong Haotian. "Rams, you." Hidden Pines takes a diagonal step backwards, trying to stop Rams from getting any closer. However, the ram easily bypassed his body and quickly landed in front of Nangong Haotian. At this moment, everyone's eyes widened, only expecting a bloodbath soon. But suddenly, everyone's eyes twitched hard. For, instead of striking, the ram arched his hand and pressed his waist 90 degrees. The salute it performed was the standard disciple salute of the Northern Martial Kingdom. "I implore you, sir, to take me as your disciple." "Ha!" At those words, a group of teachers and students dropped their jaws in shock. How could they not expect that the incomparable Grandmaster Gong Yang would suddenly worship a postgraduate as his teacher? "Please, sir." The ram maintained his posture and did not look up. Zangatsu, the dean, was more than straight up not going to be able to straighten out by his move. But after all, worshipping a teacher is a private matter of people. Even the dean is not good to say much. In a flash, everyone's eyes were focused on Nangong Haotian's face, and Nangong Haotian was also made to freeze a little, and only after a long time did he raise his hand to rub his head. With a pinch of his fingers, the Holy Land indeed still lacked a refiner, so he finally nodded his head. "In that case, then I will accept you as my disciple. Disciple Gong Yang Sui, formally pay respects to master." Gong Yang made a move to kneel. That's a no-brainer. I'm not one for that kind of talk. After all, Nangong Haotian was pretending to be Lin Tian, and it wouldn't be like that to make an elder kneel down. Besides, there are many rights that can be said between master and disciple, and it is not necessary to kneel. Zhang Song's mouth twitched as he looked at Nangong and then at the ram, his face full of complexity. Of course, the faces of the other teachers and students were similar to his, but no matter what, after this incident, Nangong Haotian not only stood his ground, but also managed to open up his own fame. No, just as the afternoon refining class started, a bunch of people crowded into the classroom, almost failing to burst the classroom. On the contrary, the guy who came also said that he wanted to learn refining regardless of whether he had that talent or not. There was no way. Just now he showed that Han was really too much of a model, and had already become the longing object of many male students. Of course, there were quite a few girls who came, but they were more just here to gossip. Until the end of the school day, there was a group of warblers surrounding him. Nangong Haotian's eardrums were raw from the noise, but the cordial image that had just been established was not good enough to be ruined just like that. In the end, this was not a holy place after all, and he was only a teacher, not an old ancestor. Disguising your identity means you have to do what fits it. Most importantly, farcical as it was, he didn't hate the feeling. It's just that it's not a good idea to keep going on like this. Just as he kept searching for an excuse to get away, Huo Li appeared. Mr. Lin, so you're here. The dean called us to the council chamber. Alright, I'll go now. Nangong Haotian hurriedly agreed. Hurriedly squeezing out of the crowd, he took Huo Li by the hand and left, only wanting to get as far away from these little girls as possible. At this time, he did not anticipate that just such a subconscious action would give birth to such a big storm. No sooner had the two of them left than a group of little girls were scowling at each other. See, what do you guys say about their relationship? Then naturally, I see that the relationship must be uncomplicated. Then before, Mr. Lin said he didn't have a sweetheart? Sure enough, men are all liars. The little girls chattered and soon the word spread about the scene of the two teachers holding hands. Then a rumor spread among the students of the academy. As for Nangong Haotian and Huo Li, of course they didn't go to any council chamber and took the opportunity to hide in the back of the mountain. It was stopping at the brow of the hill before Holly gave a small, gentle jerk of her hand. Ah, that's sorry. After feeling that force, Nangong Hao Genius awkwardly let go of his hand. It's okay. Holly inclined her face away from him, not letting him see the blush on her face. By the way, thank you for earlier. Nangong fell much more naturally. How do you know I'm lying to them? This, Nangong Haotian slightly stalled. Of course, cannot say that because he has long used the divine mind to determine that the dean is not in the courtyard. Can only make up a rhetoric? Because you are kinda, so will certainly not look at me to continue to suffer. Just think I'm kind? A flash of disappointment flashed in Holly's eyes and she muttered in a small voice. Nangong Haotian heart thumped. No, this little girl seems to have something in her words. It's hard to be interesting to him. Thinking about this, Nangong Haotian cannot help but give birth to a touch of embarrassment. Although he has a young appearance, but after all, it is the living tens of thousands of years of old things, so that he is a little girl up that kind of mind. Think about it, all feel guilty. Thus, Nangong Haotian simply pretended not to hear and asked, Teacher Hua, what are you talking about? Huo Li's lips pursed lightly, meeting a pair of his ignorant eyes, turning away from the conversation. Teacher Lin, Pine Fragrance Academy is honored to have you on board, but I have a little selfishness. In the future, we should not refer to each other by our positions in private, so call me Ali, and I'll call you Brother Tian, is that okay? Also, Ali. Nangong Haotian opened his mouth with difficulty. Geez, having him, an old ancestor who had lived for tens of thousands of years, call her so close was simply harder than teaching a student. However, given the situation at hand, I'm afraid this Mr. Huo won't stop there if he doesn't agree. It's just a matter of time. I came here to hide my identity in order to grow Pine Fragrance Academy, and I don't need to care about the rest of the minutiae. Nangong Haotian gave himself a good lecture in his heart before stabilizing his mind, and then immediately digressed. Now that I'm also a teacher of the Pine Fragrance Academy's refining section, for the teaching aspect, I think there needs to be some changes made to the teaching program. Speaking of business, Huo Li also straightened his complexion. The teaching plan of Pine Fragrance Academy is set by the dean together with the heads of each section. If Teacher Lin wants to modify the teaching plan, he needs to convene a general meeting of the Academy's responsibilities. In that case, I will go to the dean now. The root of a country lies in the cultivation of the body creation of the descendants. Pine Fragrance Academy. As the Empress Dowager's alma mater, I believe that it will be able to surpass Yaoyu Academy and become the #1 school in the northern martial country. As soon as these words came out, Huo Li looked at him blankly from the side. At this moment, Nangong Haotian was like a god descending from the heavens to save Pine Fragrance Academy from the flames. One must know that the Pine Fragrance Academy is now the last academy in the northern martial kingdom. Wanting to be comparable to the top of the line Yaoyu Academy is simply a pipe dream. However, the aura emanating from Nangong Haotian made Huoli feel a sense of reassurance, as if he had already seen Pine Fragrance Academy rise to the top of the imperial list. Since we need to formulate a teaching plan, we must first understand the shortcomings of the current teaching at Pine Fragrance Academy, and the dojo is the most intuitive place to see the level of the students. With a gentle breeze, Nangong Haotian had a face of secrecy, hiding his aura and coldly appearing in a corner of the cultivation dojo. At this time in the evening, when the sun and the moon change, yang leakage and the spirit out, it is the best time to cultivate, and the Pine Fragrance Academy to cultivate the Taoist field and the most spiritual place of the entire mountain. It is reasonable to say that at this time the cultivation field should be the most lively and extraordinary time. But look around. The cultivation field is only a few sporadic people. The ocean is situated in it, as if it is to come to the vacation. And these people have mediocre qualifications. The highest is only touching the Xianxian immortal realm. Nangong Haotian couldn't help but frown. Songxiang Academy really should be properly rectified. If it is in the Nangong Academy, at this time to repair the Taoist field is afraid to have long been imperial sword flying a piece of the disciples sparring with each other to enhance each other's cultivation of the realm of the body, where it will be this kind of scene. Nangong Haotian released his consciousness, and when he sensed Zhang Song's figure enter the academy, he whirled around and instantly shifted to the entrance of the academy. The sudden appearance of him startled Zhang Song, and reflexively made a defensive posture, but not to defend against foreign enemies, but as if he was defending against some kind of catch. Only after seeing Nangong Haotian's real body did Zhang Song unload his defenses. A trace of embarrassment flashed in his eyes. He laughed dryly twice and asked with a warm smile, "Teacher Lin, what is the reason for coming in such a hurry?" While talking, Hidden Pine guided him like his compound. Nangong Haotian was not a wordy person, and in 3 or 2 times, he said what he thought. A day's plan lies in the morning. First of all, the academy needs to set up a morning class time. There should be a teacher to supervise and guide them, practicing the most basic body cultivation techniques. Secondly, most of the students in the academy's physical quality is too poor. In my opinion, it's not as good as a countryside village woman who can carry and lift, so it's necessary to strengthen the exercise. Hearing this, Zhang Song's eyes were filled with amazement, secretly sighing that the academy had finally come to a dedicated teacher. Listen to the words of the gentleman. You is very sweaty. Lin teacher can think for the academy. Is really my hospital fortunate? What you think? Not I do not want to change. But my hospital situation is special. Tomorrow Lin teacher can know. Zhang Song said half of the words, leaving half of the secret. Nangong Haotian heart probably also guessed 7 or 8 points in the end why. The next morning, Nangong Haotian sat up with a carp and couldn't help but sigh. Although he has become a strong man, it's still not easy to get a good night's sleep. Yesterday, I had arranged to meet with Zhang Song at the Shudo grounds early in the morning, so I shouldn't be late today. Thus, Nangong Haotian simply packed up and instantly arrived at the cultivation dojo. Zhang Song seemed to have been waiting for a long time and nodded at Nangong Haotian, pointing at the scattered few people in the cultivation dojo and said, "Last night I imparted to all the trainees with my intention that they must be present this morning, but half of them still haven't shown up." Nangong Haotian swept a glance, anticipating this in his heart, and gave Zhang Song a reassuring look. If such a situation occurs in the Nangong Academy, the students who are not present must be expelled from the school. But the situation of Songxiang Academy is special, in which a large part of the students are inextricably linked with the great families. Expulsion from the school is a great shame, which is tantamount to hitting the face of those great families. Pine Fragrance Academy's status today is not enough to compete with it. Besides, the tuition paid by each student is also a considerable amount of income, so the academy can only tolerate allowing these students to do what they want. Even the dean's summons didn't work very well, so it was clear that these trainees had long been old farts, and they wouldn't turn around without giving them a little lesson. "Dean, everything I did in the academy today, can I get the consent of the other people in charge?" Nangong Haotian asked before he struck. Not because he was afraid of them, but he was now hiding his identity, in order to reduce unnecessary trouble. Just, if he was really talking about the strongest people of the entire academy combined were not enough for him to put a finger on it. Zhang Song nodded and gave Nangong Haotian a reassuring look and said, "Teacher Lin, don't worry. The rest of the masters have long wanted to rectify the situation, but they can't help with." The next words do not need to be said. Nangong Haotian also know that these people must be afraid of offending the trainees behind the world's great families. Fearful, in the end, will not be able to become a big climate. Nangong Haotian sighed, and after all, he still had to make a move. However, Fang Zhang Song's words were less of a worry for him. In that case, there would be no one to obstruct how he wanted to fix things in the academy. All disciples obey. A strong voice sprinkled down from the air, startling some people in the monastic place. They could not help but tremble, and they all looked towards Nangong Haotian, the sleepiness in their eyes completely gone. Nangong Haotian, dressed in white Taoist robes, standing majestically on a high platform, looking down on the living beings, invisibly releasing a layer of oppressive force, pressured them almost breathless. Rao Xingsong couldn't help but feel respect for Nangong Haotian, and a wave of curiosity rose towards Nangong Haotian. In the end, what kind of person was it that had such a great aura? Woli arrives at the cultivation dojo one step behind and happens to catch the scene. To this point a wave of awe rises towards Nangong Haotian. His ability is definitely above everyone in the academy. Those who have not arrived at the Shudo grounds will be punished with 5 thunder whips each. The majestic, irrefutable voice penetrated in all directions, and at once the entire Pine Fragrance Academy sky was dim. Dark clouds shrouded it, a lightning flashed in it, and the surrounding winds were fierce, similar to the end of the world. Thunder whip is the most commonly used way to punish people, but Nangong Haotian's thunder whip in his seclusion has long been to improve. Each thunder whip in the original stinging pain in the body and mind on the basis of the addition of the pain directly to the soul. And the thunder whip has 10 kinds of intensity points. Each increase in intensity, the pain in the depths of the soul can be 1 more point, while not injuring their souls at the same time to make a person unforgettable pain. And against these ants in front of him, Nangong Haotian only used 1 intensity. However, in an instant, the practice field appeared out of thin air that half of the trainees were awakened, each face shocked. Not yet clear the situation will be out of thin air from the bed instantly to the practice field, and the clothes on the body is actually still wearing good. Penalty. Nangong Haotian lightly opened the corners of his lips and lightly uttered a word, without paying attention. It was as if the corners of his lips had never opened, but the dense thunder above his head gave him a response, as if there were 10 million heavenly soldiers standing in it. A shocking lightning struck down, straight through the top of his head, and each heavenly thunder was like a long whip, straight through the whole body. Ah! A miserable scream rose and fell in the cultivation field. Those spared students had already been scared to the point that their faces were white. Kneeling on the ground, their eyes collapsed, seemingly shocked at today's scene, but also seemingly grateful that they were not one of the punished. After the 5 simultaneous thunderbolts, Nangong Haotian had his hands behind his back, slightly nodding his head as he coldly looked at a large portion of the dying people. Some of the other disciples who had not been punished hugged into a ball to calm down, while some looked up at the white-robed man on top of the high platform, who at the moment was like an emperor who held life and death in his hands, and a single sentence could take all of their lives. Next time, 10 thunder whips. Nangong Haotian spared no words, his surroundings filled with majesty. The trainees who had slowed down kowtowed and admitted their mistakes. Disciples know their mistakes and will never dare again. For this unfamiliar teacher, today they were considered to have gotten a downward spiral, and they would have to take a detour when they saw him in the future. I'm not convinced. Taking advantage of people's danger is nothing. Yeah, sneaking up on us while we're sleeping. How treacherous. Several trainees who had slowed down stood up trembling, a pair of eyes staring at Nangong Haotian with death, indignation with a hint of fear. Xingsong frowned and turned his head to look at Nangong Haotian. The party was only the tip of the iceberg of the abilities this young man possessed. If he was angry, what would he look like? I'm afraid that this Pine Fragrance Academy would have to become ruins. Shut up. Xingsong hurriedly opened his mouth to obstruct. The might of the Emperor realm broke through the air, and the 2 trainees who were so indignant immediately shut their mouths, but those eyes clearly carried unwillingness. The corners of Nangong Haotian's mouth revealed a touch of ridicule. Slightly raising his hand, Xingsong immediately put away his might. Somehow, in front of Nangong Haotian, he had unconsciously produced a sense of awe. Humph, not convinced? Then I'll give you guys a chance. You all go together. Although you take out your own passable skills, I'll only use 1 finger. If you can defeat me, you don't have to come to the morning class from now on. Is that true? The 2 trainees had an attitude of eagerness on their faces. Having been defeated just now, they had lost all their old faces and were determined to regain their face this time. Since this teacher Lin said big words, defeating both of them with a single finger, then they would let him know what it meant to have the power of a double team-up at the Golden Immortal Realm. Teacher Lin. Xingsong opened his mouth with some difficulty, looking like he was about to say something. Nangong Haotian whispered, "Don't worry, Dean. I have my measure. Curmudgeon, make your move." For these 2 Golden Immortal Realm trainees in front of him, Nangong Haotian did not place the slightest bit of importance on them, but they were just 2 mole crickets. Seeing this, the 2 of them glanced at each other, a sneer appearing at the corner of their mouths, as if they had already seen what their victory would look like. After standing up, the 2 of them pinched their hands together and put their 2 fingers together, chanting, "San Tianji, grant me the power." With a unanimous cry, The winds around them were fierce, the leaves blew away, and the dark clouds that had only just dispersed gathered again, and the sky was suddenly dim. A crack was torn open in the dark clouds, and a spell burst out from the crack, wrapping around the two of them, gradually forming a huge golden runic fist that shone with dazzling golden light. It's the mantra heart fist from the Tsong Tian technique. The two of them have actually practiced it. People in the crowd let out exclamations. Zhang Song's eyes rarely showed a touch of appreciation. These two were originally cultivating superior physique. As long as they were diligent, they were afraid that they would have already broken through the Emperor realm. But unfortunately, they were too lazy, relying on their talent to fish for 3 days and sunbathe for 2 days. So much so that they had been stagnant after the golden immortal realm. Nangong Haotian was slightly surprised. It seemed that he was still too underestimated. The Tsangtian technique was an ancient technique from the ancient times. Each time a move was summoned, it was randomly determined. The stronger the power, the more powerful the summoned move was. Although these two were at the golden immortal realm, their combined might could still be a battle against an Empyrean primordial realm. But unfortunately, his power was far above the Empyrean realm, and the power of this punch was not worth mentioning to Nangong Haotian. Overrate yourself. Nangong Haotian's index finger tapped. A spiritual light flashed in midair. Bright white spiritual energy spread out in all directions like a spider's web. The leaves caught in the gusty winds were guided and gathered in midair, instantly forming a large palm, which was about the same size as the mantra heart fist. The eyes of those two trainees were filled with excitement. That palm was made of leaves, and it didn't look as powerful as their mantra heart fist. This time they were sure to win. Screw morning classes. The mantra heart fist rose into the air accompanied by a roar, forcing its way straight towards Nangong Haotian. The latter's index finger drew a circle in midair before gently pushing it, and the leafy giant palm seemed to receive a boost as it flew to meet the mantra heart fist. Bang! The two forces collided, rubbing out an invisible wave of light that collapsed in all directions, and the disciples of the cultivation dojo collapsed to the ground after a wail, not even having time to react in defense. The two trainees looked grave, and there was a small hint of surprise in their eyes. It was good to have a tie. Immediately, before he could rejoice, the wave of light that had just collapsed out was retracted again, and the giant palm formed by the leaves swallowed the spell heart fist and all of its power in just an instant. Ta-da! After a crisp sound, the leaves looked like they had no support and floated to the ground with the wind. The two trainees watched as the moves they had struck were just swallowed up. They had long since been dumbfounded and stayed in place in disbelief. How can that be? He's really a demon. Nangong Haotian retracted his finger with a relaxed face. Just now he had only used 1/10 of his strength. Moreover, he could have directly devoured the power brought by the mantra heart fist, but he preferred to give these two curmudgeons hope and cause them to despair. It's just a small carving skill, but it's just an ancient secret. Even the Taiku secret is just scratching an itch in front of me. As the words fell, he narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing the majesty of a superior and spoke, "Can you be convinced?" The two looked at each other and knelt on the ground in unison, clasping their hands together. "Disciple Chen Song and Disciple Chen Li, please apologize to the master. And from now on, they will definitely dive into cultivation under the master's seat. I didn't say I wanted to take you guys as disciples." Nangong Haotian's lips flicked out, a hint of playfulness in his tone. "Just a battle." He has long seen that these two people have extraordinary qualifications, and the two people are very tacit understanding. But it is possible to practice the collection of the 34 Luohan ancient undivided fist. However, the two of them are too heavy and need to collect their energy properly. Chen Song and Chen Li clenched their fists, their heads lowered another point, and their attitudes were sincere. "Master Teacher's ability is extraordinary. The party is that we have eyes but do not recognize MT. Tai. If we can get Master Teacher's teaching, we will not let Master Teacher down." Nangong Haotian lightly nodded his head, silent, seemingly in thought, surrounded by deathly silence. No one dared to make a sound again. The two couldn't help but feel their hearts tighten as a sense of oppression arose, causing them to lower their heads even further. After a long while, the oppressive force disappeared, and the two of them gasped for air. And just as they raised their heads, Nangong Haotian had already appeared in front of them, condescendingly looking at them. "To become my disciple is not an easy task. Either you possess the talent of the chosen or the will to work hard. Which one do you think you guys take up?" When the two of them heard this, they were instantly humiliated and angry, but they were not as skilled as the others, so they had to endure this. Seeing them with such an attitude, Nangong Haotian was somewhat satisfied in his heart, but still said with a stern face, "If you want to become my disciples, today I will give you an opportunity. As for whether you can grasp it or not, it's all up to you." When the words fell, he returned to the high platform, overlooking the crowd. His solemn and majestic voice then exhaled, "After half a month, the whole academy will be inspected. All students must attend. and those who fail the inspection will be punished with 20 thunder whips and expelled from the academy. Then, he placed his eyes on Chen Song, Chen Li and said, if you can achieve the top 5 in this expedition, then I will accept you as my disciples. As soon as these words came out, a confident light flashed in the eyes of the two of them. In terms of realm, how many people in the academy could compete with them? Don't be too happy. Don't forget, I have my eye on a few more scions in the city. They all have extraordinary qualifications. It's never easy for you guys to make it into the top 5. With that said, Nangang Haotian nodded to Ho Li and Zhang Song, then instantly returned to his own small compound. It's been an exhausting morning of work. Although he is already a peerless powerhouse, he still cannot give up his mundane thoughts, and he has to hurry back to make up for his sleep. Nangang Haotian took a long breath and was about to lie down when there was a knock on the door. Knock knock. Nangang Haotian turned his head and detected Hidden Pine's aura through the door and window and couldn't help but wail. This was not what a peerless powerhouse deserved. Complaining was complaining. But who made him promise the Empress Dowager of Beiwu that he would integrate the teaching of the Beiwu Academy? He had already revealed a portion of his strength in the cultivation dojo just now. So at this moment, he was no longer pretending to be a pig. With only a thought, the door of the room opened. Nangang Haotian had sat on the stool in the blink of an eye, and 2 cups of tea bubbling with white gas stood on the desktop, meaning, I'll give you a cup of tea to work on it, so leave quickly after you finish the matter. Zhang Song, as the dean, this kind of human feelings can still be understood. Disturbing others, he is also a little embarrassed. Disturbing Mr. Lin's rest, it's my poor thinking. In that case, I'll get right to the point. As the words fell, he stood up and respectfully arched his hand about to bend down. Nangang Haotian's heart was shocked. Although with his true identity, it was more than enough to receive this salute. But then again, he was now carrying Lin Tian's name. In the eyes of outsiders, a rich and famous dean giving a young boy a big salute from now on would seem like he was a bit arrogant and rude. Not waiting for Zhang Song to bend down, Nangang Haotian was busy standing up. A palm rested on his arm. An invisible force forced Zhang Song to busy straighten up. Zhang Song was slightly shocked, and his reverence for Nangang Haotian increased by 1 more point. Strong but not arrogant. This is the style of a strong man. Dean needn't be polite. You might as well just say what you need to say. Zhang Song scratched his head and lowered his arching hand. His expression solemn and serious. Would Mr. Lin be willing to take up the position of vice president of our academy? When these words came out, Nangang Haotian was also shocked. Then he seriously scanned Zhang Song. This old man is a good dean, thinking of the academy and everything. If it is placed in the new century, compared to it, it is also a good principle. Nangang Haotian sat back on the stool he was sitting on, holding tea in one hand and tapping his index finger on the desktop with the other. Although he was a strong man, he didn't really want to strain himself too much, but it seemed good to have a wide spread of teachers and students. After thinking for a moment, Nangang Haotian narrowed his eyes, signaling Zhang Song to sit down, and then spoke his thoughts. The position of vice dean or forget it. I'm an idle person. This time in the Pine Fragrance Academy won't stay for a long time. The reason why I will stay to overhaul the academy is also just out of chance. But, Zhang Song sniffed, a flash of disappointment in his eyes, but hope flared up again when he heard the words that followed. But I can leave a shadow in the academy, and in the future, if the academy has any inquiries or is hit by a moment of crisis, it can be summoned through the shadow. After the words, Nangang Haotian waved his hand, a golden light from the air, but in an instant, the desktop appeared a wooden villain dressed in white Taoist robes. The face is not clear, but the whole body aura and Nangang Haotian is quite similar to a few points. When you need to summon in case of trouble, drop a drop of your heart's blood on your brow, and you can send a message through the air. Nangang Haotian pointed at the little man and explained. In that case, Zhang Song would like to thank Teacher Lin. Zhang Song held the villain in his hands as if he had been given a treasure. Although Teacher Lin could not stay in the academy, what he left behind could keep the academy peaceful. Having gotten what he wanted, and a tea having reached its bottom, Zhang Song was about to take his leave, holding the transmitter. But there was still a doubt in the back of his mind, and he looked at Nangang Haotian with a look of desire to speak. The latter raised his hand and spoke 1 step ahead of him. The dean doesn't need to know where I'm from or what realm I've reached, but only need to remember that I've come here to revitalize the Pine Fragrance Academy. As the words fell, he stood up with his hands behind his back, slightly nodding his head, just like the aura of a mysterious strong man. It's me who was abrupt. Zhang Song nodded, no longer asking any more questions, and slowly retreated. So that what this Teacher Lin had done so far was for the sake of the academy, or at least it was certain that it was not a hostile force, so it would be unimportant to know exactly who he was. When exiting the small courtyard, Zhang Song turned back and looked deeply at Nangang Haotian. who had a light smile at the corner of his mouth, and in that smile there seemed to be an old man's face hidden in it, which seemed to have the breath of a saint. However, in a split-second's wink, Zhang Song blinked, and the old man's face disappeared. Still the young face of Nangong Haotian. Intuition told him that this teacher Lin was definitely not a simple being. After sending off Zhang Song, Nangong Haotian also lost his sleepiness, so he simply sat on the bed and fell into his own mood. The 9 containment god boxes had not all come out of the world, so he had to release his thoughts and do a good search in the great desolate divine realm. With his strength nowadays, but whenever the containment god box revealed a little bit of scent, he would be able to follow that scent to find it out. If it was really as Zhuge Yunji said, the 9 boxes of the containment god box were returned to 1, and the immortal burial emperor was reborn into the world. It would never be a good thing for him. The matter of having a stone pressed in his heart was really unpleasant. He absolutely could not allow the immortal burial emperor to be reborn. After a search, Nangong Haotian did not find the last time to see the emergence of Yunshin box vision or in the Sundial Shade Country, but that time he and Zhuge Yunji went and did not find. Thinking about this, Nangong Haotian seems to have thought of something. Then in order to save Lin Liqiu, Zhuge Yunji seems to be deliberately dumped him. Is it the sundial shade of the emergence of the Yunjin box? Was Zhuge Yunji managed to hide it? But although Zhuge Yunji was a quasi-saint, he was still weak in his case, and it was reasonably impossible for him to have the ability to conceal himself from his eyes, unless he had a sworn magic weapon. Right, Zhuge Yunji must have a magic weapon beside him to help, otherwise with his own ability, it is impossible to hide his breath so well earlier. But whether or not he has got the matter of the Yunshin box remains to be investigated. Thinking of this, Nangong Haotian had a strong interest in Zhuge Yunji. If he saw Zhuge Yunji next time, he would definitely interrogate him. Early the next morning, Nangong Haotian slowly came to the cultivation dojo. Unlike the previous 2 days, at this time the cultivation dojo was full of trainees. Although some of their faces were tired, they did not dare to be weary at all. It's still teacher Lin who has excellent means. Huo Li was dressed in a purple robe looking at Nangong Haotian with eyes full of admiration and a hint of unknown sentiment. The latter just ignored it and turned his head to look down on the cadets. Yesterday's incident has long been spread throughout the academy, so today all the leadership of the Songxiang Academy of Big People have heard the news to come to watch. After seeing this new scene, an old man with white hair stroked his beard and laughed up to the sky, his eyes full of relief. My Pine Fragrance Academy's return to the top is just around the corner. Seeing that the teachers of all disciplines had arrived, the students stopped what they were doing and ordered themselves into several columns chanting, "Greetings, Master." Although on the surface the disciples were paying homage to all the teachers, the pairs of blazing and envious eyes were clearly staring at Nangong Haotian. Zhang Song looked solemn, walked up and said majestically, "There are still 15 days as the test of the academy. All the students still have to work hard." Yes, a mighty and majestic voice spread out from the cultivation dojo, so thick and powerful that it shook the neighboring mountains, and one of the academies hidden within it raised its vigilance, not knowing what had happened. After the morning class, the trainees followed the subject teachers to the classroom and stages, and Nangong Haotian served as the head of the refining section. Earlier there must have been a teacher who had already taught the theoretical knowledge about refining weapons, but Nangong Haotian didn't need to think about it to know that these little brats must not have listened carefully. Therefore, Nangong Haotian turned his hand around and a transparent void appeared in midair, and the trainees held their breath and looked straight at the image that appeared in front of them in awe. Originally, the most traditional way of teaching was lecturing, but now teacher Lin directly illuminated the realm of emptiness, mirroring the origins of refining, the history of development, and the method, as if he was in the realm. And such a way of teaching was the only one that teacher Lin had the qualification for. Looking at the trainees one by one worshipful eyes, Nangong Haotian cannot help but sweat, no matter how to say that he is also a computer genius. Although, play the game is too hard to the point of coming to this world but the problem that can be solved with the ability is not a problem. He will not waste his mouth on this kind of boring things. All listen carefully. Tomorrow the master will demonstrate the basic methods of refining weapons. Seeing that many people's eyes were placed on himself, Nangong Haotian opened his mouth with a low voice, oppressive and majestic, indeed a strict teacher's appearance. After yesterday, no one in the entire academy would dare to challenge Nangong Haotian's authority, and the fact that there was a strong person with unfathomable cultivation in Songxiang Academy spread like flying sand to the rest of the academies as well as to the Imperial Palace's inner sanctum. Teacher Lin? Ha ha, I think it must be old man Nangong. Nangong Laozu's cultivation is extraordinary. This alma mater is going to rise this time. And watch. The Empress Dowager was very satisfied after hearing about the movement of the Pine Fragrance Academy, and was very trusting with the old Nangong ancestor. Lu and Ling pondered for a moment. and then immediately offered a plan, report to the Empress Dowager. I have a stupid idea. Say, isn't it precisely for the purpose of establishing a branch school that I invited ancestor Nangong to come to the Northern Martial Kingdom this time? Instead of spending huge sums of money to establish another academy, it would be better to name the Pine Fragrance Academy directly as the Nangong branch campus. In which case, the Pine Fragrance Academy will return to the top of the Northern Martial country through the fame of elder ancestor Nangong. This method is very good, but this matter cannot be too hasty, and this matter cannot be raised by the royal family. Hastily promote the Songshan College is bound to cause the rest of the academy dissatisfaction. Now the ambitions of the dynasty and the field, and cannot make mistakes. Not if. The Empress Dowager seems to have thought of something. The corner of her mouth hooked up a smug smile. Lu and Ling reacted and attached their ears to listen. Pass the morning family decree. In addition, you then personally go to the Songshan Academy. A trip will be the original of this matter to inform the Nangong old ancestor. This a big Buddha eyes cannot rub sand. Not to count him. Yes, I take orders. Lu Haling nodded approvingly. North Martial Arts Country. The night sky is peaceful. Dark clouds floating through a trace of moon-white aura, from the palace to the surrounding emanation, falling into one of the academy. In just one night's time, the various academies of the Northern Martial Kingdom were abuzz. Nangong Academy? Is that true? We really have a chance to become a branch of the Nangong Academy? In that case, won't we be able to receive the teachings of that old Nangong ancestor? The news traveled like flying sand, instantly spreading throughout the entire Northern Martial country. In the Pine Fragrance Academy, Nangong Haotian's eyebrows flickered as he spoke lightly. The Empress Dowager wants to organize a competition conference in January to select the most promising academy as the Nangong branch? But now that I'm already a teacher at Pine Fragrance Academy, wouldn't it be too unfair for the other academies? Lu and Ling arched his hand and bent over, with a you understand expression and said, Song Sang Academy is the Queen Mother's alma mater, with a deep heritage. Just in recent years, Nangong Haotian didn't want to listen to these grandiose words anymore, raised his hand and responded, there is no need to say much. This father understands. This selfishness is nothing. I will teach Pine Fragrance Academy well during this period of time, but the final competition will be based on each person's ability. Whoever wins the first place in the competition assembly, the academy represented will be the Nangong branch school. Moreover, he also has some selfishness. Pine Fragrance Academy is really too weak nowadays. If he can support it to become the No. 1 academy in North Martial Arts, he feels happy to think about it. Perhaps it is the loneliness of the strong, since he is the world's unrivaled, somehow even obsessed with the foster small game, such as the children of the Nangong clan, first in the Northern Martial Arts. Sounds good, Nangong Haotian murmured, full of confidence in this competition. The son or daughter he taught would definitely be able to win first place. In a few days, Zhang Song announced the notice of the competition meeting in a morning class. The news came out. The students did not imagine the expectations, but like a deflated balloon each drooping face. Since it's a competition of all the academies in the Northern Martial Kingdom, there will definitely be Song Yun Academy participating. And just with us, how can we carry on with their Emperor Realm disciples? Yeah, not only Song Yun Academy, even if it's other academies, we don't see a welcome face. After all, the name of the worst academy in the Northern Martial country isn't taken for nothing. Speaking later, the tone of those disciples was even lower. Satisfied with this competition with no confidence in winning at all, Nangong Haotian looked at a sea of sighing disciples underneath and couldn't help but feel some hatred. Frowning and yelling lowly, are you guys trying to lose without a fight? A strong heart does not age with the years, and death can still be a ghost. As a student of my Pine Fragrance Academy, the ability cannot be outstanding, but must have an undefeated heart. Moreover, there is still a month's time, not yet to the last moment. Why fear so? Chen Song and Shenli had high fighting spirit, and Mo Liang also stood out of the line, clenching his fists and shouting, fearless, fearless. Gradually, a few disciples were touched, and one by one, they stood out, chanting in unison, with more confidence on their faces. Immediately after that, Nangong Haotian waved his big hand, and the Pine Fragrance Academy was instantly shrouded in darkness. Everything in the heaven and earth lost its color, and wild winds rose up in all directions, and a huge vortex appeared right above the cultivation dojo, seeming to be able to swallow all things. This is the Hanging Mysteries. Suspended Secret Realm is a special idea world that appeared in the ancient times. The ordinary idea world is a set of body cultivator or immortal cultivators' mind once appeared in the picture and become. But the Suspended Secret Realm is different. Is the strong use of the power of the ancient times, out of thin air fabrication of the idea world. What exactly is inside? Only the creation of the secret realm of the person to know. Zhang Song's eyes widened as he stared incredulously at what was in front of him. Even he, a powerhouse at the 7th level of the Emperor's realm, had rarely seen this scene, not to mention those rookies underneath, only to see them all look up to the sky. The gusty wind lifted the hem of their skirts. The wind was mixed with debris, hitting their faces with a raw pain. The force of the wind was getting stronger and stronger, blowing them almost unable to stand. Powerful forces descended from the heavens and pressed them a little. Go! With Nangong Haotian's soft words, someone from the cultivation site was sucked into the suspended secret realm, and after a heavenly rotation, the trainees finally dipped to the ground, only to be separated in all directions, in groups of 2. In the center of the secret realm, Nangong Haotian and the rest of the teachers sat comfortably in a pavilion, leisurely drinking tea. Teacher Lin really has a way. To think of letting the scholars enter the secret realm, releasing heavy obstacles in the secret realm, and then releasing trials of all kinds of disciplines, forcing them to comprehend their attainments while avoiding the dangers. Truly a good way. Huo Li still looked at the side of Nangong Haotian's face with a look of reverence, the sentiment of which was self-evident. Zhang Song nodded and smiled. It's not enough to have the means alone. You also have to have the ability to do it. A small matter. If it weren't for the time constraints, I wouldn't have given such a strong dose of medicine. The corners of Nangong Haotian's mouth smiled lightly, very receptive to a series of flattery. The rest of the teachers, however, were embarrassed and looked a bit rushed sitting in the pavilion. Ever since Mr. Lin arrived at Pine Fragrance Academy, all the limelight had been stolen by him, but who called him too powerful? It is just that today's trial is all planned by Nangong Haotian, and it seems a bit redundant for them to stand here. Nangong Haotian also seemed to have thought of this problem. With a wave of his hand, a square sky-round mirror appeared in the hands of each teacher. The body of the mirror was all silver and white, engraved with ancient text. The mirror's surface was smooth and delicate, reflecting the silhouettes of the disciples under the command of each teacher. And these mirrors were all from the Nangong secret realm, except that they were not aware of it, and the Nangong secret realm was not open to the public. There are too many trainees, and each trainee encounters a different trial, and all of the teachers have attainments in their own fields, so I'll have to trouble you all to supervise today. Nangong Haotian nodded his head in a modest manner. After all, he had not revealed his identity. As a young man, it was better to keep a low profile, although what he had done in the past few days no longer allowed him to keep a low profile. A few Wink teachers smiled and said, Mr. Lin, these are our duties. The teacher's task assignments were completed. Nangong Haotian leisurely closed his eyes. Anyway, this was a secret realm that he had created with his own hands. What these trainees would encounter in it and how the situation would be like, he would be able to sense it. There was no need to watch at all times. Mo Liang and Ling Yi were valued by Nangong Haotian in this trial. A flocculent wood body and a koi carp bloodline. If they were exercised, they would surely be able to become a strong party. The other two, Shen Song and Shan Li, were specially separated for the trial, and the two of them were working hard in order to become Nangong Haotian's disciples. Humph, I can't believe I'm grouped with you. Shen Song looked at Ling Yi with slight disdain. He didn't give a damn about this fellow student who was not even at the Shinxian immortal realm, but the koi bloodline in his body made him very red in the eyes. Blinded this good physique for nothing. Shen Song coldly spoke out in mockery, leaving him behind as he was about to enter the dense forest alone. The position they were in now was in the middle of the lawn, with an unknown dense forest in front of them and an endless grassland behind them, so as long as they weren't stupid, they all knew which way to go. Ling Yi's fists were clenched. Being ruthlessly humiliated in his heart was really bad, but he started late. His cultivation was far below Chen Song, so he only had to endure this breath. A good man does not suffer beforehand. A gentleman's revenge is not too late. When I finish my studies, I will definitely teach you a good lesson. Ling Yi lowered his head, a pair of eyes staring sinisterly at Chen Song's back, his heart secretly determined. Just after stepping into the dense forest, a strange sound came from the surrounding grass. Chen Song's eye pupils tightened and he made a defensive posture, looking around in a deadly manner. Ling Yi, on the other hand, had long since drawn his rapier and was vigilant in feeling the surrounding movements. Who? Come out. Don't play God. Chen Song a cold heckle. The golden immortal realm's aura was then released. Ling Yi's cultivation was lower than his. At this moment, he already felt a sense of oppression. As soon as the voice spoke, the movement in the grass stopped, and the surrounding area was deathly silent. The two could even hear each other's breathing. Seeing that there was no movement, Chen Song relaxed his vigilance and continued to walk forward. But when his foot just took a step, the voice in the grass reappeared. And at the moment there was also a burst of cold and strange screams. He. A creepy, sinister laugh drifted from ear to ear. Who? Chen Song immediately turned around, but the thing that made the sound had long since disappeared. He. Another treacherous laugh issued, close enough to the skin. Chen Song was furious and bellowed, "Playing God." Immediately, he saw his hands clasped together, his index finger hanging down, his middle finger closed, and after a burst of chanting in his mouth, he shouted, "Show yourself," only to see that Chen Song's body was covered by a light blue aura around him, and as he pointed his hand, the place he reached seemed to have water waves, and a ripple lined up and dispersed. Sculpture. After the ripples flooded through the surrounding area, Chen Song snorted coldly, the corners of his mouth showing disdain as he looked at the foreign beast hiding behind Ling Yi with a disdainful expression. Noticing the strange gaze, Ling instantly realized that the monster that had caught them was behind them at the moment, while the beast had not yet reacted. Ling Yi threw the sword in his hand into the air, and then gestured in mid-air, as if the sword had a fulcrum. It was fixed straight in the air. Ha! Ling Yi clenched his hands into fists and turned around violently, his gaze resting straight on the alien beast behind him. It was a green-colored beast with 2 black bull's horns on its head, feet that looked like puppies in white socks, and a pair of watery eyes that were staring at them, not yet realizing what a mistake they had made. Mun horns? Chen Song's eyes carried a hint of excitement. He had seen this beast in the ancient books, originating from the ancient period, the same source as the wasteful June parasitic beasts, possessing a lovely appearance but full of fighting power. The main thing was its swift movements. If it could be trained properly, it could be used as a beast pet. Ling Yi was originally still a bit confused. His understanding of the body cultivation aspect was still too little. However, the moment he saw the mun-horned beast, a refreshing fragrance seemed to flash through his mind, sending up layers of ripples as an ancient text introducing the mun-horned beast circled in his mind. All beasts are of the same origin. Interpreting all beasts is your special skill as a koi body. Nangong Haotian's voice drifted into his ears vacantly, like a dream. Drifting. Ling Yi snapped his eyes open, aura rushing in his hands. A stone seemed to be pressed in the middle of his chest, making him a little lonely and unwell. Forced by the instinct to survive, he could only breathe heavily, all his body exerting its strength to break through that one barrier. Seeing this, the mun-horned beast tilted its head and looked at him. A pair of big watery eyes were very eye-catching, only to see it take an arrow step as if it were flying, and jumped onto Ling Yi's shoulder. Chen Song raised his hand to try to stop it, only to see the mun-horned beast let out a scream. A yellow bow since Ling Yi. The sky instantly darkened, and the fingers could not be seen. This is breaking through the realm. Chen Song looked incredulously at what was in front of him. He didn't expect Ling Yi to be so lucky. Just entering the dense forest he got such a good chance. The power of the ancient beasts was really good. Ah! Ling Yi let out a roar that resounded through the clouds, and invisible waves of light swept in all directions once again. And Chen Song crossed his arms with a serious expression as he immediately pinched a protective shield for himself. Trees shook, hundreds of birds flew, and after a powerful force, Ling Yi knelt down on one knee, gasping for air, staring at his hands covered in aura incredulously. I've actually reached the second level of the celestial body realm directly. Chen Song took a long breath. An unknown look swept it from top to bottom and said, luck is good. To reach the second layer of the celestial body realm straight up is also thanks to this foreign beast. As I see it, this mun-horned beast chose you as its master. It's really a good fortune. As he spoke, Chen Song's eyes grew hotter and hotter as he looked at the mun-horned beast. The latter blinked its big watery eyes and shrank straight towards Ling Yi's arms. Just now, in order to help him break through the boundary, the mun-horned beast had spent a lot of energy, and at this moment, it was exactly the time of weakness. What do you want? Perhaps sensing Chen Song's eyes, Ling Yi held the mun-horned beast in a defensive stance, fearing that he would rush over to snatch the beast. Chen Song was speechless and spoke with a sneering tone. Che, ignorant youth. The mun-horned beast has chosen you as its master. Is it not something I can snatch from it? As the words fell, his eyes narrowed slightly and his gaze was placed deeper into the dense forest, revealing a yearning and expectant expression. It seemed that Teacher Lin had set up a lot of benefits for them in this secret realm. He must seize the opportunity. He might be able to break through a layer of the realm just like Ling Yi. On the other side of the secret realm, Mo Liang and Chen Li were assigned to a group. The latter was hot-tempered, and was already jealous that Mo Liang had already become Mr. Lin's disciple, and now that he was assigned to a group with him, his emotions finally found a vent, and as soon as he met him, he began to speak out in mockery. To think that I've been assigned to you, it's really bad luck. Mo Liang was mild-tempered and nodded lightly saying, Master's division of you and I into a group must have been done after thought. Is senior questioning Master? As soon as these words came out, Chen Li immediately shut her mouth, only a pair of eyes staring at him with indignation. This secret realm was created by Teacher Lin. Saying bad things about him would definitely be known. The place where the two were assigned was in the center of the desert, surrounded by a vast expanse of nothing but yellow sand, no longer any other color. Chen Li crossed his arms and swept a glance before speaking. Damn it, What the hell is this place? Where should we go? Mo Liang also frowned, losing his way for a moment. Suddenly, a touch of light green aura floated out from the eastern skyline, and Mo Liang only felt very kind, as if this aura was made for him. Snap! After a crisp sound, the light green aura went down Mo Liang's arm and didn't enter his body. A refreshing chi spread out in his body, graceful as a swimming dragon, and a guiding direction in his mind. Let's go to the east. Mo Liang pointed in the direction where the aura was drifting from, and without waiting for Chen Li to respond, he flew over first. How do you know it's going that way? Chen Li didn't feel that aura, so she didn't know why Mo Liang was so certain that it was going to the east, but now he had no direction, so fortunately he went along. But in the blink of an eye, Chen Li flew to Mo Liang's side. How do you know it's this way? What if we go further away? Mo Liang smiled lightly at the corner of her mouth and ignored him. I'm talking to you, Daff. Chen Li was ignored, and his heart burst with anger, and he was about to make a move to cut him off when a patch of greenery appeared in front of him. This counts your kid's luck to be blinded in the right direction. Chen Li's face flashed with a trace of embarrassment, and he was busy withdrawing the hand that was ready to make a move. An incense stick of work. The two came to the edge of the dense forest. Mo Liang quite proudly said, I'm not blindfolded. I am the body of the flocculent wood, and the trees have 1,000 strands of connection. Just felt the breath of the green plant, which is along the breath to find over. Che, so it's only by relying on the physique advantage that I found the place. Chen Li waved his hand, and there was envy, jealousy, and a hint of shame in his eyes. Since you can sense greenery, do you know there is danger in the dense forest? Mo Liang looked bleak and shook his head. The answer was self-evident. Once he arrived here, the sensation between him and the green plant was like a kite with broken strings, as if someone could have cut off the connection between them, and there was no way to know what it was really like inside. And in the pavilion in the center of the secret realm, Nangong Haotian's mouth was tinged with a triumphant smile. Who else but him, Nangong Haotian, could be able to get his hands dirty in the middle of the secret realm? If Mo Liang wanted to go to the next level, he had to learn to control the green plant's sensing ability by himself. Just now in the desert area, if it wasn't for his deliberate guidance, Mo Liang wouldn't have been able to detect that trace of aura. Thinking about this, Nangong Haotian sighed lightly and looked at Mo Liang's destiny. Chen Li gave Mo Liang a slightly disgusted look and said, I knew I couldn't rely on you. Teacher Lin's must not be too simple to set up the secret realm. Your enrollment time is short. Just follow me. Don't think I'm protecting you. I'm afraid that you'll get in the way, affecting my trials. After speaking, Chen Li released her golden immortal realm aura and stepped into the dense forest of the society. Mo Liang skimmed his lips and busily followed. The dense forest was thick with trees, especially the 10,000-year-old trees that were surrounded by aura and vitality, like an old man standing in it, intimidating people. The luxuriant foliage covered the sky, and only a few sporadic beams of light struck down, barely able to make out the rough outline of the dense forest. So quiet, Mo Liang couldn't help but shiver. The surroundings were still dead silent, and the two of them ushered in an invisible sense of oppression after entering the dense forest. Chen Li looked wary and glared at him, signaling him to shut up. Mo Liang shrugged and stopped talking. Along the way, the two of them were careful, straight to the depths of the dense forest. Suddenly, Mo Liang happened to turn back and found that the road they walked behind them all turned into a void. It looks like Teacher Lin is intentionally driving us towards the secret realm. I have a prediction that the closer we get to the inside, the more danger there will be. Chen Li's expression was grave, with a hint of anticipation and yearning in his eyes. Hiss! Who is the visitor? A vicissitude and greedy voice came indistinctly like a dream, echoing in the dense forest. The two were instantly alert, taking a defensive stance and looking left and right for the source of the sound. Who? Chen Li condensed a golden Dharma seal in his palm, ready to strike out at any time. Mo Liang, on the other hand, condensed a shield, a moon-white circular outline covering the two of them. Ha ha, but just two youngsters. You're unlucky if you meet me. 3,000 years. I haven't eaten a body cultivator for 3,000 years. Let me have a full meal today. The old, low voice resumed, as if it were a judgment from hell. Chen Li snorted coldly, his voice booming. Want to eat us? Daydreaming. Who the hell are you? Report your name. Humph. Fine skin and tender flesh. It must be very delicious. A solid sound fell from the sky, followed by a dark shadow. Mo Liang looked startled and hurriedly added a layer of aura to the shield. Chen Li also reacted very quickly and a golden seal struck towards the overhead. Interesting. Food that resists. I like it. The black shadow above his head turned slightly and instantly moved in front of the duo, while that golden seal was quietly dodged by him after. The two fixed their eyes to see. In front of them stood, no should be coiled as a body black, but also has 2 diamond horn snakes? Mo Liang issued a question. It's the augur. Jiao. Can't you see the diamond horn on my head? Unwatchful bastard. The big black snake instantly became furious, its voice sharpening a few points. Chenli sneered and scanned it from top to bottom before saying, half scaly, half snake. I guess you are the midge that failed to transform into a scaly snake. Big black snake. What's a midge? Mo Liang was a bit puzzled and opened his mouth to inquire. Chenli clasped his hands around his chest. Knowing what the other party was, there was no fear. Instead there was some contempt. Today, I'll open a small class for you. Listen carefully. When the immortal burial emperor fell, all things in heaven and earth were affected. And some snakes hidden in the dark underground got the chance to absorb a trace of the immortal burial emperor's aura and became conscious, and began to cultivate immortality. Some of them have better luck and fortune can be transformed into Jiao, and then cultivate for 10 million years to experience the heavenly thunder can be transformed into a dragon, and on the way from snake to Jiao, they will suffer 1,000 kinds of trials and tribulations, and finally the sky into a Jiao. Of course, there are also those who have failed to transform augur, such as this big black snake in front of me. Although it has the diamond horn of augur, but the tail and 7 inches do not have the fins that augur should have, so it is just a midge that has failed to transform augur, and the midge can never become a dragon in his whole life, and will always be a loser, unless he can consume the inner Dan of 9981 body cultivators above the golden immortal realm. Seemingly mentioning its scales, the midge spoke in a gloomy tone and said word for word, I am a Jiao, 2 pesky body cultivators, I will definitely break you into pieces before enjoying them. Just you? Not qualified enough. I'll taste the snake soup too. Suffer. Chenli's eyes were filled with contempt, and he didn't have the slightest bit of fear for the large insect in front of him. Kid, today I'll make you regret being born in this world, and I'll also let you know the consequences of offending me. The midge's voice was low, dark black flames hung around his body, and the wind was blowing furiously all around him, clearly enraged. Only his tail flicked and a black tornado followed. The already dimly lit dense forest was a degree darker at the moment. You're all going to die. The midge let out a hysterical roar that shook the mountains. As body cultivators are all common, Chenli said with bloodlust in his eyes, I can have a good fight today. Take that. The midge let out a roar as a dark black tornado roared in. Chenli smiled lightly at the corner of his mouth, not fearing in the slightest. He was seen standing in place with his hands raised upwards and a low growl coming out of his mouth. Cthulhu skill, grant me the power. A deafening sound rang out in the mountain forest, and the dense forest was even more out of reach. The leaves were swept away, and the ancient trees had a sense of awareness and shortened their branches, fearing that they would be injured by mistake. The sky was filled with dark clouds. The void appeared and cut through the sky. A golden light flashed, and the void was torn open. The golden light rushed into Chenli's heavenly aura from the top down. At that moment, Chenli's white disciple uniform was wrapped in golden silk patterns, and the runes in it were visible upon closer inspection. It's the Vajra unbreakable body of the Tsong Tian technique. Outside the square sky circular mirror, a group of teachers watched in amazement at what was happening inside. An adamantine invulnerable body is not something that can be practiced well. Body cultivators need to put in hard work. Chenli is really good. Nangong Haotian closed his eyes and spoke faintly, but it's just relying on his talent. If he really tries hard, the Vajra unbreakable body can play out 10% of its power, but right now, he can only play out 5% of its power even if he tops the sky. What Mr. Lin said is true. Chenli looks imposing, but his realm is still stuck at the golden immortal realm, so if he wants to defeat this 1,000-year-old midge, his chances of winning are uncertain. Sculptor's little skill. Chenli let out a low roar, and the golden talisman on his body covered his entire body as if it were armor, and the dark tornado struck by the midge skimmed over him lightly, without the slightest sensation for him. How is this possible? Midge looked at him incredulously. The corner of Chenli's mouth hooked into a playful smile as he lifted his hand up and flew over with an arrow. My turn. Stormy Skyfist, the Shin Diabolic God's Leg, the Jackhammer. With a move that was full of force and the addition of spiritual power, the midge slumped to the ground and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Chenli dodged back to where he had just been and looked at it condescendingly, saying with a look of disgust, TSK, 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 your meat doesn't taste good at first glance, so it's better to be thrown to the mountain of messy bones and fed to the fey beasts. The midge's body wobbled twice, and it took a long time before it branched out again. Its face now filled with murderous rage. Kid, don't think that you're invincible with the help of the realm of void. Let me tell you, over the past 1,000 years, I've been practicing diligently and have already consumed 9,980 golden immortal realm body cultivators, and you're the last one. Oh, then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. You can't become an augur, much less a dragon. Oh, it's not up to you. It's been 1,000 years. This is my last chance. Today either you must die. The midge's eyes were sinister, holding the determination of certain death to unleash all the power of his entire body. Sheltering sky. With a roar, the surrounding winds howled, as if there were ghosts mingling among them, and the thunder and lightning overhead was like the end of the world. Mo Liang was blown by the wind and was a bit unable to stand on his feet, so he only had to pinch a shield for himself and watch from the sidelines. After all, he still had self-awareness, so he didn't go up to add to the chaos. Chen Li's complexion changed slightly. He wasn't afraid of battle, but he didn't like the battle of life and death, because only when he gave up his life and forgot to die, the power that erupted was the greatest, and this midge unleashed its whole body power. It was trying to die with him. Even if he could defeat it today, he would definitely be seriously injured. Thinking of this, Chen Li's expression was grave, no longer belittling the large insect in front of him. When Immortal Burial Emperor fell, I received a trace of breath, but just a trace of breath is enough to fight you. The sound of ghosts crying and gods howling was mixed in the wind, and the midge opened its mouth, and a dark elixir scratched out from its mouth and floated into the air. I offer an inner Dan sacrifice. Give me strength. The pitch-black spirit Dan floated towards the sky, and layers of dark red aura gradually converged towards it, forming a huge ball of aura. Chen Li was also not willing to show weakness. The golden light of the runes around his body appeared even more, and gradually converged into a long sword in his hand. Die! The midge let out a roar, and the dark red aura ball in midair smashed over with great vigor. Wherever it passed, the spirit grass withered, and the 10,000-year-old trees were all spared from breaking their branches. No way! Chen Li responded in a loud voice. The sword in his hand then swung out. 1, 2, 3 sword shadows whistled out and met the aura ball. Where the two forces collided, a deafening explosion resounded through the mountains. A mushroom cloud vacated from the center, and a huge force punched a huge crater in the ground. Waves of power and light erupted in all directions, and the 10,000-year-old trees in the near distance broke 3 trees, and dust flew in the center of the battle, so Mo Liang couldn't even see how it was in the inside. Another gust of wind blew, and the outline of the inside could gradually be seen. The midge lying motionless in the huge pit, those eyes staring dead at his inner Dan. The inner Dan lost its spiritual power and was slashed a few more times, shattering into powder in the air. No! Midge roared in hysterical fury, his eyes full of resignation and hatred. Chen Li wasn't much better. His moon-white disciple uniform was tattered and torn, bloodlines spread all over his body like cobwebs, and at the moment, he was lying in the middle of a big pit with barely a breath left in him, and there was still blood at the corner of his mouth. Senior! Mo Liang exclaimed in shock and ran over. Outside the square sky circular mirror, Huo Li stood up in shock. Chen Li is one of the more outstanding of our academy's upper-class disciples. It would be too much of a pity if he were to vanish into thin air. Teacher Lin, would you be willing to come to the rescue? There's no rush. Let's take another look. Nangong Haotian was leisurely, not panicking in the slightest, looking like he was winning. Seeing this, Huo Li could only press down the panic in his own heart and wait for the aftermath, only to see Mo Liang kneeling beside Chen Li. His hands were trembling, not knowing what to do. This midge has been cultivating for 1,000 years in the end, and has obtained a hint of the immortal burial emperor's breath, so I really underestimated it. Cough cough cough. Mo Liang had long been in 6 minds at this point, wanting to prop him up on his back to move help. Senior, don't scare me. I'll take you to Master. Master will be able to save you. Don't sleep. Chen Li sighed lightly and said, this time it is me who is too gullible. Don't worry. I have reached the realm of the golden immortal. Death is not. Before the words were finished, Chen Li fainted. When Mo Liang saw this, his heart was half cold and he cried out in pain. Senior Chen Li, aren't you going to become Mr. Lin's disciple? I'm still waiting to be your fellow disciple. Don't you die. Mo Liang cried bitterly as he shook. Suddenly, it was like he thought of something. His master had said that he was the body of flocculent wood, and wouldn't the body of flocculent wood be able to heal wounds? Thus, Mo Liang stabilized his mind and sank his heart, and an aura burst out from the top of his head, spreading down his arm to his palm. Wake up! Mo Liang's expression was firm, and a green spiritual energy continuously surged into Chen Li's body. Gradually, Chen Li's face turned from pale to rosy, and those blood marks on his body gradually disappeared until he was as good as new. Mo Liang panicked and withdrew his hand, and Chen Li gradually opened her eyes and looked at the scene in front of her with some disorientation. You're awake! Mo Liang's heart was shocked and filled with joy. Chen Li stood up with a carp and moved his muscles again. Strangely enough, the pain from earlier disappeared. What did you do to me? Chen Li was full of surprise and looked at him incredulously. He really couldn't believe that Mo Liang had directly healed the injuries he had just sustained so heavily. Mo Liang also looked at his hand somewhat incredulously and said, Su is, Su is because I am the body of Fluffywood. Outside the square sky circular mirror, the teacher sighed in relief and exclaimed, only adversity can inspire potential. Mr. Lin's move is truly wonderful. Nangong Haotian still had his eyes closed, and the corner of his mouth still had a winning smile as he said, it's just expected. Joke, the trial plan he, Nangong Haotian, had formulated could be tailored to each participant's own. Could there be any accidents? Impossible. After a tea, Nangong Haotian opened his eyes and stood at the edge of the pavilion, overlooking the depths of the dense forest and whispered, it's time. As soon as the words fell, the crowd only felt a shaking of the ground, as if a huge stone had fallen. The disciples who were in the dense forest also detected the movement and stopped to look back, only to see a burst of red magma rolling attack, also with hot air. Get a little can be melted flesh and blood instantly. It's divine realm lava. Run! A cry of alarm rose and fell in the dense forest, and the disciples could only be forced to increase their speed and run towards the center. But at this time, they were unable to use their spiritual power, so they could only rely on their physical strength. A man with a rounded body gasped as he ran. If I had known this day would come, I wouldn't have eaten so much. Why did Mr. Lin come for real? Cut the crap. Do you want to dissipate? His companion couldn't care less about him, and spread his legs and ran away. Zhang Song stared at the image in the square sky circular mirror as if he was watching a good show, and laughed so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. It's been a long time since these brats have been so tried and tested. It's really interesting, but any slow step will be dead without a burial place. The crowd can only desperately run. Finally a blinding beam of light appeared in front of the eyes. Through the beam of light, the crowd came to the teachers stayed in the pavilion surrounding, kneeling down and gasping for breath. Not bad. The first to arrive was Chen Song, followed by the second and third. After the last one rushed out of the dense forest, Nangong Haotian waved his big hand. Those red lava instantly disappeared, and the dense forest returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened. And only the paralyzed disciples on the ground told of the hardships and dangers of the party. Congratulations to all of you for successfully passing the first level. Now we begin the second level, refining weapons. Nangong Haotian smiled lightly at the corner of his mouth, and with a wave of his hand, rows of cauldrons immediately appeared in front of the trainees under the pavilion. I'll only demonstrate once. Nangong Haotian made an instantaneous leap to the side of the cauldron, and in that instant of effort, a row of materials required for practicing the weapon were neatly placed beside the cauldron. Arcane iron, spirit stones, earth turtles, and the divine realm lava in the cauldron. Just see Nangong Haotian waved his big hand. Xian iron floated to the cauldron. With his intention, Xian iron by the erosion of the lava has become very soft, plus the spiritual power ravaged into the desired shape. Then the spirit stone flew in and instantly turned into powder. But the aura on the spirit stone drilled into the vessel. Metaphysical iron casting. Spirit stone adding chi. Earth turtle adding meaning. Done. As the last word came out of his mouth, a golden sharp sword floated out from the cauldron, its body wrapped in aura, and a blood-red gemstone was set at the hilt, making it ancient and unusual. Wow, that's awesome. The trainees were wide-eyed, their eyes filled with admiration and yearning. Although he had long heard that Mr. Lin's skill in refining weapons was superior to Gong Yang Sui's, but seeing it with his own eyes today, he didn't expect Mr. Lin's refining speed to be so fast, which was really surprising. It's Fong Tianjian. Gong Yang Sui's eyes blazed and exclaimed in shock. Although he had long seen Nangong Haotian's ability to refine weapons, what he practiced today was the Fong Tian sword, which belonged to the top grade extreme grade. The most perverse thing is that it only took a moment. Legend has it that in the ancient times, a quasi-saint fought with the demon race, and in the nick of time, a long sword broke out of the air, carrying fiery red divine domain lava all over its body. Just like a demon that had just escaped from hell, that long sword cut through the clouds, coloring the entire sky blood red and abnormal. And that quasi-saint held the long sword, using his entire body cultivation to kill the leader of the demon race with a single stroke of the sword. And that long sword was precisely the Fong Tian sword. Although the Fong Tian sword forged by Teacher Lin must not be comparable to the one from the ancient times, the one that was once there had been destroyed by that quasi-saint's own hand because it had been tainted with demonic chi due to beheading demonic clans, to the point that it would go berserk and kill people. So now this Fong Tian sword has come out of the sky and is the best in the world, and is bound to inherit the legacy of the Fong Tian sword and regain the power of the great desolate divine realm. Too strong. Really strong. Gong Yang Sui couldn't help but voice out his admiration for his behavior of worshipping his teacher. He felt it was almost like he had picked up a great bargain. With Teacher Lin's teachings, he would be able to make a name for himself in the world. Fairly good. Nangong Haotian opened his mouth in a salty manner, but that pair of eyes clearly said, I know I'm strong. Boom. A thunderbolt broke through the air, shaking the ground 3 times, and the disciples steadied their steps, staring intently at Nangang Haotian, only to see him slightly stomping his feet, taking off into the air and stopping in mid-air, his hand cupping the hilt of his sword while his Taoist robes flashed red around him, blood-red demonic firelight spreading all over his body. Bang! After a loud bang, the firelight flew. Nangang Haotian had already put on the golden red battle armor, just like the return of the god of war. The god of heaven descends, and all beings kneel. Only these 8 words echoed in the ears of the crowd at the moment. In the next moment, the ground fell to its knees in unison, and even Zhang Song couldn't help but kneel on one knee in awe that they had seen a heaven's chosen war god with their own eyes. Nangang Haotian looked at the sword in his hand with considerable satisfaction, secretly sighing, but only developed 3 times the ability, can have such a strong power? If developed 10 layers, that will certainly be able to regain the light of the Feng Tian sword glow. Suddenly, a searing power rushed out from the Feng Tian sword and rushed straight to Nangang Haotian's interior. The corners of the latter's mouth hooked up into a light smile with a sneer. With your current abilities, you want to be master thirsty? It's still a bit tender. Only to see Nangang Haotian's index finger land at the place of the sword's blade, and then his gaze condensed, and a spiritual light surged out from his fingertip, drilling into the Feng Tian sword. Knock knock. The Feng Tian sword began to shake violently as if trying to break free from the force, and Nangang Haotian said disdainfully, a weapon with heart. I like it. Although to his strength nowadays, really do not need a weapon, but can tame a strong weapon, is also a very sense of achievement, but if not tamed, he will personally destroy. However, in the snap of a finger, the Feng Tian sword stopped moving and stayed still in Nangang Haotian's hand. Like a dead fish, the latter threw it into the sky, and then with a wave of his big hand, the Feng Tian sword disappeared into thin air, hidden by Nangang Haotian, and his demonstration came to an end. And the moment the Feng Tian sword disappeared in front of the eyes of the Zhongyin people, Nangang Haotian's battle armor around his body gradually detached, and his original Taoist robes were revealed. All rise, back to the ground. Nangang Haotian condescending, living a superior posture. On the ability, on the age, on the qualification, he still afforded this kneeling. Teacher Lin's ability is extraordinary. It's really a blessing for our institution. Zhang Song's face had more than a hint of awe, looking at Nangang Haotian's eyes with increasing surprise, very satisfied with the treasure he had found. The dark clouds gradually dispersed, the earth returned to clarity, and an imperceptible light flashed across the sky. Nangang Haotian smiled lightly at the corner of his mouth, and without moving, he released his consciousness and chased after the light. Eventually, the light stopped atop the mountains of Sundial Shade. Zhuge Yunji walked out of a compound and looked at the sky with 2 low laughs. Since you're here, why don't you take a seat? In the next second, Nangang Haotian's virtual shadow landed on the ground, revealing his virtual body. Old man Zhuge, why did you leave without saying goodbye last time? Is he avoiding me or something? Zhuge Yunji's expression condensed, his eyes twirled and snickered. How could it be avoiding you? That's not to see you heroically save the beauty, to make room for you? Cut the crap. Where is the box of embracing gods? Nangang Haotian narrowed his eyes slightly, his eyes filled with inquiry as if he was interrogating a prisoner. Zhuge Yunji's face changed, and with an unexpected expression, he said, I knew you would find it. As the words fell, he raised his hand up, and a black, covered in darkness box instantly appeared in the center of his hand, which was none other than the containment god box. The old man is hiding deep enough. If I hadn't come after you today, would you have handed over the box? Zhuge Yunji laughed twice up in the sky, and randomly his expression suddenly became grave. There's something odd about this containment god box. If I hadn't arrived in time that day, I'm afraid that the immortal burial emperor would have already appeared as an alter ego. After speaking, Zhuge Yunji gestured a rune towards the top of the box, and an invisible layer of golden gauze flashed for a split second before disappearing into the air. Look! After that rune disappeared, the containment god box seemed to be relieved and began to tremble uncontrollably. Rolling black gas gushed out from the containment god box, but in a matter of moments, the entire house was covered by black gas. Let me out! A roar emanated from the box, accompanied by resignation and indignation. Then a human face-like outline was printed on top of the box, which kept colliding from the inside out, as if it was going to break free in the next moment. Want to come out of the oven? Dream on. Nangang Haotian snorted coldly as a golden light drilled in. Ah! The screams echoed in the house. Gradually the box regained its calmness, and those black chi were also managed to dissipate by Nangang Haotian. Zhuge Yunji's eyes were filled with shock as he looked at his methods. Although he was a quasi-saint, when he was facing the relics of the immortal burial emperor, the oppression belonging to the higher-ups pressed down on him to the extent that he was simply unable to utilize all of his spiritual power. And like a monster, Nangong Haotian was not affected in the slightest and was able to seal it. He had a premonition that even if a mortal burial emperor was resurrected, he might not be able to defeat Nangong Haotian. I'll take this box. After calming down, Nangong Haotian flicked his sleeve, and the containment god box was placed into space. Zhuge Yunji how dare to stop. Moreover, these boxes in the hands of Nangong Haotian must be much safer than after him. What are you going to do with these boxes? Zhuge Yunji's expression was grave. If the immortal burial emperor was able to be resurrected, the entire great desolate divine realm would be devastated, and the world would be in chaos at that time. Nangong Haotian said disdainfully, since it was taken back to the Nangong Holy Land and sealed. Hearing this, Zhuge Yunji slightly relieved. This object placed in the Nangong Holy Land is indeed safe. At least now the Nangong Holy Land is the great desolate divine realm resounding presence. Only those who are not afraid of being exterminated will have the guts to break in. Oh no, they couldn't break in yet. The Nangong Holy Ground was heavily guarded and strong. It wasn't the same anymore. Little old man, what kind of treasure are you carrying? How dare you conceal your tracks? Zhuge Yunji stared incredulously, then revealed an ignorant little look and said, what treasure? Nangong Haotian no longer with him nonsense. Finger gently hook. Zhuge Yunji's arms floated out of a transparent shape of the moon-white jade plate. Jade plate above the aura rolling. There is a rune printed on the top, and just sealed Yunshin box of the same. Old ancestor Nangong. A strong person like you shouldn't be able to look at this small body shield of mine. A hint of panic appeared in Zhuge Yunji's eyes, but he didn't dare to go up and grab it hard. After all, he was also self-aware. He definitely couldn't beat it. Nangong Haotian came a hint of playfulness. While his mouth and the body armor plate raised to the eye carefully looked at said, this only turn the cabinet 9 god sign is really good both can hide their own breath. Hide from me, but also conceal Yunshin box. Must be practicing casting it spent a lot of effort, right? Zhuge Yunji heard, quite proudly raised his head and said, this is natural. The little old me lived for millions of years, without some treasures how to defend myself This turned the pavilion 9 god sign but spent half of my spiritual weapons, and set 9 heavenly thunder breath refining and become, since it is good. Well, really good, although I am not used, but the disciples of the Nangong Holy Land but need to be very The Nangong Holy Land is developing rapidly, but the aura on the one hand is still a little weak. I remember when the Nangong sealing of the saints, you did not send a gift to congratulate, right? Then today this turning pavilion 9 god sign. Nangong Haotian smiled wistfully and said that he was about to tuck the turning pavilion 9 gods plaque into his space. Zhuge Yunji rushed forward and grabbed his hand and begged, no. This turning pavilion 9 god sign is just a sign to keep the peace. There is no combat power. It is inconvenient to put it on your body. It is better to give it back to me. With that, Zhuge Yunji was about to reach for it. Nangong Haotian smiled lightly at the corners of his mouth, threw the turning pavilion 9 divine cards into the air, sighed lightly, and deliberately frowned. But where is the congratulatory gift for my Nangong sainthood sealing? Zhuge Yunji's face darkened as he sat back to where he had just been, sighed, slapped his palm on his thigh, and said through clenched teeth, in that case, how about I send another great gift? Mouth talk is not evidence. Nangong Haotian was unforgiving, living like a bandit. Zhuge Yunji waved his hand and an 8 treasure glazed mirror appeared in front of him. This is the treasure left behind by the great battle between the spirit beasts and the body cultivators in the ancient times. I have treasured it for many years, so let's take it as a congratulatory gift. Can it still fall into your eyes? Nangong Haotian pursed his smile, and as soon as he took the mirror, he threw the turning pavilion 9 god sign to him again saying, count on your sense of humor. As the words fell, he threw the 8 treasure glazed mirror into space, and with a sway of his shadow, he left the mountain forest. The distraction returned to its position. Nangong Haotian looked at the 8 treasures glazed mirror in the space with satisfaction. Today he was deliberately giving Zhuge Yunji a lesson in slaughtering him properly. Who told him to deliberately hide the Yunshin box breath? It smells so good. At that moment the air was filled with a crisp and soothing aroma of herbs. Huo Li waved his large hand, and spider silk-like aura continuously gushed out from his palm, drilling into the cauldron. Nangong Haotian glanced faintly, and sighed in his heart, really weak, but a top-grade elixir, actually refined for nearly 2 hours, and that disliked alchemy master Huo Li was complacent at the moment. The BJCN top-grade elixir in the cauldron had already become 7 or 8 points. This was the first time she had made such a good elixir. With a soft sound, the head cover of the cauldron stove opened, and a reddish elixir gradually rose into the air, glittering with dazzling light, and the scent of the elixir in the air grew stronger. This elixir, I feel relaxed just by smelling it alone. I feel like I've realized. There was a trainee whose face was filled with amazement, and his cultivation had even directly broken through to the 6th level of the celestial body realm. Seeing this, several other students who specialized in alchemy were enlightened and rose a level in place, looking at the rest of them with envy. Teacher Hua is really great, many of the students exclaimed, looking at Ho Li with more reverence. The latter did not move, slightly lifted his hand. The elixir fell into the palm of his hand. The golden light dissipated. The surface of the elixir was smooth and incomparable. There was also golden powder scattered on the surface. The aura surged. It's by Gue Xian. Mr. Hua still has real skills. Zhang Song stood up and couldn't help but applaud in marvel, looking at the great desolate divine realm. The largest number of people were body cultivators and immortal cultivators, but artifact refiners and alchemists were relatively rare. However, the reason for this situation was that apart from the fact that alchemists and weapon makers emphasized on talent, another bigger reason was that further training was very slow. Often there are people who are anxious, because they always cannot break through that layer of the realm and go off the deep end, and thus perish. It was for this reason that Ho Li was very much respected as an alchemist 7th level 3rd layer realm master. The so-called arts have specialties. Alchemy. This piece of Pine Fragrance Academy really need to look at Mr. Hua. The old man practiced Dan Kung Fu for nearly 1,000 years, still stuck at the top of the 6th layer. That layer of obstacles has never been able to cross. The other white-bearded old man's face was ashamed and his tone was full of respect. Ho Li smiled and said humbly, "It's just taking up some of the luck in it. Master Lu is as if he is separated from the 7th level realm by a veil. I believe that he will be able to break through soon." As the words fell, her eyes landed on Nangong Haotian, a deer in the headlights in her heart, waiting for the latter's praise. "I wonder what Teacher Lin thought of my alchemy demonstration just now." Nangong Haotian let out a long sigh, shook his head and said, "Teacher Hua's alchemy skills are indeed skillful, but his own cultivation is not too low, so much so that just practicing a top-quality pill takes too long and is too much of a waste of time." As soon as these words came out, Huo Li's face darkened, shame and embarrassment flashed in his eyes, and he responded somewhat blankly, "Teacher Lin's cultivation is unfathomable, since it's something we can't compare to. I've been taught." Nangong Haotian glanced at her faintly and remained silent. How could he, a 10,000-year-old man, not see what Huo Li had in mind just now? "But it's nothing more than a little carving skill, and you still want to be praised by him?" He's too proud of himself. However, Huo Li was a woman no matter what, and being told off to her face seemed as if she did seem a bit too bored. Thus, Nangong Haotian added, "I don't have deep attainments in alchemy, but I have practiced some on my own, so I can discuss the mysteries together with Teacher Hua some other day." "Seriously? Then I'll be waiting." Upon hearing this, Huo Li's embarrassment disappeared, and he instead put on a surprised smile. "Master leads the door. Cultivation depends on the individual. The crag behind you all hides treasures that I have prepared for alchemy and weaponry. Before dark, all of you return here with your treasures. Alchemy for those who should be alchemizing, and weaponry for those who should be alchemizing." "Yes, disciple understands." A unanimous cry shook the ground and spread in all directions. Nangong Haotian nodded and added, "But don't blame me for not reminding you. Above the crags are all the strange spirits and exotic beasts that I have placed, and their inner elixirs are a great tonic for the cultivation of the body. Go on." When the words fell, Nangong Haotian waved his big hand, and all the surrounding mountains and forests were transformed into straight cliffs. But it was good that they were all people who cultivated their bodies, and flying with a sword was nothing more than a basic operation. The white pressurized body cultivators called out their imperial swords as much as they could, and at once the aura in the secret realm surged up into the sky. One by one, like doves breaking free from their chains, the trainees braved the steep cliffs and competed in secret. Chen Song Chenli, as the best of the best in the academy, had long ago reached a bet without words who would reach the top first. If Pine Fragrance Academy had done so earlier, it wouldn't have fallen so far. Nangong Haotian sighed lightly and lazily lay down on the old master's chair, closing his eyes to rest his mind. Rumble. At this moment, a deafening sound rang out from outside the secret realm, and all the teachers stood up and looked at each other as if they were facing a great enemy. Only Nangong Haotian, who remained motionless, still had a taboo expression on his face. "What's going on out there?" "It's just a bunch of minions coming to get beaten up." "It doesn't matter." Nangong Haotian kissed his thin lips and replied without a care in the world. Zhang Song looked grave and said after a moment's thought, "I'll go out and take a look." On the cultivation field, a group of body cultivators dressed in purple and white disciple uniforms stood among them, and around them lay the disciples of the Pine Fragrance Academy who had stayed behind. In the void, a ray of light hit the ground, and Hidden Pine's figure flashed into it. "What is the meaning of Cloud Exit Academy? Forcing their way into my academy without invitation, and injuring many disciples." Are they bullying my Pine Fragrance Academy of having no one? The man at the head of the group had contempt in his eyes and said disdainfully. Dean Zine, calm down. We heard that Pine Fragrance Academy has a teacher with a high level of cultivation, and have come here to pay our respects. Since you're paying your respects, why did you injure a disciple of our academy? Is this the etiquette of Cloud Exit Academy? Zhang Song's face was furious. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and the cultivation dojo was ablaze with flames. The man at the head of the group narrowed his eyes slightly, not fearing in the slightest, took 2 steps forward and said, "It's just a 3-teacher academy. What kind of big head are you pretending to be? The little master came here today to look up to you." As the words fell, he was seen flying forward, and in his hand, he had already condensed a ball of aura, heading straight towards Hidden Pine. The latter was, after all, the dean of an academy. His ability naturally could not be worse. Moreover, people were hitting home, with anger added. He also greeted them. "Let this court teach you a good lesson today." After a flash of lightning and thunder, the two wrestled. A duster appeared in Hidden Pine's hand at some point, golden threads wrapped in a strong aura. Absolutely no dust. Zhang Song let out a roar, and the duster instantly flew out, circling around the man's circumference. Wherever it passed, the aura stayed, forming a transparent one aura barrier that wrapped around him. Sculpture. Sure enough, it's the Scrappy School, the Hall Dean, and that's all you're capable of? The man's mouth was tinged with contempt as he closed his eyes and began to chant. Break! With a sharp roar, a conspicuous purple aura erupted around the man. Each aura was as if it had grown tentacles, little by little tearing the aura barrier apart. Zhang Song's complexion was gloomy. It looked like this person had already figured out his own moves and thought of a way to crack it so quickly. Bang! There was a loud bang, as if a rising balloon suddenly broke, and the huge sound wave stirred the rest of the disciples underground with a burst of excitement. Good job, eldest brother. Give them some color. The man's mouth curled into a light smile and he lowered his head and said grimly, "My turn." The words just fell, only to see him flash to the back of Zhang Song, raised his hand as a palm bubbling with rolling purple breath, straight to the body of Zhang Song. The latter wasn't a vegetarian either, and flew upwards to avoid a move. But there was no time to rest before another beam struck at him, looking even more powerful than before. Scraps will always be scraps. The man uttered a sneer, his eyes full of contempt. Hidden Pine heart-storming anger. From the pocket pulled out a round string body transparent white, warm as glue. In the string inside wall stained with a white pearl, flashing colorful light. It's a string of shark beads. The old guy has finally come up with his skills. The man saw the situation. Not only did not have the slightest fear in his eyes, there is even a trace of excitement, looking at the string in the hands of the Hidden Pine showing greed. Go on. After a roar, the string was guided and headed straight for the man's head. The latter looked up, seemed to think of something, and dodged out of the way. The string of shark beads already had an aura boost and immediately followed the man in pursuit. Interesting, pale moon slash. The man grunted coldly, but fortunately stopped where he was, pulled out the sword behind his back, and slashed up. Zhang Song's heart was startled. His arm waved, and the string of shark beads was guided to dodge to the side. Immediately after that, he only saw Zhang Song let out a muffled cry and spit out a mouthful of turbid air from his dantian, and the string of shark beads swayed twice in the air, gradually becoming swollen until it could be lassoed around a person. Forbidden. In the blink of an eye, however, the string of shark beads disappeared in the air and reappeared above the man's head, ensnaring him in an instant. The man couldn't dodge and didn't react for a moment, so he hastily maneuvered the sword in his hand, trying to split the string of shark beads. Zhang Song roared again, "Collect!" All of a sudden, the surrounding wild winds, chaotic killing flying stones mixed in. The shark beads string suddenly turned into countless shadows. A circle will be the man lassoed, and constantly to the inward collection. Eldest brother. The disciples watching at the bottom became flustered and filled with indignation. Old thing, if you dare to kill me, my master will not let you go. Humph. You Cloud Exit Academy has repeatedly harassed us, before much tolerance. It is our generosity. Today, I will settle new grudges and old grudges together. So I will take you first. Zhang Song was already full of anger, manipulating the shark pearl string to continue firing. Ah, master, save me. After the man let out a wail on the sky dark clouds, a spiritual light flashed. The void was cut through a mouth. Purple spiritual light from the sky. If you dare to hurt my beloved disciple, I'll make all of you Pine Fragrance Academy be annihilated. With a roar, the purple aura appeared beside the man, who was already dying, unable to move, as if he was a lamb to be slaughtered. Zangatsu, an old man with white hair, appeared, staring at Hidden Pine with a furious face. And the winds around him were so fierce that aura mixed with an invisible pressure drifted in the air. Senior, Save eldest brother. When the disciples at the bottom saw this person, they immediately had a backbone and kneeled on one knee to ask for help. Master Chang Yun, you are unable to discipline your beloved disciple, allowing him to come to our institution and spread his wildness. If you don't care, then we will have this institution to properly discipline him. Master Ching Yun's eyes were filled with anger as he squeezed two words out of his mouth. You dare. As soon as the words fell, a shadow headed towards Hidden Pine. The latter's heart was startled and he could only temporarily put down the pressure he had exerted on that eldest senior brother to meet Grandmaster Chang Yun. Eldest brother. Without the support of the string of shark beads, the man slammed straight into the ground like a dead fish, but luckily there was someone underneath who happened to catch him. Injuring my beloved disciple. I want you to pay the price. Humph. You and I are both at the Emperor Exalted Realm. It's not certain who will make who pay the price. Zhang Song was also not willing to show weakness and let out harsh words. The two Emperor Realm cultivators exchanged blows, and the power that erupted around them was extraordinary. A powerful sense of oppression that pressed the rest of the disciples a little out of breath. Take that. Xingyan Master no longer nonsense. Another flash rushed over. Really want to carefully on the cultivation. He is the Emperor Realm top level. Only a chance will be able to break through that realm. Straight to the quasi-saint realm. Not to mention his main cultivation of this is the extreme speed of the move. In terms of the move then the Tibetan Pine confinement of the method of the advantage. So this time the fight, Tibetan Pine may not win. Bang! As the two engaged in battle, a blinding wave of light ruptured, and the two of them were recoiled in unison, falling to the ground and smashing out a huge sinkhole. Zhang Song had already used up a lot of aura in dealing with Grandmaster Qing Yun's beloved disciple just now, and at this moment, it was even more depleted by 7 or 8 points, and he spat out blood violently as he lay on the ground. Master Qing Yun was in just the right state, standing up tremblingly outside, wiping the corners of his mouth, his eyes full of contempt. With this ability, no wonder the Pine Fragrance Academy is the last academy in Beiwu. The upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. Not even the dean can do it. Not to mention the disciples? Shut up. As soon as the words fell, a voice of Hidden Pine struck down from the sky, as if it were a tight band of incantations, piercing straight through the brain. Subsequently, the void clouds, lightning and thunder, a huge sense of compulsion pressed down. Spare the Green Cloud Masters cannot help but fear. He is sure that belongs to the powerful pressure of the higher-ups came into being. He is sure that he said one more sentence. Must be dead without a burial place. You are actually hiding your strength. This account, Cloud Exit Academy will definitely settle it later. Master Qing Yun's face showed horror, and he left a harsh sentence to lead the disciples to escape. However, Nangong Haotian would not give them this opportunity, and flicked his finger again, and a stream of spiritual energy rushed into Zhang Song's body in an invisible manner. The latter only felt a sense of relief all over his body. The pain of the party disappeared. All of his spiritual power was restored, and he even had the vague intention of breaking through to a quasi-saint. If you don't realize it now, when will you wait? Nangong Haotian's voice lightly fell into Zhang Song's ears. The latter was like a thunderclap. Immediately sat on the ground, letting the aura rampage across his body. Quasi-sacred realm. He was about to become an immortal king. On the other hand, Nangong Haotian made a seal knot in his hand, and a heavenly net wrapped the entire cultivation dojo, and no matter how much Master Chang Yin struggled, he could not break it through. Rubbish! Daring to cause trouble under my nose. Nangong Haotian closed his eyes and sighed lightly. Against such a person he didn't even need to stand up. 3 or 2 moves would make him regret what he did today. But for the future development of Songxiang Academy, he decided to support Zhang Song first. After all, there is a saying is right. As the head of an academy, want to lead the academy to a higher level. Their own cultivation must be extraordinary. Master, he's going to break through the Paragon realm. A sharp-eyed disciple pointed at Hidden Pine, his face full of horror. His intuition told him that he was afraid that he would not be able to make good today. Master Chang Yin also reacted at this moment. A flash rushed towards Zhang Song, and in the shadow, a long sword appeared in his hand, condensing the power of a deadly cut. Insidious villain. Nangong Haotian couldn't help but curse, tapping his fingers in the middle of the void mystic realm. A spiritual light flashed and suddenly struck Master Chung Yun on his back. Ah, what kind of person? How dare you sneak attack this honored one? Master Chang Yun let out a wail and retreated back to the ground, looking around, but just now that spiritual power came and went without a trace, without leaving the slightest breath, which could only mean one thing, that is, the person who struck the spiritual power had a cultivation far above him. Thinking of this, his eyes rested in the void mystery realm above his head, just now in a hurry to fight. He hadn't noticed that Pine Fragrance Academy had a void mystery realm at some point. Could it be that Pine Fragrance Academy had a high-level person who was helping in the dark? It was too late to think about it. Zhang Song was only one step away from breaking through to the Paramount Realm at this moment. At that time, they would be in a miserable situation in the Cloud Exit Academy, so he had to stop him by all means. All disciples listened to the order. All the moons converge. The disciples who had come to make trouble had long been scared out of their wits, and only after hearing their own master's order did they come to their senses. And with muscular memories, they quickly dispersed, so orderly that they formed a triangular formation. Master Cheng-Yun stood at the first place and took a deep breath. As the wind raged around them, the disciples hit the ground and allowed the aura above their heads to float out and converge to form a bridge of aura. Together with the aura that Master Cheng-Yun had struck out went straight to Hidden Pine. Suffer death. Master Cheng-Yun snorted coldly, his eyes filled with bloodlust. Just at the moment when the aura was about to touch Zhang Song's cheek, the aura suddenly stopped in mid-air, and Zhang Song snapped his eyes open, staring dead ahead at Master Cheng-Yun. The latter's heart thumped. A realm difference. They were already worlds apart. The current Zhang Song was not the same day. The current him pinched these people from the Cloud Exit Academy as if he was pinching an ant. Today, I will let you all have no return. Zhang Song slowly stood up. The aura belonging to a strong man was released in full, pressurizing Master Cheng-Yun's group of people to stay in place and not dare to move. After this realization, this immortal has comprehended the way of space and time, and I have to thank you all for forcing me to break through the boundaries so quickly. At this moment, Zhang Song's words were like a messenger from hell reading holy words to them. A few of the disciples had been scared out of their wits, and their urine spread out on their lower bodies as a water stain appeared on the ground. Zhang Song's voice was low. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. His finger gently pointed. The spiritual energy that stayed in midair was gently pushed by him and instantly flew back to Master Cheng-Yun's group. Ah! A miserable scream rose and fell as another large hole was smashed out of the center of the cultivation dojo, and Master Cheng-Yun knelt on the ground, weakened beyond measure, injured by his own aura like never before. Zhang Song snorted coldly and took a step towards them, each step symbolizing that they were one step closer to death. Immortal King, spare your life. Master Cheng-Yun immediately reacted, kneeled on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly, completely lost the prestige of a moment ago. Zhang Song lifted his chin upward through the air and said contemptuously, "Isn't putting it down very capable?" Master Cheng-Yun had a bitter look on his face as he confessed, "It's all because I was blind and didn't know that the Immortal King was superbly strong. It's all my fault. I beg the Immortal King to spare my life for the sake of being a cultivator of the same northern martial kingdom." Zhang Song's lips and teeth lightly opened, revealing a hint of playful smile and said, "When I broke through just now, you didn't show any mercy to me, but if I am one step late, I am afraid that I will die without a burial place. The wind and water rotate. The success of the king is the defeat of the bandit. The loser will have to have the punishment of the loser." No! No! Ah! Only to see Zhang Song stand up, immovably lifting his hand upwards. A strong force rushed out, straight into Master Cheng-Yun's head. The latter's face showed pain, his body twisted, and a stream of spiritual energy flew out from his dantian, accompanied by a snow-white rib. No! Master Cheng-Yun fainted after letting out an unwilling roar. Without a change of color or the slightest hint of sympathy, Zhang Song threw the removed immortal bone into his own small space, while the spiritual energy was absorbed by himself. Master! When the rest of the disciples saw this, their eyes widened in disbelief. Zhang Song's eyebrows were frivolous, and with a wave of his hand, the rest of the disciples had their immortal bones taken before they could react, and each of them lay limply on the ground. Almost forgot about you guys. After dealing with everything, Zhang Song seemed to have thought of something else, and with a big hand, all the people from the cultivation dojo disappeared and were transferred back to the Cloud Exit Academy by him, accompanied by a letter full of sarcasm. A quasi-saint of the great desolate divine realm came out, and all the living beings knew about it. Zhuge Yunji sighed lightly as he looked in the direction of the northern martial kingdom. Strong people like clouds may not be a good sign. In the secret realm of the void, Nangong Haotian was very satisfied with Zhang Song's approach. The most painful way to make an immortal cultivator suffer was not to kill him, but to take his immortal bones and waste his spiritual power, so that he would never be able to cultivate immortality again in this life. This kind of torment was simply more outrageous than killing him. After everything outside was taken care of, Nangong Haotian's attention returned to the void mystic realm. Chen Song, Chen Li is the best of the Pine Fragrance Academy. Since the action is rapid, but an hour will be onion crags on top of the back, each hand with the spoils of war, a spirit beast inner Dan and 1,000 years of snow spirit grass. Mo Liang has the body of flocculent wood. It is even easier to look for plant-like spirit grasses, although it is stuck point back, but his arms are full of various kinds of 1,000-year spirit grasses. And there is also a strain of 10,000-year-old spirit root that Nangong Haotian treasured in the cave. Surprisingly, he also found out, as the body of a koi carp, Lingy's luck was naturally not bad, and with the help of his little pet, the harvest was not bad, a drop of 1,000-year-old foreign beast's tear, and a snowy mountain Xiaoling flower. Looking at the disciples who had reaped a good harvest, Huoli nodded in satisfaction and said, "Begin your alchemy." As the words fell, she transformed herself into a strict teacher, shuttling around the students and teaching them from time to time. In the middle of the pavilion, Grandmaster Yang looks at Huoli's back obsessively. The affection in his eyes is obvious, and anyone with eyes can see what this means. Seeing this, Nangong Haotian's eyebrows flickered as if he had eaten a melon. Because of the materials prepared by Nangong Haotian are not too bad, so all the students, although the first time for alchemy, but the alchemy of the results of the elixir is not bad, except for individual is really gifted and stupid, such as Chen Song Chenli. These two people have the highest spiritual power, practiced the elixir but is the lower grade. There are specialties in the arts. In the future, the two of you should focus on cultivating immortality. No need to be discouraged. Huoli faintly sweeps a glance at the pills in their hands and relieves them with a couple sentences. The duo lowered their heads in loss, hating themselves for their lack of ability. And Mo Liang belongs to the body of flocculent wood, and this time, he brought back many materials for alchemy, and practiced pills that actually reached the middle to upper level. Huoli couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this, and sighed at the importance of talent. The one-day trial was completed. All the trainees gained a lot. Nangong Haotian nodded with satisfaction. It was not in vain that he had taken the trouble to create a learning program. Returning to the cultivation dojo, Hidden Pine had already been restored to its original state. Nangong Haotian raised his hand to the heavens, and then with a retraction, the void mystery realm disappeared with nothing more than a snap of his fingers. The dean's aura all over his body is that of the quasi-saint realm. At this time, Huoli was the first to realize that Zhang Song's surrounding aura was stronger than before by more than a star, and was filled with surprise. Zhang Song first cast a grateful gaze towards Nangong Haotian, and then recounted in graphic detail what the cloud out of the academy had done and how he had sent him back. After hearing this, all of them were filled with anger, and with their swords in hand, they wanted to rush into the Cloud Exit Academy to export their anger. Nangong Haotian stopped their way with an aura of light and said, "Right now the most important thing for you is to prepare for the all-courts test and competition assembly. Leave the rest to us." Teacher Lin had spoken, so how could the rest of the disciples dare to say anything else? And they could only obediently do as they were told. Zhang Song had used up too much energy today, and coupled with the fact that he had just ascended into the quasi-saint realm, his spiritual power was unstable. He decided to close the door until the competition assembly, and the matters in the academy were handed over to Nangong Haotian. On top of a high mountain adjacent to the Pine Fragrance Academy, the academy full of disciples watched in amazement as the sky in front of them flashed with lightning and thunder, and a golden-gray haze illuminated the earth, swearing that a new quasi-saint realm immortal king had descended into the world. Someone from the Pine Fragrance Academy has actually broken through the quasi-saint realm. Four white-haired and white-bearded old men stood at the entrance of the great hall, staring intently at the heavenly apparition, their eyes tightly sealed. Suddenly, a powerful sense of oppression met their faces, and the four old men were startled, and they all shot out to defend against it, conjuring up a single white shield with strong spiritual power that appeared in front of them. Two of the four old men were at the top level of the golden immortal realm, and although they were only one step away from entering the quasi-saint realm, there was a world of difference in terms of the distance of this one step. Several shields did not have the slightest resistance in the face of this force and instantly shattered and dissipated into the air. In the next second, a dozen half-dead disciples lay at the entrance of the main hall. Among them were Master Qing Yun and his beloved disciple, Wind Mountain. Before it was too late to react, a few large words appeared in the midair of the hall. "If there is a next time, the Cloud Out Academy will disappear in the northern martial state." Qing Yun, one of the old men, was alarmed and busied himself with coming forward to check the situation. And the old man at the head of the group only glanced lightly and said, "Cultivation dissipated. Immortal bones removed. These have become invalids." "What? Who did this? I want to avenge senior brother Cheng Yun." Some of the chubby old men showed angry faces and said that they were about to rush out. "Master Cheng Shan, do not be impatient, and look at the end of this letter's fall." Master Cheng Ming, the dean of the Cloud Exodus Academy, pressed him down, pointing at the golden letters in the air that had yet to dissipate, and said, "Pine Fragrance Academy? Could it be that Master Cheng Yun was injured by a freshly minted immortal king?" Master Cheng Ming narrowed his eyes slightly and responded, "Not bad. Qing Yun is also a golden immortal realm anyhow, and you and I can compare ourselves. To be beaten like this, must be a quasi-saint realm upwards realm." It seems that the Cloud Out Academy and Pine Fragrance Academy are considered to be knotted up in this beam. Hearing this, the remaining three all dared not mention the matter of going to settle the score. The existence of the quasi-saint realm, It was simply a death sentence for them to look for it. Dean. Senior brother Qing Yun can't be wasted for nothing. This move by the Pine Fragrance Academy is worse than killing him. Grandmaster Qing Shan had a face of indignation, and his eyes were a little red. Master Cheng Ming snorted coldly, and his face was no longer a good color. If it wasn't for you guys repeatedly going to look for Pine Fragrance Academy trouble, why would they have this killer? The matter of vengeance and wait for me to find out who in the Pine Fragrance Academy actually breaks through the quasi-saint realm. Then they. Qing Shan Master Meet Pain looking at the ground of a group of invalids. These are the best in the academy. Cultivated out is really not easy. Just so to the destruction. Master Cheng Ming glanced at him in disgust and said, shaped like an invalid, and can't be practicing in the future. All of them should be sent back to the home. As for Qing Yun, move to the back mountain compound to take care of himself, and the disciples under him will be divided among you. After saying that, Grandmaster Cheng Ming waved his big sleeve and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. That night, Nangong Haotian released his own shadow back to the Nangong sacred ground. Nangong Yu had come out of seclusion and immediately rushed to the main hall when he sensed his old ancestor's aura. Old ancestor, you're back. Upon realizing that it was nothing more than a shadow, a hint of loss flashed in Nangong Yu's eyes. Nangong Haotian back hands. Empty long voice came out, I'm not in these days. Nangong Holy Land you have to guard well. This is the 8 treasures glazed mirror. The treasures of the ancient period. The use of the proper use of the realm of your enhancement will help. Thank you, old ancestor. Everything has been fine in the Holy Land lately. When are you coming back? January. Nangong Haotian threw down 2 words before disappearing without a trace again. Nangong Yu tried to track it, but could her ability where she could track the old ancestor's aura? It was just a waste of energy. In the Nangong mysterious realm, another high mountain was added on top of a contained god box. 4 boxes were placed together. 3 of them instantly had a strange movement between them, and only one didn't have the slightest reaction. Nangong Haotian took that box and threw it into space, while returning to the Pine Fragrance Academy's main body. Looking at the hand and the appearance of the true containment god box, no difference between the black box. Nangong Haotian palms a wipe. The box on the black gas dissipated. A burst of organs after a strange sound. The box opened. Now inside a gold medal. The back of the gold medal is clearly written on the back of the name of a person, Zhuge Yunji. Interesting. The corners of Nangong Haotian's mouth rose, coming to a trace of interest. Zhuge Yunji, this person, is getting more and more interesting. What other secrets are hidden behind him, including the gold medal in the space? Nangong Haotian pinched his hand and the black box instantly turned into powder. First finish the matter of Pine Fragrance Academy. As for Zhuge Yunji, there is no hurry for this moment. The matter of a venerable master of the Cloud Exit Academy being abolished as a commoner spread rapidly in the northern Martial Kingdom, and they were even more surprised when they learned that it was the act of the Pine Fragrance Academy. For a while, the whole country spread the news that Pine Fragrance Academy had added a quasi-sacred realm immortal king in a single day, and abolished a golden immortal realm master. Inside the palace of Beiwu Kingdom, the Empress Dowager leisurely listened to the people underneath to report that the quasi-saint realm had come out of the world, and there were only endless benefits for her Beiwu Kingdom. Elder Ancestor Nangong's skills are quite large, and it's only a matter of time before the Pine Fragrance Academy returns to the top of my northern Martial Kingdom. Inside the Divine Realm Pavilion, a young man stood on top of a mountaintop, observing the visions in the sky above the northern Martial Kingdom with a grave expression. I think it must be the handiwork of that old Nangong ancestor again. A woman beside her concurred. Pavilion Master. This old ancestor Nangong has suddenly appeared in the world, acting in a high-profile manner, and not putting our Divine Realm Pavilion in our eyes in the slightest. If we let him go on like this, our Divine Realm Pavilion is afraid that we'll lose all of our prestige. The man bowed his head and thought for a moment before saying, how is the search for the embodied god box going? Zhuge Yunji has gone to find. Heard that the box of the sundial shade is false, has been destroyed by his hands. According to him, the Nangong Holy Land hidden too, but has been hidden breath. Our people cannot enter. The Divine Realm Pavilion Master's expression changed. His fists clenched, and his tone was somewhat bad. Surprisingly, 2 of them fell into the Southern Palace Holy Land. This is not a good sign. Fortunately, there are still 10 straight out. Pass the order down. The Divine Realm Pavilion discharged 50% mobilization. Even if the entire Great Desolate Divine Realm is turned over, we have to find the rest of the Yunshin box. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed, and within the cultivation field of Pine Fragrance Academy, a sound of gongs and drums rang out, and the disciples stood among them, each of them glowing with vigor. Nangong Haotian and a group of other teachers stood on a high platform, overlooking the crowd. Today's quiz, the lowest person is expelled from the academy and punished with 20 thunder whips. Let's begin. Yes, A ground-shaking shout shook out. The entire academy was on standby. Chen Song and Shan Li were even more prepared for this test. As long as they entered the top 5, they would be able to become Teacher Lin's disciples. Go on. Nangong Haotian spat out 2 words. The surrounding winds were fierce. The sky gathered layers of dark clouds, covering the sky. A crack tore open from the dark clouds, but in an instant, all the disciples flew with their swords and entered the secret realm. After a period of heavenly rotation, the disciples landed on the ground, and at this moment, the surrounding scene was different from before. There were no high mountains in green, nor was there an endless desert. Smoke rolled all around, out of reach, silent and filled with the smell of death. Chen Li? Chen Song frowned and called out tentatively, and while the sound echoed as if it were in the middle of the mountains and forests, there was no one to respond. Sound does not transmit sound. The eye does not see things. In such an environment, the crowd of students cannot help but wonder, what is the intention of Teacher Lin? Mo Liang tried, walking all around, and every step he took was like stepping in water, creating a ripple and the ticking sound of treading water. The realm of void water. 4 big words flashed through his mind, and Mo Liang began to speculate about the position he was in. Mo Liang. A voice accompanied by a seductive voice floated out from the smoke, like a song, seemingly guiding him toward the smoke, but the seductive voice carried an unreliable, illusory and demonic sound. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he immediately meditated in place, and the clear heart mantra was recited continuously in his mouth. The other trainees also noticed the abnormality and meditated and silently recited the clear heart mantra. Nangong Haotian's group of teachers watched the scene in the secret realm on the cultivation field and discussed. The realm of imaginary water accompanied by the voice of charm. Teacher Lin is trying to confuse them. If there is true skill, this little ordeal will not be a problem. Only those with no distractions in their mind can cultivate in a subtle manner. Teacher Lin has the heart to do so. Nangong Haotian, face modest, looking at the secret realm in the middle, did not answer. Not bad. He is to take into account the insights, which set up the realm of virtual water and the voice of charm. If they are not strong-minded, will certainly be charmed away, addicted to the illusory space. However, it was good that under this half a month or so of trials, none of the trainees had planted themselves in the realm of void water. At first there were only 1 or 2 ethereal calls drifting through the thick smoke of ignorance, and as they began to meditate, a caressing sensation came from their waists, from their shoulders, as if a slender young girl had stirred the tips of their hearts. No man's land, clear my spirit, see not, hear not, return my clarity, break. After a roar, a spiritual force erupted from the crowd of trainees, striking out in all directions, and the hand at their waist was instantly bounced off, accompanied by a miserable cry. Ah! Snapping his eyes open to see, the smoke around him disappeared and the view was put into perspective. Just see them ground for a water surface, but will not fall, surrounded by white clouds piled up, sunshine sprinkled in it, as if in the secret world of the immortals. Suddenly, after a burst of heavenly rotation, the disciples, with their feet on white clouds, appeared in the same place one after another. Kill! The sound of swords and knives and the sound of tearing and fighting rose up all around. A group of teams wearing silver and white armor and a group of teams with red and black outer robes were fighting, and before they had time to react, a bright light struck them. Mo Liang's pupils dilated as a huge shield covered his eyes. Seeing this, the rest of the disciples did as they were told, which blocked the bright light. Holy shit! What does this mean? We're at the place where they're fighting? Forget about it for now. We're afraid we won't be able to get through this if we don't get rid of these people. Chenli was hot-tempered and summoned his own rapier without a second thought, slashing straight towards the place where the bright light was struck. Damn it! How dare you backstab me! The rest of them saw this and stopped nagging, splitting up and hitting the minions around them. The two sides that were fighting were faced with the sudden appearance of the team. Both of them could not help but be stunned, thinking that it was the reinforcements called in from the opposite side, and cursed, despicable and shameless. We agreed to have a fair duel with 30,000 troops, but you guys even found reinforcements. Since this is the case, don't blame us for not being polite. As the words fell, the leader of the white party was seen to fly up one by one, and the aura flashed as daylight followed their guidance to form a fire above their heads, which then turned into a rain of fire and light, and flew and struck straight towards the group. Sculpture, red and black were not to be outdone, and Du Fall Tianxian in his hand slammed in the clouds. The clouds they touched instantly turned black, obscuring the sky and devouring the light of the incoming fire before finally dissipating into the sky. Chen Li's heart was filled with displeasure as he had to deal with the fire overhead while fighting with the people beside him. Backstabbing again. I'll fight you. Only to see Chen Li leap upwards, instantly appearing in the middle of the duo. A spiritual light surged out, wrapping the duo. The latter was not a vegetarian. His body trembled. The aura that bound him instantly dissipated. Chen suffered a backlash, a stabbing pain in his chest. He had actually underestimated them. Not your reinforcements? Both forces shouted out in unison, their eyes filled with disbelief. Chen covered his chest and was filled with rage. Who are your reinforcements? As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw his sharp sword flying out, waving it haphazardly in the air. A silver sword blade having the appearance of a spider's web striking at them. As the saying goes, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. And both forces tacitly put aside their grudges to defend themselves against foreign forces together. How dare you trespass into my sky secret realm? I'll let you have no return. With a furious roar, the surrounding clouds became dense with lightning and thunder. And a ray of thunder struck out from the dark clouds, charging straight at the Pine Fragrance Academy disciples. Crap! We're drawing fire. Chen Song's expression was grave as he covered his arm that had been injured by the lightning. Mo Liang pinched a seal knot in his hand and struck his arm. But in an instant, the originally black arm was restored as before. Chen Song threw him a grateful glance, then rushed off to where the leaders of the two sides were. As the saying goes, to capture a thief is to capture the king, and taking down their leader directly is the only way to put this matter to rest. Watch the move. San Tian technique. Chen Song let out a roar in the air. A crack was torn open in the dark clouds, and a golden light struck out and landed on top of his head. Instantly, his tiger's body shook, and golden light spread all over his body. Chen Li dodged beside him in a flash and also roared, Song Tianji, grant me the power. Another golden light struck. The two of them were covered in golden light. A giant dragon wrapped around their bodies and struck a deafening roar. Ow! The two chieftains stared at each other and pulled out two cones, which had the word heaven engraved on their handles. A bunch of immortal cultivators, daring to spread their wildness in the air mystery realm. After a knocking sound, the top of the cone struck a bright white thunder light that went straight at Chen Song and the two of them, coming with such force that if they were hit, the Song Tian technique would definitely not be able to make a move. When Mo Liang and Ling Yi saw this, one flew in front of them, and a huge shield appeared out of thin air, fending off the lightning, breaking thunder power. The two chieftains looked at each other and roared like they were pronouncing death. The thunder light at the top of the cone struck successively, and gradually, the shield appeared to shatter, spreading in all directions like a spider's web, and it was about to break. The rest of the disciples knew that if the four of them were unable to resist, they themselves could only die along the way, and they were busy stepping forward to strike out their own spiritual energy. The huge shield with the support of the crowd instantly expanded. The square fissure disappeared. The two chiefs saw the situation, accelerated the speed of the hands of mind-making. Rumble, rumble. The surrounding winds were fierce, the clouds were dense, and the sunlight was gone. Only endless darkness and non-stop flashes of thunder. Chen Li and Chen Song let out a roar, and the giant dragons that entwined their bodies galloped out, cutting through the sky. Ling Yi seemed to have received a nudging, and the koi power in his body broke out. Ah! Accompanied by a roar that resounded through the clouds, a golden carp flew out from above Ling Yi's head, and the carp's head had two rhombus horns that were vaguely visible as a dragon's momentum. The power of the soaring dragon. The two chiefs stared at the scene in front of them with wide eyes, incredulously, and turned around to flee, but it was already too late. Before they could escape, the two of them were devoured by the giant dragon, without even uttering a scream. The giant dragon that swallowed the two spiritual powers increased its power greatly and rose into the air, turning into two golden lights that returned to Chen Li and Chen Song. At that moment, the two of them increased their spiritual power greatly, and a strong force seemed to break through the air. Ah! After a roar, the duo's eyes were glowing with golden light, having reached the top level of the golden immortal realm, only one step away from breaking through to the emperor realm. The rest of the disciples were also affected by the remaining aura, and their realms plummeted. The koi returned to Ling Yi's body, a refreshing aura spreading throughout his body, breaking through to the second level of the golden immortal realm. Mo Liang willed his hand to wave, and the spiritual energy that filled the air instantly turned into a light green color, pouring into his body in a steady stream. Comfortable. Mo Liang sighed lightly. His entire body was incredibly relaxed. An invisible wave of light spread out in all directions, and he had also reached the golden immortal realm. Suddenly, the surroundings fell into pitch blackness, and a bright beam of light struck down, piercing everyone's eyes, so they could only raise their hands and try to fend it off. In a flash, the crowd moved to another location, the oracle's trial. The walls are dark, the lava is scattered, and the cries of ghosts and wolves are heard as a ghostly hand pokes out of the lava and tries to pull someone down. This is your final layer of trials. Those who walk out of the secret realm pass this test, and those at the bottom of the list receive 20 channels of the Thunder Whip. Nangong Haotian's ethereal voice echoed in the air, accompanied by the voices of ghosts and demons with a creepy undertone. The crowd of disciples looked grave. knowing that this level would definitely not be easy to pass. Since this is the last level, all of you fellow disciples should each rely on your own abilities, and we'll see you outside of the secret realm. Lingyi solemnly nodded his head, and after arching his hand, he disappeared in front of the crowd. Seeing this, the rest of the disciples also took their leave where they were and ran into various places, looking for a way out of the secret realm. Shen Song and Shen Li were now at the top level of the golden immortal realm, and they found a gap in the secret realm just by sending out their thoughts, so they quickly walked out. Lingyi possessed the body of a koi carp, so naturally, he wasn't willing to show any weakness. On the contrary, Mo Liang's body of flocculent would lost its advantage in this level, and after a long time of circling around, it returned to its original position. At this moment, there were several disciples traveling in pairs, each with their heads hanging down, looking like they hadn't found the exit either. Suddenly, the earth began to shake, the magma boiled, and the ghostly creature crawled out of the magma, looking at the crowd with greed in its eyes. Crap, the Ghostbusters are awakening. Mo Liang's expression was grave, his hands clenched into fists. The power bursting out from the body of flocculent would converged, and a green light struck out, shocking the ghostly creature that had just climbed out of the magma into pieces. Gradually, more and more ghostly creatures crawled out of the magma. Mo Liang's heart was shocked. If he didn't find the exit of the secret realm, he was afraid that he would have to be sacrificed here. Suddenly, he saw a guide interspersed with the ghostly fragments that had been dispersed just now, visible as the direction of the exit of the secret realm. The rest of the disciples surrounded him and took advantage of his defenses to slap him in the back. But Mo Liang couldn't dodge. A mouthful of blood sprayed out, and the guide in his hand flew out. The disciple who had sneaked up on them just now had a sneer on his face as he took the guide and summoned the secret gap and rushed out. At this time, the secret realm of the remaining 10 people, Mo Liang looked cold. Actually did not expect to be backstabbed. So look at the last of these 10 people's eyes are full of wariness. As long as we kill a ghostly creature, we'll be able to obtain the secret realm gap. Brothers go. However, the ghostly creatures prepared by Nangong Haotian all belonged to the golden immortal realm level, so they could not fight alone, so they could only join forces. As for Mo Liang, he happened to be at the second level of the golden immortal realm. Even if he had been backstabbed with a slap, dealing with these ghostly creatures was nothing more than a trivial matter. But the difficulty was whether these remaining disciples would also take advantage of him dealing with the ghostly spirits to backstab him. For a while, Mo Liang kept a close eye on the ghostly spirits rushing towards him while staring at his fellow disciples on the other side. Ah! A miserable scream rang out. A famous disciple was bitten in the arm, and the place of the wound instantly became dried up, spreading to the whole body. The rest of the disciples dodged away, fearing that they would be dragged into it. Help me! The disciple who was attacked was lying on the ground wailing, and Mo Liang clearly saw that if he didn't make a move, this person would be ruined. That's just it. In the end, he was unable to overcome his conscience. First he slapped away the ghostly spirit that was coming back towards him, and then he summoned a green spiritual energy to strike into the injured disciple. But the ghostly wounds are really difficult to heal, until Mo Liang's forehead broke out a trace of cold sweat before he finished as before. Thanks a lot, the rescued disciple said gratefully. Mo Liang gasped, kneeling on one knee. A little weak. Hurry, there are more and more ghostly creatures. Suddenly, the rest of the disciples a cry of alarm. Mo Liang turned his head to look at the party. They combined their efforts to destroy a ghostly creature, opened a rift, swarmed out. For a while, the only people left in the secret realm included Mo Liang and the rescued disciple, plus 2 other panting disciples, watching in despair as the rift closed. The lava began to boil, and with each small bubble a ghostly spirit sprang forth. Mo Liang strongly supported the spiritual power. A palm slapped the ghostly creature behind him. The disciple who was rescued by the party saw the situation. Darted forward to seize the fragments, opened the rift to rush out, and before leaving, he looked back at Mo Liang and said, "Birds are killed for food." "I'm sorry." Mo Liang instantly widened her eyes, looking at his back incredulously, and a wave of anger rushed straight to her heart. Ah! The disciple covered his chest with a wail and knelt on the ground showing his pain. Seeing this, the other 2 flew into the chasm, fearing that they would be affected. As I can heal you, I can naturally withdraw my healing power as well. Want to be gracious? Practice for a few more years. The words fell, and at the last moment of the rift closing, he rushed out as a green light. The last disciple crawled toward the chasm with a desperate look on his face. No! On the cultivation field, Nangong Haotian looked at Mo Liang, who had fallen out of the secret realm, with satisfaction. After this incident, he understood the word human heart. This quiz first place Chen Song, second place Ling Yi, third place Chan Li, fourth place Ling San, fifth place Shangguan He, and the last place Ling Huan. According to the rules, Ling Huan receives the Thunder Whip for 20 and is expelled from the academy. Huoli stood on top of the high platform to announce the final rankings. At this time, Ling Huan had already been released from the secret realm by Nangong Haotian, only to see that the wounds at his arms scratched by the ghostly creature were black and purple. His clothes all carried a burnt look, and the whole person fell on the ground in a sorry state. Ungrateful. Such a person should be expelled from the academy. Chen Li was hot-tempered and pointed at Ling Huan with righteous indignation. Ungrateful. Such a person should be expelled from the academy. Yes, we all saw what he did just now. If it wasn't for senior brother Mo, he would have fainted to death. And in the end, when he clearly could have brought senior brother Mo along to rush out of the secret realm, he even left behind, with such a person as a fellow disciple. It's really a disgrace. The sound of crusading amongst the crowd grew. Mo Liang covered his chest and looked at him condescendingly. Please, master, punish according to the rules. Nangong Haotian's eyebrows flickered, secretly rejoicing. Fortunately this person was not a holy mother. Otherwise, as a body of flocculent wood, if anyone had to be saved, he would be sucked dry. Thus, Nangong Haotian coldly looked down at Ling Huan, and between the snap of his fingers, the sky was covered with dark clouds, the winds rose up in all directions, and a bright white thunderbolt struck down, and Ling Huan wailed and slumped on the ground in agony, with his body twisted in varying degrees. After a wail, Ling Huan didn't even have time to cry out for help before he fainted. Even so, the thunder whip striking down from the dark cloud still didn't stop. 20 thunder whips ended. Ling Huan couldn't move. Nangong Haotian waved his hand indifferently, and 2 disciples came forward to drag him out. At this point, Pine Fragrance Academy no longer had Ling Huan as a disciple. The Pine Fragrance Academy doesn't accept idlers. This is what happens to the weak. Huoli looked solemn and spoke out to warn the rest of the disciples. Yes, as the saying goes, kill 1 to warn 100. With this example in front of them, how dare others continue to act in their own way? Disciple Chen Song. Disciple Chen Li pays his respects to master. Suddenly, the 2 of them, Chen Song Chen Li, knelt on the ground with their hands clasped together and performed a disciple salute in a disciplined manner. Nangong Haotian had his hands behind his back, condescendingly looking at Chen Li and Chen Song without saying a word, which was considered as acquiescence. There's still half a month before the competition assembly. You all need to seize the time to cultivate well and strive for a good ranking. It's said that the prizes for this competition are quite generous. As the words left his mouth, he placed his eyes on Mo Liang, Ling Yi, Chen Song, and Chen Li and said, "You guys come with me." As soon as the words fell, the 5 people disappeared in the cultivation dojo, but in an instant, they arrived at Nangong Haotian's small courtyard. Ling San has worshipped under Huo Li's name. You 2 have a special system, plus my father is used to being spontaneous. I don't know when he will go on a cloud journey. If you want to cultivate with teacher Hua, it would be good. Ling Yi and the 2 of them looked at each other, knelt on the ground with a thud and said, if it wasn't for master's discerning eyes, we would still be more than just drifting around at this moment. Not to mention the cultivation we have today. Disciples would like to follow master forever. Nangong Haotian lightly sighed and said, in that case, I won't force myself. Chen Song, from now on, you will be the eldest senior brother. Chen Li will be the second senior brother. Ling Yi will be the third in line, and Mo Liang will be the fourth. Are there any objections? Master, in terms of cultivation, I am not inferior to Chen Song. Why should I be ranked behind him? Chen Li's face showed his displeasure. He always had a high heart, and Chen Song was even secretly competing with him. This ranking was something he was not convinced of. Nangong Haotian suddenly leaned down, a pair of eyes staring at Chen Li. Instantly the surroundings were silent. An invisible pressure was released. The majesty of a superior. Chen Song has a calm and peaceful nature. He can afford this position. Although your cultivation is high, but your heart is too impatient. So you should rank second. Is there any objection? Chen Li was overwhelmed by the aura and nervously swallowed and said, disciple understands. No objections. The corner of Nangong Haotian's mouth hooked up a smile, straightened up. The powerful sense of oppression disappeared. Chen Li gasped as if he had been given a new lease of life. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The rest of the people were also shocked, and a wave of fear and yearning arose for this master teacher again. How good it would be if they could reach such heights themselves. Since you've chosen this honored one as your teacher, I naturally have to show something as well. Nangong Haotian pondered for a moment, and with a wave of his hand, a treasure appeared in each of the 4 hands. Chen Song's is the Gathering Spirit bracelet, a vintage green jadeite ancient text bracelet. The bracelet center is empty, but a strand of aura convergence in the center, vaguely visible, which seems to have a small space. Chen Li's was the heavenly flame, a blazing fire that burned in his palm, blazing like a blazing sun, and he didn't seem to feel the scorching heat. Instead he felt filled with power. Ling Yi's was the recluse stone, a light pink stone lying in the palm of his hand, quite inconspicuous compared to the first two. Mo Liang's was the Tsong royal scepter, a diamond scepter covered in shimmering gold, the top of the scepter encrusted with a pale green, transparent agate, in the center of which was sealed a ball of constantly struggling spiritual light. This is my father's meeting gift to you, and I will definitely take the competition meeting in half a month. Yes. Chen Li's eyes blazed as he looked at the treasure in his hand, the method of using it already emerging in his mind. Although Mo Liang verbally responded to it, the tightly wrinkled brow was clearly full of unconfidence. After all, among the few of them, only he had the worst ranking, and was stupid enough to almost be backstabbed. Nangong Haotian could see his concern and slowly spoke. This competition assembly has a group competition, so when you are practicing on your own, don't forget to practice tacit understanding together. This father is tired. You guys and go. Yes, disciple understands. Then we will come back tomorrow to ask for peace. Chen Song just like an elder brother's appearance, which began to arrange tomorrow's matters. Nangong Haotian hastily interrupted. Please, what peace? He does not want to get up early. So long ago, he did not have a good sleep a long time. What to say this time also have to lie down to the sun on the 3-pole. There is no need. This honored one does not like to make a scene. You do not have to come before me without being summoned by this honored one. And as for the method of cultivation, the treasures that I have given you will guide you on your own. As the words fell, Nangong Haotian made a side trip and leaned back on the noble consort couch and began to rest his eyes. The four of them looked at each other, no longer disturbing, and exited the small courtyard. Our master is really spontaneous. Chen Li looked at the heavenly flame in his hand with delight, feeling that he was getting closer to being strong, closer and closer to the time of the competition assembly. The Pine Fragrance Academy had long been famous in the northern martial country, and many academies had sent out their eyes to try and find out how the current situation of the Pine Fragrance Academy was. However, each scout was shaken out 1,000 meters away by Nangong Haotian's palm before they could see the signboard of the Pine Fragrance Academy. However, they didn't know that this palm was from Nangong Haotian. They all thought that it was Zhang Song. After all, he was now a powerhouse of the quasi-saint realm. Only hearing their voices, not seeing their people, Pine Fragrance Academy was suddenly covered with a layer of mystery. The day before the competition, the stronger disciples from each specialization of the Pine Fragrance Academy went out of the mountain along with Huo Li. White disciple clothes, holding a sharp sword. A group of people walked on the street with great vigor, and originally those bosses who looked down on Pine Fragrance Academy cast astonished gazes. Pine Fragrance Academy is off the hook? The strangers are like jade, and the male is unrivaled in the world. If one of these disciples could marry my daughter, there would be no regrets in this life. This competition assembly, the Pine Fragrance Academy is afraid that it's going to be in the limelight. Just buy them? Joke. Is Song Yun Academy a good bully? No matter how strong Pine Fragrance Academy is, it's just a fledgling. Where can it compete with the tightly managed Song Yun Academy? Alley out of a masked man. A pair of eyes full of resentment. The corner of the eyes of a black mole. Only to see his left leg twisted and flexed. Some cannot make strength. Is a disability. Outside the imperial city, the aura is overflowing. A total of 8 academies of the best are gathered here. The Empress Dowager stood on the city tower, satisfied with the cultivators entering the imperial city one after another, and said to Luan Ling, there are many strong people. Revitalization of the northern martial state can be expected in a matter of days. The Nangong old man will show up today? Old ancestor Nangong said that it's not appropriate for him to appear today, but someone from the Nangong sacred land will show up on their own, and he'll step in if necessary. Good or not? The Empress Dowager nodded. When she saw the Song Yun Academy that walked into the imperial city, she just couldn't help but clench her hands. For the Pine Fragrance Academy, this one was the most difficult opponent to deal with. The competition arena was set up in the imperial city, and was divided into 4 sections in total: artifact refining, alchemy, runes, spell formation, and comprehensive. Each participant competes according to his or her strengths, and the rules of the competition are divided according to the different sections. Chenli and Shansong are since the comprehensive part, and the rules used in this part are the ring system. Lu Haoling stood in the center of the competition arena. A war drum sounded and his morale was full. Which Taoist would like to be the ringmaster? Me! 2 voices shouted out together. Chenli turned his head to look, and in the Song Yun Academy, a man was also looking at him, smoke filling the air between his eyes. Suddenly, the 2 paced one another and flew into the ring in silence. Luan Ling looked the 2 of them over from top to bottom before saying, you 2 have good guts. Chenli of the Pine Fragrance Academy, top level of the Golden Immortal Realm. Chenli clasped his fists as a salute and raised his head arrogantly. The aura of the Golden Immortal Realm was released around him, and the ones below the arena who were lower in rank than him were a bit breathless. Song Yun Academy. Lin Yu, top level of the Golden Immortal Realm. Nice to meet you. Lin Yu returned the salute, and suddenly there was no sound in the arena, as the two forces of the top level of the Golden Immortal Realm secretly battled, trying to crush each other. Please, Lin Yu sneered and assumed a combat stance. The corner of Chen Li's mouth hooked up with a touch of contempt. Darting towards him, a sharp sword had appeared in his hand at some point, wrapped in a strong aura. Moonwatch Chop. With a roar, the silver-white sword blade struck out a spiritual light and headed straight towards Lin Yu. The latter pointed his hands toward the ground, and it froze 1,000 feet, and a sharp ice mountain violently rushed out from the ground. The sword shadow struck the ice, and immediately the ice shattered and turned into powder, landing on his face in a burst of coldness. Interesting, the power of extreme cold. Chen Li faced surprised, more than a trace of excitement in his eyes. Nangong Haotian gave him the heavenly fire. This half-month he diligently practiced, finally has mastered 7 or 8 points of the power. Today just to try. In the end, is the power of the extreme cold is stronger, or the power of the extreme inflammation is powerful? Humph. Watch the move. Cold light, grant me power. Lin Yu let out a roar, and the ice cones on the ground of the party surged with a stream of clear and cold power, converging straight towards his hand. Ha! With a cold harumph, the cold light struck towards Chen Li. The latter lifted his hand up and a blazing fire appeared in the center of his hand, gradually growing fiercer and fiercer, only to see Chen Li throw himself violently. The heavenly flame in his hand flew out and met the cold light in midair. Bang! The two forces converged, making a deafening explosion in the air as a mushroom cloud rose up in the middle of the two, half ice and half fire. In the next second, both of them turned pale, kneeling down on one knee, covering their chests and violently spitting out blood. But I have underestimated you. I appreciate it when the Pine Fragrance Academy can have a strong person like you. Chen Li grinned a smile, revealing his red-stained teeth and said, at this point in time, the Pine Fragrance Academy has long since ceased to be something you can despise. The words fell. He coughed violently again. Two Golden Immortal Realm top issued extraordinary power. The two of them were backfired and fought a draw. Luan Ling appeared at the right time, stood in the middle of the two and said, the two of you point to the end. A tie. Is it rest for a while and then fight again or? I, Song Yun Academy, have never admitted defeat. Again. Lin Yu fiercely stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth haphazardly. Do you think I, Pine Fragrance Academy, am a vegetarian? But 2 mouthfuls of blood. Come and fight. The power of the top level of the Golden Immortal Realm was all unleashed, and the wild winds around them caused their skirts to fly while the two of them each pinched a seal knot in their hands and waited for the other to strike first. Gradually, eventually, Chen Li failed to keep his composure and leapt, and the seal knot in his hand struck out, and Lin Yu's mouth hooked up with a smirk of triumph as he met him head-on. Just as the fiery red seal knot was about to touch him, suddenly the shadow sidestepped, but in the blink of an eye, it came to Chen Li's side, and the seal knot in his hand struck him straight in the back. Chen Li also reacted quickly. A deep voice. His body was immediately wrapped by the aura shield. That palm was like hitting on cotton, could not set off the slightest ripple. My turn. Chen Li's expression condensed as he flew straight down, already cupping a ball of heavenly fire in his hand. Let's show you the power of heavenly fire. As soon as the words fell, a ball of heavenly fire flew up into the sky behind Chen Li, rushing towards Lin Yu under his guidance. Shit! Lin Yu's face changed and he quickly put a shield on himself. A ball of heavenly fire was like a meteor flying down. Gradually, a crack appeared on Lin Yu's shield, spreading in all directions like a spider's web, while cold sweat suddenly appeared on his forehead and his hands began to tremble, somewhat unable to support him. Bang! With a loud bang, the shield shattered, and the heavenly fire hit Lin Yu straight on, and the original Treasure Blue Brothers suit instantly broke into several large holes. Put! Lin Yu fell to his knees and a mouthful of blood gushed out. Chen Li handsomely retrieved the heavenly flame and stood in front of him, looking at him condescendingly and said, You lost. Lin Yu raised his head tremblingly, looked at him incredulously and said, You, Pine Fragrance Academy, in the end, have been instructed by which senior person? As the words fell, his head lolled and he fainted. Lu Ha Ling flew up to the ring, fed Lin Yu a heart-preserving pill, and had 2 guards carry him down, then shouted to the disciples below the stage. This time the ringmaster is Chen Li of the Pine Fragrance Academy, the next challenger. May anyone wish to challenge him? The ring was silent. You looked at me. I looked at you, but just no one dared to go up. Seeing this, Chen Li gradually lifted his chest in an unbeatable manner. A Golden Immortal Realm second layer disciple saw this, thought, at this time Chen Li has just finished fighting, must be much weaker. If he goes up at this time, the chances of victory. I'll do it. A man wearing a red and white disciple's uniform flew onto the ring, arched his hand with false eyes and said, "Be an Academy Sheng Mingtai, Golden Immortal Realm 2nd level. Please enlighten me. You want to go up and defeat him even at the 2nd level of the Golden Immortal Realm? It's not a joke, is it?" When the underground disciples saw this, they all shook their heads, full of distrust. "This you don't understand. This is called tactics. Chenli played 2 games in a row. Do you guys think the physical strength can keep up?" Once these words came out, the people watching at the bottom suddenly realized, looking at Shang Mingtai's eyes with a hint of contempt, taking advantage of a person's danger, even if you win, it is not honorable. Shang Mingtai was not affected by the stage in the slightest. The corner of his mouth hooked up into a disdainful smile as he gestured at Chenli before saying, "Come on." The latter's expression was icy cold as he stood in place. The aura of the top level of the Golden Immortal Realm released as much as it could. Shang Mingtai was several levels removed from him, and was also a bit terrified in his heart at this point, but at the thought of his physical strength, Shang Mingtai tilted his head and regained some confidence. "Ha!" Shang Mingtai let out a roar, and the sky clouded over. Rumble! The sound of lightning and thunder was unceasing, and the sky was poised to explode. At this moment, Shang Mingtai had a bloodthirsty smile on his face. He was bound to win this battle. Chenli's expression was grave and he looked vigilantly at the heavenly thunder above his head. He didn't expect that he had realized a trace of the Thunder Road. If he were to soar to the Emperor Realm, the power of the Thunder Road would be his. Thinking of this, Chenli's heart was also bottomless. Just now, he had used up a bit too much of his physical strength, and he didn't know if he could withstand these heavenly thunderbolts. Heavenly Thunder Strike! Shang Mingtai let out a roar, and the heavenly thunder in the dark clouds descended in a smooth and furious manner, striking straight at the top of Chenli's head. A killing move. The latter's pupils instantly enlarged, quickly dodging a heavenly thunder. But also the overhead heavenly thunder was not finished. Another thunder sound came and went, as if it were a bamboo. The thunder in the sky was like rain streaming down like a maddened beast charging across the sky. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, Chenli quickly summoned the heavenly flame. Cthulhu Flame! Boom! In an instant, a flame ignited around Chenli, and even his eyes were ablaze. "Break!" A strong voice shouted out, and the heavenly thunder overhead struck down, but it was reduced to nothing in an instant. Chenli took advantage of the fire, and the roaring flames traveled against the sky, but in a matter of moments, they engulfed the dark clouds. Shang Mingtai's face changed and he wanted to step in to stop it. Chenli had already killed his eyes at this moment. His palm quickly struck out a ball of heavenly fire, and Shang Mingtai could only dodge it repeatedly. Put! The dark clouds dispersed, the gale stopped, and Shang Mingtai suffered a backlash as he lay on the ground violently spitting out blood, weakened beyond measure. Although there was a difference of 6 realms, the difference in strength was much more than that. "I lost." Shang Mingtai spoke with a face of indignation and unwillingness. Chenli slightly gasped for air and looked at him condescendingly. In the battle just now, he could clearly feel that the heavenly flame contained the breath of his master, but this hint of breath helped in a million ways. Chenli of Pine Fragrance Academy wins. The corners of Lu Holing's mouth rose as she stood next to Chenli and announced to the bottom, "Who else?" The corners of Chenli's mouth revealed a haughty color, and his eyes swept around with a strong oppressive force. Among the crowd, "You look at me, I look at you," but none of them dared to go forward. Jokingly, even Songyun Academy's Lin Yu was defeated by him. Ask the disciples present who can beat him? Songshang Academy has made a big splash this time. In that case, for this comprehensive competition, Chenli of Pine Fragrance Academy wins. As the words fell, the trumpets sounded above the city walls to congratulate him, and the Empress Dowager stood on the viewing platform, the joy in her eyes self-evident. Rows and rows of tables were placed on the refining field, with the same refining materials on each table, and lava tumbling in the cauldron. A fight was about to begin. Chen Song stood in the middle of the competition arena, very conspicuous, and was currently observing the materials used for refining weapons. Ling Yi walked up and informed him of Chen Song's win. At this time, 2 men wearing Song Yun Academy disciple uniforms walked up and taunted. "When did the disciples of Song Xiang Academy deserve to stand here? Do you understand how to refine weapons? I'm afraid you didn't come to disgrace yourselves." Ha 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 ha. This was met with laughter. "You!" Ling Yi had a furious look on his face, clenching his fists and wanting to rush up. As soon as Chen Song stopped him, he solemnly shook his head and gave him a reassuring look. Ling Yi took a deep breath, pressed down the anger in his heart, and directly ignored them. A group of small minions, they would just show off their mouth. Seeing that they didn't react, the disciple from Song Yun Academy thought they were afraid and got even more aggressive, stepping forward and pushing, saying, "Get up, don't you go too far." Ling Yi's eyes widened angrily as he pointed at him angrily. The Songyun Academy disciple was not afraid in the slightest, stalking his neck forward to provoke. I'll go overboard. What can you do to me? Do you dare to hit me? Pop. Before the words fell, a crisp slap sounded, and the person who spoke looked at Ling Yi incredulously, somewhat unable to react. The latter shrugged his shoulders and made an innocent expression and said to the onlookers, never have I heard such an unreasonable request. You are satisfied. Put. Sneers were emitted from all around. A look of watching a good show. The beaten disciple's partner looked furious and said through clenched teeth, do you know who you are hitting with this slap? I don't care who you are. Ling Yi made a brash and unreasonable face and rolled his eyes at him. You have to look at the master when beating a dog. You injured senior brother Shui. This is not putting Master Zhang Yun in your eyes. The man snorted coldly and angrily. Ling Yi sighed lightly and said, what a coincidence. I was once in the Beggars Association, and what I am most familiar with is the striking dog stick technique. What a guy who doesn't know the heights of heaven. Chang Shui had a furious look on his face as he quickly condensed an aura ball in his hand, but he struck it in an instant. Ling Yi also reacted very quickly and leaned back. The aura mass brushed past his body and hit the city wall behind him, smashing out a big black hole, which could be seen as a huge power. That's it? The corner of Ling Yi's mouth hooked up with a touch of mockery, and in his hand, he quickly manifested a golden aura as if it were a golden rod, sending you a dogfighting stick. The aura golden stick was guided and quickly flew out. Chang Shui did not dodge. A pair of eyes had already appeared bloodshot due to his anger. Today I will let you know what happens when you offend me. As the words fell, an aura shield gathered in front of his body, and the aura golden stick bounced out instantly when it hit the aura shield. In an instant, Chang Shui flew forward, and wherever he passed, aura surged, and a powerful sense of oppression went straight to the heart. This does not seem to be the East for fighting, does it? Standing disciple. Luan Ling appeared at the right time and only blocked Ling Yi. Chang Shui's pupils shrank and he turned around in a panic, the aura in his hand hitting the flagpole not far away. Ka-ching! The flagpole snapped at the waist and fell straight to the ground. This is a place for refining weapons. If a regular disciple wants to compete in spiritual power, please find another place. The refining competition is about to begin. Chang Shui snorted coldly, narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Ling Yi and said, let you off the hook for the time being. When the competition is over, I will make you regret coming to this world. As the words left his mouth, he reached out and touched the side of his cheek that had been hit, and then looked deeply at Luan Ling, blackened his face, and returned to his position with a cold snort. Lu Haling turned to all the disciples on the field and said, all of you have the exact same materials for refining weapons, so the one with the highest grade of spirit weapon made from these materials in this competition wins. Start! With a command, the aura of the refining field surged. All the disciples used their skills. The lava tumbled in the cauldron, the spirit stones flew into the cauldron, and the aura flew out under the scorching heat, converging in the center of the cauldron. Immediately afterward, the Xian Tai emerged from the lava, and as if it had found its master, the aura slithered in. Suddenly, a blinding bright light emanated from the cauldron, illuminating the bystanders somewhat unable to open their eyes. Chen Song skillfully utilized his spiritual power. The basalt iron in the cauldron rapidly churned, and several more materials flew in, turning into ashes in an instant, clinging to the basalt iron. Things have their beginnings. Listen to my command. In the battle of the earth. Out. After a burst of chanting, the cauldron let out a muffled sound, and a spiritual light dipped out from the top of the furnace and flew towards Chen Song. Broken. Chen Song looked grave as he waved his hands, a trace of aura constantly flying from his palms towards the aura. Autumn Moon Dawn Marigold. With Chen Song's roar, the spiritual light dissipated, revealing the spiritual weapon wrapped inside. The spirit vessel was bronze green in color, with 4 high feet crawling with dragon patterns, supporting the dragon head on top, the dragon's mouth that was the opening of the vessel. The dragon's teeth were incredibly sharp and hung with blood samples, and the dragon's eyes were gleaming, revealing a ferocious look, which would send shivers down one's spine with just a glance. Chang Shui's face changed and he accelerated the movements in his own hand, but after a difference of 1 pillar of incense, another bright light flew out of the cauldron, revealing the Taishan domain card wrapped inside. Great job! Chang Shui breathed a sigh of relief and waited for the crowd's compliments. This is the Autumn Moon Dawn Marigold from the ancient times. It is said that during the ancient times, the immortal burial emperor used the Autumn Moon Dawn Marigold to drink wine, sitting in the ancient world and overlooking the living beings, and this marigold followed the immortal burial emperor as he traveled around, absorbing the auras from all parts of the great desolate divine realm, and had a consciousness. Later with the devil one stop, immortal burial emperor broke the devil to take the blood, and the vessel containing the blood is the Autumn Moon Dawn Marigold. So far the Autumn Moon Dawn Marigold absorbed the essence of the devil's power, and had an independent consciousness. and turned into a dragon against the sky. All the devils, regardless of their class, will avoid retreating when they see this marigold. In the midst of the crowd, Lingy introduced the autumn moon dawn marigold in a gushing manner, as if he was in the ancient times, and he himself was the immortal burial emperor holding the autumn moon dawn marigold. After saying that, he didn't forget to cast a provocative gaze at Chang Shuyi, as if to say, see, the spirit weapon my senior brother refined is not something you can compare to. Since it's from the Taiku period, what he refined must be a fake and useless. Let's take a look at the Taishan domain. In my hand. Chang Shuyi blackened his face and uttered a taunt, then revealed the spirit weapon he had refined. Or else I wouldn't say you don't know what you're talking about. Before the words were finished, Lingy wrapped his arms around himself, his eyes revealing great sadness. Although that Taishan domain sign of yours is of the top grade, this item is nothing more than a defensive spirit artifact, while the autumn moon dawn marigold is an offensive artifact. So spiritually it is higher than the Taishan domain sign. Are you saying this is a fake? Which fake would carry the aura of this product? Saying that, Shen Song threw the spirit vessel into the air. The dragon's eyes in the mouth of the marigold flashed a golden light. The 4 cup feet with dragon patterns floated and twisted upwards, and a strand of dragon soul rushed out of the sky, cutting through the air and letting out a furious roar. Ow! The sky was suddenly covered with a fierce wind. This is a sub-spiritual weapon. He actually penetrated a trace of the dragon Dao. Chang Shuyi's eyes were filled with amazement, staring at the sky and stuttering a bit in his speech. Lingy's eyebrows flickered as he swept the crowd and said, how about it? Who won this refining? I lost. Chang Shuyi's complexion was bleak as he respectfully bowed, a bow that he truly meant. Shen Song smiled bashfully and returned the salute saying, I am obliged. The rest of the disciples were even more speechless and lost. What? It's the Pine Fragrance Academy again? On top of the city wall, a man listened to the people underneath coming to report and let out a scolding, the anger on his face showing. The person who came to report also had a grave expression on his face. His head lowered another point and said, the Pine Fragrance Academy has been seeing a lot of strong people this period of time, and I heard that they were instructed by a teacher with the surname Lin. Humph. Even Zhang Song has ascended to the quasi-saint realm. This teacher Lin is quite capable. Master, today's 5 matches, Pine Fragrance Academy has already taken 2. If they take 1 more, Song Yun Academy will be hanging by a thread. Nonsense. Can I not know this point? If the Pine Fragrance Academy becomes a branch of the Nangong Academy, the Empress Dowager's power will be great, and that deep-seated secret palace realm will be a dream to get. But, the man's eyes suddenly showed a touch of evil smile, as if he thought of something and said, I Hall Regent, how would I let things develop? And watch, no matter what way. Today Pine Fragrance Academy can only serve as a stepping stone for Song Yun Academy. On the spell formation competition ground, a group of participants were standing on the stage with confidence, and the Regent King was dressed in his official robes, acting as a referee. Gentlemen, this competition is about magic formations. There are several difficult formations that have been passed down for 10,000 years in the North Martial Mysteries. Whoever is the first to solve them will be the winner. As the words fell, his eyes landed deeply on the disciples of the Song Yun Academy and the Cloud Out Academy. Good luck to all of you. Only to see the regent waved his hand. A paper scroll suddenly appeared in mid-air. Like an imperial decree stayed in the air. The contents of the scroll was depicted with gold powder mixed with black sandstone, under the sunlight glittering with dazzling golden light. Transmit my northern martial arts. Learn to win over the subjects. For the inheritance, open. After a moment of chanting, the regent picked up the dagger beside him and slashed at his wrist, and blood immediately flowed out. And as if he couldn't feel the pain, he stared dead in the face as the blood that flowed down his body gathered into a ball and fell onto the paper along with the golden light of the scroll. And like a pool of water, the paper swallowed the blood in the blink of an eye, only to create a faint ripple. At the same time when the blood didn't enter the scroll, the surrounding winds were fierce, blowing the flags and fluttering. The war drums sounded at the same time, and the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, which were gradually torn open with a golden light, and then transformed into an entrance of nothingness. The wound on the regent's wrist also healed at the same time the entrance to the secret realm opened, and not a single scar could be seen. The contestants turned into a ray of spiritual light and rushed through the sky, entering the secret realm. After all the disciples went in, the entrance to the secret realm transformed into a dark cloud that hovered in mid-air, reflecting the scene within the secret realm. Just see where they landed is a labyrinth. The labyrinth is surrounded by black gas shrouded, cannot see and touch, leaving only the ground of a brick stone path to guide the way forward. And each brick stone was inscribed with spiritual runes that came to life at the same moment they hit the ground, densely surging forward and emitting eerie sounds. Seeing this, the crowd immediately followed the direction of the rune twisting until a fork in the road. Gold, wood, water, fire and earth. Ling stood at the fork in the road and looked out at the writing on each trail on the floor tiles. The rest of the contestants present were the best in the field of spell formations, and immediately Gu Yen of the Cloud Out Academy came to the conclusion. Beiwu country is located in a high mountainous area, with many trees, so water and fire can be excluded, leaving the three paths of gold, wood, and earth, and the runes on the green brickstone I carefully observed, which were depicted with gold powder mixed with sand and gravel, so I think that it should go to the gold path. A gentleman sees things the same way. A large portion of the remaining disciples agreed with him and followed Gu Yen to the golden path. Before leaving, Gu Yen turned his head and asked Ling Yi, "I wonder what insights disciple Ling has." Ling Yi narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced towards each trail saying, "Not much insight. These trails are pretty much the same. I'll see you later." Throwing down such a sentence lightly, Ling Yi walked towards the side of the dirt road with the least number of people, accompanied by Song Qingyi from Songyun Academy. "And you're not used to seeing him play it safe?" The two of them were walking side by side on the path when Song Qingyi suddenly spoke. Ling Yi laughed coldly and said, "That's not true. I'm just simply disliking their Cloud Exit Academy. You should all know, right, that Dean Zhang of our academy abolished Cloud Exit Academy's Grandmaster Changyun. Counting up, our Pine Fragrance Academy and their Cloud Exit Academy have a bean to form." Song Qingyi laughed softly twice, revealing a kind expression as he extended his hand and said, "Hello, my name is Song Qingyi, Song Yun Shu Yuan." Ling Yi glanced at him faintly and didn't reach out in response. Instead, he revealed a puzzled look and said, "We're competitors. What are you up to?" Song Qingyi wasn't embarrassed and took back his hand and said with a smile, "The competition is just to promote cultivation. We are all subjects of the Northern Martial Kingdom. We can still be friends after the competition." Ling Yi's face oddly looked at him, did not want to be talking. Directly to the front, suddenly so familiar. There must be a ghost. Song Qingyi followed behind him, still with a genial appearance, his mouth gushing. "Actually, I'm also not used to seeing the way the Cloud Exit Academy is doing things. It's too coarse. I heard that Songxiang Academy has a teacher Lin with extraordinary abilities. I wonder if I could have a chance to see him. My master is too busy for that." "It doesn't matter." Dean Zhang ascended to the quasi-saint realm. "It's reasonable to say that I, Songyun Academy, should also come to the door to celebrate, but I heard that Dean Zhang is in seclusion, so I didn't go to disturb him. I don't know when Dean Zhang will come out of seclusion. I don't know. It doesn't matter. The Pine Fragrance Academy is now famous, and your academy has taken 2 more competitions, so I'm sure that disciple Ling is aiming to win this match." Ling Yi stopped and gave him a blank look, not answering. Song Qingyi returned the smile without the slightest hint of annoyance. Ling Yi sighed lightly, secretly saying that this person was really eccentric. Boom! Suddenly, the soles of the feet issued a ringing sound. It seems that their organs are being ringed in layers, and the two immediately stopped their steps and looked shocked. Finally, Ling Yi had an expected expression. As soon as the words fell, an invisible barrier appeared around the two of them, shaped like a semicircle, leading straight to the bottom of the green brick and stone. The golden runes on the masonry were like densely packed bugs in an instant, crawling up the barrier and instantly densely covering the entire barrier. The golden floating formation. It really is an ancient formation. Song Qingyi scanned the surrounding runes with a leap of faith in his eyes. Suddenly, a golden light flashed, and the runes on the barrier transformed into a piercing noise drilling into his ears and stinging his brain. Sculpture. Ling Yi snorted coldly and turned his head to Song Qingyi and said, "This formation will be solved, right?" The corner of Song Qingyi's mouth hooked into a smile. "With such a basic formation, disciple Ling has underestimated me." As the words fell, he was seen waving a large hand, revealing an amber walnut necklace on his chest. 10,000 plans return. Sound returns to Qi. Break. With a roar, the talisman on the barrier instantly stopped twisting. Song Qingyi's eyebrows flickered, not expecting this formation to be so easy to solve. Ling Yi watched from the side and frowned as he watched his every move. This man acted dark and heartless, but in fact, he was unfathomable. And look at his moves. The moves are smooth and powerful, never dragging, but the power is intentionally lowered. This could only mean one thing: he was hiding his clumsiness, and the move he had just made was even more insufficient to break the formation, and he was aiming to test the waters and make himself make a move. As luck would have it, the runes that had stopped but a moment later morphed into a spell that doubled up and penetrated their ears. Ah, a 10,000-year-old formation. It really isn't simple. Disciple Ling, it's better if you come. Song Qingyi revealed a look of surprise and panicked, retracting his hand and making a look of exertion. Ling Yi secretly blanked Song Qingyi and snorted coldly. Didn't he just want him to make a move? Was it necessary to act out so much? Thinking of this, only to see Ling a big hand wave, the aura in his hand surged, gradually transformed into a sword, and then divided into 2 swords. 4, 8. until his chest appeared a dense row of spirit swords. Break! With a roar, the spirit sword in his chest surged out and stabbed above the barrier. The invisible barrier was instantly pierced through an opening, which then spread out in all directions like a spider's web. Bang! With a crisp sound, the barrier turned to ash and the charm returned to the brick stone. How? Ling Yi intentionally revealed a haughty color. Just now he broke the formation method without any rules to speak of. All rely on brute force. Want to see the level of his formation? Dream on. The corner of Song Qingyi's mouth pulled up a forced smile and said, He, Disciple Ling's high spiritual power is indeed strong. Thanks for the compliment. Ling Yi's eyebrows flickered as he continued to walk forward. Song Qingyi took a deep breath, pressed down the unhappiness in his heart, and followed again. Finally, the 5 trails converged, and the group of contestants came together again. 2 of the disciples who followed Yun out of the academy had colors hanging from their bodies, so they must have encountered the formation as well. Upon seeing Ling Yi, Guyan smiled and spoke. It's still Disciple Ling who is powerful and safe and sound. Song Qingyi sniffed and chimed in. Just now in the pathway, Disciple Ling made a swift move and broke the formation in 3 or 2 strokes. It was really an eye-opener for me. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the disciples on the field looked at Ling Yi with hostility, and for a while, Ling Yi became the target of everyone. I heard that Pine Fragrance Academy has produced a quasi-saint realm immortal king. This one should not be underestimated. Among the group, someone was discussing in a low voice. Ling Yi directly ignored it and followed the path deeper into the labyrinth. He had already known that Song Qingyi and Gu Yan would not have good intentions towards him, but he didn't care. Anyway, he was going to win this competition. The rest of the people couldn't help but voice out when they saw how arrogant he was. So proud and complacent. Give him some color later. Song Qingyi hurriedly acted as a peacemaker. Everyone should still take peace as a priority. Disciple Ling's spiritual power is deep. It's not something we can predict. Besides, nowadays, Pine Fragrance Academy is getting a lot of fame. If we offend him, I'm afraid that. The disciple who spoke out coldly snorted. Even more righteous indignation. Humph. I'm not used to seeing that he has no one in his sight. In this mysterious realm of crisis, it is inevitable that we will not meet a mechanism. It is hard to believe that he can blame us for everything. Listening to the complaints from the team, Song Qingyi sighed helplessly, his brow slightly furrowed, his face showing concern, but underneath that mask of hypocrisy hid the most evil of thoughts. Gu Yan mixed in with the group, adding a sentence or two every now and then, and it didn't take long for the crowd to decide to ostracize Ling Yi. Not long after, the crowd came to a stone door. The green brick stone pathway was cut off by a stone door, on both sides of which were placed stone sculptures of dragons, and at the bottom of the stone sculptures were bizarre characters, which, when looked at closely, were like a long snake writhing underneath the stone sculptures. Ling Yi walked forward and covered the top of the stone sculpture with both hands. Spiritual energy surged around his body and rushed into the stone sculpture. After the stone sculpture sensed the spiritual energy, the bottom quickly rotated. The dragon pattern looked like it was alive. The golden light flashed, and a dragon's soul flew out, wrapped around Ling Yi and turned 3 times before lying on top of the stone door. Rumble! Only the stone door mechanism was opened and slowly receded to the sides, revealing the nebulous, unknown darkness within. A bad feeling rose in Ling Yi's heart. His intuition told him that there was a powerful force hidden deep inside. Thus, Ling Yi leaned his right hand behind his back and a long sword appeared in his hand. He squeezed it and charged in. The rest of the disciples looked at each other in dismay. 10 people with 800 hard eyes, waiting for Ling Yi to go to the front to remove the danger before going in themselves. Song Qingyi said with an unforgiving face, I'd better go and help him. As the words fell, his figure also disappeared into the darkness. About an incense stick later, there was still no movement inside. The disciples then put down their hearts and walked in together. In the darkness, behind the stone door, Ling Yi leisurely sat on top of the stone door, hiding his aura and becoming one with the darkness. And at this moment, he was looking playfully at the disciples who were walking towards the depths of the darkness. Joke, wanting him to be cannon fodder. How can that be? Meanwhile, outside of the secret realm, Mo Liang and Rui were each standing in the alchemy field and the charm field, with the 2 competitions poised to begin. The alchemy competition was the same as the Pine Fragrance Academy's test, with the same materials placed in front of all the people, and only the one who made the highest grade of elixir won. Lava rolled in the cauldron. Mo Liang took a deep breath and concentrated fully. A trace of green aura surged in his hand and rushed into the cauldron. For a while, the lava rolled in the cauldron, and the cauldron trembled while the magma gradually turned green, overflowing outward with a faint aura. The Bishui grass and the 1000-year-wood godflower on the table flew into the cauldron and gradually turned into powder under the scorching green lava. Suddenly, Mo Liang's face changed, and the wood godflower in the cauldron turned into flying smoke and dissipated when the wind blew. Not good. There's a problem with the material. Mo Liang's heart was shocked, and sweat oozed from his forehead. Not far away, the Prince Regent narrowed his eyes slightly, quietly observing the situation here. The corner of his mouth hooked into a smile of triumph. Humph. Want to win? Don't even see if this king agrees. Pine Fragrance Academy. Nangong Haotian was meditating in his own small courtyard. He didn't go to the competition site today, but he was omniscient of what happened. Replacing a spirit object with a mundane product and trying to assassinate my disciple? Dream on. Nangong Haotian finger flick. Mo Liang tripod furnace. The original dissipation of the wood god flower ash and gathered together, and good more added a few points of spiritual power. Mo Liang's heart was shocked and secretly relieved. Feeling the familiar aura, he understood that it was his master who was secretly stepping in to help. They were unkind in the first place. I'm just letting you and them harmonize their material. A voice of false trivial seconds came into his ears. Mo Liang's heart then loosened up. He did want to win, but he preferred to win the match fair and square through his own efforts rather than keep relying on his master's arm. With a wave of his arm, the prototype of the potion in the cauldron was vaguely visible, and the regent instantly blackened his face, secretly screaming that it was not good. How is it possible? The one I prepared for him is clearly a weed-illusioned wood god grass. It's impossible to have practiced a pill. The Songyun Academy disciples on the side were also surprised, not expecting this person to be so perverted that he could practice a great elixir with weeds. After about an hour, Mo Liang took a long breath. A dark green pill flew out of the cauldron and landed in his hand. At the same time, the rest of the contestants also ended their alchemy. Songyun Shuyuan's is the fire-soaring dan that can enhance spiritual power, which is of the upper class. The one from the Cloud Exodus Academy was a top-grade spirit umbral cloud dragon dan, which was for healing injuries. And what Mo Liang had practiced this time was an extremely high-grade elixir. Returning Jade Spirit Movement extremely superior grade pill. An old man let out a shocked cry amongst the crowd, staring at the elixir in Mo Liang's hand with a look of envy. The latter smiled faintly and revealed the elixir, saying, "Not bad. What I refined is the returning Jade Spiritual Dynamic Dan. Only this one can purify the turbid chi in the body and break through the bottleneck stage." When these words came out, there was an uproar from everyone present, and the Songyun Academy disciple said indignantly, "He cheated. His materials are different from ours. Little brother. Meals can be eaten indiscriminately. Words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. All the materials used for today's competition were prepared by the royal family. Do you mean that someone within the palace is privately favoring me? No, not favoring me, but favoring Pine Fragrance Academy? I didn't mean that. Oh, what does that mean? All the personnel materials are the same, and you don't seem to have looked at mine, so to say so categorically that mine is different, could it be that you have tampered with mine?" Mo Liang pressed closer towards him with skepticism in his eyes. At this time, the Regent King walked over and said with a smile, "Harmony is precious. It's just a competition. You have to be able to afford to lose. Pine Fragrance Academy's returning Jade Spiritual Activation Pill is indeed of a higher level. So this match is won by Pine Fragrance Academy's Mo Liang." When these words came out, the crowd in the room burst into an uproar, clapping their hands at the result, and the disciple of Songyun Academy only had to suppress the dissatisfaction in his heart, arching his hand and saying, "Mo Shoyo's skill of alchemy is superior. It was me who lost. I was offended more than usual. I hope to forgive you." Mo Liang smiled bashfully and nodded in response. No harm done. The results of the 3 matches were already out. The Pine Fragrance Academy's victory had been decided. The rest of the academies as well as gave up their struggle and just regarded this competition as an experience. And the Cloud Exit Academy and Songyun Academy were full of defiance, and joined forces to prepare to deal with Pine Fragrance Academy. In this competition, Pine Fragrance Academy has all the wind in its sails. Who else has my Songyun Academy in their eyes now? Pine Fragrance Academy's wings are not yet full, and now that it's making a big splash, it will sooner or later become a target. So we'll see. On top of the city wall, the regent slapped his men in the face and scolded angrily. "What are you doing? Didn't you change the ingredients? Why did you still let him refine the elixir?" Hands busy kneeling down. Terrified, the subordinate did change the material. Su is the strength of the Pine Fragrance Academy that one is really powerful. Which is? The Regent King's face was furious as he smashed his fist on top of the city wall to vent his anger. In this case, Pine Fragrance Academy becoming a branch of Nangong Academy is the nail in the coffin. And when the Empress Dowager's Emperor's wings are full of feathers, then the secret realm of the Imperial Palace will be even more devoid of the king's portion. "Master, my subordinate has a note. If it is announced to the world that what Song Xiang Academy rests on is an evil method, then this competition can be nullified, and then we can support Songyun Academy. Sense to slander my Pine Fragrance Academy? How dare you?" Suddenly, a disembodied voice came from afar. calm and powerful, with a crusading intent. Surrounded by a fierce wind, the wind and dust came to their faces. The two regents stood on top of the city wall was mesmerized, a little unable to stand on their feet. Who's talking? The regent's face immediately changed and he looked around, but did not find anyone. Nangong Haotian looked at the flustered duo in the void and added, "It doesn't matter who I am, but if you guys dare to slander the Pine Fragrance Academy, this father will make sure that you will go up in smoke." As the words fell, the regent only felt a wave of suffocation. His jaw was contained by a pair of large, invisible hands, and his feet instantly took off into the air. "Help! Help!" At that moment, the veins on the regent's forehead burst out. His face was suffocatingly red, and no matter how much he struggled, it was to no avail. "Master!" Seeing this, his men rush forward to free themselves, but the regent hangs in the air, unmoving. Just as he was about to take his last breath, Nangong Haotian suddenly let go of his hand, and the regent fell hard to the ground, coughing violently. "Cough cough. This is just a small punishment for you today. Next time, I will make you suffer 1,000 times more. I don't dare. Never again." The regent braced his strength and knelt several times to the void, fearing that he would suffer the pain he had just experienced all over again. Nangong Haotian snorted coldly, secretly saying that a mole cricket is just an ant. Also dared to hit the idea of Nangong Academy. He is also worthy? After the voice disappeared, the regent sat paralyzed on the floor for a long time. The henchman busily asked, "Master, who was striking just now?" The regent king took a deep breath and seemed to have thought of something and said, "The one who can send a message thousands of miles apart and injure me. Other than that immortal king of the quasi-saint realm, I'm afraid that I won't be able to find the second person." As the words fell, he took his men's hands tightly and barked, "From now on, the people of the Pine Fragrance Academy must not be messed with. Since they want to become a branch of the Nangong Academy, then they will be fulfilled." The henchman nodded solemnly, now lending him 100 guts he wouldn't dare to do it again. At this time in the secret realm, Ling Yi quietly followed behind the disciples, watching them unravel the spell formation along the way. Song Qingyi searched around for Ling Yi's figure to no avail, so he simply returned to the group as well. "Senior brother Song, don't look for him, he may not appreciate you worrying about him. It's better to let him fend for himself." Song Qingyi hooked her lips and smiled lightly, saying with some embarrassment, "We are all fellow cultivators, so we should take care of each other and make progress together, and it's not good to exclude him alone." Ling Yi quietly looked at the scene over here in the darkness, and couldn't help but feel a pang of evil hanky-panky, a man who was so disgusting and effeminate. As he was thinking, the group passed through an archway and came to the vast circular clearing, where chains were placed everywhere and the ground was also engraved with densely packed charms. "What is it?" Gu Yan crouched down on the ground, surveying the talisman on the ground, and reached out to touch it. Rumble! The moment his hand touched the rune, the chains on the ground began to fly into the air, and many parts of the chains in the ground were pulled out, as if a huge object was about to come out. Gu Yan was startled and panicked as he withdrew from the confines of the circular clearing. Wow! The surrounding void spread out, revealing the original appearance of this place. It was a heavenly square stone cave, surrounded by smooth black sandstone, the top of which was unfathomably deep, with only a faint ray of light casting in along the small hole, indistinguishable from moonlight or daylight. It was at this moment that the crowd realized Ling Yi who was following behind them, and at this moment, he was looking at the scene inside the circular open space with a grave expression, his hands gripping his rapier tightly, ready to make a move at any time. Song Qingyi was originally in a combat stance as well, and after seeing Ling Yi, she busily stepped forward and said, "Where have you been? I've been looking for you for a long time." Ling Yi was silent. Talking to him felt like a waste of breath. Beneath the circular clearing, a wild beast's hissing roar rushed out and echoed in the stone cave, deafening the ears and going straight to the heart. Ow! At the same time the earth shook, and stones kept falling from above the stone cave, as if it would collapse at any time. The crowd was so shocked that they couldn't care less about why Ling Yi was behind them and scrambled to find a safe place to hide. The sound of chains clashing against each other grew louder and louder, and the beasts in the ground were getting closer and closer to them. Suddenly, the runes on the ground shattered and a crack crumbled open. The beast sealed below was about to come out, bringing out along with it an air of morose terror. Ow! Ling Yi's brows furrowed and he secretly screamed that it was not good. He had a premonition that the beast underneath was a big guy, and if it was released, it would definitely jeopardize the living beings. Thus, with a dark sigh, Ling Yi flew out and landed firmly in the center of the circular spell formation, summoning spiritual energy in his right hand and slapping his palm on the broken crack. Ow! The beast at the bottom seemed to be hit hard and let out a wail, but the cracks grew bigger and bigger, and instead of stopping the beast, the move angered him. "Why don't you come and help?" Ling Yi turned his head and roared at the cowering disciples. The latter glanced at each other, knowing that at this point they were all grasshoppers tied to a rope, and flew up, offering their share of spiritual energy. For a while, the cracks in the ground gradually began to close up, and the roars of the beasts underneath became even more miserable, gradually dying out. Calmness returned to the surroundings, and the disciples loosened their hands and sighed softly. This foreign beast isn't that powerful. It's not moving anymore. Ling Yi slowly stood up and stared dead at the broken runes on the ground. His feet were silent without the slightest movement. However, the quieter the underground, Ling Yi looks more and more grave. This quiet threw a trace of weird, as if the calm before the storm. Just as the disciples were relaxing their vigilance, the chains around them began to twist rapidly with lightning speed, and the ground began to tremble with an irresistible force. A huge force was about to break through the earth. Run! Ling Yi reacted with a shout to the disciples and quickly rushed out within the spell formation. Rumble! Just as his feet had left the ground, a huge shockwave traveled up against the earth, lifting up layers of boulders and hitting the wall. A few disciples were too slow to move and were vibrated off by the powerful impact, falling heavily on the wall and landing on the ground again, fainting and dying. By now, the underground beast was unstoppable, revealing itself. Under a roar, a pair of pitch-black horns were the first to be revealed, followed by a pair of pitch-black dirt-stained claws grasping at the ground. Scarlet eyes gradually revealed, and under the black lips were saliva-stained fur. A brownish-black Shen Tai grinding spirit beast with a body of brownish-black color appeared in the world. When the surrounding disciples saw this, several of them directly ran away out of fear, and the rest were all staring at the center of the spell formation as if they were facing an enemy. Song Qingyi didn't move to look at Ling Yi, who looked grave and was thinking of a countermeasure. It's been 3,000 years. I didn't think I'd be able to re-emerge from hell. Ha 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 ha. Let's see what you've got. A low voice rang out. The Shen iron grinding spirit beast's eyes were filled with greed, looking at the crowd as if they were looking at a beautiful meal. You shouldn't be here. Go back. Ling Yi looked solemn, exuding a powerful aura of the golden immortal realm as he tried to shock it. The Shen iron grinding spirit beast let out a long roar to the sky, and as it broke free of the chains that bound it, it declared its dissatisfaction. Go back? Let's see if you have the ability first. As soon as the words fell, the Shen iron grinding spirit beast slapped its chest with both hands and rushed up with lightning speed. Ling Yi reacted quickly and immediately dodged away. Bang! A depression was smashed out wherever the Shen iron grinding spirit beast reached, and the surrounding walls shook as if they would collapse at any moment. Seeing this, the rest of the disciples quickly summoned their spiritual energy and chanted for a while. Even the columns are in front, returning to the native land, and there is a way in the ancient world to return me to my home. For a while, aura surged within the stone cave, and a bright light illuminated the cave like the sun. The Shen iron grinding spirit beast had only come out of the ground a short while ago, and for a moment, it was stabbed to the point where it was somewhat unable to open its eyes. Seeing this, Ling Yi took the opportunity to leap forward and a ball of aura knocked him inside the spell formation. Instantly, a bright light flashed around the spell formation, presenting an invisible barrier that imprisoned the Shen Tai grinding spirit beast. With you guys? Daydreaming. The Shen iron grinding spirit beast let out a bloodthirsty smile and broke the spell barrier with a punch, and those disciples who had cast the spell were revolted and fell to the ground spitting blood. Seeing that the Shen iron grinding spirit beast was about to charge towards them, Ling Yi darted forward and a sharp sword appeared in his hand. The sword's shadow whistled out and struck straight towards the back of the spirit beast, but this foreign beast from the Taiku period also reacted very quickly, only dodging to the side and easily dodging this move. Seeing this, Song Qingyi took a pacing step forward, dodged to the top of the spirit beast's head, and slapped his palm down. Ow! The spirit beast was in pain, and the black horn on top of its head toppled towards him. Song Qingyi's pupils dilated as he panicked and dodged. Ling Yi once again took the opportunity to awaken the spell formation, signaling Song Qingyi to introduce it. The latter nodded in understanding, flew into the spell formation, and flew out with another flash. The spirit beast was not the least bit afraid when it saw them trying to pull the same trick. Delusional. Another palm. The Shen iron grinding spirit beast tried to break the barrier, but the one casting the spell was Ling Yi of the second level of the golden immortal realm, and his spirit power was so powerful that it could not be broken so easily. Immediately after that, Ling Yi let out a deep grunt, and the chains in the spell formation began to swing, rushing towards the Shen iron grinding spirit beast. No! The Shen iron grinding spirit beast let out a cry of unwillingness and began to violently resist. Ling Yi's expression was grave as he manipulated the spiritual energy in his hand, and for a moment he didn't notice that Song Qingyi had somehow managed to sneak up behind him. Soldiers can't be too deceitful. A sinister voice came out from behind, and a chill ran through Ling Yi's heart, and before he had time to react, he received a slap on his back. Poof! the spell formation was interrupted, and Lingyi flew out, landing on the opposite wall with blood at the corner of his mouth. You finally stopped pretending. Lingyi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with mockery. Song Qingyi snorted coldly and said, "Just you want to win me. Next time." The words fell, only to see him waving his hand, the wind howling around him, aura continuously gushing out from his palm, an incantation recited from his mouth. Rushing towards the spell formation, the chain swayed in the air, suddenly speeding up, as if it were a sharp sword plunging slash into the spirit beast's arm. Ow! The spirit beast let out a painful scream as its wrist was pierced by the chain, and the air was filled with a thick smell of blood. Go back! Song Qingyi was like an ambassador from hell as the ground cracked open and a powerful gravitational force attempted to suck the spirit beast in. No! The Shin Iron grinding spirit beast let out an unwilling wail, emitting a black aura all over its body as the chains on its wrists split in pieces. Song Qingyi's pupils shrank, his face unbelievable. The spirit beast had gone berserk and charged at him violently, its black aura rolling and unstoppable. Song Qingyi was busy summoning Yu's shield to block in front of him, but it was only as strong as it could be. Put! Song Qingyi slammed heavily against the wall and landed on the ground again, breaking several ribs. The spirit beast let out a long whistle to the sky, scanned the surrounding area, and unrelentingly charged towards Song Qingyi again. The latter secretly screamed that it was bad, but he was so badly injured that he could only stay still and wait for his fate to be judged. Hey! Suddenly, Lingyi shouted provocatively from the side. The spirit beast turned its head to look as a dark shadow flashed past its eyes, bringing with it thick, heavy chains. At this moment, the chains were like long winding dragons, circling around the spirit beasts one after another. The art of confinement. Lingyi let out a loud cry, and a thunderous roar came from all around. The chains suddenly tightened inwards, and the spirit beast was tied up in 5 directions and dropped to the ground. Immediately afterward, Lingyi closed his eyes and began to chant. The array is in front. The demonic spirit seals the chi. Do my best. Break! A shocking and powerful voice spat out, and the recluse stone in front of Lingyi's chest flashed with a dazzling light, instantly illuminating the entire stone cave. The ground trembled, and it seemed that the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling came out from underground. The chain shrunk downward along the crack in the ground, taking the spirit animal with it as it fell. No! No! I'll come out again. The spirit beast's voice was still echoing in the stone cave, and the figure had already fallen into the crack. Lingyi took a deep breath. The recluse stone in front of his chest floated into the air, and strangely ordered talismans burst out from the recluse stone, densely crawling towards the ground, forming a regular pattern. And the cracks in the ground disappeared at this moment, as if they had never appeared. There was a thud, thud, thud sound from the ground, and the beast was still trying to break free. Forbidden beast formation. Lingyi let out a furious roar, and the runes on the ground flashed with golden light and stopped writing as if they were imprinted on it, forming an invisible barrier, so that no matter how much the spirit beasts under the ground struggled, they were of no avail. After the great accomplishment, Lingyi's power was exhausted and he fell to the ground, somewhat unable to open his eyes in exhaustion. The recluse stone that had been suspended in the air returned to his chest and resumed its flat appearance. The stone cave suddenly began to shake. A blinding bright light emanated from the top of their heads, and after a moment of heavenly rotation, the crowd returned to the competition arena, and the void mystery realm disappeared with them. And it goes without saying that the winner of this match is Lingyi. Pine Fragrance Academy. Lingyi wins. The regent returned to the competition arena with a smile on his face, not the slightest hint of the shock he felt just now. Song Qingyi's face showed his unwillingness, covering his chest as he quietly retreated from the competition arena. Lingyi looked at his back with an unknown emotion in his eyes. In 5 matches, Pine Fragrance Academy won 4, and there was 1 rune pattern section. Pine Fragrance Academy lacked talent and failed to win. At this point, the results are obvious, and there is no excuse for Song Xiang Shuyuan to become the Nangong branch. The Empress Dowager stood on the observation deck, and behind her stood Nangong Yu. A few days ago, she suddenly received instructions from the Nangong Elder Ancestor to come today and deal with the Nangong branch. It's the Nangong Holy Maiden. Some of the disciples under the field recognized it and couldn't help but shout. The Empress Dowager wore a smile on her face, satisfied with the results of today's competition. That's right, by my side is the Nangong Holy Maiden. Nangong Yu, the academy that won first place today will be a branch of the Nangong Academy from now on. May my northern martial kingdom and the Nangong Holy Land be forever friends. Nangong Yu, dressed in the moonlight white Nangong disciple uniform, nodded to the crowd and announced, the academy that won first place today is the Pine Fragrance Academy. From today onwards, the Pine Fragrance Academy will enroll as a branch of the Nangong Academy, and the Nangong Academy will send cultivators with high cultivation levels as teachers. When these words came out, The crowd underneath burst into an uproar, looking at the Pine Fragrance Academy with eyes full of envy. The Nangong Holy Land is now a resounding presence in the Great Desolate Divine Region, and becoming their branch academy would lead to an unlimited future. Moreover, when Pine Fragrance Academy was victorious, the palace rewarded it with 1,000 stones of spirit stones and a number of various kinds of precious spirit herbs, laying the foundation for teaching afterward. Nangong Haotian in the compound. The divine sense to receive the news from the palace of the Northern Martial State, Pine Fragrance Academy to become the Nangong branch in the expected just. In that case, he is also accomplished. It is time to go to find Zhuge Yunji to talk about the matter of Yunshin Box. In the territory of Sundial Shade, Zhuge Yunji wandered to the border, looking flustered. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual force appeared out of nowhere, and a sense of oppression was born. Zhuge Yunji, long time no see. Nangong Haotian suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his way. Zhuge Yunji's complexion changed and he looked behind him, while a hand pulled him to a small corner to hide his breath. Nangong Haotian frowned with a puzzled expression. Could it be that someone was chasing him? It wasn't right. Nowadays Zhuge Yunji in the Great Desolate Divine Realm, how many people could fight with him? I'm afraid that apart from that hidden Nangong ancestor, there is only the mysterious Divine Realm Pavilion left. Not long after, a sound of footsteps appeared outside, and mixed spiritual energy roamed the sky. At the head of the group was the Divine Domain Pavilion's eldest disciple, Shangguan Qiuyue, and sensing that Zhuge Yunji's last trace of aura had disappeared right here, he raised his hand to signal for everyone to stop. Zhuge Yunji, that old fellow intentionally avoided us. His scent disappeared right here. It must be not far away. Find it for me. Yes. In an instant, all the cultivators wearing golden disciple uniforms dispersed in place and began a carpet search. Nangong Haotian turned his head to look at Zhuge Yunji. According to their speed, they would be able to find them in no time. Zhuge Yunji's face turned a little pale as he shook his head and said, "If I fall into the hands of the Divine Realm Pavilion, the matter of the containment god box, you won't want to know about it." Nangong Haotian narrowed his eyes slightly, and with a hand on his neck, the sense of oppression around his body was released, and there was some anger in his tone. "You dare to threaten me? I hate threats the most, and you don't deserve to threaten me." Zhuge Yunji's face turned red as he said weakly, "This is not a threat. Since you came out of the world, the containment god box has gradually appeared. The Divine Realm Pavilion has long since become suspicious of you, and ordered the entire Great Desolate Divine Realm to search for the containment god box with all their might. What do you think they're searching for the containment god box for?" Nangong Haotian heard this, put his hand. Zhuge Yunji fell to the ground. He then realized that, but not seen in January, Zhuge Yunji's face unexpectedly aged a lot, full of white hair. In theory, having reached their realm, they should have agelessness, but Zhuge Yunji's appearance was too suspicious. "If you lie to me, there will be a place for you in the Divine Realm Magma." Nangong Haotian turned his back to him, full of aura as if he was a god of death descending, and the words he uttered carried a full warning. "Eldest brother, there seems to be Zhuge Yunji's aura inside." At this time, there was the sound of a cultivator outside the bamboo house where the two of them were hiding, and Shangguan Qiuyunyu stood at the doorway, releasing his divine sense in an attempt to probe the scene inside the bamboo house. "Get out!" Only hearing a roar, Shangguan Qiuyunyu's divine sense was blocked back. The bamboo house released the aura of a strong person. Even if he was in the Emperor realm, he could not help but feel fear. "I don't know which immortal is here, but I'm a great disciple of the Divine Domain Pavilion, Shangguan Qiuyue, and I have no intention of disturbing you. But the Divine Domain Pavilion is pursuing a quasi-sacred realm immortal king, Zhuge Yunji, so I hope to inform you if the immortal knows where this person is." Nangong Haotian let out a cold snort and spared his words. "I don't know." Shangguan Qiuyue's pupils shrunk slightly, staring at the tightly closed bamboo house for a long time in silence. He was sure that Zhuge Yunji was definitely inside. However, there was also an unknown powerhouse in here, unable to test the realm, but definitely stronger than him, and possibly even stronger than a divine lord, so he couldn't come in hard. "Excuse me." Thus, Shangguan Qiuyue bowed respectfully and left the place with a group of people underneath, sending another message to the Divine Realm Pavilion. "Eldest brother, who exactly is in there?" A man with a terrified face. Just now the powerful aura inside pressed him a little breathless. Facing the oppressive feeling of the superior is an innate fear, Shangguan Qiuyue said with a dark face. "The cultivation is unfathomable. I have a guess in my heart. If it is the Nangong, that matter will be troublesome." After everyone left, Nangong Haotian lifted Zhuge Yunji up like a chicken cub, summoned his imperial sword again, and flew back to the Nangong Holy Land. In the middle of the Nangong secret realm, Zhuge Yunji sat weakly on the ground and began to apply power to himself to heal his injuries. Nangong Haotian stood beside him, but his eyes were fixed on the containment god box at the top of the three great mountains in deep thought. Why is the Divine Realm Pavilion chasing you? Nangong Haotian suddenly spoke, his expression cold. Zhuge Yunji was harboring too many secrets. He had been in seclusion for 10,000 years, and the rules of the Dharma realm outside had changed in 1,000 ways, and there were many of them that he didn't know about. Zhuge Yunji took a deep breath. His face eased quite a bit and said, because I know the location where the embodied god box is hidden. Hearing this, Nangong Haotian turned his head violently, looking at Zhuge Yunji with a complicated expression. Zhuge Yunji swept his eyes at the three containment god boxes in the secret realm, his face showing surprise. So you hid the containment god box here. Good. The Nangong secret realm has been passed down for 10,000 years. It is the most mysterious existence. Placing it here, it is impossible for them to get their hands on it without your permission. As the words fell, his expression suddenly became solemn, and he said in a deep voice with his hands behind his back, you are too strong. So strong that the Divine Realm Pavilion is beginning to fear you. Do you know why the Divine Realm Pavilion is at the top of the great desolate Divine Realm and no one dares to question it? Nangong Haotian blankly glanced at him and didn't reply. Joke, the Divine Realm Pavilion hadn't even appeared when he was in seclusion. So how did he know what the Divine Realm Pavilion was a thing? Zhuge Yunji laughed twice up in the sky and said, also, although you old thing has lived for a long time, you may not know as much as I do. Today I will give you a good smooth Divine Realm Pavilion. In order to avoid turmoil in the great desolate Divine Realm and the loss of his own immortal position, Immortal Burial Emperor killed all cultivators who wished to become immortals. Before he perished, he left a death order for the Divine Realm Pavilion that if an immortal appeared in the great desolate Divine Realm again, the Divine Realm Pavilion would surely lose its position, and at that time, they would need to gather all 12 embodied god boxes to resurrect the Immortal Burial Great Emperor and execute those who wished to seize the immortal position. The words fell. He looked deeply at Nangong Haotian, eyes drifted into the distance and continued, since you came out, acting high profile, cultivation is unfathomable, is tens of thousands of years and the only strong person appeared, coupled with the fact that you have declared yourself a holy land without warning. The Divine Realm Pavilion has long regarded you as someone who wants to seize the immortal throne, and resurrected the Immortal Burial Emperor just to deal with you. And why are you being hunted by them? I used to be a member of the Divine Realm Pavilion, but as early as thousands of years ago, I had already detached myself from there, not belonging to any sect, and only wanting to travel the great wilderness and the clouds, and be a man of idle clouds and wild cranes. But since you appeared, the Divine Realm Pavilion repeatedly sent people who wanted me to spy on the Nangong Holy Land intelligence to pass back, since I was reluctant, offended them. Later on, after stumbling upon the secret of the contained god box, they wanted to hunt me back to silence me. Nangong Haotian listened and pondered for a long time. Zhuge Yunji wasn't in a hurry either, and said with a long sigh, you must be wondering why I would tell you all this, and whether it would be a bitter trick performed in conjunction with the Divine Realm Pavilion. I can tell you very clearly that the Divine Realm Pavilion is not as noble as the outside world spreads it to be, and by continuing to allow them to be the leader of the great desolate Divine Realm, the world is bound to be in chaos. What do you want to do? Nangong Haotian had a hint of an answer in his heart and deliberately asked him. Zhuge Yunji looked suddenly agitated. Rather like I am for the living, he said. In recent days, the Nangong Holy Land has been dominating under your leadership, and the Pine Fragrance Academy is also famous, so it can be seen that you also have the will of the world's living beings in your heart. Wouldn't it be beautiful if you were allowed to be the leader of the great wilderness Divine Realm? Nangong Haotian's heart was racing with a million horses, not realizing that in this world, there were still people who worshipped him so much, seeing him as a savior who rescued the world's people. You mean, let me be the new Immortal Burial Emperor, and the Nangong Holy Land is the new Divine Realm Pavilion? Not bad, you have this ability. Zhuge Yunji looked at him with a serious face, without the slightest hint of a joke. Nangong Haotian lowered his head and laughed softly twice and said, I know that I am very strong, but I am not afraid of the Immortal Burial Emperor that you are talking about. Besides, I don't have any great ambitions for the world. As a Nangong elder ancestor, all I have done is just for the purpose of growing the Nangong family. The position of Immortal Emperor, the leader of the great desolate Divine Realm, is indeed tempting, but I, Nangong Haotian, do not care about it. I will continue to look for the godly box of containment, but what you're talking about, I'm not interested in. Hearing this, Zhuge Yunji's expression changed, as if there were 1,000 words that he still wanted to persuade, but on second thought, he laughed bitterly and said, just as well, the Divine Realm Pavilion will never let it go like this, and in the future, the Immortal Emperor's position, you'll have to sit even if you don't. After saying that, Zhuge Yunji closed his mouth and began to fully heal himself. Nangong Haotian stared unblinkingly at the 3 containment godboxes, his mind in a whirlwind of thoughts. In the great desolate divine realm, at one of the topmost spots, the divine realm pavilion divine lord received the news sent back from Shangwan Shoyue with a grave expression. Elder Nangong, how could he help Zhuge Yunji? This matter is difficult. Another old man, Shangwan Baihe, looked on and concurred. Why don't I personally make a trip to the Nangong sacred ground? The spirit woman that was sent out last time was too useless and was so easily recognized. The divine lord raised his hand and said, Thou shalt not. Why not? Since we can't do it secretly, let's do it openly. No matter how strong old ancestor Nangong is, he has to submit to my divine realm pavilion. The divine lord snorted coldly, his face showing mockery. That old ancestor Nangong didn't even respond to us by sealing the Holy Land, and he's still attempting to return to us? Dream on. As the words fell, his eyes looked into the distance, and he said with some uneasiness, I'm only afraid that he will rise up to seal the emperor's heart, and then my divine realm pavilion will become a joke. Right now, our only hope is to find the embodied divine box and resurrect the immortal burial emperor. But, divine lord, the immortal burial emperor has a violent personality. If he is resurrected, the world will be thrown into chaos. So what? As long as we can preserve the divine realm pavilion's position, any sacrifice is worth it. Then, what will Zhuge Yunji do now? I'm sure that he must have gone to the Nangong Holy Land, and if he is captured, he will definitely clash with the Nangong Holy Land. Shangwan Baihe showed a difficult expression. Since the existence of the Nangong Holy Land, the Divine Realm Pavilion is doing things more and more fearful. For the time being, let him stay in the Southern Palace Holy Land, so we still have the person he wants in our hands. I don't believe that he can really give it up. Within the Nangong Holy Land, Nangong Junyi was arranging for someone to go to the Northern Martial Kingdom to teach, and upon learning that Nangong Haotian had returned, he immediately put down his hands and headed to the secret realm to pay his respects. Greetings, old ancestor. Nangong Junyi bowed respectfully before placing his eyes on Zhuge Yunji with a puzzled look on his face. Nangong Haotian glanced at him faintly, half lying in the air and said, This is a friend of mine. Call him Zhuge Lauer can be. This period of time will be in the Holy Land to live for some time. You look at the arrangement is. As the words fell, he seemed to have thought of something. Zhuge Yunji, as a quasi-saint realm immortal king, had a high level of cultivation. Instead of letting him stay in the Holy Land as an idler, it would be better to make the best use of it and let him be a teacher, instructing his disciples in the Nangong Holy Land. So he looked at Zhuge Yunji with a wistful smile and said, You can't stay here with me for nothing, can you? Rest for 2 days and you can go to the Nangong Academy to teach them. Zhuge Yunji's face darkened as he waved his hand repeatedly. No, let me teach them. Absolutely not. Nangong Haotian raised his eyebrows lightly and hinted, But I, Nangong Holy Land, can't take you in for nothing. I always have to take some benefits. Don't I? For example, what immortal cultivation secret book? Stop. I know what you're resting on. Zhuge Yunji had a black line for a while. He hadn't seen one that would pit people against something like this, and it was only because he now had to take refuge in the Nangong sacred ground, relying on the shelter of this place. Thus, he thrust his hand out, and a copy of the Nan and Phalanx, which had a pale aura, appeared in the palm of his hand. New awe. I've treasured this secret book for a long time, so I'm giving it to you. Nangong Haotian took the book, flipped it open and scanned it, nodded in satisfaction and handed it to Nangong Junyi and said, Comprehend it well. As the Nangong family head, you must be stronger. Nangong Junyi suddenly got the treasure, holding it in his hand as if it was a treasure, and said gratefully to Zhuge Yunji, Many thanks to immortal King Zhuge. In the middle of the Holy Land, the immortal king doesn't need to be restrained. Just treat it as if it were in his own home. Zhuge Yunji looked slightly shocked, sizing up Nangong Junyi from top to bottom and said, Good eyes, even though he is in the emperor realm, he can tell the realm of this immortal. Nangong Junyi's face showed shame as he humbly said, It's just a comprehension of a trace of the power of the great Tao. It's not worth talking about. Okay, you go down. The matter of the Northern Martial State is in contact. You guys do just that. No need to come to report to me. Yes, Nangong Junyi answered and busily retreated. For a time, only the two of them, Nangong Haotian, were left in the secret realm again. You say you don't know where the embodied god box is located? Zhuge Yunji nodded, revealing a taboo expression and said, Not bad, I do know. But, that place is a bit special. If you go over there, I am afraid that you will encounter some trouble. Nangong Haotian snorted coldly, unconcerned. Is there any place in this great desolate divine realm that I wouldn't dare to go to? Zhuge Yunji lightly laughed and said, South Pole Sacred Land. I only know that the Yunshan box has had a movement here. But the South Pole sacred land is located in a remote area and is heavily guarded, so I don't dare to trespass. It's just a holy land in the district. It's not enough to fear. With his strength nowadays, what he wants is to go directly to get it. Why need to care about what kind of person the other party is? If they are more sensible, respectfully hand it over. He can still be merciful. If they are not sensible, he also do not mind taking action. But it is just some ants. The next day, Nangong Haotian called on Void Air to go forward to the South Pole sacred land. Although he could fly there by himself, but riding the golden winged rock was incredibly powerful, and he could also slowly appreciate the beauty of the road. The rock spread its wings and soared into the sky. Void Empty moved quickly and arrived over the South Pole Holy Land 2 days later. Who intrudes into my South Pole Holy Land? The South Pole Holy Land lived up to its reputation of being heavily guarded, and as soon as the one man and one beast entered the sky above, a disciple blocked in front of them and asked in a stern voice, "Old ancestor Nangong, I want to see your sacred lord." Nangong Haotian had collected his aura, and at this moment, he looked no different from a normal person. The Southern Palace Sanctuary? That disciple showed surprise and said after sizing up Nangong Haotian from top to bottom, "I see that you don't look like a Nangong elder ancestor either. Humph, trespassing into my Nangjia Holy Land and pretending to be a Nangong elder ancestor's name. Do you see that I'm easy to fool? I order you to leave this place immediately. The last person who dared to order me around has been dead for tens of thousands of years. Young man, you have a lot of guts." Nangong Haotian lost his patience and radiated the power around him. That disciple's face changed, and he was pressed down by the powerful aura to the point that he knelt on the ground, and his entire body began to tremble. Nangong Haotian only gave a single look, and the man kneeling on the ground screamed miserably and was forced to raise his head to meet his eyes as his body began to hang in the air. "Where is your holy lord?" "The Holy Lord is receiving people from the Divine Realm Pavilion. He doesn't have time to see you. It's because I'm blind and didn't know that you're the real Nangong Elder Ancestor. I hope to let me off the hook." Nangong Haotian snorted coldly and threw him towards the ground. Dust flew. The ground was smashed into a big hole. The man was curled up in a ball in pain, unable to move, and his eyes had been gouged out of their pupils at some point, leaving only 2 empty sockets, which were oozing blood outwards at this time. "Ah!" The man let out a weak wail. Nangong Haotian threw the 2 eyeballs in his hand towards the ground and said in disgust, "This thing is useless on you. I'll help you get rid of him, and the next time, it won't be so cheap." As the words fell, he coldly grimaced and went directly to the middle of the South Pole sacred ground. Since the Divine Realm Pavilion was also here, it meant that Zhuge Yunji hadn't lied to him, and that the containment god box was really here. Inside the Nanji Palace, the Sacred Lord was respectfully receiving Shengwan Shoyue, when the person underneath suddenly ran in a panic and attached himself to his ear and said something. "What? Old ancestor Nangong broke in?" The Sacred Lord immediately stood up in shock. He had heard of this old ancestor Nangong. Wherever he passed, blood filled the sky. The Cloud Cultivation sect was destroyed by him. Thinking of this, the Holy Lord's face showed horror as he recalled if he had ever offended him. Shengwan Shoyue's expression was icy cold, full of interest in this mysterious Nangong old ancestor. Just what kind of expert would make hearing his name cause fear in one's heart? "Quickly invite in. This great Buddha can't be offended." The Sacred Lord was busy directing the disciples, and it was only then that he remembered that Shengwan Shoyue was also here. "There's no harm in it. Today I'll also see what kind of character this famous Nangong old ancestor is." The Holy Lord nervously wiped the sweat off his face and nodded repeatedly. "Today is really a great flood. The Divine Realm Pavilion and Old Man Nangong both came here. Is it possible that he has a treasure here?" "Eldest senior brother. The Nangong old ancestor came here for money. Could it be for the same reason?" Shengwan Shoye slightly raised her hand to stop the words he was about to continue down. "Let's see. This Nangong old ancestor we don't have many encounters with. Just improvise. If he's really here for that thing, my Divine Realm Pavilion isn't a vegetarian either." "Old ancestor Nangong, what brings you here?" The Nangji Holy Lord led a kind of people to wait at the entrance of the Nangji Palace, and Nangong Haotian was still riding on the back of the Void Hollow, with no intention of wanting to get off the ground. "There is an item in your holy land that I want, and I came over today to give you a heads up, and when I find this item, I will take it away. I don't know what it is that Senior is looking for, so I can send someone to help you find it." The Sacred Lord of Nangong courted Nangong Haotian like a lapdog, fearing that an inattention would anger him. Nangong Haotian indifferently returned, "No need, the object will find itself." As the words fell, his eyes rested on Shengwan Shoyue who was on the side. The latter was currently looking at Nangong Haotian with an inquisitive face, somewhat surprised that this famous and powerful person was hanging on to the appearance of a youngster, with an unruly and untamed demeanor all over his body. "Old ancestor Nangong, I've heard a lot about you. I'm Grand Disciple Shangguan Shouyue of the Divine Realm Pavilion. Seeing that Nangang Haotian was also looking at him, Shangguan Shouyue arched his hand in salute. Nangang Haotian responded indifferently and did not intend to pay him any mind as he rode Void Hollow and turned to fly into the sky. Searching for traces of the containment god box within the Nangjia sacred land, Shangguan Shouyue narrowed her eyes slightly, looking at Nangang Haotian with yearning in her eyes. This person's cultivation was definitely stronger than what the pavilion master had described. Young lord, I don't know if I've come today. Is there any orders from the Divine Realm Pavilion? The Southern Extreme Holy Lord secretly breathed a sigh of relief, finally sending this great Buddha away. Shangguan Shouyue nodded and said, a traitor has appeared in the Divine Realm Pavilion. According to reliable clues, this person has infiltrated the South Pole Holy Land. The Pavilion Master is furious and has ordered us to secretly arrest him and bring him back to the Divine Realm Pavilion for trial. To be able to make the Pavilion Master furious, it is evident that the mistake this person made is not small. The South Pole Holy Land's power is meager, so I would like to help. There's no need. The Pavilion Master ordered a secret arrest, so the South Pole Sacred Ground can just pretend that we've come over for a visit. As the words fell, Shangguan Qiunyu looked at the direction Nangang Haotian flew off in and said, it's getting late. Farewell. The South Pole Holy Lord was a bit puzzled. The Nangang Old Ancestor wants to look for something in his place, and the Divine Realm Pavilion wants to look for someone in his place? Intuition told him, these two groups of people to find something is perhaps the same kind of thing, but both sides of the forces he cannot afford to mess with, so just pretend not to know about this matter. This time, the South Pole Holy Land is really lively. Pass down the order that no one shall obstruct the Divine Realm Pavilion and the Nangang Ancestor, and we shall not participate in the struggle between them, as long as it doesn't affect my Nangang Sacred Grounds cultivation. Surrounded by mountains and in the middle of the basin, the South Pole Holy Land is rich in spiritual qi, making it a holy place for cultivation. However, it was strange that the South Pole Holy Land did not produce many of the best compared to the North Pole Holy Land. Nangang Haotian in the South Pole Holy Land overlooking the terrain. Immortal Burial Emperor, how smart people. When he perished, he will certainly choose to store his physical body in the most dense place of spiritual qi. Physical body can be 10,000 years of non-corrosive, subject to the nourishment of spiritual qi. Go to Southwood Hill. Nangang Haotian closed his eyes and released his own divine sense, finally discovering a faint hint of the Yunshin box in the South Dak Mountain. The tail is following behind us. Void Hollow's eyes looked downwards, and Shangguan Shouyue's group was silently following behind them. Nangang Haotian snorted coldly and said, a bunch of mole crickets. Since they want to follow, then let them follow. As the words fell, he looked at Shangguan Shouyue with teasing eyes. Later on, he could use them to lure away the things from Southwood Mountain. Manhwa Mountain was located right in the middle of the South Pole Holy Land, and the two of them, Nangang Haotian, landed on the top of the mountain, secretly observing whether the Divine Realm Pavilion's group of people had followed them or not. Master, what is the meaning of this? The corner of Nangang Haotian's mouth hooked up with a teasing smile and said, although the guardian spirit beasts of South Dak Mountain are not ferocious beasts, they are very difficult to deal with, so it's not good for me to make a move, so I'll let them go. The words just fell, only to see the footsteps of Shangguan Shouyue and his party coming from not far away. Nangang Haotian immediately hit his own breath and released a spiritual force to float into a cave in Southwood Mountain. The sapien beast, which had been napping in the cave, was awakened by a slap and alerted to the fact that an outsider was breaking into the mountain. Ow! Only when it let out a roar. Southwood Mountain shook 3 times. Shangguan Qiunyu's expression was grave as he lost Nangang Haotian, eldest senior brother. There seems to be a spirit beast in South Dak Mountain. Old ancestor Nangong's last figure disappeared right here. So it is evident that the thing is in Southwood Mountain. Pass the order down. All of you get in the spirit and search the group for the scent of the embodied god box. And as for the spirit beast, meet it and talk about it. As the words fell, the group pulled out their self-defense weapons and began to conduct a carpet search in the mountains and forests. Nangang Haotian looked somewhat disgustedly at the sapient beast charging towards them halfway up the mountain and said, this sapient beast is really weak, but for these little minions, it's enough to pester them for some time. As he was saying this, the sapient beast flew up and leaped onto a Divine Realm Pavilion disciple, pinning him to the ground and saying in a deep voice, who is it that trespasses on my Southwood Mountain? Shangguan Shouyue's expression was icy cold as she stared at it and said, Divine Domain Pavilion, there is something in Southwood Mountain that should be handed over. The sapient beast snorted coldly and slapped the disciple underneath him unconscious with a palm saying, the things of Nanhwa Mountain can only be opened by the people of the Nanji Palace. You bandits don't want to think about it. Then don't blame me. When Shangguan Qiunyu saw his own disciple being injured, his face brought a trace of anger. A strand of spiritual energy converged in the palm of his hand. and the winds around him were raging, and a great battle was about to break out. The sapien beast likewise did not reduce its aura, exuding a welcoming stance all over its body as it stared at the crowd with a pair of dead eyes. "Get out of Southwood Mountain!" The sapien beast let out a deafening roar, and a powerful impact struck out, shaking them somewhat. Shangguan Qiyun knew a sullen voice. The aura in his hand grew thicker and thicker. Bang! Suddenly, a spiritual light cut through the sky, and wherever it passed, even the air seemed to be cut through. The sapien beast wasn't the least bit afraid and only slightly stomped its foot, and a crack immediately appeared in the ground. In just a split second, the sapien beast burrowed into the crack, dodging the aura, and the ground shuddered. Shangguan Qiyunyu secretly screamed that it was bad and immediately flew and levitated into midair, and the rest of the disciples followed suit when they saw this. The moment his feet had just left the ground, several sharp protrusions suddenly emerged from the ground, pitch black and bubbling with rolling aura. In the next second, the sapien beast rushed out as a spirit light and slammed straight into Shangguan Qiuye. The latter wasn't a vegetarian either. A deep voice, a transparent white chi barrier instantly surrounded him, and the sapien beast's collision was like hitting a balloon, instantly bouncing away. "That's all it takes to stop me," Shangguan Qiuye snorted coldly, disdain all in his eyes, and randomly pulled out a long sword from his back. The sword's shadow whistled past, bringing up grass and trees flying in all directions as it rushed towards the sapien beast. Feeling insulted, the sapien beast had anger on its face, and a black unicorn horn instantly grew on its head. "I'll show you what I'm made of." The sapien beast retreated 2 steps, then powered up to meet it, and the black horn on its head transformed into a patch of sharp thorns in an instant. Raging, bang! The shadow of the sword against the unicorn horn made a deafening explosion in the air. The might of the powerful shockwave brought about by the might lifted up the boulders on the ground. The wind whistled around, and the onlookers called out shields to block in front of the disciples. Shangguan Qiuye was shocked and took 2 steps back, looking at it with a nervous expression and said, "I have underestimated you." The sapien beast raised its head to the sky and whistled. Its eyes were scarlet, its body was shrouded by aura, and the surrounding area was silent. And suddenly insects and birds chirped in unison, and a hint of strangeness was present in the hustle and bustle. 100 bugs. Shangguan Qiuye narrowed his eyes slightly and scanned the surroundings, not expecting to meet an opponent today. Charge! At the order of the sapien beast, the insects and birds hidden in the surrounding area swarmed out, densely packed, and the sky instantly darkened. All disciples listened to the order. Formation. Shangguan Qiuye also gave a command, and the disciples instantly understood as a sword shadow flew out from their backs and hovered above their heads, forming a wide 5-pointed star. The disciples stood under the 5-pointed star, surrounded by an invisible barrier, and those insects and birds frantically crashed into the barrier like they didn't want to die, with very little power. For such a fight, Nangong Haotian was very satisfied, and in no time at all, he searched for the location where the containment god box was hidden. Void Wukong couldn't help but laugh out loud as he watched the entangled Shangguan Qiuyue's group and his divine sense. They too have had their day. This sapien beast is really powerful, pestering them to the point where they can't do anything about it. Nangong Haotian sneered and said, "Instead of me striking out on my own, it would be better to let them fight and we can just sit back and reap the benefits." As the words fell, he raised his large hand and an aura mass immediately appeared in his palm, and under his guidance, the aura mass emerged into a spot of dirt. Wow! The soil was nourished by the aura and instantly blossomed into a dazzling light, and the ground unfurled a crack at the end of this light. This is, before Void Hollow could finish his words, the crack in the ground instantly collapsed, revealing an exquisite pathway. The corner of Nangong Haotian's mouth hooked up into a smile of triumph as he raised his steps and walked down. The first walk up a stone step. The surface of the stone step is smooth, engraved with a profound pattern, and the walls beside and above the head are also engraved with runes. Void Wukong, as a spirit beast, is not proficient in the category of runes and touches the wall and sighs darkly. What kind of place is it? Even the entrance is engraved with runes. This is the spirit gathering talisman. Nangong Haotian's pupils shrunk slightly, and there was excitement in his eyes. "You wait for me here." After pondering for a moment, Nangong Haotian thought that it was better for fewer people to know about this matter. Void Hollow was not a curious person either, and nodded, standing still and no longer moving forward. Nangong Haotian only walked towards the interior of the tunnel, although there wasn't a single ray of light around. But for a strong person like him, seeing in the dark was nothing more than a minor skill. The further inside he went, Nangong Haotian detected an invisible Taiku spiritual force gradually appearing around him, which seemed to carry a consciousness and was secretly probing him. Not long after, Nangong Haotian came to a stone door. At the entrance of the stone door was placed a dragon sculpture. The eyes of the dragon sculpture were the inner guts of the immortal king, a total of 2. even in the darkness could emit a crystal bright light. Perhaps sensing someone's arrival, the dragon eagle's eyes flickered for a moment, seemingly sizing him up. With a wave of Nangong Haotian's big hand, 4 balls of heavenly fire appeared around them, instantly illuminating the entire basement. That dragon sculpture also came to life the moment it received the light. The dirt around it fell away, revealing the flesh inside. A dragon snaking and hovering in front of the stone door, leaning down to look at Nangong Haotian. Who dares to intrude here? A low and warning tone shouted out from its mouth. At this moment, Nangong Haotian did not put out his own breath, so in its eyes, Nangong Haotian was nothing more than a most ordinary invalid. Nangong Haotian snorted coldly and did not say anything. The aura released around his body said it all. The dragon felt a sense of oppression and looked at Nangong Haotian with more than a hint of scorn. Just what realm are you in? This dragon can't even tell. The corner of Nangong Haotian's mouth hooked into a greedy smile and said, "Submit to me and be my mount, and I'll tell you." Once the dragon heard this, he instantly became furious. In this great desolate divine realm, the dragon is the highest existence among all spirit beasts. Plus he has been nourished by the spiritual chi in this basement for tens of thousands of years. His cultivation is profound. Who would dare to say the words of letting it be a mount? Only this young man in front of him who doesn't know his realm. Arrogant and ignorant. The dragon let out a violent rage, and the runes on the walls densely began to wriggle, gradually crawling towards Nangong Haotian. The latter didn't move, didn't even bother to look. Those runes climbed to Nangong Haotian's feet as if they were blocked by an invisible barrier, and refused to move forward half a step. What is the flavor of dragon meat? Today I will taste it. Nangong Haotian, a deep voice. From the body erupted an invisible pressure. The surrounding runes were instantly bounced off and flew into the wall. Immediately after that, Nangong Haotian swayed in the air, and an invisible giant palm flew out, striking the dragon's body. The latter didn't even notice and took the slap hard. Woo! The dragon yelled up to the sky, his anger filled with rage. Good one who doesn't know the heights of heaven. Today I will let you have no return. The dragon's eyes were filled with anger as he let out harsh words and swung his dragon tail to strike at him. Nangong Haotian snorted coldly and said, "Overrate yourself. Gave you the chance and didn't want it. Then don't blame me for being a meathead today." As the words fell, he only waved his hand, and a powerful aura flew out from his palm, striking the dragon head. In an instant, though, the dragon collapsed to the ground without a breath before he could scream. The 2 immortal king inner Dan eyes instantly fell off and rolled to the ground. Nangong Haotian waved his hand again, and the dragon was divided into several pieces, and a heavenly fire flew out, scorching one of the dragon heads. The tunnel was instantly filled with the aroma of meat, and Nangong Haotian picked up a piece and tasted the flavor. It's no different than fish, but it's nothing more than that. Nangong Haotian was slightly disappointed and threw the rest of the dragon meat into the space, saving it for later to eat slowly. If Void Wukong was here, I'm afraid that he would hold his arms tightly, fearing that Nangong Haotian would come to want to eat chicken wings someday, and then he would not be able to keep these arms. The dragon carving had been destroyed, and the stone door began to open slowly without protection itself. The moment the stone door opened, rolling black chi gushed out from inside. Nangong Haotian could clearly feel that these black chi had the same root as the boxes hidden in the Nangong secret realm. As expected, as soon as Nangong Haotian walked into the stone door, he saw a black box placed in the center, black gas rolling out of the box, seemingly clamoring for Nangong Haotian's dissatisfaction with his arrival. The latter sneered and walked to the box, holding it in the palm of his own hand, while then waving his hand around. The box began to vibrate by induction, and a large palm print surfaced on the box, attempting to break free from it. Find the right one. Nangong Haotian's face was uncontrollable excitement, tucking the containment god box into his space and turning back the way he came. As for the corner of Southwood Mountain, the sapient beast was fighting with Shangwansho US group of people when it suddenly sensed that something in the Forbidden Land had been taken out. No good. The sapient beast secretly screamed that it was bad and left the Shangwansho UA group behind to leave. And Shangwansho US group of people had long been wounded by it to the point of their minds crumbling. Where would they let him escape easily? And without saying a word they chased after him. The sapient beast suddenly changed from active to passive, and a mood of annoyance set in. You want to run away if you can't beat me? There's nothing so cheap under the sky. Shangwansho Yue topped her beaten and bruised eyes with an angry face. Seeing that it couldn't break free, the sapient beast suddenly reacted and stared at the crowd in front of it and angrily rebuked. Good. What a good plan to get rid of the tiger. Dragging me here to tangle with you, secretly sending people to break into my forbidden land and steal my treasures. Since the treasure was stolen, you guys don't want to leave either. After saying that, the sapient beast let out a roar. The rocks in the mountains and forests flew into the air. A powerful force came to meet them. Shangwansho Yue also reacted when she heard this. Good for him, Nangong Haotian. even using them as cannon fodder. Die! The sapien beast let out a roar, and the rocks in the air rained down on them, and Shangguanshoyue's group of people immediately converged together, with their aura shields covering their heads. A stone smashed on the shield, and in a short while a crack was smashed out, and the crack gradually cracked in all directions like a spider's web under the impact of the densely packed stones, and shattered in an instant. The crowd couldn't avoid it, and the rain of rocks hit them hard, the pain going straight to their hearts. Back! Shangguan Qiyunyu gritted her teeth and shouted. A jade tablet flew out of her chest, from which a furious rebuke was issued. Waste! In the next second, a spiritual light flashed in the jade tablet, and all the disciples present were enveloped by the light. When the light disappeared, Shangguanshoyue's group of people also disappeared. The sapien beast let out a reluctant roar at the sight of the empty mountain forest. Divine Realm Pavilion. This beast is incompatible with you. Woo! In the sky, Nangong Haotian and Void Wukong couldn't help but laugh out loud as they watched the fleeing Divine Realm Pavilion disciples. A bunch of losers, worthy of competing with me. Although Void Wukong didn't know what it was that Nangong Haotian had gone to Southwood Mountain to take, he was very gloating as he watched the Divine Realm Pavilion's group of people suffer defeat, and chimed in. The Divine Realm Pavilion won't dare to hit on our Nangong sacred ground this time. Nangong Haotian sneered and said, and look, God's Domain Pavilion is not that kind of small door, closed for 10,000 years. For God's Domain Pavilion I still know very little. Returning to the Nangong Holy Land, Zhuge Yunji was like a dog that had smelled meat. Nangong Haotian's front foot had just stepped into the territory of the Nangong Holy Land when Zhuge Yunji appeared in front of him, inquiring with a curious face, can you bring it back? Nangong Haotian leaped and jumped off of Void Wukong before allowing Void Wukong to retreat first. Is there anything I can't accomplish in this great desolate divine realm? As the words fell, Nangong Haotian waved his hand, and the two of them came within the Nangong mysterious realm, and a black box had already appeared in his hand, which was bubbling with a bizarre black gas. Seeing this, Zhuge Yunji couldn't help but give him a thumbs up and said, this one box in South Dock Mountain. I had gone to look at it. That sapien beast isn't a good one to deal with. You killed it? As soon as Nangong Haotian placed the box on the top of one of the mountains in the secret realm, the corner of his mouth hooked into an impish smile and said, luckily, I met those fools from the Divine Realm Pavilion, who helped me hold back the sapien beast, or else I'd have had to really go on a killing spree today. As he was talking, Nangong Haotian suddenly thought of the dragon meat stored in the space, and immediately pulled it out and threw it into Zhuge Yunji's hand and said, fresh stuff, try it. Zhuge Yunji looked at the raw meat in his hand with a dumbfounded face, and after scrutinizing it carefully, he stared with wide eyes, shocked with a look that he had never seen the world. Could it be that this is dragon meat? Gosh, you even killed a dragon. Aren't you afraid of being condemned by the heavenly Tao? The laws of the world stipulated that dragons were the noblest of spirit beasts and the highest attribute of all auras, and slaying dragons was tantamount to challenging the authority of the heavenly Tao. Nangong Haotian spread his hands unconcernedly and said, it's just a dragon that has just become a climate, so it dares to disrespect me. So kill it. It's not enough to be feared. So what about the heavenly Tao? If I want to, I am the heavenly Tao. When these words came out, Zhuge Yunji stared at him as if he was looking at a fool for a long time before he shook his head and said, you're really a madman. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but the power of the heavenly Tao is extraordinary. It's not something that we can explore. Nangong Haotian was not afraid in the slightest. His hands were wrapped around his body as he sat in midair and said, it doesn't matter. The heavenly Tao can constrain you all but it can't control me. I can't guarantee it elsewhere, but in this Nangong sacred ground, what the hell heavenly Tao is? It's nothing. I'm the strongest existence here. As the words fell, Nangong Haotian raised an eyebrow at Zhuge Yunji and said, now that there are already 4 boxes, where are the other 8? Zhuge Yunji's face changed, hands behind his back and thoughts drifted into the distance and said, the immortal burial great emperor's favorite place to go once was the North Pole, and I guess that there must be a containment god box in the North Pole's Holy Land. The Arctic Sanctuary? Nangong Haotian was a bit surprised. If there was a box in the Arctic Sacred Land, that would be good. It just so happened that the Arctic Holy Maiden Xiao Shueching was staying in the Southern Palace Holy Land to learn her art, and her teacher, the Arctic Holy Land's Holy Lord Han Shoyue, was considered to be an old acquaintance of his. Moreover, Han Shoyue had also been instructed by him. In this way, going to the Arctic Holy Land to get the things was much simpler. Inside the topmost existence of the great desolate divine realm, the Divine Realm Pavilion, Shangguanshoyue's group of people looked ashamed and knelt on the ground to suffer the pavilion master's wrath. A group of waste. This trip even the appearance of the Yunshin box have not seen, but also almost folded where, if not this father, where you still have life to come back. Master, it's that old ancestor Nangong. He's too insidious and cunning to use us. Yes, Pavilion Master. That old ancestor Nangon has gone too far, completely disregarding our divine realm pavilion in his eyes. The rest of the disciples followed suit with an aggrieved face. The Nangong family? It's them again. The divine realm pavilion's pavilion master let out a roar, sweeping the things on the case table onto the ground as he vented his dissatisfaction. Shangwan Qiyunyu clenched her fists tightly and said with a face of indignation, Master, nowadays, the Nangong clan is really excessive. If we don't make a move, within the great desolate divine realm, who will still look up to our divine realm pavilion? Even if we can't defeat them openly, is it possible that we can't do it secretly? Underhandedly? The divine realm pavilion master had a solemn face, seemingly pondering the feasibility of this statement. The rest of the disciples were holding a fire in their hearts and followed in agreement. Pavilion Master, it's their Nangong clan that went too far in the first place, so it's no wonder that we don't give them face. Within the great desolate divine realm, the divine realm pavilion is the highest existence. When is it his turn to be the Nangong clan? We must give them a little lesson. After hearing this, the divine realm pavilion master slammed his fist on the desk, and said angrily, pass the order down. Gather a group of elites to fully search for the whereabouts of the God of Containment Box, and at the same time, no matter when and where you meet the Nangong Sacred Grounds practitioners, kill them on sight. And the Nangong Sacred Ground is not recognized by my Divine Realm Pavilion. Nangong Ancestor? If he wants to deal with my Divine Realm Pavilion, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Even if he dares to kill, this father will fight him even if he spares all his cultivation. Yes, when these words came out, the disciples' blood boiled, and they immediately organized a group of disciples to go to the North Martial Country in great numbers. They had long heard that the Nangong Academy would send a teacher to teach in the North Martial Country, and since this was the case, they would start from the North Martial Country. Having just arrived in the Northern Martial State, Shangwan Qiyunyu's group of people acted in a low-profile manner, pretending to be disciples who had come to study, and sneaked into the territory of the Northern Martial State. The Pine Fragrance Academy had gained fame after the competition, and immediately took advantage of the win just in time for enrollment, which was why it gathered people from all over the great desolate divine realm within the Northern Martial Country. Nangong Yu was mainly in charge of the matters of this branch, and was also personally enrolling students on this day. After Shangwan Xiuye's group arrived at the enrollment site, they locked onto Nangong Yu with a single glance. Eldest brother, I've inquired clearly. The one enrolling here today is the holy daughter of the Nangong Sacred Ground, Nangong Yu, the most valued disciple of that Nangong old ancestor, and if he were to be killed, that old man from the Nangong would surely have to die of anger. Shangwan Xiuye narrowed his eyes slightly, as quietly watching Nangong Yu busy herself as if she was watching prey. The delicate figure was imprinted in front of everyone's eyes, making people's hearts go wild. One of the disciples said with a lewd face, later on, I'll make sure to fix this holy maiden before I kill her, or else it'll be a pity for such a good face. A group of people were being whimsical here, not realizing that these ideas of theirs had brought about the demise of the Divine Realm Pavilion. During the day, there were too many people in the admissions office for them to make a good move, so they left their plans for the night. A group of people quietly ambled around the enrollment office, looking for an opportunity, until the day grew dark. Nangong Yu unloaded the fatigue of the day and prepared to go back to the hostel to rest. On the street, a woman collapsed on the ground, her face in agony. Nangong Yu rushed forward and helped her up with one hand, inquiring, what's going on here? The woman shook her head and weakly pointed to an alley and said, I'm too tired today. I can't walk a bit. My family lives inside. The girl is a kind person. Would you like to send me there? Nangong Yu wore a smile on his face as he slowly helped her up and said, of course. Nangong Yu, heart defenseless, holding the woman slowly into the alley. The more inward, the more Nangong Yu feels some wrong. Why this alley is dark, does not look like often in and out of the appearance of people. Ma'am, here. Before the words were finished, the damsel beside her broke away from her and ran towards the depths of the alley. And it was at this moment that Nangong Yu noticed the hidden aura around her. Who? Nangong Yu was instantly alert and shouted towards the darkness. Nangong Holy Maiden? I've heard about it for a long time. It's really a great beauty. Accompany our brothers to have some fun? A group of people from the Divine Realm Pavilion slowly walked out of the darkness with lewd smiles on their faces. Shangwan Xiuyue was in the corner, quietly watching. He wanted to know what this Nangong Holy Maiden was capable of, to be able to obtain the favor of the Nangong Elder Ancestor. Nangong Yu frowned and looked at the group of people in disgust as she angrily rebuked. Where did the ruffians come from? Just you guys are worthy. Yo, you've got a temper, so don't blame us for being rude. As soon as the words fell, one of the disciples flew up and slammed his palm straight at Nangong Yu's buttocks. The latter's heart was sickened, and he immediately drew his sword and stabbed straight at him. Seeing this, That disciple violently spun around and dodged, followed by pinching another aura ball and hitting Nangonyu. Sculptor's little skill. Nangonyu let out a cold laugh, slightly sidestepped and met him with a palm. The aura of the Emperor realm released. Among the crowd of disciples, only Shangguan-Shoyua's realm had reached the Empyrean realm, and the rest of the disciples were instantly oppressed by the aura and stayed in place with a scornful look on their faces. What are you afraid of? She's just a woman. There are so many of us. Are we still afraid of her? One of the disciples shouted a sentence in order to bolster his courage. Instant morale was high in the ranks as they lined up ready to meet the battle. Nangonyu let out a cold laugh and said sarcastically, "Unconscionable." As the words fell, she was seen pointing fiercely toward the sky, followed by a loud cry, "Holy sword, heavenly punishment!" Rumble. All of a sudden the sky converged with layers of dark clouds, and the original hint of moonlight disappeared, leaving only endless darkness. The winds around her were wild, and a sharp sword appeared behind Nangonyu, splitting into two, but in an instant, a dense and countless number of sharp swords appeared behind her. Ah! Nangonyu let out a roar, and the swords behind him rushed into the sky, falling densely. The disciples were shocked and hurriedly summoned their shields to resist. But Nangonyu was at the Emperor realm. His power was immense. It was not something they could compare to, but in an instant, the shield shattered, and all that awaited them was despair. Eldest brother. The crowd of disciples looked horrified and turned towards Shangguan-Shoyue, who was standing in the corner, for help. In the next second, Shangguan-Shoyue flew forward, and a sword shadow flew out, hovering above his head, forming a 5-pointed star pattern. 5-star sword formation. The one sword that fell from Nangonyu landed on the 5-star sword formation as if it was mounted on a copper wall, shattering one by one. But Shangguan-Qiunyu wasn't much better. The spiritual power attached to the sword's shadow hit his forehead in a cold sweat. He didn't expect that they were at the same golden immortal realm, and Nangonyu's power was feared to be a bit higher than his. After the sword's shadow was released, Shangguan-Qiunyu crouched on the ground, panting heavily. The remaining disciples saw that things were not going well, and they were busy racking Shangguan-Qiunyu to slip away. How would Nangonyu give them this opportunity? Randomly grabbing a disciple and hanging him in mid-air, a pair of eyes as if the god of death had descended, staring at him and saying, "Which sect?" That disciple was instantly scared and trembled, but that mouth was hard as hell, refusing to betray his sect. Seeing this, Nangonyu waved his hand, and a spiritual energy flew out and hit him on the head. The latter lost his breath without even being able to cry out, his eyes staring like bronze bells, his head tilted and he floated helplessly in mid-air. Nangonyu released his hand and the man fell straight down, smashing a hole in the ground. Nangonyu had followed Nangon Haotian for so long, he had not learned anything else, but he had learned the trick of eliminating the roots, and since they could not ask for anything out of their mouths, there was no value in leaving them behind. What about you guys? Speak for yourselves, or do you want to go down with him? The rest of them had long been scared out of their wits when they saw this, and a few disciples whose cultivation was only at the first level of the golden immortal realm struggled forward and were about to reveal their sects. Shangguan-Shoyue slapped a palm on top of their heads. A 5-finger print instantly appeared at the door of those people's heads, and although they were still kneeling in place, their chests were already out of breath, and the tip of their noses slowly seeped out a trace of bright red blood. Whoever dares to betray the sect is a traitor. Shangguan-Shoyue's attitude was very strong word by word. Snap! Nangonyu reached out and gave him a round of applause, an appreciative look on his face as he said, "What a loyal one. Since that's the case, don't blame me for not being polite." As soon as the words fell, Nangonyu flew forward and drew his rapier, aura rolling over the blade, and everywhere it passed was glowing with a moon-white color. Ah! Miserable screams rose and fell, and except for Shangguan-Shoyue, the rest of them were out of breath. Your turn. The corners of Nangonyu's mouth rose, revealing a touch of mockery. Shangguan-Qiunyu backed up and touched the blood at the corner of his mouth and said, "I have underestimated you. I'll remember you, and we'll meet again in the future." As the words fell, he sprayed a ball of magma from the palm of his hand, which went straight to those disciples on the ground. Wow! However, in an instant, the flames blazed, and a pungent smell of charred meat filled the air, while Shangguan-Qiunyu's mouth curled up into an evil smile, and he pinched a seal knot in his hand. Transported, a black mist encircled him, and Nangonyu secretly screamed that it was bad. This person wanted to escape, trying to run, only to see Nangonyu wave his hand around. A cloud of sword shadows struck into the black mist without any pattern. Put! A muffled grunt came from the black fog. Nangonyu once again walked in to take a look. Long gone. Only the ground is still left a streak of blood. Visible. This person is not lightly injured. The battle in the alley ended and the moonlight struck down, reflecting on the charred bits of flesh that were now a blackened mess. Nangongyu swept a slightly disgusted glance and turned around to leave. Burnt like this, it was impossible to see anything more. These people seemed to have a purpose to find her trouble, but in this great desolate divine realm, who would be so ungrateful as to hit their idea on the head of the Nangong sacred ground? It was better to go back and ask the old ancestor. Returning to the hostel, Nangongyu immediately fixed a letter to inform Nangong Haotian and Nangong Junyi of all the things that happened today, and at the same time reminded all the Nangong disciples in the northern martial kingdom to be more vigilant so as not to be backstabbed. Inside the Nangong Holy Land, Nangong Junyi looked at the letter pupil shrinkage. Intuition told him, this time on them is by no means a small sect, perhaps. Is that full of mysterious atmosphere of the Divine Realm Pavilion? Nangong Haotian was unimpressed. As soon as he saw the letter, he had a bottom line in his heart. The one at the head was at the Emperor Realm, and the rest of the disciples were up and down at the Golden Immortal Realm. Weren't they exactly the Shangguan Shouyue's group who had been fixed by him? These people really don't want to die and dare to lay hands on you. Zhuge Yunji's face showed mockery. The Divine Realm Pavilion's behavior this time is like hitting a stone with an egg. This great desolate divine realm is afraid that the sky will really change. The corners of Nangong Haotian's mouth hooked up into a light smile and said, the Divine Realm Pavilion is not yet appropriate to take action against them, and in the matter of the containment god box, I still have to rely on them to open the way for me. I've secretly set up a tracking on them. As long as the Divine Realm Pavilion touches the slightest hint of a god-embracing box, I'll know about it. 2 days ago, the Divine Realm Pavilion touched 2 of the embodied god box scents, so it's clear that they've already found 2 of the 8. And there are 6 more, 1 in the Arctic sacred ground, and 5 more? Saying that, Nangong Haotian cast an inquiring gaze towards Zhuge Yunji. The latter's eyes fluttered for a long time before he sighed and said, that's just it. I'd better be honest. The clues of the contained god box that day, I learned half of it with one person from Divine Realm Pavilion, and this is all that I know. Except for the one from the Arctic sacred ground, the rest of them I don't know anymore. Nangong Haotian narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at him as if pondering the feasibility of these words. Let's go to the Arctic sanctuary. Nangong Haotian suddenly stood up, giving up on deeper investigation. Zhuge Yunji secretly breathed a sigh of relief and seemed to have thought of something and said, to go to the Arctic Holy Land you call on that little disciple of Saint Lord Han is. I won't be going. Nangong Haotian swept him off his feet and said with a light laugh, good, back to the Arctic Holy Land? Old ancestor, don't ever. I haven't had enough fun here. Xiao Xueqing looked aggrieved, thinking that Nangong Haotian was sending her back. Nangong Haotian said with a black line on his face, I'm going to find your master for some business. You can just follow me there and then follow me back. Oh, there's something to discuss. Did you say? Xiao Xueqing looked at him with a suspicious face, and her mind had already begun to wander. Nangong Haotian frowned, thinking what was wrong with this child. Xiao Xueqing instantly became squirmy. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness as she said, if old ancestor wants to go and propose marriage for me to my master, he also has to be told in advance who my future husband will be. What were you thinking? Nangong Haotian held his forehead for a while. Where did this little ninny want to go? When Xiao Xueqing saw that she was the one who thought left, a look of shame immediately appeared on her face, and she couldn't wait to find a hole in the ground to drill into. If it's not about that, then what is it? Nangong Haotian sighed softly, got up and said, you'll know when you go. Inside the Divine Realm Pavilion, Shangguan Qiyunyu entered laying on the ground like a dead fish, not moving a muscle. The Divine Realm Pavilion's sacred lord came with a group of disciples and looked at him with a face full of shock. Eldest brother, quickly, carry it back. The Holy Lord had a dark face. His heart was holding his anger, and he didn't need to guess just big who did it. After 2 days of healing, Shangguan Qiyunyu finally opened his eyes. Nangongyu's sword happened to hit his chest. His cultivation scattered a large portion, and it was a miracle that he was able to hold on and return to the Divine Realm Pavilion. Master, disciple is useless. The Holy Lord stood by the bedside, a face darker than the bottom of a pot, looking at him in this deathly state and full of heartache. Shangguan Shouyue was his ideal successor, but at this time, he was even injured like this. The Nangong clan will let them go for the time being. We've already found 2 Yunshin boxes. Resurrecting the immortal burial emperor is just around the corner. At that time, his Nangong clan will have no more capital to be arrogant. The Divine Realm Pavilion master snorted coldly, as if he had already seen the dawn of the immortal burial emperor's resurrection. Shangguan Qiyunyu also had a face of indignation. After this injury, he would need to recuperate for 100 years before he could recover. When the immortal burial emperor was resurrected, he would make Nangongyu's life worse than death. Above the Arctic Holy Land, Nangong Haotian and his group finally arrived. Xiao Xueqing sighed softly and didn't seem happy about going home. When the 3 of them arrived at the Holy Land city gates, The guards recognized at a glance that it was the holy maiden who had returned, and greeted a crowd of people to let them through. Quick! It's the holy maiden returning. Report it to the holy lord. Xiao Xueqing slightly raised her hand, stopping them and saying, "No need. I'll go and find my master myself." As the words fell, she led the group of Nangong Haotian inside. The Arctic Holy Land was located at the cold pole, and the air was filled with cold air. But fortunately, the three of them all had aura protection, and it didn't have any effect. As soon as Nangong Haotian entered the city gates, he began to observe the terrain here, looking for the most likely place for the containment god box to appear. The place of extreme cold and the immortal burial emperor's favorite place to come. Then there must be something special about this place. Nangong Haotian thought in his heart that he must ask Han Xiuyue nicely later. Because of Qiu Xueqing's presence in the group of three, the journey was unimpeded and went straight to the sacred palace. "Master, I'm back." As soon as he entered the sacred palace, Qiu Xueqing respectfully bowed. Han Xiuyue was sitting with the upper seat, and after seeing Nangong Haotian, she busily stood up and said, "It's my poor etiquette for the arrival of seniors. Please." Saying that, Han Xiuyue pointed to a chair on the side and gestured for him to sit down. Her eyes fluttering a bit, she hadn't let go of the embarrassment from last time. Nangong Haotian, however, did not feel the slightest bit uneasy, and opened the door to ask, "I heard that before immortal burial emperor perished, his favorite place was the Arctic sacred ground. I don't know what's so special about your place that it could be favored by such a powerful person." Qiu Xueqing's expression froze when she heard this. How did she not know that there was such a legend in the Arctic sacred land? Han Xiuyue froze for a long time before she smiled and said, "I didn't expect that there would still be people who remembered things that happened thousands of years ago." As the words fell, she got up and walked to the palace gate. The Arctic sacred palace was located in a high position. Standing at the entrance of the palace, one could overlook the entire Arctic sacred land. Han Xiuyue pointed at the center of the Arctic sacred ground and said, "Don't look at that lake that is frozen all year round. I once heard my master tell me that whenever the immortal burial emperor came here, the lake ice melted, the aura at the bottom of the lake surged, and the Arctic sacred ground changed from this freezing coldness to springtime. Wouldn't it be this scene today?" At those words, Nangong Haotian narrowed his eyes slightly, his heart already set. "In that case, I understand. Although the Arctic Holy Land is a cold place, but also not to the perennial ice, cold abnormal, so can only explain one thing, that is, the immortal burial emperor in this set up a formation, forcing this place perennial ice, or to seal the lake under the things." Nangong Haotian came to the edge of the lake, scrutinizing what kind of formation the immortal burial emperor would set up. Suddenly, Nangong Haotian realized that there was a whirlpool in the middle of the lake, and even though it was under the ice, the subtle sound emitted by the whirlpool was still captured by him. Fountainhead formation. Nangong Haotian let out a murmur. He was filled with curiosity about this immortal burial emperor. Using the spring as an eye, freezing a land, the power of the power was needless to say, but the ingenuity of the mind was even more so. As he was thinking, Nangong Haotian lifted his steps towards the middle of the frozen lake. Han Xiuyue's group of people were ready to follow, but they were rejected by Nangong Haotian with a raised hand. Under the perennial ice, the lake is freezing 3 feet, standing on it as if it were flat. But let Nangong Haotian thought of the figure skating events that he had once seen. This is not a natural skating rink? Walking to the spring, Nangong Haotian stopped his steps, closed his eyes and began to feel the movement underneath. The spring churned over, connecting to a dark place, under which there was a small space, but that small space was covered by a layer of spiritual power, making it impossible to probe inside. Nangong Haotian's heart rejoiced. It seemed that he had found the right place, only to see him a deep voice. A trace of spiritual power appeared in the palm of his hand. The spiritual power in his hand swims with ease, drilling into the ice underneath, along the spring deep underwater, touching the layer of resistance of the spiritual power. Nangong Haotian, a deep voice pushed. The spiritual power in the palm of his hand will be shattered in no time, and smoothly enter into the inside. As expected, a box with black gas was lying quietly inside, its circumference covered with ice. Found it. On Nangong Haotian's face was an unconcealable joy as he withdrew the probing power from earlier. Tiny ice cubes, and you presume to stop me. Nangong Haotian tapped his feet and instantly rose up in the air, suspended in mid-air, surrounded by howling winds. The sky was filled with dark clouds, and it actually began to snow. Ice and snow were mixed in the wind, forming a tornado around Nangong Haotian. Han Xiuyue narrowed her eyes slightly and sized him up, wondering what exactly he wanted to do. Qiu Xueqing's face was raw from the wind, and she couldn't help but ask, "Master, what does he mean by this?" Han Xiuyue shook her head and led them back a few steps and said, "Old ancestor Nangong has always acted without rules and regulations. So let's just wait and see what happens. Break! Nangong Haotian let out a roar, and from the palm of his hand, a spiritual light erupted, rushing straight to the spring. The spirit light struck the ice, which instantly shattered and splashed around, while the lake surface also cracked open in an instant, spreading rapidly like a spider's web. Divine domain lava. Nangong Haotian let out a roar, and a red light flew out from the void, hitting the surface of the lake, and instantly disappearing into the ice, splashing a splash, and the ice on the surface of the lake melted at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. The three people watching from the sidelines were all a bit dumbfounded by this act. Was Nangong Haotian trying to melt the lake ice with divine realm lava? In the next second, Nangong Haotian transformed into a ray of light in midair and emo into the lake. Coming to a dark room, Nangong Haotian walked up and took the containment god box as soon as he was about to go out. But the moment his hand touched the contained god box, chains flew across the surrounding area and black gas surged out, clearly wanting to confine him here. Death to those who trespass here. A strong voice seemed to float in from the ancient times, and the oppressive feeling from the higher-ups greeted him. If it was someone else, I'm afraid that they would have been scared and begged for mercy on their knees. But today here is Nangong Haotian, who is not afraid of this oppression at all, and even feels a little funny. It's just a sliver of intent that has been dead for thousands of years, and it dares to come out and clamor, only to see Nangong Haotian's big hand wave. A sword shadow slipped through. Those chains were cut apart like tofu with a single slice, instantly falling to the ground. No movement. In the next second, a semi-transparent figure floated out from the dark room, with a sturdy figure, wearing a golden-robed tunic, floating in midair condescendingly looking at Nangong Haotian. It's rare that the great desolate divine realm still has a strong person like you. The corners of Nangong Haotian's mouth hooked into a cold smile as he threw the containment god box into space before saying, Immortal Burial Emperor. Back then, this emperor slaughtered all the world's strongest people, but he didn't even realize that he still missed one of you. Saying that, a trace of hatred appeared on the immortal burial emperor's face, but he was just a piece of consciousness that couldn't do much at all, and after showing up, he would dissipate in a short while. Nangong Haotian snorted coldly, hands behind his back, and said contemptuously, Just by you? Also want to kill me? If you have the ability to give me a chance to be reborn, let's have a fair and square match, and if you win me, the immortal emperor of the great desolate divine realm will be you. Immortal emperor? To try to buy me off with such a small position, you've underestimated me. Nangong Haotian had a disdainful look on his face as he lifted his hand up. An aura mass gathered in the palm of his hand, containing endless power. As long as he wanted to, this one aura mass could destroy the heavens and the earth if he struck it out. Immortal emperors are nothing more than ants in my eyes. My opponent is the power of the great Tao, and my destiny is to master the power of the great Tao. You're not worthy to fight with me yet, and as for whether or not I should release you, it depends on my mood later on. When the words fell, Nangong Haotian looked at him contemptuously and added, in order to consolidate his position, not to cultivate, but instead slaughtered those who may become immortal. It is really not what a gentleman would do. Your behavior I despise from the bottom of my heart. After saying that, Nangong Haotian took large strides and quickly exited the dark room. Flying out of the bottom of the lake, Nangong Haotian struck the spring with another palm, and the spring, which originally still had a whirlpool, was instantly dispersed, and the entire surface of the lake turned calm. The spring was destroyed. The Arctic Holy Land by the center of the lake began to spread a spiritual chi in all directions. Where the spiritual chi passed through, the ice and snow dissipated. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, revealing a round of warm sun. The sunlight shone on the earth glittering with golden light. The green plants had been frozen for thousands of years and finally saw the light of day. Han Xiaoyue had suffered for many years in the Arctic Holy Land, and this was the first time she had seen the scene under the ice. And where the containment god box appeared, a black light flashed in the sky, permeated with an eerie aura. Han Xiaoyu couldn't care less about what Nangong Haotian had done underwater at this time. Facing this full of beauty in the middle of the Holy Land, she just wanted to enjoy it. Thank you, Senpai. Han Xiaoyu knelt down on one knee, devoutly. This was a thank you from the bottom of her heart. Nangong Haotian lifted a hand in vain, helped her up and said, I've already broken the ice-sealed formation set up by Immortal Burial Emperor. So in the future, the Arctic Holy Land will be able to enjoy a brief spring every time it's this time of year. Han Xiaoyu can't thank you enough. In the future, whenever the Nangong Sacred Ground has a need, I, the Arctic Sacred Ground, will do my best to help. Speaking of emotional points, Han Xiaoyu's eyes were slightly red, and 1,000 words couldn't express her joy. Xiao Shuiqing was also frozen in place by everything in front of her. Since she remembers, the Arctic Holy Land is a frozen, white-covered piece, where there will be green. Red appeared? That's why she always likes to go everywhere to experience and see more beautiful scenery. She had wanted to change all of this more than once, but she was too small to do a single thing about it. But today, she was surprised to see her hometown renewed and able to have green mountains and green water as well. I'm not going to the Nangong Holy Land. I'm staying. Xiao Shuiqing stared blankly at everything in front of her. At the moment she only wanted to feel the beauty of the scenery. She didn't want to do anything else. Nangong Haotian lowered his head and laughed softly, not expecting Han Shouyue's master and disciple to be so grateful for one of his unintentional actions. No matter. It's a small matter. Since the holy maiden wants to stay, I'll take my leave. As the words fell, Nangong Haotian mounted the void hollow and flew into the air, leaving in style, leaving only a back figure, permeated with endless reverie. Han Xiaoyu's eyes carried an unknown sentiment as she watched them leave. Master, this Arctic Saint Lord seems to have taken a liking to you. As a golden-winged rock, Void Wukong was able to see for thousands of miles, so he was able to see the sentiments contained in Han Shouyue's eyes. While Nangong Haotian had a gloomy face, his finger lightly tapped at its neck, and Void Wukong's body immediately shook. Its neck was as if it was about to break. I won't dare to talk nonsense anymore. Void Wukong stabilized his stance and begged for forgiveness. Nangong Haotian stopped his hand and stopped speaking. He was a 10,000-year-old guy. Wanting him to conclude with a young woman. Thinking about it made his old face feel ashamed. Back to the Nangong secret realm. Nangong Haotian still put the fifth box on a mountaintop. With the secret realm suppression, these boxes cannot set off the wind and waves. That was quick. Zhuge Yunji quietly appeared behind him, looking at him with slight admiration and said, Nangong Haotian sighed long and hard. His mind was filled with thoughts. Immortal Burial Emperor acted tyrannically, killing innocent and powerful people indiscriminately. Whether his death was the result of the power of the great Tao, or was it really the end of his life, as the world said. Thinking of this, Nangong Haotian's heart was bursting with curiosity. How exactly does the power of the great Tao have to appear? And just how strong is this power? A question hovered in the back of his mind and tickled the mind. Perhaps, by resurrecting the immortal Burial Emperor, these mysteries could be unraveled one by one. Nangong Haotian thought in his heart, looking at these boxes with eyes full of anticipation. Immortal Burial Emperor, I believe they will be able to meet again soon. Now that the Southern Palace Mysteries has 5 containment god boxes, the Divine Realm Pavilion has 2, and there are 5 that are still unknown. Zhuge Yunji, the old man, also has an ignorant expression on his face. It seems that the rest of these 5 boxes will have to rely on the Divine Realm Pavilion. This matter cannot be rushed. Nangong Haotian took a deep breath and muttered to himself. Zhuge Yunji rolled his eyes, always feeling that there was something different about Nangong Haotian today. From today onwards, I will be in seclusion, and no one should disturb me. Nangong Haotian secretly made up his mind. Since he was going to resurrect the immortal Burial Emperor and draw out the power of the Great Tao, he had to be fully prepared. After all, the power of the Great Tao always carried a mysterious color in the eyes of the world, and welcoming the power of the Great Tao should not be underestimated. Okay, you shut down. I'll help you keep an eye on the Divine Realm Pavilion. Zhuge Yunji frowned lightly, slightly helpless. Although Nangong Haotian had said that he had no thoughts about the immortal emperor position, in his heart he had already viewed Nangong Haotian as the future immortal emperor. Coupled with what Nangong Haotian had done recently, he felt more and more that Nangong Haotian should serve as the leader of this world. The Arctic Sacred Grounds containment god box was taken out, and a vision fell from the sky, and except for a group of people who knew the inside story, the rest of the people thought that it was due to the lifting of the Arctic Sacred Grounds seal. Inside the Divine Realm Pavilion, when the pavilion master saw that Nangong Haotian had obtained another containment god box, he was so furious that he threw the heaven viewing mirror in his hand to the ground and said angrily, Nangong again. How could he get the jump on us again? The man who came to report at the bottom knelt on the ground and trembled, not daring to say a word. The Divine Realm Pavilion master calmed down after a long time and said, how are the people who went to the Western Sacred? Is there any news? Pavilion master, a message has been sent back that the containment god box is on its way back, but the one in the cliffs of the Vault of Heaven hasn't been found yet. Keep looking if you don't find it. The handwritten letter left behind by the immortal Burial Emperor can't possibly be wrong. Yes. The bottom man nodded in response and hurriedly retreated. Inside the Divine Realm Pavilion, in a dark room, the Divine Realm Pavilion master opened the spell and walked in. Old thing, kill me if you can. Inside the dark room, a woman's angry roar was emitted, her voice hoarse and breathless, as if she had been tortured for a long time. The Divine Realm Pavilion master looked at the woman in front of him, who was cloaked in hair and did not have an ounce of life in her eyes, and said with a cold snort, if Zhuge Yunji knew that you weren't dead, what would happen? As soon as the woman heard Zhuge Yunji's name, The chains that were locked around her hands and feet began to tremble wildly. The surrounding breath was chaotic and horizontal, and a spiritual energy wanted to burst out along the chains. Don't waste your efforts. You can't break free from the soul-locked town I personally set up. As expected, the spiritual power reached the top along the chain, and like hitting on cotton, it instantly disappeared and could not make a single ripple. Ah, kill me. Seeing that the struggle was fruitless, the woman let out a desperate roar and fell helplessly to her knees. The corner of the Divine Realm Pavilion Master's mouth hooked up with a cold smile and said, I can't kill you. Keeping you is a good weapon to deal with Juga Yunji. If he knows that the person he was most ashamed of back then didn't die, between the Yunshin box and you, who will he choose? Despicable. Is this how the Divine Realm Pavilion acts? It's too despicable. It was you and Juga Yunji who betrayed me in the first place. And after the Nangong one asked for the world, Juga Yunji turned against the Nangong clan. So what about my Divine Realm Pavilion? Will it not become a joke? I'm going to torture you. Make your life worse than death. And watch, Juga Yunji. This old fellow thought he had found a reliable backer. After the immortal burial emperor is resurrected, I will personally let you all go up and smoke. The corners of the Divine Realm Pavilion Master's mouth carried an almost maniacal smile, as if he had already seen the scene of the immortal burial emperor's resurrection. A dark aura slipped through his eyes, and his pupils had that hint of scarlet before returning to normal. Within the great desolate Divine Realm, the Lin family, the Western Sacred Land, and some other sects that were dependent on the Divine Realm Pavilion secretly got the news and gathered their teams, and there was going to be a big battle in the Divine Realm Pavilion. A day later, another containment god box was sent into the Divine Realm Pavilion. So far the Divine Realm Pavilion had 3 boxes, and Nangong Haotnan got the news right away. In his opinion, the Divine Realm Pavilion was a free wage earner for him. The Great Wilderness Divine Domain is a rare piece, but the people do not know that under this piece, hidden dark waves, a chaotic world is about to open. Nangong Junyi looked at the blackness of the sky, frowning tightly. Demonic energy. The heavenly phenomenon is different. This peaceful world is afraid that it cannot be maintained for a long time. The branch of the Nangong Academy in the Northern Martial Kingdom was finally completed, and Nangong Yu returned to the Nangong Sanctuary after accomplishing his mission. After learning that her old ancestor was in seclusion, Nangong Yu showed disappointment. She hadn't seen her old ancestor for a long time. Juga Yunji was leisurely for a day, going to the Holy Land to fish and loiter for a while, and then going to the Nangong Academy to supervise those disciples' practice. Outside of the Southern Palace Holy Land, the people chasing him were still there, so going out now wasn't a wise choice. Another black light appeared in the sky. The clouds were dense. The aura of the Yunshin box broke through the sky. Juga Yunji looked at the stranger, and sighed long and hard. The Divine Realm Pavilion's speed is fast. This is already the 4th box. Within the Western Holy Land, the Holy Lord had secretly gotten the news and was also sending people to look for the black box, although he also didn't know the box's provenance. But the Nangong Holy Land was now famous and had long threatened their position. So as long as the box could help the Divine Realm Pavilion to deal with the Nangong clan, he would gladly offer it. Within the great desolate Divine Realm, the remaining sects also sensed the anomaly, and each hunkered down in their own territory, recuperating and seeking to protect themselves. In the Nangong secret realm, Nangong Haotyan exhaled a long breath. His realm had reached its peak, and even he himself didn't know just what realm he had reached. The 5 containment god boxes within the secret territory suddenly began to stir, and Nangong Haotyan's brows furrowed as he went to check. The box rolled with black gas, and the thing inside seemed to be struggling to break out. Nangong Haotyan, a sullen voice. Aura mass flew out from his hand, and a seal knot was struck out. The 5 boxes instantly fell silent, no longer making a single movement. 3 more. Nangong Haotyan counted on his fingers. In 3 more, the immortal burial emperor would be resurrected, and the power of the great Tao that he wanted to understand would be revealed. Suddenly, a demonic aura floated in the secret realm, heading straight for the containment god box. Nangong Haotyan waved his big hand, a hand to confine those demonic chi. At this time he realized that the black gas gushing out of the Yunshin box, and the demonic chi actually have a trace of the same breath. Could it be that the immortal burial emperor had been controlled by demonic chi before he perished? And as the resurrection of the immortal burial emperor was imminent, the demonic aura that dissipated when he perished searched for the scent and found it. Thinking of this, Nangong Haotyan was filled with excitement. If this was the case, when the immortal burial emperor was resurrected, the world would surely be devastated, and the power of the great Tao would surely appear at that time. The 5th and 6th boxes were sent into the Divine Realm Pavilion, and Nangong Haotyan estimated the time when it was time for the Divine Realm Pavilion to take a shot at him. At the topmost peak of the great desolate Divine Realm, aura gushed forth as a crowd of Emperor and Zun realm powerhouses gathered like clouds. submitting to the Divine Realm Pavilion's door. Gentlemen, the Nangong clan has overstepped their bounds and declared themselves a holy land without the consent of the Divine Realm Pavilion. So we have gone forward to punish them for the sake of correcting the Great Desolate's obedient rules. Charge. Must win. Eradicate the Nangong clan. Return the clarity of my great desert. A slogan was shouted out, and the corner of the Divine Domain Pavilion Master's mouth was tinged with a smug smile. This was his great desolate Divine Domain. With a total of 6 imminent god boxes, the Divine Domain Pavilion sent out all of its personnel to the Nangong sacred ground to crusade against them, and the places they passed through were all avoided for fear that they would be implicated. And just as the crusading group was still 1,000 miles away from the Nangong Holy Land, Nangong Junyi immediately went to the Nangong secret realm to report. Old ancestor, the Divine Realm Pavilion has brought a bunch of Emperor Profound Realm powerhouses to kill over. Nangong Haotian narrowed his eyes slightly and ended his meditation. The corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. Finally, Nangong Haotian said in a tight-lipped manner. Nangong Junyi was a bit puzzled, but looking at his own old ancestor's calm and dignified appearance, he was also instantly put at ease. The Arctic Sacred Land. The Northern Martial Kingdom got the news and sent out all their powerful men to the Southern Palace Sacred Land to support them. And the Golden-Winged Rock Clan also flew over from a long distance. A war that will shake heaven and earth is imminent. Set up a defense line and summon all disciples to return to the Holy Land immediately. The Divine Domain Pavilion wants to annex my Southern Palace Holy Land. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. In a blink of an eye, countless auras flew across the sky, and the Southern Palace disciples who were in various parts of the Great Desolate Divine Region rushed back as fast as they could. While in the Sundial Shade Country, in a secret realm, an old man's eyes suddenly widened. The Nangong clan is about to rise. The old man stroked his beard, and in his eyes were unknown emotions. The Divine Realm Pavilion's group of people came in an aggressive manner, and wherever they passed, their heads were covered in dark clouds, and standing outside of the Nangong sacred ground, the experts gathered, and a powerful sense of oppression greeted them. Nangong Yu stood on top of the city wall, condescendingly looking down at the crowd underneath and angrily rebuking. You guys came with so many strong people, are you trying to turn this sky upside down? Without saying a word, the Divine Realm Pavilion Master slapped out a palm, and Nangong Yu's pupils shrunk slightly as he stretched out his hand and slapped out a palm as well. Bang! Under the collision of the two forces, an explosion resounded through the sky, and an invisible airwave scattered in all directions, stirring up the dust on the ground to hover in the air and fall again. Nangong Yu let out a muffled grunt and covered his hand, looking at the Divine Realm Pavilion Master warily. She was at the Emperor Realm, and although she had comprehended a trace of the power of the Great Tao, the Divine Realm Pavilion Master was at the top of the Quasi-Saint Realm, and compared to him, Nangong Yu was still too weak. Humph, holy maiden, I see that you have grown fine skin and tender flesh. It's better to surrender earlier and submit to us, to avoid the pain of skin and flesh. No? The strong man following the Divine Realm Pavilion Master looked at Nangong Yu with a pair of lustful eyes, and the appearance of Nangong Yu bending over his crotch was already floating in his mind. Nangong Yu swept the crowd away and said angrily, a bunch of despicable villains. As a descendant of Nangong, I will never surrender even if I die in battle. Have a backbone. Too bad you won't be able to keep your mouth shut later. An immortal cultivator at the top level of the Emperor Realm took 2 steps forward and charged without saying a word. Nangong Yu's complexion changed slightly, and he busily greeted them. Western Holy Land, Wan Lin, little lady, be my cauldron. I promise to make you feel good. As they exchanged blows, Wan Lin had a greedy, evil smile on his lips, presuming to take advantage of the opportunity to mooch off Nangong Yu. The latter would not be at the mercy of others and drew his rapier and said contemptuously, despicable villain, today I will let you have no return. The words fell, only to see her hands lifted upwards. Her body was covered by aura. The surrounding winds were fierce. Dark clouds quickly enveloped the head, and a crack appeared in the middle of a piece of emptiness. Holy sword, heavenly punishment. With a roar, a golden light flew out from the crack in the void, hitting the top of Nangong Yu's head, and the holy sword behind him flew up into the sky, splitting into 2, splitting into 4, and instantly transforming into countless densely packed sword shadows, which fell straight down towards Wan Lin. 10,000 clans return. Wan Lin, as the top level of the Emperor Realm, was not a vegetarian, and with just one stomp of his foot, dense boulders flew out of the ground and hovered in midair. Go! With Wan Lin's guidance, the boulders densely met those sword shadows. The sword shadow touched the boulder and instantly erupted with a loud bang as the 2 spiritual forces instantly shattered and turned into ashes. And Nangong Yu's spiritual power also contained a trace of the power of the Great Tao. Although Wan Lin low-graded this move, his own internal power was simultaneously countered. You've actually realized the power of the Great Tao. Wan Lin covered his chest, with blood at the corner of his mouth. and asked with some reluctance. He had practiced for 1,000 years, and had long since broken through the Emperor realm. But the power of the Great Tao not only required talent but also chance, and he was just short of this sliver of chance, and had not been able to realize a sliver of the power of the Great Tao so far. The corners of Nangonyu's mouth rose slightly as he said disdainfully, "Even though it's only that 1.5 star of the power of the Great Tao, it's enough to deal with you, arrogant." Wan Lin instantly felt humiliated, and with a roar, he launched another attack, while the rest of the powerhouses also went up in a single wang, and the aura surged at the border of the Nangong Holy Land, shaking the ground. Seeing this, Nangongyu and the rest of the disciples also greeted them. "Today, I, Nangongyu, will resist you and the others even if I put my life on the line. My Nangong clan is by no means greedy and afraid of death." As soon as the words fell, he saw Nangongyu standing in place, looking up at the sky, his feet gradually taking off into the air, his aura entwining around his body, emitting a streak of golden light as if it was a dazzling sun. Sky dome flare. A loud cry was issued. A golden light struck the void above his head, and Nangongyu raised his hands into the air, a golden glittering aura mass converging in the palm of his hand, burning hot and piercing to the eyes, only to see her complexion freeze as she stared at Wan Lin, and the aura mass in her hand flew out. The latter immediately pinched a seal knot in his hand, and an aura mass gathered in the palm of his hand, instantly striking out. However, the golden aura mass was immensely powerful, devouring Wan Lin's aura in a matter of moments. Ah! The move hit Wan Lin's chest solidly, a mouthful of blood gushed out, the ground was smashed out of a sinkhole, and Wan Lin lay motionless in it with only one breath left, and Nangongyu was also deflated at this moment. His eyes blackened and he collapsed towards the ground. Nangong Junyi flew out, catching her with one hand and bringing her back to the city wall. Mo Liang also rushed to the Nangong Holy Land at this time. Seeing this, he rushed forward, and a stream of green aura surged into Nangongyu's body. Pine Fragrance Academy. Disciple Mo Liang heard that the Nangong Holy Land is in trouble and has come to support. Seeing Nangong Junyi looking at him with a puzzled expression, Mo Liang then remembered that he hadn't exposed himself yet, and following him, Chen Song, Chamli, Ling Yi, and Gong Yang Sui also arrived in time. The Pine Fragrance Academy is here to help. When Nangong Junyi heard this, his heart was touched as he patted Mo Liang's shoulder and said, "It's not the Nangong Holy Land that's in trouble, it's them." As the words fell, Nangong Junyi flew forward. A sharp sword appeared in the palm of his hand. A sword shadow flew out. Unstoppable. 9 swords of heaven and earth. Nangong Junyi let out a furious roar. Not talking nonsense with them, his cold face blossomed with killing intent, a deep voice, and his sword blade violently stabbed out. Watch the move. 10,000 feet of light cut through the sky, emitting a terrifying aura as the power of the top tier of the Emperor realm broke through the air, transforming into a rolling monstrous force that headed straight for the Divine Realm Pavilion's Pavilion Master. "Humph, out of your depth." The Divine Realm Pavilion Master smiled disdainfully. For an Emperor realm to even attempt to injure him, a person of the Quasi-Sate realm, was simply delusional, only to see him let out a cold cry and gather a ball of spiritual energy in his hand. Nangong Junyi's sword just happened to miss the aura ball and was instantly swallowed up. "Get out!" Subsequently, the Divine Realm Pavilion Master let out a rebuke, and Nangong Junyi was instantly ejected 1,000 miles away, sitting on his knees and violently spitting out blood. Put! Heavenly Vault Secret Art! Just then, Nangongyu flew out, and the sky gathered a layer of purple clouds that radiated purple light towards the earth. The winds around them were wild, and a piece of leaf converged in mid-air, flying in a circle around Nangongyu before turning into a sharp concealed weapon and flying out. Seeing this, the crowd was busy stopping their hands and retreating back, a shield that went straight up to the sky in front of them. Rumble! A dark weapon kept smashing at the shield. Nangongyu's movements hadn't stopped yet, only to see her eyes close and open. An azure-colored aura flashed, and a heavenly thunderbolt flashed through the converging clouds in the sky. 7 colored divine eyes. Nangongyu let out a roar, and the power that burst out from her eyes was permeated with a terrifying aura, calling out to people to look at her with fear in their hearts. Even though they were separated by a shield, the group of people from the Divine Realm Pavilion felt their scalps numb and their hearts were out of breath. At the same time, a terrifying aura met his face, and that Tong Tian's shield instantly shattered. A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the Divine Realm Pavilion Master, and he was busy crossing his arms in front of his chest to defend himself, but he was still shaken by this powerful force and flew out. Ah! There were several Emperor Realm immortal cultivators who wasted a great deal of effort to stabilize themselves from falling to the ground, but the way they looked at Nangongyu was like looking at a monster. The look in her eyes just now was too terrifying, and at this moment, Nangongyu's eyes recovered as normal. But the strength used to make the 7-colored divine eyes caused her to feel a wave of dizziness. and her body swayed weakly, supporting a sharp sword before she could barely stand on her feet. If you want to enter the Nangong Holy Land, pass me first. Nangong Yu took a deep breath and stood in front, with the intention of dying together. The people looked at each other and at Wan Lin, who was still lying in the pit, and knowing that the Nangong Holy Land was not easy to deal with, they decided to retreat back 1,000 miles to discuss their strategy first. Pavilion Master, there's still a long way to go. Shangwan Baiha also looked grave, arching his hand with a hint of pleading in his eyes. The Divine Realm Pavilion Master glanced at the solid walls of the Nangong Holy Land with a resigned expression, and only after a long time did he make up his mind to say, "Go." As the words fell, the group of people disappeared outside the borders of the Nangong Holy Land in a grayish manner, withdrawing to 1,000 miles away. Only then did Nangong Yu unload her defenses, propping up her sword and kneeling on one knee with a tired look on her face. Mo Liang was busy rushing forward and a heart protector pill was fed into her mouth. Nangong Yu frowned slightly and looked at Mo Liang with a puzzled expression. The latter touched his head and looked at her with a flushed face and said with some embarrassment, "This is the heart protecting pill. It can help you quickly recover your spiritual energy. Thanks a lot." Nangong Yu clasped her fists valiantly and got up to go inside the city walls. In today's battle, although the Divine Realm Pavilion had retreated, they would definitely attack again soon, so they needed to take advantage of this short period of time to properly deploy and prepare to meet the battle. Nangong Yu had recovered almost as much as he could with Mo Liang's help, and seeing that the old ancestor didn't have any intention of making a move, he entered the secret realm, wanting to seek help. In the secret realm, Nangong Haotian stood at a peak, looking at the 5 containment god boxes out of his mind. The Divine Realm Pavilion had 6, he only had 5 here, so where did the other one go? Looking at the Divine Realm Pavilion seemed to think that the Nangong Holy Land had 6 boxes. Thinking of this, Nangong Haotian placed his eyes on Zhuge Yunji. Could it be that Zhuge Yunji had privately hidden one? Old ancestor, you seeks an audience. Outside the secret realm, Nangong Yu came to seek help with a bruised cheek, which was injured by spiritual power and would not heal for a while. Nangong Haotian temporarily put aside his thoughts and let her in. Old ancestor, the Divine Realm Pavilion is filled with experts and is assisted by powerful people from various sects, so please come to your rescue. Nangong Haotian frowned slightly, lifting one hand in vain to let her get up, and sending out a spiritual energy from the palm of his hand to float on the bruise on Nangong Yu's cheek. Nangong Yu only felt a coolness on her face. It was very comfortable. A moment later the aura dissipated and her bruises were gone. You can't rely on me for everything. That group of old things in the Divine Realm Pavilion aren't worthy of me yet. What I want is for him to speak about all the powerful people in the great desolate Divine Realm gathering because I'm going to do a big thing. Do you understand? Nangong Yu frowned slightly, clearly not understanding. Nor did she understand what the great event in Nangong Haotian's mouth was, but when she met Nangong Haotian's eyes that were filled with a sense of oppression, she did not have the courage to continue asking. You understands, and will definitely fight to the death to defend the Nangong Holy Land. Go on. Seeing that Nangong Yu was so smart, Nangong Haotian nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand for her to go out. It was true that the Divine Realm Pavilion had sent out a lot of strong people this time, but they were only some Emperor Realm ones, which were just a bunch of mole crickets in his eyes. What he was interested in were those quasi-Saint Realm immortal kings in the great desolate Divine Realm. Although the Southern Palace Sacred Land looked powerful on the surface, but the disciples who could stand alone in practice were still too few. This battle was considered as their practice. After all, after that, they wanted to be in the fight with so many strong people for fear that it would be difficult. Thousands of miles away from the Nangong Holy Land, the Divine Realm Pavilion Master withdrew to the Lin family, and Shangwan Baiha's brows were furrowed in distress. Pavilion Master, the Nangong Holy Land is not a good bone to gnaw on. That Nangong ancestor hasn't even made a move yet, and we've already been beaten by these juniors to the point where we can't do anything about it. So as I see it, we need to ask for assistance. What do you mean? Divine Realm Pavilion Master narrowed his eyes slightly. At this time he had a cavity of anger nowhere to send. Have been hit to the doorstep of others, and now say that the fight cannot be withdrawn backwards. His Divine Realm Pavilion will really become a joke. In addition to the fact that today was injured Roadsex will never be willing to let go. Shangwan Baiha pondered for a moment before saying, now that the Divine Realm Pavilion is in trouble, it's only natural that the sects should give their all to help and send out a quasi-Saint Realm Elder, and the Southern Palace Sacred Ground will surely be able to take it down. Hearing this, the Divine Realm Pavilion looked puzzled and seemed to be pondering. This group of old things have lived for 1,000 years at least, and if they want them to help, they won't do it if they don't have a good bargaining chip. The Southern Palace Mysteries. Shangwan Baiha hooked the corner of his mouth into an evil smile, arching his hand and saying unkindly. Hearing this, the corners of the Divine Realm Pavilion Master's mouth rose slightly as he came to a sudden realization. Yes, the Nangong Mystic Realm. These old guys have long been salivating over the Nangong Mystic Realm, and now that they have this opportunity to go in, they're bound to make a move. As the words fell, he got up and patted Shangwan by his shoulder and said, "Senior brother, it's fortunate that you're here. Don't worry, after Immortal Burial Emperor is resurrected, I'll ask for a grace for you, and will be the topmost existences of the great desolate divine realm at that time." Upon hearing this, Shangwan Baiha's face filled with smiles as he gratefully said, "Many thanks, Pavilion Master." Spiritually strong golden light continuously floated outward over the Lin clan, drifting to all parts of the great desolate divine region. The Nangong sacred ground has committed mass anger. The Divine Realm Pavilion ordered all sects of quasi-sacred realm powerhouses to come out and join forces together to encircle the area, and all participants can enter the Nangong secret realm. Han Xiuyu looked at the letter sent by the Divine Realm Pavilion and frowned, secretly saying that it was not good. This time it was going to be chaos in the world. Everywhere in the great desolate divine region, regardless of the size of the sects, received the news of the siege of the Nangong sacred ground, and the western, eastern, northern, southern, and northern regions sent out their manpower, ready to get a piece of the pie. Tianyan old ancestor showed the letter to Zhang Ruojuan and said, "How is it? The Nangong secret realm is the most mysterious existence in the whole world. The Nangong Holy Land can exist for 10,000 years and become powerful in this chaotic world without the help of the Nangong secret realm. If you can go in and have a look, you will surely be able to increase your cultivation greatly." Zhang Ruojuan was a bit moved by these words, and with greed in her eyes, she said, "Such a good thing, how can we not go?" Seeing this, the old Tianyan ancestor's eyes flashed a smile of triumph. To be Zhang Ruojuan's spiritual power increased greatly. He could also change his body. After raising this body for a long time, it was finally coming to an end. The Nangong mysterious realm. He was bound to get it. However, 3 days later, a group of spiritually powerful immortal cultivators and body cultivators had gathered outside the Nangong sacred ground again, and among them, there was no shortage of quasi-sacred realm powerhouses, with old man Tianyan appearing as a grand finale. Observing from the shadows, Nangong Junyi looked tense. At this moment, outside the borders of the Nangong Holy Land was filled with powerful spiritual energy. The sense of oppression was extremely strong. Even he had to hold on to the pressure to withstand it. All disciples obey. Nangong Junyi stood on top of the city wall. As the sacred lord of Nangong sacred land, he could not easily participate in the war. At this moment, within the border of the sacred land, Nangong Yu, Nangong Sun Shang, Wanlong Yuan, Nangong Feng, Xiu Xuecheng, Xiao Zhangnan, Chen Song, Chamli, Mo Liang, Ling Yi, Gongyang Sui, stood in a row, with a raging momentum, and in his eyes, there was a certain determination to die. "Disciple in, I will do my best to guard the Holy Land. Don't worry, I'm here." Suddenly, Zhuge Yunji appeared from behind. At this moment, he had already put on a battle robe, the body silver and white engraved dragon patterned armor. Standing there, quite a sense of a great general. Nangong Junyi's heart was touched as he cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks to Senior for your help." Zhuge Yunji's expression stared as his eyes looked out of the city walls and said with a cold smile, "This old thing Shangwan is quite capable. He even recruited all of them. It seems that today will be a vicious battle." As the words fell, he only raised his hand up, and a void appeared above his head as the sky was covered in dark clouds. "Go!" Zhuge Yunji let out a cold cry, and the jade tablet on his chest instantly flew out and floated into the void. Wow! The void sensed the jade tablet's aura and instantly struck a golden light towards the Nangong kind of person's head. At that moment, the group was covered by golden light, and when the golden light dissipated, everyone was wearing a purple-red battle armor, and a thick aura floated above the armor, and at that moment, they only felt filled with power. Purple smoke armor. Shangwan Baiha some surprise. "I did not expect this old thing also left a hand." Purple smoke war armor is the ancient period. Immortal Burial Emperor led all the monks and the devil a war cast. All wear this armor doubles the spiritual power. Fighting the willpower immortal. "You still recognize it." Zhuge Yunji let out a cold cry and flew up, landing beside Nangong Yu from the city wall. Shangwan Baiha's face was mocking as he pointed at the group of quasi-saint realm cultivators beside himself and said, "So what if there's purple smoke armor? A group of brats at the Emperor realm are deluded into thinking that they can beat us. Dream on, then we'll show you whether you can beat it or not." Zhuge Yunji didn't talk nonsense with him. A pacing rushed up to the sky, and immediately the head was covered with dark clouds. A heavenly thunder called out. When the quasi-saint realm comes out to fight, heavenly thunder will definitely appear, and at that time, it will be an inferno at the border of the Nangong sacred land. Nangong Fang's expression was tense, and in today's battle, he had already prepared himself for certain death. Humph. I'll go meet him. Shangwan Baiha snorted coldly and flew up. The aura of the first layer of the quasi-saint realm poured out, and two air waves hovered in midair, forming a huge tornado. The people at the bottom weren't idle either. The Lin family's great ancestor was also at the second level of the quasi-saint realm, and without saying a word, he pulled out the square heavenly circle shield in his arms and rushed over. Nangongyu furrowed his brows, and with his valor showing on his face, he shouted, Nangongyu meets the battle with me. Nangongyu received the order. The hand that squeezed the sword tightened by 2 points, her footsteps tapped, and she was covered by aura as she rushed into the middle of the sky. Heavenly vault secret art, holy sword heavenly punishment. The two of them shouted in unison. The aura around them flew horizontally, and a void converged above their heads, from which two golden lights flew out, attaching themselves to the body of the sword. Nangongyu's sword flew into midair, but in the blink of an eye it had already divided into densely packed sword shadows, and each of the sword shadows also had the spiritual power of the purple smoke armor attached to it. The sword blade behind Nangongyu was wrapped in aura and instantly became as tall as a person, swaying and ready to go into battle. Their eyes met and they shouted in unison. Ah! Sword shadows fell densely in the sky, and a huge sword shadow penetrated with a terrifying aura as it charged straight at the Lin family's great ancestor with a golden light. The latter's face did not change, not fearing in the slightest, and the square sky circle shield in his hand flew into the air, gradually becoming larger and larger, instantly blocking half of the sky. For a moment, the earth was plunged into a dimness, and the sword shadows struck by the Nangongyu duo were covered by darkness. The square sky circle shield was like a giant beast's bloody mouth, bubbling with blood-red spectral light, and the sword shadows of the two were instantly sucked in. This wasn't the end of it. Nangongyu and his duo suddenly felt that they were somewhat unable to control their bodies in the air, and were drifting towards the square sky circle cover. Not good. The square sky circle shield can swallow all things. As long as it is sucked in, senior sister will surely go up in smoke. Nangong Sun Shang's expression was tense, as if he was facing a great enemy. A golden light flashed in Wan Long Yuan's eyes as he rose up into the air. His body was covered with golden aura on top of his armor, gradually revealing the scales of a dragon, while a dragon's soul was faintly visible behind him. Dragon Yen bloodline, give me power. 10,000 dragon abyss roared up to the sky, and the ground shook, and a huge dragon emerged from the sky, hovering beside the sun before rushing towards 10,000 dragon abyss. The moment the dragon's body touched the 10,000 dragon abyss, the earth was instantly covered with golden chi. A dragon roar was emitted, and 10,000 beasts knelt down. Ow! Void Wukong, as a golden-winged rock, saw this suppression from his bloodline and knelt down as a reflex. There was a pool of stagnant water in Ling Yi's heart as if it had been nudged, rippling outwards, and a different feeling rushed to his head. Ah! Ling Yi looked pained, and his body unconsciously floated into the air. Ow! With another dragon roar, the 10,000 dragons abyss broke through the golden light and transformed into a giant dragon with golden red scales, leaping through the air and rushing towards the Fong Tian circle shield. Ling Yi's eyes also flashed with a golden light at this moment, and a koi silhouette came out in the air, and he also transformed into a koi in this instant, flying in mid-air. Dragon Yen bloodline and the body of a koi carp. What the hell is the Nangong sacred land that it hides so many rare physiques? The Western sacred lord looked as if he had seen a ghost, staring at the scene in front of him without moving a muscle. The Divine Realm Pavilion's pavilion master said with an iron face and a treacherous look in his eyes, "This is all the benefits of the Southern Palace secret realm." When these words came out, greed was in the eyes of everyone present. The Southern Palace secret realm. They were even more interested. The square sky circle cover was still flashing with a golden red ethereal light. Nangongyu and Nangongyu tried to struggle, but the power of this magic weapon was just too strong, and they gradually became a bit overwhelmed. Suddenly, a dragon's roar came from underneath him, and the 10,000 dragon abyss flew above him, rushing right in the middle of the square sky circle shield. 10,000 dragon abyss. Dangerous. Nangongyu was aware of the power of the square sky circle cover. Entering it, there were only two endings. One was to fly into ashes, and the other was that the square sky circle cover shattered and was destroyed in this way. Ling Yi transformed into a koi carp and quickly humped the two of them on Nangongyu's back, moving away from under the square sky circle shield, and the 10,000 dragons abyss didn't move as it disappeared into the red light of the square sky circle shield. The Lin family great ancestor sneered and said, "Curfew, even if you are a dragon Yen bloodline. So what? In the end, you cannot resist my square sky circle." Bang! Before the words were finished, there was a deafening explosion in the sky, and the red light of the square sky circle shield dissipated and shattered into powder, which floated densely in the air, like moths in the sky. No way! No way! The Lin family's great ancestor looked incredulously at what was in front of him. As Wan Long Yuan hovered in the air for a while, with an extra blood-red spirit bead on top of his head, but his body was not damaged in the slightest. My Polyjuice Dan. The Lin family's great ancestor's face changed, from the initial disbelief to anger. You destroyed my precious weapon. I'm going to make you follow it to the grave. With a roar, the Lin family's great ancestor rushed forward, and a shadow flew out from his hand, striking the 10,000 dragon abyss. The latter's divine dragon swung its tail and a dragon shadow flew out, fighting with the power of the Lin family's great ancestor in midair. A wave of chi spread in all directions, and wherever it went, the spiritual plants were destroyed, and even those 1,000-year-old trees were reduced to nothing in an instant. I would have underestimated you. The Lin family's great ancestor snorted coldly. At this moment, he was already overwhelmed by anger. At this moment, he only had one thought, and that was to let Wan Long Yuan die. Power of the divine realm of supremacy. Converge. The Lin family's great ancestor chanted in midair for a while, gathering a pillar of aura in the center of his hand. The dragon's eye of the 10,000 dragon abyss flashed with an aura of the heavenly Tao, and the sky was covered with dark clouds as a heavenly thunderbolt struck down. Rumble. Shangguan Baihe was fighting with Zhuge Yunji. He didn't notice the situation in the sky above at all, and just like that, he took a heavenly thunderbolt hard. His body stiffened, his cultivation dispersed, and he collapsed straight to the ground. When the Lin family's great ancestor saw this, his face changed and he secretly screamed that it was bad. This person had even realized the thunder Tao of the great Tao's power. As long as he was struck by this heavenly thunder, no matter what realm he was in, he would start from zero, and from then on, he would become an invalid, no different from normal people. Simply because in this world, the heavenly Tao is the supreme spiritual power, the law of the world. Seeing this, the several people from Nangang Yu were busy retreating back into the territory of the Nangang Holy Land. The 10,000 dragon abyss took to the air and flew into the dark clouds. Rumble. A few more heavenly thunderbolts struck down. The Lin family's great ancestor's pupils shrunk slightly and he scrambled to dodge. And a kind of person from the Divine Realm Pavilion's face also changed drastically, as a shield that gathered the spiritual power of the quasi-sacred realm was placed on top of his head. Pop! A bolt of heavenly lightning struck the shield and a crack instantly appeared, while the few cultivators who had conjured up the shield trembled and knelt on the ground, their foreheads filled with cold sweat. Pop! Another heavenly thunder struck the shield, and the shield dissipated and turned into nothing in a matter of moments, and the few Emperor Realm powerhouses who had conjured up the shield instantly collapsed to the ground, their faces pale and terrified as they waited for their deaths to come. The last of the heavenly thunder poured down with great vigor. Several disciples showed despair and simply closed their eyes to give up struggling. However, the expected pain did not appear, and that heavenly thunder seemed to have disappeared. When he opened his eyes, he saw that old man Tianyan was cupping an imaginary image of a ball of magma in his hand, and the heavenly thunder that had just gone into the magma was no longer moving. The Skyflame old ancestor frowned slightly. Worthy of the power of the great Tao, this heavenly thunder more or less still brought a trace of damage to him. The heavenly thunder stopped. Wan Long Yuan recovered his original body, flew out from the dark clouds and returned to the city wall, because he used too much spiritual energy. At this time, his face was pale and weak. He no longer had the strength to fight. Lying on the ground breathlessly, he said, disciple did his best. Nangang Junyi stepped forward. A spiritual force protected him, and said heartily, good boy. With Shangguan Baihe wasted, the Divine Realm Pavilion Master's face was blacker than the bottom of a pot at the moment, and his eyes were filled with resentment as he stared at Nangang Junyi. Old ancestor Tianyan, don't make a move yet. The Nangang sacred ground is just these little minions, and the Nangang secret realm can be close at hand. The Divine Realm Pavilion Master looked at old man Tianyan with shrewdness in his eyes. The corners of the latter's mouth hooked up with a touch of disdain as he swept a glance at the Nangang crowd and said, a bunch of mole crickets, not enough to be feared. What about me? Zhuge Yunji, clad in battle armor, stood with the walls of the Nangang Holy Land as if he were a god descending from the heavens. Old ancestor Tianyan narrowed his eyes slightly. His heart was afraid, but he almost forgot that Zhuge Yunji had already turned against the Nangang Holy Land. Zhang Ruojuan's eyes were filled with excitement. He hadn't encountered a strong person of such a high realm for a long time, and he was determined to have a good battle today. Master, let me go. Old man Tianyan raised his hand slightly and said, you can't beat him. Hearing this, Zhang Ruojuan's face was ashamed. The arrogance belonging to a young man hung on his face. Since he was told that he couldn't beat it, then he would try and prove his strength. Master, let my disciple try. There's no need to be anxious. Young prince, I have my own way to deal with Zhuge Yunji. You're a rare and powerful person, and you'll have to deal with the Nangang old ancestor later on. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruojun pressed down the unhappiness in his heart and quietly stood aside to wait. Rightly so, a strong person like him should fight against the strongest person since Zhuge Yunji, do you remember the person you've most apologized to in your life? The corner of the Divine Realm Pavilion Master's mouth hooked into a cold smile as he lifted his hand up, and a chain appeared in the palm of his hand. Come out. It's time to meet up with old friends. Zhuge Yunji's complexion changed. His heart thumped, and a bad feeling arose. In the next second, a dirty woman appeared next to the God's Domain Pavilion Master, cloaked in hair, looking very wretched, but that face looked like it had been happily cleaned up, clean and dry, a pair of almond eyes covered in blood, not a bit of life. Emmer, you're alive. Zhuge Yunji froze in place as if it was a bolt from the blue, looking at the woman and losing his mind. The Divine Realm Pavilion Master let out a cold laugh as he grabbed the woman's hair, forcing her to raise her head to meet Zhuge Yunji's eyes. Gunyan Emmer, take a good look. This is your long-for sweetheart Zhuge Yunji. Let me do the math. You haven't seen each other in 1,000 years. How is it? Is he still the same? Gunyan Emmer's eyes only had a moment of divine light the moment she saw Zhuge Yunji, and only at that moment, she busily closed her eyes and said, if you want to kill or die, hurry up and come. I'm not afraid of you. The Divine Realm Pavilion Master let out a cold laugh and stood up, a sharp sword appearing in his hand and resting against Gunyan Emmer's jaw, his face full of playfulness. I know you are bent on death, but today, your life and death are not in your own hands, nor in mine, but in his. As the words fell, the Divine Domain Pavilion Master cast a provocative gaze towards Zhuge Yunji. Say it, what will you do to let her go? Zhuge Yunji forced down the anger in his heart and asked through clenched teeth. The Divine Realm Pavilion Master let out a light laugh and said with a slight nod, you were once one of the most respected parts of the Divine Realm Pavilion, and although a lot of unhappiness happened in the middle of it, as long as you come back now, the Divine Realm Pavilion will still welcome you, and when the Nangong sacred ground is overthrown, you can have an idle two-person time with this sweetheart. Wouldn't that be nice? You want me to choose between the Nangong Holy Land and Gunyan Emmer? Zhuge Yunji's face was torn with pain. If the Nangong Holy Land were to be destroyed in this way, the world would truly be in chaos. He didn't know just how strong Nangong Haotian's power was, and he didn't know if he could deal with the immortal Burial Emperor as well as these many powerhouses of the great desolate divine realm even more so. An invisible psychological pressure arose, and Zhuge Yunji stood aside with his fists clenched. Nangong Junyi was also looking at him with a tense expression. The next decision Zhuge Yunji made was crucial to them. Zhuge, don't listen to them. The Divine Realm Pavilion is a nest of snakes and rats. It's not worth committing to them. Gunyan Emmer struggled to stand up, and was pressed down again by the disciple on the side, kneeling solidly on the ground. Emmer. Seeing this, Zhuge Yunji was a bit anxious and took 2 steps forward. Now he only hated that his ability was not enough to kill them all. Gunyan Emmer looked up to the sky, a face already hung with tears. Zhuge, remember what the master said. Live for the sake of the world. The Divine Realm Pavilion hides dirt. It's really not good enough to take on the role of the leader of the great desolate divine realm. You have to. Poof. Before she could finish her sentence, the Divine Domain Pavilion Master slapped his palm on top of her head, and Gunyan Emmer let out a muffled grunt as blood gushed out of her mouth. It's been 1,000 years and you're still stubborn. Gunyan Emmer propped up her weak body, looked up at him resentfully, and said, you think you're in charge of everything under the heavenly Tao? Just look at it. Your days are coming to an end. When the words fell, the corner of Gunyan Emmer's mouth hooked up with a touch of mockery and a touch of evil smile. A powerful force came out from Gantian and rushed straight to the top of her head. Gunyan Emmer knew that she couldn't escape from the Divine Realm Pavilion's hands, and that the only way to be relieved today was to die. Zhuge, avenge me! Under a roar, Gunyan Emmer tilted the sky and roared in grief and indignation, and immediately, dark clouds covered her head, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and a long sword broke through the air and rushed straight to the top of Gunyan Emmer's head, so fast that the people next to her couldn't even react in time. Bang! After a shocking sound, Gunyan Emmer shuddered, stared wide-eyed, and collapsed godlessly towards the ground. Emerging child. Zhuge Yunji's eyes widened incredulously, grief and anger rising in his heart. At this moment, he could not wait to kill everyone in the Divine Realm Pavilion by 1,000 cuts. It's the Biyun sword from the ancient times. Nangong Junyi narrowed his eyes slightly. Facing the scene in front of him was also very surprised. A generation of divine swords had fallen in this way. The Divine Realm Pavilion Master was also a bit confused by what he saw in front of him. He didn't think that Gunyan Emmer would prefer to annihilate herself rather than make things difficult for Zhuge Yunji. Shangwan Baihong, I want you to bury her with me. Zhuge Yunji exuded an aura of the quasi-saint realm as he flew up and headed straight for the Divine Realm Pavilion's Pavilion Master. Tianyan old ancestor's complexion was condensed and he greeted them. The sky was covered with dark clouds. There seemed to be the sound of lightning and thunder. The battle between the two quasi-saint realm immortal kings attracted a heavenly thunder waiting for an opportunity to move. Do you really want to commit yourself to such a sinister place as the Divine Realm Pavilion? Zhuge Yunji's eyes were scarlet as he stared viciously at old ancestor Tianyan, trying to awaken his last conscience. Old ancestor Tianyan snorted coldly and said with a slightly raised eyebrow, "If you can tell me the secrets of the Southern Palace secret realm, the Divine Realm Pavilion is nothing, and it won't be difficult for me to help you exterminate them." When these words came out, the Divine Realm Pavilion master's expression changed, fearing that Zhuge Yunji would agree. And the latter only laughed contemptuously and said, "If you want to enter the Nangong secret realm, you're not qualified." Tianyan old ancestor's face changed as he said in a deep voice, "Then don't blame me for not being polite." In an instant, the earth was plunged into darkness, and a fiery red aura gushed out from the sky, scorching like magma, and converged in the palm of old man Tianyan's hand. Zhuge Yunji wasn't a vegetarian either, and a sharp sword from the Taiku period appeared in his hand. If you look closely, you can also find that the sword in his hand is from the same family as the Baiyan sword. "It's either you or me today." Zhuge Yunji let out his vicious words and quickly charged up, a sword shadow flying out, densely crisscrossing the sky. Old ancestor Tianyan immediately struck the aura mass in the palm of his hand and met that sword shadow. Rumble! In a blink of an eye, the sky was dyed a fiery red, the figures of the two drowned in it, and all the people underneath could only hear the sound of fighting like thunder. Zhang Ruojuan's expression stared as she flew up and prepared to go help. Chensong Chenli saw the opportunity and blocked in front of him. "You're up against us." Chensong nodded slightly with a serious expression. Zhang Ruojuan sneered, looking at the two of them at the Emperor realm, and said disdainfully, "You dare to fight me just based on yourselves. You don't know your own strength." As the words fell, he saw his eyes close and open, and a golden light flashed out of his eyes and shot straight up into the sky, and a sharp sword with a fiery red aura came out of the air. Flame Chopper Sword. "I count on you to know what's good for you. Watch the move." Without saying a word, Zhang Ruojun charged up with his sword raised, the fiery red aura wrapped around the blade avoiding everything in its path. Chen Song and his duo glanced at each other, and with a deep voice, all the elephants converged, and golden red clouds floated in mid-air. Cthulhu skill. The two of them let out a unanimous cry, and the ground shook, and a golden light erupted from the golden red clouds, rushing straight to the top of their heads. At that moment, the two of them were as enlightened as they looked up to the sky. A pair of eyes flashed with golden light, and their hungry bodies had been shrouded by golden runes, and a huge fist made of golden runes appeared behind them. Curse Heart Fist. The duo let out another unison cry as the spell Heart Fist was guided to charge straight out. Zhang Ruojun's expression stared as he placed his sword in front of him to resist, but he had underestimated the power of the mantra Heart Fist, and was smoothly bounced away thousands of meters away. That wasn't all. The two had another combined effort. Flying upwards, their rapiers in their hands already in a battle stance, ready to move. Battle Heaven Spellsword. Zhang Ruojun frowned and couldn't think too long before welcoming them. The blazing flame heaven slashing sword faced off against the battle heavenly mantra sword, and another heavenly mountain thunderclap enveloped the air. But gradually, Zhang Ruojun was not as good as the two of them and was a bit overwhelmed. Chen Song and his duo also braced themselves to continue fighting. After all, the middle level of the Emperor realm versus the top level of the God realm was not an easy task. The two were suspended in mid-air, each gasping for air, calculating how they would be able to kill the other with a single blow. Aha! Between Zhang Ruojun let out a roar. Another red light flew by. The sword in his hand flew out, gathering most of his spiritual power. Chensong two people let out a cold shout. The golden talisman around their body appeared. The sword in their hands blocked in front of them. Bang! The sharp sword in front of them exploded apart like a stone, and Zhang Ruojun's sword shadow went straight at the two of them. However, in an instant the duo was surrounded by a red aura, making it impossible to see their figures. Senior, Mo Liang and Ling Yi let out a united cry, secretly screaming that it was not good. The corner of Zhang Ruojun's mouth hooked into a cold smile, thinking that the job was done. In the next second, an airwave flooded out from the air. Chensong Chenli and the two of them were like heavenly gods descending from the sky, rushing towards Zhang Ruojun, and as far as the eye could see, they were covered in a glittering golden light without the slightest damage. This can't be right. Zhang Ruojun looked at what was in front of him unbelievably and raised his hand in a panic to block. But with that move just now, he had used up most of his spiritual energy, and the current hit resisted at best thought the top level of the golden immortal realm. But the two in front of him were at the fourth or fifth level of the Emperor realm. Put! Chensong Chenli and the two of them each slapped a palm on his chest. Zhang Ruojun instantly slammed towards the ground. Dust flew and there was another big hole in the ground. Zhang Ruojun lay in it only leaving a breath. Ai-chan! Old ancestor Tianyan let out a roar. then looked resentfully at the Chensong duo, who had actually destroyed his cauldron. Your opponent is me. Zhuge Yunji stabbed his sword again, and old man Tianyan's attention returned to him, but the anger in his heart had already reached its peak. Today, I'll let you take a good look at my power. The heavenly flame old ancestor uttered a deep voice, and a fiery red chain flew out from his palm, directly setting toward Zhuge Yunji. The corners of the latter's mouth hooked up with a hint of disdain, and the jade tablet in his chest flew out, a lavender aura rushing out to face it. All of a sudden, the sky was divided into two areas, with one side being old man Tianyan's side, where magma flew out of the red chains, staining half of the sky red. On the other side was Zhuge Yunji, the jade tablet forming an invisible purple barrier that separated them. The power of divine flames. The heavenly flame ancestor let out a roar. His body was covered in blazing fire, and a black gas suddenly drifted past and drilled into his eyes. Old Tianyan ancestor didn't notice it in the slightest, but there was an extra trace of blackness in the power bursting out of his hand. Zhuge Yunji saw it at the first moment and looked grave, secretly screaming that it was not good. It's a demonic aura. Old man Tianyan has become a demon. I want none of you to go to hell. The eyes of the heavenly flame ancestor were filled with bloodlust as the divine flames spread towards the Nangong Holy Land. Zhuge Yunji took a deep breath, looked at the place where Gunyan Emmer had fallen, and made a decision, only to see him retrieve the jade token and throw it to void emptiness, saying, "This item, make sure to hand it over to that old fellow Nangong." As the words fell, he looked in the direction of the southern palace mystic realm again. Best hooked a cold smile and said, "This great desolate divine realm is in your hands." The words fell, only to see his complexion condense, transforming into a purple light, rushing towards the heavenly flame old ancestor, and wherever he passed, the divine flame blaze dissipated, and a terrifying aura pressed through. Bang! A deafening explosion rang out as Zhuge Yunji collided with the heavenly flame ancestor, and a mushroom cloud rose into the air and shot up into the sky. At that moment, the sky descended with a vision. The sound of lightning and thunder rose and fell, and a heavenly thunderbolt struck down, directly hitting the heavenly flame ancestor and Zhuge Yunji. Rumble! The powerful chi waves spread out, and all the people present were struck on their backs, taking several steps back and falling to the ground, their faces in agony. Dense, fine powder drifted down from the sky, glittering with a purple golden light. Old Tianyan ancestor and Zhuge Yunji had already disappeared, leaving only a shadow in the sky that floated towards the dark clouds. Senpai! Nangong Junyi looked at the air with a shocked expression, not expecting Zhuge Yunji to have died with old man Tianyan. I can't believe he. Void Wukong also looked a bit dazed, not expecting that he would witness the moment when two quasi-saint realm immortal kings flew away in ashes. The divine realm pavilion master was about to flee when he saw that his biggest card had been destroyed, and right at this moment, a shadow came out of the air in the Nangong sacred ground and headed straight for the divine realm pavilion master. Ah! The divine realm pavilion master instantly hung in the air, losing the power to control himself. The rest of them saw the situation and scattered their legs, when a cold laugh was emitted from the sky and an invisible barrier appeared in front of them. Want to run? It's not that easy. In the next second, Nangong Haotian suddenly appeared like a lord in the sky, sitting in front of them in the air with a lazy face. The powerful aura pressed down on them. Nangong Haotian's power was unfathomable. Old ancestor Nangong, we are willing to submit to you. Spare us. The rest of the powerhouses reacted very quickly, kneeling on the ground and begging for forgiveness. Nangong Haotian coldly grunted, and with only a flick of his finger, 6 black boxes flew out from the chest of the divine realm pavilion master, and at this time, the 6 boxes were already sucked together, making it difficult to separate them. Is it too late to beg for mercy? Zhuge Yunji is already dead, flying into oblivion. Nangong Haotian's complexion was stark, not angry. Master, this is something left behind by Elder Zhuge. Void Wukong's eyes were scarlet as he took out the jade tablet left behind by Zhuge Yunji. Nangong Haotian took it up in the air. The jade plate hovered in the palm of his hand, and suddenly a bright light flashed, and a black and red liner appeared out of thin air, with an aura similar to that of the containment god box. It turns out that there are only 11 containers, and that the 12th is not a containment box but the inner elixir of the immortal burial emperor. Zhuge Yunji was so deeply hidden that even he didn't see the signs. Seeing his things being snatched, the divine realm pavilion master struggled and roared, "Immortal burial emperor's relics! Is it not for you to get your hands on?" Nangong Haotian lifted his hand up, and the divine realm pavilion master immediately closed his mouth, his face showing pain. "Just by virtue of you, you are also worthy of clamoring with me?" Nangong Haotian snorted coldly, his eyes staring at him. The oppressive feeling from a strong person pressed him so much that he didn't dare to breathe, and in the next second, his limbs unfolded in a bizarre gesture, floating in the air unable to move. Nangong Haotian raised his hand again, and a shocking thunderbolt struck down, straight at his waist. Ah! The Divine Realm Pavilion's Pavilion Master let out a miserable shriek as a transparent spirit bone floated out of his body and suspended in midair. In the next second, Nangong Haotian gently pinched. The spirit bone turned into powder and drifted away with the wind. The Divine Realm Pavilion Master turned into a wasted man at this point, falling to the ground leaving only his last breath. When the rest of them saw this, they all shrank into a ball of fear, not daring to look at Nangong Haotian at all. The Divine Domain Pavilion Master was a strong person of the Quasi-Saint realm, but even in the hands of Nangong Haotian was as easy as a mole cricket to be shaved of the spirit bone, in the form of a waste. For people like them who cultivate immortals is worse than death. And the rest of these people Nangong Haotian also has no intention of letting go, only a lift of the hand. A large invisible hand strangled their jaws. All the body has no strength to take off into the air. A kind of cultivator came in black outside the border of the southern palace Holy Land, wearing all kinds of disciple uniforms and shouting, "Let go of my old ancestor." The monstrous aura came to meet him with a fierce aura. Nangong Haotian glanced disdainfully and said, "Overrate yourself." But before he could strike, another group of forces came from the north to take on them. The Arctic Holy Land has come to help. In between, Han Shoyue arrived with a group of disciples, and Holy also led a group of Pine Fragrance Academy disciples to rush towards them. Seeing this, the Nangongyu crowd was delighted and rushed out of the Nangong Holy Land to meet the battle. For a time, the melee of the sects opened up, and the sky and earth were covered with the aura of death. Nangong Haotian snorted coldly, his energy focused on the group of people in front of him. Suddenly, a sense of playfulness rose in him, and with a release of his hand, the crowd fell heavily to the ground with a wail. In the next second, before they could move, an aura barrier appeared in front of them, trapping them in it like a cage. 5 black boxes flew out from the Nangong secret realm and appeared together in the palm of Nangong Haotian's hand. The rest of the people hadn't figured out the situation yet, and had no idea what the box in Nangong Haotian's hand was. The Divine Realm Pavilion Master looked at him morosely, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Nangong Haotian placed 11 boxes plus an inner elixir in midair and looked at the Divine Domain Pavilion Master with provocative eyes. "Aren't you pinning your hopes on the Immortal Burial Emperor? Today, I'll show you that even if Immortal Burial Emperor is resurrected, he's still no match for me, and his resurrection may not be a good thing for you." Immortal Burial Emperor? When the rest of them heard this, they all revealed a look of horror. The Immortal Burial Emperor was tyrannical and ferocious. If he were to be resurrected, all the strongest people in the Great Desolate Divine Realm would surely be killed. 11 boxes and an inner elixir floated in midair, black auras surging out as if they had grown eyes and fused together. For a time, the sky and mountains thundered, and a terrifying aura came out from the air. The black aura was getting thicker and thicker, rushing straight into the clouds. A generation of immortal emperors were resurrected, and everyone in the Great Desolate Divine Realm had an omen and looked up to the sky. An innate sense of oppression was born. Coming. Nangong Haotian hooked his lips into a smile and quietly looked at the sky. After another burst of lightning and thunder, the black box rushed into the clouds and heavenly thunder appeared with a deafening sound. Rumble. Another layer of dark clouds enveloped the area, and a void appeared, the power of the Great Tao looming. Nangong Haotian's eyes were filled with blazing heat. The power of the Great Tao that he yearned for was coming. At this time, the sky and earth were pitch black, and black gas filled the air, just like being in the middle of hell. A crack tore through the sky and a beam of golden light struck overhead, illuminating the earth. A man clad in golden battle armor came down from the middle of the sky. Covered in golden light, Immortal Burial Emperor was resurrected in this way. The Divine Realm Pavilion Master was as excited as if he had seen his savior and struggled to get up. Disciple greets the Immortal Emperor. The Immortal Burial Emperor raised his hand and tilted his head to feel the shower of golden light. His low voice resounded. "How many years have passed, and this emperor is back again?" As he said that, a trace of imperceptible black aura drifted across the Immortal Burial Emperor's eyes, and Nangong Haotian stood up, squinting slightly to level his eyes at him. All of the people present were pressed down by the aura that erupted from the Immortal Burial Emperor to the point where they knelt on the ground, their bodies trembling a little. Nangong Haotian was the only one who still looked untamed. The Immortal Burial Emperor's complexion stared at him and said, "Why don't you kneel?" Nangong Haotian snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Just by you? Also worthy, bold." The Immortal Burial Emperor let out a roar, and the entire earth trembled, and the hearts of the rest of the people followed. "Even you were resurrected by me, asking me to kneel to you? Dream on. The person who can make me kneel in this world has yet to appear." Upon hearing this, the Immortal Burial Emperor released his majesty and attempted to oppress him, and Nangong Haotian was not afraid in the slightest. Looking calm and collected, The immortal burial emperor realized at this time that he couldn't even see through this person's strength exactly. Such a situation could only mean one thing, and that was that Nangong Haotian's realm was above his. In the great desolate divine realm he would never allow anyone to be able to threaten his position. Immortal burial emperor, a deep voice. The aura around him surged. A black aura rushed towards Nangong Haotian. The latter said in a cold voice, not self-conscious. Seeing that he was calm and collected, he only put out his aura, and the aura around him stagnated as if it was up against a barrier. The immortal burial emperor looked at him incredulously, then looked at his hands and said, impossible. It must be because I've just been revived and my spiritual power hasn't recovered. As the words fell, his eyes rested on the group of people from the divine realm pavilion. Lifting his hand up, and the group of people instantly floated in the air. It's time for you to fulfill your loyalty. The immortal burial emperor let out a laugh filled with evil intent as black aura erupted from his hand, and his eyes were already covered with demonic aura. Ah! A miserable scream came out in the air. Nangong Haotian narrowed his breath slightly and quietly watched everything in front of him. The immortal burial emperor was really eroded by the demonic gas. So, the power of the great Tao must have appeared. A stream of aura gushed out from the heads of a group of powerful people and flew into the immortal burial emperor's hands, not entering his body. The sky was filled with a monstrous aura of death, and a group of Southern Palace disciples looked at what was in front of them in horror. The immortal burial emperor felt that it wasn't enough after absorbing it, and focused on Nangong Yu's group. Nangong Haotian's complexion stared as he issued a warning. My people, you're not worthy to move yet. This emperor is the lord of the great desolate divine realm. What are you? As the words fell, immortal burial emperor waved his big hand and black aura rushed towards Nangong Yu and his group. Nangong Haotian didn't say anything, he only raised his hand up. A powerful spiritual force was directed at him. The immortal burial emperor was alert. He didn't expect this person to be able to fight against him. Want to fight with this emperor? Satisfy you. The immortal burial emperor let out a roar and summoned the power of the heavens and earth. Immediately the earth and sky collapsed and everything was enveloped in the aura of death. Nangong Haotian whispered, my opponent is not you. As soon as the words fell, the sky was covered with dark clouds and a heavenly thunderbolt fell as if it was raining, and the power of the great Tao came out into the air. Sins! A girl floated out from the sky out, straight into the heart. An even more powerful sense of oppression took to the air. The immortal burial emperor's face showed horror, then turned to anger as he looked into the air and said angrily, Great Tao, last time, you killed me. This time I want you to pay the price. A moon-white aura flashed out of the sky, and a woman with a pretty face appeared in midair. Nangong Haotian revealed a hint of surprise, not expecting the power of the great Tao to be a woman. You've had your mind annihilated by demonic energy, and are no longer fit to exist in the great desolate divine realm. Today, if the Tao can kill you once, it can kill you twice. The great Tao shouted coldly and raised his hand to send out a spiritual power. The immortal burial emperor showed horror and sent out his whole body to resist but to no avail, only to see a strong and mysterious power burst out from the dark clouds, more like a rope than a thunderbolt. The immortal burial emperor pulled out a long sword and attempted to resist, but as soon as the light touched the immortal burial emperor it transformed into densely packed talismans and curses that crawled all over his body along the blade. Ah! No! The immortal burial emperor roared in unwilling fury, his voice resounding through the clouds. The great Tao did not show the slightest bit of softness, and with another lift of his hand, the immortal burial emperor instantly took off into the air, the sword in his hand falling, and the surface of his body flashing with a crack, ready to fall apart at any moment. No! Why are you doing this to me? The immortal burial emperor was emanating a black demonic aura, and from all directions there was also demonic aura that was converging towards him. The great Tao frowned and secretly screamed that it was not good. The gathering of demonic chi was a sign of world upheaval. If the immortal burial emperor was not resolved as soon as possible, the demonic chi would be rampant, and the entire great wilderness divine realm would be inundated with living beings, and turn into a purgatory. How dare you be so stubborn? You were once the lord of the great wilderness, but you were corrupted by demonic chi and went off the deep end. Killing the world's strongest isn't enough. Now you want the entire great wilderness divine realm to be buried with you. Dada roared, trying to awaken the last vestiges of his conscience. But at this time, the immortal burial emperor endured 10,000 years of pain, and it was not easy to be resurrected and killed, since it was full of resentment, where there is still reason. Only when he exerted his strength violently, the runes on the surface of his body dispersed and turned into ashes, and the black aura wrapped him inside and stood in midair. What great desolate divine realm! No one can stop this emperor as the most powerful person. So what if you're the great Tao? Today this emperor will kill his way out even if he goes up in smoke. Nangong Haotian quietly watched from the sidelines and did not intend to make a move. He also wanted to see this Tao, just how strong it was. Hearing this, the great Tao let out a long sigh, looked up at the sky and said, I wanted to spare your life, bring you back to the Pure Land to properly wash away the filth in your heart, and return to the great desolate divine realm in the coming day. But you're obstinate, and have long since become not the immortal burial emperor you once were. In that case, I'll send you on your way today. As the words fell, a golden light flashed in her eyes and a golden thread of aura appeared in her hand. Go on. With a cold shout, the aura thread in his hand flew out, heading straight towards the immortal burial emperor, who looked a cold smile at the corner of his mouth as the black aura around him gathered and blocked in front of him, and the immortal burial emperor drowned in the black gas. Trying to kill me? Impossible. I want the entire great desolate divine realm to turn upside down. Ha 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 ha. The terrifying voice of the immortal burial emperor drifted in the sky, and as the entire Earth's demonic aura rushed across the land, the people didn't care about the sect disputes and combined their efforts to start dealing with the demonic aura. The divine realm pavilion master had been deprived of his spiritual power, and was now no different from an invalid. He knelt on the ground on his stomach and reverently bowed to the immortal burial emperor and said, Disciple pays his respects to the immortal emperor. Nowadays the strongest person in the great desolate divine realm is the Nangong elder ancestor, and disciples and other members of the party were all killed by him. I hope that the elder ancestor will avenge our deaths. Nangong Haotian's complexion condensed, his fingers flicked, a spiritual light struck over, and the divine realm pavilion master stiffened, and collapsed straight down, not breathing. Nangong Haotian gave him a disgusted look and coldly said, It's not your turn to speak here. Dao gave him a deep look, a wave of unknown emotions filling her eyes. But her current focus was on the immortal burial emperor, and she didn't have the extra energy to probe Nangong Haotian. In the sky, the devilish roar of the immortal burial emperor resounded again. Nangong? Ha 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 ha. What is there to fear from the southern palace? Soon this world will become this emperor's again. Southern palace, if you are sensible, be my cauldron. I guarantee that in this great wilderness, apart from me, there will be no one who dares to fight against you. Nangong Haotian snorted coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. Just you. You deserve it? When immortal burial emperor heard this, he instantly changed his face, and a roar came down from the sky again. Since you don't know how to appreciate your honor, then follow the great desolate divine realm to its destruction. As the words fell, only a crack hundreds of meters wide quickly appeared on the ground, and underneath the crack was rolling magma, with black gas pouring out from it. Some disciples who accidentally fell down instantly turned into ashes and disappeared into this world, leaving behind only a miserable scream. The disciples' faces showed despair as they had to fight against the demonic aura while keeping an eye on the cracks under their feet. Rumble! There was another burst of earth tremors, the surrounding mountains collapsed, and the 1,000-year-old trees were swallowed up by the magma in a matter of moments, leaving not a single trace behind. The Great Way knew deep down that if she didn't act, the world really was going to disappear. All the heavenly Tao are soldiers. Today I get rid of the evil. All the gods come down to earth. The great Tao looked up to the sky and made a few seal knots in his hands, his mouth bursting with words. Rumble! A few heavenly thunderbolts flashed in the sky, and a golden light broke through the blackness and sprinkled on the earth as if it were a salvation in purgatory. The great Tao flew up and stood under the golden light, a moon-white battle armor draped around his body, a divine general's spear in his hand, and with a light footstep, he rushed into the black gas and began to fight with the immortal burial emperor. For a while, a golden light erupted from the black gas, and the ground shook. The cracks accelerated to become larger, and the ground was gradually swallowed by the magma. Old ancestor, we can't hold on much longer. Nangong Junyi stood on top of the Nangong Holy Land city wall with a group of disciples, and underneath was a ground full of magma, and wherever they went, everything was turned into ashes. At this time, from all directions flew a dense golden-winged rock, as well as rare beasts. Now in the great desolate divine realm, only the Nangong Holy Land still maintains its original state, and the rest of the place is like a hell on earth. Nangong Haotian looked up into the black gas and said calmly, "There's no rush. A new world will soon greet everyone." As soon as the words fell, the immortal burial emperor flew out of the black aura, his body covered in golden aura, and a spear was stuck in his chest. With a face of Ing-Chi, Dao broke through the black aura, and the golden aura threads in his palms instantly bound him. Go on. Immediately afterward, the avenue was like the judge of hell, and the silk threads in the palm of his hand gradually locked up. The immortal burial emperor's eyes widened as he roared in unwillingness. No! Black gas gushed out from the immortal burial emperor's body, and his body turned into black crystals in a matter of moments, falling into the magma and turning into ashes. As of this moment, the immortal burial emperor flew away in ashes, and there was no longer any figure of the immortal burial emperor in the great desolate divine realm. My turn. The corners of Nangong Haotian's mouth hooked into a smile as he looked at the avenue with an appreciative expression. Such a powerful force. He must take it in. Just see Nangong Haotian, a sinking sound. The surrounding magma overturned. The earth and the sky upside down. The crowded dizziness. It is too late to see what. The next second they have been in a new place. There are no green mountains and green water here. No high walls and big yards. Only a white blanket, a cloud under the feet, and like a pool of clear water. In front of them, there was a dreamy, large gate made up of large purple letters with a bright white border. And above the gate were 3 words printed boldly, 9 heavens. This is. Nangong Yu looked at everything in front of her, as if she was in a dream. Somewhat unbelievable. Are we dead? Yes. Have we come to heaven? Nangong Yu also issued a question and slapped his palm on Mo Liang's chest. But, what are you hitting me for? Mo Liang almost didn't draw in a breath, his face showing pain, covering his chest and half kneeling on the ground. Nangong Yu unbelievably looked at her hand and then at Mo Liang and said, I can feel the pain. We didn't die. And this isn't a dream world. You. Mo Liang was instantly speechless, but he couldn't say anything else. Nangong Haotian descended from the sky and stood beneath the 3 words 9 heavens, and the great Tao stood not far away, looking around in slight surprise and saying, You actually opened up a new world. Nangong Haotian hooked his lips and smiled lightly, then with a condensed expression, he looked at her and said, The power of the great Tao, it is indeed good. The Tao's face changed, and he was busy making a defensive stance saying, You're going to bully a weak woman? Nangong Haotian had a black line on his face, and struck a spiritual energy from the palm of his hand. The avenue didn't react for a moment, and was born to receive this aura, turning into a child. The avenue is actually a child. The rest of the people were incredulous when they saw this. Nangong Haotian took 2 steps forward and shook his head, with one pair of eyes staring dead at the avenue and said, No, he's neither a woman, nor a man, nor a child. It can be said that he's neither anyone, nor can he be anyone. He's just a force that walks everywhere. When Dada heard this, his face changed and he looked at him warily and said, What do you want? The power of the great Tao is the power of supreme glory. If I possess the power of the great Tao and become a great Tao emperor, then this 9 heavens can truly be stabilized. What do you think I want? The great Tao force grimaced. The corner of its mouth hooked into a contemptuous smile and said, I admit that you do have some skills, but only in comparison to those wind-weak cultivators. Wanting to take me for yourself? It's not that easy. As the words fell, he only saw the great Tao turn around and turn into a golden light, flying towards the sky. He's escaping, Nangong Yu exclaimed. Nangong Haotian looked at him with a taboo expression and said, He can't escape. As soon as the words left his mouth, the light bounced off the moment it touched the clouds, an invisible barrier restricting him. I said you can't escape. The 9 heavens lacks your fusion. It's just a space now. Or you could say it's a cage for me to confine you. Only after I tame you. This 9 heavens will be a true new world. When the great Tao heard this, his face showed anger, and he was also afraid, not expecting this person to be so perverted. I know you are not this world. Can come here, become a party of strong. Is the word of fate? You want to open up a new world to become a party of hegemony. Not so easy. As soon as the words fell, the great Tao transformed into a golden light again and rushed towards Nangong Haotian. The latter's complexion stared up as he greeted them. For a while, on the snow-white 9 heavens, the 2 powerhouses battled together, the spiritual light spreading out in all directions, and the oppressive feeling of a powerful man was frightening. The great way out quickly, moves without any rules to speak of. Nangong Haotian's spirit power is strong, moves fast, accurate and ruthless. For a time the two were actually indistinguishable. Bang! A deafening sound exploded in midair as Nangong Haotian and Dao exchanged palms and were bounced off by the powerful impact. Got skills. The corner of the great Dao's mouth hooked up with an appreciative, evil smile, then said, How about being able to beat me? No one in the realm of illusion can walk out safely, and only when you can defeat the realm of illusion will you be considered to have truly tamed the great Dao. In the next second, a blinding light flashed in front of Nangong Haotian's eyes, forcing him to close his eyes, and when he opened his eyes again, he was already in a 21st century mansion. Looking at the familiar surroundings, Nangong Haotian's complexion froze, and he actually went into a bit of a trance. It's all an illusion, Nangong Haotian said silently, cheering himself up. Despite saying that, he unconsciously took a step and walked through the familiar buildings. Gradually, he came to the doorway of the neighborhood that served as a familiar place, none other than his home. Walking up the stairs, he was just about to knock on the door when he remembered that he was translucent and they couldn't even see him. So, he directly went through the wall and entered. Looking at the most familiar furnishings in the house, Nangong Haotian couldn't help but redden his eyes. And I don't know how long it's been, but the furnishings here haven't changed. Aya, can't you go out for a walk? Staying at home all day playing games will make you useless. A female voice filled with anger emanated from her bedroom. Nangong Haotian was in a trance as he walked towards the bedroom. Mom! Apparently, she couldn't hear her, and her mom pointed to the unmoving man in front of the computer and lectured her, itching to go up and smash the computer. But in the end, she just let out a long sigh and exited the room. The scene shifts and Nangong Haotian is back in the living room, where his dad and mom are sitting together, discussing the purchase of a computer for him, who has just been admitted to college. My son is old enough to go to college, and I've heard that computers are a must-have, so let's get him a computer. I see, okay, but there's not much left in the family's savings. Which? Dad looked at the bank card in his hand and looked puzzled. Mom took out her favorite jewelry from her room and said, take it and sell it. At least it's gold. It'll be a few $1,000s. Good thing too. Then the picture turned. Nangong Haotian came to a spiritual hall, surrounded by wreaths and chrysanthemums. Mom sat aside and secretly wiped her tears, and Dad was silently burning paper money in front of the fire pit, holding back tears. Tianer, I won't live if you leave like this. Mom let out a wail about to slam into the wall. Nangong Haotian's face changed, and he was busy trying to go up to defend himself, but since he was a shadow, his mom passed right through him. But luckily, Dad was quick to catch her, and this time there was no tragedy. Mom sits on the floor in grief, all haggard. It was the third day after his sudden death, and his parents were suffering the agony of a white man's death. Nangong Haotian's eyes were slightly red and filled with guilt. The scene shifts again, and the parents are standing on a rooftop, leaping down. Mom and Dad. Nangong Haotian rushed forward, but to no avail. He could only watch as his parents fell directly to the ground, not breathing. Ah! Nangong Haotian cried out to the sky in grief. At that moment, the great Tao appeared out of thin air and walked next to him and said, want to go back to the original world? Just jump from here and you'll be able to go back, and your parents won't die, so when the time comes, your family will be reunited and no tragedy will occur. Saying that, Nangong Haotian was in a trance and his body began to float lightly. The avenue took the opportunity to push hard and Nangong Haotian fell directly from the rooftop. Nangong Haotian gave up struggling. A tear slipped out of the corner of his eye, and Avenue looked at him condescendingly with an evil smile on his face. No, it's all a lie. An illusory voice drilled into his ears, and Nangong Haotian woke up as if from a dream, jerking his head back. The moment he was about to touch the ground, Nangong Haotian's complexion was frozen, and a powerful force came out of the air, lifting him up into the sky. It's all fake. Nangong Haotian roared and rushed towards Avenue, curbing his chin with a palm. Dao's face changed, and he still said, you are unfilial for letting your parents send off their black hair in vain. How can you still have the face to live in this world? Nangong Haotian's eyes were scarlet as he stared at him with a deadly fury. It's not your turn to meddle in my affairs. A mere power of the great Tao trying to annex me? Dream on. As soon as the words fell, the illusory realm disappeared, and Nangong Haotian returned to the 9 heavens, and the corners of the great Tao in front of him rose up and emitted a smile, which then transformed into a beam of golden light and disappeared into his brain, cutting off the 7 emotions and 6 desires in order to become the strongest. Young man, you are very capable. The illusory voice drifted in his ears, and Nangong Haotian only felt his body heat up as a powerful force was about to rush out. A deep voice from Nangong Haotian suppressed that power within his body, and his face turned red as a result. After a long time, Nangong Haotian raised his head violently. A beam of golden light burst out from his eyes. Golden clouds flashed in the sky, and a golden luster struck the top of his head and spread all over his body. At this time, a group of golden phoenixes flew from nowhere, circling around Nangong Haotian and letting out a long chirp, as if congratulating him. A golden scepter encrusted with red spirit domain gems descended from the sky and landed steadily in Nangong Haotian's hand. Wow! Another golden light flashed by, and Nangong Haotian was clad in golden battle armor, just like a heavenly god. Golden light bathing his body, 100 phoenixes singing, a battle robe, and a scepter symbolizing supreme power. The great Tao Emperor is born. Nangong Junyi looked at him with reverence and unconsciously knelt down. Those who possessed the power of the great Tao could then be called great Tao Emperors, holding epics in their hands and opening up new worlds. Disciple pays homage to Emperor. Everyone fell to their knees in black, their attitude incomparably pious. Nowadays in this world, Nangong Haotian was the topmost existence. Just then, the ground shook and the surrounding buildings began to crumble. The 9 heavens were about to be destroyed. Nangong Haotian's complexion condensed as he flew up into the sky, exuding a golden light from his entire body, illuminating the earth, and wherever he passed, all the buildings were restored to their original state at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. A brand new 9 heavens came out of the sky, and as long as he was there, the 9 heavens would be the most stable existence. Right at this moment, a black gas floated by. Nangong Haotian only glanced at him, and that black gas dissipated in an instant, as if it had never appeared. However, in one of the fissures in the 9 heavens, there was constantly black gas coming out from underneath. So it was evident that the great desolate divine realm had now been devastated by life and souls, and had been reduced to an inferno on earth. And these demonic gases were wandering around in search of a host. Nangong Junyi. Nangong Haotian assumed the posture of a superior and shouted in a deep voice. Nangong Junyi raised his head and respectfully arched his hand and said, "Disciple here. I appoint you as the 9 heavens immortal emperor, and the task of revitalizing the Nangong sacred light is in your hands. Disciple obey. Nangong Yu, disciple here. This honored one has appointed you as the imperial daughters of the 9 heavens. There will still be many foreign beasts and cultivators in the great desolate divine realm, so it will be up to you to maintain order." As the words fell, Nangong Haotian swept a glance at the rest of the people and said, "The rest of you will assist the Nangong sacred land in opening a new world according to your previous status. If there are any violators, kill." Yes, where would the crowd dare to complain? If it wasn't for Nangong Haotian, they would have died in the great desolate divine realm. After explaining everything, Nangong Haotian still had 2 things left to do, one of which was to overthrow the demon race. Between them, Nangong Haotian transformed into a ray of light and disappeared into the 9 heavens, returning to the great desolate divine realm. Demons are born with human hearts, feed on grievances, and exist in the lava of the divine realm. After tens of thousands of years, the great desolate divine realm had long been eroded by demonic energy, and wanting to overthrow the demon race was equivalent to destroying the great desolate divine realm. But before that, he had to go to the divine inferno heavenly steps first. In the realm of illusion, he clearly heard an old man's voice in his ears, and if it wasn't for this voice waking him up, at this moment, he was afraid that he had already entered the devil. If he guessed correctly, the old man who helped him was the long-disappeared Nangong Taizu. The last place where he found Elder Nangong's figure was in the divine inferno heavenly steps, and he guessed that Elder Nangong was trapped in the divine inferno heavenly steps. At this time, the great desolate divine domain had already been turned into a sea of fire. Nangong Haotian lightly arrived at the place of the divine flame sacred flame, because he had absorbed the power of the divine flame sacred flame himself. At this moment, he had a sense of the divine flame heavenly steps open. With the power of the great Tao, Nangong Haotian only gently uttered a single word, and a ladder immediately appeared in front of him. Below the ladder was rolling lava, so that if he was not careful, he would fall down and be annihilated, while above the ladder was an unknown world. Nangong Haotian's complexion stared as he walked up. The divine inferno heavenly steps were spiritual, and it was said that not many people who stepped inside could come out alive. But Nangong Haotian was now a great Tao emperor with an epic in hand, and was not afraid in the slightest. If he hadn't been concerned that Elder Nangong might be inside, as long as he waved his hand, the divine inferno heavenly steps would have been annihilated. The heavenly steps hung in mid-air, and with every step Nangong Haotian took, the steps behind him disappeared, and he had no back way to retreat. Finally, the steps came to an end and Nangong Haotian walked into a cave. The cave was a world away from the scene outside. There was no lava or roaring fire. The eye is introduced to a springtime landscape that is like a paradise. The place was empty and the silence was a little frightening. Following the path on the ground inward, a thatched hut imprinted itself into view. Nangong Haotian felt it, and there didn't seem to be anyone inside. Pushing the door in, it was simple with only a crib and an octagonal table. On the octagonal table, there was an antique bronze mirror of its unimpressive appearance. Nangong Haotian frowned lightly and took it in his hand to look at it. It was a mirror from the Taiku period. In the next second, a golden light emanated from the mirror, and Nangong Haotian was sucked in before he had time to react. After a period of heavenly rotation, Nangong Haotian was in a lava land, which was filled with demonic aura, a world away from the scene just now. Mirror in the realm. Nangong Haotian's eyebrows flickered, coming to a trace of interest. The mirror in the realm was not something you could normally see. It was difficult to create a realm, but the difficulty of creating another realm within the realm that was created was comparable to ascending to the heavens. Although it was dim within the realm, Nangong Haotian was now a great Tao emperor, so seeing in this environment was not a problem. Snap! The sound of dripping water came from all around, and the sound of water rippling resounded with every step. As Nangong Haotian released his own aura and walked towards the inside of the realm, under the powerful force, the demonic aura quickly shied away, and there was no more demonic aura for hundreds of meters around Nangong Haotian. Who? Suddenly, a vicissitude old male voice came out from the demonic aura, and Nangong Haotian struck a golden light, and immediately the demonic aura dissipated, revealing a clear path, at the end of which there was an open space. As Nangong Haotian walked along the path, There appeared to be shadows swaying in the clearing, and the sound of chains came sparsely. As he approached, an old man with white hair was imprisoned inside, and the clearing was surrounded by golden runes that were emitting golden light every time the old man moved. The Nangongs? The old man opened his mouth without lifting his head, chatting as if he was talking about family matters. Nangong Haotian was doubtful, but it seemed that this old man did not have any malicious intent, and he sensed a hint of the same clan's origin in the aura he displayed. Elder Nangong? Nangong Haotian asked tentatively. The old man's figure lurched, slowly raised his head and surveyed him for a moment, then smiled and said, I didn't expect that there are still people in the Nangong family who can remember me. Which generation are you? Not right. You are the old ancestor in the secret realm. Elder Nangong examined Nangong Haotian, and suddenly his face changed, respectfully lowering his head and kneeling on one knee. The eyes of the descendant were so clumsy that I almost didn't recognize him. Nangong Haotian narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at him rather appreciatively and said, You know of my existence? Being in seclusion for tens of thousands of years, he thought he had long been forgotten by everyone. Elder Nangong lowered his head and laughed lightly, his face showing shame. I won't hide it from you. Once I got a chance to enter the Nangong secret realm and happened to see you in seclusion, so I recognized it. Upon hearing this, Nangong Haotian nodded his head and assumed the posture of an elder, glancing around and thinking of the male voice he had in the realm of illusion. Wasn't it him? It was you who helped me in the realm of the unreal? Elder Nangong pursed his lips and said, I've been trapped here for I don't know how many years, so I could only release my divine sense while I was still awake, and it just so happened that I saw you fall into an illusion. But I thought you were a certain disciple of the Nangong family, so I just went along with it. Sober? Nangong Haotian revealed a puzzled expression and examined him properly from top to bottom, only to realize that Elder Nangong's body was covered in demonic chi, and his pupils were filled with demonic chi swirling around, and that he was still able to stay awake under such circumstances. Elder Nangong let out a long sigh, his heart in 1,000 distress. There are many dangers in the divine inferno heavenly steps, and I was careless enough to have demonic chi enter my body. So in order to keep myself from going out and wreaking havoc on the living world, I trapped myself here. Hearing this, Nangong Haotian waved his big hand. A golden light burst out and directly struck the Nangong elder's body. The power of the great Tao Emperor was unparalleled. The golden light around him flashed. He wanted to violently break the formation. Ah, no! Elder Nangong's face showed pain as he knelt on the ground and wailed for a while. He also saw Nangong Haotian's intentions. In order to prevent myself from breaking through the formation and escaping out, I have specially set up a contractual formation. If someone forcefully breaks through the formation or I force my way out, I will surely go up in smoke, so you don't have to waste your efforts. Nangong Haotian's brows furrowed, revealing a hint of difficulty. So what do I have to do to save you? The corners of Elder Nangong's mouth rose, revealing a self-deprecating smile as he said, You can't save me. The demon race has made great movements in the last 1,000 years, and this time I've been taken advantage of. And if I'm released, the demon race will follow me to jeopardize the earth, and at that time I can't absolve myself of the blame even if I die by all means. As the words fell, he was seen kneeling down on one knee, and with all his strength, he pulled out an inner elixir from his chest and handed it to Nangong Haotian. This is my inner elixir. These days I fought against the demonic chi to keep this inner elixir from being eroded by the demonic chi. You must take good care of it. If there is an opportunity for me to be reborn in the Tao, you still have to return it to me. Ah! As soon as the words fell, Elder Nangong let out a wail, and there seemed to be millions of forces in his body that wanted to burst him through. His eyes night gradually cloudy, his body's black aura became heavier and heavier, and a strange aura greeted him. Nangong Haotian put the inner elixir into the space and stared closely at the Nangong elder in front of him. It could also be said that the current him was not a Nangong elder, but a devil. Ha 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 ha, my demon race is about to rise. Why don't you and the others bow down and bow down? Nangong Haotian snorted coldly, and a beam of golden light rushed straight at Elder Nangong's head. Ah! A mournful scream rang out. Elder Nangong regained his clarity for a moment and said through clenched teeth, The inner elixir is gone. I won't last much longer. The demonic chi will invade my body. You must kill me and destroy me. With that, he jerked his head up, holding on to his last shred of sanity and said, If you want to purge the demon race, you can only go to the Hell Divine Ridge, where the demon race originated. As the words fell, Elder Nangong's voice disappeared, replaced by an old voice with a sinister tone. Damn it, he didn't even give himself the slightest chance to live. Nangong Haotian sighed lightly. A spiritual power hit the past. Immediately the surrounding was brightly lit by spiritual light. Nangong elder face pain, wide-eyed dead staring at him. Old ancestor, don't. I'm part of the Nangong family. Don't kill me. Old ancestor Nangong's voice appeared again with a pleading face. Nangong Haotian snorted coldly, and with a gentle pinch of his fingers, Elder Nangong flew away in ashes, and a cloud of demonic chi dissipated in mid-air, letting out a mournful scream. Sculpture, with that you want to wildly deceive me. As soon as Elder Nangong's physical body was extinguished, the surrounding area shook, the realm was about to collapse. Nangong Haotian's complexion condensed and he exited the mirror in the realm. Hell's God Ridge. Nangong Haotian's expression was grave. Nowadays, the demonic chi was rampant. The 9 heavens that he had created was still unstable. If it was eroded by the demonic chi, his heart and soul were about to go down the drain, so he absolutely couldn't let such a thing happen. And the way to put an end to that is to remove the demons. He had heard of the Hell Divine Ridge. It was the darkest place, the most sinister existence, and in order to go to the Hell Divine Ridge, one first had to cross the divine domain magma. Nangong Haotian walked to a cliff. This was above the heavenly steps. His back road was destroyed. Under his feet was the endless divine realm magma. Now he was left with 2 choices. Either he breaks out of the heavenly steps, returns to the 9 heavens, and fights endlessly with the demon race from then on. Either he kills the Hell God Ridge now and clears out the demon race, eliminating any future troubles. Obviously, Nangong Haotian was not an indecisive person. What he wanted was to cut off all the factors that threatened the 9 heavens, and it would be impossible for the demon race to continue to exist in the world, only to see Nangong Haotian fight and leap. His body was wrapped in a golden aura passport, and the magma splashed up a layer of fiery red flowers 10,000 feet high. Breaking through the lava, Nangong Haotian arrived at the Hell God Ridge. Surrounded by blackness, demonic chi was everywhere, and the air was filled with the smell of death. Ow! The cries of ghosts and wolves rose and fell, as if there were 10,000 beasts trapped here, revealing their unwillingness and ambition to break through the prison. Seemingly sensing that a living being had entered, the cries of ghosts and wolves around them became more and more intense, and an invisible figure gradually approached Nangong Haotian, wanting to tear him apart. Overrated. Nangong Haotian droned in a deep voice. His head lowered and an invisible shockwave emanated from his body. Ow! There was another miserable scream, and the figures that originally wanted to get close to Nangong Haotian were bounced off, and they dissipated in mid-air. The rest of the black shadows were not affected in the slightest, and continued to surge towards Nangong Haotian as if they were unaffected. Bunch of no-brainers. Nangong Haotian cursed in a deep voice, conjuring a golden barrier around him. Those demonic chi and black shadows were blocked out, unable to do anything with him. Hell Divine Ridge is the origin place of the demon race, and is also the place of exile where the heavenly Tao punishes the evil spirit beasts. This place does not see the sky, and the only way to break through this place is to take advantage of the Divine Ridge when there is a fissure to have a slight chance. There is no water and no food here. There is endless despair. It is not easy to come to a stranger. They naturally will not give up the opportunity to satiate their stomachs. Where will they still care about what the identity of this person is? Nangong Haotian had a gloomy face, and did not intend to waste time with these witless people. What he wanted to do was to find the demon lord and kill it. In that case, the demonic chi in the heavens and earth would dissipate in an instant without its origin. Surrounded by demonic aura and black shadows, Nangong Haotian walked forward aimlessly, not stopping until he was in front of an extremely high city wall. Nagahara. Nangong Haotian looked up at the writing above the city wall and was puzzled as to how there could be an earthly city wall here. Attaching his hands on top of the city gates, Nangong Haotian's mind began to play an image like a movie. Far before the great ancient era, Chongping had erupted into a war with the foreign races that destroyed the human race. At that time, the foreigners invaded. Chongping is in the borderland, the first to meet the war. All the men in Chongping are on the battlefield, but the foreigners seem to have a foreign power to help. All the men died 8 or 9% of the battle, and the rest are some of the old and sick. The women, children, old and young within Chongping, unwilling to be humiliated, erected a huge fire pit of their own, and all of them lined up in a long line and jumped into the fire pit, just to save their own from becoming captive and humiliated. At that time, the grievances within Chongping were so great that the huge fire pit burned for 7 days and 7 nights, and a black gas hovered over the whole of Chongping for a long time. Later, when the foreigners broke through the city, the black gas became conscious and encroached on the foreigners, and the demon race arose. At this point, the picture dissipated. Nangong Haotian back to reality. At this time the city gate is wide open. The strange thing is that the city is clean and dry. There is not a trace of the existence of the devil's gas, and the black shadows and the devil's gas that followed him stayed outside the moment he stepped into the gate, as if there is something very scary in the city so that they do not dare to move forward. When he walked into the city, the gates closed automatically, and the streets inside were neat and tidy, as if they had just been cleaned. A cloudy wind blew through the city, and the city suddenly brightened. Candles burning all around, and stalls on both sides of the street standing full of people. Fresh greens, cheap 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 cheap, selling candy canes. Mr. Storyteller is going to start. Yells rose and staggered, and the whole city came to life, returning to the peaceful look it had before the foreigners invaded. Nangong Haotian slowly walked over, and a child blocked in front of him, pointing to where the end of the street was and said with a smile, "Sir, there is someone inside looking for you." Nangong Haotian frowned slightly, and before he had time to ask in detail, the child disappeared. There was no other way. Nangong Haotian could only continue to walk forward. Since someone was deliberately guiding him, it would be good for him to cooperate, and no one would be able to hurt him anyway. Way down the street, those people still had happy smiles on their faces, but they looked a little intimidated by the candlelight. Nangong Haotian stopped thinking about anything else and came to where the child was pointing. This place was an antique store with various kinds of paintings and calligraphy. An old man was sitting behind the counter. After seeing Nangong Haotian, he stood up and smiled and said, "Young man, here you are." Nangong Haotian's face was puzzled as he scrutinized him and asked, "You know me?" The old man smiled bashfully, put his hands behind his back, walked over to a picture of a beautiful woman in a river and said, "I don't recognize you, but you're not from here." As the words fell, he suddenly changed his complexion. His eyes became hollow as he stared straight at him and said, "What do you want to do here? The hell, Godridge isn't something you can come to just because you want to." The corner of Nangong Haotian's mouth hooked up into a disdainful smile and said, "Where I, Nangong Haotian, want to go? There is no forbidden land yet. The Nangong family." The old man's expression turned slightly as he scanned Nangong Haotian from top to bottom and said, "What kind of person are you that you hold the power of the great Tao in your hands?" Nangong Haotian smiled, found a stool to sit down, and said after a moment of contemplation, "Well, a person who is about to eliminate the demon race." "Ha ha 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 ha, arrogant. The demon race has existed for millions of years. Can't it be overthrown just because you say so?" Nangong Haotian didn't want to show off his tongue with him, and said contemptuously, "It's just the demon race. As long as I want to, I can turn this heaven and earth upside down." As the words left his mouth, he glanced around and said, "There is one thing I don't understand. Why is there not a trace of demonic aura inside the city when the outside of the city is filled with demonic aura?" That old man snorted coldly, stood in front of the store, looked up in the direction of the city and said, "Those things outside the city dare to come in. 10,000 years ago, Changping City full of people, no one was spared. Those monstrous grievances have long since wounded them completely. If they still dare to come in, they are really not afraid of ashes and smoke." No, one other person was spared, and that was you. Nangong Haotian in the party has already seen. This person body does not have the devil's chi, but there is a sky of resentment. And this resentment is not a person's, but set the whole of the people's resentment as one. The outside of those scenes of life is made of the resentment. The old man looked slightly stunned, and then lowered his head and smiled and said, "Yes, so what? When the whole people into the fire pit, I was still in swaddling clothes. My mother hid me in the well which was spared. But how can a swaddled baby grow up in peace without human succor? You feed on and are nourished by grievances, and have long since become neither human nor demonic." Nangong Haotian pressed on step by step, his tone becoming more and more agitated. "You died 10,000 years ago, and you are just like these scenes outside. Nothing more than a puppet made of grievances. You see." The old man sniffed without the slightest bit of anger, and his originally pale face instantly transformed into a mass of shadows. All of his body transformed into a black shadow hovering in midair. "As long as Changping City has us, those foreigners will never be able to come in." Words just fell. Around a burst of heaven and earth, Curio Store disappeared. Reflected in front of the eyes is a piece of ruins. The whole city is dark. The sky of grievances from the city sprung up. Nangong Haotian leaped up, standing on the roof, eyes fixed in the center of the city, where there is a bottomless black pit, and the sky of grievances is from the black pit out. Must be that is once the people of the city to die in the fire pit. The scene of prosperity and tranquility within the city was no longer there, replaced by a scene of woe, with the bones of dead generals scattered on the ground, and a low chirping cry from the vapors of crows drifting across the sky above the city. The demonic chi and black shadows outside the city gates scattered and fled, exiting thousands of meters. The monstrous resentment had no godly will and went straight to Nangong Haotian. "This is treating me like I'm one of the Fae." Nangong Haotian was a bit speechless. Just now he was talking to him in a conciliatory manner, but in the blink of an eye he was about to attack him. It was true that grievances were all unconscious. "Get out of Changping City." Expulsion sounds sprinkled down like snowflakes, and the grievances transformed into a long chain that attempted to bind Nangong Haotian. Sculpture. Nangong Haotian snorted coldly and only raised his hand. A skull with gold patterns immediately appeared in his hand. This was the skull of an accomplished monk. which Nangong Haotian then refined into the grievance demon sorrow that sucked in grievances and demonic chi. Go on. Nangong Haotian threw himself in midair, and the spiteful demon sorrows sprinkled a beam of golden light into the ground, and at the sight of the spiteful chi, they scattered and fled, letting out cries of terror. But they are the grievances born in the city. No matter how much they escape, they cannot escape the city. But in a few moments, a strand of grievances were absorbed by the grievances of the devil sorrow. Everything in the city without the support of the grievances began to collapse, and finally turned into a puddle of yellow earth. It turns out that even this city is born of resentment. Nangong Haotian put away the grudging devil sorrow, quite a bit surprised to look at a streak of yellow soil. Just now he did not pay attention to see. Also thought that this Chongping city after 10,000 years is still standing. Chang'an city has just been extinguished. The demonic gas without scruples began to gather towards Nangong Haotian. The grudging demon sorrow has sucked up a lot of grudges, and now the outside is roiling with grudges, since it cannot be used. According to reason, Chongping city monstrous grievances and demonic chi are dependent on each other. Grievances extinguished, the demonic chi should also dissipate some. But Nangong Haotian looked. These demonic chi not only did not reduce, but more and more, which can only mean one thing, that is, the origin of the demonic chi is not only Chongping city, there are other places, and what he has done just now has already alarmed the other place. These extra demonic chi is to solve his. That's great. I was worried about finding my way around, so I'll catch one and ask him. Nangong Haotian's heart was overjoyed as he conjured up a golden aura barrier to isolate the demonic aura, and casually grabbed the demonic aura in the palm of his hand, grasping his essence and following the direction that the essence was pointing to. Gradually, the surrounding demonic chi was getting more and more powerful. Nangong Haotian's heart secretly rejoiced. It looked like he had found the right place. Ow! Suddenly, a massive demonic chi slammed into him as if it didn't want to die. The golden aura barrier bounced him away as if he were a balloon, and after a while, the massive demonic chi rushed over again. Nangong Haotian was disturbed to the point that he was not tired of being disturbed, and reached out with a palm to confine the massive demonic chi, only to realize that the aura of this demonic chi was somewhat familiar, precisely the same as the demonic chi emanating from the immortal burial emperor. Thinking of this, Nangong Haotian imprisoned the massive demonic chi in an aura mass and continued in the direction that the origin was pointing to. Coming to a black miasma place, in front of him was a puddle of pitch-black miasma water, and every drop that fell on the skin would land on a scar that could not be removed. But after passing through this puddle of miasma water was a step, and on top of the step the demonic chi gathered, so that it was not possible to see the end of the step. 10,000 feet of ice. Nangong Haotian raised his hand in one motion. His palm filled with cold air and struck the miasma water, a frozen bridge leading straight across the miasma water. After becoming a great Tao emperor, he had developed some of the various attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth's spiritual power, and although he wasn't considered proficient, it was enough for him. Walking onto the ice bridge, there seemed to be big dark hands under the miasma water that wanted to grab Nangong Haotian's feet, but they shrunk back the moment they touched the ice bridge, letting out an unwilling roar. Arriving at the bottom of the pitch-black stairs, Nangong Haotian realized that there was more than a hint of divine sense in the demonic aura here, indicating that the demonic aura here had existed for a very long time, and it was not comparable to those lone soul-like demonic auras outside. Walking up the steps, an eyeless, empty face suddenly appeared in those demonic auras, eerie in its terror. Nangong Haotian put his hands behind his back, not paying the slightest attention as those demonic auras roared and rushed towards him, but they were all blocked back one by the aura barrier around him. Finally, coming to the end of the ladder, it was strange that there were no scary guarding disciples here or in the middle of an eerie aura, as he had imagined. There is only one big tree standing here, on which there are fruits with black vapor, which must be the devil's fruit. Nangong Haotian reached out and plucked one down, and the tree instantly began to shake, transforming into an old man with roots for hands and leaves for hair. Who are you? That old man's face showed anger, obviously resentful that Nangong Haotian had picked his fruit. Nangong Haotian was silent, only shaking the fruit in his hand twice and saying, "What is this?" The old man crossed his arms and said rather haughtily, "Naturally, it's the fruit of my conception, and you'll have to be punished for picking him off privately without my consent." Nangong Haotian sneered. "Punish? No one under the sky has dared to punish me yet. You tell me, how are you going to punish me? You've caused me to lose one of my fruits, so you'll be my fruit." Saying that, the old man seriously flashed a murderous aura, and the roots of the tree grew rapidly, sweeping towards him, permeated with a devilish murderous aura. Nangong Haotian tilted his head slightly, dodged it, took a few steps back, looked at the fruit in his hand and said, "You feed on grudges, giving birth to grudges. This fruit is not to be taken. It must be destroyed. Don't you dare. Tree demon old man a sinking voice. The tree roots in his hand once again attacked and rolled towards him. The leaves drifted down in the air, forming a huge net wanting to trap Nangong Haotian inside. The latter let out a cold cry and gently pinched the fruit, which immediately shattered and dissipated into a cloud of black gas. Immediately afterward, he stood still again with his hands clasped in front of him, and a golden light flashed from his eyes. The power of purification. Only to see Nangong Haotian tilting his face and letting out a furious roar. The winds around him were raging, and snow-white transparent aura densely crawled out from his back, crawling like snakes towards the demonic aura tree demon. The latter retracted back to the roots of the tree just as soon as it touched the force, his face filled with a look of pain and fear. No! What kind of person are you? How dare you come to the Hell God Ridge to make the power of purification? Nangong Haotian sighed lightly. This was something he had already been asked many times today, and now he didn't want to answer any more at all. Thus, without saying a word, Nangong Haotian increased his spiritual power, and the demonic aura tree demon was instantly wrapped in the power of purification, the black color of its body spreading outwards. Ah! The demons converge. The demonic chi tree demon roared in anger and let out a final struggle. The surrounding demonic chi was sensed and quickly converged towards the demonic chi tree demon. The latter gradually collapsed, and Nangong Haotian leapt up and stood in mid-air. At this time, the demon chi tree demon was also floating in the air. The root system underneath was exposed, and the demonic chi kept drilling into the roots, giving it nourishment. Nangong Haotian frowned slightly, as soon as he changed to purify the demonic aura tree demon. But these demonic auras were feeding him power while he was at it, so if this continued, sooner or later, he would run out of spiritual power in this hell divine ridge where demonic auras filled the sky. Thinking of this, Nangong Haotian withdrew the power of purification and secretly made a resolution. Since there was no way to purify it, there was only destroying it. Thus, Nangong Haotian a sullen voice. His body was covered by golden light, emitting a dazzling light in the darkness, which was particularly blinding. The oppressive power of the great Tao Emperor was released, and the demonic chi tree demon immediately felt a powerful sense of urgency. Great Tao Emperor. A hint of surprise and excitement flashed in the eyes of the demonic chi tree demons. They had been trapped in this hell divine ridge for millions of years, and it was said that as long as they killed a great Tao Emperor and swallowed his inner elixir, then they would be able to break through the hell divine ridge and return to freedom. My subjects, flock to me and give of yourselves. Today is the time for us to regain our freedom. Ha 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 ha. The demonic chi tree demon let out a low roar, summoning the demonic chi of the Hell God Ridge. In a flash, the surrounding demonic chi flew towards it as if it was desperate, and in the blink of an eye, it drilled into the demonic chi tree demon. Gradually, the demonic chi tree demon transformed into a black silhouette, consisting of dense black chi forming a palm of eerie and terrifying false face, and a low voice echoed in the air. Freedom! Freedom! A deep voice from Nangong Haotian. A void appeared above his head. A golden beam of light struck down from the void, and a golden scepter slowly fell. Today, it is your time to die. Nangong Haotian's eyes opened and his body was replaced with golden armor. The golden scepter was held in his right hand, hanging in the air as if he was a descending heavenly god. Ow! The demonic chi shadow charged towards Nangong Haotian like mad, and millions of tentacles reached out from the black shadow, transforming into a sharp weapon. Overrate yourself. Nangong Haotian snorted coldly and slightly sidestepped. The scepter in his hand flew out, spinning in midair and emitting a seven-colored light that dispersed the black gas wherever it shone. The demonic chi shadows let out a wail and their size became smaller at a speed visible to the naked eye, but they now had no way back. If they wanted to regain their freedom then they could only kill Nangong Haotian, only to see them stop in midair for a moment, and then charge straight toward Nangong Haotian. The corner of the latter's mouth hooked into a cold smile, and a long sword had appeared in his hand at some point. Watch the move! Nangong Haotian let out a cold cry. Carrying the sword, he rushed up. The sword's shadow whistled past. Every time the demonic shadow received the sword, the demonic aura dissipated one layer, coupled with the scepter's seven-colored light shining. Not long ago, the demonic shadow was dissipated as much as possible. The demonic chi tree demon returned to its original state, like a withered tree trunk collapsing to the ground, unable to move, and the fruits on the tree had dried up and dissipated in a matter of moments. You'll be sorry. The demonic chi tree demon held on to its last breath of strength, radiating the power of its entire body, and at once the Hell God Ridge shuddered. The ground cracked open with a gap, and underneath was a bottomless darkness. Ah! The demonic chi tree demon let out a roar, and the Hell Divine Ridge instantly crumbled into the sky, while it also flew away in an instant. Not knowing where it was blown by the wind, Nangong Haotian withdrew his scepter. The armor around his body disappeared, and he frowned tightly at everything on the ground. the Hell God Ridge was about to collapse. Thus, Nangong Haotian leaped and transformed into a beam of golden light that passed through the lava and went back into the heavenly steppes. At this time, the heavenly steppes also trembled, the magma churned, and the demonic chi floating on the heavenly steppes dissipated in an instant. The Hell Divine Ridge was destroyed, and thus the demonic energy dissipated and the demon race disappeared. Just when Nangong Haotian thought that he had accomplished a great feat and was ready to return to the 9 heavens, a large door made up of the bodies of 2 dragons appeared at the top of the heavenly steppes, and a row of steps formed by clouds was gradually generated outside of the large door, which reached right up to his feet. Heaven's Gate. Nangong Haotian stared at everything in front of him with wide eyes. Unbelievably, legend had it that when the heavenly gate appeared it often represented the appearance of a generation of heavenly gods. Could it be that he was going to become a heavenly god? At this time, from the heavenly gate densely out of a crowd of heavenly soldiers and generals, while Nangong Haotian surrounded the city in a circle, and finally from the heavenly gate out of a dressed in a general uniform, holding a spear of heavenly god, condescendingly looked at Nangong Haotian reprimanded, "Bold cultivator, how dare to destroy my heavenly court to detain the prisoner place? What crime should be committed?" Nangong Haotian pressed back the excitement in his heart, squinting slightly as he locked eyes with the heavenly god and said, "The Hell Divine Ridge has been encroached upon by the demon race and has long since become unfit for existence, and today I am doing the heavenly court a great favor by stepping in and destroying it." Strong words, the god of heaven angrily rebuked, and a heavenly thunderbolt went straight to Nangong Haotian's head. The latter smiled lightly at the corner of his mouth as he raised his hand to catch that heavenly thunder and threw it into the magma underneath. Bang! A deafening voice resounded at the heavenly steps, and the heavenly god's brows furrowed as he looked at Nangong Haotian with eyes filled with scorn. "Little cultivator, how dare you disrespect the god of heaven?" The small soldier on the side had a cold face, a spear pointing at Nangong Haotian and cursing. Nangong Haotian didn't say anything, he only raised his hand. A spiritual energy flew out and hit that small soldier's abdomen. The latter instantly flew out and landed on a cloud, covering his stomach with a pained face. "Dare to make a move against the heavenly soldiers? You're living out of your mind." When the heavenly god saw this, he had a furious look on his face, and the spear in his hand gathered a heavenly god's power and was about to strike at Nangong Haotian. "If I were you, take me to heaven. You can't help me," Nangong Haotian said with a haughty face, not having the slightest bit of fear for this song heavenly god. Horizontal, arrogant. The heavenly god was disdainful, and the power of the heavenly god in his hand flew out in a matter of moments, striking Nangong Haotian. The latter let out a muffled grunt and allowed the power to surge throughout his body before taking a long breath of the zone, the power disappearing while his face remained unchanged and his eyes became clearer. "How dare you devour the power of a heavenly god?" The god of heaven looked at him incredulously, not expecting a monk to have such changsha. Nangong Haotian did not say anything, no longer restraining his power, and immediately an invisible wave of chi emanated from Nangong Haotian's body, spreading in all directions. The heavenly god felt this power and turned pale. Although this person was a cultivator, the power within his body was unfathomable, as if it had no boundaries, and he had only seen this phenomenon on one person, and that was the heavenly king. Now the only way was to take Nangong Haotian to the heavenly court to meet the heavenly king. "I'll give you 2 choices. Either take me to the heavenly court to see your boss, or I'll break into the heavenly court. Anyway, I, Nangong Haotian, haven't seen the heavenly court yet after living for so long, and I can't afford to miss out on this opportunity today." "You," the heavenly god narrowed his eyes slightly, his face suffocating. This person was looking down on himself so much. Nangong Haotian sighed softly and said, "It's not hard for you to see that if I want to break into the heavenly court, you guys won't be able to stop me." Upon hearing this, the heavenly god pondered for a moment, then slightly sidestepped and said in a much softer tone, "The Hell Divine Ridge has been destroyed, and we have been ordered to find out the culprits, so please also come with me." Nangong Haotian nodded slightly, hands behind his back as he walked up the steps made of clouds and into the heavenly gate made of the dragon's body. The god of heaven whispered, "Once you enter the heavenly gate, you will be in the territory of the heavenly court. If you make any movement here and startle those bigwigs, even if you have heavenly skills, you won't be able to go back to your original place." Nangong Haotian listened with his side ear, nodded and said, "Thanks for the reminder. I don't know the name of the heavenly god." "Charlie." The sky god dropped 2 words coldly and walked up to the clouds with his head held high, not intending to speak again. Nangong Haotian also no longer pursued the question, quietly surveying the surrounding scenery. The 9 heavens he had created was already absolutely beautiful, like a realm in the sky, combining the advantages of the dragon palace and the heavenly palace. But the beauty of heaven is unique and visceral, solemn and ancient. Above the snow-white clouds were scattered the flags and banners of the heavenly court, and one by one the heavenly soldiers were guarding along the road. Nangong Haotian quietly observed and decided to do the same when he returned to the 9 heavens. After walking through a cloudy path and a clear spring, I finally stepped on the physical sensation. Although it was an illusory green brick stone, stepping on it gave it a touch more realism than the clouds. The closer one gets to the interior of the heavenly court, the more heavenly soldiers are guarding the ground next to it. A stream of pure spiritual energy converges from all directions, and overhead is a snowy white color. But in the nothingness there is a huge vision mirror hidden, which can quietly observe the scenes of other realms, excluding the 9 heavens. Finally arriving at the Heavenly King's Hall, Nangong Haotian stopped at the main entrance and looked a little surprised. The doorway is snow-white tiles fill the entire house. Even the pillars at the entrance are snow-white. Celestial soldiers wearing silver-white armor stood guard outside, looking serious and surveying Nangong Haotian. A living person. Go! Charlie Heavenly God urged ahead. Seeing Nangong Haotian frozen in place, he sneered and said, "When you meet the Heavenly King, be more respectful. Coming sideways here won't do you any good." Nangong Haotian was silent and followed him into the great hall. The word respect has always been from others to him, not from himself to others. The hall was spacious and bright. The floor was covered with snow-white cobblestones, and straight in the center, a young man sat and stood on a high platform, condescendingly looking down at Nangong Haotian, gravely full of probing. At his side stood several heavenly deities of great power, looking at him with caution in their eyes. "The person who destroyed the Hell Divine Ridge is brought along, so please ask the Heavenly King to dispose of him." Charlie stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Nangong Haotian's eyebrows flickered. "Good fellow. The moment he came," he said, "to dispose of him?" The Heavenly King looked solemn. His eyes filled with a sense of oppression as he stared at Nangong Haotian and said, "You are the one who destroyed the Hell Divine Ridge, and you're also a cultivator. Interesting. Low key. Destroying the Hell God Ridge is a trivial matter. The Heavenly King doesn't need to thank me." "Thank you? Humph. The cages in my heavenly court that hold important criminals have been destroyed by you. So if someone commits another offense in the future, where would you have me place them?" The Heavenly King coldly showed a hint of anger. Nangong Haotian lightly sighed and made a trace of helplessness and said, "You only value the convenience that the Hell Divine Ridge brings to the heavenly court, but you don't know that the Hell Divine Ridge's demonic aura is rampant and has long been a scourge to the earth, and that I'm only destroying it to keep the earth in peace. The demon race you want to destroy is not something that can be easily rooted out. Demons are born from grudges. Where there are grudges, the demons will regenerate sooner or later. Young man, you're still too young." Nangong Haotian was disdainful, smiled and said, "No matter. Since we can't stop the resentment from being born, then we will create a world that is not suitable for the existence of demonic chi, so we don't have to be afraid of the demonic chi being born horizontally." "You built a new world? Could it be that that new realm that came out of was built by you?" The Heavenly King narrowed his eyes slightly and attached himself to the front, scrutinizing Nangong Haotian. The latter smiled faintly and said, "The 9 heavens is exactly what I built. There are some abilities, but the 9 heavens have no recognition from the heavenly court, and will be considered a black force that anyone can go on a crusade against." The corner of the Heavenly King's mouth hooked into a cold smile with a hint of threat. "As long as they dare to come, I can guarantee that they will offer their souls for the stabilization of the 9 heavens." Nangong Haotian lightly laughed and said without being humble. When the Heavenly King heard this, his face turned blue as he tried to find out just how high Nangong Haotian's realm was. However, once Nangong Haotian entered the heavenly court, he hid his breath and closed his spiritual power, so the Heavenly King could not see anything. Seeing this, the Heavenly King's face changed and became more wary. This person should not be underestimated. You do have some ability. How about this? Submit to the heavenly court. The 9 heavens will be a new world in name only, and with the heavenly court's shelter, you can keep the 9 heavens at peace. The 9 heavens submitting to the heavenly court? I think it's more reasonable for the heavenly court to submit to the 9 heavens. Don't be ungrateful. The smile on the Heavenly King's face was completely gone, and he gave a look to the heavenly god beside him, who rushed forward with a long sword in his hand. Nangong Haotian's complexion stared as he retreated several steps, pulling back to prepare for battle. Charlie Sky God closed his eyes helplessly, knowing that this Nangong Haotian was not a good person. "I've spoken well of you, and since you refuse to submit to the heavenly court, I'll show you how powerful the heavenly court is." The Heavenly King snorted coldly, and the heavenly gods beside him flew out again one after another. He wanted to firmly step on the 9 heavens today while it was still unsettled. Otherwise, in the coming days, after the 9 heavens were stabilized, there was such a strong person sheltering them, it would surely be a big trouble. Nangong Haotian had a gloomy face and looked at him with a slight nod. It's not that easy to cut off the roots so quickly. As soon as the words fell, a monstrous spiritual energy was seen sweeping in, surging around Nangong Haotian and wrapping him up. Seeing this, The rest of the heavenly deities did not soften their hands at all and slashed at him with their weapons in unison. Bang! A deafening ringing sound emanated from the great hall, and Nangong Haotian's spiritual power shook those heavenly deities away in a matter of moments. Ah! A miserable scream rose and fell in the great hall, and those heavenly gods covered their chests and looked at him scornfully, not knowing who this person really was. Interesting, it's been a long time since anyone dared to make a move in the celestial court, or a cultivator from below. Today I'll show you how powerful the celestial court is. The heavenly king slowly stood up and looked down at Nangong Haotian, and the rest of the heavenly gods also stood up and regrouped, with a pair of dead eyes on him. Pose. The heavenly king knows that this person is not simple. Unusual moves cannot hurt him, so he directly released a big move, wanting to capture Nangong Haotian in one blow. If the heavenly court can accept such an expert is also earned, but if Nangong Haotian insisted on refusing, then he can only get rid of it quickly. The heavenly king's heart was plattered with small plans, but he didn't know that he was facing a 10,000-year-old demon with unfathomable power. The gods of the heavens ranked around Nangong Haotian, encircling him. The clouds in the sky churned. A streak of heavenly thunder cut through the sky. The curved lightning cut through a crack, and suddenly the sky went dark. The light in the temple of heavenly kings was cut off at once, and it was pitch black. The array is in front. The gods returned to their positions. Collect! After a burst of chanting, those heavenly deities quickly changed their positions with lightning speed, and it seemed like there were millions of shadows walking around Nangong Haotian. 10,000 shadows to 1. Interesting. Nangong Haotian quietly observed their formation. The corner of his mouth hooked up a faint smile. It's worthy of being in the heavenly court. In the past, he zoomed in. This time he can properly stretch his muscles. If you don't get your way, all the world is void, and all the zones have their way. So return to your place. With a cold cry, Nangong Haotian sat hovering in the middle of the heavenly king's hall, and a golden light struck down from nowhere, spilling over his body as if it were gilded. God-plated gold body. The face of the heavenly king and the crowd of heavenly deities changed. Their faces were wary. It was unexpected that this person had realized the divine Tao after absorbing the power of the great Tao. Nangong Haotian's eyebrows flickered, revealing a hint of smugness. What? Still want me to submit to you guys? I'll give you guys a chance. If you submit to my 9 heavens now, I'll consider letting you go. Arrogant to the core. Today I'll show you how powerful our heavenly court people are. With a roar, the heavenly king also rushed into the formation, striking a moon-white aura from his palm. Seeing this, the rest of the heavenly deities did as they were told, and the weapons in their hands flew into midair in unison, hanging above Nangong Haotian's head, using the weapon as a mediator. Trying to confine me here? Nangong Haotian's complexion stared, and there was also a hint of anger. The heavenly king laughed coldly and said to the rest of the heavenly gods, "This person is very strange. Absolutely do not let him escape from the heavenly court. Either kill him or let him never get out." Yes. The group of disciples nodded gruffly and increased the amount of spiritual energy that burst out. Rumble. The sky was filled with the sound of lightning and thunder, which was attached with spiritual power, each stroke going straight to the heart and trying to tear a person apart. Nangong Haotian closed his eyes tightly, not hearing anything outside the window. The golden light hit his body warmly, and he felt that his power had gone up to another level. Trapped. The spirit weapon above his head was wrapped in aura, and a moonlight barrier went down, forming a semicircular orb that trapped Nangong Haotian inside. For a moment, a powerful sense of suffocation arose. Nangong Haotian frowned. His body's golden light burst out, hitting the moonlight barrier and stabbing out densely packed small holes. A bunch of curmudgeons. They also presumed to hurt me. Nangong Haotian snorted coldly, full of disdain, as the moon-white barrier gradually began to thin out and dissipate under the golden light. Seeing this, the gods of the heavens sank their voices again and increased the power delivery in their hands. For a while the moon-white barrier was constantly being tinkered with, and all the heavenly deities couldn't help but feel a little tired. Their auras depleted. Nangong Haotian snorted coldly, taking advantage of the present. As the heavenly deities tired, Nangong Haotian violently spread a force outwards. Boo! Immediately, an invisible wave of light spread out in all directions with him at the center, sending the heavenly deities flying. Ah! A miserable scream rose and fell. But they weren't vegetarians, and they were busy stabilizing themselves in mid-air, steadying themselves on the ground. The corner of Nangong Haotian's mouth hooked into a bloodthirsty smile and said, "Not bad. Again." As soon as the words left his mouth, he was seen transforming into a shadow and rushing up, and in his hands, at some point, he already had a few collars glowing with purple brightness. At my command, what you touch, lock. With Nangong Haotian's command, each of those collars rushed straight to the heavenly god's head as if they were on navigation, trapping them. The heavenly god was confined by the collar and instantly lost the ability to use his aura, falling straight to the ground with a muffled grunt. Ow! This is not over. Nangong Haotian's speed does not decrease. Continue to rush forward. The heavenly king escaped a white square. Each side can have a different pattern. Sieve of time. Open. The white cube hung in the palm of his hand and twisted rapidly, finally settling on the side of a dragon head. For a moment, the surrounding scenery twisted. Heaven and earth united. Nangong Haotian came to bring the underwater world. Reflected in front of his eyes was a tall palace, and on the plaque outside the palace, there was a lifelike dragon head engraved, which read Tianyu Dragon Palace. Tiny bubbles rose in all directions and floated towards the surface of the water. Nangong Haotian, being in the realm of the great Tao Emperor, was able to walk freely in the water even though he wasn't concentrating on practicing water skills. After Nangong Haotian looked around, there was no one, and for a while he was a bit puzzled as to why the heavenly king had led him here. Did he want to trap him here? Thinking of this, Nangong Haotian violently leapt upwards, transforming into a shadow of light about to break through the water. But the surface of the water seemed to be a boundary of the border of nothingness, neither physical nor imaginary, and after breaking through the surface of the water he burrowed out from underneath it again and returned to where he had just been. See ghost. Nangong Haotian let out a murmur. This is not a formation, nor is it a prison. Why is it that he can't get out? That can only mean one thing. This is a real place, and he has broken into a dragon tribe's habitat. Just as he was thinking about it, a long roar came out of the dragon palace, which seemed to have 1,000 grandiose energy rushing straight into the clouds. Dragon song. After Nangong Haotian frowned tightly, he walked towards the inside of the dragon palace. If he could see what the place where the dragons dwelled was like, it wouldn't be in vain to make this move. But the heavenly king's intention of placing him here should be to kill him through the power of the dragon clan. Legend has it that the dragons regard themselves as the co-owners of heaven and earth, and the rules of their habitat are so strict that outsiders are not allowed to enter, or else they will be disturbing the Lord of heaven and earth and will be killed without pardon. There were no legends of cultivators being killed by dragons in the records from the Taiku period to the present, but that largely depends on no one entering the dragon habitat. Nangong Haotian condensed a seal in his hand and walked into the dragon palace, ready to save his life. Well, sensing that a living being had entered, a long sound was emitted from within the dragon palace, and Nangong Haotian secretly screamed that it was bad, quickly hiding his breath and hiding in the doorway. Within a few moments, a dragon shadow appeared in front of the door, the shadow hitting the door and looking particularly terrifying. Well, the dragon didn't notice anyone and swam away with a long cry. Nangong Haotian sighed lightly, thankful to have dodged a bullet. It wasn't that he couldn't beat the dragons. The main reason was that he was considered an intruder in someone else's territory, and the dragons hadn't messed with him, so it was really inappropriate to make a rash move. The most important thing right now was to find the exit of the dragon habitat. Thinking of this, Nangong Haotian had a bright idea. The heavenly king launched the sieve of time. It is impossible that he is the only one who has entered the dragon habitat. He must also be here, and is hiding in the dark looking for an opportunity to slip away. He wants to go out. He can find the heavenly king, follow him, and finally rushed out of the dragon habitat. Thus, Nangong Haotian gave a cold shout and released his own divine sense to search for the heavenly king's aura. But this place was underwater, so the divine sense didn't work very well. After a fruitless search, Nangong Haotian temporarily gave up, stretched out his head and looked outside. The interior of the dragon palace was like a huge bathtub, in the middle of which was inserted a huge golden stick, on which was engraved a majestic dragon pattern, and on the side of the golden stick was placed a dragon's corpse bone. He's breaking into the dragon mound. Nangong Haotian immediately widened his eyes in shock. Well, his heavenly king had hit him really hard. Not only had he brought him to the dragon habitat, he had also placed him in the dragon's lair. The ground he was currently stepping on could very well be burying the ancestors of those dragons. If he was discovered by the dragon at this moment, it would be strange if he wasn't hunted down and killed. Nangong Haotian carefully put his foot down, afraid of making a little noise, and vigilantly looked around, keeping an eye out for the heavenly king's figure while watching out for any dragons that might come over. Just as he was about to touch the dragon mound, an aura suddenly attacked behind him. Nangong Haotian's complexion stared as he dodged by tilting his head to the side. That person was still not dead. Another aura approached. Nangong Haotian turned to look. It was none other than the heavenly king, who stood in the middle of the dragon mound, casting a provocative gaze towards him. A wave of anger rose in the latter's heart as he gathered an aura mass and struck at him, only to see the corners of the heavenly king's mouth hooked into a smile of triumph. Quickly dodging, and Nangong Haotian's move rushed straight at the golden stick. Good guy. In the dragon mound in the golden stick is like an ordinary family ancestors in shrine tablets. If you hurt the golden stick, It is like lifting people's ancestral graves. A trace of panic flashed across Nangong Haotian's face, and he hurriedly redirected his spiritual energy and hit the wall, but with a loud bang. Seeing that his purpose had been achieved, the corners of the Heavenly King's mouth hooked up into an evil smile as he transformed into a shadow into the depths of the dragon tribe's habitat, and the loud noise just now had attracted the dragons to his side. Well, a dragon roar approached him, and Nangong Haotian only felt a headache, but exchanging blows at this point was too much of a loss for him. Thus, Nangong Haotian also transformed into a shadow and flew in the direction of the Heavenly King. A black dragon was the first to arrive, and upon seeing Nangong Haotian's shadow, it raised its head to the sky. A living being has entered the country. For a time, the entire underground dragon palace began to tumble, and Nangong Haotian was quickly discovered, a giant dragon following him with a murderous aura. However, it was good that the Heavenly King got his figure back not far away from him, and Nangong Haotian had a pair of eyes fixed on him, fearing that he might lose him. Little man, still wanting to finish me off through the dragons? I'll let them finish you off first. Nangong Haotian snorted coldly and sped up again, flying next to the Heavenly King in an instant. Alongside him, the latter's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the dragons behind him and said, "A bunch of losers. I can't even catch my people even after they've been delivered in front of me." Nangong Haotian's eyebrows flickered as he mocked. "You guys are likewise like each other. It's better to take me to the exit of the dragon habitat, or else both of us will be planted here. Want to get out? Dream on. Wouldn't that be a waste of so much of my energy?" The Heavenly King let out a cold cry, sending a Snow White talking splash in midair to block him, and he disappeared in an instant. Nangong Haotian looked around blankly and couldn't help but curse angrily. "When I get out, I'll make sure you kneel under me and beg for forgiveness." Well, as soon as the words fell, the dragon's roar behind him grew more and more. Nangong Haotian's face showed a difficult expression. Running any further was not an option. So, only to see him rushed into an underground cave. A golden light flashed through the whole body, and once again came out has been a huge golden dragon, hovering in mid-air, and lying into the cave. The dragon that had come after him stopped and looked him over carefully before looking around the empty area and saying, "Have you seen any living people?" Nangong Haotian faintly shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. That group of dragons stared at Nangong Haotian dead in the face for a long time before disappearing in front of him, and at that moment, Nangong Hao Genius realized that the dragon's tail at the very end was shining with a snow-white light, which happened to be the same light he had seen in the heavenly court. "So it's here." The corner of Nangong Haotian's mouth hooked up a cold smile. "The most dangerous place is the safest place, hiding amongst the dragons. They naturally can't discover it." Thinking of this, Nangong Haotian's eyes rolled, and he thought of a way to fix him, and an excellent way to get out of the realm. He was seen quietly following the end of the group of dragons, following them into a scallop-shaped high hall, which contained a humanoid dragon leader, who was cozily half reclining on a stool. "Chief, no luck. Keep looking. The dragon clan's holy land must not be mixed with people of a different race." That chief had a serious face and exuded an irresistible aura. Nangong Haotian glanced at the Heavenly King, who was still hiding at the very back, and grabbed a small blister next to him, infusing a spiritual energy and flicking it over. Bang! The moment the aura mass came into contact with the Heavenly King, it let out a deafening roar, and his disguise collapsed in an instant, revealing his prototype. "It's him!" The dragon stared the Heavenly King down in unison, and the latter, with a rush of scalp, quickly fled out of the sieve of time, which now rested on the side of a skeleton. A powerful suction force appeared as the water waves swept in. Nangong Haotian grabbed the opportunity and rushed in, and the Heavenly King also jumped in at this moment. By the time the dragons reacted, the two had already arrived at a dark place. "Count on it." The Heavenly King stared at Nangong Haotian and said with an unwilling face. The latter didn't take kindly to it either, grabbing him by the jaw and saying, "Take me back." The Heavenly King's eyes fluttered and his face was a bit embarrassed. "The sieve of time is a treasure I got by chance. If it wasn't for the sake of dealing with you, I wouldn't have taken it out and used it. I still don't know how I'll be able to go back." Upon hearing this, Nangong Haotian punched him in the face and scolded, "Are you brainless? How dare you use an unclear spirit weapon?" The Heavenly King stalked his neck and said with a cold snort, "Now we are grasshoppers on a rope. If you kill me, you will never be able to go back. I, Nangong Haotian, hate threats. Do you think I'm really afraid of you?" Nangong Haotian forced back his angry color and lifted him up again like a chicken. Immediately after that, he waved his big hand, and the sieve of time had appeared in the center of his hand. "You." The Heavenly King's face was stifled and he wanted to reach out to retrieve it, but was forced back by a glare from Nangong Haotian. After the interpretation, Nangong Haotian let out a long sigh and threw the sieve of time to the Heavenly King and said, "If you want to return to the Heavenly Court, there is only one method. And that is to gather all the treasures of the townships in each of the 6 realms in the 6 faces realm in order to summon the exit out. And that means they'll have to go back to the original dragon habitat again. What? If you want to take something from the dragons, you first have to slay the dragons. And slaying dragons is something that goes against the heavens, and it will be punished by the heavenly Tao. You're afraid of the heavenly Tao even though you're a member of the heavenly court? A hint of contempt appeared in Nangong Haotian's eyes as he began to survey his surroundings. The heavenly king snorted coldly and said, "An existence at the top of the heavens path cultivators. Spoken as if you're not afraid. The heavenly Tao is just that. Not enough to fear." A hint of disdain appeared in Nangong Haotian's eyes. What an ignorance. The heavenly king scanned him from top to bottom with an expression of looking at a demon, finding it difficult to communicate with this person. At this moment, the two of them were in the middle of a desert, surrounded by yellow sand. There was no color other than yellow, and even the sky was gray and black. A gust of wind blew by and the sand hit his face with a sting. Nangong Haotian frowned, vigilantly looking at the surrounding environment. The treasure of the town realm often exists in a place where the strongest person in the desert. It's the sun. Nangong Haotian jerked his head up and looked towards the gray sky, while then his feet tapped and rushed up. All of a sudden, a fierce wind blew around, and the dark clouds in the sky were gradually blown away, revealing the golden sun inside. For a while, the yellow sand was glittering with bits of golden light that hurt my eyes. Nangong Haotian shot straight up into the sky, standing on a cloud and looking at the sunlight, and struck over with another spiritual power. Ka-ching! A silver-white lightning bolt rushed at the sun, and at once the sun had no luster and the earth was plunged into darkness. The heavenly king looked at Nangong Haotian with a stalked neck and sat up from the ground in surprise. "I'll go. This is actually an illusory sun." Nangong Haotian's complexion condensed, and the sun connected by lightning transformed into a golden jewel in a matter of moments, with a tiny skull sealed in the jewel, which fell along with the lightning and landed in the palm of Nangong Haotian's hand. It's done. Nangong Haotian's heart was overjoyed. He didn't expect to get the treasure of the township so easily. Back on the ground, the heavenly king rushed forward, wanting to check it out. Nangong Haotian gave him a disgusted look. After scanning him from top to bottom, he thought to himself, how did this person sit in the position of the heavenly king? To say that the spiritual power is not considered to be behind him, and his brain is not resourceful enough. At most he will just use some spiritual weapons. A flash of embarrassment flashed across the Sky King's face as he met his eyes and said, "If you don't give it a look, then don't give it a look. Why are you looking at me like that? That's just it. Let's go to the next place." As he said that, he only saw the heavenly king's expression change to a serious look, and the sieve of time in his hand spun rapidly, finally stopping at the image of a flower. Another burst of heaven and earth. Nangong Haotian too in the blink of an eye will change the place. Here birds and flowers. Under the feet is the soft land. In front of the eyes of a sea of flowers. Red, green, purple and blue, all kinds of, is fluttering with the wind. Beautiful. Even the heavenly king, who had seen countless beautiful scenery, was a bit mesmerized by the sight in front of him. Nangong Haotian narrowed his eyes slightly, nodded appreciatively and said, "Although it's a fabricated world, it's quite a lot of effort to make it so real. Where did you get this spirit weapon? It's quite interesting." Hearing this, the heavenly king revealed a haughty look, babyishly hiding the sieve of time toward his chest a little tighter and said, "This is what my heavenly father gave to leave to me." Babyishly, "If not for the sake of dealing with you, I wouldn't have pulled this out." The corner of Nangong Haotian's mouth pulled up a hard smile and said, "Then I'm quite honored." As the words fell, he seemed to have thought of something and said with a cold snort, So you still want to kill me?" The heavenly king's eyes flashed a trace of discomfort and said, "No more killing, no more killing. As long as you don't do anything unfavorable to the heavenly court and take me away from this place, I would be able to befriend your 9 heavens, and then notify the 8 wastelands that the 9 heavens have got the establishment of the heavenly court, and you would be able to save yourself from a lot of trouble." Trouble? I, Nangong Haotian, have never been afraid of trouble. There was disdain in Nangong Haotian's eyes. As long as someone dared to find trouble with the 9 heavens, he would be able to let that person know why the flowers were as red as they were. The heavenly king scared twice, sighed lightly and said, "You're strong and terrific. It's true that those people can't beat you, but they can pick a fight with the 9 heavens from time to time, and those disciples under you will be overwhelmed at that time." As the words fell, he put his hands behind his back, smiled and said, "Now what about I don't need your 9 heavens to submit to me? As long as the heavenly court befriends the 9 heavens, exchanging cultivation methods and making progress together, I can help you clear that all obstacles. Want my clan to practice tantra? Call out master to hear it." Nangong Haotian's eyes had more than a hint of playfulness. He suddenly felt that this heavenly king seemed like a child. His mind was not yet mature, The Heavenly King was so furious that his face turned red and he sat in the sea of flowers with his arms wrapped around him and said, "Dream on. If I were to worship a cultivator from beneath, then I wouldn't be laughed out of the sky by those guys in the sky, looking down on monks." Nangong Haotian's complexion was cold, silently appearing in his ears. The aura of a strong man was released. The Heavenly King only felt a tremor, a chill coming from the bottom of his heart. "No, I don't mean to look down on you, but to be honest, although you're already very strong, and can even fight with those old guys in the sky, the laws of this world are such that you come from the world underneath, and you've already been belittled by them in terms of your immortal cultivation status." The more he spoke, the more the Sky King's voice became smaller and smaller, as if he were a small child who had made a mistake. Nangong Haotian frowned tightly. He didn't expect that in this heavenly court, there was still this kind of discrimination that existed. It was fine if he didn't know, but as long as he knew, he would definitely let those who discriminated against the cultivators know how powerful he was. Thus, Nangong Haotian secretly made the decision that when he got out of the sieve of time, he would kill his way to the top of the heavenly court in order to right the prestige of the cultivators. And the Heavenly King, this person is not yet aware of Nangong Haotian's intentions. Seeing him not speak, thought it was a tacit acceptance of this kind of status discrimination, gently patted his shoulder and said, "No need to care, no matter what. I'm convinced you now. It's better to find the treasure of the Jin boundary quickly, so that you can go out earlier." Nangong Haotian slightly sidestepped and blankly glanced at him, not wanting to talk more nonsense with him. Butterflies and bees flying in the sea of flowers, surrounded by silence. The sound of wing vibration is particularly clear. Nangong Haotian walked in the sea of flowers, looked at the blue sky, sighed lightly. What is the most important thing in the sea of flowers? Nangong Haotian, a deep voice, hit a piece of aura, carpeted over the sea of flowers. The aura penetrated deep into the soil, able to perceive all objects with spiritual energy. Found it. Suddenly, Nangong Haotian snapped his head up, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a winning smile. Where are you going? When the Heavenly King saw Nangong Haotian continue to walk towards the middle of the sea of flowers, he busily followed him. Nangong Haotian, some speechless, pulled the corner of his mouth. Think he whole new era quality male, reborn to this world to become a generation of hegemony. In the middle of this sea of flowers, such a good time and beautiful scenery. There is no beautiful woman accompanied by, but instead a beautiful brain of the male to follow his buttocks to chase, when it was really a shame. While thinking about this, Nangong Haotian sighed heavily, but his steps were a little faster. Walking to the middle of the sea of flowers, Nangong Haotian stopped. In front of him there was a beam of 7-colored light. The ground has a small hole. This light is precisely from the inside burst out. This is the eye of the formation. The Heavenly King stood next to him and saw it at a glance. Nangong Haotian nodded and pointed his finger at the beam of light and said, "This sea of flowers is a false image of this realm, and this is the key place to break this false image." As soon as the words fell, Nangong Haotian's fingertips sent out a spider silk-like aura that directly drilled into the small hole in the ground. Snap! A crisp voice rang out, and a gust of wind whipped through the sea of flowers, and wherever it passed, the flowers withered and turned into ashes in a matter of moments, blowing away with the wind. The next second, the blue sky was gone, replaced with a blood-red one. The ground was gray and white cobblestones, and a bunch of weird vines stuck out from the eye of the formation just now, rapidly expanding. Nangong Haotian, two people quickly avoided that vine, but in the blink of an eye will grow into a sky-high tree. In the tree grows densely black flowers, bubbling black gas, but these black gas is not the devil gas, nor is it a grievance gas, but is inherent icy cold breath. Iceling frost flower. Nangong Haotian looked up at these flowers. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. It was said that this flower went extinct with a great war during the ancient times, and he didn't expect that there was still a plant hidden here. Wow! I've only seen this flower in books in heaven. The King of Heaven looked like he had never seen the world before and eyed the tree. The corners of Nangong Haotian's mouth hooked up into a smile, and with light footsteps, he flew up to the head of the tree. Whoo! Suddenly, a low sound came from the trunk of the tree, which seemed to float from beyond the distant past, permeated with a sense of ethereal longevity. Nangong Haotian was surprised again, secretly saying that this tree had even become a spirit. "The two of us entered the realm by mistake and want to borrow the treasure of the town to get out. Humph. It's been 8,000 years. Finally someone has come in again. The last one who came in died here. You guys want the treasure of the town realm? You'll have to accept my test first." As soon as the words fell, the picture in front of the two of them turned around, and they were in a deserted realm. Charge! The surrounding sky was filled with wind and sand. The sounds of shouting and clashing swords rose and fell, and the sounds of spiritual energy clashing resounded through the clouds. The treasure of the town realm is what they are fighting for. If you want to get that thing, Go get it yourselves. The empty voice floated in mid-air, and the two of them, Nangong Haotian, glanced at each other and suddenly tilted their heads in unison. Bang! An aura brushed past his ear and hit the ground not far away, smashing a large crater. Who is the visitor? In the middle of the group, a young man, armed with a sharp sword and wearing armor, stared at them aggressively. Nangong Haotian narrowed his eyes slightly, displeased with his sneak attack. The one who took your life. Nangong Haotian coldly dropped such a sentence, and without saying a word, charged straight up. The Heavenly King didn't talk too much. Two drumstick-like auras appeared in his hands at some point and met them. For a while, both teams were a bit confused. Neither of these two were from the opposite side. So who were they? Soon, they had a definition in their hearts. These two must have come to compete for the treasures as well. Kill them and the treasure is ours. A man looked grave and shouted to the ranks. The corner of Nangong Haotian's mouth hooked up into a cold smile. Unconscionable. He only saw a ball of lavender spiritual energy coalesce in the palm of his hand and strike into the ranks. The yellow sand filled the sky. The ground smashed out a big hole. The stirred-up soil scattered from mid-air. With a channel of aura fell on the body. But in an instant, the clothes were scalded out of a big hole in the burner in a few moments. Ah! It's the heavenly demon flame. The man at the head of the group let out a cry of surprise and quickly dodged. A moonlight barrier blocking in front of him to save himself. The rest of the people also have to do. But those who have not had time to dodge in a flash was burned to ashes. That wasn't all. As two drumsticks fell from the Heavenly King, and two bright white lightning bolts struck down, creating a crack along the ground. From within the cracks, a large invisible sound wave erupted, striking the crowd. Nangong Haotian frowned lightly, secretly saying that this person wasn't too much of a waste. They're no pushovers, I'll do it. Suddenly, there was a roar from the ranks, and a white-haired, white-bearded, long-bearded old man rushed out, holding an 8 trigrams tray with bizarre patterns etched on it. Wuzwa Fengshi, wherever you are. After a burst of chanting, the bagua tray in the old man's hand shone with golden light, and a huge circle hung in mid-air, densely packed with lines striking down. Overrate yourself. Nangong Haotian snorted coldly. His footsteps slightly rushed up into mid-air, fiercely lifted his hand. A beam of golden light struck up, and the 8 trigram circle above his head dissipated in an instant. Immediately after that, Nangong Haotian turned his direction and rushed towards the old man. A long sword having appeared in his hand at some point, a shadow struck out, and the old man hurriedly crossed the bagua plate forward, a shadow barrier blocking in front of him. Bang! The sword shadow struck the barrier as if it had struck a hard wall, and the powerful thrust sent the old man flying, landing on a cliff 1,000 meters away. Put! The old man violently spat out blood. The bagua tray in his hand cracked in the middle, and the old man suffered a backlash. His chest was raw and painful. Just the 8th level of the golden immortal realm, and you dare to clamor with me. Nangong Haotian stood condescendingly in front of the old man, his eyes filled with disdain. The old man's eyes reddened as he stared him dead in the face and said, "Who the hell are you? The one who took your life." Nangong Haotian snorted coldly and struck with another palm. The old man's head lolled and he lost his breath, then turned into a prairie smoke that dispersed when the wind blew. Void again. Nangong Haotian frowned slightly and sighed in disinterest. The last person fell. A drop of blood fell on the ground. Suddenly a beam of red light flashed, spread along the ground to a gully. In an instant the gully red light filled the sky. Appeared a hole in the ground. Looking down, a row of stone ladders leading to the bottom. The King of Heaven put the weapon in his hand away and was about to enter with his hands behind his back. Nangong Haotian wrapped his hands around his chest with a look of watching a good show. As expected, when the king's foot had just stepped on the ladder, a sudden sound of vibrating wings came out from the hole in the ground. Ah! The Heavenly King let out a cry of alarm and was busy summoning his shield, only to see densely packed black bats flooded with black aura rushing out from it, and rushing straight up into the clouds again. Holy shit, what's with the bats? The Heavenly King's brow was furrowed in a woeful frown. Nangong Haotian sighed lightly and shook his head. Stupid. You. The Heavenly King's face showed shame and some anger. Nangong Haotian didn't care about him in the slightest and walked down the hole in the ground first, which was now safe. Walking into the hole in the ground, the walls around them blasted with candlelight, illuminating the entire passage. Arriving at a stone door, Nangong Haotian waved his large hand, and a spiritual energy burst out, hitting the stone door. Rumble. The stone door slowly opened with a low sound. The Heavenly King followed behind Nangong Haotian and walked in with him. Inside the stone door was a wide space that looked somewhat like a grave, with dense runes carved around the single. Nangong Haotian examined them for a while and realized that these were true spirit talismans. The next second, a bright, moonlit white light struck overhead, and a box fell slowly in the beam, suspended waist-high in mid-air. I guess this is the treasure of the town realm. The Heavenly King's heart rejoiced and he was about to go up and take it, but as if he thought of something again, the Heavenly King made a move and took 2 steps back and said, "You do it." Nangong Haotian gave him a contemptuous expression, walked straight up and opened the box. Inside lay a tree root. The outside of the root was wrapped in a layer of moon-white aura, and on top of the aura there was a golden talisman shining. Nangong Haotian's face showed joy as he put the tree root into the space, and then raised an eyebrow at the Heavenly King and said, "The next realm." Seeing that he didn't encounter any of them, the Heavenly King was ashamed for a while and was a bit indignant, but due to Nangong Haotian's lewdness, he didn't dare to snap, so he had to pull out the sieve of time to open the next realm. With Nangong Haotian present, after taking several realm-conquering treasures in a row, the duo returned to the dragon tribe's habitat. If you ask me, the treasure of the realm of the town here must be on the dragon chief. The two quietly hid outside the dragon palace and surveyed the scene inside. Nangong Haotian looked at the closed doorway of the great hall without saying a word and said, "No, the treasure of the realm here is the golden stick in the dragon clan's burial mound." "A golden stick? It's so big, how are we going to hold it?" The Heavenly King looked surprised and had a difficult look on his face. Nangong Haotian gave him a blank look and said, "We've already gathered 5 treasures of the realm of Jin. We just need to summon the exit here. Where is the need to take away the golden stick?" "And rightly so," the King of Heaven responded with an appreciative nod. Nangong Haotian sighed lightly, seriously doubting whether he had relied on connections to sit on this Heavenly King's throne. "But they're keeping a tight grip on the burial mound now, and we can't get close to the treasure of the township." The King of Heaven quietly revealed one eye as 2 black pangolin dragons whistled past, seemingly taking stock. Nangong Haotian observed the surroundings and saw that the dragons had strengthened their vigilance, surely in case they would turn back, and also revealed a difficult look. Seeing this, the Heavenly King clenched his fists and said, "That's just it. The big deal is that we'll exterminate the dragon clan and escape back. You think this is the realm of the void too?" Nangong Haotian blanked him in a good-natured manner, secretly sighing how he had such a pig teammate. The Celestial King blinked in confusion and said, "Isn't it true that all of this place is illusory? Other places yes, but not here." Nangong Haotian carefully looked outside. "A difficult person look," Z said. "The time sieve creation time is to take the dragon breath, and this inside 6 realms, the dragon race for the first, but also to support the existence of the time sieve of the necessary realm. The existence of the dragons here with are real. In other words, we threw the time sieve shuttles to the mysterious dragon habitats. If you dare to slaughter dragons here again, I won't stop you." "I see. So what do? We can't stay here forever." The Heavenly King revealed a worried look, increasingly feeling that this matter was difficult. Nangong Haotian bowed his head and contemplated for a moment before saying, "The tiger leaving the mountain scheme. Later on I will go and lure them away. You take the opportunity to summon the exit in the burial mound and I will return and exit together." As the words fell, Nangong Haotian pulled out the other 5 treasures of the Jin realm and threw them to him. The King of Heaven, at the sight of it, seriously flashed a dazzling light, and a bad idea came to his mind. Nangong Haotian was able to see what he was playing in his heart, and a seal knot hit the top of the Heavenly King's head and said, "I have placed a contract on you. If you don't wait for me, and you go off on your own, in less than half a day, you will surely fly away from your soul and perish in the heavenly court." Upon hearing this, the Heavenly King's face stiffened and he let out a long sigh, revealing a forced smile and said, "What does this mean? I was born with you. How could I leave you behind? Don't worry, I am just waiting for you to come out of the realm together with all my might." "Poof." Nangong Haotian snorted coldly, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Ow!" A dragon's roar came out, and Nangong Haotian strutted out and stood at the entrance of the dragon palace. Seeing this, the resident dragon asked with a cold face, "Who is it that comes here and dares to intrude on the land of the dragon clan?" Nangong Haotian's expression was cold, exuding a lingering aura as he said coldly, "Sky God." As the words fell out, he only turned his head slightly, secretly gave the Heavenly King a look, and rushed into the dragon palace with lightning speed, heading straight in the direction of the dragon palace. Seeing this, the town's dragon immediately let out a loud cry. Well, all of a sudden, dragons roared within the realm, and an onslaught appeared as the dragons poured out, chasing after Nangong Haotian. "Death to those who trespass the land of the dragon clan." A black pangolin dragon issued a call, and a dragon spirit impact struck Nangong Haotian. The latter's mouth curled into a disdainful smile as he sidestepped and said, "Is that all you've got?" When the group of dragons heard this, they instantly became furious and rushed at him in the form of sharp swords. Nangong Haotian cupped an aura ball in his hand and punched out a burst of water to cover his tracks. Where did it go? The black pangolin dragon frowned and looked around warily. Here. Suddenly, a shadow appeared above his head sullenly, and Nangong Haotian slapped his palm on the top of the black pangolin dragon's head. but did not exert any force, as if he was petting a beloved pet. Kill him. The black pangolin dragon was humiliated, and with a face of anger, it transformed into a handsome man dressed in black and floated in midair, a dragon scale cupped in its hand, shining with a dazzling multicolored light. On the other side, the Heavenly King took advantage of the fact that Nangong Haotian had lured all the people away and was busy quietly mimicking the golden stick. Ka-ching! With a carelessness, the Heavenly King stepped on a dragon bone with an extraordinarily crisp sound. The Heavenly King was shocked and was busy bowing with his hands together. Sorry. No offense. After saying that, he stood in front of the golden stick again and touched it twice. Without further delay, the Heavenly King stalked his neck and pulled out the other 5 treasures of the realm of Jin boundary after looking around vigilantly. In my name, gather the treasures and open. With a command, the sieve of time rotated in mid-air, and the 6 treasures emitted a beam of golden light that converged on the sieve of time. Bang! A huge shockwave struck out, and a vortex appeared in mid-air, leading to none other than the Heavenly Court. Why isn't this man back yet? Seeing that there was still no sign of Nangong Haotian, the Heavenly King frowned with an anxious expression. The rest of the dragons also heard the movement of the dragon mound and immediately turned back. Seeing this, Nangong Haotian knew that the matter had been finalized, and the corner of his mouth hooked up a smile of triumph as he flew and disappeared in front of the eyes of the dragons. Oh no! The trick of transferring the tiger away from the mountain. We've been tricked. Quickly return to the dragon mound. The black pangolin dragon woke up as if from a dream and rushed towards the dragon mound, but it was too late, and only saw the back of Nangong Haotian as he entered the whirlpool. Get them! The black pangolin dragon let out a storm of anger and issued a call to arms. And Nangong Haotian turned back to give him a look of contempt and disappeared into the vortex. In the next second, the vortex disappeared, everything returned to calm, and the dragons pounced. After a period of heavenly rotation, the 2 of them, Nangong Haotian, finally returned to the heavenly court again. The King of Heaven sat on his butt, gasping for air, thankful that he had escaped with his life. This treasure is no good, and I will never use it again. The King of Heaven looked at the sieve of time in his hand with great disgust. Nangong Haotian glanced at him faintly and sneered. It's clearly because you yourself have not learned the art well enough to use it. As the words fell, he looked around and realized that the heavenly court was empty, and all the heavenly gods who were ready to surround him before had disappeared. Where are they? Nangong Haotian's brows were furrowed, and there was some hidden uneasiness in his heart. The Heavenly King then reacted and stood up shouting, "This Heavenly King has returned. Why don't you come and meet me?" His voice echoed in the hall, but no one came in. Nangong Haotian glanced at him and shouted in unison, "Not good." On the 9 heavens, Nangong Haotian built a palace that was extraordinarily ancient and elegant compared to the buildings built in ancient times. Nangong Junyi led Nangong Yu's group of people busy tending to various chores, when suddenly a moonlight spirit light came from the sky. Aggressive, obviously not a good person. Who is coming? Nangong Junyi stood at the entrance of the grand hall, narrowing his eyes slightly as he stared intently at the heavenly crowd. The leader of the group, Charles Heavenly God, held a long sword in his hand, and there were several other heavenly gods standing beside him, and behind him were a dense number of heavenly soldiers. Is this the 9 heavens? Nangong Junyi looked at them with a grave expression, seeing that they did not look like the usual sect family, but rather like a god in the sky. So the tone of voice still maintained politeness and said, "What is the reason for all of you to be here?" "This is precisely the 9 heavens." Charlie frowned slightly, puffed out his chest and said, "We are the people of the heavenly court. Is the Heavenly King hidden by you?" "Heavenly King?" Nangong Junyi frowned slightly, casting a puzzled look at the remaining disciples. The rest of the disciples all shook their heads, not knowing what to say. Humph, what's the point of talking nonsense with them? The Heavenly King disappeared with that Nangong Haotian. If he didn't take them to the 9 heavens, where else could they be? Since he won't say, we'll turn the 9 heavens upside down. There's no fear of not being able to find the Heavenly King. The general to the left of Charlie Skygod had a fierce face and didn't intend to talk much. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yu's complexion flickered as she took 2 steps forward, slightly sideways, and said, "You dare." The general snorted coldly, ferociously sizing up Nangong Yu from top to bottom and said, "Just a cultivator who has realized a trace of the power of the great Tao. What's so arrogant about it? Heavenly gods like us, dealing with you is as simple as dealing with ants." As the words fell, the general charged straight ahead without saying a word, showing no mercy at all. Seeing this, the rest of the heavenly deities also stopped talking too much, summoning their respective weapons and meeting them. "Hand over the Heavenly King and you may be spared." Spitting blood. There has never been any Heavenly King in the 9 heavens. You guys are clearly bullying people too much. Nangong Yu looked at them with a look of contempt. A long sword had appeared in her hand at some point and her aura was rolling. Nangong Junyi is not to be bullied. slightly nodded his head, stood in the first place, raised his sword high, posed as the head of the family and said, "Nine Heavens is established in the early stage. We can't allow them to underestimate us. Nangong clan disciples, listen to the order. Follow me in the battle. Disciples at your service." The crowd of Southern Palace disciples let out a loud cry and pulled out their rapiers in unison. Holy sword, heavenly punishment. Nangong, you also not much nonsense. A cold drink. The sky, dark clouds. A thunderbolt, clear sky. In the dark clouds tore open a mouth. A beam of golden light from the inside to hit down. Fell on top of Nangong Yu's sharp sword. Instantly, a huge sword shadow stood in midair and struck towards Charlie and the others. Sculpture. A general snorted coldly, cupping a duster in his hand. The moon-white aura gathered in a ball and quickly struck out through the power of the duster. Bang! Instantly, a mushroom cloud rose up in the air in the center, and the shockwave emitted from the collision of powerful forces was so powerful that it dispersed a number of clouds. That heavenly god was grave. Staring at Nangong Yu lightly laughed. Seriously, more than a trace of appreciation, said, "Qualification is good. Do you want to be my seat disciple? I will teach the whole body skills to you. At that time, you with me back to the heavenly court. Is not it better than here?" Nangong Yu snorted coldly, not caring in the slightest, as if he was listening to a heavenly joke. "Che, just by virtue of you deserve to be my master teacher? My current master teacher is 100 times 1,000 times stronger than you. How can you compare to him?" Toast. That heavenly god sniffed and instantly became furious, raising his duster and rushing forward, with an extra hint of murderous aura in his eyes. The rest of the heavenly deities were no longer merciful, and for a while, the nine heavens were overflowing with aura and the sounds of fighting rose and fell. Nangong Haotian was sensed and accelerated his speed back. "Why are you walking so fast?" The heavenly king hadn't figured out the situation yet and followed Nangong Haotian's ass. Nangong Haotian suddenly turned around, grabbed him by the collar, and said angrily, "If your people destroy the nine heavens, then your heavenly court will accompany me." As the words fell, Nangong Haotian had a gloomy face and flew away in the air. The heavenly king looked slightly stunned for a long time before reacting. Bad. How the boys fought through. Saying that, the heavenly king also quickened his pace. If the nine heavens were really destroyed by those brats, there was a real possibility that his heavenly court would be snatched away by Nangong Haotian. "How dare you come to the nine heavens and spread your wildness?" The heavenly god with the duster was knocking Nangong Yu back with a palm strike, and was about to go and make up for it, when suddenly a cold light struck from the side. Ah! That heavenly god was instantly knocked back, smashing into the pillars at the gate of the nine heavens and landing heavily on the ground again, almost failing to take a breath. Nangong Yu's face was as white as a sheet of paper as he sat on his knees and performed a disciple's salute in the direction where that spiritual light had just struck and said, "Old ancestor." As soon as these words came out, the rest of the people turned back in unison, staring at Nangong Haotian as if they were looking at a savior, a pair of eyes filled with tears. "Old ancestor, you're back." The heavenly king behind him arrived late, and his voice came before he arrived. "Stop it." Charlie was the first to stop the move that was about to be struck out and turned his head to meet Nangong Haotian's eyes filled with a murderous aura. In the next second, the heavenly king arrived late and stood next to Nangong Haotian breathing heavily. Sky King. Seeing this, the heavenly deities also stopped, followed by a hint of embarrassment on their faces. For a while, the crowd was silent. Charlie cast a look of help towards the heavenly king, who held his forehead for a while, smiled awkwardly and said to Nangong Haotian, "Misunderstanding? It's all a misunderstanding." Hoof. Nangong Haotian snorted coldly and walked next to Nangong Yu, helping her up. Nangong Yu had always been his most valued disciple, and this time did not disappoint him, fighting to the forefront. "Misunderstanding? My Southern Palace disciple was injured like this by one of your misunderstandings, and you call it a misunderstanding?" The heavenly king's face froze on his face, and the rest of the heavenly gods stood quietly behind him, stifling their voices. That heavenly deity who was seriously injured by Nangong Haotian had a raw pain in his chest. It was difficult for him to even stand up. It was the other two who went and helped him up before he could barely stand. It looked much more serious than Nangong Yu could be. This is still not quick to apologize. Things are not clear how to casually barge into other people's homes to do it. Especially you. Stealing a chicken is not a good thing. The heavenly king deliberately slatted his face, a fine layer of sweat oozing from his forehead as he turned to reprimand the group of heavenly gods. The heavily injured heavenly god's face showed shame, and he lowered his head without speaking. Nangong Haotian stood under the nine heavens gate with his arms wrapped around him, quietly watching the heavenly king put on a show. The rest of the disciples of the Nangong clan were all looking at them silently, with undiminished anger in their eyes. The heavenly king knew very well that if a reasonable solution was not given to this matter, he was afraid that his heavenly court would be difficult to protect. So, the heavenly king smiled and said, Old brother Nangong. This time it is my heavenly court that did not do this thing rigorously enough. Like this. All the losses in the 9 heavens this time I, heavenly court, will be responsible for it, so you can calm down your anger. Nangong Haotian snorted coldly, a hint of disdain appearing in his eyes as he said, "That's it?" The heavenly king closed his eyes in chagrin and turned back to look deeply at the gods and said, "When the 9 heavens are first established, I, the heavenly court, will be the first to announce the recognition of the existence of the 9 heavens as a friend to the world. So is that okay?" The corners of Nangong Haotian's mouth hooked up into an imperceptible smile, but he still said grimly, "And?" The heavenly king sighed long and pondered for a moment before pulling out a jade bottle from his bosom, handing it to Nangong Haotian with a face of fleshly pain and said, "This is my heavenly court's uniquely refined ascension fixed spirit pill. Give it to this female disciple as an atonement for her sins, and in the future, the 9 heavens will be on good terms with the heavenly court and will have no more grudges." Aha! Nangong Haotian nodded his head in satisfaction and took the jade bottle, handing it to Nangong Yu after determining that what was inside was truly the ascension solid spirit pill, saying, "Take it. This pill can help you ascend to the Paragon realm." Nangong Yu's heart rejoiced. She was blessed by a disaster. She respectfully bowed and said, "Many thanks to the old ancestor." As the words fell, Nangong Yu babyishly accepted the elixir, preparing to take it after she was busy for a while, when she would be the first female cultivator under the sky to break through the quasi-saint realm. Is old brother Nangong still satisfied? The heavenly king secretly breathed a long sigh of relief. Can be considered to have solved the immediate trouble? When he returned to the heavenly court, he will definitely chastise them. If there is a next time, don't blame me for being unkind. Nangong Haotian purposely kept a stern face, but there was clearly a smile in those eyes. The heavenly king nodded in response and led a group of heavenly gods about to return to the heavenly court. Slow down. Suddenly, Nangong Haotian called out to them, walked next to the heavenly king and said, "I'll go back with you. Didn't I destroy the Hell God Ridge? Tell me, how do you want me to compensate?" The Hell God Ridge is filled with evil aura. It is an unsettling existence. Brother Nangong destroying that place is removing harm from the people. There is no need for compensation. In that case, I'd better go to the heavens and inform the heavenly emperor, lest it be troublesome to talk about it later. Nangong Haotian pretended to be difficult and shook his head. The heavenly king was stunned, wondering if he had heard wrong, and asked rhetorically, "You're going to heaven to meet the heavenly emperor?" Nangong Haotian nodded indifferently and said with his hands behind his back, "Not bad." The heavenly king's expression instantly became grave as he pulled him aside and said in a serious tone, "Elder brother Nangong, I won't hide it from you. Those people in the heavens look down on you cultivators the most. Even though you have a body full of skills and aren't afraid of them, there's no need to go up there and add to your own problems. Is there?" Nangong Haotian coldly grunted. "It is precisely because they look down on cultivators that I want to go up there and let them have a good look at what cultivators are capable of." As the words fell, he sized up the heavenly king and then said, "But I haven't been to the heavens yet, and as the heavenly king of heaven, you're bound to go there often, so I'll still need you to guide me." The heavenly king's face was in a difficult position, somewhat unwilling, with Nangong Haotian's temperament. If he fought with them in the sky, how could it be good? Nangong Haotian let out a doubtful sound, exuding oppressive power. The heavenly king gulped nervously, and his heart fluttered. "Fine, I'll take you there." So he was just a guide. Even if Nangong Haotian fought with them at that time, just say that he was forced to do so and it was none of his business. He would also be able to retreat in one piece. Nangong Haotian nodded, his face showing joy. Then, as if he thought of something, he froze for a moment before deciding to bring Nangong Yu up as well. "Rainy, you're coming with me." "Yes." Nangong Yu's heart was overjoyed. It was unexpected that the old ancestor had the intention to bring her along with him. It was evident that he valued himself. Unbeknownst to her, this trip was a great battle for the survival of the 9 heavens, and a key battle for her to become a Jade Lady, because all the damage in the 9 heavens was caused by the Charlie Heavenly God bunch, and the heavenly king had to make a trip to the heavens. He simply left them behind to clean up the mess. The earthly Charlie gods looked dismayed as the king of heaven waved his hand and said, "Do a good job." The words fell, only to see a spiritual light converge from the sky, wrapping the 3 people. The heavenly king looked rare and serious and said, "If you want to go to the sky, you first have to go to the heavenly pool, the only passageway that can allow a cultivator to go up." Nangong Haotian frowned slightly, his face showing dissatisfaction. The heavenly king was busy speaking again. "The other entrances are equipped with boundaries, so you'll have no problem passing through, but this Miss Yor won't be able to withstand the divine oppression there." Upon hearing this, Nangong Haotian nodded knowingly, indicating his agreement. In the next second, a golden light emerged, and a moon-white aura flashed across the sky, coming straight at the three. Pop! After a crisp sound, the three were dragged by a cloud and flew out. Along the way the beautiful scenery as far as the eye can see. Nangang Haotian sighed that this can be better than in the golden winged rocks back to see the beautiful scenery. Not long after, the three of them came to a place with dense clouds, walked up and plucked away the clouds, and there was a clear pool of water hiding inside. The water is so clean. Nangang Yu was slightly startled and couldn't help but go forward to touch it. Stop it, girl. Heavenly King forehead seeped out a cold sweat, said, you are a body of monks, has not yet become immortal into God. This water in you are like poison. Stained with a drop can be corroded all over the body. The spirit of the power to be dispersed. When these words came out, Nangang Yu was busy reaching back, but fortunately, the Heavenly King was quick to speak out, and this did not lead to a major disaster. Immediately after that, the Heavenly King looked serious and carefully explained, when you go to heaven later, no matter what you don't touch, be careful in everything. If you offend them in heaven, I can't protect you. As the words fell, he gave Nangang Haotian a meaningful look, closed his eyes tightly, and his mouth burst into a chant. The Emperor is above. The little god seeks an audience. The celestial pool is the guide. Open. At a command. The water in the heavenly pool boiled for a while, and bubbles kept coming up from underneath. A cold light flashed. The Heavenly King's wrist was separated from a mouth. A stream of blood fell into the heavenly pool. Suddenly the bubbles stopped. Since the middle of the emergence of a vortex, all the pool water in a few moments along with the fall into the bottom of the pool disappeared. A ladder appeared from the bottom of the pool, straight up to the top of the head of the clouds above. It is not possible to see the end of the end. This is the stairway to heaven. The Heavenly King pointed to the ladder and explained, stepping onto it himself first and leading the way ahead. Nangang Haotian and Nangang Yu followed closely behind. There were no words along the way, and the higher up she went, the more Nangang Yu felt the pressure around her, as if there was an invisible force that wanted to break through her heart, trying to tear her apart. Don't be afraid. A beam of golden light from Nangang Haotian didn't enter her head. Immediately the pressure around her body was gone. Nangang Yu felt much better. Thank you, elder ancestor. Walking to the energy of the heavenly stairs, the three finally saw a wordless heavenly gate. Deserted next to the heavenly gate, there is no stationed heavenly soldiers. This place has not been traveled by cultivators for 10,000 years, so it's normal that no one is stationed here. Nangang Haotian nodded faintly, feeling sad for the cultivators. 10,000 years of cultivating immortality and cultivating the body had actually lost to this point. No one walked up to the heavenly gate. No wonder those people in the sky looked down on the cultivators. Walking all the way into the sky unhindered, Nangang Yu quietly surveyed the surroundings. This place was like a dream. Everything was full of dreams and unreal. Lanterns floating unsupported in mid-air, with no wicks inside because there is no day or night in the sky, just hanging as decorations. The three of them walked on a place covered with sheep's white jade floor tiles, as if they were in a smooth sleep, warm and delicate. On both sides of the path are handrails made of white masonry with lotus flower patterns carved on the surface symbolizing whiteness. Continuing forward, a pond filled with white fog. The water is white, and covered with white fog. Cannot see the bottom, only the emergence of the lotus in full bloom, floating on the surface. Passing through the pond, the three came to a wide cobblestone field, and the figures of the heavenly soldiers appeared, looking glum at the sight of them, pointing their spears at them and asking, who is it? The Heavenly King straightened his back and said with a cold face, how long has it been since you came up here, and you don't recognize the king? When that group of soldiers heard that, they looked at him carefully, and then they were busy lowering their heads and respectfully said, my subordinates' eyes are clumsy, and I didn't even recognize the Heavenly King in the first place. Heavenly King, please. As the words fell, several people split into two sides, making way. The three of them muffled their voices and walked over, going straight to the temple where the Heavenly Emperor was located, the Imperial Sacred Hall. The Emperor's Saint Temple building high potential, located in the highest, the most conspicuous place. Standing in the Emperor's Saint Temple gate can be the whole heavenly scene as far as the eye can see. In the opposite clouds there is a piece of the realm of the void, as the cinema's big screen, showing the various into the sky of the channel is how to look like. Spiritual energy is pure and clear, worthy of the Imperial Sacred Hall. Nangang Haotian raised his head and glanced at an East China Sea dragon pearl at the very top of the Imperial Sacred Hall. The corner of his mouth hooked up with a knowing smile. A dragon pearl as big as a lantern can absorb the essence of heaven and earth, and converge the spiritual power of hundreds of rivers. And it's no wonder that the sky will be surging with aura without a hint of turbid gas. Thinking of this, a thought rose in Nangang Haotian's mind. Wouldn't it be beautiful if he gave the 9 heavens a whole dragon pearl as well? Today, the Lord of each realm is in the Imperial Sacred Hall to make a report with the Heavenly Emperor. You will be more restrained later. Having said that, the Heavenly King understood in his heart that the word astringency didn't even exist here in Nangang Haotian. Just walked into the Emperor's sacred hall. A powerful sense of oppression greeted him. Nangang Haotian realm was so high as to be immeasurably high that he couldn't feel it since. But Nangang Yu, even with Nangang Haotian's aura to protect his body, still couldn't withstand the powerful force of this higher power, and couldn't help but shrink his neck, and was terrified in his heart. There is no need to be afraid. They wouldn't dare do anything to you. Nangang Haotian whispered in relief. Nangang Yu had a bottom. His heart felt better, but still felt a breath blocked in his chest. Neither up nor down. Heavenly King of Heaven, greet the Heavenly Emperor. Walking into the great hall, the Heavenly King knelt respectfully and bowed. Nangang Haotian and his duo were not subjects of the Heavenly Emperor and did not kneel, but they still bowed politely as a sign of respect. What kind of person is above the great hall and doesn't even show great respect when he sees the Heavenly Emperor? A fierce-looking man wearing a grass-green outer robe scanned the two of them, and when he saw that they were cultivators, the dislike in his eyes was evident. Nine heavens Nangang Haotian, I have met the Heavenly Emperor, but kneeling is still not necessary. I'm afraid the Heavenly Emperor can't afford to accept this kneeling of this honored one. Arrogant. Just a small cultivator, and he dares to stand and talk in the imperial sacred hall. The man immediately stood up and exuded an aura that was at the realm of an immortal emperor. No wonder he was so arrogant. The corners of Nangang Haotian's mouth hooked up into a disdainful sneer, not even glancing at him as he said to the celestial emperor. The celestial emperor didn't say anything. So what are you angry about? The Heavenly Emperor was a middle-aged faced man, dressed in a moon-white outer robe encrusted with dragon motifs, lazily leaning back on the dragon couch. His eyes slightly narrowed as he silently sensed the atmosphere within the hall. You, after Nangang Haotian's words, the man's face reddened just now, and if it wasn't in the Emperor's sacred hall, I'm afraid that he would have already struck out at Nangang Haotian. Immortal Emperor Shanghai, you may not act recklessly. At this time, the Heavenly Emperor opened his eyes, and after seeing Nangang Haotian without the slightest surprise, with an expected look, he smiled and said, Nangang Haotian, you finally come. When these words came out, not only Nangang Haotian, even the Heavenly King and the rest of the realm lords who were in the hall were taken aback, listening to the Heavenly Emperor's words. It seemed that he still knew Nangang Haotian. What makes you say that? Nangang Haotian narrowed his eyes slightly, somewhat puzzled. The Heavenly Emperor slowly stood up, looking at Nangang Haotian with more than a trace of appreciation in his eyes and said, after 90,000 years, you have finally returned to heaven. As the words fell, a large wave of his hand was seen, and a piece of emptiness appeared in mid-air, with a clear image appearing on it, accompanied by the Celestial Emperor's narration being projected along with it. 90,000 years ago, when chaos first opened, the whole world was in great chaos, the living souls were in abundance. You and I joined forces and killed the four directions, finally obtaining a piece of peace. It is a pity that at that time, the demon king of the underworld was a scourge to the world, and you died with him in order to kill him, and you should have been ashes and ashes, and I used my heart's blood to set up a contract, and fought for you to have a chance to be reborn, and for 90,000 years, and I've waited in the sky for you for a full 90,000 years. Hao Tian. Hearing this, the hall was silenced, and the Shanghai Immortal Emperor, who had just discriminated against Nangang Haotian, also closed his mouth and slowly sat back down, hoping that Nangang Haotian wouldn't remember his rudeness just now. After the Immortal Emperor's words, the realm of the void turned into a ray of light drilling into Nangang Haotian's mind. No wonder he was obsessed with cultivating immortality since he was born, and no wonder his spiritual power increased greatly after he closed the door. So there was a reason for this layer of reason. He and the Celestial Emperor were the masters of the world's inauguration, and they were the hegemony that existed during the chaos period. Memories of the past spread quickly through his mind like ink dabs of water, and a familiar yet unfamiliar force was slowly released from a closed spot in his heart. So I really can't afford this kneeling of his, the Celestial Emperor said to the party's arrogant Shanghai Immortal Emperor, and then walked over to Nangang Haotian and lightly patted his shoulder and said, after the battle with the demon king of the underworld, most of your spiritual power was dispersed. I had the intention to collect it, yet I only deposited this for you. But the good thing is that even though you have relived your life, you still remain undiminished, and all of the power of the great Tao has been devoured by you. The corner of Nangang Haotian's mouth laid an unidentified smile, raised his hand. A strong aura gathered in the palm of his hand, leaping forward. That's why I'm the overlord of the generation during the chaos period. Right. I've waited for you for 90,000 years for this day, and this Heavenly Emperor's position should have been yours. No, don't. The sudden change let Nangang Haotian a little confused. He originally wanted to come to the sky to give them a little color to see. Let them these immortal know. the power of the cultivator, but suddenly was told that he is also one of them. Really? Opened his eyes. Why? If you don't want to be my equal, what's the harm in giving you this immortal emperor's position? With that, the heavenly emperor pulled Nangong Haotian upwards. No need. I don't have any idea about this position. I came today to inform about one thing. Nangong Haotian slightly raised his hand. A resolute face. He is not the slightest bit rare for this position of what heavenly emperor. What he wants now is for the 9 heavens to grow stronger. Positive cultivator prestige. After the 9 heavens had been stabilized, he would retire and become an idle man, traveling around the mountains and playing in the water. He didn't want to live a life that was bound. The heavenly emperor frowned slightly and said with a puzzled face, but there's no harm in saying it. I know that all of you are quite critical of the strength of cultivators, so I came here today to firstly inform you that there will be one more 9 heavens in this world from now on, secondly, that the Hell Divine Ridge is too dark, and has already been destroyed by me, and thirdly, I am informing you that 7 days from now, there will be a sparring match in the 9 heavens, and I hope that you will all show up to come and see how. In terms of the strength of the cultivators, exactly how. It's good to cut a deal, to promote scholars from all parts of the world, so make sure everyone is there. You actually destroyed the Hell God Ridge with your own strength? What about the demons imprisoned inside? An old man with a proud Taoist style showed surprise on his face and took 2 steps forward to ask. The corners of Nangong Haotian's mouth rose, hooking up a touch of disdain as he said, ashes to ashes. When these words came out, everyone in the hall was in an uproar. The demons in the Hell God Ridge were not something that could be handled well. Nangong Haotian was not only able to go in alone, he was also able to destroy them alone, so it could be seen that his power was strong. Thinking of this, the crowd looked at Nangong Haotian's eyes with more than a trace of admiration. The old man who had asked the question was the first to say, Nangong Senior's own ability is extraordinary. I think the disciples under his seat is not far behind. I will bring my scholars with me at the realm of the country rhyme. We're going too. I'll go to the Sungay realm as well. With the first immortal emperor's opening, coupled with the heavenly emperor's order, all the lords of the realms in the hall decided to go to the 9 heavens 7 days later to see just how strong these cultivators were. Seeing this, the corners of Nangong Haotian's mouth hooked up into a smile of triumph. After this competition, the reputation of the 9 heavens would surely spread far and wide. Seeing that the matter had been discussed, the heavenly emperor familiarly pulled Nangong Haotian toward the outside of the great hall, saying as he walked, in this heaven, I've reserved a temple for you, so you'll live here from now on. Haotian. Nangong Haotian frowned slightly and was just about to open his mouth to refuse, but the heavenly emperor straightened up and pulled him towards a tall building and temple, not allowing him to refuse. Passing through a closed pathway, the heavenly emperor looked at the white temple that was 3 stories high and said, I have kept a place here for you since the world was settled, and now that you have finally returned, the place that I have closed for 90,000 years will finally be able to see the light of day again. As the words fell, the heavenly emperor wrapped his neck and walked in together, looking at the back of the 2 of them, in a manner of brotherly love. Nangong Yu and the heavenly king followed behind them, still not having slowed down from today's events. Nangong Haotian actually had a hidden identity, or one that was on par with the heavenly emperor. When he thought that he had thought about killing Nangong Haotian before, the heavenly king felt a pang of remorse that he was too unself-conscious. Nangong Yu's eyes blazed as she looked at Nangong Haotian's back, the admiration in her heart deepening one more time. Her old ancestor was even stronger. Inside the hall was brilliant. In the middle of the hall, there was a dragon screen, partitioned in the center, and in the middle of the screen there was a long sword with a tongue yellow color, flooded with an ancient and simple atmosphere. Nangong Haotian's complexion changed slightly. A wave of memories surged to his heart. This sword was so familiar, the aura emerging from it seemed somewhat similar to him. After that long sword sensed Nangong Haotian's presence, it began to tremble for a moment, and a beam of golden light struck out from a red gem at the hilt. This is the Dragon Amazing Sword. Nangong Haotian took 2 steps forward, and the introduction of the sword appeared in his mind, as well as the scenes of him carrying this sword to kill the 4 directions during the chaos period. The heavenly emperor nodded and said, not bad. It is precisely the Dragon Amazing Sword. For these 90,000 years, I have waited for you to come back on this heaven. The Dragon Amazing Sword has returned to silence since the incident, and now it finally has a trace of aura. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Dragon Amazing Sword suddenly flew up into midair as if it were humanoid and bowed to Nangong Haotian. Master, you're back. A voice full of vicissitudes emanated from inside the sword, choking with raw sound. Nangong Haotian raised his hand up, and the Dragon Amazing Sword instantly flew past, drawing a sword shadow in midair and resting steadily in the palm of Nangong Haotian's hand. Wow! In a moment, Nangong Haotian emitted a golden light that shone in all directions, and throughout the sky, The sky that Nangong Haotian was in was orange and yellow, with a white cloud with a dragon pattern hovering over it. In the next second, a moon-white figure flew up to the beams of the room and stood at the highest point. The long sword in his hand brought Nangong Haotian's entire body to emit a dazzling golden light, standing at the top to compete with the sun and the moon. Bang! Another wave of light emanated from him, spreading out in all directions, with a full sense of oppression, and an aura that signaled to the world that the Haotian overlord had returned. A dragon shadow appeared from the air, circling around Nangong Haotian and disappearing into his body in an instant. In that instant, the crowd could clearly feel that the breath emitted from Nangong Haotian's body was extraordinary. If we say that when he normally did not hide his breath, the feeling he gave was full of oppression, but now it was permeated with a horrifying aura, so that people couldn't help but want to kneel down at first sight. For a moment, those who felt this aura throughout the heavens, regardless of whether they were heavenly soldiers or immortal emperors, involuntarily knelt down towards where Nangong Haotian stood and kowtowed respectfully. Only the heavenly emperor, with one pair of eyes blazing at him, after 90,000 years, now that the world was at peace, the two of them brothers appeared together again. Nangong Haotian looked at the long sword in his hand with some confusion. His strength could not even be estimated by himself before. It turned out that a layer of seal existed in his body. Now that the dragon amazing sword returned, the seal was lifted, and his power appeared in full. With Brother Haotian's strength today, it's possible to want this entire world to accompany him in his burial. In terms of spiritual power, who in this world can compare to him Rao after 90,000 years? There hasn't been a person who can compete with him. The heavenly emperor stood at the bottom and sighed lightly, his tone full of appreciation. Nangong Yu was a bit puzzled. Just when he was about to open his mouth to inquire, the celestial emperor added, I am very different from Brother Haotian. If not for the fact that he used his body to crush the enemy that day, now this position of the celestial emperor is still not my turn to sit, and it's a pity that he's an idle nature, reborn in a new life, is still not interested in these false names. What's the conversation about? Just after the words were said, Nangong Haotian let down and stood in front of several people. His body's aura was already very different. I'm talking about the fact that this world domination still has to be yours. Nangong Haotian said with a light smile at the corner of his mouth. The overlord of this world was originally me, but now that the world is at peace, there is nothing for me to do. Why don't you come to the sky and do it? The heavenly emperor's eyes twinkled and he thought of a good idea. Nangong Haotian lifted his hand up, instantly understanding his thoughts, saying, Stop, I don't have the idea of coming to heaven, now that the 9 heavens that I founded is not yet stabilized. When I go back to reinforce it, 7 days later I will be waiting for all of you to come and spar. As the words fell, he winked at Nangong Yu, and the two of them left this place together, and the heavenly king saw this and hurriedly followed. When they came, the few of them took the uninvited path. When they left they took the main gate. Nangong Yu was set up with a talisman by the celestial emperor on her body, so she could travel through the heavens at will without having to worry that these heavenly forces would tear her apart. Along the way, the heavenly soldiers immediately knelt on one knee when they saw Nangong Haotian and respectfully bowed. This strong man they didn't dare to neglect in the slightest. Walking to the gate, several people stood above the clouds and quickly left. After returning to the 9 heavens, the group looked at Nangong Haotian with astonished expressions, and their legs actually unconsciously knelt downwards. Elder Ancestor. Nangong Junyi's hands trembled slightly as a powerful force met him. Nangong Haotian raised his hand in vain, making them stand up and said, 7 days later, all the realms under will come to the 9 heavens to spar with us, including the heavens, so all of you will need to dive into your cultivation in these few days and wait for the competition. When these words came out, the crowd was in an uproar. They even want to spar with the people in the sky? They didn't hear it wrong. The people in the sky can all become immortal. No matter how to say is also have the power of the quasi-saint realm, while their mortal flesh, although has a strong spiritual power, but in front of the immortal body is still a world of difference. Nangong Haotian was able to see their concerns and lifted his hand up. A moon-white aura called out. A cloud converged in the sky above the 9 heavens, and 7 colored lights struck out along the palm of Nangong Haotian's hand, rushing into the middle of the cloud, and then transforming into 7 colored lights sprinkled throughout the ground. Everyone closed their eyes the moment they felt the 7 colored light, and a warm feeling came over them. Nangong Haotian turned his head to Nangong Yu and said, That elixir the heavenly king gave you can be eaten. Nangong Yu froze for a moment and immediately reacted, quickly swallowing the elixir the heavenly king had given him. For a moment, she flew toward midair like a heavenly god descending into the sky. The dark clouds in the overhead were dense, and a thunderbolt struck out from within, striking directly at the top of Nangong Yu's head. The realm of the void appeared, and a golden light flashed in the sky above, slicing through the dark clouds and revealing a chasm glowing with golden light. Within that rift, 1,000 strands of power permeated through, and Nangong's complexion lingered as he rushed into the void. Rumble! After a burst of lightning and thunder, Nangongyu broke through the dark clouds and flew back to the ground, his body glittering with dazzling golden light, wrapped in golden talismans, and thus a quasi-saint realm appeared. Nangong Haotian quietly surveyed her from the side and nodded in satisfaction. Worthy of being the disciple he personally instructed. Very good. The rest of the disciples couldn't help but cast envious gazes when they saw this. As the leader of the Nangong clan, Nangong Juni's eyes were filled with yearning at this moment. If he could reach the quasi-saint realm, then there would be no regrets in this life. In the next moment, an aura flashed in Nangong Juni's mind and he immediately hit the ground and a refreshing aura overflowed from the top of his head and rushed into the sky. A strong aura wrapped around his body and finally burrowed its way down to his head. Ah! At that moment, Nangong Juni felt a dryness in his body, as if a fire wanted to ignite him. Nangong Haotian had his hands behind his back, slightly raising his eyebrows as he looked at him, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, not expecting Nangong Juni to be given the opportunity to realize a hint of the power of inflammatory fire. Ah! Nangong Juni shouted up to the sky, and a ray of fire emerged from the top of his head and shot straight up to the sky. A fiery red cloud appeared at the top of his head, but in a matter of moments, it transformed into a ray of red light, and disappeared into Nangong Juni's body. Nangong Juni looked unbelievably at the palm of his hand. Unexpectedly he also held a trace of the power of the Great Tao in his hand. It was really amazing. The other few disciples were no exception, and after being illuminated by Nangong Haotian's seven-colored light, the chances in their minds opened up and they ascended on the spot. However, in the time it took to burn incense, 2 quasi-saint realms and 5 disciples at the top of the Emperor realm with a trace of the power of the Great Tao appeared in the 9 heavens. Seeing this, Nangong Haotian's face showed his relief. Now he didn't have to worry about the competition 7 days later. The Heavenly King followed behind him and quietly watched all this, immediately admired so much that he wanted to kneel on the ground. What kind of pervert is this? Not only is he strong, but he can also use his own strength to make the people around him stronger together. It's really perverted. Thinking of this, a thought flashed through the Heavenly King's mind, and he immediately knelt down and kowtowed heavily to Nangong Haotian and said, "Master is above. Please accept my disciple's obeisance." Nangong Haotian stood in front of him with his arms wrapped around him, a hint of playfulness in his eyes. "Worship me?" The Heavenly King nodded solemnly and said, "You are someone that the Heavenly Emperor Thro respects and is so powerful. I will definitely be able to learn a lot by worshipping you as a teacher. But you are the Heavenly King of the Heavenly Court, and if you worship me, then the Heavenly Court will be like a place affiliated with me in the 9 heavens. What's the harm in that? The Celestial Court only has a better reputation nowadays. In fact, its inner strength is much less than it was before. Since that's the case, we might as well follow the 9 heavens and learn properly, and progress together." Nangong Haotian pondered for a moment. If he did not agree to the worship of the Heavenly King, in the future, the 9 heavens and the Heavenly Court would form a friendship. If he agreed, the news of the Heavenly Court's willingness to be a subsidiary land of the 9 heavens would surely go viral. At that time, the fame of the 9 heavens would soar, and at that time, for the 9 heavens, it would be full of benefits. Thinking of this, the corners of Nangong Haotian's mouth hooked up with a face-like smile, but still boarded up his face, ready to tease him a little. "This still doesn't work, Heavenly King of Heaven. Being my Nangong Haotian's disciple isn't enough." At those words, the Heavenly King's face changed drastically, revealing a flash of disappointment, and he simply knelt down on the ground and turned on rascal mode. No, I have kowtowed to you, and the disciple salute has been performed. You must accept me as a disciple, or, otherwise I will rely on here and not leave." Saying that, the Heavenly King hugged one of the pillars at the gate of the 9 heavens and refused to let go. Such behavior could not help but make the crowd smack their lips, not realizing that this Heavenly King was so funny and thick-skinned. Nangong Haotian looked stunned, lowered his head and laughed lightly, carrying his hands and walking towards the inner 9 heavens. He had been busy for a long time without closing his eyes. Now he had to take a good rest. As for the Heavenly King, he would leave him out for a few days to sharpen his edge. "Master, where are you going? Wait for me." Seeing this, the Heavenly King immediately followed. Nangong Haotian didn't exit to obstruct him, and the rest of them pretended not to see him and let him go. Nangong Juni sighed lightly, lowered his head and said, "This Heavenly King is interesting to say the least." When Nangong Haotian brought the crowd into the 9 heavens, the Nangong secret realm was not brought, but the good things inside as well as the spiritual energy within the Nangong secret realm, he infused all of them into the 9 heavens. So now the 9 heavens was a marvelous place of cultivation, and the realm of all the disciples was rapidly soaring. Nangong's injuries from last time hadn't healed all the way yet, and at the moment, she was gloomy, fearing that it would affect the sparring session 7 days later. Mo Liang silently appeared next to her and smiled. You're so badly injured. I'm sure the master won't let you fight. Nangongyu blankly glanced at him and sighed lightly, her face showing distress. It is precisely because of this that I hate myself for being injured at the wrong time. Now that the 9 heavens are in their infancy, it is the right time to make a name for themselves. Yet I cannot contribute to it. What a pity. As the words left her mouth, she dropped her head and walked back inside her house, covering her chest with a raw pain. Mo Liang looked at her backman united heartache. An idea came to life in the bottom of his heart. Taking advantage of Nangongyu's sleep, Mo Liang quietly touched into her room. A deep voice. Strands of light green aura burst out from the palm of his hand and did not enter Nangongyu's body. Hiss. Nangongyu was awakened in her sleep, but as the wound at her chest was gradually being healed, she felt another wave of relief and couldn't help but open her eyes. It's you. You. A trace of cold sweat seeped out from Mo Liang's forehead, and he said with a grave expression, Don't talk, it's almost done. Nangongyu's heart was moved and she lowered her head. Not long after, the chest injury as well all. Mo Liang withdrew his aura, took a long breath and wiped the sweat stains on his forehead. Nangongyu slowly sat up, feeling full of strength, looked at him with a grateful face and said, Thank you. Why do you need to be like this? Mo Liang smiled bashfully and said, Watching you feel bad makes me feel bad too. As the words fell, Mo Liang lowered his head and coughed lightly, his face pale as he stood up shakily and said, It's late. I'm going back. You. Before the words were finished, Mo Liang fell straight toward the ground. Nangongyu's face changed drastically, and she hurriedly went up to support him. Fool, you don't know how much you weigh, and you're still using up your spiritual energy to heal me. Nangongyu spoke words of reproach on her lips, but the affection in her eyes could not be concealed. After placing Mo Liang on the bed, Nangongyu sighed lightly. Now she had the energy to prepare for the battle. Outside of Nangong Haotian's house, the Heavenly King sat on his butt by the door, apparently deciding to keep watch over him. Chen Song and Chen Li came and squatted next to him and said, Master, accepting a disciple is not the easy thing. You have to let him see your strength and whether it is worth it for him to accept you as a disciple. It's useless for you to be here like this deadbeat. Strength, the Heavenly King muttered with his mouth, and suddenly had a flash of light, immediately understanding what it meant. I see. Get what? Chen Song and his duo rubbed their heads. They had only said 2 words, and the Heavenly King's enlightenment was so high? Worship. It's my fault for not thinking of that. The Heavenly King laughed lightly, left this place, and immediately returned to the Heavenly Court. Before, when Nangong Haotian arrived at the Heavenly Court, he had seen in the realm of emptiness. Nangong Haotian was very interested in the pillar on the roof of his own room. The so-called worship of the teacher always need to have a gift of worship, so he simply gave that bead to him as a gift of worship. Heavenly King, you can't pick the dragon pearl. Seeing that the Heavenly King was going to pick the heavenly treasure that had been passed down through the ages, all the gods clasped his legs together and refused to let go. The Heavenly King glared them down in disgust and said, This king is going to the 9 heavens to pay homage to his master. When I return from my studies, I will surely strengthen the Heavenly Court, and this bead will be used as a gift to pay homage to my master. Why are you guys still obstructing me? Charlie was so dead that he hugged his legs and said, No way. The Heavenly King can change his worship ritual if he wants to, but not this one. Yes, Heavenly King, this is what old Heavenly King left for you. If we give it away, we really don't have anything good in heaven. The Heavenly King frowned and glared at them in an ungraceful manner and said, But I see that Shifu likes this bead, so it's hard for me to go find another one? When the gods heard this, they each silenced their voices, not knowing what to do for a moment. Seeing this, the Heavenly King's heart rejoiced and he immediately went to pick the beads from the roof again. No! I have heard that there is a dragon pearl in the Sea of Zhengdong that is the same size as ours, so we can go and snatch theirs and give it to the 9 heavens. No? Is that true? Hearing this, the Heavenly King immediately crouched on the ground and asked. That heavenly god nodded blankly and said, It's true. Anyway, we've been at odds with the Zhengdong Sea for a long time, so it's not too much to rob them of something. It's not too much since they didn't take anything from us, and it's time to give it back today. As the words fell, a group of heavenly gods followed the Heavenly King in great numbers to the Sea of Zhengdong. Charlie sighed softly and said, It's really going to flip. At the Sea of Zhengdong, when the guards on sentry duty saw that it was the King of Heaven who had arrived here, they did not have the slightest fear on their faces, but instead showed contemptuous eyes and said, So it is the King of Heaven who has come here, and I wonder what is the matter. The immortal king is not here. He has gone to heaven to discuss political matters with the Heavenly Emperor. Upon hearing this, the corners of the Heavenly King's mouth hooked into a smile. This is very good, and it will save a lot of trouble. When the words fell, the heavenly king gave a look to the person behind him. The latter immediately understood. An aura flashed, hitting the person a bit off guard, and he fainted before he could cry out. A quick battle. We're lucky that the Zhengdong Immortal King isn't here, saving us a lot of trouble. Yes. A group of people responded and immediately dived into the land of Zhengdong, and then bypassed the guards to the highest temple, looking at the dragon pearl at the very top out of breath. Holy shit, it's really about the same size as the one in heaven. Why didn't I realize that before? The other heavenly god looked around warily and said, Heavenly King, there must be no further delay. Take it quickly and leave. After, you guys watch here, I'll be right back. When the words fell, he was seen to tap his feet and fly up to the roof, taking the dragon pearl in a swift manner and leaving. The dragon ball had just disappeared from the roof when a tremor went through the surrounding area, giving a warning. The guards saw this and looked up to the roof of the room where the dragon pearl was located. At this time where there was still any dragon pearl, the bare roof. Nothing. Not good. The treasure of the township is gone. For a while, the Sea of Zhengdong was in a panic. If the Immortal King knew that even the treasure of the Zhen realm had disappeared in the past few days of his absence, they would be dead. So, the crowd immediately looked around for any sign of the dragon balls until they found the guard who had fainted. Not good. Someone's trespassing. A cry of alarm rang out, and the crowd immediately raised their guard and looked around. The Heavenly King had long since fled with a group of heavenly gods at this time, snickering as he looked at the chaotic Zhengdong land. They also have today. Remember, today's matter must not be recognized. Who asked them to rob us of so much credit? Today this king also let them eat this dumb loss. As the words fell, he held the dragon pearl and went directly to the 9 heavens. Nangong Haotian had just woken up when he heard a burst of noise outside, pushing open the door and walking out, only to see the heavenly king holding a half-foot large dragon pearl in his hand, holding it high above his head and showing it off to the crowd. In the future, this will be yours. Really? Seriously? This is a gift of worship from me. From now on you guys can be my fellow disciples. Oh, yeah? Nangong Haotian suddenly appeared and walked in front of him, and at a glance, he saw that this was not the dragon pearl from the heavenly court. Master is above. Please accept my disciples' obeisance. The heavenly king solemnly knelt down and offered the dragon pearl. Nangong Haotian took the dragon bead and said after examining it, although the way of coming is not right, but, it is better than I like it. Get up. From now on, you are my foreign disciple. Now you are ranked 5th. As the words left his mouth, he glanced into the crowd and said, You 4, why don't you come out and meet your senior brothers? Chensong, Chenli and Lingyi sniffed and walked out from the crowd, slightly arching their hands at the heavenly king and said, Senior brother, where's Mo Rang? Chenli looked around and did not find Mo Liang's figure. Lingyi laughed softly at the corner of his mouth and whispered, Perhaps he's indulging in some gentle land. These words aroused the heavenly king's strong curiosity, and he came closer to them and asked, What gentle land? Can you tell me about it? The 3 of them looked at each other, smiled unanimously and said, The sky is the limit. Nangong Haotian put the cage bead into the space and said to Chensong, As the eldest senior brother, you have to guide the senior brothers to rest. 7 days after the competition can only win but not to lose. This is a great opportunity for us to correct our cultivators' prestige. Yes, Chensong nodded solemnly, and Nangong Haotian waved his hand slightly, sending them away. On the other hand, in the Sea of Zhengdong, as soon as the immortal king of Zhengdong returned to his own realm, he realized that something was wrong. Today's realm was dead. There was no aura at all. When he looked up, he almost didn't faint. Where are my dragon balls? Where did the dragon balls go? At the bottom knelt a host of guards, trembling and bowing their heads without a word. The Zhengdong immortal king rubbed his head, holding on to his anger and said, Tell me exactly what's going on. The one guard who was guarding the door said, The heavenly king came once today, but he knocked me out as soon as he arrived, so I really don't know what happened inside the realm. Waste. The immortal king let out a cold snort of hatred and turned to the others and asked, Have you seen the figure of that message from the heavenly king? The group of guards looked at each other, and then shook their heads and said, The matter is urgent. We did not see it. Humph. Let's see. Not only did we not see them, I'm afraid we didn't even see a single strand of hair. When the crowd heard this, they lowered their heads in shame and didn't dare to speak. The Zhengdong immortal king snorted coldly and laughed in exasperation. He, good his heavenly king, how dare he rob my things? Long ability, I would like to see go. He took this treasure of mine. What is he going to do? As the words fell, he stood up and shouted to the crowd, All disciples, listen to the order. Follow me to kill into the heavenly court and reclaim the treasure. Yes. Within the Sea of Zhongdong, a line of people rushed out with great vigor, heading straight for the heavenly court. On the other hand, The heavenly king had succeeded in worshipping his master, and had been assigned a small room of his own in the 9 heavens, and Chen Song, adhering to his duties as the eldest senior brother, was taking him to see his room. Suddenly, the heavenly king's face changed and he said, "No good, I have to go back." When the words fell, he ran straight away in a puff of smoke, and Chen Song was suspicious in his heart and was busy following him. "Wait for me." Chen Li and Ling Yi had nothing else to do, so they also followed, and for a while, the 3 of them quietly followed behind the heavenly king, gauging what exactly he was supposedly up to. My goodness, these guys have the guts to fight their way up here. The heavenly king hurriedly rushed while meditating. Just now he suddenly sensed that the heavenly court boundary is unstable. Someone broke in. Don't need to think to know that it is the middle dong of the sea of people broke up. Nearly 10,000 years. The middle dong of the sea of bullying the heavenly court of the strong few, often come up to provoke trouble. Every time can loot some of the treasures to go. The heavenly king before is a playful nature, for this don't really care, but now he is a disciple of the 9th heaven. He can't bear it anymore, but now that he is a disciple of the 9 heavens, he can no longer tolerate it. Where is your heavenly king? You're a shrinking violet when you see our immortal king? Why don't you tell him to get his ass out here? Capable of stealing from us, not capable of admitting it. Right. A man stood menacingly on top of the great hall, pointing at Charlie and asking angrily. Charlie snorted coldly, his face showing contempt. Our heavenly court went to your place to take something? Ha, so what if we did? Over the years, have you guys robbed fewer things from us? Our heavenly court only went to get a little back, and you guys are angry? The man sniffed and said with a cold snort. In that case, you're the ones who took what we had in Nakdong. I didn't say that. Charlie's eyes looked upward, intent on avoiding the question. With anger in his eyes, the Zhengdong immortal king said, "Humph. I think there's something about my Zhengdong that has made the heavenly court despise it. How dare you go to where we are to get something? Today I'm going to make you take a good look at what happens when you offend my Zhengdong. See, didn't the good heavenly king refuse to come out? I'd like to see if he'll show up when you're beaten half to death." As the words fell, he only saw the Zhengdong immortal king exerting a fierce force, and everything around him levitated in mid-air, striking straight towards Charlie. The latter's pupils shrunk slightly and he dodged in a panic. "Are you for real?" A hint of bloodlust flashed in the eyes of the Zhengdong immortal king as he said in a deep voice, "How dare you steal my realm-conquering treasure? I'll make you all pay the price." As soon as the words left his mouth, he could only see that he raised his hand violently, and a light blue spiritual energy was gathered in the palm of his hand, glowing with a slight chill. Charlie looked grave, stopped joking, looked at him solemnly and said, "I'm a sky god. You're an immortal king. Don't you dare make a move on me." The Zhengdong immortal king snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "A heavenly god who is such a waste. What more is there to show off? The heavenly emperor gave you the heavenly court, but only because of the kindness of the former heavenly king, and you guys still really think you are something. Wow." A cold air instantly whistled past, heading straight for Charlie's chest. The latter made a deep sound. A long sword appeared in his hand. Its body was permeated with a cold sword chi, and he swung it forward. A sword shadow flew out and fought with that cold light. Bang! After a loud bang, the sword shadow dissipated along with the cold light, and Charlie was knocked back half a step. On the contrary, the Zhengdong immortal king did not move at all, which showed the gap between the two of them. Waste! The Zhengdong immortal king snorted coldly and charged forward again. This time the spiritual power in his hand was much more powerful, and with this palm strike, Charlie was bound to be seriously injured. Just in the nick of time, a sword shadow flew out from the heavenly king and struck the Zhengdong immortal king. The latter's afterglow skimmed the surface, turned quickly, and passed more. "You finally showed up. Any later and this subordinate of yours would have been crippled." The Nakdong immortal king had a contemptuous smile on his lips, and his eyes frivolously glanced at Charlie. The latter's face was very ugly, and he secretly hated himself for his lack of ability, which was why he had allowed Zhengtong's people to run into the heavenly court and spread their wildness. The people of Nakdong are still as uneducated as they once were. The heavenly king narrowed his eyes slightly, his eyes filled with a lingering aura. The Zhengdong immortal king looked furious and said with a strong threat, "Hand over the dragon pearl, or else I'll take this dragon pearl of yours away." The heavenly king snorted coldly with contempt in his eyes. "If you want me to hand over the dragon pearl, first return the treasures you plundered from me before." Dreaming. The Zhengdong immortal king seemed to have heard a joke. The heavenly king was unassuming and blandly returned 2 words as well. "Dream on." The Zhengdong immortal king's face changed as his aura gathered in the palm of his hand and he charged straight up. "Then don't blame me." As soon as the words left his mouth, a sharp shadow was seen flying out from behind him and rushing towards the heavenly king. The latter's expression lingered as a copper mirror appeared in his hand. "Go! only to see that he drew a few runes on the copper mirror in vain. The mirror's surface instantly became smooth. A golden light flashed from inside, and that sharp shadow of the Zhengdong Immortal King was sucked in without a trace in an instant. The Immortal King, seeing this, was not in a hurry, as if he had already anticipated it. Since he could devour spiritual energy, he would rush up and see if this copper mirror could suck him in as well. The Heavenly King's face changed, and he hurriedly pulled out a long sword and met it. Clang! The sound of swords clashing rose and fell. The Heavenly King's spiritual power was already not strong and gradually fell behind, and the Zhengdong Immortal King took the opportunity to kick him in the chest. Heavenly King! Charlie's face was anxious, itching to rush up. The Heavenly King's pupils shrunk slightly, and he hastily blocked his rapier in front of his chest, and although the kick did not hit his chest, it still knocked him back several steps when it kicked on his sword. I'll give you a chance to hand over the Dragon Balls. The Heavenly King grunted coldly and adjusted his breath before saying, Dream on. I don't know. The Zhengdong Immortal King lost his patience and instantly became furious as he charged with another sword. The Heavenly King's face changed drastically and he quickly dodged. Just then, 3 sword shadows flew out and hit the Immortal King's shoulders. The latter's attention was so fast on the Heavenly King that he didn't even pay attention for a moment, and he directly suffered this move. Who dares to sneak up on me? The Zhengdong Immortal King covered his arm, his face a bit ugly. The 3 of them, Chen Song, appeared in midair out of nowhere and looked down at the Zhengdong Immortal King and said, Disciple of the 9 heavens, Chen Song, what right does someone from the 9 heavens have to meddle in my sea of middle donkey? It's true that the land of Zhengdong is not qualified enough for us to manage, but the Heavenly King is an outer disciple of the 9 heavens. Do you think we can manage this matter? With these words, the scene was silenced as the Immortal Kings unleashed their power in an attempt to suppress them, and Chen Song's few were not the least bit fearful, releasing their aura as usual. At one time a quasi-saint realm top-level cultivation, 2 emperor realm top-level cultivation aura in the scene filled. These 3 people are the people of the 9 heavens. The one behind them is deeply respected by the Emperor of the Heavens, and they are hard to come to, and Zhengdong is not beneficial. The Immortal King knows that today is not to return to the Dragon Pearl. To the Emperor of the Heavens coldly snorting and said, Let's wait and see. As the words fell out, she gestured to the disciple behind her, who understood, and the group left the heavenly court in great numbers. The Heavenly King's face showed embarrassment. The worship gift he sent out was stolen from someone else's house. It was really a bit hard to say, but Chen Song's trio didn't seem to have the intention to ask about it in detail, and only said faintly, The master has always had revenge, and will never hold back his anger. And in 7 days' time for the 9th heavens cutting competition, the master will definitely have to come. As the words fell, the 3 of them left the heavenly court together. The Heavenly King and Charlie looked at each other and said, What does Senior Brother Fong mean that? Master won't blame us for sending a worship gift that is stolen? Charlie nodded woodenly and said, It should be. No, we've had so many treasures raided by them before, so we took one this time, just as an exchange. It's not considered stealing. Makes sense. The King of Heaven nodded approvingly, receptive to Charlie's little witty speech. The period of 7 days soon arrived. Nangong Haotian listened to the source of the Dragon Pearl informed by Chen Song. Specially placed the Dragon Pearl on the top of the main hall house of the 9 heavens. Convergence of hundreds of rivers of spiritual chi, coupled with Nangong Haotian's spiritual power to add. In broad daylight can be seen flashing light. The place for the duel was set on top of a purple cloud outside the gate of the 9 heavens. Nangong Haotian attached immense importance to today's duel. This was the key to whether the 9 heavens would be able to stand in the world, and it was also the battle that would do justice to the name of the cultivators. Nangong Yu and Nangong Sun Shang would be facing the battle as inner disciples, while Chan Song, Chen Li and Ling Yi would be facing the battle as outer disciples. The Heavenly King, as a newly admitted outer disciple, arrives early. The Sea of Middle Donkey Kong has suffered a great loss at the hands of the Heavenly Court, and decides to get his majesty back today. But just as he enters the 9 heavens, he sees the dazzling Dragon Pearl. Isn't this our Dragon Ball? Why is it here? A sharp-eyed disciple saw at a glance that the Zhengdong Immortal King's eyes were filled with anger, and with a deep look at the Heavenly King, he said, Good for him, the Heavenly King, taking my things and lending them to the Buddha. As the words left his mouth, he arrived at the venue of the cutting session with great vigor and opened his mouth. Does the 9 heavens Heavenly Lord know where this Dragon Pearl came from? Nangong Haotian glanced at him lightly and said with a smile, Since I know. Upon hearing this, the Zhengdong Immortal King flashed a trace of consternation, and then sneered and said to the Heavenly King, Humph, to perform such a cock-and-bull act, despicable. Nangong Haotian's complexion condensed as he said in a cold voice, Compared to your land, it's nothing. You. One of the disciples from the land of the Middle Donkey heard this and instantly became furious. His face was red with anger. and his eyes looked like he wanted to go forward and fight. The Zhengdong immortal king stopped him as soon as he could, and with a chilling look in his eyes, he said, "Today, we are here to spar. So if you have any grievances to fight back on the sparring ground later on, don't show any mercy. Be still." Nangongyu took half a step forward and nodded slightly without the slightest bit of fear. What a beautiful woman. At this moment, a male voice came, followed by a flash of light, and a man wearing a purple and white lapel stood in front of Nangon Haotian, arched his hand and said, "By Chen Gong Lingxiao, I have met Lord Heavenly Lord." The Heavenly King was slightly startled and said, "Why are the people from the White Star Palace here? Could it be that the heavens are going to send people down to spar as well?" Lingxiao pursed his lips and smiled, and said in a gentle manner, "The Heavenly Emperor has his eye on the Heavenly Lord, but it's not convenient for him to come down, so he specially ordered me to come and watch the battle." As the words fell, he turned his head to look at Nangongyu, arched his hand and said, "I don't know the girl's maiden name. Do you have a match? I have lived for 20,000 years, and I feel that I am a good match for the girl." Nangongyu was stunned, sized him up from top to bottom and said, "Nine Heaven's inner disciple Nangongyu, 20,000 years for me can be my oldest ancestor. It's not appropriate. It's not appropriate. All of you are going to be here. It's time for me to go on the cutting field." At this, Ling Xiao looked at her back with a look of admiration. A fair lady, a gentleman, a woman of such beauty and valor is rare. Nangong Sun Shang revealed a hint of contempt and said, "Anyone who once looked at him lost their lives. It is indeed valiant." When these words came out, Ling Xiao's face changed, and then he lamented, "It's a pity that it was so brutal." The competition was about to begin, and Nangongyu, as an inner disciple and one that Nangong Haotian held in high regard, was the first to appear. The Zhengdong immortal king gave a wink to a disciple beside him, who understood, walked up to the stage and said, "Miss Nangong, I'll spar with you." "Good." Nangongyu smiled politely and nodded. "Nakadono no hai biaoli, please teach me more." After saying that, boldly looked at the dazzling dragon pearl and said, "How meaningless it is to just fight so dryly. You have to give some color." Nangongyu frowned slightly and said, "What do you want?" The corner of Boldly's mouth hooked up into an evil smile as he pointed at the dragon pearl and said, "If I win, that dragon pearl belongs to me. How about it?" For the cultivators in front of him, he was very disdainful, and had always been 1 point below them, but it was just a mortal flesh body. How could he fight with an immortal body like his? Nangongyu sneered and agreed without hesitation. "Fine, but there's no way I'll lose." On the sparring ground, Nangongyu and Boldly became the center of attention. Boldly was born with an immortal body, and was higher than Nangongyu in terms of foundation, so the key to Nangongyu's victory was in his own realm. She was now in the realm of a quasi-sacred realm immortal king, but being the same immortal king, she would definitely not be able to defeat a Zhengdong immortal king if she fought against him. Although the one in front of her was a Zhengdong immortal king disciple, his strength was above the emperor realm, and it was indeed difficult to distinguish between him and her. "Begin." Lingxiao looked at the duo on the field who were slow to make a move and hurriedly urged them. He also wanted to see what strength this good-looking woman had. Nangongyu's complexion was condensed. A long sword quietly appeared in the palm of his hand, and Boldly was not willing to show weakness. Raising his hand up, a long spear appeared in his hand, ready to attack. "Drink!" With a cold grunt, the two of them struck toward the center in unison. Nangongyu swung a few swords into midair. A sword shadow whistled past, cutting through midair with a muffled sound. Boldly's pupils shrunk slightly. His lance swung a bit in front of him. Those sword shadows were resisted and flew to the top of the sky, cutting a white light and disappearing. That's not all. Nangongyu had a heroic face. The hair tied on top of her head fluttered in the air as she moved. A cold aura slid past from the shadow of the sword, the body of the sword carrying the body towards Bold, leading to stab. The latter's complexion changed slightly. His spear stood towards the ground. An invisible barrier instantly appeared in front of him. Nangonyu's piece of stabbing on top of the barrier. A fissure appeared, spreading out in all directions like a spider's web. Boldly screamed that it was not good, and struck an aura in the palm of his hand. Nangongyu withdrew his sword and dispersed that spiritual light grant. Nangonyu's moves are strong and crisp. Very good, but after all, he's a cultivator, so as I see it, he won't be able to beat this kid Zhengdong. Immortal Emperor Shanghai looked at Nangongyu with some admiration, but still despised her somewhat. The other two immortal emperors also nodded and said, "How can a cultivator beat an immortal body? The Nine Heavens Heavenly Lord is a bit too naive." The voice wasn't big or small, but just enough for Nangongyu to hear. Seeing that they didn't look at themselves favorably, Nangonyu's complexion condensed as he stood in place and shouted, "Holy sword, heavenly punishment!" The words just fell. A void appeared above his head. A spiritual light flashed in the void, and a beam of golden light struck the top of Nangong Yu's head, and immediately golden light spread all over his body, and the sword in his hand flew into mid-air, puffing up several times larger. Go! With Nangong Yu's command, sword shadows flew out and struck with an unstoppable momentum. Jun Long Gun. Boldly's pupil shrunk slightly as a long spear flew into midair and a shadow appeared to meet it. Bang! The two forces collided and a mushroom cloud rose into the air in the center. A loud noise was emitted and it felt like the clouds shook. Boldly was unable to defeat Nangong Yu and suffered a backlash. Covering his chest and looking at her somewhat unwillingly, the latter nodded slightly, his face unchanged as he cast a provocative, overly glowering look at him. I lost. Boldly arched his hand in shame. Nangong Yu also arched his hand and said, understood. As the words left her mouth, she turned to look at the Sungay Immortal Emperors group and said, as a cultivator, I won. Immortal Emperor Shanghai snorted coldly and said, don't be too happy. It's hard to believe that all cultivators are as powerful as you? Nangong Yu smiled faintly and said humbly, seems like, there are many scraps among those born with immortal bodies. After saying that, Nangong Yu gave him a blank look and dashed off the field. In the first match, 9 Heavens won, and the Zhengdong Immortal King, with anger on his face, looked at Boldly with hatred and said, what's the use of having you if you can't even beat a cultivator? The disciple is incompetent. Boldly forced the pain in his chest and lowered his head in shame. The second match was Ling Yi, who was playing against Shang Mui, the disciple of Immortal Emperor Shanghai. 9 Heavens disciple Ling Yi, nice to meet you. Shang Mui arched his hand and returned the salute saying, Shanghai disciple Shang Mui. After announcing himself, Ling Yi did not talk much nonsense with him. His eyes closed and his breath was released. The shadow of a huge dragon rose into the air from behind him, and with dark clouds above his head, he let out a dragon whistle. Ow! For a moment, the wind was raging around them, and Shang Mui's face changed slightly, not expecting this person to be a dragon body. In the next second, Ling Yi gathered an aura in the center of his hand and rushed straight to the dragon's proper mouth, gradually gathering into an aura cluster. The night dragon spits pearls. Shang Mu saw it at a glance and was somewhat incredulous. Ling Yi's pupils suddenly changed. A golden light struck out, and the aura mass in the dragon's mouth flew out in an instant, charging straight at Shang Mui. The latter's face changed as he pulled out a 7-tiered pagoda and a golden barrier appeared in front of him in an attempt to resist. However, the power of the night dragon spitting pearl could not be underestimated, but in a matter of moments, the barrier was shattered. Put! Shang Mui was too late to dodge and took this move raw, and immediately some immortal souls were unsteady and fell to the ground, unable to slow down. This battle was too swift, causing the audience to be a bit unresponsive. Or was it the Shanghai Immortal Emperor who stood up and looked at what was happening in front of him incredulously? How is it possible? How could a cultivator have such a strong power? Sijin. Ling Yi withdrew his spiritual energy and slightly clasped his fists before leaving the field in style. The corners of Nangong Haotian's mouth hooked into a light smile as he swept a glance at the crowd and said, how is it? The cultivators aren't worse than you guys. Is there anyone else who wants to spar? Shanghai Xian blushed and stared at his own disciple without saying a word. The other immortal emperors and immortal kings looked at each other, but no one stepped forward. After a long time, an old man with a Taoist style stood out, stroking his beard and said, what's the point of watching these juniors spar? Why don't the Heavenly Lord fight with us, and also help with the fun? Oh, you guys want to see me fight? The corners of Nangong Haotian's mouth carried a hint of playfulness, that someone would dare to challenge him. Ling Xiao's face changed, and he quickly said, you must not be impolite. The Heavenly Lord is a person honored by the Heavenly Emperor. You must not. Nangong Haotian slightly raised his hand, stopping the words he wanted to continue with, and took 2 steps forward and said, there is no harm in it. Face and status is something you have to fight for on your own, and since all of you have questioned my strength, then today, I will meet the battle and convince you. As the words fell, he looked at the old man who had just said, I'll only use 50% of my strength, so find another one and go together. When these words came out, the people present were in an uproar, not expecting Nangong Haotian to be so arrogant. Good. Immortal Emperor Shanghai, would you like to stand shoulder to shoulder with old me? Shanghai Immortal Emperor was holding his breath in his heart at this time. Since he was full of agreement, he stood out of the line and said, of course, come on then. Nangong Haotian smiled bashfully and walked onto the cutting field, his aura radiating out. For a moment, the 2 immortal emperors felt an unusual spiritual energy come over them, and a sense of oppression from the higher-ups struck them, and they couldn't help but feel terrified in their hearts. However, due to the situation, if they were to lose without a fight, they would surely be laughed at. Thus, the Shanghai Immortal Emperor duo forced themselves to be calm and stood in front of Nangong Haotian and said, understood. Nangong Haotian smiled faintly, extended his hand and said, please." As soon as the words fell, the two immortal emperors glanced at each other. A long sword instantly appeared in their hands, stabbing straight towards Nangong Haotian. Wherever they passed, the aura surged. Both of them used 80% of their strength for this move. Nangong Haotian snorted coldly, and the dragon amazing sword instantly appeared in the palm of his hand. After a gap of 90,000 years, the dragon amazing sword came out again, and everyone present was shocked, and the two Shanghai immortal emperors secretly screamed that it was not good. In the next second, the dragon amazing sword flew out, and in the blink of an eye, it shattered those two sword shadows and struck the two immortal emperors going in front of their chests. The two blushed, too late to dodge, and closed their eyes to wait for the pain to come. But the imagined pain was not there, and when he opened his eyes, Nangong Haotian looked at them with a playful face and said, "You guys lost." The two Shanghai immortal emperors froze for a moment and immediately stood up, respectfully saluted and said, "Many thanks to Heavenly Lord for not killing me." Thus, the 9 heavens had won, and the cultivators were so famous in the heavens that no one dared to look down on them anymore. Nangong Haotian became the new overlord and traveled to various places after stabilizing the 9 heavens, and Nangong Yu was appointed as the fairy of the 9 heavens with a high status.